When I was young, I didn't know how good my aunt was. I mistook the young girl for a treasure. While others were pursuing the aloof school beauty, you found solace in your aunt's embrace. I won't treat you unfairly. Here's my supplementary gold card. You can overdraft a few million, spend it as you please. However, the beautiful rich woman in front of you is not someone else, but your mom's closest friend. Upon your return through reincarnation, you know that Zhang Yanru will commit suicide due to being deceived by scoundrels for money and love, leading your mother to suffer from severe depression. For you, Zhang Yanru was not just your aunt, but also the moonlight in your heart. Despite the 10-year age gap between you, you fell in love with Zhang Yanru at first sight. In this new life, you must prevent this tragedy from happening. At this moment, you rushed into the coffee shop where Zhang Yanru was on a blind date, panting heavily. Aunt Zhang, please don't go on this blind date with her. Zhang Yanru, who was in the middle of the blind date, stared at you intently, her eyes full of astonishment. Aunt Zhang, if you are really in a hurry to get married, then I'll marry you, marry me instead. The man, seeing you pulling Zhang Yanru to leave, immediately stood up and blocked the way. You looked at this man who had brought pain to Aunt Zhang in a past life and said calmly, enough, stop pretending, you scum. After speaking, you took out your phone from your pocket, opened the album, and handed the phone to Zhang Yanru. Looking at the photos inside, Zhang Yanru's brows furrowed slightly, and she said with a dark expression, Xiao Chang, let's go. Zhang Yan sat in the car, looking at you in the passenger seat, and asked with a hint of curiosity in her confusion, Xiao Chang, how did you know he's a scumbag? You were at a loss for words, unable to tell Zhang Yanru that you were a reincarnator. So you made up a story. I have a female friend who was deceived by him. He used sweet words to make her pregnant, then dumped her just like that. So when my mom told me about your blind date and how similar the description was to that scumbag, I rushed over immediately. Zhang Yanru responded, not bothering about the scumbag she had met on the blind date today. Instead, it was the phrase, I'll marry you from her best friend's son that made her heart flutter. Rather than marrying those lousy men outside, she thought it might be better to marry you Xiaocheng, someone she knew inside out. However, this absurd idea only lingered for a moment before Zhang Yanru pushed it back deep into her heart. Xiaocheng was Fang Fang's biological son, and Fang Fang was like a sister to her. If she married Xiaocheng, Fang Fang would definitely be devastated. Xiaocheng, what did you mean by that just now? Zhang Yanru looked at you, raised her slender jade-like finger to tap your head, and said impatiently, still wanna marry me? You awkwardly smiled and stammered in response, I'm afraid that you might rush into marriage and do something impulsive. My mom said that your family has been pressuring you to get married recently, giving you an ultimatum. So, Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and murmured, don't worry, I'm not a woman who acts impulsively. Yes, you are a rational woman. Zhang Yanru gave you a disdainful look, about to speak when suddenly her phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, probably someone urging her to get married, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. You stay here, I'll take this call. After a quarrel with her birth mother, she returned to the car and glanced at her best friend's son, a bold idea forming in her mind. Fang Fang, I'm sorry, but I need to borrow your son for a bit, she said. Zhang Yanru bit her lip and softly asked, Xiao Chang, you said you want to marry me, is that still true? Is this so sudden? Soon you snapped out of your shock and nodded repeatedly at Zhang Yanru, saying, it has always been true. Zhang Yanru lightly bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Then let's meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Remember to bring your ID card and household registration booklet. You obediently nodded, sitting quietly with a buzzing in your head. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat awkward for a moment, as both remained silent in perfect understanding. After a brief moment of calm, Zhang Yanru was overwhelmed by a strong sense of shame. She couldn't believe she was about to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her best friend's son to get a marriage certificate. She suddenly felt the urge to back out, but considering her actual situation, she had no choice but to go through with it. After much contemplation, Zhang Yanru decided to proceed with getting the certificate. In her eyes, your mother is a woman of great integrity and should be able to understand your sister's difficulties. It's just a temporary arrangement for now, and after it's over, you can divorce him if he agrees. Xiao Chang, Aunt Zhang doesn't really want to marry you, it's just to deal with the pressure from the family. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and explained softly, after everything is settled, we can get a divorce. Of course, I know this is very unfair to you, burdening you with the title of divorce for no reason. Don't worry, Aunt Zhang won't mistreat you. Actually, you've already guessed these things, so there's no surprise. Muttering, she said, the most difficult time for my mom and me was when you helped us get through the tough times, so there's no talk of owing or not owing. It's different. Zhang Yanru shook her head, I've ruined your life. It's nothing, really. Nowadays, divorced men are quite popular. You chuckled, answering nonchalantly. You're quite bold. Anyway, Aunt Zhang won't let you suffer. You shrugged, looking indifferent. Then I'll take you back now, Zhang Yanru said softly, pursing her lips like a mosquito. No need, I'll take a taxi back myself. Just as you were about to get off, Zhang Yanru suddenly stopped you. Don't let your mom find out. Got it, Aunt Zhang. You closed the car door and walked off in a certain direction. Zhang Yanru watched your departing figure in the rearview mirror, her eyes gradually becoming distant, a hint of bitterness showing between her furrowed brows. After you returned home, you rummaged through the bedroom in a frenzy but couldn't find that red household registration booklet. Just as you were getting anxious, a sound of the door opening reached your ears. Changchun, what are you doing in Mom's room? Mom, where is the household registration booklet? You hurriedly asked. Why do you need the household registration booklet? Your mother frowned, looking slightly wary at you. Let me tell you, our family has finally started living a happy life. Your father passed away when you were so young, and it was me who raised you through thick and thin. I didn't intend to do anything bad. Listening to Mom's nagging, you felt warm inside, but the way she spoke was a bit hard to accept. What does it mean to say that she raised me with a bunch of piss? So, I grew up eating piss since I was a child? You hesitated for a moment, then quickly came up with an excuse. I just graduated with a master's degree, and I'm planning to pursue a PhD to enhance my competitiveness. Well, I'm truly relieved to see you have such determination, said your mother. After speaking, your mother stood up and went back to her room, then returned shortly holding the household register. Without a moment's delay upon receiving the register, you dashed out of the house. Chu Fong returned to the sofa. A few minutes ago there was some cursing and swearing, that was because of losing a few thousand at the mahjong table, but now her face was full of joy because her baby boy was so well behaved. Think about it. Ever since Chang Cheng understood, he had indeed rarely let himself worry. Ha! Why the sudden bit of panic? Ouch! Chu Fong slapped her thighs violently and exclaimed in exasperation. It seems like she miscalculated the money. Sunny afternoon. Zhang Yanru waited early in the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At this time she was both nervous and a little afraid. Nervous that she was going to get a license with her best friend's son, but also afraid of her best friend's son temporarily run away. In the midst of the fear and uncertainty, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking slowly. Auntie Zhang. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yu Xiaocheng walked to Zhang Yanru's side and said with an apologetic face. No, it's fine. I just got here too. Zhang Yanru bit her lips lightly and muttered in a small voice, let's go get a marriage license. End of chapter. Compared to those couples who came to register their marriage with happy smiles on their faces, Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru were a bit of a different breed, with a hint of trepidation and uneasiness, as well as a little hesitation, mixed in with their calm expressions. Yeah. Come a little closer, not so far away, it's not a divorce. Marriage license requires a 2-inch photo, however, Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru did not prepare, can only take out the money at the scene of the temporary shoot, the results of the fake couple to the difficult, how this body cannot be next to each other, the middle is always a clear gap. Ouch! What's the matter with you two? Can't you get a little closer? The photographer said in a bad mood, there are still people in line behind us, please cooperate a little, okay? In the constant urging, the two finally got together, but a new problem has arisen, others come to take wedding photos are on the face with a smile, but Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru is expressionless. Smile. The lady please smile, said the photographer. Eventually after a long time of tossing and turning, the wedding photos were taken. When the two finished taking photos, and then came to the window of the marriage registration in a hurry, the staff asked Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru for the ID card and household registration book, after checking their information, and then handed over some forms. Zhang Yanru took the pen and carefully filled in the content above, until the end to write her name, at which point she stopped the pen in her hand. The corner of her eye quietly glanced at Yu Xiaocheng beside her, but she did not expect a pair of bright eyes, but also secretly looking at her. Young Yanru froze and felt a wave of embarrassment, and intense shame erupting from the bottom of her heart. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng was also a bit on pins and needles, not realizing that their gazes could actually collide. Each handed in that form, Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru sat there quietly. The picture of the two of them at the moment did not look like they had come to register their marriage, but more like they had come to register their divorce. Congratulations to both of you. The staff gave their blessings while handing over 2 marriage certificates symbolizing love and responsibility. Zhang Yanru get their own copy of the marriage license, opened and looked at the photo above, although each other have revealed a smile, but this smile is particularly false. Somewhat like the feeling of forced smile, but this is not the focus of the focuses from now on. Their own in the legal level has become the wife of the son of girlfriends have become their own mother-in-law. At first, I didn't think much of it, but after I got the marriage license, how should I face Xiao Chang? Me? Am I going to call him my husband? When the word husband appeared in her mind, Zhang Yanru's cold and valiant face instantly reddened a large portion of her face. She who had been living as an elder suddenly became Yu Xiaocheng's wife, which made Zhang Yanru never be able to accept it, and that wasn't even the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter was, it lies in the bosom friend's body. Zhang Yanru clenched her lips, a wave of remorse swept through her body, feeling especially sorry for her best friend. Sister Fangfang treated herself as her own sister, and as a result, she backhandedly married her son. Either or. How about a divorce now? Anyway, next door is the window for divorce. Auntie Young. That side is going to make us take the oath. Yu Xiaocheng gently touched her with his elbow and whispered into his ear. Aha. Zhang Yanru answered after returning to her senses and followed Yu Xiaocheng into the sworn room. The whole process of oath-taking is quite smooth, is to follow the text above the words read on the line, and then the two left the Civil Affairs Bureau back to Zhang Yanru's car, each other to maintain silence, for both sides in the identity and relationship change, are not prepared accordingly. Are you done with your job? If it's not done, come work at my company? Zhang Yanru asked in a small voice. I'm planning to go to a doctorate program. Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, just a PhD at our local Xin University. Live at school in the future? Young Yanru asked again. Generally up to the doctoral stage is research-oriented, my specialty is in physics and it leans towards theory again, so I don't need to stay in the lab for a long time. Yu Xiaocheng explained, the key is that when I was studying for my master's degree, I had a few articles that had already reached the level of a doctorate, so, compared to others studying for a PhD, I had a lot less pressure to study for a PhD. Zhang Yanru knew that Yu Xiaocheng was a super learner, and deep down she was quite agreeable to this choice of his, and pursed her lips and said, if you encounter any difficulties in general, remember to contact me, don't hide it. Subsequently, Zhang Yanru took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Yu Xiaocheng. This is my subsidiary gold card, can overdraft a few $1,000,000, you take it and spend it. Zhang Yanru said softly. Looking at this gold card handed to me, while a classic line flashed through my mind, nah, go out and have fun, this is my subsidiary gold card. What should we do? Should I take it? If I take it, I'll become Chao Dahua. If I don't take it, I'll let Auntie Chung down. I'm not short of money, and there's a state subsidy for studying for a doctorate. Yu Xiaocheng shook his head and didn't ask for it. Just that much money a year is enough for you to spend? Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and forced the gold card into his arms, whispering, should I buy you another car? It'll be easier to go to school or home, like a Ferrari sports car? Or a Mercedes-Benz SUV? Or how about I buy you a suite near Xin University? Ah, this. A rich woman's love is so fierce? I'm a little overwhelmed by the car and the house. Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly, Auntie Zhang. I know what's on your mind, in fact, it's not necessary at all. Zhang Yanru opened her mouth, but as a result, she didn't know what to say when the words came to her lips and muttered, then let's do this first. Send you home? Young Yanru turned her head to look at him. No need. It just so happens that there's something else, Auntie Zhang, you go and get busy yourself. Yu Xiaocheng opened the car door and smiled gently, I'm off. Not waiting for the pretty rich woman to react, Yu Xiaocheng directly got out of the car, leaving her still sitting in the car, muddled and a bit overwhelmed. Until now she has not accepted the reality of her marriage, not to mention the fact that her best friend's son has become her husband. Should I tell Sister Fong Fong? Zhang Yanru bit her lip, constantly thinking about this issue, and finally thought about it, or decided to tell her best friend. Because the matter of marrying her son certainly cannot be hidden, rather than be discovered by her as well as their own initiative to confess. What's wrong? What's the problem with the rush? Chu Fong, Yu Xiaocheng's mother, hurriedly came to a cafe and found Zhang Yanru sitting in the corner, asking with a face full of concern. Sister, you sit first. Seeing her bosom friend, and even more so, her mother-in-law, Zhang Yanru pursed her lips lightly and whispered softly, I have something I want to tell you. What is it? Chu Fong asked after emergently as he sat down. Me. Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly and replied with a squeak, I got my marriage license. What? Got your marriage license? Chu Fong stared at her with wide eyes, incredulously, and anxiously asked after reacting, what's the situation? Haven't you always been single? How come you suddenly got a license? A man asked me to marry him, and I agreed in a moment of confusion, and got a license with him this afternoon. When Zhang Yanru spoke, her head couldn't help but lower down. Ouch. You. Confused. After Chu Fong heard Zhang Yanru's words, she was so angry that her features were distorted and said in annoyance, it's also too impulsive. This is about your happiness for the rest of your life, you. I actually know him very well. Zhang Yanru murmured, he has a decent character, handsome features, and a clean family background, in a way he fits my criteria for choosing a spouse very well, that is. It's that the age is younger than me. Chu Fong froze, looked at her suspiciously, and asked in a low voice, listening to what you're saying. You and this man seem to have been in contact? Aha. Young Yanru nodded. Chu Fong, who was still a bit angry, instantly changed into a different person and laughed without a good mood. Scared me. I thought you had found a strange man as your husband. Ugh. How many years younger is he? Chu Fong asked with a gossipy face. 3 years old? 5 years old? 7. Young Yanru swallowed and replied. 7? Ouch. Isn't that as big as my son? Chu Fong looked at her good sister with a bad smile. Xiaoru, you're really good. You actually ate young grass, found a young man so young. Well sister, I support you. Young Yanru's face instantly reddened to the neck. She awkwardly lowered her head, her heart filled with unspeakable shame. No way. I can't tell her yet, at least not yet. End of chapter. She was ready to come clean, but then her best friend's words discouraged her from doing so. Same age as my son. And old cows eat young grass. At this moment, Zhang Yanru was both ashamed and felt a hint of helplessness, especially the feeling of groundlessness that almost crushed her nerves, even to the point of making her drill into the bottom of the table, pursed her lips and wanted to retort a couple of sentences, but didn't know where to start. Ouch. Usually I don't see it. I didn't expect to reveal my true colors at a critical moment. Chu Feng scowled at her good sister and said with a smiling face, Xiaoru, that young man is very strong, isn't he? Quite strong. Zhang Yanru gripped the armrests of the table and chairs hard and squeaked with her head lowered. Sis is almost on the line, don't say it again. What? That's shy? Chu Feng rolled her eyes, and laughed in a good-natured manner. This is not something that can't be talked about, not to mention the difference of 7 years old, the difference of 10 and 20 years old, it's not unheard of in the society, and besides, you're so pretty and capable, what's wrong with finding a young, strong guy? What law says it's not allowed? The law allows it of course, but you may not allow it because he is your son. Zhang Yanru bit her lip and said softly, my situation is special, this man is not an ordinary man, his relationship with me is not ordinary, that's for sure. To be able to marry you, this relationship must be extraordinary. Chu Feng smiled faintly and inquired curiously, who is it? Can you reveal it? Aye. Zhang Yanru hesitated for a long time and carefully said, he just graduated from college, I can only tell this. Crap. My son also just graduated from college, your husband is the same age as my son, he must have just graduated from college as well. Chu Feng skimmed her mouth and continued to press, say something valuable, such as, for example, where are you from, what's the situation at home, what kind of job? Zhang Yanru hesitated and replied in a murmur, local people, the family's conditions are not bad, should be considered middle class, as for work he is currently not working, and intends to continue to study, I can only say some words, sister you do not ask again. Why is it so easy to be shy? Chu Feng blankly eyed her BFF again, then smilingly said, but then again, you found one so much smaller than yourself, actually. I'm not really surprised, it's just like going to the food market to buy food. Like cucumbers. You have to pick the top flower with thorns, do you know why? Chu Feng asked. Young Yanru, who had never bought food, shook her head and pressed on in the face of her best friend's words. Fresh and watery. Isn't that the same thing as if you were looking for a little man? Chu Feng replied. Shasta. Zhang Yanru was about to go crazy, Sister Feng is still like this. She's always talking without a door, picking cucumbers with thorns on top of the flowers, and fresh and watery, which is something I can listen to as a young girl. Hey! Looking at the fact that you have received a marriage license, my family's Xiaocheng. Chu Feng sighed and began to worry about her son, murmuring, Xiaocheng just graduated with a master's degree this year, but he told me today that he's going to study for a doctorate. I've heard that he'll be at least 30 years old when he finishes his doctorate. Is it possible that he won't be able to get married until he's 30 years old? Xiaocheng can't get married until he's 30? Need not. He's now licensed to me. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and muttered softly, Xiaocheng has already spoken to me, he's planning to go for a doctorate. I'm very supportive of his decision. As for marriage, there's actually no need to worry, a handsome young man like him. Sis, do you think a daughter-in-law would not have one? Forget it. Fish head. I think it's hanging by a thread. Chu Feng skimmed her mouth, looked at Zhang Yanru sitting across from her, and said in a serious tone, Xiaoru, is there a suitable girl in your company? Zhang Yanru picked up her coffee and took a small sip, then replied lightly, yes, there is, but I don't think they're good enough for Xiaocheng, sis. Xiaocheng is only 24 now, and you're already worried about your daughter-in-law? Isn't it a bit too early? What then? Everyone else is married to you at 24, my son is 24. Chu Feng muttered to herself with a lifeless face, when will I become a grandmother? Will be pawned. Young Yanru's expression was calm and collected, sitting demurely and sipping her coffee, but the frequent pursing of her lips revealed that her heart at the moment was actually messy to the core. It may not seem like I'm being talked about, but I'm not being talked about at all. What to do? It feels like I'm about to sit down. Ru, when are you going to have the wedding? Chu Feng asked. Me. There is no such plan for the time being. Zhang Yanru replied leisurely, actually, the wedding is just a formality. It doesn't matter if it's organized or not. That's true, but can your family agree? Chu Feng smiled, got up and sat beside her best friend, gently patted the back of Zhang Yanru's hand, and gently said, actually, it's also being forced, right? Young Yanru couldn't help but freeze and hesitated for a long time before nodding her head. I think, marriage how to choose is wrong, can last for a long time of marriage or will be wrong process. Chu Feng lighted said, can live on, never rush to divorce. In the event that, what if your brother-in-law is your son? Zhang Yanru bit her own lips tightly, silently burying her deepest secret in her heart. Subsequent times. The sisters chatted briefly about parental matters until it was time to finish their meal, and then headed off to a nearby restaurant together. I'll call my son. Chu Feng took out her cell phone and directly dialed Yu Xiaocheng's number. A few moments and it was through. Ching, where are you? Your auntie Zhang and I are at the Starry Sky Plaza. Do you want to come over for a meal together? Chu Feng asked. Oh, that far away? Chu Fong leisurely said, forget it then, you can fix dinner yourself. Hang up. Chu Fong held her cell phone and stared at the screen for a long time, contemplation written all over her face. Sis? What's wrong with you? Zhang Yanru could see that her best friend had something on her mind and inquired with concern, I see that you are preoccupied. These days, Qing is a little strange. Chu Fong replied in a slightly puzzled manner, every day, he leaves early and returns late. Ask him what he's doing, and he's actually not telling me. It's normal for him to have his own privacy now that he's grown up, sis. Still don't care so much. Zhang Yanru said this, paused and then continued, right. Didn't you say you want to buy a house for Xiaocheng? Have you chosen where to buy? Chu Fong sighed, for the time being, I haven't decided yet, I can't look at this poor one, and I can't afford the good one, so let's talk about it later. Hear this. Young Yunru's willow eyebrows gently raised. I have a villa. Bought it and haven't lived in it yet, it's been sitting there unused, or not sell it to you at a low price? Young Yun tried to say. Yeah, the house you bought is definitely not bad. Chu Fong nodded repeatedly, how much? It cost $10 million when I bought it, I am selling you $2 million? Zhang Yanru asked tentatively. The words. Chu Fong stared at her dumbfounded, a bit unable to believe her ears. Expensive? So then it's $1 million? Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said seriously, I'll send another Mercedes. End of chapter. Young Yanru kind of went out on a limb and with endless guilt, she was ready to repay her best friend fiercely. However, in the face of the good sister this unexpected gift, Chu Fong has been completely confused. $10 million of the house to sell $1 million, by the way, then send a Mercedes-Benz. Unless three possibilities, the first Zhang Yanru is a philanthropist, the second Zhang Yanru did something wrong, the third this villa may be a murder house. Ru, wasn't it true that someone had died in that villa? Chu Fong asked cautiously. Zhang Yanru froze on the spot, shook her head after coming back to her senses, and replied in a serious manner, Sister don't misunderstand, I just think that set of villa is idle, it just so happens that you're going to buy a house for Xiaocheng, so I'll just sell it to you, in fact, I originally wanted to give it away, but I understand your temperament as well, so I'll just mean to collect a couple of $1 million. Chu Fong straight rolled his eyes, said in a bad mood, you this girl to my place to play up the hard eyes, that set of villas you how much to buy, I will pay how much money, of course, I can't get so much money at once, first give you $3 million. Then the remaining $7 million, I give you 700,000 per year, what do you think? Zhang Yanru frowned and was just about to open her mouth to speak when she was interrupted by Chu Fong. Ru Ya, you've already helped me enough, before I met you, I was still working at someone else's. Chu Fong held her best friend's jade hand and said softly, it's all because of you that I was able to start that beauty salon, and you also introduced me to so many clients. Chu Fong's beauty salon was very famous in the area, it was the choice of those broad wives, a big reason for this came from Zhang Yanru's help, as the president of a large company, she would introduce people to her best friend's beauty salon every now and then, and over time it became a place for local celebrities. And that car? Young Yanru was a bit undeterred and inquired in a low voice. Car? You mean Mercedes? Chu Fong skimmed her mouth and said leisurely, what's the point of driving such a nice car when you're still studying? Zhang Yanru bit her lip, a time do not know what to do, this inner full of guilt nowhere to vent, hesitate for a long time. Opened his mouth and said, Xiaocheng in the Xin University doctoral program, your home is so far from the Xin University, there is a car is actually quite convenient, or buy a suite of rooms in the vicinity of the University of Xin. Sister, if you do not have money, I'll buy a good. Why do I get the feeling that you're a bit weird? Chu Fong looked at her suspiciously, giving away a car and a room again, did you do something wrong to me? Shasta. Zhang Yanru's heart violently seized, embarrassed and not losing composure replied, I can do what sorry you things, I just for Xiaocheng in consideration, after all, I am his aunt well, care about him and wrong? Having said that, picking up the teacup in front of him, he frequently sips the tea in the cup. Well that's true, Cheng is truly blessed to have an aunt like you. Chu Fong said with emotion, if it's possible, I want Cheng to recognize you as his godmother. The words. Young Yunru, who was drinking water, almost choked. Sister. I think this is fine, don't recognize any godmother. Zhang Yanru put down the teacup in her hand and said with a slight hint of anxiety. I just casually mentioned that. Chu Fong laughed and continued, you put your mind on your own man, stop being so nice to Cheng. Be careful of your man knowing that he is jealous. Young Yunru nodded and didn't say anything more while layers of waves rippled deep inside. What to do? Suddenly so guilty. Sister Fong treated me as her own sister, while I, but quietly got a marriage license with her son. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Yu Xiaocheng is preparing the materials for the declaration of doctoral degree. He chose the most difficult examination of doctoral degree, at the same time the highest gold content. This kind of doctoral degree usually has the number of core journal articles required, and then have to participate in the written interview. On what plans he has after his rebirth, Yu Xiaocheng roughly has a direction. He wants to do academic research to make up for the regrets of his previous life, and in this regard he has a previous advantage. With the memories of his previous life, he is able to accurately sniff out the dynamics of the cutting-edge field. Just then, Chufang returned to the house and then called out to his son. Your Auntie Zhang got a license. Chupang patted the seat beside him, signaling for him to sit beside her, and continued, the other man is as big as you are. Hear this. Yu Xiaocheng, heart violently shocked, twisted, and sat down next to his mother, asked in a low voice, Aunt Zhang did not say to you who? She kept her mouth shut, how she didn't say anything, so I didn't ask. Chufang said softly, but it is quite gratifying, she finally figured it out, although there is a suspicion of forced marriage in it, but at least the lifelong matter is solved. Speaking of which, turning his head to his son, he then pinched his thigh hard. When do you plan to get married? Chufang questioned seriously. Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yu Xiaocheng grimaced and begged for mercy, Mom, you let go first, it hurts me. Chufang loosened her own hand and said in a good-natured manner, although Mom supports you to study for a doctorate, the marriage matter can't be left behind. I'm telling you at the latest at the age of 27, you have to get married to me, or else our mother-son relationship will end here. Yu Xiaocheng was struck by an idea and shrunk his head to ask cautiously, Mom, what kind of daughter-in-law do you have in mind? Well, your Auntie Zhang is just great, in the future you follow your Auntie Zhang's template to find a girlfriend. Chufang said. Oh. Then I have a bold idea, how about I marry Auntie Zhang when she gets divorced? Yu Xiaocheng proposed in a small voice. The words. A heavy slap to the back of the head. What are you boys thinking? Chufang glared at her son and said in a bad mood, people have just gotten a marriage license, and you're looking forward to someone else's divorce, besides. Auntie Zhang is your aunt, what has become of you marrying her? So are you my brother-in-law or my son? Petri dish families. Call it whatever you want. Yu Xiaocheng rubbed the back of his head and awkwardly explained, only to see his mom explode in anger and immediately concede, just kidding. Just kidding. How dare I hit Auntie Zhang's idea? It seems that my mom should be very reluctant about me marrying her best friend. But I've already got a license with her best friend, and I don't know how Auntie Zhang and I will face her if she finds out. Will I be beaten to death? At this point, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Yu Xiaocheng took out her cell phone and looked at it. A WeChat message had just been sent. Young Yan, are you? Yes? End of chapter. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Yanru, for a moment it made Yu Xiaocheng confused. What did she want with me? Is it hard to believe that it's another monetary condolence from a rich woman? Who? Seeing her son froze with his cell phone, sitting on the side of the Chufang probed his head and looked over, only to be shielded by Yu Xiaocheng in time, not letting her see the content of the phone. Chufang could not help but frown, and asked in a serious tone, what is so unseemly? Even your own mother has to hide it? Nothing. Just a classmate. Yu Xiaocheng stood up and silently walked into his bedroom, leaving his mom sitting alone on the sofa in the living room. There are questions. There's definitely something wrong with this kid. Chufang looked at her son seriously, smelling a hint of love from him, no surprise. It should be a girl who sent a message to Cheng Chang, guessing that it was the content of ennui. Come to think of it. Chufang revealed a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, after Yu Xiaocheng returned to her bedroom, she sat in front of her computer holding her cell phone and quickly editing the message. Yu Xiaocheng, is there something wrong with Auntie Zhang? Not for long. Young Yan are you then sent her reply. Zhang Yanru, today I was with your mother, by the way, I told me to get a marriage license, you must keep the secret, do not be your mother found out, I think your mother may not be able to accept me and you to get a license. Yu Xiaocheng didn't think much of it and sent her a Indeed. My mom is a little repulsed. I thought that this conversation with Young Yanru was over, but I didn't expect her to send another message. Young Yan are you, what are you doing? What do you mean? Does Auntie Chang want to go deeper? Yu Xiaocheng pondered for a few moments. Decided to accompany Zhang Yanru to continue to communicate in depth, in fact, should also accompany her to chat. The previous life of Zhang Yanru is a very boring woman, but at the same time the heart is extremely fragile, the appearance seems to be strong and calm, but in fact, it is very sensitive. Yu Xiaocheng, I was just preparing the materials for my PhD application, and now I've got it all done, so I'll go to Shenyang University tomorrow to submit the materials. Young Yanru, it's pretty awesome. Okay? That's the end of it? Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his lips and cupped his phone to snap and edit the content. Yu Xiaocheng, it's not even close to you, in fact, I'm not going to lie to you. If I don't study for a doctorate, I plan to work in your company. On the other side, Young Yanru sat on the sofa and looked at what he sent, pursing her lips slightly as she quickly pressed the virtual keyboard of her cell phone. Zhang Yanru, when you graduate from your doctorate, you can come to work in my company, I will arrange a senior position for you, but I think you should not come. That word is just coaxing me. You think in your heart into the national scientific research institutions, to be a pure scientist. I did not say wrong, right? Put the phone down. Zhang Yanru picked up a glass of wine and sipped lightly. The cold, valiant and delicate face revealed a touch of faint drunken red, and her eyes were filled with a layer of fog flowers. I hadn't really wanted to look for him, but it turned out to be a sudden moment of urgency, and I don't know why I wanted to look for him, but I just wanted to talk to him anyway. In response, Zhang Yanru gave herself the answer that she was bored and lonely and wanted to find someone to talk to relieve her boredom. But is it really? Whether others believe it or not, Young Yun-ru herself believed it. While Young Yun-ru was still in a daze, the cell phone resting on the coffee table vibrated. Yu Xiaocheng, please Auntie Zhang take these knees of mine. Auntie Zhang is really smart and ice cold. Nothing can escape Auntie Zhang's eyes. Unruly. I didn't realize he had that side. Young Yun-ru's plump vermilion lips raised in a shallow arc. Young Yun-ru, poverty. Zhang Yanru, I'm a little tired. You go to bed early too, good night. Yu Xiaocheng, well, good night, Auntie Zhang. Finished the last mouthful of red wine in the glass, Zhang Yanru took a light step to the bathroom, and then one by one to take off the clothes on the body, a few moments a tall and plump body, completely exposed in front of the mirror. Whoa! Young Yunru stood under the shower and felt the warm water wash over her body while her mind was cluttered. I don't know how much time has passed. Wearing a thin silk nightgown, Young Yunru walked out of the bathroom, light steps but holding a heavy body, trembling to the balcony. Due to the relationship of living alone, at home, Young Yunru was this kind of no constraints. Through the glass looking at the city's night scene, thoughts once again let fly. In the event that Yu Xiaocheng was not Sister Chu Feng's son, and he himself would not feel so guilty. Day 2. Yu Xiaocheng came to Shin University, filled out the enrollment form, as well as submitted the relevant materials, and finally paid an enrollment fee, and went straight home. Since the doctoral registration review takes a while, the earliest is about a week, so while there is nothing to do now, Yu Xiaocheng decided to plan the road ahead. The general direction has been decided, and the details inside to be planned. What's the research? Sitting in front of the computer, Yu Xiaocheng cocked his head, trying to find the memories of his previous life. Think about it. We decided to start with quantum communication, and it so happened that Shenyang University ranked higher in the field of quantum communication, and the related equipments were also more complete, so there should be no problem. With a goal in mind, the rest is relatively simple. Yu Xiaocheng is writing the plan scheme on his computer, and his project is to realize complete long-distance quantum key distribution under the current conditions of quantum communication. Although there are people who have accomplished such technology, the efficiency of transmission is not very high. Yu Xiaocheng's job is to improve the efficiency, and to transform the former useless results into the technology that can be practically applied. If it's not a surprise success, the Jezebel hat is firmly in place. Hello? Mom, I'm home. Yu Xiaocheng suddenly received a call from her mom and said absent-mindedly, "Oh, I know. Don't worry about starving." Yu Xiaocheng replied helplessly, "You get busy, I'm not a child." Hang up. Yu Xiaocheng continued to write his planned proposal. Writing suddenly, placed on the side of the cell phone rang again, looked at the caller is actually Zhang Yanru. "I'm in front of your neighborhood." Young Yanru on the phone said faintly. "Ha? The neighborhood entrance?" Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but freeze, inquiring curiously, "Auntie Zhang, why did you suddenly come to my place?" "Your mom is a bit busy today, I'll take you to dinner." Young Yunru replied. "She called out to you?" I asked her. Speaking of which, silence fell on the other end of the line. "Come on out." Young Yunru started to push. Oh. After hanging up the phone, simply cleaned up, Yu Xiaocheng hurried out of the house, to the door of the neighborhood to see a Porsche Panamera parked not far away. Just out of the company Zhang Yanru, wearing a set of black professional clothes, with a white shirt, showing the noble and competent temperament, especially the black-rimmed glasses, highlighting the unique charm of mature elegance. "Auntie Young just got off work?" Yu Xiaocheng asked casually while buckling his seatbelt. "Aha." Zhang Yanru answered, then gently stepped on the gas. Along the way, the two hadn't said a word, keeping each other silent. Originally thought to head to a restaurant in some shopping mall, the car turned out to be driving. Yu Xiaocheng realized that something was wrong. "I think this road goes to her house, right?" End of chapter. What's the situation? Aren't you taking me to dinner? How come you're taking me to her house? Is Auntie Young herself the meal in her mouth? What about? This road seems like it seems to go to your house, right? Yu Xiaocheng, who was sitting on the side, said cautiously, "Aren't we going to eat? Why are we going to your house?" "I'll cook for myself," Young Yunru said lightly. "Ha? And she can cook? Why didn't I know that before?" Yu Xiaocheng frowned, looking at Zhang Yanru who was driving. There was a trace of fear in his heart, afraid that he would be poisoned by her, thinking for a moment and asked cautiously, "Auntie Zhang, you really know how to cook?" "How do I not know? Can you eat?" Zhang Yanru glanced at Yu Xiaocheng beside her and replied expressionlessly, "Your mom has eaten my cooking." "Oh, that'll do." Yu Xiaocheng sighed in relief, his hanging heart released. "You seem to have very little faith in me. Do you think that a woman like me should have to be 5 grains? Zhang Yanru said softly, "I've been very independent since I was a child. I can do a lot of things at home, Xiaocheng. I don't just only know how to make money, I'm much more powerful than you think." Yes. My Auntie Zhang's party was a real blast, that guy. It was a great event with loud drums and gongs, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. Yu Xiaocheng laughed and quipped, "Whoever marries you as a daughter-in-law will have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves." No. It should be all fried. Little man.
Kinda good at coaxing women.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, a slight smirk between her eyebrows, and said softly, "Didn't you already marry me? Ask your mom if the ancestral graves of your family have been blown up."
This.
"I'll go home and ask her." Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and at a loss for words.
For a moment, the car returned to a silent atmosphere.
For her own slip of the tongue just now, Zhang Yanru was even more embarrassed than Yu Xiaocheng, and had been trying her best to avoid the matter, but she ended up putting it on the table herself, tightly biting her lips and murmuring, "What do you like to eat?"
"Both. I'm not a picky eater."
Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and said absent-mindedly.
"Aha."
Young Yanru answered and continued to drive her car.
For a long time,
Yu Xiaocheng came to Zhang Yanru's home, a set of more than 200 square meters of large flat. The decoration is also extremely luxurious, is a little cold.
It gives a feeling of emptiness. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll go to the kitchen and make you dinner." Young Yanru dropped a sentence and walked into the kitchen alone.
Yu Xiaocheng sat on the soft sofa, boredly playing with his phone, then turned his head towards the direction of the kitchen, and saw Zhang Yanru wearing an apron, holding a chopper in her hand as she skillfully sliced the vegetables, and that movement was full of power and elegance.
"So you really know how to cook?"
Yu Xiaocheng was a little shocked, never thought that the high and mighty cold sage female president, actually will also cook. Generally, this kind of woman is not able to distinguish between the 5 grains, but then again, Auntie Zhang was simply too perfect. Completely a superb woman who could go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. No, it should be a superb mature woman. After thinking about it, he stood up, came to the kitchen and pulled open that sliding door, rushing at Zhang Yanru who was cutting vegetables. "Aunt Zhang,
let me give you a hand."
Before she could agree, she snatched the kitchen knife from her hand and quickly sliced the greens on the cutting board. Zhang Yanru quietly looked at him, her mouth slightly opened but did not say anything, and then instructed the safety of using a knife, and then came to the stove to prepare for frying.
"Xiaocheng, in the cabinet by you, get me the ground cumin and chopped parsley."
"Okay." "Xiaocheng, take this dish out quickly, and wash the pot for me on the way."
"Yes, sir."
"Xiaocheng, prepare the dishes, we can eat once I've fried this dish."
"Roger that."
Under the tacit cooperation of the two, 4 dishes and 1 soup soon appeared on the table, at which time Zhang Yanru, who had taken off her apron, brought a bottle of red wine and sauntered to her seat.
"Do you know how to drink?" Young Yanru asked. "Have some."
Yu Xiaocheng nodded, and immediately afterward, he saw the soon-to-be overflowing goblet handed to his hand.
"That much? I can't hold my liquor," Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly. "This wine is not intoxicating."
Young Yanru faintly replied back and picked up her chopsticks to eat a mouthful of food.
"You don't drink?"
Seeing that Zhang Yanru didn't pour her own wine, Yu Xiaocheng asked suspiciously, "Do I drink it myself?"
"I'm going to drive you back,"
Young Yanru said casually and continued to eat the food on the table.
"The reason?" I was actually speechless.
Yu Xiaocheng also picked up his chopsticks and picked up the eggplant and brought it to his mouth, then the next second, he was conquered by the flavor, not expecting the pretty ripe rich woman beside him to have such good cooking skills. TSK. It's simply delicious. Yu Xiaocheng looked at Zhang Yanru with a face full of astonishment. "Aunt Zhang, your cooking skills are
it's simply comparable to a 5-star hotel chef."
"Then you'll eat more." Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and muttered again, "This wine is quite good, you should drink more too."
"It has to be." Next, Yu Xiaocheng gulped down the food, gulped down the wine, and lost himself in the rich woman's booze.
After a dinner, the table was basically almost finished, including the bottle of valuable red wine. Zhang Yanru pulled out a tissue and elegantly wiped the corners of her own mouth, then her gaze looked at Yu Xiaocheng, who was sleeping on his back at the side, and her plump vermilion lips slightly lifted up in a shallow arc, but soon a light sorrow flashed across her brows. What to do?
He's so drunk. How can I send him back? Or let him sleep at my place?
Just as Zhang Yanru hesitated, a cell phone ringing on the table. As Yu Xiaocheng's cell phone rang, Probe looked at the top display as their girlfriend's call.
I didn't pick it up. It ended up ringing again. Young Yanru still didn't answer.
The next second her cell phone rang, and this time Young Yanru had to answer it.
"Ru, do you know where my son went? That brat. I called him twice, and none of them answered."
Chu Fong on the phone huffed. "I haven't seen him at home either." Zhang Yanru looked at Yu Xiaocheng, who was drunk and died in the past, pursed her lips lightly and muttered in a low voice, "Maybe something happened temporarily, and the cell phone wasn't around. Sis Xiaocheng is 24 years old and has her own social circle, so don't worry too much."
"Must be fooling around with some woman." Chu Fong snorted coldly and said seriously, "Xiao Ru, you probably don't know, yesterday someone sent him a WeChat and then deliberately avoided me. I guess the other party must be a female." "Good. So embarrassing."
"I'm the woman who was tweeting with your son yesterday, and I'm the woman who's fooling around with your son today." At this time, Zhang Yanru was biting her lips tightly, and her face was written with groundless guilt and helplessness.
End of chapter.
Sister, yesterday you were looking forward to Xiao Cheng finding you a daughter-in-law. Why are you now?
You're not happy about it again?
Zhang Yanru clenched her lips and squeaked. "The main thing is that I don't know what the other party looks like. In case it's a messed up girl, then what can I do?" Chu Fong sighed and said in a serious tone, "Xiao Ru, You find a time to help me ask him. He listens to you very much. You ask him, will definitely tell you.
Me.
Zhang Yanru looked at Yu Xiaochang, who had passed out drunk, and replied softly, it's better to let him tell you himself about such things.
If only he would have told me. Chu Feng complained angrily.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and calmly comforted, it's normal for a child to grow up and have their own mind. I think Sisu, what you need to do now is to be calm and peaceful. When the time is right, Xiao Chang will naturally tell you.
Chu Feng on the phone sighed deeply and murmured, okay, I'll listen to you. The words. After a short pause, she continued, do you have time now? Do you want to go shopping together? I'm now.
Zhang Yanru looked at the drunken Yu Xiaochang on the side again and opened her mouth just to speak when she was suddenly interrupted by her best friend.
Why don't I come sit at your house for a while?
Hearing these words from her best friend, scared Zhang Yanru shivered and hurriedly said, it's still better to go shopping together. I haven't shopped in a long time either.
That's fine.
Just go to the Star Mall from last time.
Aha. Hang up.
Young Yanru let out a long breath, but soon muttered again, what about this handsome young man?
Can't just let him lie on his back like this, right?
After thinking about it, he decided to help him to the sofa first, and then make plans when he came back.
Xiao Chang? Come on, wake up, auntie help you to lie down on the sofa for a while.
Zhang Yanru tried to wake up the drunken dead past Yu Xiaochang. The results pushed but did not have any reaction, hesitate for a moment, slowly squatted down, will be one of his arms on their shoulders, in such a way to help him up from the chair.
It's so heavy, but he's pretty solid.
Zhang Yanru blushed with shame and slowly helped Yu Xiaochang onto the sofa, and then thoughtfully found a blanket from the bedroom to cover him with. Not in a hurry to leave, Zhang Yanru sat on the edge and drank water. When she put down the glass in her hand, her eyes couldn't help but aim at her best friend's son who was lying down, and suddenly, thoughts are a little bit of a free-for-all, an unspeakable emotion gushing in the depths of the heart. Usually do not pay much attention, and now so quietly looking at him, the original Xiao Chang so handsome, think about it, he is indeed very in line with their own choice of spouse standards, tall and handsome, smart and gentle and also quite good at coaxing people, and from time to time can make people laugh, but it is a pity that he is Fangfang's sister's own son. If you and Sister Fanny aren't mother and son, maybe I might try and you. Zhang Yanru could not help but reach out his hand, gently caressing Yu Xiaocheng's face, but not after a few seconds of pretty ripe rich woman trembled, fiercely pull back his jade hand. Cold Sally charming face has also long been read through.
What was I doing? Why did I touch his face?
For what just happened, Zhang Yanru did not know what kind of reason to explain. In short, it all happened too suddenly, so suddenly that the degree of defense could not be used to explain this behavior with normal thinking.
Maybe it's a reminder that it's time for me to find a man.
Young Yanru bit her lip and muttered, as thin as a mosquito. Inside a large shopping mall, Chu Feng was holding her best friend Zhang Yanru's arm, and the two of them were aimlessly strolling around.
Ru, what kind of person do you think the girl Chang Chang is dating will be? Chu Feng asked casually. Me? I don't know. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and softly inquired, sis, then what kind of daughter-in-law do you have in mind?
Chu Feng smiled faintly, of course it's modeled after you, and the brat thinks so too. You may not know that Chang Chang especially likes you. Now there's a word, isn't it, called goddess? You are Chang Chang's goddess. If it were before, Zhang Yanru smiled and passed, but now after hearing these words from her best friend, a wave of affection inexplicably flooded her heart.
No wonder he said what he said.
Before that, he was arguing that he was afraid I'd rush into marriage and do something irrational. So this is his inner monologue.
What a little badass. Me? Will he like my cold and quiet personality? Young Yanru murmured.
That's for sure. Chu Feng held her best friend's arm tightly and said mysteriously, let me tell you. Chang Chang has a little bit of a mature woman complex. In other words, he likes women who are older than him and who are also plump.
Yes?
Zhang Yanru raised her willow eyebrows lightly and said leisurely, sister, you have so many mature women in your beauty salon, introduce one to him.
What nonsense! Those women are all my age, and most of them are married. Chu Feng rolled her eyes and said without any goodwill. Having said that,
reaching down, she gently pinched her best friend's waist.
Ru, when did you learn to be bad? Actually dare to make fun of me now? Chu Feng ranted. No. Zhang
Yanru replied awkwardly, you said it yourself.
Xiao Chang has a mature woman complex. I just thought that you have so many mature female customers in your beauty parlor, it's not just right. You little ninny.
I didn't expect that after receiving the marriage license, I actually started to turn bad. Chu Feng poked her best friend's waist and pretended to be exasperated, even started to molest me. I'll see if you dare in the future. Still dare. The sisters just frolicked around until they passed a store that sold men's jackets.
Go inside.
Chu Feng tugged her best friend to go inside. What's there to see in a place that sells men's jackets?
Young Yanru was a little reluctant.
Egu, I'll buy it for my son, you buy it for your husband, it just happens to be together.
Chu Feng replied. In the end, young Yanru was still dragged in.
A long time later when the two came out of the store, each had a bag in their hands.
Going home or shopping again? Trump asked. Me. I'm going to go back.
Young Yunru pursed her lips and said softly, I still have some things to take care of tomorrow.
That's fine.
The two sisters separated in the parking lot and drove their own vehicles home.
While waiting at a red light,
Young Yunru looked at the shopping bag that was thrown on the passenger seat and pondered in her mind what to do with it.
For Xiao Chang? That's not telling Sister Fong Fong that my husband is her son. There it is.
Suddenly Zhang Yanru was struck by an idea, and a brilliant solution flashed through her mind.
Inside a villa in an upscale neighborhood,
Zhang Xinghua was sitting on the sofa with his lover watching TV when his cell phone rang. Zhang Xinghua looked at the caller and hurriedly picked up his own cell phone.
Dad, I bought you a jacket.
Hearing that it was his daughter's voice and that he had bought himself a jacket, Zhang Xinghua's face showed the smile of an old father.
End of chapter. Who's calling?
Zhang Xinghua's lover, Chu Chunyan, saw that her husband answered a phone call and then proceeded to be filled with smiles, so she couldn't help but curiously inquire. My daughter's phone call, she bought me a jacket, now send it over. Zhang Xinghua smiled and said, worthy of being my sweet little cotton jacket but also know to buy clothes for their own dad, good.
Dad did not love you for nothing.
Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes, and said without any goodwill, don't be too happy, as the saying goes, there is nothing to do, there is more than likely something else waiting for you in here.
You hoo. My daughter is so good to me, are you jealous?
Zhang Xinghua looked at his old partner's slightly angry expression and still said with a big smile, I'm thankful if she didn't piss me off. Chu Chunyan skimmed her mouth and huffed, she's already over 30. Doesn't even look for a date, and every time, she prevaricates for various reasons, and when she has the heart to say a few words to her, she starts to fling her face. The words. Reaching down, she pinched her husband's waistline flesh hard. It's all your fault. Your daughter has come to this point, it's all because you, as a father, have spoiled her.
Chu Chunyan roared in anger.
In the face of his partner's accusations, Zhang Xing was speechless, because the truth is so, awkwardly smiled, well, she will always look for a man, only she hasn't met one yet, when she does,
I think Xiao Ru will get married.
Poof, and you'd be on her side.
Chu Chunyan let go of her hand and glared viciously at her husband.
I don't know how long it has been, ringing a doorbell, Zhang Xinghua knows that it is his daughter who has come, and hurriedly got up to open the door.
Dad, bought you clothes.
Seeing her dad, young Yunru handed him the bag she was carrying in her hand. Good. Receiving the bag handed by his daughter, Zhang Xinghua was filled with the smile of an old father, and then said, Come in and sit down for a while, your mom and I are watching TV.
No.
I won't be coming in tomorrow as I have work to do, so talk to my mom. Young Yunru finished speaking and directly turned her head and left, getting into her own car before speeding off with a kick of the gas pedal.
Where's the daughter?
Seeing only her husband but not her daughter, Chu Chunyan inquired suspiciously, this is leaving? She has something tomorrow, so she won't come in and sit down. Zhang Xinghua carried the bag back to the sofa, glanced at his wife beside him, and said in a serious tone, look at you. Give your daughter to force not to come in, forced marriage should also have a bottom line. How many parents in these years because of forced marriage, hard to force their own children to death, you are not unaware.
Chu Chunyan pursed her lips and said angrily, you think I want this?
Do you think I want this? You don't care about yourself, you leave all the problems to me, and then you want me to be responsible for anything that goes wrong, fine. In the future, I don't care about my daughter's marriage anymore, you go and take care of it. Why do you get all huffy when I say something to you? Seeing his daughter-in-law to give up, Zhang Xinghua can only give up, opened the shopping bag in his hand, from which he took out a brand new jacket, praised, TSK tisk good, is my favorite style.
Speaking, get up and get ready to try it on. Something is wrong, very wrong. How come this jacket runs so small?
Even though Zhang Xinghua had not yet put it on, when he got it in his hand, he already felt that the size was wrong, and could not help but say doubtfully, even if the daughter got the size wrong, it should not be so wrong.
Let's see.
Chu Chunyan took the jacket, carefully examined it, and took a look at her husband's blossoming figure, and murmured, it doesn't look like it was bought specifically for you, instead this one is more suitable for a young lad to wear.
The words just fell. Chu Chunyan suddenly thought of something, hurriedly rushed to her husband said, there is a possibility.
This jacket was originally bought by Xiao Ru for a certain young man, and as a result, because of certain things,
this jacket was given to you to wear? You mean, our family's daughter has a man?
Zhang Xinghua asked incredulously.
I'm just saying maybe.
Chu Chunyan looked at this jacket in her hand and said meaningfully, I'll find a chance to get her words. Zhang Yanru returned to her own home, looked at Yu Xiaochang still paralyzed dead on the sofa, but the blanket that was originally covering his body fell to the floor, silently walked towards the sofa, bent down to pick up the blanket to cover for him, followed by picking up his cell phone and using his fingerprints to open the lock. I found my best friend's WeChat and blah 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 edited the message. Yu Xiaochang, Mom, I'm not coming home tonight.
Sent.
Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly, her brows filled with guilt for her best friend.
Sister Fong Fong. My sister didn't mean to lie to you, but because of me. Anyway, if you forgive me once more, I won't lie to you again in the future. At this point,
Yu Xiaochang's cell phone rang, and her best friend called directly to ask about it.
I'm afraid to answer. Young Yunru silently hung up. You Xiaocheng, I can't answer the phone right now, I'll explain it to you tomorrow. Subsequently, Zhang Yanru helped Yu Xiaocheng turn off the phone and turned her head towards the bathroom. Only a moment later there was a clattering sound of running water coming from the bathroom. When the pretty ripe rich woman came out again, her body had already changed into a gauzy light pink nightgown, and with a light step, holding her heavy body, she trembled back to the living room sofa and sat beside Yu Xiaocheng. Quietly, he looked at him, at this handsome boy, and couldn't help but feel the layers of his heart ripple deep inside. I'll marry you, you marry me. The words he had once said to himself echoed in his mind, and combined with the description from Sister Fangfang's mouth today, I'm afraid that the little villain has long had a scheming mind. You really like it? Or do you want to crave Auntie's body alone? Zhang Yanru reached out and pinched her best friend's son's cheeks, questioning with words of anger. No wonder Zhang Yanru had this idea, because Chu Fang had said that her son liked slightly older and plump women, and it just so happened that she herself fit the criteria perfectly. Back in his bedroom, Zhang Yanru lay in bed tossing and turning, without a trace of sleep. Every time she closed her own eyes, that a wave of guilt towards her best friend would sweep through her body. Consider over and over again. Young Yanru picked up her cell phone, found a number and called it. Hello? What can I do for you, pretty president? A playful woman's voice came over the phone. Chin, do you have someone with you? Young Yanru asked in a small voice. I'm home alone. Song Chin said playfully and softly. What's the matter with you? I'd like to ask a question. Zhang Yanru bit her lip and squeaked, it's just that I have a friend who got a marriage license with her own best friend's son, and she hid it from her best friend. Speaking of which, carefully, he inquired, would you say my friend is bad? End of chapter. Hearing these words from her good sister, Song Chin was silent for a long time and cautiously said, Ru, tell me honestly, is this friend yourself? Zhang Yanru, who was lying on the bed, trembled and couldn't wait to retort, no, it's not me. It really isn't me, It's a friend of mine, it's really a friend. Chin, you have to believe me. I'm not so bad as to do such a thing. Think about it is also. Song Chin laughed and said softly, in fact, this is also normal, like on the son of the girlfriends, society is not unheard of, the internet is not a saying, as long as you are not embarrassed, then the embarrassment is someone else. The problem is, Young Yanru bit her lip and stammered, that friend of mine is very guilty right now, full of guilt towards her BFF, do you think there's anything you can say to alleviate some of this guilt? Well, get your friend to give her bestie a big grandchild and I think all problems will be solved. Song Chin replied. I'm afraid that's not going to work, is it? Zhang Yanru sat up, a hand dead grip on the corner of the bedding, are about to twist into a twist, muttered, she and her best friend's son to get a marriage license, belong to the kind of forced, around a moment cannot find a good man, can only start from the side of familiar people, you should know what I mean right? It's the agreement to get a license. I understand. If this is the case, my suggestion from my side is to confess and resist. Song Chin said, continuing to conceal it will one day lead to the east window, and then there will really be no turning back. Confess? Elle wouldn't dare. Don't have the courage. Zhang Yanru hesitated for a long time and said leisurely, is there another way? Way? What way? You mean a way to ease the guilt? Song Chin helplessly replied, sister. I'm a cardiovascular internal medicine doctor, not an expert on feelings, where do I know all this if you ask me? Besides this is someone else's business. What do you care so much about? Care. I usually care for you too. Young Yanru skimmed her mouth and muttered in a thin voice. Yes? Why don't I feel anything? Song Chin said grudgingly, come to me when there's something going on, but shrug me off when there's nothing going on. It's been half a month since we last met as sisters, right? You feel your conscience and say, have you remembered your good sister? You know I'm a bit busy at work. Young Yanru said awkwardly, are you free tomorrow afternoon? I have to work tomorrow. Song Chin said without a trace of anger, you bad woman knowingly know my day off and deliberately ask if I'm free tomorrow. Have you ever been a sister like this? Having said that, Song Chin took a deep breath and said softly and quietly, let's wait until the next time we both have time to make a date. Aha. Then you rest early. Hang up. Zhang Yanru lay back on the bed, her eyes staring straight up at the ceiling above her head, her mind in turmoil. Meanwhile, Song Chin, who had finished her phone call with her best friend, sat alone on the sofa of her house, a certain variety show playing on the TV screen, while her eyes were dead set on her cell phone, vaguely feeling a hint of something wrong in her heart in the face of that inexplicable call from Zhang Yanru. Does RU have any other girlfriends besides me? Sister Fangfang. Song Chin stood up violently, an expression of disbelief written all over her face, and she was even a bit at a loss for words. No it won't? Ru and Sister Fangfang's son got a license? The more Song Chin thought about it, the more she thought it was possible, and in order to verify her suspicions, she immediately opened her address book and found Chu Fang's number, and when she was about to call it, she silently locked the screen again. Since Ru could do such a thing, even if she went to ask Sister Fangfang herself, she must have been kept in the dark. Of course there's another possibility. It really happened to her friend. It shouldn't be.
Song Chin shook her head, forcing this ridiculous thought away, but there was one thing: if Zhang Yanru really got a license with Sister Fongfong's son, that would be too exciting.
Early the following morning,
Yu Xiaocheng, who was still asleep, slowly opened her eyes and realized that she was on the sofa in Aunt Zheng's home, and then a sharp headache swept through her body.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
I should have known not to drink so much. Yu Xiaocheng held his forehead and muttered to himself with a pained expression. After adapting for a while, Yu Xiaocheng sat up from the sofa, then poured himself a cup of water, gulped it down in one gulp, and then sat there quietly fuming. For himself lying on the sofa in Aunt Zheng's home, Yu Xiaocheng didn't care much about it, and this didn't need to be guessed to know why.
At this point, Zhang Yanru, dressed in a professional suit, came out of the bedroom, saw that her best friend's son had woken up, and said softly, "Awake? Still having a hard time? Auntie Young. It's not uncomfortable anymore." Yu Xiaocheng looked at Zhang Yanru and said awkwardly and unobtrusively, "I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Out of the way."
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips. "The phone is turned off for you, turn it on yourself for a bit, and by the way I used your phone to send a message to your mom. Look at the chat log yourself and make up a suitable lie."
Oh.
Yu Xiaocheng reached out to get his own cell phone, turned it on and flipped through the chat records of Auntie Zhang and his own old mom, and was speechless for a moment.
Be over. I'm sure I'll get a beating at home.
Just when Yu Xiaocheng was helpless, as a result, the cell phone rang at this time. The caller was an unknown number, but the number's attribution was in the local area.
"Hello? I'm Yu Xiaocheng."
"What?"
Yu Xiaocheng's tiger body shook with excitement. "Passed so quickly? Well. I'll report in now." After hanging up the phone, he rushed at Zhang Yanru and said, "Aunt Zhang, can I take a bath at your home?" "Suit yourself. Make yourself at home." Young Yanru flattened her mouth and inquired suspiciously, "What was it on the phone just now?" "My application for a doctorate was passed, now I'm going to report to Xin University, but I'll take a shower first, otherwise I'll be covered in alcohol." Yu Xiaocheng stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Walked into the bathroom, quickly took off the clothes and pants on his body, stood under the shower and rinsed his body, washed and suddenly thought of something. Yu Xiaocheng looked down at the wet panties. The whole person is going to be petrified. Tragic. Forgot to take my panties off. What do we do now? Not wearing it, but my jeans are jeans. If I don't wear them, I'll be in trouble.
On the other side, Zhang Yanru sat on the sofa and drank hot water. She had the habit of drinking hot water in the morning. Then at that moment, there was a shout from her best friend's son in the bathroom.
"Auntie Young, have any panties?"
Young Yanru froze and replied faintly, "There are, but they are all for ladies."
"So what? Can you go buy me a pair of panties?"
Young Yanru directly froze, a light blush floating on her cheeks.
"Then you wait."
Young Yanru got up and walked towards the door of the room.
However, not long after going out, the scarlet-faced young Yanru returned.
Yu Xiaocheng was taking a shower while waiting for Zhang Yanru to come back from buying panties when a knock on the door suddenly sounded.
"Xiaocheng.
I'll leave my underwear by the door, so help yourself." At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng was dumbfounded.
"That fast? Got a minute?"
Quickly drying the water stains on her body, Yu Xiaocheng stepped out of the shower area and opened the door to the bathroom, reaching through the crack to touch the pair of panties. When he saw the underwear in his hand, instantly his whole body was on the verge of giggling.
Receive, brand new black hollow lace panties X1.
End of chapter. Yu Xiaocheng looked at this brand new black wispy lace panties in her hand, and for a moment, her eyes were wide open. Her eyes were full of dismay, as well as an expression of disbelief, and she was even a bit caught off guard. This.
Why did you give me a pair of women's panties?"
At this time, Yu Xiaocheng was about to go crazy, asking Auntie Zhang to go buy a pair of panties for herself, only to receive a pair of ladies' wispy lace panties.
"Auntie Young? Auntie Young?"
Yu Xiaocheng opened a crack in the door and cautiously called out, This.
"Did you take the wrong one?"
Sitting on the sofa, young Yanru pursed her lips lightly and murmured in reply, "I suddenly remembered that the convenience store nearby doesn't sell panties, so
I gave you the ones I was wearing, but don't worry, this one is brand new and unopened." "Is it a matter of being brand new and unopened? It's a matter of getting sick or not.
I'm a man of the world, let me wear a pair of wispy lace panties. If people know about it, won't they laugh their teeth off?"
"Auntie Young,
Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth and said bitterly, "I'm a big man wearing a lady's panties, it doesn't feel like a normal perversion." Zhang Yanru bit her lip and said softly, "It's not like I'm asking you to wear it outside, the panties are worn inside, you don't show them to others, it's not like others will know that you're wearing a pair of ladies' panties."
"That's true.
But, Yu Xiaocheng lowered her head and looked at the lace panties in her hand. Her heart was full of hesitation and helplessness. If she didn't wear them, she would be ripped to pieces. If she wore them, she would become a big pervert. Good guy.
This is forcing me into a desperate situation. Is there any cotton?"
Yu Xiaocheng inquired in a whisper.
"This lace. I can't accept it. No, it's all of that type."
Young Yanru replied, while the scarlet on her face had spread to her neck and ears.
"Ha, do you usually dress this sexy?" Yu Xiaocheng froze, lifting up the hand panties to take a look, and then could not help but associate it with the picture of Zhang Yanru wearing hollow lace panties. Although Yu Xiaocheng boasts that he is a gentleman, but sometimes it is difficult to resist the kind of Zhang Yanru, the kind of unspeakable charm of maturity. Although she hadn't witnessed Yang Yanru's voluptuous body, but from her usual attire, the kind of vaguely revealed bumpiness, can imagine what kind of bumpiness hidden under the serious formal dress. And not much thought, just point blank. Returning to her senses, Yu Xiaocheng hesitated again and again, and finally humiliatingly put on these panties, but despite being humiliating, at least it protected the vulnerable crotch. When he walked out of the bathroom, Yang Yanru looked up at him, looking at her best friend's son's face of embarrassment and grief. She knew that the lad had finally compromised, and couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth into a shallow smile. Spray some perfume. Cover up the smell of alcohol on top of your clothes and pants. Yang Yanru thoughtfully reminded. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng nodded. When everything was ready, the two left the house together. On the way to Xin University, Yu Xiaocheng sat in the passenger seat, that ass twisting around while her face was filled with pain. What? There's a needle on the seat? Yang Yanru glanced at his side and asked lightly. Lu. Yu Xiaocheng replied awkwardly, it's too strung out and a bit uncomfortable. You're too big. Yang Yanru casually replied back, but quickly realized that there was something wrong with her words, and it was a serious problem. For a moment, a silence fell over the car, so much so that you could hear each other breathing. I mean, Yang Yanru blushed in shame and gulped down her explanation. I mean your ass. It's just that the butt is too big, so it gets strung out. Aha. I'm not thinking out loud. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and replied softly. No? You really don't think so? Yang Yanru secretly looked at the little man beside her and saw his stifled laughter. Instantly his delicate face became even more flushed. Little badass. He said he didn't think it was wrong. In the time that followed, the two did not communicate too much until they arrived at the entrance of Xin University. Yu Xiaocheng was about to get off the bus when Zhang Yanru suddenly opened her mouth. You can come to my house if you're fine. Yang Yanru said softly, think of it as coming to talk to me. Not equal to Xiaocheng's reaction, the pretty ripe rich woman kicked the gas and directly walked away, leaving him standing there not knowing what to do. Yu Xiaocheng did not expect to pass the doctoral application so quickly, but at present, he only passed the preliminary examination. There is still a review waiting for him. After finishing the relevant procedures, he came out of the Xin University campus, took a cab and went straight to his home. By the time he got home it was noon, and the first thing he did was rush into the bathroom, stripped off his body, including the black lace-trimmed panties, took another shower, put on his big, baggy pants, and collapsed comfortably on the couch. Ouch. LOL. This feeling of too much shaking and swinging, it's almost too good to be true. Yu Xiaocheng crossed her legs and murmured to herself. Maybe the wine hadn't completely sobered up yet, and I don't know if I'm aware of it, but I went back to sleep. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened and Chu Fang walked in from outside. When she saw her son who did not return home at night, a nameless anger welled up from her heart, but it was quickly suppressed by her. There was no way after all, it was her own son. Finding a blanket to cover him up, he silently walked towards the bathroom, and immediately saw the clothes and pants scattered all over the floor. Picking up a piece of clothing and putting it to the tip of his nose to sniff it, a faint perfume smell came to his nose. It seems that son did stay with a woman last night. Chu Fang sighed, and even though her heart was quite unfavorable, the association of being able to hold her eldest grandchild was suddenly a little bit of a small excitement. Hey, it's pretty good, too. Become a grandma sooner and hold a big, cute grandchild sooner. Chu Fang continued to pick up the pants on the floor, and right after that she saw a pair of panties that didn't belong to her son. Black, lacy, sexy little panties. Brat, how is this even sneaking people's panties back? Chu Fang picked up the pair of panties, her heart that was bashful and at the same time had a hint of apprehension. Did the brat ask for this, or did the other guy give it to him? Although the results are the same, they are of a completely different nature. But, why does it look familiar? Chu Fang locked her brows, carefully examined this underwear in her hand. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that she had seen it somewhere before, but she just couldn't think of it. Just as she was confused and uncertain, she suddenly shivered, a look of panic all over her face. This wisp of empty lace. This sexy style. Isn't this the pair of panties that Rue bought herself when I was shopping with her last month? End of chapter. Despite the fact that more than a month had passed, Chu Fang was pretty sure that the pair of panties in her hand was the same one that her best friend had bought. Because at that time, she also took this opportunity to joke about Yang Yanru, saying that she was not going to seduce men. After all, such a seductive style is not the character of her best friend. Although Yang Yanru's drawer is basically full of lace panties, however, such a bold and sexy, but a pair of no one. How did Rue's underwear end up here? Chu Fang locked her brows, her face filled with an expression of not knowing what to do. Could it be that Cheng Cheng stole them? When this idea appeared in the mind, Chu Fang's heart is almost cold, cannot help but begin to imagine the image of his son in jail, and then put on a prison uniform and escorted directly to the execution ground. Waiting for his son is the justice of the shooting, with the trigger pulled.
With the pull of the trigger, my son fell to the ground. Plop. Chu Fong sat paralyzed on the ground, the light no longer in her eyes. No more, no more. My son was raised so big for nothing. I didn't realize that I had worked so hard to raise him to adulthood, but in the end, it was a white-haired man who sent a black-haired man to the black-haired man. After grieving alone for a while, Chu Fong stood up from the ground with great difficulty, although things are already like this, but there must be a way to remedy the remedy, or else really just watch his son go to jail? But exactly how to remedy it? Chu Fong stood in place and fell into contemplation. Her mind thought of countless ways, but one by one, she dismissed them. Just when she was desperate, suddenly her son's voice rang in her ears. Mom? You're home that early? Consciousness back to reality. Chu Fong, furious, rushed out of the bathroom, and did not rush to find his son to confront, but walked into the kitchen to bring a kitchen knife, straight to his son's side. Mom! Mom! What are you doing? What are you doing? Seeing her furious mom holding a kitchen knife in her hand, viciously walking towards herself, Yu Xiaocheng was scared out of her wits and hurriedly hid behind the sofa. I'll chop you, this brat, to death today, and it'll be considered a contribution to society. Chu Fong waved the kitchen knife in anger. Of course she didn't really want to cut him. She just used this way to achieve a predeterrent effect. No. What's wrong with me? Yu Xiaocheng panicked and dodged, asking with a confused face, are you talking about last night when I stayed out all night? I was out drinking with my friends, then I got drunk. My friends helped me open a room. I just lay in the hotel all night. I woke up in the middle of the night and sent WeChat with you, and then I turned off my phone because it was almost out of battery. Let's talk about this matter later. What I'm talking to you about now are the panties. Chu Fong gave up the chase and brought the panties in her other hand to her son, seriously questioning, explain to me what's going on with these panties. Ha! Done and done, forgot to throw it away. Seeing the underwear in the hands of the mother, Yu Xiaocheng knew that the big thing is not good, the heart that is 10,000 remorse, but things have happened, and then regret is not much use. Hard-headed answer, Mom, you listen to my explanation, in fact, things are like this. Okay. Then I'll listen to your explanation. Chu Fong sat down on the sofa, then pointed to the seat beside her and said, you sit here and explain to me. It's not good, is it? Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and cautiously reminded, you dropped the chopper first. What a waste of words. Hurry up and get over here. Chu Fong roared angrily. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his mouth, gray to the side of the old mother, discreetly sat down, murmured replied, I know you are now very anxious, but old mother, you first do not be anxious. In fact, this is a very simple thing, but also so a few sentences. As for what words it is, nothing more than those words, so it is not important to the passage of events, and then. Stop. Do you take me for an old lady with dementia? Chu Fong glared at him, is there any content in your words? It's not all nonsense. Speaking of which, taking a deep breath, he said seriously, since you're not willing to tell the truth, I'll show no mercy. These panties. Chu Fong threw the black wispy lace panties on the coffee table and pointed at it and questioned, are these panties your Auntie Zhang's? In a flash, Yu Xiaocheng was so frightened that his whole body stiffened, as if time had stopped at this moment. No. Sobering up, Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly denied, how can this be Auntie Zhang's panties? Mom, your son, even if he's more colorful, he wouldn't do such a thing. If you really don't believe me, just call Auntie Zhang, just ask her if she's missing a pair of panties. Looking at her son's righteous appearance, Chu Fong somewhat doubted whether her initial thoughts were correct and pondered for a few moments. Seriously inquired, then how did these underwear come about? You don't care how it came to be, it's not Auntie Zhang's anyway. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her mouth and muttered in a small voice. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he saw his own mother's hand holding up a kitchen knife with a fierce look, and immediately changed his words. It was a friend who deliberately screwed me by buying me a pair of panties like this, and at that time my panties were wet because I forgot to take them off when I was taking a shower, so I could only wear this one. That's the reason. Rather, it has so much credibility. Chu Fong locked her brows and after thinking for a few moments, she took out her own cell phone and dialed her best friend's number. Soon, the call went through. Ru, are you busy now? Chu Fong asked gently. Not busy. What's the matter with you, sis? Young Yan Ru said leisurely. You. Chu Fong hesitated for a long time, looked at her son beside her, covered the cell phone and then whispered softly, has a pair of your underwear been stolen? It was last month when I went shopping with you and you suddenly bought a pair of very. Anyway, it was a very bold style, and at that time I even teased you if you were going to seduce men. Hearing these words from her good sister, Zhang Yanru, who was sitting in the office, was instantly shocked to the point of turning pale. There was no way that Sister Fongfong would somehow ask about this, unless she saw the panties that Xiao Chang was wearing. Little badass. How did your own mother find out about this? At this time, Zhang Yanru was anxious, angry and helpless, biting her lips tightly, murmured and replied, I really don't know about this, I haven't worn it since I bought it, so it shouldn't have been stolen. After all, there aren't many outsiders coming to my house. The words came to this. Zhang Yanru suddenly had a flash of insight and decided to teach that careless little villain a good lesson, then said, Xiao Chang did come to my house a few days ago. Originally, the anger had been extinguished, but as a result of Zhang Yanru's words, Chu Fong's anger was ignited again. Okay, I know. Chu Fong hung up the phone through gritted teeth, then sat there without saying a word.
Mom, can you clear my name now?
Yu Xiaocheng, who was not yet aware of the seriousness of the matter, had brightness written all over his face at the moment.
End of chapter. Thought the truth is clear. Yu Xiaocheng, looking at the appearance of the mother's silence, thought she was groundless, as a pro-son of his own naturally want to add fuel to the fire, lightly coughing twice after the tone of voice. Long education. Mom, here I want to criticize you a few words. Do not jump to conclusions without knowing the truth. You see wronged your own son, right?
Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his mouth and continued, but this time, forget it, next time you must pay attention, others cannot believe, but their own son to trust. Chu Fong slowly turned her head to look at her son who was full of justice, the anger in her eyes was almost ready to spurt out.
Ha? What's the situation? How is this even more angry? Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and asked cautiously, what's wrong? Hasn't the truth been revealed? Why how come you're still putting on a face?
The words. Chu Fong picked up the kitchen knife that was resting on the coffee table and furiously roared, I'll chop you a little today.
Say Zhirang. Say Zhirang.
Seeing her own mother coming on strong, Yu Xiaocheng immediately dodged and fled, anxiously inquiring while hiding, Mom,
wasn't I wrongly accused?
Why are you still trying to destroy your own family?
Did Auntie Zhang not tell you the truth? Injustice? What have you been wrongly accused of?
Chu Fong stopped and gritted her teeth, although your Aunt Zhang doesn't know if she lost it. She said you went to her house a few days ago, so I'm asking you, what did you go to her house for?
Did you go to steal panties? Going to her house the other day? Wait, this is not right.
I was just reborn a few days ago, and I've been busy helping Auntie Zhang drive away the scum, so how would I have the time to go to her house? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and asked suspiciously, is that what Auntie Zhang told you?
And what else? Did I make it up? Chu Fong glared at him.
That's weird.
Why would she say that?
Yu Xiaocheng was in a daze, not understanding why Zhang Yanru was lying, and it was obvious that she was targeting me with this lie.
Mom, calm down.
Let's mother and son calm down first.
Yu Xiaocheng frowned and said in a serious manner, impulse is the devil. Don't let your impulsiveness cause irreversible consequences. Let's get back to the topic first.
Auntie Zhang said she doesn't know if she lost it, so does that mean the panties are still there? After her son's reminder, Chu Fong gradually regained her senses and flattened her mouth.
Murmured, the reasoning is this right, but. Speaking of which, looking up at his son, he asked seriously, you really didn't steal your Auntie Zhang's panties? Then what were you doing at her house the other day? Me. Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth, did not know what to say, hesitated for a few moments to pull his head. You guess? Guess what? Hurry up and give me an honest answer. Chu Fong roared with a dark face. Ouch. What a step in the wrong direction. Either that or she gave me these panties. She started it anyway, so it wouldn't be too much to ask for a favor in return, would it? I was just passing by. Stopped by to see Auntie Zhang. That shouldn't be a problem, right?
Yu Xiaocheng sat back down on the sofa and leisurely replied, didn't stay long. It was just time for a cup of tea, then Auntie Zhang sent me downstairs, and I stayed in the living room the entire time.
That.
Chu Fong was just about to open her mouth when her own cell phone rang, and after picking it up, she answered 2 times, her gaze moved to Yu Xiaocheng, and said, this matter is not yet finalized, I'll still look for your Auntie Zhang in the evening.
Having said that, tossed him the sexy black lace panties. Hurry up and throw it away.
Chu Fong said with a look of disgust. When Chu Fong left, Yu Xiaocheng was left in the large room, and without saying anything, he picked up his own cell phone and dialed Zhang Yanru's number.
And hung up on me? This is obviously being a thief.
Yu Xiaocheng called again, only to be hung up on by her again.
Just then, received a message from WeChat. Young Yun, are you? What's the matter?
Looking at the innocent inquiry sent by the pretty mature rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng's face was almost crooked with anger. Why didn't she realize that she had such a dark belly before? On the other side, young Yunru stayed in her office, quietly waiting for someone's reply. Yu Xiaocheng, I said Auntie Zhang, you've screwed me over. I was almost given a big hand by my mom. Looking at the content he sent, the corner of his mouth could not help but raise a shallow arc, lightly pursed lips silently editing the content. Zhang Yanru, who let you careless, this can be found by your own mother, so I want to give you a little lesson, so that you will learn a lesson, so as not to make a bigger mess in the future. Little twerp. After sending the message, Zhang Yanru leaned her back against the chair with her brows revealing a touch of contemplation. Wouldn't it be a little unsafe to keep that marriage license of his at his place? Wouldn't it be a tragedy if one day Sister Fangfang did a big cleaning and ended up finding that marriage license? It was while rambling that I received a message from that little scoundrel. Yu Xiaocheng, it's not entirely my fault. I didn't expect my mom to come home in the middle of the day. Forget it. I've already fooled her. Just tell her that the panties are still there. Just tell her that the underwear is still there. Don't say more. The more you say, the more holes you'll have, and then you won't be able to come back. Young Yunru flattened her mouth and silently replied back with the word Yu Xiaocheng, where this matter is considered to be a temporary curtain, but for Zhang Yanru to say, she fell into a certain kind of entanglement. That said, had he gone too far? Pushing the little bad guy into a deadly abyss. Thinking of this, gently biting her sexy lips, Langsa's pretty face revealed a touch of shallow worry.
When did I start being so dark?
The key to this kind of darkness seem like it only belongs to the son of his best friend, Yu Xiaocheng.
Hey, maybe.
Young Yunru pursed her lips and muttered, who made him a little badass.
Not lost? That'll do.
Still in the beauty salon, Xu Fang received a call from her girlfriends, learned that the panties were not stolen, hanging heart finally let go.
Ru Ya, the salon is a little busy, so I won't talk to you now, but I'll talk to you when I get back. Hurriedly being hung up on.
Zhang Yanru sat on the sofa and looked at the empty house. Suddenly a strong emptiness and loneliness swept through her body.
Open WeChat to find some little bad guy.
Yet holding her phone, she was slow to edit the content.
Think about it. Eventually, he mustered up the courage to quickly press the virtual keypad on his phone. Young Yun, are you? Yes?
Yu Xiaocheng, yes, what's up?
Zhang Yanru, your mom should be home late tonight, do you want to come to my house?
End of chapter. Looking at the content sent by the pretty ripe rich woman suddenly gave Yu Xiaocheng a feeling of cheating.
What the hell? What's with this inexplicable sense of backwardness?
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and hesitated for a long time, holding up her cell phone, snapping and editing the content of the WeChat. Yu Xiaocheng, yesterday's night out thing, my mom's side has not been resolved. If you don't come home again today, I'm afraid she'll explode in place. Auntie Zhang, you know my mom's temper, that fierce up to 10 oxen can't drag it back. Only a few moments passed before the pretty ripe rich woman sent a reply. Zhang Yanru, I have no intention of letting you stay the night, I just want you to come over and chat with me, little bad guy.
You don't want to get the wrong idea. Zhang Yanru, are you coming or not?
In fact, Yu Xiaocheng heart does not want to go back and forth, especially troublesome. Just as he was hesitating how to reply, the phone rang. A look caller. It is Zhang Yanru, that playful familiar rich woman. Yu Xiaocheng picked up the phone and said bitterly, Auntie Zhang.
I'm coming to get you now?
Young Yanru asked directly.
Okay. That would be a problem.
Originally Yu Xiaocheng intended to refuse, but in the end he silently agreed, and did not know why his heart suddenly softened. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yanru in his last life was too miserable, so that now he had the urge to protect her.
After hanging up,
Yu Xiaocheng stood up from the sofa and then walked out of the door of his house. In front of the neighborhood while smoking a cigarette and thinking about the philosophical problems of man and the universe, suddenly a Porsche Panamera stopped in front of him, casually pressed out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can on the side, then pulled open the door and sat in.
When did you learn to smoke?
Zhang Yanru smelled a faint smell of smoke from him and couldn't help but tighten her brows and said in a grave tone, Stop smoking, it's not good for your body.
Aha, got it.
Yu Xiaocheng buckled his seatbelt and casually answered. The two of them did not communicate too much on this journey. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the city under the setting sun with her head sideways through the car window, and there was so much feeling in her heart.
What are you thinking?
Young Yunru suddenly opened her mouth and asked.
Nothing, just dawdling.
Yu Xiaocheng returned to her senses and looked at Zhang Yanru, who was driving, and said leisurely, Aunt Zhang.
Actually, I've always wanted to ask you something, but I didn't know how to ask. What is it?
Young Yunru said faintly.
What kind of men do you like?
Yu Xiaocheng said softly. Young Yunru pursed her lips and replied absent-mindedly, a simple man.
Having said that, Young Yunru spoke. What about you? What kind of women do you like? Simple woman.
Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile.
Hearing Yu Xiaocheng's answer, the pretty ripe rich woman couldn't help but roll her eyes and said in a bad mood, What's the point of learning from me? You're not honest. And it's not like I'm learning from you. It's just that we both have the same resonance on this issue. Yu Xiaocheng replied leisurely, in a way. We both like simple, innocent people and things, and sometimes new joys emerge from living day to day. Young Yunru skimmed her lips and muttered, Can happiness really emerge from a boring life day after day? Why not? Yu Xiaocheng shrugged, even the most ordinary day can be romantic if you want it to be. It's hard to be alone.
Zhang Yanru lightly bit her lips and whispered to herself as thin as a mosquito.
What are you talking about? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. Nothing.
Oh. Once again arriving at the home of the pretty ripe rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng sat alone on the sofa, when Zhang Yanru took 2 bottles of red wine and slowly and leisurely came to his side.
No more drinking. No more drinking. If you drink again, it's not like we're going to make it home tonight.
Seeing the bottle of red wine in the hands of the pretty mature rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng's face was filled with resistance. It's for myself, so you just drink the juice. Zhang Yanru took the red wine and sat down next to Yu Xiaocheng, skillfully opened the cork of one of the bottles, then poured it to fill the goblet in front of her, gulp gulp, drinking it all in an instant. Previously, I heard from my mother's mouth that Zhang Yanru was a female drunkard, but Yu Xiaocheng did not believe it. After all, so mature and stable woman, how could it be a drunken drunkard? As a result, Yu Xiaocheng looked at the rich woman who had finished another drink, and for a moment he didn't know what to say.
Xiaocheng, do you think I'm old? Young Yunru, who instantly drank half a bottle of red wine, inquired in a small voice.
And under the subtle effect of alcohol, at this moment, the pretty ripe rich woman was like a blooming flower, blooming with that delicate ripe woman charm. Her eyes were full of tender ecstasy, and the two sides of her face were illuminated by a touch of red color.
No. I think your age is just right. Yu Xiaocheng unscrewed a bottle of juice and said softly, a 20-year-old woman, despite her youth, is like a piece of sweet sugar, and can't help but want to taste the flavor, but if she eats too much of it, she will get tired of it, while a 30-year-old woman is like a superb tea, which may be a little bit bitter at the moment of entrance, but the aftertaste is endless sweetness. Yes? Young Yunru held her wineglass, scrutinizing the red wine in it, and muttered, suddenly I'm in a much better mood. Besides, Young Yunru turned her head to look at him and said in a serious tone, don't use you. It's annoying to hear me. It's not out of respect. Since you don't want to hear it, then I won't tell it. Yu Xiaocheng laughed and looked at the pretty ripe rich woman who was drinking from a cow, carefully asking, what's wrong with this? It seems like she's very lost. Young Yunru sighed, I don't know what's going on, I'm suddenly a bit moody. Is it possible? Too much stress at work, leading to early menopause? Yu Xiaocheng said with a slight thought. What early menopause, you little scoundrel? Zhang Yanru was so angry that she gritted her teeth, reached out and pinched the flesh of his waist, twisting it hard, and huffed, I'm only 31 years old, how did I go through early menopause? Ouch, ouch, ouch. I just said that off the top of my head. Yu Xiaocheng did not expect Zhang Yanru to make a direct move, greatly out of his expectation. How come I didn't realize you were that bad before? After young Yunru let go of his hand, her mesmerized eyes glared at him, then she picked up her wineglass and took a sharp gulp. Where are those panties? Zhang Yanru, who had a bottle of red wine in her belly, inquired lightly and quietly. Dropped. Not without throwing it. After all, my mom has already seen it. Yu Xiaocheng said casually. Hearing that he had lost those underwear, young Yunru immediately frowned, a light touch of displeasure appearing on her drunken face. Caught off guard, she stood up and went to her bedroom alone. What's the situation? What's she doing back in the bedroom? Before Xiaocheng could make sense of the situation at hand, he saw the drunken, pretty ripe rich woman walk out of her bedroom. No more throwing it away. End of chapter. The drunken Zhang Yanru took a brand new pair of purple lace panties and forced them into Yu Xiaocheng's arms, then glared at him with misty eyes and murmured, if you little villain dare to lose them again, beware I'll be rude to you. Looking at the confused and pretty ripe rich woman, and taking a look at this lace panties with seductive character in his arms, Yu Xiaocheng is about to go crazy. I didn't expect that Zhang Yanru, who had been drinking, was so fierce, and her usual style of a cold and valiant female president is very different. What's with this? How did a little pussy drink get you into this state? Horrible. It's so horrible. Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and cautiously inquired, Auntie Zhang? You're drunk, aren't you? No. How can I get drunk? Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes, silently walked to Yu Xiaocheng's side and sat down, reopened a bottle of red wine, but this time without a goblet, directly to the bottle blowing quite a female flavor. Ouch. A once beloved goddess has been destroyed in this way. Yu Xiaocheng first time to see such a free-spirited Zhang Yanru. In the past, pretty ripe rich women are calm and collected image, but at this moment, there is only straightforward and spontaneous, but it is more flavor of life. Usually the drunk ones say they are not drunk. Yu Xiaocheng laughed and said softly. The pretty ripe rich woman didn't pay any attention to him, drinking the rest of the bottle of red wine by herself. Half of the bottle was left in the blink of an eye, and after putting down the bottle, she muttered in a thin voice, Xiaocheng. I am. Yu Xiaocheng answered. Originally, I was going to plan to bring you home sometime and then find a random reason to divorce you. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said leisurely, you should know this, I told you this, but now I don't really want to divorce you again. Why? Yu Xiaocheng gently inquired. Zhang Yanru bit her lip, her mesmerized eyes revealed a trace of trance, and between her eyebrows was a touch of ineffable complexity, answering, maybe it's really old age, suddenly started to get lonely. I want a person to accompany me to talk, accompany me to go shopping. I want to find a person who can talk about the inner bitterness. Can't my mom? Yu Xiaocheng said. Your mom's a woman. I want to find a man. Zhang Yanru turned her head to look at Yu Xiaocheng beside her, her drunken face filled with a delicate reddish hue, her eyes flickering with drunken flirtation, and she said softly, your mom said that you have a right woman complex, and that you like to be slightly older, with a fuller figure, is that true or not? Why does mom even say that? Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and impolitely, this half-truth. Then I'll take it seriously. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and continued, your mom also said, you've always liked me and treated me as the white moonlight in your heart. That should be true too, right? Auntie Zhang, you're drunk. Yu Xiaocheng replied in a serious tone. Zhang Yanru suddenly revealed a gentle and sweet smile, reached out and pinched her bosom friend's son's handsome face, and said in a good-natured manner, little devil suddenly realized that you're kinda cute, as long as you're obedient and listen to your aunt's words, Auntie might just be able to talk about a sweet relationship with you. Is she really drunk or is she faking it? Yu Xiaocheng frowned, carefully sizing up the pretty ripe rich woman beside him, thinking briefly, analyzing calmly, wanting to say something before finally making up his mind, carefully saying, Auntie Zhang, I want to crave your body, are you willing? Greedy. By the way, I'll give you 2 more children.
Already delirious, Zhang Yanru, leaning against the soft sofa, replied in a daze, "Your mom said that I have a big and perky ass, it's material for twins, and also have big boobs, so it's good to give birth to in the future." Okay. She was already drunk to the point of being in a trance. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the drunkenness of the pretty ripe rich woman, and looked at the coffee table that 2 bottles of red wine, a time more speechless but where there is a plate of peanuts and rice, but also not to drunk into this pattern. Good guy hard to pour 2 bottles of red wine, she is not drunk who was drunk who was drunk who was drunk. Just then, the pretty rich woman collapsed right onto the couch. Ugh, what a conviction. Yu Xiaocheng sighed and silently gathered up the coffee table, then sat on her side, quietly watching her, watching the sleeping form of this playful and ripe woman. Zhang Yanru lay on the sofa in a sleeping posture like a kitten, her limbs slightly curled up, with an ineffable lazy and charming flavor, compared to her every day. That kind of cold valor and noble beauty, sleep is the beauty of purity and serenity, making it hard to forget. Hot. So hot. Zhang Yanru frowned tightly and muttered non-stop under her breath, lifting her luxuriant jade hand in an effort to unbutton the jacket on her body. Seeing this, the understanding Yu Xiaocheng took the initiative and undid that button one by one. When the small, slim-fitting lady's suit was unbuttoned, what came into view was a whopping white shirt that felt like it was going to crack and explode in the next second. However, not yet equal to Xiaocheng's study through, Zhang Yanru turned her body, face toward the sofa inside, at the same time the whole body again curled up together, so that the consequences of the sleeping position is. The loose suit pants were outlined in a perfect arc because of the rounded and firm buttocks. "Auntie Young?" Yu Xiaocheng whispered in the pretty rich woman's ear, "Let me help you to the bedroom?" Zhang Yanru slightly moved her head and gulped down her reply, "I can't walk anymore, hug me too." "Okay. I'll carry you to the bedroom." Yu Xiaocheng reached underneath her with one hand reached to the knees of her legs, and then with a force he picked up this ripe, floating, delicate body. "It's a little heavy, but heavy makes sense." After strolling to her bedroom, gently placing her on the bed, removing her shoes, and tucking her in, Yu Xiaocheng turned to leave. Back in the living room, Yu Xiaocheng hesitated to go home, but was relieved to be drunk with a pretty ripe rich woman, hesitated for a few moments to silently take out his cell phone, and gave his mom a call. "Hello? Mom that," Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain to his mom. "Say what you have to say and fart when you have to fart." Chu Fang didn't have the heart to say, "I'm still busy, hurry up and say what's going on." "Tonight. I might not be able to come back tonight," Yu Xiaocheng replied cautiously. For a moment, the phone fell silent for a long time before Chu Fang said, "Be safe, don't catch a disease." "Mom, it's not what you think." I know, don't mess around outside anyway, hang up first, I'm busy right now." Without waiting for Xiaocheng to react, his own mother directly hung up the phone. Be over. The misunderstanding deepened. End of chapter. Early the following morning, Young Yunru slowly opened her eyes from her sleep, then instantly felt a sharp headache, but she, who had been used to hangovers long ago, did not suffer from it, and after taking a few deep breaths, she quietly looked at the ceiling above her head, and then suddenly sat up violently from the bed again. "How did I get here?" Young Yunru said to herself with a face full of panic, and then a lost memory came back to her mind. Last night she seemed to have drunk a lot of red wine, and then she got drunk. Did he send me in? And in what way? Did he take advantage of me? Come to think of it. Young Yunru looked at the clothes and pants on her body. The jacket was nowhere to be found, but the shirt and pants inside were on, and she was relieved. Slowly lay down again. How did I get to drink? The point is, did I do anything out of the ordinary when I was drunk? Zhang Yunru bit her lips tightly, her mesmerized eyes revealing a faint touch of shame, based on the past. It is very likely that he himself will speak some strange words, but do not be that kind of. The kind of words that want a man. If this is heard by the best friend's son, then is not the face all lost? But then again, this little villain is quite honest. I thought he would take advantage of such a mature and full woman, but I didn't expect him to actually not do it. Does this guy have a mature woman complex? Zhang Yanru skimmed his mouth, ambled over and reached out to pull open the drawer on the side, from which he took out a red wedding photo, flipped open and looked at the photo above. Looking at his own and his best friend's son's wedding photo, a strange idea gradually sprouted. Does that mean it's his home now? Does that mean he's got what it takes to live with me? Just as the pretty ripe rich woman was rambling on, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Auntie Young? Auntie Young? Are you awake? Hearing the shouts of her best friend's son, Young Yunru pursed her lips and murmured in reply, waking up. Is something wrong? I've prepared breakfast for you, so hurry out and have a couple bites. Yu Xiaocheng said softly. Aha. Hold on, I'll be right there. I can't believe you're making me breakfast. That's pretty sweet of the little bad guy. Zhang Yanru got out of bed, casually looking for a jacket, slowly and leisurely out of the bedroom. When the moment of opening the door, a light fragrance came to the nose, so that the rich woman after the hangover felt a burst of hunger, came to the living room table. The but just sat down. Yu Xiaocheng and 2 bowls of porridge came out. Skinny egg porridge. You drank so much wine last night, have some congee in the morning to warm your stomach. Yu Xiaochang pushed one of the bowls in front of Zhang Yanru while handing over a small spoon. The pretty ripe rich woman got a small spoon and gently served some to her mouth, the rich texture and unique flavor in the mouth constantly colliding. Already a little hungry Zhang Yanru, suddenly appetite. Well, tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Yu Xiaochang looked at the rich woman who was eating congee and said softly, eat slowly, there's more in the pot. Aha! Zhang Yanru answered, sneaking a look at him out of the corner of her eye, pretending to be absent-minded as she asked, Xiaochang, last night did I do anything strange after I got drunk? Strange behavior? Simply don't have too many. First, he inexplicably gave me a pair of purple lace panties, then he asked some strange questions, and finally he wanted to give me 2 children, on the grounds that he had big boobs and a fat ass to give birth to. You guess. Yu Xiaochang replied with a smiling face. Guess if I'm guessing. Zhang Yanru raised her head and blankly eyed him, lightly pursing her lips she leisurely said, no matter what I did or said at that time, it was a manifestation of I was drunk and unconscious, you must not take it seriously, in addition to the experience of last night. Threw out to me to forget. Got it. Actually, you didn't make any moves. Yu Xiaochang said softly, there's no need to worry. Zhang Yanru did not say anything, quietly sitting there eating porridge, seemingly cloudy in light appearance. In fact, there is a faint trace of uncertainty and remorse in the heart. Are you still going to work today? Yu Xiaochang asked casually. Zhang Yanru shook her head and replied lightly, there's nothing to do if you don't go. The words couldn't help but look at him. So, do you have something to do today? Young Yanru asked. What can I have? Of course it's nothing. Yu Xiaochang shrugged his shoulders and said leisurely, although I passed the preliminary examination, there is still a retest waiting for me, so I'm now an idle worker, or the legendary hobo. Zhang Yanru hesitated for a few moments and said blandly, if you don't want to be my exclusive driver, I'll pay you $20,000 a day. What do you think? Hearing these words from the rich woman, the porridge in her mouth almost spewed out, and Yu Xiaochang said helplessly, don't, it's fine to be your exclusive driver, it's idle anyway, but don't give me so much money. Zhang Yanru bristled, I don't have the habit of whoring for nothing, if you think 20,000 is too much. If you think 20,000 is too much, then 10,000 is fine, right? This is my bottom line. Yu Xiaochang scrunched his head and curiously inquired, are you all this generous in the company as well? Zhang Yanru couldn't help but roll her eyes, and in the face of this crappy question from her best friend's son, she didn't want to answer it at all. Subsequent times. The two of them ate their breakfast in silence until it was over, and young Yanru wiped the corners of her mouth with a paper napkin while looking at the handsome young guy who was cleaning up the kitchen, her eyes revealing a touch of unspeakable emotion. Come over. It's nice to have a man in the family. Xiaochang, you didn't come home last night, did you? Then how did you explain it to your mom? Young Yanru asked. I just told her that I won't go back tonight, then my mom agreed, but she seems to have misunderstood. She thinks I'm rooming with a woman outside. Yu Xiaochang washed the dishes and casually replied. This one. Actually, I'm partly to blame. But it can't be helped. We can't tell your mom. You stayed with me the night before last. I'm going to take a shower, and then go shopping with me this afternoon. Young Yanru stood up and strolled towards her bedroom. Auntie Zhang, wait. At this time, Yu Xiaochang came out from the kitchen and directly called out to the playful and familiar rich woman. Young Yanru froze and looked back at him, her eyes full of doubt. Here. Yu Xiaochang handed the rich woman a pair of sexy purple lace panties. When the rich woman got her hands on these panties, for a moment she was directly frozen in place, her face at a loss for words. Aren't these my panties? Why is it in his hand? He stole my panties? Looking at the stupefied and mature rich woman, Yu Xiaochang explained in a serious manner. Last night you got drunk and then forced a pair of your panties on me, and it says no throwing it away, so I can keep it in my collection. End of chapter. Hearing these words from her best friend's son, Zhang Yanru raised her head violently, her eyes filled with dismay, as well as an expression of disbelief and even overwhelm. Me? I gave him a pair of my underwear by force? And told him to keep it? In the face of the bloody truth, Zhang Yanru has been ashamed to the degree of shame, hate to find a crack in the ground directly drilled in. However, she did not know that there are actually more shameful things. You. Before I asked you, did I make any strange moves? How come you didn't say anything at that time? Zhang Yanru's hand tightly clutched the sexy lace panties, head slightly turned to the side, biting her lips as fine as mosquitoes and questioned. Forgot. I just remembered now. Yu Xiaochang replied with a smiling face, but it's also considered fortunate if this is brought home by me. Even if my body is full of mouths, I guess I can't explain it clearly, just that my mom's violent temper can cut her own son to death in minutes. Young Yanru tried to calm her inner emotions, trying to return herself to her usual calmness, but when she thought of the panties clutched in her hand, the intense shame still surged to every corner of her body, hesitating for a long time. Muttering in a low voice, do I have any other strange behavior? Well, you're making me think about strange behavior. Yu Xiaochang tilted her head, pretended to be trying to remember, and said thoughtfully, not to mention I suddenly remembered, you said. You have a big ass and big breasts, so you are destined to have a son, and also twins. In the words of your girlfriends, that is, what my mom said, called.
You belong to the women who are good at giving birth. Ah, I'm dying.
Zhang Yanru feel that the head is about to explode. Never thought that I actually speak out such unthinkable words, but also a big ass and big breasts, but also what to give birth to a child. The key is still twins. God.
This, how can I live in the future?
Right. You were still.
Without waiting for Xiaocheng to finish, Zhang Yanru couldn't wait to shout. Enough! Enough is enough, don't talk about it.
Zhang Yanru, who was trembling slightly, shivered and said, I'm going to take a shower.
You sit down for a while.
The words. Taking a leg, he ran into his bedroom, leaving Yu Xiaocheng standing there alone.
Looking at the flustered back of the pretty ripe rich woman leaving, Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but smile. What a cute rich woman, ah.
Phew. Pretty mature rich woman stood in the doorway, back tightly leaning against the door panel. Cold Sally playful face has long been flushed, and even spread to the neck and ears. At the same time the rapid breathing forced the chest to undulate unceasingly at the chest, as if the gushing river, wantonly rushing.
It's so humiliating. It's really too humiliating. How can I stand in front of him anymore? Either. I'll kill him.
Young Yunru rambled. It is no wonder that she is so flustered, always in front of him with a high and cold look, but in the end, he himself personally tore the mask on his face, revealing the unbearable longing and loneliness. What with the forced delivery of panties and the big ass and boobs for good breeding, everything is caused by being so lonely. Ugh. Anyway, he's not an outsider. That's all. Zhang Yanru finally chose to compromise. After all, things have already happened, and then remorse is of little use, rather than greatly accept the facts at hand. There is a bathroom inside the bedroom, but usually rarely used to take a shower. Zhang Yanru stepped into the bathroom, first took off the jacket on the body, followed by the shirt buttons one by one to unlock. Just unlocked two, the lapel suddenly popped open to both sides. The open chest could not help but call out. With the unbuttoning of all the buttons, the white shirt fell down the smooth and fragrant shoulders.
An absolutely marvelous floating body appeared in front of the mirror. Sister Fong is not wrong.
Zhang Yanru looked at herself in the mirror and muttered, indeed.
You can't starve a child.
Afterward, take off those pants and step into the shower area. The white steam rose. The pretty ripe rich woman stood under the shower, feeling the warm water rushing over her body, the warm feeling that made Zhang Yanru sweep away the after effects left by her hangover, and she only felt soothed and relaxed. Young Yanru woke up quite late, and by the time she got out of the shower, the time was nearing noon, so she was ready to go out for lunch and do some shopping in the afternoon. Yu Xiaocheng drove the rich woman's Mercedes-Benz, carrying her to a nearby big shopping mall. Basically nothing to say on the way. Zhang Yanru sat in the passenger seat, sided the head through the glass, while looking at the city's street scene, while fuming random thoughts. Suddenly, Richie's face went a little red. Legs brushed against each other gently as an unspeakable shyness flooded her mind. I'm out of my mind. I'm actually wearing those purple lace panties. I even found a purple underwear for these panties. Somehow I'm sure something is wrong. I always feel like I'm going in a strange direction.
Auntie Young? What do you think about having lunch, then accompanying you to shopping, followed by a movie?
Yu Xiaocheng asked.
Aha.
Young Yunru, who had returned to her senses, responded softly.
You seem to have something on your mind?
Yu Xiaocheng glanced at Zhang Yanru beside her and inquired suspiciously.
Nothing. Concentrate on driving. Young Yunru faintly returned.
Yu Xiaocheng didn't care and drove the car to the parking lot. Soon the two came to a restaurant and chose a seat in a nook and cranny. Yu Xiaocheng took the menu and ordered something, while Young Yunru sat there quietly, fiddling with her cell phone in an absent-minded manner. At this time, she secretly raised her eyes and looked at the handsome little man sitting across from her. These few days together, he gave himself a bit of a good feeling. Putting aside the issue of age and status, Yu Xiaocheng was simply a husband tailor-made for himself.
Only, even if they could ignore the 8-year gap between each other, how could they cross the barrier of Sister Fong?
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and silently pressed the absurd idea back into her stomach. Even if she was horny and lonely, she could not have a substantial relationship with Yu Xiaocheng. Just then, 4 rich wives came to the restaurant, and the 4 of them chose a seat by the window. At first Zhang Yanru didn't care about the 4 middle-aged women, playing with her own phone, until she inadvertently raised her head and happened to bump eyes with one of the rich wives. As a result, the next second, Zhang Yanru directly stayed in place. Originally clear eyes at this time is full of dismay. Between the eyebrows is the flow of fear and anxiety.
Fong. Sister Fong? The large dining room was a boisterous environment.
The sisters were looking at each other in all directions. End of chapter. Zhang Yanru and Chu Fong looked at each other, and compared to the former's terrified expression, Chu Fong was full of smiles. Instead of working properly at the office, she sneaks out to date a young man. Looking at not far away from the panicked good sister, Chu Fong rushed to her a number of eyebrows, and then moved his eyes to the back of the young man. The shoulder is quite broad. The body bones must be very strong, but then again, why does it feel familiar? Chu Fong looked at the back of the young man, his eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. The good sister that mysterious husband always gave himself a kind of inexplicable familiarity, seems to have seen where, but cannot recall who.
Meanwhile,
After Zhang Yanru and her best friend looked at each other, her entire body fell into a state of fear and sat there in a state of disorientation. And this strange behavior of hers was seen clearly by Yu Xiaocheng.
What's wrong with you? It's like seeing something really scary.
As he spoke, Yu Xiaocheng was ready to turn his head, to see what exactly Zhang Yanru had seen. Just as she turned her head, Zhang Yanru violently reached out and forcefully cupped her best friend's son's face as she shivered and replied, "Don't turn around.
Don't turn around. Ha? Oh, then don't look back."
Although it was very good to wonder about Yanru's behavior, but Yu Xiaocheng didn't care. When the pretty ripe rich woman loosened her hands, that's when he opened his mouth and inquired, "Then tell me what exactly did you see?" How inexplicably very fearful look, just like seeing a ghost. "I'd rather see a ghost than your mom at this point." Young Yanru pursed her lips and carefully muttered, "Anyway, you just don't turn around, and then don't talk loudly." When Yu Xiaocheng still wanted to pry the rich woman's mouth, at this time Zhang Yanru's cell phone vibrated and picked it up to look at it. The pretty ripe rich woman was biting her lips tightly, snapping and quickly editing the message.
"Shu Fong, good you little ninny, not in the company to work properly, actually sneak out and run out to date the little lover. Young Yun are you, sis? The situation is not what you think. Put the phone down."
Young Yanru looked up at her best friend who was not far away and saw her smiling at her and hated to hit her head on the wall.
"Auntie Young, did you meet someone you know?"
Yu Xiaocheng was too curious, but the pretty rich woman in front of her wouldn't let herself turn back, so she had no idea what was going on behind her.
"You stay out of this. Anyway, remember my words, never, ever turn around or speak out loud."
Young Yanru seriously admonished. The words. The cell phone vibrated again, and Young Yanru hurriedly looked at it. "Chu Fong, Egu, I have been caught, but still dead duck-mouth-hearted, sitting in front of you. That young man should be with you to get a marriage license, man, right? Look at this back shoulder, quite broad, body bones should be very strong, but do not know why, I always feel that this back is very familiar." After reading the message from her best friend, Zhang Yanru's heart was in her throat. Shivering and holding up her cell phone, she made several consecutive mistakes in a short sentence. "Zhang Yanru, illusion only even my parents have never seen. Sister, how could you have seen? But then again, he and your son's body type is quite close. Maybe you took him as your own son." Tightly gripping her cell phone, even so nervous that her palms were sweating, at this moment Zhang Yanru regretted why she went out. If she didn't go out, she wouldn't have been able to touch Sister Fong Fong. But even if she was remorseful, it was useless, since it had already happened. She could only think of a way to cope with it.
"Buzz. Your cell phone," Yu Xiaocheng thoughtfully reminded.
Young Yanru picked it up and looked at it, and was scared out of her wits.
"Chu Fong, I came over to see your little husband."
Young Yanru felt her scalp tingling as she raised her head to find that her good sister had already stood up and hurriedly rushed at her with various shakes of her head begging for mercy.
In the end,
under Zhang Yanru's sincerity, Chu Fong helplessly sat down again.
Immediately following, just received a complaint from her.
"Chu Fong, since we have already received a license, why do we still need to cover up? Is there such an unseemly thing?"
"Recognizable. Only you can't, because he is your son."
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and looked at the little bad guy sitting across from her playing with her cell phone, her eyes revealing a hint of bewilderment. How on earth did she get on this path?
Let it be.
What is the point of dwelling on this? The marriage license has already been received. Zhang Yanru sighed and held her cell phone to send a reply to her best friend. "Young Yanru, keep it mysterious. I'll let you meet him later when the time is right.
Measures stave off an attack.
There is nothing else to do but force a hard delay today."
Just in time.
The waiter started to serve the food, and the follow-up Chu Fong sent 3 words dead girl and didn't continue chatting with Zhang Yanru. Compared to Yu Xiaocheng's gorging, Zhang Yanru had no appetite at all, and her eyes looked at her best friend who was not far away from her every now and then, fearing that she would suddenly stand up and go to look at the man sitting in front of her.
Auntie Zhang, why aren't you eating?"
Yu Xiaocheng noticed the pretty rich woman in front of him, who hadn't moved her chopsticks much since the food was served, and thoughtfully picked up a prawn, removed the shell for her, handed the prawns into a bowl, and said, "These curry prawns are quite tasty."
"Aha."
Young Yanru absent-mindedly picked up the shrimp and brought it to her mouth, chewing and swallowing slowly.
"Auntie Young, what the hell is behind me? It makes you nervous like this?"
Yu Xiaocheng was a bit undeterred and inquired curiously.
"Don't ask so many questions."
Young Yanru replied seriously, "I'll tell you later."
Okay.
Yu Xiaocheng peeled another prawn and handed it to the pretty rich woman's bowl, smiling, "Whatever you say." Zhang Yanru did not pay attention to him, while eating the shrimp handed by the young man, while vigilant not far away from the movements of girlfriends and her 3 rich wife friends chatting hot, that guarded heart gradually in the slackening.
Think a little, calmly analyze.
Zhang Yanru picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Chu Fong.
"Zhang Yanru, sis, where are you going?" "Moments." Received her reply. "Chu Fong, we'll go play mahjong later."
Young Yanru was instantly relieved, and after sending a good word, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Although running into his mom here did surprise and scare himself a little, for some reason. Emotionally it was a bit surging again, that feeling of being nervous and scared and excited. Think about it. It's hard not to get excited about stealing Sister Fong's son right under her nose.
Come to think of it, Young Yunru couldn't help but blush. Oh, my god. It feels like I'm about to become a bad woman.
Just as Young Yunru was rambling, a hand slowly reached for her mouth, clutching a tissue in her hand.
With this sudden move, Young Yunru didn't react at all. Look at you.
This curry juice is dripping. Yu Xiaocheng gently wiped the corners of her mouth and laughed without a good mood. As it happens, this scene,
it was seen by Chu Feng.
Watching the young man with his back to himself, reaching out to wipe the corners of his bosom friend's mouth, a mother ant-like smile appeared on Chu Feng's face.
Ouch. It's springtime for heifer.
End of chapter. Zhang Yanru watched as Yu Xiaocheng, who was sitting across from her, slowly brought her hand to her mouth and then gently wiped it a few times, all the while her ears were ringing with that gentle rebuke to herself.
Shasta.
The pretty ripe rich woman's face was almost red, a strong shame almost running through her whole body. At this moment she had completely lost all her senses, and just watched dumbfounded as her best friend's son wiped the corners of her mouth, feeling the extreme care and concern brought by her impostor little husband.
Well, almost. Yu Xiaocheng drew back his hand, looked at the dumbfounded pretty rich woman, and softly inquired, "Do you still want to eat? Do you want me to peel another shrimp for you?" "Ha, aye.
Young Yunru didn't know what to say, her thoughts were still stuck on the scene that had just happened, tenderly wiping the corners of her mouth for herself, undeniably. This extreme thoughtfulness almost drove herself crazy, and now that surging emotion deep inside, still hasn't stopped its rushing. At that moment, her eyes moved to a short distance away, only to find that her best friend was looking at her with a bad smile on her face, which made the pretty rich woman feel a bit ashamed of herself.
"You're still laughing.
It's your son wiping my mouth."
Young Yunru hurriedly turned her face sideways and gulped in her reply, "That's enough. No need to peel it for me anymore." "Oh, that's fine." Yu Xiaocheng nodded and ate his own food.
At this moment, Zhang Yanru was still a bit muddled, sneaking a look at the opposite side of Yu Xiaocheng, looking at his unimpressed appearance, feeling a trace of bewilderment and doubt. Why did he just do that?
Was he really concerned about me, or did he want to take the opportunity to molest me?
But no matter what Yu Xiaocheng's purpose was, that feeling just now caused a not-so-small impact in the pretty mature rich woman's mind, especially the moment her fingers touched the corners of her mouth. It seemed to generate a strong electric current, and her body was a bit tingling even though there was still a bit of residual tingling now.
"Almost. I'll get a check."
Yu Xiaocheng was about to stand up when Zhang Yanru trembled and hurriedly said, "Sit down for a little while longer."
Don't be so fast. I feel so weird for you. It was strange from the moment I walked into this restaurant."
Yu Xiaocheng frowned and said in a serious manner.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, her eyes involuntarily glanced at her bosom friend not far away, and leisurely replied, "Don't you care so much? Anyway, I have my reasoning. You obediently listen to it on the line. In addition to your aunt, I like to listen to the man, do not like tenacious men. Bad boy. It's just annoying. One asked and asked and asked and didn't listen to me at all. Row. Sit down for a while then."
Seeing that Zhang Yanru didn't want to answer, Yu Xiaocheng didn't continue to push her, picked up his phone and started to brush the website. Zhang Yanru stared at her best friend's movements while intentionally looking at Yu Xiaocheng in front of her, biting her lips lightly and murmuring, "Just now.
Why did you do that just now?" What do you mean?" Yu Xiaocheng looked at her suspiciously. That is.
Young Yunru opened her mouth, turned her head slightly, raised her hand and stretched out a green jade finger, pointing it at her own mouth, and said, "This behavior you just did. Why did you suddenly do that?"
"Oh."
Seeing that the curry juice was about to drip down, in the heat of the moment, Yu Xiaocheng laughed. "You're wearing a light-colored shirt and pants, it's hard to see it dripping down, and it's hard to wash it off." Zhang Yanru froze, turned back and stared straight at him. A warmth was creeping up to her heart, flattened her mouth and said faintly, "How many girls has this trick fooled?" Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile, "You're the only one at the moment."
"I'm a woman, not a girl." Young Yunru blankly eyed her best friend's son and said in a slightly irritated manner, "What a fool."
The words. The pretty ripe rich woman realized that the words were a bit ambiguous, blushing her cheeks and quietly observing him, and found that he didn't have any reaction. Then she was relieved. However, Yu Xiaocheng also noticed that the words just now were a bit ambiguous, but he did not point out, like Zhang Yanru, such a woman seems to be strong and calm on the outside, but in fact, the inner heart is very sensitive, an inadvertent move may hurt her, of course. It may also touch her. Right. Give me your copy of the marriage license, I'll keep it from now on. Zhang Yanru suddenly remembered this and said in a serious tone, "You took a chance. I'm worried about being found by your mom one day."
"Oh," Yu Xiaocheng casually responded, not putting any thought into this matter. Just then,
Young Yunru notices her best friend and her three rich wife friends getting up, and then receives a message on WeChat.
"Chu Feng, I'm going to play mahjong, you and your little husband eat slowly."
Young Yunru skimmed her lips and held up her phone to send a
Phew. Finally sort of dodged it.
The pretty ripe rich woman let out a long breath, her heart hanging in her throat dropping back into her stomach.
But that's the end of it? Of course not. With what I know about my best friend, would she be this compromising? Almost? Can we go now?
Yu Xiaocheng asked. Zhang Yanru shook her head and silently stood up, instructing him, sit obediently and don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Turning around, he left, leaving a confused Yu Xiaocheng sitting there, somewhat at a loss. Why isn't it out yet? Chu Fong, who had come out of the restaurant, was hiding in a corner somewhere, secretly observing everything. Despite the appointment with the 3 rich wives to go play mahjong, Chu Fong temporarily found another excuse to push back the time of playing mahjong by half an hour, doing so in order to catch her good sister and her little husband, and at the same time wanting to catch a glimpse of the real face of the legendary brother-in-law. What kind of man is it that can make Zhang Yanru marry with him? Waiting and still not seeing anyone. Chu Fong was a bit anxious and couldn't wait to rush in now. Ouch! What a rush! Does it take that long to get a meal? Chu Fong was so anxious that she stomped her feet. The wave of gripping curiosity was driving her crazy. But anxious as she was, Chu Fong still patiently waited for her sister and brother-in-law to appear, and still couldn't help but smile like a mother's aunt when she thought of the image of a heifer ushering in spring. In fact, I can see. This stubborn sister of his is very happy now, although she also admits that there is a suspicion of forced marriage, however, never thought that. This man is actually slowly healing her. Can't help saying that. A person who doesn't want to have love doesn't care what others say, and a person who always uses the excuse of not wanting to be in love is actually longing to be loved. I knew it. You must be hiding, sis. Just as Chu Fong was swimming in paranoia, a familiar voice suddenly came. Following the sound, he turned around, and at some point, Young Yanru was standing behind him, staring at himself with a torch-like gaze. End of chapter. Chu Fong looked at her best friend behind her and saw that she was staring at herself with a critical gaze. She couldn't help but blush with embarrassment without losing her smile and said, Aya, really too coincidental how we'll meet you here. You're not accompanying your little husband? Zhang Yanru straight rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, sis is almost on the line, the reason why I don't let you see him is. There is a reason. As to what is the reason, 1 or 2 sentences cannot say clearly. In short, when the time is ripe, I will naturally bring him to you. In fact, you see him every day. Chu Fong pursed her lips, stepped forward to gently hold her best friend's arm, softly said, this is not curious. I want to see what kind of man can let you go out to get a marriage license, especially see in the restaurant, the young man wiped your mouth for you. Ouch. Chu Fong elbowed her in the waist and said meaningfully, what a happy death. In the face of her good sister's eerie words, Young Yanru instantly blushed, biting her own lips lightly as she replied in a murmur, what? What happy death? I don't feel happy. Tisk, tsk. Why are you still the same old dead girl? Chu Fong blankly eyed her and playfully laughed, don't think I can't tell, you actually enjoy this feeling of being no. It should be being pampered by a man, I can see it in your eyes and expression. Bull asterisk. I. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and said softly, I'm not enjoying it at all. Jesus. Was my expression that obvious at the time? At this moment, the playful and ripe rich woman was ashamed and helpless, and more than anything else, it was an unspeakable sentiment. You. A dead duck is a tough talker. Chu Fong said without any good humor, do you still remember what you said before? You said that you were most averse to men touching you, but now? Hey, you even wiped your mouth for you, I see now. You're going to get pregnant in no time. The pretty ripe rich woman is going crazy. How did this properly bring up pregnancy? Hey, I'm telling you. Chu Fong got close to her best friend, came to her ear and said mysteriously, analyzing that young man from his back and shoulders, that young man is really strong. You little hooves will be blessed in the future. Young guys are all bloodthirsty, their strength can't be used up. In the face of this penetrating words of girlfriends, Zhang Yanru hate to find a crack in the ground to drill in the home to talk about these also, even if, after all, closed the door no one knows, but in public actually. I can't believe I'm actually talking about this content, oh my god, I'm so ashamed. Blushing? There's nothing to blush about. Chu Fong looked at the face full of moist red bosom friend, smilingly said, women will face love, in addition to feeling happy, the rest is sexual happiness. Don't look at my sister now and my son depend on each other, but my sister was once a passerby. Got it. The more she retorted, the more she would hear unpleasant things, and Young Yanru finally compromised, nodding her head and whispering, aren't you going to play mahjong? How come you suddenly stopped playing again? Finding an excuse to postpone for half an hour, just to catch you and your little lover boy. Chu Fong sighed, reached out and gently pinched her best friend's waist, huffing and puffing, secretive actually even I'm not allowed to see, it's really in vain to love you. It's not that I won't let you see it, it's that you might not even be a sister if you do. After all, he's your son. Okay, I know it's wrong. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and pushed her bestie while reluctantly saying, later I'm going to go shopping with I'm going shopping with my little husband, so don't be a light bulb for the two of us and hurry up and go play your mahjong. In the end, Zhang Yanru drove Chu Fong away, and even watched her drive away in order not to have an accident. Phew! Finally gone. Young Yanru breathed a long sigh of relief, followed by returning the same way to find the little bad guy that she had left behind. Coming? I'm dying of waiting. Seeing that the pretty ripe rich woman had returned, Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but complain. I'll buy you clothes and pants later, now this one give it to me when the time comes, I'll take it home and wash it for you.
Zhang Yanru rushed at Yu Xiaocheng and said. On the way here she thought carefully, since Sister Fangfang had seen her son's back, she definitely couldn't wear this outfit and pants home today, or else she would be exposed. No. My mom will wash it off. Yu Xiaocheng shook her head, she always just throws it in the washing machine. Zhang Yanru frowned and said in a bad mood, give it to me when I tell you to, why are you so disobedient? Bad boy. It's really getting stubborn. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and didn't say anything else, but there was one thing, this rich woman was quite bossy sometimes. Go. Accompany auntie for a stroll. Young Yun Ru said leisurely. The two left the restaurant, opened the shopping mode, and this way shopping down, almost to the life of Yu Xiaocheng, this like to see not to buy is what operation. You are sitting on hundreds of millions of assets of the female president, should not be all wrapped up? Auntie Young? You're really a pure shopper, aren't you? Can you buy a few things? Yu Xiaocheng followed Zhang Yanru's side and watched her walk towards the next store with great interest, and said helplessly, start buying now. Young Yanru suddenly turned her head towards a nearby luxury men's clothing store. This. Take those two down, too, and this one too. The rich woman at this moment reeked of money, waving bill after bill with abandon. Although the size of Yu Xiaocheng is also considered a rich second generation, but Zhang Yanru gave him a shock as too strong. An ordinary t-shirt actually won 3,008, the quiche once had to be 3, and the tattered jeans, but also dared to sell 18,000, but the rich woman did not even blink. When the two of them came out, the rich woman who had spent nearly $100,000, led Yu Xiaocheng into another high-class suit store that specialized in customization. How much? 100,000? Is the fabric made of gold, or are the buttons made of gold? Get to try on samples of Yu Xiaocheng, took the opportunity to ask about the specific price. The results of the other party reported the figures, so that he had a feeling of being a leak emperor. Okay. You go ahead and try it on. Young Yanru didn't care much and instead urged him to go into the fitting room. In the end, Yu Xiaocheng still walked into the fitting room. Meanwhile, bored Young Yanru wandered around the store, looking at and touching the different prices of suits, suddenly feeling that the 50,000 seems to be no different from the 100,000. It didn't take long. Yu Xiaocheng walked out of the fitting room. Well, following the voice, for a split second that heart, which had been lonely for more than 30 years, seemed to be struck by something special. End of chapter. Young Yanru, a wealthy woman, had fantasized about how her best friend's son would look in a suit and with his body. He will certainly be very handsome, but never thought. When seeing him in a suit with his own eyes, he was actually even more handsome and dashing than he had imagined, obviously only 24 years old, but exuding confidence and mature charm. No way. It won't. I'm obviously immune to men, so why does my heart go boom 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 when I see him in a suit? The little bad guy's posture is so straight, and obviously so young, but exudes a charming mature charm, especially when he himself has a melancholy and decadent, as well as a hint of cynical temperament. When these characteristics are matched up, it was too much for one's heart. Zhang Yanru had seen a lot of men, and there was no shortage of so-called big handsome men, however. At this moment she realized that those men were simply unbearable compared to her best friend's son. Auntie Young? What do you think? Yu Xiaocheng looked at the frothing Zhang Yanru and softly asked for her opinion. The pretty ripe rich woman returned to her senses, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable surge deep within her heart, and leisurely replied, it's quite good, however it always feels like there's something wrong somewhere. If a $100,000 suit is like this, wouldn't a $200,000 one be? Zhang Yanru lightly bit her lips and rushed the clerk beside her. Help me get a set of 200,000 trial samples. I'll see how it works. If it's suitable, I'll give the deposit now. Hearing that the deposit was to be given on the spot, the clerk ran his ass into the warehouse to get the set of samples worth $200,000. Auntie Young, I really don't think it's necessary. Yu Xiaocheng locked his brows and said in a serious tone, that's $200,000. As a result, you just bought a suit. This is even more than an injustice. Pretty mature rich woman skimmed her mouth, faintly replied, I'm willing. Anyway, you don't care so much, and it's not for you to pay out money, you just have to be good and obedient. In addition, the shoes have to be changed, and the shirt inside, all of them are complete for you today. Ouch. I can't take this money attack anymore. Yu Xiaocheng was speechless for a while, and at the same time there was a big question mark in his heart. Other people's rebirth is to make a lot of money in business, step by step towards the peak of life, but why is my rebirth? A flash marriage with a rich woman? Although both of them are going to the peak of life, but a bit humiliating. Xiaocheng? What kind of cars do you really like? The pretty rich woman asked seriously. Answer me one in a hurry. Electric car. Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and said helplessly, I know what you mean, but it's almost enough. Besides, if you buy me a car, where will you park it later? It can't be parked at my house. How can I explain if my mom sees it? Just buy another suite, then buy 2 parking spaces and you can just park there. The pretty rich woman replied lightly, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. What a simple and brutal solution. Without waiting for Xiaocheng to open his mouth to speak, Zhang Yanru continued. Your mom bought you a suite, it's the villa I bought before, I resold it to her.
Zhang Yanru said softly, I had wanted to give it to her for $1,000,000, meaning after all.
After all. Speaking of which, the pretty rich woman was a little hard to say, then she just ignored it and continued, you also know your mom's character, she's a very strong woman, she's dead set against it, there's no way. In the end it was the original price for her, she gave me 3 million first, then 1 million every year, totaling 10 million. Oh, actually, my mom earned it.
Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile, the current housing price momentum is very fierce, roughly estimated that set of villas rose by 5 million.
Pretty much, but there are some things that can't be done with gold.
Before the pretty rich woman could finish, the clerk came in with new samples to try on.
Yu Xiaocheng went back into the fitting room while Zhang Yanru waited obediently at the door, expecting a brand new little badass.
A few moments later, when he reappeared in sight, something struck the heart of the pretty ripe rich woman once again.
How much is the deposit? Where to pay? Without any hesitation, young Yunru directly took out her credit card. Watching the pretty rich woman go to pay, Yu Xiaocheng's heart was complicated. Have I lowered the average level of reborn people? From the custom suit store out, almost to dinner time, the two first put the shopping bag back to the car, and then casually find a good restaurant, and so on. After dinner went straight to the cinema. Yu Xiaocheng wanted to see a comedy, but the pretty rich woman wanted to see a romantic film, and finally had no choice. The rich woman can only from the will of the rich woman. The movie is in. The two walked into the theater together and came to sit in the nook and cranny. There were quite a few couples who came to see this movie, almost all of them sticking together and seemingly covered in power glue, but not Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru, who despite being legally married, are a bit far away from each other. Soon the movie started. Yu Xiaocheng, who was forced to come and watch a romantic movie, was not interested at all, but as the saying goes, he came all the way here, so he went along to see what the plot was. The story of this movie is very simple, about an older female boss and young strong guy's love path, a simple chance encounter with each other impressed, and then an unexpected reunion, the two fell in love. But the story doesn't end there, the test for them has just begun. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts, husband and wife conflicts, family conflicts, cognitive conflicts. The later episodes are centered around these elements. Yu Xiaocheng watched for a long time, still did not see through the movie. Boredom. He could not help but quietly look at the side of the rich woman, only to find that Zhang Yanru is concentrating on the movie, seems to be a little fascinated. Ouch. She's not bringing herself into the movie, is she? But when you think about it, this movie is it's kind of like a true reflection of me and her. The same older female boss, the same young strong guy, but the difference is that the movie belongs to the sincere love, while he and the pretty mature rich woman belong to the fake marriage. The movie continues, then the plot comes to the apex, when through a variety of obstacles, finally each other into the marriage hall, the hero and heroine passionate embrace mouth to mouth, and this time, pretty mature rich woman cannot help but sit down, do not know why the mouth secretes a lot of saliva. Xiaocheng, have you ever kissed on the mouth? Young Yunru asked softly, but silence answered her. The pretty rich woman frowned and turned her head towards her side to see the little badass sleeping like a pig. Stinking man, you offered to come to the movies and ended up falling asleep in the theater. But angry as she was, young Yunru didn't wake him up and continued to watch the movie's plot, but her thoughts were long gone. Kissing, sleeping together, getting married and having kids. The saucy rich girl at the moment was full of them. End of chapter. Ouch. It feels like it's falling apart all over. As she walked out of the movie theater, Yu Xiaocheng twisted her neck while muttering to herself in pain. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes straight from the side and said fatally, he proposed to come to see the movie himself, but the movie opened only for a short time, and he directly slept into a pig, and he will never watch a movie with you again, it's really boring. Hearing the complaint from the mouth of the pretty mature rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and carefully explained, actually, this can't be blamed on me. I didn't want to watch a romance movie in the first place. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and didn't say anything more, but in her heart she had already forgiven him. It was true that watching this movie was her own decision and he was there solely to accompany her, but then again the movie started less than 10 minutes ago and he fell asleep. It was really a bit much. The two get back in the car, and this time it's young Yunru who drives, and as far as any kind of trip is concerned, naturally, she's going to drop off the little badass beside her at home first, and then go home herself. There were no words between each other on the way. The pretty rich woman concentrated on driving the car. Yu Xiaocheng froze the whole time, until it was blocked on a road. Come early tomorrow. And drop me off at work. Young Yunru pursed her lips slightly and spoke at him leisurely. Ha? Oh no. Yu Xiaocheng then remembered that he was the pretty rich woman's full-time driver, and replied with a smiling face, don't worry, I'll definitely come early tomorrow, and make you breakfast on the way, right? After becoming your full-time driver, does it mean I have to stay in the car during the day? I will arrange a separate office for you and won't let you stay in the car. Young Yunru replied. Independent office. Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and said in a serious tone, then can Auntie Zhang give me an office closer to you? After all, to be able to work with a talented and beautiful female president, even if I don't do anything every day, just to see how you hold meetings and listen to what you say and do every day, I think it's a very happy thing.
Zhang Yanru's face slightly flushed with a touch of red. The heart has so a trace of anger, this horse's ass. All skill and no emotion, simply too fake, but I don't know why. I quite like to listen to him speak these words. Come on Les. The resources of the company's office are very tight. It's good enough to be able to spare one for you, and you still want to stay by my side. Zhang Yanru blankly eyed him and leisurely said, Unless you'll always be my full-time driver in the future, otherwise you're the temporary one, don't even think about it. Ugh. A lost opportunity for progress. Yu Xiaocheng sighed and muttered to himself with a face full of loss. Little badass. It's really getting naughty. Faced with the emotionless performance of her best friend's son, young Yunru couldn't wait to give him 2 punches, lightly biting her plump vermilion lips and murmuring, Are you sure you're going to go for a doctorate? Basically sure. I'm waiting for the notification of the retest now, but there's usually nothing wrong with it. Yu Xiaocheng replied. Zhang Yanru opened her mouth, the words hovered on the edge of her mouth for a long time, and then forcefully swallowed it back, and softly said, I have a relative in Xin University, and the relationship is quite close, so if you encounter any trouble in Xin University, just come to me directly. Yu Xiaocheng didn't take it to heart and casually responded. Hello. Have you ever kissed on the mouth? Zhang Yanru recalled the plot of the movie and asked as thin as a mosquito. Why do you suddenly ask such a question? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her suspiciously and inquired curiously. It just came to me. Young Yunru turned her face sideways and replied blandly, Have you kissed it or not? There was a catch. There's definitely a conspiracy here. Although Yu Xiaocheng didn't know what this pretty rich woman was up to, his intuition told him that he couldn't tell the truth, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. No. When I was studying, I was quite honest, my mind was all on studying, and I didn't know so much about love affairs between men and women. Yu Xiaocheng replied, I won't lie to you. I'm still a young and strong virgin now. You're a young, strong virgin. What am I? A horny spinster? Zhang Yanru beamed. In the face of her best friend's son's words, she wouldn't believe even a word of it, because after spending time together these days, she realized that this little man who didn't seem to have been in love before was in fact very experienced. Gone. While the pretty rich woman was still rambling, the little badass beside her reminded her, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Gently step on the gas and head towards your best friend's house. You take these and keep these for me. The bag with the new clothes was handed to Yu Xiaocheng, and those old clothes and pants that she changed out of were left behind. Carrying those shopping bags, Yu Xiaocheng turned around and was about to leave, but as a result, he didn't take a few steps, when suddenly the voice of the pretty rich woman came from behind him. Don't tell your mom about me staying with you today. Young Yunru seriously admonished. Don't worry. Yu Xiaocheng waved his hand and walked slowly and leisurely towards the cell gate. Looking at his departing back until it disappeared from view, Zhang Yanru then came back to her senses and raised her head to look down towards a certain building, with layers of ripples deep inside her heart, more than a wave of unspeakable shame and self-blame. Sister Fong Fong. I seem to be having a bit of a hard time pulling myself together. It started out as a way to borrow your son to cope with the family rush, but now, I'm kind of enjoying spending time with him because I'm relaxed and at ease when I'm with him. Then in an endless sigh of relief, the pretty ripe rich woman drove back. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng returned home, threw the shopping bag to the sofa, and went straight to the bathroom himself for a few moments. Just heard the sound of running water. What bad luck. Lost another couple thousand today. Chu Fong, who had just finished mahjong, cursed and returned home, then realized that her son had already come home and was taking a bath in the bathroom. In the face of this 2 consecutive days of the night does not return to the sun, Chu Fong also do not know what to say, after all, have been so big, can only turn a blind eye. What's with all the shopping bags? Chu Fong looked at several shopping bags on the sofa, in doubt casually picked up one, from which took out a t-shirt, took a look at it and thought it was not bad, and then went to turn over the hang tag. When that price appeared in front of the eyes, Chu Fong violently stood up from the sofa. How much? $3,800 apiece? Looking at the price of all the clothes and pants in the shopping bag, instantly Chu Fong's entire body was stunned in place. A t-shirt for $38,000, a pair of jeans for $18,000, a belt for $6,000, a flight jacket for $32,000. Where did he get all that money? Suddenly, Chu Fong shivered, associating it with her son staying out at night for the past 2 days. A very scary thought surged in her mind. Do you work as a duck in a nightclub? End of chapter. No wonder Chu Fong would have such a ridiculous idea. Due to being in the local noble women's circle, she knew some things that others didn't know, especially the secrets of those noble women. Among them were certain old women in their 50s and 60s who liked to go to high-class clubs to find young fresh meat to accompany them. And these noble women are very generous. As long as they can coax them to be happy, 120,000 is a small amount of money. The key son is so handsome, the body is also quite strong, living as a big piece of fat meat in the eyes of the noble women. Not jokingly to say that those noble women who came to the beauty salon to see their own son, almost one by one are fast greedy cry. Definitely went duck. Definitely ducking.
Chu Feng clenched his fists, eyebrows full of grief and anger at the cruelty of reality. She is very clear about how much money on her son, absolutely cannot afford to consume so many luxuries, coupled with just graduated from graduate school, there is currently no job, the only thing that can make a lot of money is to go to the nightclub as a duck, the key to the son has this condition, and the conditions are very superior. When this thought penetrated deep inside, it was accompanied by all sorts of unpleasant images, such as the son hugging an old woman in her 50s or 60s, with his mouth constantly shouting her baby baby baby, which almost made Chu Feng faint. As it happens, Yu Xiaocheng walked out of the bathroom, dressed in large pants, while wiping his hair with a bath towel. He absent-mindedly asked, "Mom, when did you come back?" As a result, just as the words fell, he was instantly startled as Chu Feng looked up and glared viciously at him. "What's wrong? It feels as if I've eaten a cannonball." Yu Xiaocheng scrunched his head and cautiously inquired. Chu Feng took a deep breath, pointed to the shopping bags on the sofa, and said with a black face, "What's with these clothes and pants?" "Oh, clothes and pants. Of course it was bought, otherwise it could still be picked up." Yu Xiaocheng, who hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem, replied lightly. "Buy? Where's the money coming from? These clothes and pants aren't cheap, I figured it's at least $70,000 to $80,000. Chu Feng gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me the truth. Did you go to the nightclub as a duck? What the hell? Go? To be a duck?" Hearing and smelling this unthinkable speculation of the mother, Yu Xiaocheng cried and laughed for a while, and said in a bad mood, "Mom, your son is at least a master's degree graduated from a famous university, not to make this kind of inexplicable things. Besides, although our family is not rich and wealthy, but at least it is also the middle class level, in order to satisfy the vanity, sacrificing their own souls, I'm crazy ah? Then you explain to me where all these clothes and pants came from." Chu Feng seriously inquired. "Someone else bought it to give it to me." Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and explained in an unimpressed manner, but seems to be very calm. "Look, actually deep inside a little panic, I'm afraid that this is a little bad explanation cannot tell Mom as your girlfriend's by me, not to mention what kind of reaction Mom will have, Zheng Ant has warned himself in advance, cannot be today and she stayed together with the things revealed." Ouch! I'm so confused. I should have known better than to bring it. Someone else? Which other person? Is it an old woman in her 50s or 60s? Chu Feng said coldly. Fault. A buoyant, full-bodied 31-year-old, lightly mature woman. Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment and replied softly, definitely not. But as for who it is, I can't tell you for the time being. Anyway, Mom, you can rest assured, your son is a good citizen who abides by the law, and definitely won't do anything nasty. Chu Feng sneered a bit and silently walked towards the kitchen, and when she reappeared, she held a kitchen knife in her hand. No! Why are you suddenly carrying a knife? Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly hid behind the sofa and said with a frightened face, Mom, calm down. Calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. Why do we have to talk things over? Calm down? How do you expect me to be calm? Chu Feng furiously roared, Brat! I can't believe he dares to become a duck. Is there any me as a mom in his eyes? Ouch! I really didn't go as a duck. Yu Xiaocheng bitterly defended, I can only say. The other party is a woman, and quite young. Fart! You think I'm a child? The more you think about it, the more angry Chu Feng, at this moment a bit of a loss of reason, chasing Yu Xiaocheng is a wave of chopping. Of course, she did not really want to chop, but just scare the debt collector born from his own belly. Oops. Mom! I'm going to stay outside tonight, so calm down, it's too impulsive. Yu Xiaocheng clutched her changed clothes and cell phone, panicked and fled through the door. If you don't come back tonight, don't ever come back again. Chu Feng yelled from the doorway, then slammed the door of the house fiercely. In fact, a drama like today's is nothing more than a trivial hiccup in these decades. Mother and son will erupt into conflict every now and then, but no matter how much they argue they will finally make up. After all, they have been dependent on each other for so long, and there is no need to talk about a lot of things. Yu Xiaocheng ran away from home just 3 minutes, sitting on the sofa. Chu Feng a little worried about him, but in the way of face did not call him, contemplating a piece of stew. Silently picked up his cell phone, dialed Zhang Yanru's phone. Ru, you call Chung Chang and tell him to hurry home. Chu Feng said helplessly. Receiving a call from her best friend, Zhang Yanru froze. She obviously watched him walk into the neighborhood inside, and then she drove away. Why would Fangfang's sister say let him go home early? Such words? What's wrong? Has Xiao Chang not come home yet? Zhang Yanru asked softly. He ran away from home. Chu Feng replied bitterly. Run away from home? What the hell is going on here? Another fight? What is it because of this time? Young Yanru asked next. Speaking of which, Chu Feng suddenly began to aggravate, a strong sense of sadness swept through her body, she clenched her own lips, tears kept swirling in her eyes, but she hardened herself to hold back and did not cry out, muttering tremblingly, Xiaoru. Zhang Yanru noticed that her best friend's mood was a bit off, she immediately tensed up and hurriedly comforted, Sister, I'm here, don't be sad, you tell me what it is first, I'll see if I can help you out. At last, Chu Feng still couldn't hold it in as she thought of the image of her son hugging her oldest daughter, and the sadness surged through her body like a flood that had broken the dike. Ru! My son went behind my back to be a duck. He's been begged by a rich woman. End of chapter.
Hearing these words from her good sister, young Yeon-ru, who was lying on the sofa, sat up straight violently, her eyes full of dismay, as well as a terrified expression, and even a bit at a loss for words.
Could it be that Sister Fan Fan has discovered something?
Zhang Yenru bit her lips tightly and squeaked as she inquired, "Sis, how come I didn't understand? You said that Xiao Chang went to work as a duck, and was also adopted by a rich woman. I think that this matter is a bit unbelievable, even whimsical. Xiao Chang is a very powerful student and is still applying to read for a doctorate degree. It's not so bad that he would do such a thing. I also know that this kind of thing is ridiculous, and I also know that Cheng Cheng is very good, and would not do this kind of groundbreaking thing for the sake of his own future." But Chu Fong looked at a few shopping bags beside her, and replied sadly, "Reality is like a carving knife, leaving traces of pain."
What the hell is going on?
Sister, you slowly tell me, I'll help you analyze it. Zhang Yenru was so nervous that she was suffocating, but she had to pretend to be calm in front of her best friend and asked in a soft voice. Chu Fong sighed and replied in a murmur, "The situation is like this. Just now I came home after playing mahjong, then I saw that my son had already come back, and at first I didn't notice anything, but then I suddenly saw a lot of shopping bags on the sofa, and I took out a t-shirt casually, and the tag price was surprisingly $3,800. Speaking of which, Zhang Yenru gently pumped her face a few times, not to mention how remorseful she felt in her heart.
After all the effort and calculations, I actually forgot the simplest one. I'm a complete idiot. Super duper.
Zhang Yenru forced the inner helplessness and remorse, light it consoled, sister hang tag price and the final price of buying. In fact, there is not much relationship between each other. We sisters are often shopping together. This point you should understand than me. I remember before. A trench coat hang tag priced at 15,000. You are hard to cut to 2,000. Buy back you still feel big loss. Should be 500 on enough. As the saying goes, the authorities are confused while the onlookers are clear. After hearing her good sister's words, Chu Fong instantly woke up a lot and muttered in a low voice, "Right. The tag price and the actual price are two different things. How did I forget about this? Sister. Actually, I don't blame you. In my place, I couldn't turn a corner for a moment." Zhang Yenru pursed her lips and leisurely whispered.
Chu Fong sighed. It was a momentary rush. However, the words. Chu Fong slammed her thigh and said furiously, "Oops, then won't my son suffer a big loss?"
At the moment Zhang Yenru's straight white rolled eyes, before the son was rich woman adopted this indignation, and now here the tag price and the actual price is two different prices, and straight call son duped, not too double standard right?
Goddamn stinking woman. Actually whoring out my family's son for nothing.
Chu Fong was so angry that her face turned red and she cursed.
"No,
I didn't whore out your son for nothing." Zhang Yenru skimmed her mouth, listening to those scolding words of her best friend. Her heart vaguely stung a little, even though she knew that her best friend wasn't scolding herself, but in fact, every word was rooted into the depths of her heart.
"Sis, okay, stop cursing. You deduced that Xiao Chang had been adopted just based on a few shopping bags? Isn't that too unfounded?"
Zhang Yenru murmured, "In my opinion, you'd better leave it alone. Xiao Chang is already an adult and knows what he can and can't do. Besides, he has also seen the world. It's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Why would he bother?" Chu Fong pursed her lips and replied in a slightly thoughtful manner, "This is a bit reasonable, although not to the extent of reaching great wealth, but a small wealth is still there. The area of tens of thousands of dollars. Rather really insignificant. Maybe forget about it. Maybe it's really my problem." Just as Young Yun-ru sighed in relief, thinking that this matter had been muddled through by herself, she heard her best friend continue. "But this brat is definitely in love, and he said himself that some woman gave it to him." Chu Fong said seriously, "Have an affair? It still seems to be a very distant thing." Zhang Yenru flattened her mouth and pretended not to care as she said, "If you're in love, you're in love. It doesn't matter. Look at me, right?" Chu Fong will smile, said lightly and quietly, "This is true that people married you at 24 years old. My son at 24 years old to fall in love is not a problem, and I am also anxious to hold grandchildren, just a little worried about how the future daughter-in-law will be a person." Zhang Yenru didn't pick up, mainly because she didn't know what to say, hesitated for a long time and whispered, "Sis, there's something. I don't know if Xiao Cheng told you about it."
"Things? This brat didn't mention anything to me, though." Chu Fong inquired, "What is it exactly?"
"Xiao Cheng is applying for his doctorate, and there's a month or two of waiting in between, so he's idle every day during this time, so I want him to become my driver. I'll pay him $20,000 a day, and of course I'll get him a separate office in the company." Saying this after a pause, she asked softly and gluttonously, "Sis, do you think it's appropriate for my sister to make such an arrangement?" "Fit. It just fits. I am worried that he scurries around every day. Now you help me to watch over him." A big stone in my heart is considered to have landed, but Chu Fong said in a serious manner, "This 20,000 yuan a day salary, are you not too much? It should. That's a pretty reasonable price to pay for a future doctor to chauffeur me around. In fact, pretty rich woman wants to give more, but she is afraid that her girlfriends cannot accept, and may even be suspicious of the eventual offer of a price that seems to outsiders to be unthinkable. So, sis." Zhang Yenru bit her lip lightly, I'll call Xiao Chang right now and tell him to hurry home.
Hey, I guess it's pretty hard.
Don't look at the usual Chung Chung who doesn't care about anything, but actually his temper follows me. Chu Fong sighed and leisurely said, forget it. Let's leave it at that. Anyway, he has the habit of carrying his ID card with him, and he will definitely find a hotel to stay in when the time comes.
Subsequent times.
The sisters chatted for a little while longer before hanging up the call hastily. At this time, Zhang Yanru sat on the sofa, fell into deep contemplation, hesitated for a few moments, silently unlocked his cell phone, found someone's number, and directly called it.
Hello? Where are you? Of course I'm picking you up, coming to my house. Not to your house. Aha. Stay right there.
After hanging up the phone, young Yanru held the phone tightly, her brows filled with unspeakable guilt.
Why the sudden feeling of taking advantage of the situation? End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng stood in front of a convenience store and smoked a cigarette, waiting for the pretty ripe rich woman to pick him up and take him to her home, of course to the rich woman's home, no surprises.
Most of them are going to spend the night in her house.
I don't know how long it took, and I had smoked 3 cigarettes, but I finally saw a Porsche Panamera approaching quickly, and then stopping steadily in front of me. Opening the door of the passenger seat, Yu Xiaocheng sat in the car, and while fastening her seatbelt, she softly said, tough on Auntie Zhang, coming to pick me up in the middle of the night.
And you know it.
Go apologize to your mom in the morning. Young Yanru looked at him and gently admonished.
Apologize? Apologize for what?
Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her mouth and replied in a serious manner, I think you should go apologize, this is all because you made it.
Me.
Zhang Yanru was instantly dumbfounded, looking at the little baddie beside her, biting her lips and huffing, you little baddie are not big or small, I
am your elder.
Yes. You are my elder, but at the same time you are also my wife on a legal level. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and looked at the somewhat exasperated pretty rich woman, saying leisurely, Auntie Zhang.
Are you planning to hide this from my mom for the rest of your life?
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and helplessly replied, I don't know what to do, since I got the marriage license with you. Every time I face your mom, I always feel incomparably indebted to her, and I don't know how to make up for it. Maybe this road is wrong at the beginning.
The words. Out of the corner of her eye, she moved to him again, slightly opening her sandalwood mouth and whispering, you be nice to your mom from now on, it's my way of making it up to her. How does it count against you if I'm nicer to her?
Yu Xiaocheng asked with a face full of confusion.
You're so annoying.
Young Yanru suddenly got angry and stepped down hard on the gas.
Little badass. It's been getting more and more disobedient and mischievous lately. He wasn't like this at first. He did everything I said. Why is he so full of backbone now? Angry?
Yu Xiaocheng looked at the pretty rich woman with a face full of black lines and asked with a smiling face.
No.
Zhang Yanru coldly returned and drove herself.
Oh, just don't get mad.
Yu Xiaocheng casually responded and sat there playing with his cell phone. Zhang Yanru was driving to see his heartless look, suddenly more angry, happened to meet a red light, hard to step on the brakes, huge inertia will be thrown out of the seat, the brain heavily smashed in the passenger seat on the storage box.
Ouch. You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Yu Xiaocheng rubbed his head and questioned with a pained expression. Young Yanru tilted her head sideways, forced a smile from the corner of her mouth, and said without a smile, what do you think?
I think you just do it on purpose.
Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes. I found that you are quite a bellyache sometimes, you like to tease me every now and then, and after you're done, you still give me an innocent expression.
Any comments? I like to play tricks on you. Only to you.
The pretty ripe rich woman lightly bit her lips, a touch of unexplainable sentiment flowing between her brows, and said softly and quietly, who made you more and more disobedient?
Not obedient? I think I'm quite obedient, Yu Xiaocheng muttered.
The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes straight up. I don't want you to feel it, I want me to feel it, and I feel that if you don't listen, you don't listen.
Ouch. Look at the bullying. Yu Xiaocheng laughed dryly and didn't continue to bicker with her.
But after a simple fight, the original dull atmosphere has a slight change. Along the way the two have a sentence without a sentence to talk, until they came to the neighborhood where the pretty rich woman. After walking into the home of the pretty rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng changed into slippers and sat on the sofa with one but, peeling an orange on the coffee table while picking up the TV remote control and finding a random program to watch. Faced with this scene, instead, it was what young Yanru wished to see, silently walking into the kitchen. Carrying 2 cups of water out, she sat down next to the little bad guy and passed one of the cups of water in front of him. I spoke to your mom about this matter of you being my driver, and also spoke to her about the treatment. Zhang Yanru lightly sipped the warm water in her cup and continued to speak at him, your salary. I'll call your mom, in addition to the bonus, this money will be given to you separately.
Aha.
Yu Xiaocheng was watching Animal World, telling anecdotes about male lions mating with female lions, and was a little bit mesmerized, and for the words of the pretty rich woman beside her, she went in one ear and out the other, not even going over her head.
Did you listen to what I said or not?
Zhang Yanru frowned and questioned coldly.
Listened.
Yu Xiaocheng nodded numbly, but his mind was on the mating of the lions.
Suddenly, the TV was turned off.
Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but froze, looking at the somewhat enraged rich woman, then calmly picked up his teacup and took a small sip before saying, "You tell."
Zhang Yanru took a deep breath, forced down her inner dissatisfaction, raised her hand and gently pointed her green onion jade finger on the little bad guy's brain, and said angrily, "You little bad guy is getting more and more wanton, and more, don't put me in your eyes, if you go on like this. Beware of auntie being impolite to you." What seemed to be an elder's education to the younger generation was more like a wife's bitter complaint to her husband. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and although there was a glint of anger in her eyes, it was as if she was like a kitten lifting up her claws and pretending to scratch, revealing a little bit of mischievous coquettishness. Dare not, dare not. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and softly inquired, "Did my mom call you?
How did you explain it to her?" "Don't care how it's explained, it's solved for you anyway."
Zhang Yanru picked up her teacup and sipped the tea while answering with a light sticky voice, "All right."
Yu Xiaocheng quietly reached out and went to touch the TV's remote control. It turned out that when it was too late, pretty rich girl snatched the remote control away.
"Don't look. It's after 10. You can go to bed, you'll have to get up early tomorrow,"
the pretty rich woman admonished earnestly.
Having said that,
grabbing the remote, he headed for one of the second bedrooms, saying as he went, "You can go take a shower now, and I'll get your bedding ready." Looking at her departing back, Yu Xiaocheng secretly felt a hint of bad luck.
Why does she feel a little controlling?
The pretty rich woman helped her best friend's son with his bedding and stepped out of the second bedroom, sitting alone on the couch. Meanwhile the bathroom was lit up and the sound of clattering running water came out of it. Trying not to fantasize about the scene inside, but can't help but associate it with the little bad guy's lean body. Although I haven't seen his body, from the way he looked in the suit store today, I can deduce that the lad is quite strong. Suddenly the pretty rich woman sat up a little, and folded her legs together, rubbing them up gently, her eyes revealing a faint hint of fascination and dismay.
Crap. I seem to be getting weirder and weirder.
End of chapter. When Yu Xiaocheng came out of the bathroom, wearing only a pair of big pants all over his body, he was just swinging towards his second bedroom, and it happened that at this time, the pretty ripe rich woman came out from the bedroom, and was forced to go to the bedroom to change her pants due to the personal loneliness problem that had earlier led to somehow experiencing something. When the two met in the living room, the atmosphere also became awkward at this moment. Young Yunru looked at her best friend's son's lean physique, and it was as if something hit her deep inside, and even her breathing started to go out of whack. Bad boy. How so lawless? Wandering around the house fully clothed in just a pair of pants with no shame at all. But then again, he is indeed the same as he imagined. The body proportion is appropriately favorable. There is a kind of hidden explosive power. The line of muscles is also very obvious. The key, he actually has abs. On weekdays it was not seen. I did not expect to take off the clothes, but it was actually such a pleasant surprise. The pretty ripe rich woman blushed with shame and hastily turned her head sideways, panting slightly and saying in an annoyed manner, "Don't walk around in your pants in the future."
Got it.
Yu Xiaocheng casually responded, walking slowly and leisurely towards the second bedroom in front of the rich woman. The corner of her eyes couldn't help but glance over, and what came into her eyes was broad shoulders and strong savage male dog waist, as well as arched buttocks, rounded buttocks. For a moment let this lonely more than 30 years of playful ripe rich woman, heart thump 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 thump. Auntie Young. Good night. Yu Xiaocheng stood in the doorway and rushed at the frothing rich woman. Returning to her senses, Young Yanru nodded before turning around and walking towards her bedroom as well. When the door to the room was closed, Young Yanru leaned in close behind the door, gasping slightly for heavy breath, raised her hand and touched her face, realizing that it was surprisingly still a bit hot, and muttered, "What's the situation? How could I be so unable to resist temptation? Just looking at his body, I actually turned all this way." Trying to calm down his inner emotions, trying to return himself to his old calmness, the result was that the figure of the little bad guy in his mind was like being burned into the memory. How could it not be waved away? Whenever I think of that robust body, it seems to be able to open a flood valve in my heart. Nevertheless, it is true that, aren't all school teachers weak? How come he's the complete opposite? Don't want to. I'm going to break down at this rate. The rich woman shook her head hard, and then fell on the bed with a clang, staring straight at the ceiling with all kinds of wild thoughts. After a long time, silently, he took out his own cell phone, flipped to a number and called it. Chin. Busy? The pretty rich woman bit her lip and inquired softly. Not busy, just a little tired. Song Chin on the phone said wearily, What is it? What is it that Lord Presidentess is looking for my little one for? Stop it. I have something very important to consult you about. The pretty mature rich woman took a deep breath and asked in a serious tone, You are a doctor. Let me ask you, it is whether a woman's heart will suddenly beat faster when she sees a man after a long period of loneliness? What relevance does this question have to me being a doctor? It is lonely, want to find a man to relieve the loneliness, the whole so mysterious high-end, but also in medicine related. Song Chin did not have a good mood. The results of the next second she was silent, excitedly said, You are not to see their own husbands suddenly become horny and thirsty? Ugh, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory.
Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes straight away and said without any good humor, "Can you be more serious?
I'm discussing about diseases with you, don't
bring these nasty things in. You hoo. Look at this crown look, I still don't know you."
Song Chin on the phone laughed conspiratorially. On the outside, you look like an iceberg, but inside you're actually churning lava. Yanru, I'm not exaggerating, you're more sultry than anyone else.
You.
The pretty ripe rich woman was getting pissed off, and in her haste she didn't know how to retort.
Alright, I won't tease you. Song Chin leisurely said, "In fact, your situation is very normal, including me.
Occasionally we'll also heartbeat acceleration situation. From the medical point of view to analyze, this and the methyladrenaline has a relationship, it will produce a hormone. It can make people have a thumping heart feeling."
Oh, young Yunru answered and squeaked, "This shouldn't have anything to do with liking, right? Stupid. Would you have a heart for someone you hate?"
Song Chin paused and continued, "But your situation is a bit special again, after all, you've been lonely for so long."
"Oof. Do you have a marriage license?" "No, right? But I do."
Young Yunru exasperatedly said. The words. The opposite side breaks right through the defense. And the resourceful pretty rich girl hung up in a hurry, leaving her bestie with nowhere to vent her anger.
It shouldn't have anything to do with liking it.
Maybe it's true what Chin told me, that
I've just been lonely for a long time.
Zhang Yanru sighed, her eyes were mesmerized as she looked at the ceiling, melancholy written between her brows.
Boom boom boom.
As pretty rich woman was at a loss, there was a sudden knock on the door.
"Auntie Young? Do you eat dumplings? I found soup dumplings in the refrigerator and cooked a pot."
Yu Xiaocheng at the door called out softly.
"Wait a minute. I'll be right out." The pretty ripe rich woman sat up, took a few deep breaths, and slowly walked to the door, and the moment the door to the room opened, she saw the little badass in his shirt and pants sitting at the dining room table, eating a bowl of dumplings and swiping his cell phone at the same time as the same bowl was sitting in front of the other seat, steaming. Strolling to her seat, Zhang Yanru looked at the 4 soup dumplings in the bowl, still thoughtfully sprinkled with cinnamon and sugar. A trace of warmth flowed through her heart at once, picked up a spoon and sopped up a soup dumpling, gently and slowly brought it to her own mouth, huffing and puffing and blowing it a few times. The sandalwood mouth slightly opened and bit down on the layer of glutinous rice skin, and in an instant the sweet and creamy sesame filling flowed out from inside. Just then, caught off guard, another doorbell rang. "Property? Didn't you pay the property fee?" Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. "Turned in. I'm going to see what's going on."
The saucy ripe rich woman stood up and slowly made her way to the front door, taking a look outside through the cat's eye.
"Shasta."
Young Yunru trembled and was so scared that she almost collapsed on the floor. The rich woman took a few steps back, her eyes full of fear and terror, as well as an expression of being caught off guard.
"Sister Fong Fong. Why is Sister Fong Fong here? Did she come over to catch the adulterer?" End of chapter.
When Zhang Yanru saw that it was Chu Fong standing outside the door, she was instantly scared out of her wits, her legs couldn't stand up, and she retreated several steps backward, holding onto the wall beside her, with a hint of despair mixed in with her trepidation.
What to do? What do we do? At the door stood surprisingly Sister Fong Fong. Did she hear something from somewhere and specially ran over to catch the adulterer? At this moment, the pretty rich woman has no idea what to do. Intelligent brain is also down at this time. The thought of being caught by the good sister and her son alone in a room, this heart is about to break, but since the problem has arisen, hiding cannot be avoided, can only be hard to solve. But then again, isn't this an opportunity? First of all, Yu Xiaocheng ran away from home. In other words, she was kicked out by her girlfriends, and as Yu Xiaocheng's aunt, how could she bear to see him wandering on the streets and take him over to live in her house, which is both sensible and reasonable, and belongs to the highest point of morality and emotion? In that case, how does Sister Fong Fong suspect? Why should she? She can't even be grateful enough. Not only, but also,
and there had been such a thing in the future. In the future, even if she came across herself alone with his son again, she wouldn't think of that. The pretty mature rich woman took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Yu Xiaocheng sitting on the sofa, then she made a wink at him and whispered to, "It's your mom at the door." Yu Xiaocheng, who was eating soup dumplings, heard Zhang Yanru's voice that was as thin as a mosquito, and was instantly shocked in place, and then violently stood up and subconsciously wanted to run away, but the result was that before he had taken a few steps he suddenly stopped again. No. Why am I guilty of cheating? It shouldn't be a problem to run away from home and board at Auntie Yung's house for a night, right? Yu Xiaocheng silently returned to his seat, eating the bowl of soup dumplings blandly while nodding at the pretty rich woman in the doorway, when the two of them looked at each other in silence to reach some kind of tacit understanding. Zhang Yanru took a deep breath, stepped forward and gently held the door handle, then slowly opened the door to the house, looked at the dusty girlfriend, pretended to be surprised, and inquired suspiciously, "Sis? Why are you here? Missed you. Just came over to talk to you." Chu Fong smiled gently and then went into her best friend's home. When she had just walked into the house, she saw a young lad sitting in the living room, eating the dumplings in front of him while staring straight at himself. For a moment, Chu Fong was directly confused, but quickly reacted again and said with a black face in exasperation, the brat doesn't go to live in a good hotel, and actually comes to disturb your Auntie Zhang. Yu Xiaocheng did not say anything. At this time Zhang Yanru walked to her side, gently held her best friend's arm. Lightly it said, "Sister, you misunderstand Xiaocheng. It is me who picked him up. As his aunt, how can I bear to let him wander on the street? So I called him at the first time, picked him up and brought him home." Speaking of which, Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said with an apologetic face, "Sis, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was." Not waiting for the pretty rich woman to finish her words, Chu Feng gently held her jade hand and said in a serious tone, "You don't need to explain so much. I understand in my heart. Xiaoru, I don't know how to thank you, if this family doesn't have you. I'm afraid to be scattered." "Nothing of the sort. Sis, you're making fun of me again." Young Yanru was filled with embarrassment and stammered her reply. Meanwhile, sitting at the dining table, Yu Xiaocheng ate the few remaining soup dumplings in his bowl, staring intently at his confused mother, secretly spitting in his heart, saying, "That's all old news, now your best friend has. I've already abducted me from your side. But there's one thing to say. This rich woman's acting skills are a bit powerful. Look at this face, does not red heart does not jump. Look at this mouth full of caring care for girlfriend's words, comparable to the existence of the Oscar-winning actress." Chu Feng smiled at her best friend, turned her head to her son, and said in a good-natured manner, "Have you eaten yet? Have you taken a bath?" "Aha." Yu Xiaocheng nodded and casually responded. "Then hurry up and go to bed. Tomorrow send your Auntie Zhang to work. From now on you're her exclusive driver. Listen to your Auntie Zhang. Don't mess around for me." Chu Feng barked without any good humor. "Ouch. If you don't say this, I know it too." Yu Xiaocheng bristled, silently getting up and walking into the kitchen with the bowl, then walking alone towards the second bedroom. When the moment the door was closed, the two sisters were left in the large living room. Seeing that her son was gone, Chu Feng reached out and gently pinched her best friend's waist, saying without any good humor, "You, why are you so confused? Although you're Chung Cheng's aunt, you can't bring him home. If your husband finds out about this, it'll be easy to make a misunderstanding." "No. As long as you don't misunderstand, sis." Zhang Yanru pursed her lips lightly and replied leisurely. "What can I misunderstand? What do I have to misunderstand? Do I misunderstand you cheating on me with Chung Cheng? I'm not a psychopath." Chu Feng laughed in a good-natured manner, and then continued, "Just now it's just a casual remark, don't take it to heart. In any case, the meaning is this, you don't bring a man home in the future, including Chung Cheng can't do it either. How come things aren't quite what I thought they'd be?" The pretty rich woman opened her mouth, the words hovered on the edge of her mouth for a long time, and then she silently swallowed back into her stomach, muttering, all right, I'll listen to you. That's right." Nodding in satisfaction, Chu Feng looked to another bowl on the table and asked, "He cooked this?" "I was a bit hungry, so Xiaocheng cooked some soup dumplings for me." The pretty rich woman made up a lie while not forgetting to pull a hand on Yu Xiaocheng. "Count on his conscience." Chu Feng held her best friend's arm tightly and inquired curiously, "Where's your husband? How come he doesn't live with you?" "Still reading," Young Yunru murmured in reply. "Ouch. Holy." Chu Feng showed a hint of shock, squeezed her eyebrows at her bosom friend and laughed, "I didn't expect it to be so tender. You little huffkin. Zhang Yanru face full of embarrassment and blush at the same time, the corner of the eye of the rest of the light cannot help but aim at the second bedroom, biting their red lips, light and quiet said, "Sister, almost on the line, do not make fun of me, and then make fun of. I went to divorce. Row. Chu Feng said angrily, "But do you give it up?" Me. Oops. Okay, stop asking me about this." Young Yunru tugged her best friend to sit on the sofa, her body pressed against her and snuggled up next to her. "Sis? Do you forgive people who have hurt you?" Young Yunru asked casually. Chuffing replied, "That depends on what hurts me." The pretty ripe rich woman hesitated and said in a thin voice, "Let me make an analogy is that there is a rich woman beside you who snatched Xiaocheng from your hands. What would you do?" Chu Feng looked over at her and said snidely, "This rich woman wouldn't be you, would it?" End of chapter. Zhang Yanru looked at her best friend beside her in a mute manner, her mind still buzzing, her mesmerized eyes revealing some undetectable panic. When she came back to her senses, hurriedly shook her head and denied, "Sister, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do such and such a thing?" The tone at the beginning was still tough, but as a result, the more he said, the voice became smaller and smaller, and even in the end, he didn't dare to meet Chu Feng's eyes, and silently turned his head sideways to one side. "I was just kidding." Chu Feng bared her teeth and laughed out, said lightly, "But from another point of view, you actually really snatched Chung Cheng from my hands. You see, from tomorrow onwards, my son to be inseparable from you. After all, it is your exclusive driver, the key to you and like to work overtime." So that's what she thought was my misunderstanding. Zhang Yanru was instantly relieved, the heart hanging in her throat fell to her stomach and muttered, "I mean, is the idea you suspected before, if Xiaocheng was dominated by a certain rich woman beside you, from the spirit to the flesh. Double domination, what would you do? Then that would be a blood feud." Chu Feng replied softly and quietly, "Although I'm in a hurry to hold grandchildren, I don't want an old woman to become my daughter-in-law. The key is that this old woman is still my sister. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable." Hearing these words from her best friend, Zhang Yanru's face went white, one jade hand tightly gripping her pant leg, her eyes full of guilt and helplessness that was hard to hide.
But what? If you are my daughter-in-law, then I don't have any opinion.
Chu Fang stepped forward to take her best friend's arm and said with a smiling face, Xiaorua, in the past I really had this idea, not even once or twice. The originally white face was once again moist and red, rolling her eyes straight at her best friend beside her, and said without any good humor, Sister, this idea of yours is absurd enough, actually.
I actually want me to become your daughter-in-law.
Thinking about it isn't a crime, and the Qi Cheng Chang likes you a lot.
Chu Fang smiled and continued, of course it's just thinking about it. There is nothing that can't be done if it can be thought of. In fact, I was already legally your daughter-in-law a few days ago. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, and did not tell this secret on impulse. After all, she also did not know when the bloody truth was put on the stage, the side of the best friend will have what kind of reaction, perhaps as she said from now on the two people blood feud. Almost forgot. No water for you. The pretty rich woman stood up and said softly, sit down for a while, sis, and I'll go get you a glass of water. After saying that, he went straight to the kitchen, leaving Chu Fang alone in the living room. In a few moments, not only were 2 glasses of water brought in, but some apples were cut up along the way, and then the sisters sat down on the couch and chatted about some parental matters, though most of them had to do with skincare and beauty. Tisk, TSK. I noticed that your skin is glowing, more white and tender than before, sure enough it's still a young man who can moisturize people. Chu Fang looked at her best friend meaningfully and smiled at her mysteriously, is the young man special? Can you little hooves stand it? Here we go again. Why is Sister Fang Fang always so tongue-tied?
Young Yanru skimmed her mouth and replied softly and glutinously, there was no betting at all, we just got married by agreement, it's hard to have feelings for each other.
I don't think so.
Because judging from this face of yours, Chu Fang surveyed her and said in a slightly thoughtful manner, you have a particularly strong need in certain areas, in fact, you should know this yourself, or else you wouldn't have found a young and strong young man to be your husband.
Ouch.
The rich woman stood up with a blush on her face and said in annoyance, sis.
It's almost enough, it's endless. It's annoying. Look, another rush.
Chu Fang dragged her back to her seat, gently patted the back of Zhang Yanru's hand, and gently said, you are also considered a married woman, what is there to be shy about? I'm telling you that this marital bliss is built on sexual bliss, and there is no happiness without sexual bliss, and even if it is happy,
a long time will not be happy. Got it. The pretty ripe rich woman was going crazy and hastily changed the subject, do you stay here at night? Let's see if you want me to stay. What's the point of asking? Then I'll stay if you let me. The night is quiet.
Zhang Yanru and Chu Fang were lying on the same bed, chatting about bedtime whispers. Suddenly at that moment, the cell phone resting beside the pretty rich woman's pillow rang, and when she looked at it, she saw that it was a message from the little bad boy sleeping in the second bedroom.
You Xiaocheng, are you asleep? Your husband? Chu Fang asked casually.
Young Yanru bit her lip and locked the screen and replied faintly,
miss you?
Chu Fang rolled over and looked at her best friend beside her, only a vague outline could be seen in the darkness.
No. He asked me if I slept. Young Yanru mumbled. Oh, and how did you answer? Chu Fang inquired curiously.
Young Yanru flattened her mouth and said gently, haven't answered him yet.
This way. You just send does not want me?
Chu Fang began to help her own bosom friend to make suggestions, and said in a serious manner, the initiative should be active, don't pretend to be high and cold, be careful to scare away your own husband. Pretty rich woman originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly had a bright idea. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. I'm sure Sister Fangfang couldn't guess how I would even chat with her son on her side on WeChat.
Only.
Zhang Yanru gripped her cell phone tightly, and an unspeakable shame erupted from the bottom of her heart to her entire body.
What's wrong? Act fast. Don't dilly-dally.
Seeing that her best friend hadn't moved, Chu Fang was getting a little anxious for her.
A little embarrassed.
The pretty rich girl squeaked out in explanation.
Is it because I'm around you? Goo.
Bring your cell phone, I'll send it for you. Chu Fang said with hatred.
No.
I'll do it myself. The pretty rich woman hurriedly shielded her cell phone and carefully admonished, don't peek, sis.
Okay. You hurry up and send it. Chu Fang didn't have the good sense to say.
Young Yanru cautiously opened her cell phone, and then turned back in 3 words, nervously editing the reply, even typing a word 3 times in a row before typing it correctly, so it was obvious to what extent the pretty rich woman was nervous.
Are you shaking? I didn't
Just as the two were talking, they accidentally dropped their cell phones to the floor. The pretty rich woman hastily ambled over and reached over the edge of the bed to pick up her cell phone.
Just slipped. End of chapter.
Lying on the side of the Chu Fang faintly smiled, lightly glutinous said, I see you a little nervous, with their own husband to speak a little love words, what is so shy, you are also not too old. And it is not the age of love, the bold should be bold, the flirtatious should be flirtatious. The pretty rich woman gripped her cell phone tightly and retorted with a red face, sis what's flirty or not,
Anyway, my situation is a bit special. It would be fine if it were anyone else. The key to your brother-in-law is your son.
At this moment, Zheng Yanru was slightly trembling inside, nervous and scared with a little bit of excitement. What situation is special not special? I ask you lonely not lonely, lonely that will quickly start, not lonely with how you toss. Chu Feng straight rolled his eyes, said in a bad mood, dilly-dallying also on the other side did not go out of the campus still do not understand, but where a man has long been impatient. The pretty ripe rich woman skimmed her mouth and replied leisurely, I got used to it a long time ago. Without a man, there is no man. How was it before? How will it be in the future? It's no big deal. I don't believe that I can't live without a man. You. Why are you so stubborn? Chu Feng said bitterly, fine, do whatever you want, I'm going to sleep. The words rolled over and turned his back to her. Seeing her best friend finally sleep, Zheng Yanru was relieved, carefully opened the phone, continued to edit the content that has not yet finished writing, but cautious she did not slacken, from time to turn her head to observe her best friend beside her, to prevent her from pretending to sleep over to peep. Zheng Yanru, I slept with your mom, I was just chatting with her, now she's asleep. What's the matter with you? Locking the screen, he quietly looked up at the ceiling above his head, waiting for a reply from the little badass. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the silence. Sent? The pretty ripe rich woman was taken aback and furiously snapped, Sis, you scared me to death, aren't you asleep? Chu Feng rolled over to face her and replied with a smile, it's not because she cares about you. Care? Obviously gossip. In the face of her good sister, the pretty rich woman is more like ordinary girls, no more high and cold in the past, this is also more, and the emotions are plumped up. At the moment, she beamed her little mouth, her eyebrows are full of dissatisfaction with her best friend. You. Really good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, I am so concerned about your feelings, for fear that you ruin this marriage, the result is that you take this concern of mine as gossip, Chu Feng angrily said, it seems that this sister is considered to be the head. Can you blame me? Who made you his real mom? Just as Zheng Yanru opened her mouth, just then her cell phone rang and some little villain sent a reply. He replied? Hurry up and show me. Chu Feng said impatiently. No. The pretty rich woman guarded her cell phone with her life, and nervously refused. Sis, just stay out of it and get some sleep, will you? How petty. Look at you. Ignore you. Chu Feng twisted around and huffed as she lay to the side. Zheng Yanru quietly opened the cell phone, while turning her head to look at her best friend beside her. It is true. She carefully rolled over, followed by the two sisters looked at each other, the awkward atmosphere sprouted in each other, but the old geezer is worthy of being an old geezer, in the face of such an unfavorable situation. Chu Feng looked calm and yawned, and rolled back over, as if nothing had happened. The pretty rich woman bristled and turned back to her cell phone screen. You Xiaocheng, let's hurry up and delete each other. My mom's a trickster, and when she sees it, she'll definitely be screwed. Delete each other? Why the mutual deletion? I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Zheng Yanru pursed her lips and quickly edited the content before sending it out. Send friend verification. Did he really delete me? The pretty ripe rich woman stared at the cell phone screen with wide eyes, full of incredulity, her scalp tingling for a while. Good. Delete me for a moment, add me to the crematorium. You little bastard. You wait and see. After plugging in his cell phone, he lay quietly on his bed with an angry look on his face. It's actually quite normal to do so when you think about it, but Zheng Yanru feels like she's been dropped off by the little bad guy, so she gets a little angry. It's over? Chu Feng suddenly asked. Aha. Zheng Yanru wasn't surprised and casually responded. Why are you still angry with this tone? Chu Feng was filled with doubt. Zheng Yanru gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to care about him. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? I don't think we've talked much. How did you get Ru so angry? Although Chu Feng is very curious about what happened in the end, but she did not break the pot to ask the end. After all, this kind of thing cannot get involved in and do not get involved in, to prevent the fire from catching fire, and a little friction between the two is also normal, as the saying goes, couples do not have overnight hatred, the head of the bed fights and the end of the bed. It is estimated that tomorrow morning is good. Early the following morning, Zheng Yanru awoke from her sleep, opened her eyes and realized that her best friend beside her had disappeared, and didn't care about anything, lazily stretched her waist, lifted the covers and got out of bed, put on her own clothes and pants from work, and then walked out of the bedroom. The moment he opened the door, he saw mother and son sitting together to eat breakfast. The scene was quite harmonious, not like they had quarreled last night. Up? Chang, go serve your aunt a bowl of congee. Seeing that her good girlfriend was up, Chu Feng ordered her son. Yu Xiaocheng obediently stood up and went to serve congee to his family's pretty rich woman, then brought it to her. At this time, the pretty rich woman raised her head, glared viciously at this little villain, and quietly reached out and touched his waist, and pinched hard, instantly hurting him until he grimaced and suffered. Endure the pain to return to the original seat. When mom is not paying attention, gently rubbing the pinched place, at the same time the corner of the eyes of the rest of the eyes sneak glances at her. The heart probably guessed what the reason is, not surprisingly. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea that I'm not a good idea. Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth and couldn't do anything at this time, so he can only eat his breakfast in silence. And just then, after finishing her breakfast, Chu Fong went into the bedroom and went to change her own clothes, leaving Yu Xiaocheng and the pretty ripe rich woman in the empty living room. You deleted me. Young Yunru blackened her face and muttered in exasperation. Then I'll add it back now. Yu Xiaocheng took out his cell phone and prepared to add the pretty rich woman back. The results were rejected. Delete when you want, add when you want? The pretty mature rich woman blankly eyed the little baddie beside her and said in annoyance, is auntie that cheap? Yu Xiaocheng put down his phone and looked straight at her. The rich woman's angry look was like a red haze in the sunset, delicate with a hint of shock, especially the fierce eyes, which were like hot stars, both frightening and mesmerizing at the same time. Think briefly and analyze calmly. Yu Xiaocheng decided to take a risky move. Quickly reaching out his own hand, he quickly and accurately grasped her white and tender jade hand and clutched it tightly in his own. Not adding back. I'll just keep catching my mom out. Yu Xiaocheng said seriously. In the face of the little bad guy this unexpected move, let this pretty mature rich woman as if frightened deer, body slightly trembling, hard to break free and found that it does not matter, because he is really holding too tight. Just don't let you pass. The pretty rich woman bit her lips tightly and replied in annoyance. Yu Xiaocheng smiled badly, okay, in that case, don't blame me. Whatever. Anyway, I'll say no and see what you can do with me. The pretty rich woman forced herself to hold back that inexplicable emotion, and just when she thought that the little bad guy was a paper tiger, suddenly a burst of itching came from the palm of her hand. Oops. He tickled my palm. The pretty ripe rich woman twisted her body while covering her mouth with force, her watery eyes looking at him in confusion, her eyebrows filled with a pitiful look. One went a little too far, one ended up not being able to hold back, and the result was some sort of emotional release ringing through the living room. At this free-sweating exclamation of surprise, Chu Fong rushed out of the bedroom in a panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? End of chapter. Chu Fong, who had just changed her clothes, suddenly heard a soul-resonating sound coming from outside the door, as if it was the release of a certain kind of emotion, and was immediately frightened, hurriedly grabbing the door to come out. The result was that she saw her best friend sitting there steadily. What the hell? What just happened? Quickly stepping to Zhang Yanru's side, carefully sizing her up, it was only then that he noticed that his best friend's face was full of scarlet at the moment, even red to her neck and ears. No, nothing. I just accidentally stubbed my toe, so it hurt until I screamed. The pretty rich woman subconsciously turned her face sideways, not daring to meet her bosom friend's eyes, and softly murmured, Sister, made you worry? I'm not much of a problem. Little badass. Little badass. I struggled so hard and he still has a death grip and won't let go, even picking at my palms. It's getting really bad and mischievous. Zhang Yanru's heart was full of resentment towards someone, and at the same time there was an unexplainable sentiment festering. I have to say that the moment he grabbed his hand just now, there seemed to be a mysterious power hitting the depths of his own heart, especially when gouging the palm of his hand lightly. That kind of crispy and itchy feeling, like millions of ants crawling all over the body. Ouch. And you're so careless. Chu Fong breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at his son who was as if nothing had happened, and said in a good-natured manner, seeing your aunt in so much pain, you don't know to get her a bottle of safflower oil? Foolishly sitting there, why are you not resourceful at all? Yu Xiaocheng was filled with embarrassment and glanced at the pretty rich woman beside him, realizing that she was glaring viciously at him. He hurriedly got up and inquired, Aunt Zhang, where is the medicine box? No need. It doesn't hurt much anymore. The pretty rich woman stared at him with a torchlight gaze, a hint of hatred in her soft words. How would that work? It's a problem if you hurt your tendons. It's better if I get the medicine chest. After Chu Fong finished speaking, she walked towards a certain room, leaving Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru in the living room once again. In the quiet and silent atmosphere, the two of them maintained a side-by-side sitting position. Yu Xiaocheng sneaked a look at the pretty rich woman beside him, and it turned out to be a coincidence that the four eyes collided, and in the next second, Yu Xiaocheng moved his eyes back. You little scoundrel! The pretty ripe rich woman bit her lip and said in exasperation, it's really getting more and more licentious. How do I know you're that ticklish? Yu Xiaocheng scrunched his head and said with a smile that was not lost in his embarrassment, then that add back? Plus your ass. The rich woman glared at him and said, depends on your performance. If you do well, you'll get it back, but if you don't, you'll never be able to live your life again. The words. Chu Fong returned with a medical box, sat down beside her best friend, and took a bottle of safflower oil out of the box. I'll do it. I'll do it. The quick-witted Yu Xiaocheng took the safflower oil from his own mother's hands, reached out to help him take off the slippers on his left foot. A white and flawless jade foot was exposed. The pretty rich woman's beautiful feet are delicate and delicate, her toes are as delicate as pearls. One can't help but want to hold it in his hand to play with it carefully. When Yu Xiaocheng's fingers came into contact with the rich woman's toes, constantly caressing and pinching them, the warmth from his fingers mixed with the coolness of the safflower oil, and an indescribable feeling swept through his body. Shame spewed from the bottom of her heart, but the words to stop it were like a lump in her throat, wanting to say it but unable to say it, especially when beside her sat her own best friend, the key to this best friend is the mother of the little man who touched her toes.
Gently, gently, be careful of hurting your aunt.
Chu Fong tightened her brows and seriously admonished her son.
Oh, Yu Xiaocheng answered.
Then he smeared some safflower oil onto his fingers and tenderly kneaded the delicate jade toes, with his fingertips dabbing at the crevices between the toes from time to time.
Aha! The pretty ripe rich woman pinched her thighs, attempting to use the pain to dispel that inexplicable feeling all over her body, but it did nothing at all. The touch coming from her toes was like a powerful electric current darting into her body, and in the blink of an eye, it was implicated in every corner of her body.
Alright, stop rubbing safflower oil. Zheng Yanru tried to stay awake to avoid being noticed by her best friend beside her as she whispered softly, Xiaocheng.
Thank you. It's okay. It's what I'm supposed to do. Yu Xiaocheng looked up and smiled at her with a slight mischievous and bad taste in his smile, then asked, Auntie Zhen, is the quality of this service okay? 1 to 5. Let's give it a score.
Pretty rich woman suddenly froze, glanced at the little bad guy beside her, the heart that is angry and anxious and helpless. It is obvious that this is a young plot. If you give him 5 points, it means that WeChat can be added back, and if you don't give him 5 points, his mom is sitting on the side by then. The face of the best friend is a little embarrassing.
Auntie will definitely give you a 5.
The pretty rich woman pursed her moist lips and emitted a fierce glint in her eyes while smiling at him. Your compliments are my motivation and I will continue to work hard in the future. No sooner had Xiaocheng finished his sentence than the back of his head was gently slapped by his own mother, who took the bottle of safflower oil from him.
Don't be a jerk. Clean up the table and send your aunt to the office.
Chu Fong said without a trace of anger.
Oh.
Yu Xiaocheng cleared up the table and washed the dishes in the meantime. When he came out of the kitchen, the pretty ripe rich woman was already in her heels and waiting for him at the door.
Sister, I'm off to work. Help me close the doors and windows before you leave. Young Yunru admonished. Don't worry.
Chu Fong nodded and looked at her own son, Cheng Chang.
Drive slower and be safe on the road. No.
Yu Xiaocheng put on his shoes and followed the pretty rich woman out the door with him. The two made their way to the underground parking lot, keeping each other silent for the duration. Yu Xiaocheng opened the rear door for the rich woman, but Zheng Yanru turned a blind eye to this and silently walked towards the passenger seat and opened the door herself.
Oh, my God. Women.
Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and returned to the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt while whispering, Fasten your seatbelt, we're off.
Wait a minute. Young Yunru suddenly spoke.
Yu Xiaocheng turned his head and looked at her suspiciously.
The pretty mature rich woman ambled over, raised her hand and stretched out a green jade finger, gently tapped on his head, and exasperatedly said, If you dare to fool around like this again in the future, Auntie is really going to get angry. This time Yu Xiaocheng didn't get stubborn and just laughed nervously.
When the vehicle drove out of the neighborhood and entered the main road, the atmosphere returned to the previous silence. The pretty rich woman tilted her head sideways, looking at the pedestrians on the side of the road, while her mind was in chaos, and she didn't know why. The feeling of having his toes rubbed still lingered at the tip of her heart. Out of the corner of her eye, she peeked over at him, looking at the little man who was driving, and with a sudden brain twitch, she asked in a soft whisper, Little bad boy, are Auntie's feet comfortable to touch? End of chapter. When caught off guard after saying this sentence, the pretty mature rich woman realized the seriousness of the problem, but wanted to take it back already impossible. At this time she tightly clutched her pants, don't head biting her lips. Her face was scarlet in appearance. What the hell? How could I have said such a flippant thing? Compared to the incredibly ashamed rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng, who was driving the car, could not help but show a trace of dismay and confusion after hearing these words, but quickly regained his calm demeanor and replied in a slightly thoughtful manner, Comfortable is comfortable, it's just that the touching isn't long enough. Like Auntie's beautiful feet, I want to touch them for the rest of my life. This little scoundrel, little rascal, little pervert. He answered a thoughtless question. He answered it, and the answer is too shameful. This is the blushing pretty rich woman, at this moment are almost red. A strong feeling from the bottom of the heart spurts to the whole body, so much so that the breathing began to slowly rush, and there is a clear aggravation. Zhang Yanru pursed lips, said angrily, No big or small actually dare to molest me.
You're the one who asked, so I'll answer.
Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, But there is one thing to say, Auntie, your feet do look good, and they are white and soft, they are really comfortable to touch, right?
When I touch your feet, are you comfortable?
Hearing the little villain's words getting more and more excessive, the pretty mature rich woman was both angry and a bit shy, and pinched her thighs hard to try and use the pain to regain her consciousness, forcing down her rapid breathing, and reprimanding in a petulant manner, Yu Xiaocheng.
I'm your aunt, you show me some respect. Respect. I've always respected you. This is not to explore it, the key is that you started it. Yu Xiaocheng replied in a serious manner. That was a slip of the tongue. The pretty ripe rich woman skimmed her mouth and said in a serious tone, "This topic is lifted here, don't mention it again in the future. When you get to the company I'll ask someone to give you a senior pass, so you won't be hindered in the future wherever you go. In addition, there is a cafeteria in the company, so you don't need to go out to eat, and lastly, no contact with all the women in the company is allowed." In the face of the last request, Yu Xiaocheng was not surprised. He had long ago found that this woman's controlling desire is very strong. In other words, the jealousy is very big. A little inattention is easy to knock her vinegar tank over. Cannot help but slightly smile and said, "Don't worry about it, I'll just stay in the office. After all, I have things to do myself, and the relevant project program also right." "Aha!" the pretty rich woman responded and ignored him. For a few moments, the car then drove to the downstairs of the company and parked in the exclusive parking space under the guidance of the rich woman, and then the two of them got off together. Zhang Yanru did not shy away from anything, and walked into the company with her best friend's son in a big way, and met many company employees along the way, and Yu Xiaocheng would observe their expressions from time to time, and found that these people were intentionally avoiding Zhang Yanru's gaze, and revealed a hint of fear between their eyebrows. Sure. Yu Xiaocheng observed the company's employees, and why wouldn't the employees secretly observe him, speculating about who this man was and what his relationship with President Zhang was. Came to the rich woman's office, just sat down not long. Zhang Yanru's secretary came, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. There is so a hint of maturity, but not as rich as Zhang Yanru's flavor, also not as beautiful and plump as her. When the rich woman finished ordering things, the secretary called Sister Zhang walked out, and at this moment, Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru were left in the office. "You wait a little. The office will get you set up right away." Young Yanru finished her sentence and started her day, leaving her little badass out to dry. The so-called line is like a mountain, although I do not know what the pretty rich woman, anyway, it seems to be very busy. Yu Xiaocheng did not bother her, quietly sitting there flipping through the phone, until the arrival of the secretary Zhang's sister, only to break the tranquility of this. Yu Xiaocheng was brought to a brand new office, which couldn't be said to be particularly luxurious, but the relevant equipment was all available, and it looked like it could only be owned by a general manager level. "Tell me if you need anything," the secretary, Sister Zhang, said to Xiaocheng with a smile, her words filled with respect for him. "Aha! Tough luck, Sister Zhang," Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile as well. After Sister Zhang left, Yu Xiaocheng sat in his office, smoking a cigarette while ruminating. He turned his head sideways to look at the city through the huge glass, looking down on the city, and suddenly had a deep sense of guilt. God gave me a chance to be born again and I used it to climb rich women really is a deep sin. At the time of lunch, the muddle-headed Yu Xiaocheng walked out of the office and followed the army to the cafeteria to eat. The company cafeteria is outsourced, but the food is not bad. After casually ordering a few dishes, sitting in the nooks and crannies with his dinner plate, enjoying a sumptuous lunch by himself, while Yu Xiaocheng was eating, he also noticed that a lot of people were secretly looking at him. Most of them were young girls. Just then, the appearance of the pretty rich woman in the cafeteria made everyone tense up. After picking out the food and looking around the entire cafeteria, she spotted the little bad guy hiding in the corner at a glance and hesitated to sit over there, but was a little embarrassed considering all the people, pondering for a long time. She picked a more distant seat, but was able to see him at a glance. "Handsome? Can we sit here?" Yu Xiaocheng, who had buried his head in dry rice, heard a crisp voice in his ear, and looked up to find three youthful and beautiful girls, staring at themselves with smiling eyes. Yu Xiaocheng took a look at the surrounding area, and indeed there was no place for him, so he nodded silently. Seeing that the handsome man agreed, the three girls immediately sat down. "Handsome? What department are you in? It's like I've never seen you before." One of the girls with a ponytail stared straight at Yu Xiaocheng and inquired playfully and softly, "I'm your Mr. Zhang's husband." Yu Xiaocheng replied seriously. After hearing Yu Xiaocheng's words, all three girls were stunned, and soon that ponytailed girl reacted and hurriedly said, "Shoo, you don't want to joke about this. When the time comes and the finds out, you're done for." "Freakso? What exactly is her role in the company? But the black face does look quite intimidating." Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but look at the pretty rich woman in the distance, only to find a pair of big, clear eyes that were also secretly gazing at him. Moments. The cell phone in his pants pocket rang, a text message from none other than the rich woman. "Young Yun, are you? Which one do you like?" Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his lips and quickly edited the content. Yu Xiaocheng, all three. End of chapter. The so-called skillful man is bold, that is to say, people like Yu Xiaocheng, knowing that he is going to be beheaded, but still stick his head over, but he is not really crazy for doing so, but a kind of self-preservation by fighting poison with poison. Sitting not far away from the pretty ripe rich woman, was originally very dissatisfied with the little bad eggs and three girls sitting together. Deep inside a faint sour taste welled up, until she saw that he sent a reply to make the rich woman and funny and angry, looked at the corner of the little bad eggs, silently picked up the phone, quickly editing the content. "Zhang Yanru, you a little bad guy, the appetite is quite big, actually want to collect together, you think you are the emperor? Want to have their own harem? Bastard. I clearly warned you not to have contact with women in the company, but you ended up taking my words for granted." After putting down her cell phone,
the pretty rich woman ate her lunch, her stomach full of complaints about someone, but not really angry, because just now a scene. She actually saw it. It was the three girls who took the initiative to come up to her. It wasn't some little bad guy who invoked it. Think about it. The little bad guy so handsome and lean, indeed very popular with the girls, including those mature women like herself. Zhang Yanru frowned, suddenly had a sense of crisis. If one day in the future, there appeared a woman who was even more beautiful than herself, whose body was even more voluptuous than her own, and who was the type of mature young woman that the little bad guy liked, I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep him at all. Sister Fong Fong? What do I do now? How can you guard your son? On the occasion of the pretty ripe rich woman's whims, sitting in the corner of the Yu Xiaocheng is chatting with three girls. Zheng Yanru looked at him, angry, almost face crooked. No wonder waiting for half a day, do not see him to send a reply. The original and the girls chatting on the. Look at that. I can't believe he's making the girls laugh. Damn stinking man. The pretty rich woman wanted to grab some little bad guy over, but it was just a fantasy. After all, there were so many people in the cafeteria. If she really did that, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Hello, would you mind hitching a ride? At this moment, young Yunru was completely unable to eat. Her mind was on a certain little villain, and when she saw him coldly chatting with the girls, she felt a pang of loss inside, as if her favorite toy had been snatched away by other children. What department are these three girls in? Who's the supervisor? Gradually the grudge against someone was transferred to the innocent people. The pretty rich woman looked at the three girls, how she looked at them, and couldn't wait to fire all three of them immediately. Wait. Finally a reply from the little badass. The pretty rich woman looked at the message sent and barely lifted the table. Yu Xiaocheng, I'm a little busy right now, so I'll talk to you when I get back. Zhang Yanru raised her head, glanced at someone sitting in the corner, looked at the three girls covering their mouths, eyebrows full of laughter and affection, and for the first time had real anger towards Xiaocheng. Silently, he stood up and left the cafeteria without looking back. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng looked back and then said to the three girls, it's almost time, I'm done eating too, it's time to go save the world. Without waiting for those three girls to say anything, Yu Xiaocheng turned around and left, leaving behind only a mysterious and lonely back. Young Yunru sits in her office quietly fuming while her mind is filled with someone's lingering figure and the joyful scene of him chatting with the girl just now. In fact, the pretty ripe rich woman has already noticed her own difference. There is a kind of unexplainable possessiveness to her best friend's son, but in the face of this change she has her own explanation. After all, she has received a marriage license with the little bad guy. That means that the little bad guy belongs to her, in addition to her best friend. No woman is allowed to touch. Ugh. What's wrong with me? Why is it getting weird? The pretty ripe rich woman mumbled with a puzzled face while rubbing the acupuncture points on her head. Boom boom boom. A sudden knock sounded on the door, breaking the silence in the office. Zhang Yanru gathered her emotions and faintly shouted at the door, please come in. With the words, the door to the office was slowly opened. A figure, loved and hated, slipped in from outside, and when she saw that it was the little badass pretty mature rich woman's face instantly pulled down. What are you doing here? Where are those three girls from earlier? Pretending to look at a document in his hand, he questioned coldly. Angry? That's not so bad, is it? Yu Xiaocheng sat across from the rich woman, looked at the document in her hand, and thoughtfully reminded, you're holding it upside down. Take pork and read. The pretty rich woman glared up at him, her seemingly icy face revealing a faint trace of embarrassment. Yes. My Auntie Zhang is the best. Yu Xiaocheng smiled nervously and asked gently, are you hungry? I see you didn't eat much in the cafeteria either. Nothing to do with you. The pretty rich woman closed the file in her hand and made a flurry of blind clicks with the mouse in her hand. Of course it matters. Yu Xiaocheng replied seriously, you're my wife. Hearing the word wife, the rich woman's heart seemed to be struck by something, and her originally cold face began to redden as an inexplicable sentiment surged through her body. Dang it! Look what I got you! Yu Xiaocheng suddenly took out a plastic bag from behind her and smiled gently, Spanish mackerel dumplings. I remembered that you like these dumplings a lot, and my mom even wrapped them for you many times, so I purposely went out and bought you a portion back, so eat it while it's hot. Speaking. Just take a box out of the plastic bag and bring it to the pretty rich woman. Originally Zhang Yanru had been ready to lose his temper in front of him, so that he would rise up, which should have been thunderous anger, the key even the emotions are brewing almost, but the result was never expected. When seeing the Spanish mackerel dumplings, those accumulated anger dissipated into nothing. What's wrong? Yu Xiaocheng looked at the frothing rich woman and asked suspiciously, don't you like it? Zhang Yanru returned to her senses and shook her head at him, gently opening the lid. Instantly an aroma came to her nose, the thin-skinned, large-filled dumplings, one by one, laying neatly in the box, waiting for herself to enjoy them. Picking up a dumpling and dipping it in some vinegar, gently bringing it to his mouth, when the moment of entry. The flavor of seafood instantly filled the mouth, constantly stimulating the taste buds. I'm going out first. Stay in your place too long and people will get suspicious. Yu Xiaocheng stood up and walked towards the door alone. The pretty ripe rich woman wanted to call him to a halt, but the words hovered on the edge of her mouth for a long time, and then she helplessly swallowed them back into her stomach.
When Yu Xiaocheng left, the rich woman was left alone in the office.
Zhang Yanru hurriedly opened a certain drawer, from which she took out a small delicate gift box. Looking at this small box in her hand, the rich woman fell into deep contemplation.
Dad, it's your birthday next month. Here's a Rolex that little Cottonwood bought for you. But considering you've got so many watches, it's not so bad for your daughter to have this one. I'd better buy you a tie.
End of chapter. Unsurprisingly, the rich woman still chose to work overtime, while Yu Xiaocheng naturally stayed behind to accompany her. See, people are almost gone. Yu Xiaocheng pushed open the rich woman's office, looking at the pretty mature rich woman sitting in front of the computer. Seriously office appearance, not to say quite a different flavor, especially this a serious workplace outfit. If then put on a pair of black frame glasses, it would be more perfect if you can.
Black stockings are also a must. How much longer?
Yu Xiaocheng slowly and leisurely walked over to the rich woman and sat down on her butt, inquiring softly. I don't know, you can take a cab home if you're in a hurry. While operating the computer, Zhang Yanru replied faintly at the little villain, I won't blame you, after all, overtime doesn't count.
See how that sounds? I'm the kind of person who would leave without you?
Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes, got up and went to make herself a cup of coffee, and casually asked, do you want to give you a cup of coffee to refresh yourself as well?
No. Drinking coffee in the middle of the night makes it easy to fall asleep. Young Yunru glanced at the pouting little baddie and said softly and gluttonously, are you bored this day?
It's okay. Yu Xiaocheng returned to her seat with her coffee and said as she drank, I also have my own things. Once I pass the re-examination, I'll have to submit the relevant project plan, which is actually quite tight, and I have to check all kinds of information and so on. The rich woman pursed her lips lightly, her eyebrows flashed a touch of shallow loss. The thought of him going to Shin University to study for a doctorate, to leave from their side, suddenly some reluctance to let him go, and they cannot keep him. After all, it is his own choice.
Aha! Young Yunru answered and continued to operate the computer.
In the large office, the two men were each busy with their own business, and there was no sound other than the tapping of the keyboard. Yu Xiaocheng looked up and looked at the opposite side of the pretty rich woman, a simple white shirt with a black professional suit. The classic black and white colors show endless elegant temperament, coupled with exquisite makeup and flowing black hair, but also to support the full maturity of the flavor.
What? Locking your brows? What kind of problem is this? Yu Xiaocheng asked suspiciously. The computer suddenly died.
Zhang Yanru bit her lip, displeasure written all over her face, reached out and slapped the display, saying in exasperation, the broken computer dies every other day.
The computer's dead. What are you doing tapping the monitor?
Yu Xiaocheng stood up, walked around the spacious desk to the rich woman's side, and said, let me show you. The pretty rich woman got up to make way, obediently stood behind him, watched the little bad guy pouting under the table, all kinds of pounding, although I do not know what he is doing. Anyway, look quite like the thing. But then again, there is a man by the side of, indeed quite rely on, especially this kind of strong and handsome little man. The key is that he is also a super school bully. The memory stick is loose. I've already replugged it for you, there shouldn't be any more crashes in the future. Yu Xiaocheng burrowed out from under the table and looked back at the pretty ripe rich woman behind her. Doesn't anyone in your company know how to fix computers? I have a lot of things stored in my computer that I don't want others to touch. Young Yunru replied. Rather. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and then stepped aside. Back to the original position of the playful and ripe rich woman. At this moment, there is no mind to continue to work, secretly looking at the opposite side of the little bad guy, looking at his own best friend's son. The heart cannot help but wonder how come I did not realize before that he is so good? But sometimes he is quite bad. Not continuing to work? Yu Xiaocheng noticed the frothing rich woman and thought she was a bit tired, saying in a serious tone, tired? I'll give you a shoulder massage. Speaking, he had gotten up and walked around behind the rich woman. Before young Yunru could react, both of her fragrant shoulders were held down by him. In the face of this unexpected situation, this lonely and pretty mature rich woman who had been lonely for more than 30 years could not help but tremble as if she had been electrocuted, and an unprecedentedly strong feeling was gushing out from the bottom of her heart to every part of her body. The little bad guy's technique is very good, every time is the right amount of strength, originally a little stiff shoulders, under his kneading gradually stretched out. Aha! Why is he so skillful? Young Yunru lightly bit her lips, her reddened face showing a hint of relief, and even her breathing became a bit rapid. Wait! Something's wrong. I seem to be starting to get weird. The rich woman, who was enjoying the massage, suddenly noticed something. She realized that her emotions seemed to be a bit flooded, and that her heart, which had been lonely for more than 30 years, was actually a bit stupid at this moment. Enough! Young Yunru pinched her thighs hard, using the pain to awaken her consciousness, and muttered, I am already comfortable. Getting comfortable so quickly? Row. Yu Xiaocheng loosened her hands and stood beside the rich woman, asking with a smile, how was the service? Did it satisfy you? Aha! The pretty ripe rich woman tilted her head sideways, not daring to look at him at all, deeply afraid that he would notice her blushing appearance, and muttered in a thin voice, quite satisfactory. Satisfied. Hungry? Do you want to go out and buy you some snacks and come back? Yu Xiaocheng asked again.
No.
Young Yanru said softly and quietly, I'm done, let's go home together. The words. The rich woman hurriedly stood up and hurriedly walked towards the door. Yu Xiaocheng saw this and also quickly followed. On the way back, the two didn't talk much until they came under the floor. As she unbuckled the seatbelt on her body, the pretty ripe rich woman said to the little badass at the wheel, you can drive this car straight home, and don't forget to pick me up in the morning. Because Chu Fong knew about this, Yu Xiaocheng didn't refuse, casually answered, and softly said, don't worry, I won't forget, by the way, I'll come to your house to cook breakfast for you, by the way.
Give me a key to your house. I'll give it to you in the morning.
Zhang Yanru opened the car door and walked straight towards the gate, only to go halfway and then suddenly kill back.
What?
Lowering the window glass, Yu Xiaocheng, who was sitting in the car, looked at the rich woman standing at the side and asked in confusion, what else is there to order? Young Yanru suddenly had a bit of a hard time speaking and squeaked, do you know what's the most important thing about becoming a qualified driver?
Driving skills?
Yu Xiaocheng replied with a slight thought. The pretty ripe rich woman blanked her eyes, raised her hand and stretched out a green jade finger, gently nudged his brain, and said in a good-natured manner, time.
Of course it's time. Having said that,
taking a small box out of his bag, he tucked it into the little bad boy's arms. Before Xiaocheng could return to his senses, the pretty rich woman fled.
Dad, I'm sorry.
The watch was still not saved.
End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng, who was sitting in the car, was still holding a delicate little box in his arms, and when he came back to his senses the figure of the rich woman was long gone from his vision.
What the hell? Why did you give me this all of a sudden?
Yu Xiaocheng picked up the box and shook it in his ear, and did not hear any sound, silently opened the lighting in the car, and took a close look at the box. As a result, he saw the Rolex logo on the box and froze in place for a moment.
Nice guy. A Rolex?
When he opened this exquisite little box, it was indeed a golden watch, radiating a dazzling light under the light of the car.
Is it for me?
Yu Xiaocheng held the gold Rolex watch and was a bit at a loss for words, even though he didn't know much about watches, but what he took out of the rich woman's bag. The price was definitely not expensive, it was estimated to be more than $500,000. Silence for a long time. Yu Xiaocheng put the watch back, took out his cell phone and dialed the rich woman's number directly. A moment's time the other party connected the caller.
It's too expensive.
Yu Xiaocheng hesitated and said softly, I can't take it.
When will you take it back?
At this time, the pretty ripe rich woman just walked out of the elevator and stood at the door of her own home. Hearing him reject his good intentions, there was a hint of inexplicable touch in her heart, lightly pursed her lips and murmured, actually it's not very expensive, it's just a few $100,000, it was supposed to be a gift for my father, but he has a lot of famous watches now, and it's not so bad to have such a piece of Rolex. Listening to the Versailles words, Yu Xiaocheng is a bit speechless. The Kishi does have the qualification of Versailles, opened his mouth and swallowed back the words to the edge of his mouth. Somehow send me a piece of so expensive watch as the so-called no merit, no reward. The words to the edge of the mouth and swallowed back, helplessly said, somehow send me a piece of so expensive watch as the so-called no merit. I am now a little panic.
The words. Yu Xiaocheng asked nervously, are you craving for my body?
Just took out the key ready to poke into the lock eye. The result is suddenly heard the little bad these words, accidentally gave a crooked poke. The pretty mature rich woman straight rolled her eyes, exasperated and angry. You don't think nonsense, how can you crave for your body?
Aunt has not been hungry to this extent.
Oh,
then I'm relieved.
Yu Xiaocheng took a long breath and muttered to himself with a palpitating heart. In the face of suddenly and wavy up the little bad guy, the pretty mature rich woman that is both angry and funny, gently opened the door of her own room, said softly, so long Aunt did not send you any gift, this watch is sent to you as a gift.
Then how should I return the favor?
Yu Xiaocheng asked carefully. Driving for me well, driving me to and from work, and making me breakfast in the morning before you get your degree, that's the best reward. The pretty ripe rich woman lay back on the couch and replied softly, that's all that's required, you should be able to do it all, right?
Either. Shall I show you another spinning handstand to eat?
Yu Xiaocheng laughed softly, otherwise it doesn't feel real. Zhang Yanru bared her teeth and laughed out, chortling with petulance, behave yourself for me you little villain, getting more and more mischievous. Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously, then said in a serious tone, I hope this is the last time, in the future, don't send me such expensive things, I know your heart, but I really don't need it, we owe each other nothing.
You know my mind? Actually, you don't know it at all.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and replied in an exasperated manner, I'll send it if I want to, I won't if I don't want to,
You control me.
The sudden arrogance and stubbornness caught Yu Xiaocheng a bit off guard, and not knowing what had pissed her off, he said bitterly, I'm just saying.
Don't say anything like that again, I don't want to hear it a second time.
The pretty mature rich woman pouted her own plump jus lips, her eyebrows slightly showed a shallow and petulant anger, and leisurely said, I'm going to take a bath, you go home earlier, pay attention to safety on the road, don't drive so fast, and send me a Weibo message after arriving home.
That last bit can't be done.
Why?
You always deny my friend requests. You now add.
When hung up the phone, soon received WeChat's add friend notification, this time Zhang Yanru did not refuse, silently gave through. Looking at someone again appeared in the list. Pretty ripe rich woman's thoughts are a little flooded, have to say. Some people will come back to the side after going around in circles. Originally had planned to hang him out for 3 or 5 days, to give him a good upturn, but the result is just a day's time and added back. Zhang Yanru wore a muslin pink nightgown and walked slowly and leisurely out of the bathroom, clearly a light pace, but out of the sinking feeling. Grabbing his phone, he glanced at it and realized that the little bad boy had sent himself a message of peace 5 minutes ago. The saucy ripe rich woman sent a good word and proceeded to ask him about the whereabouts of her best friend.
Yu Xiaocheng, she's playing mahjong, so I guess she'll be home at midnight again.
Looking at what he sent, Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, and in her heart there was so much remorse. Had she known that her best friend was playing mahjong and would have to play until so late, she should have left her son for the night.
A moment's hesitation.
Holding up his phone, he edited a message for him.
Young Yun, are you? Do you want to come and spend the night at Auntie's house?
When this entry was sent, there was so much nervousness and at the same time a slight anticipation on the part of the saucy ripe rich woman.
Soon. Some little badass replied. Yu Xiaocheng, I don't want to. If you don't come, you don't come. As if I invited you.
Exasperated, the pretty rich woman tossed her cell phone aside, reached out and grabbed a headrest, pounding it a few times, finally regaining her usual composure when her emotions got the best of her.
It doesn't matter. My life is still functioning without you.
Just when the pretty ripe rich woman is breaking her heart, the cell phone thrown on the sofa suddenly rang, thought it was some little villain who had changed his mind, hurriedly brought the cell phone to take a look, but the result was that in the next second,
disappointment was written all over her face. Why is Dad calling?
It was also a man, but the ripe old lady would have preferred some young, strong little man.
Sighing helplessly, the rich woman silently picked up the phone. Hey Dad. Young Yunru asked softly, is something wrong? It's Dad's birthday next month. Baby girl, are you coming back?
The middle-aged man on the phone tenderly inquired.
Aha.
Young Yunru answered and murmured, I'll definitely be back, and I bought you a present, Dad,
A very nice tie. Hearing these words from his daughter, Zhang Xinghua asked suspiciously, you said it was a gold Rolex the other day. What's with the tie all of a sudden?
End of chapter. Faced with her father's question, the rich woman was a bit at a loss for words, not thinking of how to answer him, squeakingly explaining, This is a special case, the gold Rolex watch.
What happened to it? Baby girl.
You explained this half a day, and did not explain anything. Zhang Xinghua is not a lack of watches, mainly a little confused and curious. Obviously the daughter has prepared something in advance, the result is inexplicably changed again, from a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars into a tie of up to a few thousand. What happened in the middle of this?
How do you expect me to explain that? Never tell you. That watch went to a young, strong guy. Zhang Yanru's face was almost suffocating red as she stammered and replied, Anyway,
the current situation is that the watch is gone, but there is a beautiful tie. Dad, do you want it?
If you want it, I'll give it to you. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else. To be.
A gift from my baby girl, even if it's a rock, Dad still likes it.
Zhang Xinghua smiled and said, but I'm still a little strange. How did this suddenly change its mind? Just then,
Chu Chunyan, who was sitting in Zhang Xinghua, moved her ears away from her husband's cell phone, poked him hard with her elbow a few times, and then shook her head vigorously at him, signaling her husband not to dwell on the issue.
Dad, why do you have so many wives?
Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, exasperated, almost on the line, has been gripping this issue does not put, no more is no more you anyway, the collection of so many expensive watches, it is not bad for my piece of Rolex it.
Yeah.
Zhang Xinghua smiled awkwardly and then said, Dad won't disturb your rest, go to bed early.
Aha. Good night, Dad.
Young Yunru pouted and replied with a light tweed.
When the father and daughter hung up the phone, Zhang Xinghua looked at his wife beside him with a perplexed face and asked curiously, what exactly is the situation with our daughter?
You're stupid. Of course she has a boyfriend, the Rolex that was supposed to be given to you, I think mostly to her boyfriend. Chu Chunyan whitened her eyes husband, a smile on her face murmured, and before that jacket incident a series of truth began to surface, the little ninja is hidden deep enough, have a boyfriend or not let us know.
Oof.
I don't agree with this marriage. Zhang Xinghua said with a black face and no good manners, it was originally my Rolex, which somehow became his. The words. The flesh of his waist was then pinched by a handful of his daughter-in-law.
Is it more important to have a Rolex or to hold your grandson and granddaughter? Can't you tell the difference?
You're still the chairman of the board, but you don't know what you're talking about. Chu Chunyan was about to explode with anger, twisting her husband's soft flesh with all her might, causing Zhang Xinghua to grimace in pain and all kinds of bitter pleas. When Chu Chunyan let go of her hand, she warned her husband in a serious tone, it's not easy for our daughter to find a boyfriend, so don't get me into any tricks. You'd better persuade your daughter more, just her that temperament and character don't two people good and good suddenly broke up.
Zhang Xinghua helplessly preached. Don't worry about that. I'll talk to her alone. Chu Chunyan replied with a slight thought. Meanwhile,
After the phone call of the pretty rich woman, threw the phone aside, hugging the headrest tightly in his arms. His eyebrows are full of unspeakable shame after cheating his girlfriends and then cheating his own father. How do you feel that he is walking on a road more and more black?
Ugh. Is it heartfelt, or is it lonely?
Zhang Yanru beeped. Confused eyes have been staring at a certain place, thoughts have long been a chaotic piece. She is now a little confused, and the relationship between the little bad guy seems to be very close to each other.
But it always feels like there is an invisible barrier in the middle. But what is certain is this.
He really treats himself quite well, although he may occasionally be mischievous and occasionally tease me. However, putting aside these small problems, the rest is all about that kind of care and concern. In this debauched and seductive world, if there is a person who can be honest with himself, give himself a sense of security, and give himself undivided care, then he will certainly possess more charm than this world.
Bad boy. Why are you getting more and more abrasive?
The pretty mature rich woman bit her lip, complex emotions mixed with some unspeakable touch. She did not know how to explain this feeling, probably just want to go to him. Even if they didn't have much to say to each other, it was reassuring just to have him sitting beside them.
Early the following morning,
Yu Xiaocheng woke up early, put on his own clothes and pants after, by the way, the marriage certificate into the pocket. When he walked out of his bedroom, found that his mother actually got up early.
Mom, what time did you get back last night? Why did you get up so early?
Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. A little. Chu Fang brought out a bowl of congee from the kitchen and sent it to her son, saying, "Getting up so early is because I'm making breakfast for you and your aunt, and when you go out, I'll go back to my room to catch up on my sleep." After that, she went back into the kitchen, and when she reappeared, she was carrying a thermos bucket of porridge.
"You take it away later," Chu Fang commanded.
"Oh." Yu Xiaocheng casually responded and ate his own breakfast. Chu Fang sat down beside her son, sized him up carefully, pursed her lips and asked seriously, "Is there something you're hiding from me?"
Nope."
Yu Xiaocheng ate the congee with a calm demeanor, facing her mom's inquiries without revealing a single trace of abnormality.
"Who is that woman outside?" Chu Fang asked seriously. "Auntie Young."
Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and downplayed the situation.
"Crap.
I said besides your Aunt Jeanne, that woman who bought you clothes, who exactly is she?"
Chu Fang rolled her eyes and pursued the question without any good humor. "You guess?"
Yu Xiaocheng replied playfully.
"I'm guessing your ass." Chu Fang was so angry that her back teeth were about to be clenched, and said in a serious manner, "Yu Xiaocheng, I'll give you one last chance. Who the hell is that woman?"
Facing the step-by-step pressure of her own mother, Yu Xiaocheng is a little difficult to fight. Can't tell her that she is her best friend.
"Wait a minute. Why not?
I'm going to go against the grain and admit that I'm legally married to Auntie Jeanne, just to see if my mom will believe it."
"I bet Mom's gun isn't loaded."
"Hey, I was going to spend time with you as a son, but all I got in return was all kinds of suspicion." Yu Xiaocheng put down the dishes in his hands, turned to look at his own mother at the side, raised his hand to straighten his clothes, and said meaningfully,
"No more pretending. I'm your brother-in-law and I'm showing my cards." End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng announced his secret in a big way, and then sat there as if nothing had happened, eating his mom's hand-boiled rib porridge, without the slightest expression of panic on his face. After Chu Fang heard these words from her son, she first froze dumbly in place, looking at him with a hint of dismay in her confusion, and then her expression began to become open-mouthed, and it was as if anger could be spewed out of those fierce eyes, directly able to engulf her son.
"You brat! What are you babbling about all day long?" Chu Fang was so angry that she reached out and ruthlessly pinched her son's arm, saying angrily, "Your Aunt Zhang already has a man, already has her own family. Put this little mind of yours away, and what to become my brother-in-law? I see you owe a beating."
"The bet is right.
My mom's gun really wasn't loaded."
Yu Xiaocheng grimaced as she endured the pain and begged her own mother, it hurts, I'm just kidding. That's not how jokes work." After Chu Fang loosened her hand, she glared angrily at her own son and said in a serious tone, "Don't have any improper thoughts about your Auntie Zhang. She belongs to a woman with a family now, no longer the single woman she used to be, so you need to have a sense of proportion, you need to know how to keep a distance between each other."
Yes. I know all this, Mom, you don't need to say anything more."
Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and continued to eat his breakfast by himself. Chu Fang sighed and murmured, "You don't want to answer who that woman outside is. I won't force you to do anything anymore, but I have a request. It has to be a good girl. If you dare to bring a messy woman into your home, I will resolutely not agree to you marrying the other party. Do you hear me, brat?"
"Got it."
Yu Xiaocheng remained distracted, not at all reassured in the face of her own mother's advice. Chu Fang can also see the son's impatience, the inner feelings of the occasion. There is a little helpless, although the son grows up is a good thing, but the older the more disobedient. Other families are mom's baby boy, but their own family is a debt collector. After having breakfast, Yu Xiaocheng left with the bucket of congee and drove the luxury car straight to the home of the ripe and pretty rich woman.
For a long time,
Yu Xiaocheng arrived at the door of the rich woman's house, and after ringing the doorbell twice, he quietly waited for the door to open. Not a moment's time, the door slowly opened from the inside. A black workplace dress Zhang Yanru appeared in front of the eyes, still so full of charm and flavor, but unfortunately that a loose pants cover the slender legs. Do not know whether there is no stockings on the inside.
Morning. Yu Xiaocheng greeted and walked into the house on his own.
While changing her slippers, she rushed to the pretty ripe rich woman beside her and said, "Your girlfriend's made you porridge. Call her your mom from now on." Young Yunru rolled her eyes and strolled towards the living room.
It's not all the same.
Yu Xiaocheng muttered, carrying the bucket of kanji and walking silently towards the kitchen, then walked out with a bowl of kanji, handing it over to the rich woman herself, saying softly, "In the morning, my mom asked me,
who was the woman who bought me clothes? How did you answer?"
Young Yunru picked up a spoon, served some porridge to her mouth, and was a mouthful. "I answered truthfully and said that you bought it, and I also told her that I'm already her brother-in-law." Yu Xiaocheng sat beside the rich woman and answered softly.
Next.
The pretty ripe rich woman choked and coughed forcefully a few times with a red face, then turned her head.
Angrily glaring at him, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Did you really say that to her? How can this be fake? It has to be true."
Yu Xiaocheng smiled faintly, and before the rich woman was about to explode in place, he continued, "She was dead set on me revealing who that woman was, so I really had no choice but to offer up my own ultimate killing move, to muddy the waters with the truth, and I'll just bet that my mom's gun doesn't have any bullets in it. Yes, I admit that I had an element of fighting for my life, but I was right in betting that my mom really didn't have any bullets in her gun." Yu Xiaocheng said with an inscrutable face, "She killed herself not to believe, and even educated me. Don't go to destroy your family, don't go to be a male mistress." Finally, well, about who that woman outside, naturally, it is not settled. Pretty rich woman did not speak, sitting there looking at him, but the face of the iron green, eyes cold, and invisible anger in the burning, hands tightly clenched into a shy little iron fist, seemingly in control of the emotions, in fact, in the she is storing up the power. And right now at this moment, the anger has reached its peak, and will burst out at any time.
Damn little villain. What if there's a bullet in your mom's gun? Come here.
Stick your head up. The pretty rich woman darkened her face and ordered coldly.
What for? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her warily. Come on.
The pretty rich woman urged petulantly.
In the end,
the little bad guy still stuck his head over, resulting in the next second. Green onion jade fingers poked him hard on his head a few times. "If you do anything similarly dangerous in the future, watch out for Auntie to be rude to you." The pretty mature rich woman poked him in the head a few times, then reached out and gently grabbed him by the ear, and asked in an exasperated manner, "I'm asking you if your mom believes you, then.
What should you do then? Ever thought about that? Ouch. Wrong.
Spare your life, lady warrior." Yu Xiaocheng tilted his head and pleaded with a face full of pain. Seeing the little bad guy in so much pain, the rich woman was also a little bit unable to bear it, loosened her hand and poked him again, murmuring, "Be good in the future.
Don't cause trouble for Auntie. Obviously you caused all these things."
Yu Xiaocheng muttered in a small voice.
"What did you say?"
The rich woman straightened her back, her voice a few degrees higher, and threatened in a soft whisper, "Say that again."
No. I said remember."
Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously, then took out a marriage certificate from his pants pocket and handed it to his mom's best friend. "The marriage certificate is brought to you."
Aha.
Pretty ripe rich woman answered the voice, picked up and then flipped down, when saw inside the two people's wedding photos, pretty face slightly flushed with a touch of red, hurriedly closed self-care in front of the bowl of porridge. The two men sat side by side in the large living room, but were silent to each other.
Xiaocheng. Young Yunru suddenly broke the silence as she ate the delicious rib kanji while saying without moving, "Can we go back later tonight?" "What? Anything?" Yu Xiaocheng inquired curiously. "Lonely. Want you to stay with me."
The pretty mature rich woman pursed her lips, didn't dare to say her true feelings out, and replied softly, "The sewer pipe in the bathroom seems to be clogged, so help me unclog it at night."
End of chapter.
Upon hearing the request of the rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng was filled with confusion as well as a little bit of strangeness, and couldn't help but have some whimsical thoughts. The little villain flattened his lips. Carefully, he asked, "Is this downpipe proper?"
There's a difference between proper and improper?"
The rich woman also looked puzzled and mumbled an explanation. "It's the downpipe in the bathroom."
"Sure." Yu Xiaocheng scrunched his head and said cautiously, "Just the downpipe in the bathroom? Or what?"
Pretty mature rich woman looked at him, looking at the little bad guy's slightly thoughtful appearance, combined with the topic of each other just now, simple thinking calmly analyze, suddenly came to a sudden realization, accompanied by a burst of intense shame, instantly dyed red the whole face, tightly biting their moist lips, furious, "You little colorful embryo nonsense what?"
Cough. It's right to ask carefully.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and impolitely, and then promised in a serious manner, "Since it's a proper sewer pipe, leave it to me. That stabbing is fast, hard, and accurate, and is nicknamed the Big Iron Stick Stabbing Director."
Blah blah blah.
You little pervert. It is true that there is a mother and a son. Your mother likes to talk about some shibboleths. I did not expect that you actually inherited her. The pretty mature rich woman rolled her eyes, reached out and poked his head fiercely with one of her green jade fingers, and said in exasperation, "The little rascal is less likely to talk about some strange things in front of me, or else. Otherwise, don't blame Auntie for turning her face away. How does poking a sewer pipe make it weird? Besides, you asked me to poke it." Yu Xiaocheng defended. I.
The pretty mature rich woman was dumbfounded for a moment. When she thought about it, she did start it herself. But who would have thought that his thoughts were as dirty as her mother's? Is this little villain a school bully or not? Why can't you see the shadow of a school bully? It's just a little hooligan. Alright, I won't tease you. Seeing that the rich woman was about to go down, Yu Xiaocheng asked softly, where's the key? Is there any ready for me? Aha. After the rich woman answered, she gave him a key. After collecting this key, Yu Xiaocheng quietly sat next to the rich woman and used his cell phone to look at an article in plain English. At this time Zhang Yanru sneak a look, looking at the little bad guy sitting there, is reading a foreign paper, that the appearance of full attention not to mention quite charming, at least to their own words a little bit of eyes. What are you looking at? The pretty ripe rich woman suddenly asked. About the feasibility of transmitting large amounts of data with the light quantum Hall effect. Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, it's an article from Nature Physics, and it's pretty close to my future research direction, so let's see if there's anything we can learn from it. Oh. The rich woman couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Even though she had once been a school bully, there were levels between school bullies. Zhang Yanru belonged to the field of school bullies who had just stepped into the field of school bullies, while Yu Xiaocheng stood at the top of the pyramid of school bullies to defy a host of so-called school bullies. After Zhang Yanru finished her breakfast, the two left the house together. The pretty rich woman was still sitting in the passenger seat, while fastening her seatbelt, while saying softly and quietly, there's a meeting at 1:30 p.m. You help me to the Triumph Hotel, and then you do what you should do, 4:30 to pick me back on the line. I don't have anywhere to go, so I'll just stay in the car and wait for you to come back. Yu Xiaocheng silently stepped on the gas and casually replied, whatever. Zhang Yanru took a look at his wrist, biting her lips lightly and inquiring in a small voice, why don't you wear that Rolex I gave you? Too expensive, kind of can't afford to wear it, in case it knocks somewhere, it's going to hurt for half a day. Yu Xiaocheng explained with a smile. Pretty rich woman did not say anything, since it is a gift of things, naturally belongs to him, they do not have the right to ask too much, quietly sitting in the car. Looking at the city streets, looking at the pedestrians hurrying past, thoughts also slowly flooded. Hello, little badass. What do you call love? Richie asked in a small voice. Love? Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her lips and smiled gently. Auntie, will you find a man you love? Sure. Wouldn't it be a sin to find a man you don't love? The pretty rich woman replied. You love it today, you may not love it tomorrow. Yu Xiaocheng said softly and quietly, because people change, we can easily find a resonance in different people. In layman's terms it's a feeling, and many people will say, I don't have feelings for you anymore, but it's actually a new resonance in someone else. Speaking of which, Yu Xiaocheng paused and then spoke, you asked me what is love. Love is not an instantaneous feeling, it is a responsibility, a mutual sacrifice, mutual respect, mutual compromise. True love is certainly not a momentary touch, but a constant commitment. The saucy rich woman pursed her lips, her eyes revealing a faint trace of confusion, and asked softly, meaning that condescension is what love is all about? It could also be the firmness of knowing that you can't do it. Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. The rich woman slightly froze, quietly turned her head, the corner of her eye secretly looked at him, the eyes revealed a little bit of confusion, opened her mouth but the words to the edge of the mouth and swallowed back. You little devil. Auntie can't guess what's in your mind, you're becoming more and more difficult to figure out in Auntie's eyes, but there's one thing. Auntie is sure that you guys unknowingly, quietly occupy the Auntie's heart. Chu Fong was staying in her beauty salon, looking at the recent financial statements while smiling from ear to ear. Sister Fong? What's so funny? Suddenly a familiar voice came to his ears. Chu Fong followed the voice to look, the next second directly froze in place, followed by a face of surprise to stand up, a hold on the woman's arm. Chin chin. But here you are. Chu Fong looked at Song Chin Chin excitedly and said with a wide-eyed smile, why didn't you say something in advance? Sis wasn't prepared at all. Just wanted to surprise you. Song Chin Chin said with a smiling face, busy or not? Did it bother you? It's okay. Not too busy right now. Chu Fong said gently, come to my office, let's sit down and talk. The two sisters came to the office together, then Chu Fong was busy, serving tea and taking snacks, entertaining Song Chin Chin in all kinds of ways. Sis? Yen Ru got a marriage license, do you know about this? Song Chin Chin put down her teacup and looked towards Chu Fong, who was sitting beside her, and inquired in a low voice. Ouch. She told me about it long ago, and by a chance, I've seen my brother-in-law's back. Chu Fong came to Song Chin Chin's ear and said mysteriously, that's strong Lu. Like a cow, the key one looked to know that this cow is very good at plowing the land. End of chapter. Song Chin Chin looked at her with a puzzled face and looked at Chu Fong, who was sitting beside her, and inquired curiously, sis? What do you mean? What does it mean that this is a cow that is very good at plowing fields? Chu Fong winked at her and said meaningfully, look, Xiaoru is a fertile field. It's a pity that this field hasn't been able to produce grain. Why is that? Because there are no cows to plow the field, and it has been abandoned for a long time. Now there is finally a calf cub, as the saying goes, the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, I tell you. Because the content of the latter is really too shameful, is not a yellow flower girl should listen to. Sis is almost there. I am still single, I can't listen to these things. Song Qianqin said with a scarlet face. Chu Fong rolled her eyes, spoke lightly and quietly. You think sister do not know?
Sneakily made a boyfriend, but also when you read the university senior, these are small Ru have told me.
Ha? She this all talk?
Song Qianqin suddenly froze, the heart that is anxious and angry and helpless, clearly told her girlfriends, so that she does not speak with outsiders. Results turned around and told Fangfang's sister, but then again Fangfang's sister is not an outsider, although she has not seen several times, but every time she came to the beauty salon to look for her, she will send herself many things, and also free to do skincare maintenance.
What? Not happy about it? Xiaoru is your sister, am I not? Chu Fang asked with a smile.
Song Qianqin hurriedly held onto Chu Fang's arm, tightly pressed against her, and lightly said, Sister, don't misunderstand me, I don't have this meaning, it's just that little ninny at first claimed that she wanted to keep the secret for me, didn't expect to turn her head and tell the secret. Actually, right, it was her own words that slipped out, she didn't take the initiative to tell me. Chu Fang gently replied, although the two of us seldom see each other, but to be able to watch you get happy, I'm also genuinely happy for you.
Thank you sis. Song Qianqin nodded and sincerely thanked him. Okay. Let's keep talking about Ru.
Chu Fang flattened her mouth and said bitterly, this little ninny can protect her food, so far she hasn't been able to see her brother-in-law's true face, and the last time she saw her brother-in-law's back, it was purely by chance. This kind of opportunity is not much, but I look at my brother-in-law's back, always feel where I've seen, just can't think of who it is. Hearing Chu Fang's words, Song Qianqin suddenly raised her willow eyebrows and asked cautiously, what is Xiaocheng doing these days? I seem to remember that he graduated from graduate school, right? Master's degree graduated, but is going to study for a doctorate again. Now he is working for Xiaoru as an exclusive driver, anyway idle, I think it's quite good, and Chu Fang said this paused, then looked at Song Qianqin. Bitterly, she said, forget it.
Family clowns can't be publicized. What happened to Xiaocheng?
Song Qianqin looked at Chu Fang and said in a serious tone, Sister, if you still treat me as your sister, then tell me what happened and I'll see if I can help.
Actually, it's nothing really. Cheng seems to be in love. Chu Fang replied. Isn't this a good thing? How did it turn into a family scandal? Song Qianqin asked suspiciously.
Chu Fang pursed her lips, picked up her teacup and sipped, slowly said, if he was in love with an ordinary girl, I would be very happy in my heart, but the other side is a little bit uncommon, I suspect that he has been adopted by a rich woman.
Song Qianqin didn't seem to be very surprised, nuzzling her mouth and inquiring softly and quietly, does Yenru know about this? What kind of opinion does she have? It feels like making peace.
Chu Fang shrugged her shoulders and spoke leisurely, persuade me to let me look away.
How can you say that this kind of thing is open-minded?
When I think of my son being kissed and nibbled by some old woman in his arms, and going to bed with her, egu,
my heart, it's really cold.
Song Qianqin lightly bit her lips, revealing a smirk between her eyebrows, softly consoling, Sister Fangfang, I think that this matter, for the time being, don't think about it so much, there might be a lot of unexpected reversals inside.
What can be reversed? Chu Fang looked at her quizzically. I don't know, but time will give the answer.
Song Qianqin said softly. In the afternoon, Yu Xiaocheng smoothly picked up the rich woman, and since he had been informed beforehand, he brought Zhang Yanru straight home, while the trunk still held the groceries he had bought. The two of them didn't have much to say along the way. Zhang Yanru sat in the passenger seat, flipping through the documents in her hand, while Yu Xiaocheng drove the car intently, fighting not to disturb the playful and familiar little rich girl with the smoothest speed. Returning to the rich woman's home, Yu Xiaocheng carried the dishes into the kitchen, ready to show off his cooking skills, and Zhang Yanru sat on the sofa sitting in the living room, eating oranges while looking at the little bad guy in the kitchen, with a touch of imperceptible touch on her face.
It's good to have a man in the family. Soon, a nice dinner is ready.
The rich woman sat down at the table and casually picked up a chopstick of eggplant and slowly brought it to her own mouth, followed by nodding at him and saying with satisfaction, quite tasty. In the future, you'll take on another task of cooking dinner, and you'll be paid for your labor.
What money or not, cooking dinner for auntie, that's the natural thing to do.
Yu Xiaocheng handed over a bowl of rice and said with a smiling face, it would be the greatest honor of my life to let Auntie Zhang have a hot meal every night.
Don't be naughty, hurry up and eat.
After eating, I still have to poke the sewer pipe.
The pretty ripe rich woman blankly eyed him and said without any goodwill.
The two of them then ate a delicious meal, and although they occasionally chatted, they didn't go too deep, and after an unknown amount of time had passed, Yu Xiaocheng cleaned up the dishes on the dining table, gave them another bath, and was finally taken by the pretty rich woman into her bedroom. The room of a mature woman always has an ethereal fragrance, and Yu Xiaocheng inhaled his nose and smelled a faint loneliness and isolation in the air.
Meanwhile,
the elevator doors suddenly opened on the floor where the pretty ripe rich woman was. A mysterious woman came out of it, went straight to the door of the rich woman's house, gently pressed the doorbell, and then ducked aside.
A few moments.
A click of the door was heard.
Surprise! Song Qianqin hurriedly scurried out from the edge. In the brightly lit hallway, the sisters were looking at each other in all directions, one full of laughter, the other full of horror.
Next, Song Qianqin then looked at Zhang Yanru and slammed the door shut with force.
Hey! Open the door. End of chapter. Yu Xiaocheng was tinkering with the downpipe in the bathroom, and the pretty ripe rich woman standing at the side watched him, looking at the way his hands were busy. Her eyebrows were both amused and helpless. The little scoundrel even said he specialized in poking pipes, so he was bragging in front of me. Will you or won't you? Geez, don't you bother, okay? Leave the professional questions to the professionals. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and didn't continue to say anything, quietly watching him fool around, but then again, looking at the little bad guy squatting on the ground, sticking his ass up so high. How is this ass so round and arched? So want to go up and kick it hard? Are you losing your hair? Why are you pulling out so much hair? The pretty mature rich woman was not happy when she heard, skimmed her mouth and retorted with a puff of air, you're the one losing your hair. This is clearly a normal metabolic phenomenon. Yes? There doesn't seem to be a problem. Yu Xiaocheng took the wire prepared in advance. In the blocked sewer pipe all sorts of messy stabbing, the results of stabbing and stabbing. Suddenly heard something, turned back to look behind Zhang Yanru, whispered inquiries, I seem to hear the doorbell. Your home is not someone? The pretty ripe rich woman froze, listened carefully, vaguely did hear the doorbell ringing, couldn't help but frown, leisurely replied, it should be your mom again, I'll go open the door for your mom. Having said that, silently, he walked out of the bathroom, left his bedroom, and headed in the direction of the door to the house. Looking through the cat's eye on the door, he realized that there wasn't anyone outside the door, which wasn't surprising. Sister Fangfang likes to do that, pulling some kid's tricks, then suddenly scurrying out from the side to give herself a so-called surprise. Ugh. Almost 50 years old, why are you still so childish? Zhang Yanru sighed, with a faint smile on her face. She reached out to hold the door handle and gently opened the door to the house, only to have the next second, a silhouette suddenly sprang out from the side. Surprise! The pretty ripe rich woman looked at Song Qinchin standing in front of her, her mind buzzing for a moment, her eyes full of dismay, as well as an expression of being caught off guard. In the brightly lit hallway, the sisters were looking at each other in all directions, one full of laughter, the other full of horror. Boom! Closing the door with all her might, the pretty rich woman stood motionless behind the door, still digesting the shock she had just experienced. She really hadn't thought that the person knocking on the door would be. She really didn't expect the person knocking on the door to be her other best friend, Song Qinchin, whose appearance was simply unforeseen. Song Qinchin's appearance was simply unexpected. Hey! You open the door. What do you mean? Seeing me close the door again? Song Qinchin outside the door was getting furious, slapping on the door of the pretty rich woman's house and shouting at the top of her lungs. Young Yanru took a deep breath and tried to calm the surging emotions deep inside her heart, carefully opening a crack while holding her body against the doorframe to prevent her best sister outside from rushing in. Vigilantly, she inquired, what are you doing here? She's on edge right now. There's definitely a big problem. Song Qinchin rolled her eyes and said without a trace of humor, since when do you need a reason to come to your house? Didn't you always want me to accompany you before? Why have you changed your mind now? Before was before. Now I'm hiding in a golden house. Zhang Yanru bit her lip and replied softly, it's not appropriate today. You, just go back from where you came from. You, Young, Yan, Ru, isn't that a bit much? Song Qinchin was so angry that her face was almost crooked, but in her heart, she was extremely excited. The more her good sister behaved abnormally, the more problematic it was. There's someone in the house. Zhang Yanru squeaked and replied, don't come in, come back tomorrow, okay? Song Qinchin smiled faintly and said meaningfully, is it Sister Fangfang's son? Shasta. A trace of fear flashed across the face of the pretty mature rich woman. Her body seemed to be struck by an invisible force. She couldn't help but tremble, and then stiffen as a stone. Her breathing was even more rapid and ragged, and every inhalation was accompanied by trembling, as if the air was mixed with the taste of fear. I went to find Sister Fangfang in the afternoon, and Sister Fangfang said that her son is working as a driver for you. No surprise. Inside the house is Yu Xiaocheng, right? Song Qinchin said mysteriously. You went to see Sister Fang? Young Yanru looked at her with a complex face. What? No? Song Qinchin laughed, and rushed in with a flourish when her best sister wasn't looking. Oops. You. The pretty rich woman was nearly toppled over, and by the time she came back to her senses, her best sister was standing at home. Xiaocheng, where are you? Auntie Chin Chin is here. Song Qinchin changed into her slippers and shouted through the house. Moments. Yu Xiaocheng then walked out of the bedroom and saw Song Qinchin in the living room and was first stunned, but quickly came to her senses and said with a smile, so it's Auntie Song. It's been a long time. Aha. It has indeed been a long time. What are you doing in Yunru's room? Song Qinchin asked softly as she looked at him. Ha? Oh yes. Yu Xiaocheng replied calmly, Auntie Zhang asked me to help her unclog the pipes. The downpipe in the bedroom bathroom is clogged. So it's unclogging the pipes. Okay, you continue to be busy with your business. I'll chat with your Auntie Zhang for a while. When you're done, come over and accompany us. Song Qinchin said with a big smile.
Watching Chu Feng's son walk into his good sister's bedroom, Song Qianqin took hold of the rich woman's arm and sat down on the sofa with a tug, looking at the playful mature woman beside her, looking at her terrified and uneasy expression. Her heart was bursting with joy, and at the same time there was more than a hint of shock. She and Sister Feng are as close as sisters, but it turns out that Yun Ru actually quietly got a license with Sister Feng's son. My goodness.
What was she thinking? Fix the pipes. It is indeed time to fix it. Song Qianqin gently bumped her best sister with her elbow and asked meaningfully, comfortable? What are you talking about? What does this have to do with being comfortable?
Zhang Yanru knew exactly what Song Qianqin was talking about, but at the moment, she pretended to be confused and said without any good humor.
Yoo-hoo-hoo. Is this playing dumb? Song Qianqin rolled her eyes, took her good sister's arm again and said softly, Yanru, do you know why I suddenly visited? It's because I guessed your secret. Can you afford to do this to Sister Feng?
Sister Feng treats you as her own sister, yet you want to be her daughter-in-law.
Don't you be ridiculous.
Young Yunru's heart violently trembled, but she forced herself to calm down and said, I didn't have that idea at all.
Yes? Just don't want to admit it?
Song Qianqin wasn't surprised. Looking at the stubborn pretty rich woman by her side, she leisurely said, it seems I can only give Sister Feng a lesson. There are some things about this nah. It's just that the onlooker is clear and the person in the situation is lost. I'll help her organize the clues. Maybe she'll be enlightened.
At this point,
Young Yunru grabbed her hand violently, her eyes filled with pleading.
Please, don't ever do that. End of chapter. Looking at her good sister's bitter plea, Song Qianqin couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile, holding her arm tightly and saying softly and quietly, is this your admission? Aye.
Young Yunru, having come to this point, could only admit it with a stiff upper lip, pursing her own lips lightly and murmuring, indeed. I and Yu Xiaochang, that is, Feng's sister's son, I and he together received a marriage license, but the situation is not and you think so. I and he do not have any emotional foundation. The license is also to cope with the family's urge to marry.
Hearing these words from her good sister, Song Qianqin immediately frowned and said seriously, then aren't you harming him?
This kind of coping with the family's marriage, who are you looking for that's not good in favor of Sister Feng's son? Sister Feng is so good to you, actually. People's hearts are separated by their bellies. Who knows what kind of smelly man they will meet. The last time I was on a blind date, I met a scummy man. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and continued, but Yu Xiaocheng is different. After all, he's Sister Feng's son. I know him quite well, so just,
and reach out your devil's claws to him?
Song Qianqin rolled her eyes, reached out and viciously pinched her best friend's arm, and said without any good humor, I said, why are you so confused?
How can you do such a thing? It's really desperate or else it wouldn't have made this move.
At this moment, the pretty ripe rich woman is like a child who has made a mistake, pulling her head to shrink on the sofa. Where is the high cool look in the company? Song Qianqin had wanted to say something, but looking at her pitiful appearance, she was somewhat unable to bear it, and helplessly said, as things stand, there's nothing more that can be done. You give Sister Feng two big fat boys. For the sake of the two big grandchildren, she should forgive you.
Are you funny? Zhang Yanru blankly eyed her sister and huffed, deliberately teasing me aren't you? I deliberately teased you? It's clearly you who deliberately teased Sister Feng.
Song Qianqin said without a trace of anger, Sister Feng now suspects that her son has been adopted by a rich woman, and while it's true that she didn't suspect wrongly, could she have thought that it would be you?
I am already trying my best to make it up to her.
Young Yunru beamed and replied in a small voice.
Compensation? Compensate with money, right? Do you think this kind of thing can be solved with money?
Song Qianqin sighed and said in a serious tone, Yanru, the damage you caused to Sister Feng is not something that can be measured simply with money.
Zhang Yanru hesitated for a few moments and softly inquired, what should I do then? Give Sister Feng two big grandchildren and all the problems will be solved.
Song Qianqin said seriously. The pretty ripe rich woman rolled her eyes and said in exasperation, again.
Do you think it's not messy enough now? It's all messed up. What difference does it make if it's a little more messy?
Song Qianqin skimmed his mouth, said leisurely, in fact, to be honest, you two can be completely fake drama. Try to fall in love in case the flame of love rubbed out between each other. The key to the two of you are quite compatible. You see Xiaocheng just out of school, a handsome young strong boy, and you well. The woman who has been through a lot of battles is a strong woman, a lonely woman who is pretty mature and rich.
Speaking of which, poking her elbow into her BFF, she said with a smile on her face, isn't that heartwarming? Heartwarming what? If I really do this, how do you want me to face Sister Feng? Zhang
Yanru pouted her lips, then should I call her mom or continue to call her sister?
Does she call her son her brother-in-law or her son? Yoo-hoo-hoo. If I had known this, why did I bother? Song Qianqin laughed badly and said softly, in fact, you already like him, right?
It's just that due to the pressure of the world, you didn't dare to face up to your true feelings, and have been suppressing this shallow liking in the bottom of your heart. Hearing these words from her best sister, the pretty mature rich woman seemed to be struck by something inside, and did not know whether this kind is like, always thinking of staying with him, even if they do nothing together, having him by their side. All the body is very comfortable.
No way.
Although I got a marriage license with him, it doesn't mean that I'm going to fall in love with him, much less give him a child. Zhang Yanru said lightly, everything is to cope with the family's urging to get married when the wind passes.
I will divorce him. Song Qingqin smiled and said softly, I don't think so. Others may not understand you, but would I not understand you? If you were really just dealing with your family's urging for marriage, would you bring him to your own home? Would you make him your exclusive driver? You won't. You'll just be out of sight, out of mind.
Song Qingqin said softly and gluttonously, and you let Xiaocheng become your driver. It looks like you're compensating Sister Fangfang by paying $20,000 a day, but in fact, you're trying to supervise and steal. Pretty ripe rich woman is about to go crazy, scalp is numb stinking woman will not go to be her doctor. Actually when the detective, the key is also really by her right. Compensation Fangfang sister is false, want to keep him on their side is true.
Nonsense.
Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, her eyes couldn't help but look towards the bedroom and whispered, and don't get so excited. Be careful of being heard by him.
It's hard to know what's going on unless you do it yourself.
Usually, I see you muffled, but I didn't expect that the moment you strike is a shock. Song Qingqin looked at her in a bad way, then stood up, ready to go to the bedroom to find you Xiaocheng.
You. What are you doing?
Zhang Yanru's quick eyes and hands clutched her good sister's wrist and said in annoyance, are you going to find him?
Ouch.
What are you nervous about?
I'm looking for my nephew to chat and catch up. What's wrong with you? Why are you so nosy?
You don't recognize him as your husband, so you're really nosy. Song Qingqin shook off her best friend's restraints and walked quickly towards the bedroom.
Aha! I'm going crazy.
At this moment, Yang Yanru is going crazy, but this is not the time to release her emotions. Right now something even worse is happening, and she has to go and stop this tragedy immediately. The pretty rich woman followed and stood up, hurrying towards her bedroom, when she gripped the doorknob and tried to push the door in only to find that the door was actually unlocked.
Xiaocheng.
That woman outside has explained everything to me, now it's your turn to interrogate you. My policy is clear and simple. That is, confess from leniency, resist from severity.
Song Qingqin stood by Yu Xiaocheng's side, looking at her confused nephew, and said meaningfully, speak. Tell us all about your situation. End of chapter.
Looking at Song Qingqin who was interrogating herself, Yu Xiaocheng's face was covered in a dumbfounded expression, and for a while she was a bit at a loss.
Auntie Chang has explained everything? She's told Auntie Song about getting a license with me?
In a short period of time, Yu Xiaocheng thought out a variety of possibilities, but in the end he still believed in Song Qingqin's words. The probability that the pretty rich woman outside failed to resist the pressure to tell the secrets buried in her heart. The key Aunt Song is not an outsider, she is in addition to Mom, and Aunt Chang is the closest person. For Song Qingqin this woman, Yu Xiaocheng is not very understanding, last life did not have too much contact, only know that she later married a husband who was also a doctor, and gave birth to a pair of twin daughters. Life is quite happy.
Since it's all known, I shouldn't need to explain anymore, right?
Yu Xiaocheng got sloppy and answered ambiguously.
Not the same.
There are some details. Your Auntie Zhang didn't tell me about it, I need to find out about it from you, don't worry.
I'll keep it a secret.
Song Qingqin made a wink at her great-nephew and said with a leathery smile, Xiaocheng, I'll honestly explain clearly, don't hide it.
Which aspect do you want to ask about?
Yu Xiaocheng scrunched his head, ready to tug at her a little more.
Song Qingqin rolled her eyes and said without a trace of humor, what? Are you ready to pull a fast one on me? You don't want to be honest?
Okay, I'll go to your mom tomorrow, and I'll tell her.
Just then,
there was a heavy slamming of the door from outside the bedroom.
Boom boom boom. Open the door. Song, hurry up and open the door for me.
Young Yanru, who was locked outside, slapped the door of the house with force and shouted at the top of her voice.
Outside.
Never mind the outside, you give me a clear explanation first.
I don't know what to say. Why don't you give me a hint, Auntie Song?
Okay. Song Qingqin looked at him meaningfully, looked at Sister Fangfang's baby boy, and said with a smile on her face, you and Yanru. That is, your Auntie Zhang, have you two ever slept together? Originally thought it would ask about the marriage license, the result never expected to open the mouth directly to bed. Yu Xiaocheng replied with a helpless face, how can she be my mom's best friend? My mom treats her as her own sister, how can I dare?
Don't dare? But your mom said.
You are a mature woman, control just the kind of slightly older, identity plump and full, the heart is like to the extent of itching. Song Qingqin spoke softly.
Fault. Mom, why do you say everything out loud?
Yu Xiaocheng's scalper almost cracked, have seen strangers rumor, but the pro-mother rumor or the first time to see, when I said I was a mature woman control? Now, I'm afraid that the hat of a mature woman control can never be taken off.
Open the door. You. If you don't open the door for me, I'm going to get mad.
The pretty ripe rich woman in the doorway was about to lose her mind, and expletives were already coming out of her mouth.
Should we go open the door first?
Yu Xiaocheng scrunched his head and cautiously warned, it feels like it's going to explode in place.
Leave her alone. It's just a mouthful of it can't make any waves.
Song Qingqin laughed and spoke playfully and softly, the matter of getting a marriage license, she already confessed to me, but she said that there's nothing between the two of you, it's just a fake marriage to cope with her family's urgency.
Yeah. Is there a problem? Yu Xiaocheng asked rhetorically.
Song Qingqin smiled even more broadly, her finger gently poked her great-nephew's head, and snapped, really don't understand women at all, but this can't be completely blamed on you, after all, like Zhang Yanru, this kind of extremely mature woman, her mind can be much more complicated than a little girl, it's normal that you can't guess it.
Speaking of which,
Song Qingqin came to Yu Xiaocheng's ear and said meaningfully, your auntie Zhang is very meticulous, and her heart is also particularly special, so be careful. Don't ever get hooked in confusion, and you have to be even more careful with your own body. She hasn't tasted a man for more than 30 years, you seek your own happiness.
Having said that, Song Qingqin then left, leaving his great-nephew in the bathroom.
Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth, subconsciously touched his waist, secretly pondering in his heart, as far as my kidney function is concerned, there should be no problem, right?
Can't do the degree of Gaga messy kill, but Wailing should be able to.
On the other side, Song Qingqin opened the door to her room and saw her exasperated best friend, who was glaring at her with rage, before she could open her mouth. Zhang Yanru yanked her out with one hand, closing the door in the process.
What did you say to him? Young Yanru questioned furiously. Nothing.
Just asked him if he likes you, and by the way, let him pay attention to safety, I mean physical safety after all, you're a tigress who has been starving for more than 30 years, and now that you've caught a piece of such tasty fat meat, I'm afraid that my great-nephew won't be able to carry it.
Song Qingqin replied badly.
The pretty ripe rich woman looked at her dumbfounded, followed by an intense surge of shame that erupted from the bottom of her heart and went straight through her whole body, wanting to bang her head against the wall.
Jesus, how am I going to live after this? Go! You give away! Get the hell out of my sight!
Young Yanru kicked her best friend out of the house by pulling and dragging her with her, and then slammed the door of the house fiercely.
Hey! Yan are you?
Remember love is a verb. Standing behind the door of the playful mature rich woman, heard this advice from her girlfriends, that little face is almost red, tight lips secretly poo-poo in the heart, and then didn't bother with her, silently walked towards the bedroom. Gently pushing the door open, the pretty rich woman sauntered over to the door of the bathroom and, seeing that he was still busy poking the drain, coughed lightly twice.
Yo-Yo asked, still not well?
Almost. Later, I'll mix an unclogging agent to melt away the mucous membrane in the pipes. Yu Xiaocheng squatted there and explained in a soft voice.
Aha!
Young Yanru answered and stepped in, standing beside the little bad guy and watching him poke at the drain.
Me.
The pretty rich woman tried to open her mouth, only to end up not knowing how to say the words that came to her lips.
Auntie Song didn't tell me anything. Even if she tells it I won't take it to heart.
Yu Xiaocheng said gently. Oh. The pretty rich woman bit her lips, looked at the little bad guy squatting beside her, hesitated for a long time. Finally summoned up the courage and murmured, if I say, I'm not lonely at all, and I'm not lonely at all, will you believe it?
Faith. Of course I believe it.
Yu Xiaocheng turned back and smiled at her.
Why? Is it true that you'll believe anything I say? Richie asked in a small voice. Yeah.
Yu Xiaocheng squatted there and replied softly, because you are worthy of my unconditional trust.
Shasta.
A sweet warmth flooded the rich woman's mind, the feeling of a lonely fangirl's heart touching.
End of chapter.
The pretty ripe rich woman looked at him quietly, looking at this playful and mischievous big boy. It seemed that a certain piano string deep inside was touched. She tightly bit her plump vermilion lips, an indescribable emotion spewed out, slightly turned her head sideways, and said without any good manners, stab it well and cleanly. The words. Hurriedly slipping outside, he walked quickly back to the couch in the living room, reached out and grabbed a headrest, cradling it tightly in his arms, his face filled with a complex expression mixed with a hint of shallow tenderness. Bad boy. This one's got a sweet mouth, and he's got a way of coaxing me. It seems to be really so lonely and isolated that such fake deceitful bull can actually make my heart flutter. Zhang Yanru skimmed his mouth, between the eyebrows both helpless and some suffering. It is not easy to have a desire to explore the man. The results of this man is the son of their girlfriends, although their own self is quite young, in the golden age of mature women, but the other party has just stepped out of the university, suddenly a good sense of guilt. Just then, Yu Xiaocheng walked out of the bedroom and rushed at the pretty rich woman sitting on the sofa, who was rambling, and said, it's almost stabbed clean, do you have any baking soda at home? You go look for it yourself, I forgot if I had it too. The saucy ripe rich woman snapped back to her senses and hastily turned her face sideways to avoid the little bad guy's eyes, murmuring an inquiry, are you getting ready to go back later?
Pretty much.
Yu Xiaocheng replied, then walked into the kitchen. A variety of rummage finally found the baking soda he wanted, followed by pouring some vinegar, holding the solvent, and stepped into the rich woman's bedroom. Seeing him busy look, Zhang Yanru's heart is a little reluctant to give up, but cannot find a suitable reason to leave him behind. Cannot tell him aunt wants you to stay overnight, because aunt is too lonely. Not a moment later, Yu Xiaocheng came out of the bedroom again and said to the depressed pretty rich woman, alright?
It's done. Aha.
Zhang Yanru answered, looked at a little bad guy who was about to leave, patted the seat beside her, and said seriously, come here.
Auntie wants to say a few words to you. Although she didn't know what kind of medicine was being sold in the rich woman's gourd, Yu Xiaocheng still obeyed and silently walked over to Zhang Yanru's side and sat down on her, but, of course, not right next to each other, with a distance between them. What is it? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. Does it have to be something to find you? Zhang Yanru poked his head and said angrily, You little devil, give me to remember. Auntie will look for you if she wants to look for you, and won't look for you if she doesn't want to look for you. Don't ask so many reasons, Auntie doesn't like to hear it. Hey goo. Look at how cute the bossy look is. Yu Xiaocheng laughed and then said, Yes, from now on your words are holy orders. The pretty rich woman blankly eyed him, drew back her jade hand, and said softly and quietly, Have you ever thought about a day like this in the future before, little bad guy? It's just that it's with your own mother's best friend and a marriage license with your own aunt. No. It's too much, after all. Yu Xiaocheng replied, What about you, Auntie Zhang? Have you ever thought before that you would have such a day? Getting a marriage license with your best friend's son. Neither have I. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said softly, But I did think about what my future husband would be like. What does it look like? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. The pretty ripe rich woman glanced at the little badass beside her and said without a trace of humor, What are you inquiring about this for? Curious. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, First, let's talk about mine. I used to have requirements for my own wife as long as they were similar to yours. Oof. That's quite demanding. The pretty rich woman blankly eyed him and asked languidly, Why do you want a woman like me? There are so many reasons, I don't know how to answer for a while. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged. Then name a few. Let's see, good looking, great body, and rich. No? Nope. You think again. That's all I can think of for now. The rich woman was still looking forward to it, but at this moment, she was grimacing, and the anger revealed in her eyes was as if she was going to eat Yu Xiaocheng alive in the next second. Nice, plump, rich. Me. Is that all I'm good for? Zhang Yanru's back teeth are almost gritted, originally thought that he could hear some coaxing words from his mouth, but the result was never expected to be these contents. Auntie Young. When I first met you, it seemed like you had just graduated from college at the time, and I was supposed to be preparing for the midterm exams. Yu Xiaocheng said, Back there. It's only during the winter and summer vacations every year that I can meet you by chance, and I even remember one year. I didn't see you from beginning to end. Hearing his words, the rich woman realized that the original each other so far away, I just graduated from college, and that her husband and her marriage license, at this moment he is in the 3rd year of junior high school. Come to think of it. A strong wave of shame surged through his body. A whole lot of time has passed before I can finally see you every day. Yu Xiaocheng nuzzled her mouth and turned her head to look at the rich woman beside her, smiling gently. I heard a saying when I was studying, I don't know if Auntie Zhang has heard it before, and that is, if you meet the right person at the wrong time, then the heavens will definitely keep each other apart for a while and then meet again at the right time. Despite the fact that no specific meaning was expressed, the pretty rich woman felt an inexplicable emotion welling up inside her, like a blooming flower releasing some kind of unspeakable sentiment. Almost. I should get home and pick you up at work tomorrow. Yu Xiaocheng had already stood up and walked in the direction of the house door. That's when pretty rich girl looked back at his departing back and couldn't wait to follow. Wait. I'll walk you downstairs. The two made their way downstairs, where the Porsche was parked in a makeshift parking space. Watching the little bad guy pull open the car door and sit in the car without looking back, the rich woman's heart seemed to be hit hard, even the air was filled with the smell of loss. What a way to go. Not even a hint of lingering. Young Yunru pouted, her face filled with displeasure at someone. Just as the rich woman turned to go back and hadn't taken more than a few steps, suddenly her cell phone rang. It was the abrasive little villain calling. Young Yunru picked up the phone but didn't rush to speak. Good night. The pretty ripe rich woman remained silent, but she couldn't help but look back. With the blinding sound of the hang-up and the shadow of the fading car, all that was left behind were thoughts of some little bad boy. Young Yunru bit her lip and secretly slandered in her heart. Sister, why don't you break off the mother-son relationship and fulfill your sister? End of chapter. Back? Chu Fong, who was watching TV on the sofa, heard the sound of the house door unlocking, and immediately afterward saw her son coming back, and softly inquired, Why did you come home so late today? Is your Auntie Zhang working overtime? I sent her to a meeting in the afternoon, then went straight home, made her dinner on the way, and then helped her unclog the sewer pipe in the bathroom. Yu Xiaocheng sat down next to his old mom, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of clear tea, gulped it down, and after putting down the cup, he helplessly said, Tired me out. This is tired? Chu Fong rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, Before your mom opened the beauty salon, while raising you as a debt collector, you also had to work 2 jobs outside. Have you ever seen me say that I'm tired? You brat had a few years of comfortable days, just forget how bitter it used to be. Ouch. My dear old mom. Yu Xiaocheng paralyzed on the sofa and said helplessly, Haven't you read Alive before? It's written in this book to never believe that suffering is worthy of praise and glorification. Suffering is suffering. Suffering doesn't bring success. Suffering isn't worth being pursued. And the reason why you have to suffer is because it's impossible to avoid it. The words.
Yu Xiaocheng paused and then said, the fact that our family is able to get better is entirely thanks to your best friend. Without Auntie Zheng's words, you and I would have suffered as much as we did. Bastard. Zhu Fang was speechless for a time, but one thing is not wrong, this family can be richer and richer. Zhang Yanru as the first creditors, thought of this lightly pursed lips, murmured, our mother and son to your Zhang aunt, really have too much owed, feel that this life cannot pay off. No. Now she's the one who owes you. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her mouth and replied leisurely, then you should care more about her on weekdays, even though Auntie Zhang has a marriage license, she still can't leave you as a good sister. That's for sure. The relationship between your Auntie Zhang and I has long surpassed that of an ordinary bosom friend. Zhu Fang looked at her half-dead son, then inquired, are you hungry? Do you want mom to make you a bowl of egg fried rice? Forget it. I'd better take a shower and get under the covers. Yu Xiaocheng stood up and slowly walked towards the bathroom, leaving his mom still sitting on the sofa. Meanwhile, the pretty ripe rich woman had already finished her bath, wearing a tulle black nightgown, showing off that charming plumpness. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, facing the noisy TV. Her thoughts had long since flown to some little bad guy. Me? Do I have a crush on him? Zhang Yanru bit her lip, reached out and grabbed a headrest, hugging it tightly in her own arms. Her eyes stared at the cup on the coffee table in confusion. At this moment she felt a little messy throughout. The rich woman wasn't quite sure if she was in love with her best friend's son, but there was one thing that could give an answer. In the past few days of living together, a certain little bad guy has become a part of life. The days with him around feel especially full, and without him in the time, the heart is empty, just like this set of houses. Even the air is filled with the smell of loneliness. Ugh. The rich woman sighed deeply, originally thought that it was just a fake marriage to cope with the family's forced marriage, but never thought that it would end up with such a result. She would be attracted to a naughty young man. The key is that he is also the son of her bosom friend. This kind of treacherous thing would happen to her. How's that? Are you going to keep going deeper and deeper into this, or is this the end of the relationship? But then again, are you really willing to give up? Although the road ahead is full of thorns, all kinds of problems in front of us, including the gap that cannot be crossed, but the little villain is too good. If I give up and give it away, I'm sure I'll be jealous. Suddenly this time, the cell phone resting on the coffee table rang, breaking the silence in the room and at the same time bringing the rambunctious rich woman back to reality. Grabbing his phone and looking at it, it was a WeChat message from the little bad guy. Yu Xiaocheng, are you asleep? Richie hesitated for a few moments and silently sent him a reply. Zhang Yanru, not yet, I just got out of the shower, do you have something to do? After sending. The rich woman beamed, secretly slandering that you'd better be something. Yu Xiaocheng, it's okay, I'm just asking you, I'm sleepy, bye. Good night. Looking at the contents sent by the little bad guy, it made the pretty ripe rich woman so angry that she was on the verge of smoking. Her eyebrows were filled with anger towards him, and she couldn't wait to pull him out from under the covers right now, beat him up severely, and throw him into the garbage can. Zhang Yanru, you don't have to come pick me up tomorrow, I'll go to the office myself. She thought he would obediently admit his fault to her, but the rich woman still underestimated how bad Yu Xiaocheng was. Yu Xiaocheng, is that true? That's great. I can finally sleep in tomorrow, and I'm going to sleep until high noon. Oops. Pisses me off. Young Yunru was so angry that she stood up and stomped her feet hard in place. At this point, someone sent another reply. Yu Xiaocheng, okay, I won't tease you, tomorrow is the same old time. The pretty ripe rich woman pouted, her grumpiness slightly eased, but still a little offended. Young Yanru, I want to eat the breakfast that you made, the breakfast that you made for me with your own hands, the breakfast that has to be made at my house or else I won't eat it. Anxious, little outbursts of emotion without even realizing it. The rich woman threw her cell phone toward the couch and buried her head into the headrest in her arms, nervous and a little ashamed at the same time, like a little schoolgirl when she confesses her feelings to the boy god of her heart. Just when the pretty ripe rich woman was still caught off guard, the WeChat beep sounded in her ears, and instantly her heart trembled violently. Reach for your cell phone and peek up. Yu Xiaocheng, aha. Even though it was just a simple word, it so made a certain pretty, ripe and plump rich woman feel a burst of heart. She didn't know why she was so happy. Maybe it was because besides dad, there was finally some other man who could satisfy her unreasonable demands. The pretty rich woman held up her cell phone and sat there hesitantly for half a day, seeming to make up her mind about something as she quickly typed on the screen. Young Yun, are you? Why are you so nice to me? Yu Xiaocheng, does it need a reason? Young Yin Ju, don't you need it? Yu Xiaocheng, that's for sure. The rich woman looked at the dialogue box with him, a faint touch of tenderness escaping her brow, and even though the little bad boy hadn't answered her, the answer seemed to have been given in his words. Oops. What to do? What to do? The rich woman threw her cell phone to the side and collapsed on the sofa, holding the headrest over her head, her two slender legs kicking and hitting the sofa. Bad boy. What are you going to make me do, auntie? End of chapter. Early the following morning, Zhang Yanru awoke from her sleep, confused. She vaguely heard a hint of sound, as if from outside the bedroom, but she did not pay much attention to it, reached out to get her own cell phone, looked at the time on it, and decided that it was a certain little villain who had come. It was still the same black professional women's suit with a white blouse, and despite being a rich woman at home with a casual dressing style, in the workplace, she had always been conservative, not easily showing off her seductive and delicate body. When the rich woman opened her bedroom door, a scent hit her nose instantly, making her a little hungry. Getting up? It just so happens that breakfast is ready. It's just a simple vegetable puffed rice. I don't know if I'm satisfied. Yu Xiaocheng walked out from the kitchen with a casserole in hand, and seeing the rich woman who was already in full formal attire, she said with a smile, "Hurry up and wash up, then you can have breakfast." "Aha." The rich woman answered casually and walked silently into the bathroom, and it wasn't long before she emerged from it and went straight to the dining room table. Yu Xiaocheng personally served her a bowl of vegetable pickled rice, and then also served himself a bowl, and sat right next to the rich woman, taking small bites with some pickled cucumber and squash, which was comparable to a mountain of food. Pretty ripe rich woman's shallow taste, found the taste is very good, also slowly let go of the frame. Of course she is not like the man around her, still the same fine and elegant, at the same time the corner of the eyes of the rest of the eyes and quietly look at him. I have to say that since the arrival of the little bad guy, this family has a taste of home. Is there anything going on today? Yu Xiaocheng suddenly asked. I don't think so. Zhang Yanru raised her willow eyebrows lightly and said absent-mindedly, what's wrong? Do you have something going on? Just asking. If there's nothing to do all day, I'm going to go fishing outside. Yu Xiaocheng said casually. As soon as she heard the word fishing, the rich woman frowned, with so much reluctance in her heart, not that she was averse to this leisure sport, but there was already a man in the family who fished, and because of this matter of fishing the family had erupted into conflict many times. You like fishing? Young Yunru asked lightly. It's okay. I used to accompany my mentor on fishing trips and slowly picked it up, but I'm a roadrunner, not their angling, of course. Fishing I can do. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his lips and said with emotion, come to think of it, it's been about 2 years since I've touched a fishing rod, and suddenly I had a bit of an itchy hand last night, so I wanted to go fishing today. The rich woman pursed her lips, glanced at the little man beside her, and said languidly, why do you men like fishing so much? What's so interesting about this fishing anyway? Actually, I don't know, but whenever the pressure's on, you go out wild fishing, find a reservoir and sit there for the rest of the day, and slowly the pressure is released. Yu Xiaocheng replied, especially when you're fighting fierce big fish, the better the stress relief. Hearing Yu Xiaocheng's explanation, the rich woman suddenly a little understanding of their own father, but the dad also does not seem to go to relieve stress, which is to relieve stress ago is 3 days and 3 nights, driving a caravan in the deep forest pool, the key to come back every time also did not see a few fish. Then you go. Remember to pick me up at 5:30. The rich woman said softly and glumly. Don't worry, definitely won't forget. Yu Xiaocheng patted his chest and righteously assured. After sending the pretty rich woman to the company, Yu Xiaocheng drove his car straight to the reservoir 20 kilometers away. Of course he took the highway. Waiting for the reservoir, bring the fishing gear prepared in advance, find the owner to pay the fee, pick a location that I think is the gathering place of fish, sit there and start to mix the bait, pour all kinds of powder in a small faceplate, mix with some water, and churn vigorously one by one. Plop. A large pile of nests were thrown into the water, followed by Yu Xiaocheng sitting on a chair, quietly fishing while smoking a cigarette and swiping his cell phone. Ouch. That's not how it works. Didn't you read the document above? The document clearly states, the main focus should be on happiness and security, the way you're doing it. It's going to be a big deal. Just as Yu Xiaocheng froze, not far away came the voice of a middle-aged man, followed the voice to look, a pot-bellied man sitting on a chair, one hand holding a fishing rod, one hand holding a cell phone, pontificating in the middle of the conversation. Luckily the call didn't last long and soon the middleman was quiet and started fishing. In a short period of time, Yu Xiaocheng has already harvested 5 big carp, and not far away from the middle-aged man, delayed what harvest, which gave him a gluttonous silently stood up and walked toward Yu Xiaocheng. Little brother, what kind of bait are you using here? How come it's so effective? The middle-aged man handed over a golden big leaf and curiously inquired at Yu Xiaocheng. It's all the bait that can be bought on the market, mainly because this is a good location for me, old brother. You see that this happens to be a return bend, the fish will all concentrate here. Yu Xiaocheng pointed to the area in front of him and explained seriously. Oh, and the routine. The middle-aged man nodded slightly in thought, then looked at Yu Xiaocheng and asked awkwardly yet politely, can little brother discuss something with you? Yu Xiaocheng saw the middle-aged man's thoughts at a glance, smiled and picked up the fishing rod, said, older brother I know what you mean, alright, this position will be given to you, I'm going to go elsewhere to fish, I wish you have a full harvest today. Ouch. The middle-aged man was full of joy and hurriedly took out a complete pack of golden big leaf from his pocket and forced it into Yu Xiaocheng's pocket, saying gratefully, little brother really thanks you too much. Fishing spot in the eyes of anglers, that is simply more important than life. Yu Xiaocheng was able to give up excellent fishing spot, in the eyes of the middle-aged man, that is how much of a sacrifice. Out of the way. Yu Xiaocheng then carried his fishing gear and went to the middle-aged man's fishing spot, sat on a small bench and started fishing. In the end, bipolar reversal. Yu Xiaocheng was catching fish like crazy, but the middle-aged man, who had been given an excellent fishing spot, did not move at all on the surface of the water, just as he did before. As the time slowly passes, I don't realize that it comes to noon. Yu Xiaocheng took out the prepared snacks, intending to just deal with it, but at that moment, the middle-aged man came over and patted his shoulder. Little old me. Walk to old brother's caravan and sit down. By the way, old brother, ask you a few questions. The middle-aged man handed over a cigarette and said to Xiaocheng. Okay. Then I'll bother old brother. Yu Xiaocheng didn't refuse and directly agreed. It's so easy for men to get to know each other, even if they don't know each other, but it only takes one cigarette. Brother. What's your name, old man? Free your surname Zhang of Zhangyi, name Xinghua of Xinghua Anbang. How about you, little old brother? Me? I wouldn't be worth mentioning, old brother, you can just call me Xiaocheng, the Cheng with the bright future. End of chapter. In the trailer caravan, Yu Xiaocheng was sitting at the dining table with his old brother Zhang Guisheng, eating delicious instant noodles. After all, to be able to eat a bowl of fragrant instant noodles near a reservoir where there is no village in front of you and no store at the back is considered to be the ultimate enjoyment. Older brother shall not be unconvinced. Zhang Guisheng looked at Yu Xiaocheng sitting across the table, said with a look of emotion, older brother fishing also for a long time, I did not think that in front of you really do not know anything, on the single this selection of fishing position, including what to match the bait, really do not have you know where. Actually, it's just that young people learn fast and have more time, successful people like old brother, I guess it's just occasional fishing, it's quite natural that there are some things they don't know. Yu Xiaocheng replied smilingly. Zhang Xinghua looked at him curiously, smilingly inquiring, how am I a successful person? From the aura emanating from you, old brother, including your speech and behavior. It gives me the feeling that you are Lubu among people and red hair among horses. Yu Xiaocheng explained in a serious manner, older brother don't feel that little old brother is bragging and deliberately trying to please you. This is little old brother's true feeling. Zhang Xinghua laughed, sizing up his little old brother, and said meaningfully, I realize that you aren't any ordinary person either. Me? I'm just your average current student, of course. I'm a PhD, a doctorate in progress. Yu Xiaocheng said. Ouch. Looking so young, he's actually a doctor? Zhang Xinghua was filled with surprise. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders, helplessly replied, what's the use in the end is not a life of labor, but I also figured out that this person is alive to struggle, in fact, it is also quite good just like the old brother's name, Xinghua Anbang, for the country to contribute a piece of their own strength, and I am not much of a talent, can only be in the cause of science for the country to add to the bricks and mortar. Zhang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, older brother you can have such an awareness, old brother is really gratified, moreover, it shows that old brother did not look at the wrong person, you this younger brother did not recognize in vain. What are the difficulties in the future? Directly look for the old brother to give you a solution. Definitely. When the time comes, I'll definitely contact old brother, I'm afraid that old brother will not recognize me as his younger brother by then. Yu Xiaocheng laughed. That's saying. Older brother wouldn't like to hear it. Zhang Xinghua rolled his eyes straight up and said without any good humor, is this the way old brother is? Luckily, it's not the wine table now, or else Letty you'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups. Yu Xiaocheng picked up a bottle of Waha pure water on the side and said in a serious manner, then, in lieu of wine, I'll punish myself with half a bottle. Saying that, gulped down half the bottle. It happened to be such a move that was right on Zhang Xinghua's stomach, giving Zhang Xinghua the feeling of hating each other. Older brother. Recently, I am very idle, if you want to go fishing, you can call on my brother to go together. Yu Xiaocheng said, in the future, in fact, we can also fish together, reading and studying is still a little different, I can squeeze out a day or two of time, but a week then. I'm afraid it's hard to do. It's enough to have you say this, in fact, I also happen to fish and relax. Zhang Xinghua handed Yu Xiaocheng a cigarette and said leisurely, older brother you should be less than 30 this year, right? 24. Yu Xiaocheng replied, then inquired at his oldest brother, older brother is less than 40 this year, right? Less than 40? I'm 53 this year. Zhang Xinghua laughed and said, but the mentality should be similar to yours, just highlight a young and fun-loving, of course. The premise is to give your own job well. The words. Zhang Xinghua then asked, older brother have a girlfriend? No. What? Older brother wants to introduce me to a girlfriend? Yu Xiaocheng smiled. Just depends on whether you need it or not. I do have many single female staff in my company. If you want to old brother naturally fulfill you. Zhang Xinghua said. Yu Xiaocheng sighed, sighing with emotion and helplessness, such an idea is not really dare to have, mainly because someone does not agree, if someone agrees, I do not have any opinion. Who? How come even a blind date is regulated these days? Zhang Xinghua asked suspiciously. My wife actually, I'm already married. Yu Xiaocheng spread his hands and said with a smiling face, if I go out and find another little wife, I'm afraid that the one at home won't be happy. All married? Zheng Xingguo was full of surprise, quickly returned to calm, said, "It's good to get married early, first start a family and then start a business. Older brother's child should be quite old, right?" Yu Xiaocheng asked. "I have a daughter who is over 30 this year." Zheng Xingguo sighed and replied bitterly, "Not married yet, there seems to be a boyfriend but I don't really like him, forget it." "That's it. Oh. Then if I see Lao's daughter in the future, how should I shout?" Yu Xiaocheng inquired in a small voice. "Small problem. You call me brother, you call her sister, let's talk about each other." Zheng Xingguo waved his hand and spoke without any concern. Each to his own? But if you don't care, what do I care? Older brother. Are you free tonight? Why don't we go to old brother's house for dinner? Zheng Xingguo extended an invitation to Yu Xiaocheng with a faint touch of anticipation between his brows. Yu Xiaocheng wanted to refuse, after all, there is a rich woman waiting for him, but facing the hot and sincere and expectant eyes of his brother, he was a bit reluctant to do so. Think briefly, analyze calmly, and want to talk. Older brother. I'll call the one at my house. After Yu Xiaocheng finished speaking, he walked out of the carriage and went to inform the pretty rich woman. Young Yanru had just finished her lunch and was about to take a break in her office when she received a call from the little bad guy. You little scoundrel. And no to call me. Because of someone's absence, pretty rich girl hadn't been in much of a mood all morning, and couldn't muster much interest in her work, but seeing the incoming call, that loneliness seemed to have found an outlet. "Hello. What's wrong? Calling me out of the blue, what's the matter?" Richie asked softly as she picked up the phone. I have a dinner party tonight so I can't come pick you up and take you home. You take a taxi back by yourself." The little badass on the phone squeaked, "I met an old brother while fishing and he was just too enthusiastic, he made sure I went to his house for dinner." Hearing these words from the little bad guy, the rich woman almost didn't pass out from anger. Holding back her anger and gritting her teeth, she said, "Fine, you go ahead, I can go home by myself." Without giving him a chance to speak, the rich woman simply hung up. Zhang Yanru tightly clutched the cell phone, the heart is more and more angry, contemplating a piece of stew. Directly called someone's own mother. "Sister. I'm craving your cooking, so why don't you pick me up by the way? Your son? Your son has been missing for half a day." End of chapter. Chu Fang stayed in her beauty salon, then she received a call from her best friend, and when she heard her best friend say that she wanted to eat her own cooking, then naturally she agreed in a million ways, but when she asked about her son, the reply she got almost made her explode. "What did you say? This brat has been missing for half a day?" Chu Fang stood up violently and asked furiously, "You went to the company by yourself in the morning?" Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and continued to complain to her good sister, "In the morning it was your son who dropped me off at the office, but after he dropped me off, ran off to go fishing by himself, saying that his hands suddenly got a little itchy last night, and that he hadn't touched a fishing rod in a long time, so he just didn't know where to go fishing, and he just called me and told me to take a taxi home by myself in the afternoon." For a moment, Chu Fang gas to the scalper almost cracked, that fierce look, as if the next second will be able to eat his son alive cannot be, slightly gasping thick breath, gritted teeth, said, "This is not what itchy hands, this is clearly itchy skin, Xiaorua, you rest assured, sister will definitely educate your nephew, tonight do not break his legs, I'll be with your last name." Rich woman cannot help but froze, heart suddenly some worry, because she knows their own this sister, that is really will lay down a cruel hand. Remember once, little bad eggs do not know how, by Fong Fong's sister to break the chicken feather duster, if it is not their own protection of the little bad eggs may be killed. Don't. Sis you. Don't be impulsive, I am not complaining to you about anything. The pretty rich woman bit her lip and mumbled her reply, Xiaocheng staying by my side all the time is not really a good thing, after all, he has his own life as well, I think. What the hell? Why am I suddenly pleading for him when I'm clearly complaining? Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and continued to speak at Chu Fang on the other end of the phone. Fishing is also quite good, my dad likes fishing very much, every time he is under pressure, he will go outside alone to fish, although he can't catch a few fish, but when he comes home, he feels that his whole person is a lot more relaxed. Okay. I know you are speaking for that brat, don't think I can't hear it. Chu Fang took a deep breath and said seriously, a beating is a bit unlikely, this brat's feet are greased, one slip of the tongue and he slips away, can't even catch him but I can educate him for you. Aha. The pretty rich woman responded softly, then added, sister you come to pick me up at 4:30 p.m. And go straight to your house, I want to sleep with you at night, I don't know if that's okay? Ouch. Sister is 10,000 times more than happy. Chu Fang spoke smilingly, I'll go buy food now and make you a nice dinner tonight. Hang up. Young Yunru put down her cell phone and gently pressed her head, not knowing what was ruminating in her mind. The time came in the afternoon. Zhang Xinghua parted ways with Yu Xiaocheng in advance because he had something to do, but he sent the address to Yu Xiaocheng so that he could go forward on his own. At this time Yu Xiaocheng carrying bought healthcare products, is a high-grade small area to find a certain villa. Originally he wanted to buy some cigarettes and alcohol, but taking into account the old brother as a successful person, around the natural not lack of these things, and there is also the possibility of attracting sister-in-law's dissatisfaction, so just buy some high-grade healthcare products.
I think this is the right building?
Yu Xiaocheng looked at the door number and then looked at the address on the cell phone, pondering for a moment.
Going forward, she gently pressed the doorbell. A few moments.
The door in front of her slowly opened from the inside and a middle-aged woman appeared in front of Yu Xiaocheng.
You're Ching, aren't you?
Chu Chunyan looked at the young man in front of him and said gently, your old brother has been waiting for you for half a day, hurry up.
Come in quickly. Having said that,
seeing the gift Yu Xiaocheng was carrying in his hand, he started to complain to him, Xiaocheng's sister-in-law has to criticize you a few times, why are you still carrying things when you're here? I'll take it this time, but don't allow it next time. The first time I came to visit, I didn't carry something in my hand, I didn't have a clue. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, but then again, sister-in-law you can be really young just now I thought it was Zhang's old brother's daughter, before Zhang's old brother told me that he has a 30-something-year-old daughter, I thought sister-in-law is it.
Ouch. I'm young, huh? It's already 50 years old, what's young about being young?
Having said that, a big smile spread on his face.
No, really young.
Yu Xiaocheng said seriously, sister-in-law doesn't look like a woman of 50 at all. Instead she looks like she's in her 40s, no. It should be a woman in her 30s or 80s. No woman can resist being praised for being young. At this time Chu Chunyan laughed and trembled. Originally she was quite prejudiced against Xiaocheng, especially the two old brother called after all. The age of the two are almost 30 years difference, but now Chu Chunyan heart that is 10,000 satisfied.
There's no way.
The young man in front of me is so good at coaxing women.
Ching, that's a sweet mouth you have. Okay, let's not stand here, come on in.
Chu Chunyan welcomed Yu Xiaocheng in, then said softly, you two brothers sit for a while, I'll go to the kitchen to cook.
Ching is here? Come on, tea is all ready for you.
When Zhang Xinghua saw Yu Xiaocheng, he hastily waved at him. Yu Xiaocheng looked at his oldest brother sitting on the sofa, and then looked at his sister-in-law in the kitchen, and said in a serious manner, older brother, I'll go and give my sister-in-law a hand first, I'm afraid she's too busy to do it alone. Without waiting for Zhang Xinghua to react, Yu Xiaocheng walked into the kitchen, and in just a few moments, Yu Xiaocheng mastered the entire kitchen before Chu Chunyan, who was in the way, came out.
How did you get out? Is Chang cooking inside?
Watching his wife come into the living room, Zhang Guoxing asked suspiciously. Chu Chunyan replied with a face full of embarrassment, Xiaocheng disliked me for being clumsy, so he kicked me out.
That's nothing.
The guests are cooking in the kitchen, and the host is sitting in the living room. Zhang Guoxing was all speechless and just stood up, only to be yanked back by his wife. You'd better not go in, you're totally adding to the chaos. Chu Chunyan said without a trace of anger, just let Xiaocheng busy himself.
Speaking of which,
Chu Chunyan said with emotion, but then again, Xiaocheng is indeed quite good. I'm telling you, this little old brother of mine is still a doctor.
Zhang Xinghua couldn't help but brag.
Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, you and he are calling this brother and brother, what do you want your daughter to do? When Xiaocheng sees his daughter in the future, will he call her his great niece or sister?
Sister.
He calls me brother and calls our daughter sister, each to his own.
Zhang Xinghua casually replied. You, a man in his 50s, how can you do things so unreliably?
Chu Chunyan was almost furious, reaching out to ruthlessly pinch her husband's waist flesh, saying furiously, ouch, you do not also gladly accept the name sister-in-law. Zhang Xinghua grimaced and said, don't think I didn't hear it at the door or laughing like crazy.
Aye.
Chu Chunyan was dumbfounded and said helplessly, I can't help it, who made Xiaocheng's mouth so sweet?
Just then,
Zhang Xinghua came to his own wife's ear and carefully said, wife I want to call Xiaocheng to come as well on the day of my birthday.
End of chapter.
Chu Chunyan initially heard her husband on his birthday, wanted to invite Cheng over as well, the heart that inevitably some surprise and confusion, but looking at Cheng busy in the kitchen, plus those words of physical and mental pleasure, suddenly felt that the idea.
It's not impossible. By rights it shouldn't.
But Xiaocheng isn't some outsider, knows the limits and is considerate, so I'm afraid that the other party doesn't have the time.
Chu Chunyan replied with a slight thought.
This you can rest assured, time can always be squeezed out, later when we eat, and Xiaocheng mentioned it, see his own will. Zhang Xinghua is genuinely fond of this little old brother, quite the feeling of meeting each other.
Chu Chunyan nodded, then added, old man, do you think our son-in-law will come? Who? The man who stole my watch, right? I don't care.
Zhang Xinghua is still a little haunted by that incident, and replied with disinterest, it's best not to come. Out of sight, out of mind, somehow snatched my watch. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes, reached out and pinched her husband's waistmeat, said in a bad mood, before the daughter did not have a boyfriend, you were clamoring to hold grandchildren, and now that the daughter has found a boyfriend, you were scornful of people, what do you really want? I am just saying, if my daughter really brought her son-in-law back, what else can I do? Of course it's all kinds of serving.
Zhang Xinghua helplessly replied, gently, don't pinch the waist inside. Pinch bad is best.
Chu Chunyan glared viciously at him, then loosened her own hand and continued, if on her birthday, daughter really brings her son-in-law home, you put away your stance and don't put on a high and mighty look. Row. Whatever you say is what you say, after all, you are the head of the family.
Zhang Xinghua replied bitterly.
Yu Xiaocheng's cooking speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye there are 6 dishes on this table. When Chu Chunyan picked up her chopsticks and tasted the plate of fish-flavored eggplant, her taste buds were instantly conquered. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Ching. You're good at this, Chu Chunyan complimented. Actually, it's just like that. It's all home-cooked food that can't hold a candle to a hotel. It can't get into other people's eyes compared to a hotel. Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. Where do you mean? I think it's great. Chu Chunyan picked up the stewed bamboo shoots again and inquired curiously, Xiaocheng, did you specifically go somewhere to learn this cooking skill? Nope. Because I'm a single parent, I've learned to be independent since I was young. Yu Xiaocheng poured the coke, stood up with the cup, and rushed to the couple. Let's not talk about this, old brother and sister-in-law. I'll use the coke as a substitute for the wine and toast you first. The words instantly drained his glass of coke, burping straight afterward. Zheng Xinghua and Chu Chunyan, husband and wife, looking at Yu Xiaocheng in front of them, that is, the more they look at the more they like, the more they look at the more they love. At this time, Chu Chunyan clipped up some dishes, handed to Yu Xiaocheng's bowl, whispered, Xiaocheng, oh, in the future if there is nothing to do, more to come to your oldest brother's home, as if it comes to keep us company. Yu Xiaocheng nodded his head repeatedly and said with a smiling face, since sister-in-law has said so, then I will not be polite. I will treat this place as my own home from now on, and come here every now and then to dilly-dally with you guys. I'm afraid that if old brother and sister-in-law see me every day, they'll get bored one day. Chu Chunyan blanked her eyes and ranted in a good-natured manner. What a thing to say. Are your old brother and I that petty? Right. I heard your oldest brother say you're all married? Chu Chunyan asked. Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously. I just got a marriage license, but I didn't have a wedding, but legally it's a marriage. It's a marriage, a wedding. It's just a formality. The main thing is to get 2 marriage licenses. Chu Chunyan suddenly burst with curiosity again and continued to ask, is your wife studying for a doctorate like you? Yu Xiaocheng replied awkwardly, actually, my wife she's 7 or 8 years older than me and is an executive at a company. 7 or 8 years older? Isn't that about the same age as our daughter? Zheng Xinghua was filled with surprise and asked suspiciously, with such a large age gap between you, do you have no opinions with each other? Not equal to Xiaocheng answer, beside the Chu Chunyan white eyes their husbands, said in a bad mood, you an old fossil know what, now this society is popular sibling love, there is a saying called the female big 3 hold gold bricks, this female big 7-8 hold gold mountain, understand? Not only is it a sister-brother love but the woman is big 7 or 8 holding a gold mountain, which is quite a saying, my family's pretty rich woman is more than just a gold mountain, it is simply a piece of endless oil fields. Don't take it to heart, your old brother doesn't know anything, and his mouth doesn't carry a door, sometimes he says brainless things. Chu Chunyan smiled and said, I think it's fine, as long as it's the truth that they love each other, it's not a big deal. Aha. Yu Xiaocheng answered and didn't say anything more. One more thing. Next month is your old brother's birthday, come to our house for dinner then and remember to bring your own wife with you. Chu Chunyan commanded. This works. Yu Xiaocheng agreed straight away, and as for whether or not to bring a rich woman, that's a different story. Sister-in-law? Older brother this. Is he really okay with this? Yu Xiaocheng looked at Zheng Xinghua, who was lying half dead on the sofa, and inquired with a worried expression, should I cook a bowl of sobering soup for old brother? It's fine. That's how he is. You don't have to bother with him. Chu Chunyan said helplessly. Yu Xiaocheng smiled bitterly, and just half an hour ago, drunken Zheng Xinghua dead to pull into worship, Chu Chunyan blocked cannot stop, and ultimately the two people worshipped from that moment. Yu Xiaocheng formally became Zheng Xingua's worship brother. Sister-in-law. Then I'll go back first, please take care of old brother. I'll come back to visit you when I'm free one day. Yu Xiaocheng said. Good. Just feel free to come in the future and treat this place as your home. Chu Chunyan said gently, then I won't see you off, drive safely. After bidding farewell to Chu Chunyan, Yu Xiaocheng left Zheng Xingua's home. At this time he drove the Porsche of the rich woman, driving on the road home, the speed is 70 mph, the mood is free and easy. It is said that, at the start of a narrative, why is it that you can always see a rich woman in your sister-in-law's body? When confronted with this question, Yu Xiaocheng did not look deeply into it. After all, the feeling thing is very often wrong. When Yu Xiaocheng arrived at the door of his house, he took out the key from his pocket and gently poked it into the lock, and when the moment he pushed open the door, he was stunned in place when he saw the scene in the house. The sisters sat at the table and turned their heads to him at the same time, one with an angry expression on her face, the other with a faint hint of resentment on her brow. Suffered. This is the second Mother Council trial. End of chapter. Yu Xiaocheng looked at Zheng Yanru and Chu Feng sitting at the dining table, the two of them looking at themselves in unison, anger and resentment revealed on each other's faces and in their eyes respectively, and for a moment she was so frightened that her face turned pale, and it was as if the blood inside her body had been drained by fear. The old lady and the bride. Isn't this the situation of the second wife's trial? It's over. The rich woman must have gone to her sister to complain because of what happened this afternoon. Now I am dead. Ouch. I seem to have forgotten to lock the car door. Yu Xiaocheng slapped his forehead with a face full of chagrin and muttered, "Look at my memory.
Can't even do such a simple thing right." Speaking
silently, she then turned around, attempting to fool the sisters with her superb acting skills, only to be dragged back into the house by Chu Fong in the next second just as she was about to make a run for it.
Still want to run? Just these broken tricks of yours, can you hide it from my eyes?
Drinking Chu Fong's face was red at the moment, with that angry eyes, it was a reincarnated Guan Gong, just short of holding a green dragon crescent blade in his hand.
Ouch! 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 Ouch!
Yu Xiaocheng was pinched by her own mother's ears all the way to the sofa in the living room, and then was held down by her own mother.
You brat, don't work properly, actually run outside to go fishing. Chu Fong was furious and educated. You even called your Aunt Zhang and told her to take a taxi home by herself. What do you want to do? You want to go to heaven, don't you? Wings are hard, right? Aye.
Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and carefully replied, I can't come back. I have a dinner party in the evening, I can't spare the time, I can't help it. What meal not meal, I see is simply play addicted. Chu Fong viciously glared at him and angrily said, the previous account has not been finished with you, and now give me a new muff, you brat.
Your skin is itchy, isn't it? Meanwhile,
pretty mature rich woman is sitting in front of the table, looking at the girlfriends training her son, the corner of the mouth cannot help but raise a shallow arc, the heart feel a burst of dark pleasure, especially see the little bad guy pull the goat head, that pitiful appearance, it is very relieved, if you can she also want to join in the scolding of the camp. You little bastard. Serves you right. Who told you to leave me behind? You made me take a cab. I can't scold you. At this time, Chu Fong was on fire, a variety of unpleasant curses set on the son's body, in addition to she is really angry. In fact, there is also a part of the acting component, after all, the victim of this incident is on the side, if not scolded a little more ruthless. Fear of girlfriends will be more mindful, thinking that they are harboring their son. And Yu Xiaocheng is like an aggrieved daughter-in-law, sitting there without saying a word. Originally the heart is quite guilty, think about it is indeed his own fault, until he quietly looked at the rich woman, found that she looked at the play, especially the corners of the mouth is still hanging a faint smile. Yu Xiaocheng realized that this may be a borrowed knife to kill people. What to do? Not only is the rich woman a bit of a bellyacher, but she's also good at the art of war. Sister. I'm not casting stones, I just think.
Xiaocheng has some problems lately, it seems like he's not as motivated as before.
Zhang Yanru frowned and said in a serious tone, Sis, it's not good to go on like this, you need to discipline her properly.
Isn't this still a fall from grace?
Yu Xiaocheng stared dumbfounded at the rich woman, looking at the lightly matured beauty with a slight hint of bad intentions in her eyes. In her heart, she was angry and helpless, and she was really a bit helpless to take her. After all, her backer was too powerful, completely suppressed by her bloodline.
I knew it.
It is indeed getting more and more unruly lately. Chu Fong took a deep breath and said seriously, as the saying goes, filial sons come out from under the stick, they still need to be beaten up. Not equal to Xiaocheng and the rich woman reacted, Chu Fong went into her bedroom, and in a few moments, she took a chicken feather duster and rushed out aggressively. Look at this frame. This is ready to be righteous.
Sis, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive.
The rich woman did not expect the girlfriends to really, the key to see her this battle. If it is someone else's son, it doesn't matter at all, but if it is her best friend's son, then she will be heartbroken to death. Zhang Yanru hurriedly got up, tugged on Chu Fong's arm, and bitterly begged, Sis, have something to say, don't move your hands, he is your son after all.
Xiao Ru, you don't care.
I must ruthlessly take out this bad anger today. Chu Fong gritted her teeth. Yu Xiaocheng sat on the sofa and watched the two sisters tugging at each other, and for a while she couldn't tell who was the good guy and who was the bad guy, but then again, earlier, the pretty rich woman was still throwing stones, how come she is now helping me? Oh, I realized it. It's the classic slap and give a sweet date routine. You see almost forgot that this current situation is entirely due to her.
Mom, you hit me.
Yu Xiaocheng stood up, then straightened his back and said with a defiant face, if I frown, I'm not your son. The two sisters froze at the same time, especially the belabored and pretty ripe rich woman, looking at the little bad guy with a look of confusion, as well as an expression of not knowing what to do, and even a bit of unbelievability.
Well. You heard it too, Ru, right?
It was this brat who asked for it.
Chu Fong sneered. There you go then.
The rich woman let go of her best friend's wrist. She decided to fulfill the little bad guy's wish, and even more so her own. As long as he and she were not mother and son, all problems were solved.
Fault. You're not going to fight? How is this not at all what I thought it would be?
Yu Xiaocheng are almost dumbfounded. This slap is the real slap, but the dates are inferior moldy dates, not only not sweet, also eat out of the disease. Seeing the ferocious in-law's mother holding a chicken feather duster, aggressively walking towards herself, Yu Xiaocheng is not a little cute. She sat there obediently to be beaten, and hurriedly got up to play Qin Wang around the pillar with her own mother.
Come on, fight if you can.
Yu Xiaocheng hid behind the rich woman, her hands gently holding her small waist, and rushed to her own mother and threatened, dare to do it? If you dare, it's best to do it to death.
Compared to Chu Fong's rage, the rich woman, who was currently being used as a shield by the little bad guy, was so infuriated that she was trembling all over. This stinking man. It's not even if you don't protect me, he actually used me as a shield. Brat! How dare you use your Auntie Zhang as a shield? Ru you go! I have to beat him to death today. As a result, when it was too late, Yu Xiaocheng tightly hugged her own mother's best friend into her arms, preventing her from slipping away if she didn't pay attention. For a moment, the sisters were all confused. End of chapter. Compared to the already confused Chu Fong, Zhang Yanru, this playful mature rich woman, at the moment there is a more unspeakable tingling, although she faced this unexpected situation, but also some muddle-headed, but when the mature and plump petite body tightly held in his arms, feeling the unparalleled Jing Zhuan, for a time that the lonely more than 30 years of the heart are crispy. Bad boy. Don't hold me so tight. Auntie can hardly breathe. Although the heart is like this, but the body is extraordinarily honest, snuggled in the arms of the little bad guys do not move, at the same time the two sides of the cheeks slightly a faint blush, this robust physique and full of security, so that she, the city-like mature woman, some addicted to it, difficult to extricate themselves. Ouch! You brat! What are you doing? Chu Fong from the stunned awake, furious roar, quickly loosen you Aunt Zhang, your Aunt Zhang is now a human wife, this way how to behave. Speaking. Attempting to yank his best friend out of his own son's arms, he realized that he couldn't yank him out. You asshole. You want to piss me off, don't you? Chu Fong was on the verge of losing her mind as she rushed at Yu Xiaocheng and cursed. However, Chu Fong had misunderstood her own son, he didn't forcefully hold on and not let go, it was the pretty ripe rich woman who wanted to rely on his arms, so when Chu Fong tugged on her, Zhang Yanru desperately resisted, preventing her from being yanked out of the little villain's arms by her best friend. Interjection of wonder, shock or admiration. Sister. What's your hurry? What's your hurry? Let him hold you a little longer. Pretty rich woman muttered in her heart, quite dissatisfied with her best friend's approach, but did not dare to reveal her inner thoughts. After all, she is the little bad egg's own mother, and then she also hid from her and the little bad egg received a marriage license. The key between himself and the little bad egg is still in a relationship that is not yet clear. Truce. Sign the ceasefire or I'll hold it until dawn. Yu Xiaocheng said. How dare you threaten me, old lady? Chu Fong glared viciously at her son and said in exasperation, hurry up and let go of your Auntie Zhang, or I'll stop your allowance. It's not important. Auntie gave it to you. Keep giving me that hug. The rich woman bit her lips lightly and secretly slandered in her heart. Seeing the bastard son deadlocked and refused to let go, Chu Fong was in a hurry, but the good thing was that Xiaocheng did not overdo it, and silently let go of the pretty rich woman in her arms before her mom was about to explode in place, and the moment the little bad guy let go of his hand, the rich woman felt a wave of unprecedented loss, as if she had lost her only dependence in life. Okay, I already know it's wrong. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his lips and meekly admitted his mistake, I won't dare next time. There's a next time? Chu Fong asked angrily. No. That. Have you guys eaten yet? Should I start packing? Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and asked cautiously. Hurry up and clean up. Chu Fong whitened his eyes fiercely, pulled her best friend to the sofa, clutched the rich woman's hand tightly, and said apologetically, Xiaorua just now Cheng was joking with you. You must not take it to heart. It's okay. I don't really care. Zhang Yanru glanced at the little villain who was clearing the table, turned her head and rushed her best friend beside her, and said gently, if it were any other man, I definitely wouldn't want to be cuddled by him, but Xiao Cheng is different. He's my great-nephew, I don't mind. That won't work either. After all, you have a husband, you don't mind but your husband does. Chu Fong shook her head and said in a serious tone, I know that you were very good to Cheng, but that was before, but now there is already a gap. I don't want to let my brother-in-law have a problem with me because of Cheng. Moreover, I don't want to let you and your husband fall into conflict because of Cheng. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and didn't say much, nodding silently before looking towards the kitchen, watching the little baddie wash the dishes in front of the sink, inquiring softly and quietly, Sis, actually, your son is really good, he can cook and do chores, and he's also a superb learner. Speaking of which, looking at her best friend again, she whispered, actually, you're quite sad to see Xiaocheng go, aren't you? Ugh. What's the point of not being able to let go? After all, and other women to get married and have children, it does not matter, I do not have you well. Chu Fong held Zhang Yanru's arm, said softly, we agreed to be sisters for life. If it were before, the rich woman would have agreed without hesitation, but at this moment, she was a bit hesitant, the corner of her eye sneaking a glance at the little badass in the kitchen, biting her own lip lightly and murmuring a reply, lifelong sister. In the time that followed, the sisters chatted on the sofa about the contents of their home, while Yu Xiaocheng quickly washed the dishes and silently went into her bedroom before never coming out again. The rich woman was absent-mindedly chatting with her best friend while her mind was on her best friend's son, but soon her thoughts were answered by someone when her cell phone, which was in her pocket, rang, and she took it out to see that it was a WeChat message from the little bad boy. Looking at her best friend beside her, she purposely turned to face her and quickly opened her WeChat to read the contents. Yu Xiaocheng, what time do you go back? Zhang Yanru, I'm not going back, I'll stay at your house tonight. Brother-in-law? Chu Fong asked with a smile.
The rich woman looked up and replied playfully, not your son.
Chu Fong blanked her eyes and ranted without any good sense, when did you start to learn how to be bad too? The pretty ripe rich woman pursed her lips and smiled faintly as she stepped forward to take her bosom friend's arm and muttered, if I tell you that my husband is your son, sis, do you believe me? The words. The forehead was then popped by chuffing. One bottle and you start talking drunk. Chu Fong laughed without any good humor. I'll go prepare your pajamas, then take a bath and go to bed, right? What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Sister will go make it for you. I love anything you make, sister. Richie replied. Dead girl. Okay, then I'll watch myself.
Chuffing stood up and walked into her bedroom, leaving the rich woman in the living room. Seeing that her best friend finally left, Zhang Yanru then took out her cell phone in a big way and chatted with the little bad guy across the door on WeChat.
Young Yan, are you? Why don't you say anything? Am I not welcome? Young Yanru, then I'll go?
The rich woman pouted and looked toward the bedroom.
Bad boy. If you don't let me live here, I'll take a cab home right away. I don't give a. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop it, not even your mom, I'm telling you. At this point, got a reply from the little badass. Yu Xiaocheng, warmly welcome Auntie Zhang to the humble abode. It's so perfunctory. One look and you know it's not genuine.
The pretty ripe rich woman rolled her eyes. Just when she didn't know what to say, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration in her mind, and her hands couldn't help but edit a message and send it out in a haphazard manner.
Zhang Yanru, little devil, is Auntie's body soft? Is it still comfortable to hold?
When she came back to her senses, her heart pounded and her scalp went numb.
Oops, what have I done? I did something stupid. How did you send this content to him? Withdraw it. Still, it's already too late. Yu Xiaocheng, fat ass, thin waist, super moist. End of chapter.
The pretty rich woman looked at the message sent by her best friend's son, and then both sides of her face were almost red, while the feeling of shame was just like a candle flame wavering in the depths of her heart, so that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill directly into it.
You little pervert. Or what kind of schoolteacher? You're obviously a smelly hooligan. In the face of the slightly flirtatious content of Yu Xiaocheng, Zhang Yanru not only did not get angry with him, but instead it was like a key. Opened the most solid shackles at the bottom of the heart, and with it came endless loneliness and shyness. But then again, one seemed to like him quite a bit. There was something about the way he was like that in badass look, that he couldn't help himself. The rich woman bit her lip, cupped her phone and edited the content quickly, then sent it out without hesitation. Young Yanru, little devil. What nonsense. Zhang Yanru, don't ever say these thurible contents again, or don't blame Auntie for being unkind to you.
It ended with a fierce emoji. The rich woman clutched her cell phone, eyes cannot help but look at the bedroom, but also cannot help but aim at the girlfriend's room. Suddenly was a complex emotion to the whole body. It is difficult to use words to describe what the feeling is, in short, both some nervousness, but also some fear, and more shame, but at the same time, also mixed with a hint of excitement. It's not the same as being alone at home, the sneaky nervous feeling of being at your best friend's house who is as close as a sister, behind your best friend's back, secretly chatting with your best friend's son about the contents of your fat ass and waist. It's really a little bit addictive. It's just that you feel especially sorry for your best friend. Just as pretty rich woman was thinking wildly, the door of the little bad guy's room suddenly opened. Yu Xiaocheng walked out from the bedroom, and the two of them stared at each other in the silent living room. Compared to someone's heartlessness, pretty rich woman slightly turned her head sideways and didn't dare to look into his eyes anymore.
You hoo. The rich woman was actually shy. It was obviously you who started it, and I just answered truthfully. Yu Xiaocheng, after a few days of living together, a little see through the woman in front of you. The so-called high cold is the inner loneliness of the fire of the camouflage. No wonder Auntie Song Chin said that you such a small body cannot be topped. Think about it, really is. Of course. Women's hearts under the sea needle sometimes think they understand the woman. In fact, just see part of it. There is a large part of it is to get, so still need to be careful. Be careful is not wrong. Where's my mom? Yu Xiaocheng came out of the kitchen, biting into a sweet and crunchy red Fuji while softly inquiring, how come it's gone? She's in the bedroom. The rich woman still held her head sideways, not looking him straight in the eyes. Do you want an apple? Yu Xiaocheng sat down next to the rich woman, then casually asked. Zhang Yanru frowned, the corner of her eyes peeked at him, looking at this little villain with a calm face. Her heart was puzzled. That thing just now, I was about to die of shame. How come he was like nothing, and also asked me if I would eat an apple? Oh, yeah. Also, you little rascal have nothing to be ashamed of. Young Yanru skimmed her mouth and murmured inquiringly, why are you suddenly so roguish? You asked. I answered truthfully. If you wanna go rogue, it's you who will go rogue first. I'm going rogue after you. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and replied with a serious face. Me. The pretty ripe rich woman was dumbfounded, desperately wanting to retort something, but not knowing where to start. In a hurry, she stood up fiercely and stomped on the back of the little bad guy's foot. Instantly, no less than the pain of stubbing her toe swept through her entire body, making Yu Xiaocheng unable to stop herself from sucking in a breath of cool air. Oomph. It hurts.
Zhang Yanru looked at the little villain's grimacing appearance, although there was so much of a heartache state, but it was more of a soothing relief. At that exact moment, Chu Fang walked out from the bedroom holding her pajamas and rushed to her best friend and said, "Xiaorua pajamas for you to find out, you go and take a shower first." The rich woman took the pajamas brought by her best friend and silently walked into the bathroom, leaving the mother and son still in the living room.
"What are you doing here?" Chu Fang looked at her son and asked without a trace of humor. "Eat the apple."
Yu Xiaocheng bit into a mouthful of red Fuji and replied with a slurred voice,
"Go to your room and eat. Don't hang around in front of my eyes, seeing you makes me upset."
Chu Fang whitened her eyes, exasperated and fierce. After all, it is the real mom, but also because it is the real mom will be so fierce, and Yu Xiaocheng has long been accustomed to. In fact, he also admired his own old mother. Think of the hardest days in that period. She actually managed to survive, proved that the mother's love is how great. Night, quiet. At this point in time, Yu Xiaocheng sits at his computer working on designing a systematic approach to address the imperfections at the source end of quantum communications. For him, the PhD review is a must. Once passed, it is a race against time, because in this field, there are thousands of research teams. How to stand out in the fierce competition, naturally, to come up with a beautiful article, so as to conquer all the peers.
Keep on counting.
The thoughts in his brain were suddenly disconnected from the scientific research, accompanied by the voluptuous body of a certain pretty ripe rich woman, especially after hugging at night. It stirred up endless imagination.
"Calm down. You need to calm down."
Yu Xiaocheng slapped her cheeks, trying to force herself to wake up, but as a result, those thoughts couldn't be waved away, as if they were branded in her brain.
"Oh, my God. Don't blame me for not being human. Blame Auntie for being so charming."
Yu Xiaocheng, paralyzed in the chair, tilted his head to look at the ceiling overhead. The heart is a burst of helplessness and distress, although they are all towards the peak of life, but their own path is this kind of alternative. Others are using the talent and courage to create their own futures, and I am holding on to the thighs of the rich woman. The key is a little bit of gluttony on the body of the rich woman.
Just then,
the cell phone resting on the side vibrated, and he picked it up to see that it was a message from Pretty Rich Girl.
"Young Yunru, is the little devil asleep?" "Yu Xiaocheng, not yet." "Zhang Yanru, your mom is asleep, but I can't sleep a bit. Can I come and sit in your room for a while?" "Can you come and sit in your room for a while and have a chat with me?" "Yu Xiaocheng, it's unlocked, come on."
In the next room, young Yanru carefully sat up after seeing the little bad guy's reply, and when her feet landed on the edge of the bed, she couldn't help but turn back to look at her best friend beside her. The rich woman bit her lips tightly and clutched the corner of her nightgown with both hands, the wave of shame deep inside preventing her from facing her best friend, and even more so, each inhalation was like swallowing her own shame.
"Hesitate for a long time."
The rich woman gently nudged her best friend and said carefully, "Sister,
I'm off to find my little man." Aha. Chu Feng, zzzzz.
Even though the BFF didn't wake up, it was just her subconscious responding, but in the eyes of the rich woman, it was a get-out-of-jail-free card. After quietly getting out of bed, the rich woman tiptoed out of her best friend's bedroom to the second bedroom next door, raised her hand and gently knocked on the door of the house.
"Open the door. It's me."
End of chapter. Zhang Yanru stood in the doorway of the little bad guy's room, so tense that she was almost suffocating. Every inhale was swallowing the fear in the air, every exhale was pacifying the shame in her heart. The inexplicable feeling of cheating almost made this pretty ripe rich woman to collapse.
Blah blah blah. What a mess of cheating on me. I haven't gotten attached to him yet. I'm just lonely and I'm looking for someone to talk to, that's all. If we have to come to a conclusion, a rendezvous. The word rendezvous might be more appropriate. Wait, no.
A rendezvous isn't appropriate either. It's only appropriate for a man and a woman who are in love, and me and him we can't talk about the word love yet.
Just as the rich woman was rambling, the door to the second bedroom was slowly opened, and Yu Xiaocheng looked at the lightly matured woman in front of him and said with a smile, "Coming?"
"Aha, coming." The rich woman bristled and whispered, "Hurry up and let me in.
Don't make small talk at the door."
Yu Xiaocheng welcomed her mom's best friend through the door, then casually inquired, "Do you want to talk on the bed, or do you want to talk on the chair?" Zhang Yanru couldn't help but froze, and instantly both sides of her cheeks flushed a faint blush, lightly biting her plump vermilion lips. She said in annoyance, "Why are you little rascal getting more and more out of line?"
"Ha? Don't you want to chat? Then you can't just stand and chat." Yu Xiaocheng looked at her with an innocent face, less pitifully looking at me, pretending to be ignorant and clueless. "Can Auntie not know your little mind?"
Zhang Yanru glared at him fiercely, and then surveyed the little bad guy's bedroom, and found that it was quite minimalist, minus the closet, the big bed, the computer desk, and basically nothing else.
"Are you working?"
the rich woman inquired softly, seeing the computer screen lit up and some manuscript paper on the computer desk. Actually, it's also considered work. About the source and imperfection problem in quantum communication, I'm trying to find a way to give a solution to it, and I intend to design a brand new set of systematic approach, with which I can actively control the characteristics of photonic information carriers. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips and leisurely said, "You won't understand even if you say it, forget it."
"Oof. You're the smartest." It's true that rich women don't understand this, but their mouths are particularly unconvincing. She sat down silently on the edge of the bed and preached to the still-standing villain, "Go on with your work, I'll just be by myself for a while." Earlier he said he wanted to have a chat, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Facing this inscrutable rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng's heart was full of doubts, but he didn't think much about it, and went back to the computer table, picking up the black water pen and calculating a certain formula on the manuscript paper. Meanwhile, the rich woman quietly looked at him, looking at the appearance of the little bad guy voluntarily writing, the soulful eyes gradually lost, between the eyebrows as to reveal a touch of ineffable sentiment. This is the first time she saw Yu Xiaocheng's serious look. I have to say that the serious man is so handsome. The key to the key, he was already very handsome, and now it is even more handsome to their own hearts. What to do? Do I like him now, or is it something else? So far Zhang Yanru is still not sure of the inner thoughts, at least now she does not dare to give an answer, but sometimes many uncontrollable thoughts and impulses has completely exceeded the answer itself. In fact, the answer is not important. Every once in a while I unconsciously want to send him a message. I always smile unconsciously when I talk to him. I don't know when I started just wanting to share my life with him. I feel soothed all over when I'm with him, and there's one most direct manifestation. Recently, the frequency of suffering is getting more and more frequent. The rich woman pursed her lips, looking at the back of the little bad guy, that serious and focused appearance, sandalwood mouth slightly open. But to the mouth of the words hovered for a long time, and silently swallowed back. Little bad boy. Will you leave me later? Then it depends on whether auntie will drive me away. Yu Xiaocheng turned back and looked at the playful and ripe rich woman sitting behind her, and smiled gently. It's so hard to find a rich woman who can arch me for food and clothes. I don't want to walk away. As long as you don't kick me out, I'll stay by your side all the time, like a dog's skin plaster. Zhang Yanru blanched at him, but the corner of her mouth was raised in an arc as she snapped, "Then be more obedient in the future. With this misbehavior right now, it's hard for me not to kick your ass." The words, "I wish I'd done this earlier," he said to himself, as if he were a mosquito. The rich woman thought that the little bad guy didn't hear, but in fact Yu Xiaocheng heard everything. He was writing the calculation formula on the manuscript paper while softly answering, "I think everything was just right. When you needed it the most, I happened to be there. Not too early and not too late. If it was a little earlier or a little later, it might not have ended up like this." Shasta. Zhang Yanru's heart trembled violently, as if a certain heartstring had been stirred. She raised her head and stared straight at his back. Her mesmerized eyes seemed to want to read more information from the other party's subtle movements, and those plump vermilion lips curved up slightly, revealing a touch of a shallow smile, bashful and that tender. Just right. It does seem to be just right. Next week. It should be on Wednesday. You don't have to come pick me up from work, I'll give you the day off. Richie said softly, "I have some things I need to do to get back to my parents' house." "Oh, got it." Yu Xiaocheng responded casually. At this point, the pretty ripe rich woman stood up silently and said softly and glumly, "I'm going back, I'm suddenly a bit sleepy." Aha. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and continued to calculate a certain formula. When Zhang Yanru walked to the door and raised her hand to hold the door handle, she couldn't help but look back again, and her mesmerized eyes revealed a bit of longing and impulsiveness. "Little bad boy. What? You get over here quick." Although she didn't know what elixir the rich woman was selling in her gourd, Yu Xiaocheng obediently got up and walked towards the door, not stopping until she reached the front of the rich woman. As it turned out, just then, the pretty ripe rich woman swooped down, her body snuggling into his arms, both arms smoothly wrapping around his waist, those delicate red-hot cheeks pressed against his chest. This all came too suddenly, so that Yu Xiaocheng didn't even make any reaction, and was hugged by someone in confusion. Time seemed to be pressed for seconds at the moment, and everything around them fell silent, except for each other's ragged breathing and rapid heartbeats. Despite the thick pajamas, you can still feel the plumpness and convexity under the pajamas, especially the unique fragrance of the mature woman came to his nose, smoked Yu Xiaocheng a little drunk. "Don't move. Let auntie hold you for a while." End of chapter. Snuggled in someone's arms of the pretty mature rich woman that has been lonely for more than 30 years of heart, at the moment is beating rapidly, especially the little bad guy body that a faint smell of smoke, as well as strong and sturdy chest, everything is constantly paralyzing her consciousness. The previous sudden courage has long since disappeared, only the bottom of the heart constantly spewing shame. But shame was shame, and this feeling of being snuggled in a man's arms was just a little too much for her to handle. "I want to freeze time. Stay in this moment forever." Feeling the temperature of his body, feeling the strong and powerful chest, feeling the unrivaled sense of security, Zhang Yanru's eyes have long been covered with misty flowers, and her bewildered eyes are filled with a certain kind of softness that is difficult to tell. "Don't you move. Let auntie hug you properly. Your mom and I met too late to hug you as a child, and now I want to hug you as a grown-up." Pretty mature rich auntie is deceiving herself. In fact, the reason is not so. After eating dinner, being held tightly in the arms of the little bad guy, the feeling was like a taste for food, forcing the rich woman to act so irrationally. She wanted to relive that feeling again, and needed to fill the loneliness in her heart with that feeling, of course. The reason had also been thought of, and it was what had been said earlier. Little bad boy. Why do you smell so bad?
Auntie Pretty Rich frowned, lightly biting her vermilion moist lips, and muttered, "It's all smoke odor.
It smells awful.
I haven't taken a shower yet. After I finish calculating that equation later, I'll take a shower." Yu Xiaocheng replied softly. At the same time, one of his hands quietly touched the rich woman's waist, trying to hug her tightly, but it turned out that just as he had this idea, it was detected by the sensitive rich woman.
Told you not to move.
Zhang Yanru frowned and said in shame, "You little rascal, put your hand back."
That's not fair. Yu Xiaocheng said with dissatisfaction. Why is it that you can hug me but I can't hug you? Aren't men and women equal these days? The rich woman skimmed her mouth and said in a nonchalant manner, haven't you already hugged me?
And you hugged me in front of your mom, and...
You little villain actually used me as a shield. Really, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. I want to bite you little villain to death.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and carefully said, wasn't it punished by you? Why, how do you still want to mention this?
Humph.
Auntie has always been so good to you, but as a result, at the most dangerous time, she pushed Auntie out of the way and lingered on in the world by herself. As the rich woman spoke, her face, which was originally dainty, was shrouded by an aura of resentment, and a hand silently touched someone's waist, viciously twisting a portion of the soft flesh.
Shasta.
The pain that tore through his body swept through his body, almost making him scream.
At this point,
Zhang Yanru let go of the little villain, raised her hand and gently pointed that green onion jade finger on his head, and said angrily, "Be good.
Be obedient. Don't make Auntie angry again."
The words. Then he turned around and left, leaving Yu Xiaocheng still standing there, sniffing the fragrance of a mature woman remaining in the air. TSK, TSK, TSK. This woman is really getting hooked. Auntie Pretty Mature Rich Woman quietly sneaked into her best friend's bedroom, tiptoed to the edge of the bed, gently lifted up the bedding, and was about to lie down in it when suddenly, a hazy murmuring sound came from the ear, which scared Zhang Yanru into a shiver.
Where did it go? Chu Fong asked with her eyes closed and her consciousness blurred.
Looking at her sleepy best friend, the rich woman's hanging heart was released, pursed her lips lightly, and answered softly and quietly, "Went to cheat with your son."
Damn girl. It's getting worse. Hurry. Hurry to bed. Chu Fong rolled down and subconsciously tugged at the bedding before falling back into sleep.
Rich woman drilled into the quilt, wide open eyes quietly looking at the ceiling, while the thoughts are still stuck in the second bedroom. I do not know what madness. Actually will head into the arms of the little bad guy. The Kiki cannot help but also hold his waist.
Interjection of wonder, shock or admiration. What a shame. How did this happen?
The rich woman, who realized afterward, as if there were 10,000 ants crawling all over her body at the moment, hurriedly hugged the remaining half of the futon, while burying her head in the futon, her body twisting slightly, as if only this way could ease the constant stream of shame.
Just then,
the charging cell phone rang, and the head buried in the bedding slowly lifted, then rolled over and reached for his own cell phone, a WeChat message from the little scoundrel next door.
Yu Xiaocheng, I'm going to take a shower. Young Yen Ju, aha. Putting back her cell phone, the pretty mature rich woman lay on the bed. The original feeling of ants crawling all over her body disappeared, but a new confusion appeared. I don't know what the situation is. The mind always flashes to the appearance of someone strong, especially after experiencing it myself just now. I wish I'd touched you a couple of times. A little badass that lean must be nice to touch. No sooner had this shy thought sprung to mind than the rich woman's face flushed red and even burned a little. Jesus, why are you so full of series? It was a little hard for the pretty rich woman to accept, but as much as she denied it, the truth was, the woman who was once reserved is no longer there, and has been replaced by the impulsive, lonely, isolated, and even horny woman. Sister, what should I do? Zhang Yanru rolled over and looked at Chu Fong, who had her back to herself, and bitterly muttered to herself, it seems like I seem to have really fallen. In the face of her best friend's inner confession, the sleeping Chu Fong was oblivious, still lying there quietly. I don't know why that is. Originally, I was just trying to cope with my family's urging to get married, but I didn't realize it. In just a few days, I seem to have developed a kind of. Young Yunru rolled back onto her back and lay flat on the large bed, murmuring, an emotion of wanting to rely on, wanting to be loved. Isn't it incredible? I think it's incredible too. He's your own son, I'm your sister, and I'm even his aunt, and as a result, the outcome turned out to be. Zhang Yanru bit her lips, her brows filled with shame, and murmured, if it's just a matter of wanting to find a place for your soul to reside, it seems like it could be justifiable, but the problem is that Anyway, it's just that your son is very fine and strong, sister, I'm very satisfied. Speaking of which, exploding with shame, the pretty, ripe rich woman couldn't help but hug the half-bedded futon tighter again, her hot face buried deep inside, squirming just as slightly as before. As it turned out, just then, the bedroom door opened slowly. Yu Xiaocheng, who had wanted to call the rich woman for a late-night snack, was confused for a moment when he saw Zhang Yanru squirming on the bed through the light source in the living room. Auntie Young? What are you doing? The squirming pretty rich girl suddenly heard a familiar voice and looked after it after raising her head. The silence of the two were looking at each other across a door. End of chapter. The pretty ripe rich woman looked at the little villain standing in the doorway, at the confused and curious expression on his face, and in an instant the whole thing was about to go mad, and a wave of intense shame surged through her heart, as if the whole world were laughing at her, and that shame caused her to become silent and evasive. Hastily turning her own head sideways, her brow filled with devastation and annoyance, she forced down her rapid breathing and replied with feigned calm, "Nothing. It just got a little itchy." This pretty rich woman did not say okay, once said even more so that Yu Xiaocheng feel puzzled, could not help but open his mouth to ask, "Where itch? You? Are you bored? Is this a question for you, you little devil?" Zhang Yanru has been on the verge of collapse. Xian Jade hand deftly gripped the bedsheet, are fast twisted into a twist, squeaked, "You do not ask so much, looking for me, what is the matter?" "Oh, I wanted to come and ask if you're hungry and if I want to cook you a late night snack," Yu Xiaocheng replied. Hearing the little bad guy's reply, the rich woman who was originally so ashamed that she wanted to jump to her death, suddenly felt a trace of warmth inside, lightly biting her moist lips, she murmured and replied, "No need. It's easy to get fat if you eat too much at night. All right. Good night then." Yu Xiaocheng gently closed the door, and the bedroom returned to its dark and silent environment. At this time, the pretty rich woman is full of her own squirming, by the little bad guy to see the picture, that embarrassed in the eyes, as well as inexplicable questions, like a soft feather, gently ruffled that a haughty lonely heart. Jesus. How am I going to live? Young Yunru clutched her head, the flood of shame was about to tear her apart, but quickly calmed down again, after all, it had already happened, and remorse would not help, think about what to do next. The woman took a deep breath and tried to think of what to do next, but there was still no answer in her mind. There is still no answer in my mind. Should I not rush into the kitchen now, and then find a sharp fruit knife and stab him to death from behind? The secret of my writhing in bed. Disappear forever in this world. Just as Zhang Yanru was thinking wildly, outside the door Yu Xiaocheng was cooking dumplings in the kitchen, standing in front of the stove, he watched the fire of the gas stove scurrying. His mind kept flashing the image of the rich woman squirming on the bed, he couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. "I don't think so. You're not in heat, are you?" Yu Xiaocheng bared her teeth and laughed out. It was the first time she saw the pretty rich woman flirting, but it was quite cute. After the pot boiled and then added water twice one after another, Yu Xiaocheng fished out the boiled frozen dumplings, slowly and leisurely walked out of the kitchen and sat down at the table in the living room, eating dumplings dipped in vinegar while looking at a certain equation on his cell phone. Suddenly, the bedroom door slowly opened. Zhang Yanru sneakily came out from the inside, directly sat on the opposite side of Yu Xiaocheng, staring straight at him, staring at Yu Xiaocheng. The heart, a burst of weakness. "Hungry? Should I cook a bowl for you as well?" Yu Xiaocheng scrunched his head and cautiously inquired. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said seriously, "What you just saw. Don't mention this to anyone, and don't talk to me about it later. In short, forget all about what you just saw." Yes, I've forgotten." Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and said with a smiling face, "Actually, it's nothing." "What nothing? What do you know?" Zhang Yanru blushed and stared at him, exasperated. "Anyway, don't mention it." "Ouch." Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly, "It's not just in the hair." The words came to an abrupt end, and the little villain pretended that nothing had happened, and ate the dried and salted dumplings on his plate by himself. "Hair what? Get this straight," the pretty rich woman questioned viciously. "It's nothing." Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her mouth and whispered softly while speeding up the speed of eating the dumplings. It's not a good word. Hair. What word has to do with hair? A sudden shiver ran through his body at the thought, and a delicate blush inadvertently crept up his cheeks, even extending to his neck and ears, and his rapid and ragged breathing caused his chest to rise and fall. Stinking man! You're the one in heat." The pretty rich woman hurriedly stood up, quickly walked to the side of the little bad guy, reached out and gently grabbed his ear, then came up to his ear and furiously said, "You little bad guy, remember, I wasn't in heat just now." She was in a hurry. Yu Xiaocheng did not answer and smiled at her without saying anything. No. Looking at his meaningful smile, the pretty rich woman was on the verge of exploding, so anxious that she stomped her feet, explaining, "That's not a rut." "It's not a rut." "No, it is. Fetish. Love. Ah yes, not in heat." Yu Xiaocheng replied mischievously. Zhang Yanru directly collapsed, raising her own shy little iron fist, as if it were a storm, smashing in the arms of the little villain. However, it seems to be ferocious, but in reality, there is no force, and from Yu Xiaocheng's experience, it is just as comfortable as scratching an itch. It only lasted a few moments before the rich woman was so tired that she was panting and stood panting beside the little bad guy, her red face with an angry expression that had a different flavor than the rest. "Here, eat a dumpling, get your strength back, and then continue the beating later." Yu Xiaocheng picked up a dumpling and handed it to the rich aunt's mouth, saying gently. Young Yunru froze and looked at the dumplings that were handed to her mouth, and in her heart, she was thinking of refusing, but she ended up opening her mouth involuntarily. The whole dumpling was stuffed into his mouth like a gluttonous squirrel. "More? One more. Good." The rich woman ate the dumplings fed by the little baddie,
completely forgetting about the unpleasant experience and the unforgivable incident earlier. Enough. Zhang Yanru wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue and said softly, I'm going to rinse my mouth and go to bed early. Slowly, he walked toward the bathroom until he was close at hand, when he suddenly quickened his pace again and hurriedly ducked inside. The rich woman stood behind the door, her body tightly pressed, her cold and delicate face full of scarlet, her eyes full of misty water, biting her own vermilion moist lips. Her inner depths had already set off layers of waves. Can't stand it. Couldn't resist his tenderness at all. Obviously so angry and furious, and as a result the outcome ended up like this. After rinsing her mouth and washing her face, when the pretty rich woman came out, the living room had long since lost the figure of the little bad guy, and she couldn't help but look at the second bedroom on the side. Young Yunru pursed her lips and silently went back to her best friend's room. Young Yunru lay on the bed, quietly looking at the ceiling, but the mind is a mess, although not very much want to admit it, but the facts have proved that. I seem to be really in heat. End of chapter. Early the following morning, Yu Xiaocheng was woken up by the alarm ringing on his cell phone, and in a daze, he turned off the alarm, then looked at the time and drifted off to sleep again, but in less than 5 minutes, his own mother rushed in and dragged him out from under the covers. What time is it? What time is it? Chu Feng glared at him with a black face, and said in a bad mood, get up quickly, send your Auntie Zhang to the company later, and give me a good job today, stay in the office and don't walk around. If your Auntie Zhang calls over to complain again, you kid give me a wait and see. Muddled Yu Xiaocheng put on his clothes and pants, then listlessly walked towards the bathroom. After simply washing up, he sat at the dining table and waited for breakfast, when suddenly he realized something, looked towards his mother's room, and inquired suspiciously, where is Auntie Zhang? Hasn't she gotten up yet? It's only a few hours. Let Auntie Zhang sleep a little longer, she's usually very tired. Chu Feng carried a bowl of thin rice and walked out from the kitchen, placing it in front of her son while sending a packet of squash. Ouch! Mom, you're being double standard. Yu Xiaocheng was about to vomit blood, but in the face of the strong mom, and dare not say anything, pulling the head of the goat eating squash and thin rice. At this time, the door of the master bedroom slowly opened. Zhang Yanru walked out from the room. The two of them stared at each other for a short period of time, and quickly moved away from each other. The pretty mature rich woman said softly, Sister morning ah. The words. Gushing at Yu Xiaocheng, who was eating breakfast, she said, Good morning Xiaocheng. Early. Auntie Young. Obviously familiar with each other, the two are pretending to greet each other, but Yu Xiaocheng did not feel anything, self-conscious about eating breakfast, but to the rich woman with a guilty conscience, the sneaky feeling, extra exciting and nervous, especially in front of her girlfriends. Ru Ya. Go wash up and then you can have breakfast and after that, you two go to work. Chu Feng said with a smiling face, I prepared something else for you, not thin rice and squash, this kind of nutritionless stuff is not suitable for you. What do you mean? So your son, your own son, only deserves to eat things that aren't nutritious? Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes and ate his light breakfast in a sulky manner, and when he saw the rich woman's exclusive breakfast served by his own mother, his heart turned cold. Mom, am I your own? Yu Xiaocheng asked suspiciously. Crap. When I was pregnant with you, I suffered a lot. Chu Feng whitened her eyes at her son, say what you have to say, let go of your farts if you have any, don't be grating and gloomy. I want pumpkin porridge too. Yu Xiaocheng pushed the empty bowl of leftovers over. Chu Feng silently pushed the empty bowl back again, and said in a good-natured manner, I just cooked this amount, specially for your Aunt Zhang. If you still eat there's diluted rice in the pot, go to the kitchen and serve it yourself. This house. I can't stay here a second longer. Yu Xiaocheng spat in his heart for a while, but his body honestly walked into the kitchen, served another bowl of thin rice and returned to the living room, huffing and puffing as he raked rice into his mouth. The rich woman came out of the bathroom, slowly and leisurely walked to the body of the little bad egg, sat down and looked at the pumpkin porridge in front of her, and then looked at the little bad egg's thin rice. The heart of the girlfriend is even more guilty. The girlfriend is so good to herself while she secretly abducted her son. I'm so not human. But guilt aside, the rich woman ate quite well and finished the pumpkin porridge without noticing. They had breakfast and left the place together, but neither spoke to each other until they were in the car. Back at the office, the rich woman began her day's work, while Yu Xiaocheng stayed in his makeshift office, mulling over the equation that had trapped him in a quandary. As long as it was solved, then the rest of the work would be like driving a bulldozer, and he would just sweep right through it. Today's pretty rich woman is working overtime again, while Yu Xiaocheng accompanies her, of course. He had his own things to do, busy solving that equation. At this time, Zhang Yanru suddenly got up and walked towards the water dispenser, making instant coffee while softly inquiring, Do you want coffee? I'll make you a cup of instant. No need. I don't drink much coffee. Yu Xiaocheng bit the tip of her pen and replied faintly. The rich woman skimmed her mouth, picked up her coffee and went back with a face full of displeasure. When she passed by the side of the little bad guy, she couldn't help but probe and look at it, and she ended up seeing the dense calculation process, and for a while she had a splitting headache, even though her math was great, and she ranked among the top in the school. The math problem that Yu Xiaocheng was trying to solve wasn't something she was able to read and understand. Only,
The rich woman quickly noticed the little badass's cell phone. The screen was actually showing beautiful women dancing, a buxom woman doing a big pole dance. What do you mean? That I'm not as pretty as she is? Or not as voluptuous as her? The key is also watching a beautiful woman dance in front of me. However, Zhang Yanru was misunderstood Yu Xiaochang. He opened the live broadcast software and did not operate this as the system automatically pushed, coupled with his thoughts are in the equation, the system, and automatically muted. So make such a misunderstanding. I want to go home. Young Yanru blackened her face, gathered up her satchel, and spoke coldly. Ha? Is it that early today? Yu Xiaochang raised his head and looked at her suspiciously. Humph, pipe me. Go watch your pretty girl dance. The rich woman put her own satchel on her back and headed outside without looking back. Only then did Yu Xiaochang realize the misunderstanding and hurriedly quit the live streaming software and hurriedly followed. Along the way, the pretty ripe rich woman grimaced and responded with silence in the face of the little bad guys hitting on her. Upon returning to the rich woman's home, young Yanru locks herself in her bedroom and leaves the little villain outside to fend for himself, but instead of being in a betting match with someone, she stands in front of one of the floor-to-ceiling mirrors, looks at herself in the mirror, and casually fiddles with her dance poses. The rich woman beamed as the blow hit her and she sat on the edge of the bed, muttering, after 20 years of not dancing, I'm sure I won't be able to do it. Zhang Yanru has learned to dance since childhood, can be said to have child skills, but the dance of the merit only to the age of 10, because of certain family reasons, and then came to a screeching halt. Originally she had forgotten about this matter, but it is to see the little bad guy and the look at other people's dancing, this heart is very unpleasant. Simple thoughts, calm analysis. Richie decided to give it a try and then go and wow the little badass is out there. Young Yanru pressed her legs and realized that the flexibility was still there, but of course compared to her past self who had a one-track horse, her current self was unbearable. Still, that's enough. It doesn't take much to get him to understand one thing about dancing, and Auntie will too. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaochang sat on the sofa eating oranges, hesitating to go home now, but suddenly at this time, the bedroom door opened, and the pretty ripe rich woman walked out expressionlessly. The rich woman was seen silently walking to a wall and jerking her right leg up while her body slightly pressed forward in a big show of all-imperfect positive leg press. The little baddies eating the oranges were stunned and a little confused for a moment when confronted with the scene that caught them off guard. Suddenly, a hiss sounded in this silent living room. Auntie's crotch split. End of chapter. Clueless to clueless, in the face of inexplicably in the leg pressure rich aunt, eating orange Yu Xiaochang is gazing at the appreciation, this is a slim suit pants, because of this leg pressure action, the round and firm buttocks were completely outlined. However, the next image that appeared shocked Yu Xiaochang to the point that he even dropped his orange on the ground, the crotch of his pants, which was outlined with a perfect buttock shape, suddenly, in a sudden hiss, it even cracked right open. Wonderful! It's simply wonderful! Yu Xiaochang couldn't help but take a couple more glances at the sexy black wispy weave panties, deeply seared into his thoughts, so it turns out that she really likes to wear this style of panties. Meanwhile, the pretty mature rich woman was covering her ass, that cold and charming face was full of delicate red color, at this moment she had almost collapsed, originally thought to show off in front of the little bad guy, let him know that his aunt is not vegetarian, but as a result, never thought that such a humiliating scene would happen. I just pressed my leg and cracked my crotch, the key is to turn your back to him. So the moment you crack your pants, he'll know all the secrets inside, it's over. It's all over now. I really can't live anymore. I feel like there's no point in living anymore. Cautiously turning back to him, the corner of his eye peeked at him and found him picking up oranges on the ground, and a strong wave of shame ran through his entire body. Surely he must have gotten carried away watching it. Even the orange in his hand fell. What to do? What do we do? How do we deal with this next awkward situation? Oops. I don't care about that. Let's get out of here. Pretty ripe rich woman covered her ass, panicked and slipped into the bedroom, at the same time, unlocked the door of the housing, with the fastest speed to take off their pants, looking at the hands of this cracked crotch casual pants, the more they think about it, the more they come to the anger, they spend so much money, looking for someone specially customized, but as a result, it turned out to be in the front of the little bad guys lost such a big face. Nevertheless, it is true that, the rich woman pinched her arse, originally still feeling dissatisfied with the quality of the pants, but at the moment there was some bitterness and helplessness. It seemed that the quality of the pants could not be blamed entirely, after all, they were not training clothes for dancing, nor were they yoga clothes, plus they were so perky that it was only natural that they could not withstand it. After all, they are not dance training clothes, nor yoga clothes, plus oneself is that kind of erect, can't bear it is also natural. Ugh, how am I going to get out of here later? And how am I supposed to face the little bad guy? The rich woman sat on the edge of the bed, her eyebrows revealing a hint of confusion and more than a little unspeakable shyness. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door, interrupting the rich woman's agonized thoughts. Are you okay? Yu Xiaochang shouted softly from the doorway. No, it's fine. Young Yanru bit her lip and mumbled a reply. Sit down for a while. I'll be right out. Not sitting down. I'm going to go home. Yu Xiaochang spoke softly from the doorway.
Hearing that the little bad guy wanted to leave, the rich ant didn't care about the awkward atmosphere, and casually found a pair of pants and put them on, then opened the door and went out, and when she saw that her best friend's sun had already risen, she immediately locked her brows, and a hint of displeasure was revealed in her eyes.
Just came not long ago to go home?
Young Yunru darkened her face and ordered without a trace of humor, "You're not allowed to leave to stay for another hour."
Row, row, row.
Auntie says what she says, everything is at Auntie's beck and call. Yu Xiaocheng smiled, and silently sat back on the sofa again. In fact, he did not want to leave in the first place, and said so just to lure the rich woman out. After all, staying alone is especially boring.
The rich woman skimmed her lips, sat sullenly beside the little badass, and said faintly, "What all did you just see?"
Big, firm, round ass and sexy black lace panties. Yu Xiaocheng knew what kind of answer the rich woman wanted to hear, but the willful and bad guy just didn't answer that way, and purposely rehashed the matter to see what kind of interesting reaction the rich woman would have next. The words. Zhang Yanru instantly exploded. Resentment and shame engulfed her sanity. Originally still somewhat calm expression, at this moment has long been twisted deformation. In fact, pretty mature rich woman itself is a very elegant and quiet woman, despite only 30-something years old, but has the kind of ripe woman on the kind of temperament precipitated by time. However, now it was destroyed by someone. The rich woman clenched her fists and tried to hold back the anger in her heart. She was holding back the forcefulness, but in the end, she didn't hold back. "Me. I'll fight you." Shai's little iron fist just rained down on the little bad guy. Yu Xiaocheng was beaten to the point of running away. While the rich woman was chasing after him, she chased him and he couldn't escape.
"Make you bad. Make you bad. Will you dare to skin in front of your aunt from now on?"
The rich woman grabbed Yu Xiaocheng's ears and questioned with a puff of air.
"I wouldn't dare."
Yu Xiaocheng pulled his head back and replied bitterly. "Humph." The rich woman let out a cold snort, loosened her own jade hand, and said without any good humor, "Forget about the scene just now."
Yes, yes, yes. Before oblivion, can I ask a question?
Yu Xiaocheng cautiously inquired. "Why do you suddenly want to press your legs?"
Me.
Young Yunru didn't know how to answer for a moment. She couldn't tell him that she was jealous of that dancing woman. Seeing that Auntie Richie squeaked and didn't say anything, Yu Xiaocheng simply poked through the layer of paper and said softly, "Actually, I didn't see that it was pushed by the live streaming software. At that time, my attention was on the equation, and I was stuck with that equation for a couple of days, and I haven't been able to solve it." The pretty ripe rich woman rolled her eyes, her head turned slightly sideways to the side, and said blandly, "Don't make excuses. Do you think I don't understand big data? What you usually love to read, the system will push, little rascal."
Not honest at all.
This. But it was really pushed by the system. Yu Xiaocheng was a bit speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain.
Stupid.
Seeing the dumbfounded and embarrassed look of his best friend's son, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a faint smile as he turned back to the couch and leisurely said, "Come here, little bad boy."
"What? Dear auntie, is there anything I can do for you?"
Yu Xiaocheng came to the rich woman's side and inquired softly yet gently. "Just now when auntie pressed her leg, it seems to be a little hurt. You help auntie pinch it." The rich woman did not look at him, but stared at a certain corner of the room, pursed her lips lightly and murmured. In fact, the leg press didn't hurt at all because it was so comfortable the last time the little badass pressed her shoulder that the rich girl wanted to relive it. Yu Xiaocheng sat down beside the rich woman, gently lifted that beautiful leg and rested it on her own thigh, then took off the slipper, followed by removing the white boat stocking from her jade foot. A slender jade foot came into view, and the small delicate jade toes were spreading out in a showy manner. End of chapter. Auntie Rich stretched out her own legs and eyed the little bad guy beside her. Seeing him staring at her feet in a daze, her cold and charming face flushed a faint blush, and in her heart, she felt both a pang of shame and a trace of unspeakable nervousness and laughter.
I did not expect.
The little bad guy is not only a mature woman control, it turns out that it is also a foot control. The hobby is quite extensive.
Hello. Seen enough?
Zhang Yanru lightly bit her lips, with a touch of mesmerizing luster in her eyes, and leisurely said, "From the moment you took off your socks, you started to gawk. Did you think that Auntie's feet were quite pretty?
Little villain. I didn't realize that you are still a foot controller."
Cough cough. Yu Xiaocheng awkwardly coughed a few times and replied in a serious tone, "I am studying the acupuncture points on my feet, not admiring your feet."
That's tough. You can see it. It's not like you're not allowed to see it.
The rich woman rolled her eyes and said softly, "So, have you finished your research?
Can we start now?"
"That's a start." As Yu Xiaocheng spoke, his hands gently cupped the soles of her feet. Originally also relaxed and comfortable pretty rich woman, suddenly all stiff. From that jade feet on the feeling is more and more obvious, especially with the small bad egg's finger pressure channel changes. From the heart of the foot came a burst of crispy and densely packed with a strange sense of inner shame. At the same time there is actually a hint of comfort. If you can, try wearing some sneakers for a while, because you have hard soles on these feet, caused by wearing high heels for years. Yu Xiaocheng gently pinched the center of the rich woman's foot and said in a serious manner, "Anyway, you're the boss of the company, no one cares what you wear.
In the face of the little bad guy's advice, young Yunru didn't even listen to a word of it. She was trying to control her emotions and avoid making strange noises inadvertently. There was no way not to look at it as simply pinching her feet, but for a rich woman it was already very exciting. Ouch! What are you doing? Taking advantage of the rich woman's inattention, Yu Xiaocheng quietly used his fingertips, gently sliding from her heel over her toes, a feeling that seemed like tiny electric currents, leaping on the sensitive soles of those feet, reaching the deepest position of the soul. Tease you. Yu Xiaocheng replied with a bad smile. You. Give me a good massage. Don't be naughty anymore. The pretty mature rich woman blushed in shame and threatened furiously, if you dare to fool around again, beware that auntie is not polite to you. Yes. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and casually responded. But naughty to naughty, this technique is still very good. After all, Yu Xiaocheng in her own mother's beauty salon did, especially the beauty salon just started that time, often help some customers to press a shoulder or pinch a leg or something. Gradually, young Yunru adapted to this feeling, and her mind gradually flooded with emotions as she half laid on the sofa and looked at the little badass who was concentrating on holding her feet down. It would be a pity to have such a nice little man snatched away by someone else, and instead of being hobbled by another woman, it would be better. Why don't you let me, the auntie, go to him? Sister, isn't that the truth? My sister should not be wrong. Just as the rich woman was imagining things, Yu Xiaocheng lifted up her pant leg and tenderly pinched her ankle. This unexpected turn of events scared the pretty, ripe, rich woman, and she looked at him nervously. What are you doing again? What are you doing lifting my pants leg? Just now was just the appetizer, now is the main meal, enjoy. Yu Xiaocheng gently pinched the belly of the rich woman's leg. The moderate strength allowed Zhang Yanru to find the perfect balance between tension and relaxation, as the little bad guy's palm gently caresses away a warm current spreads from the leg, gradually spreading to every part of the body. Is he squeezing my legs? Immersed in shame, warmth, comfort and relaxation, young Yunru couldn't help but ask this question in the back of her mind. In the beginning it was indeed a massage, this technique was very standard and comfortable, but now it didn't feel like it was a massage anymore, it felt like it was deliberately touching the legs. You. The rich woman bit her lips tightly, panting slightly, and asked, are you getting a massage? Why are you touching around? Don't know anymore. This is a newly created technique of mine, it's called stroking therapy. Yu Xiaocheng explained in a serious tone, as the name suggests, it is caressing, using my hands instead of the mother's hands, just like a mother's hands caressing her child. As for the efficacy, it can cure endocrine disorders and even prevent osteoporosis. Ouch! Yu Xiaocheng takes a head kick. Little rascal. I just feel how it's getting weirder and weirder. Auntie Richie was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a headrest on her chest, glaring at her bosom friend's son in front of her in shame, puffing up, taking advantage of the situation and even taking advantage of Auntie's body. What's with all the petting therapy? It's your own creation, right? The words. The rich woman held out her other leg and said in a nonchalant voice, hold this leg down for me. I thought it was coming to an end, but I didn't expect there to be a second wave. Yu Xiaocheng repeated the same trick, gently kneading the soles of her feet with skillful technique. The rich woman who was in a state of petulance instantly became misty-eyed again. Suddenly, Richie's cell phone rings and she picks it up to see that it's the little bad boy's own mother calling. Your mom's phone. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and warned earnestly, pinch well, don't mess up for me. As the words fall, silence picks up the caller. Ru Ya, at the company or at home? Chu Feng on the phone asked gently. At home. Just got back, not much The rich woman shivered violently, a sweet, snorting sound drifting out of her off guard, then glared nervously at the little man who was making a mess, signaling for him to keep his nose clean. What was that sound just now? Chu Feng inquired curiously. No, nothing. Zhang Yanru bit her lip and squeaked. Sister, what are you looking for me for? It's nothing much, just asking you how Cheng Cheng performed today. Chu Feng replied. Quite well. Stayed at the office all day, nowhere. Ouch. Lighten up. Shasta. The air seemed to freeze, even the time was pressed down the second hand, everything was so silent. Ahem. So you're busy, then. Sister won't bother then. Chu Feng smiled and said meaningfully, you little hoof, don't toss my brother-in-law around. Sis. You listen to my explanation, things are not what you think. Zhang Yanru couldn't wait to say, it was your son. It was your son who was being bad just now. He was massaging me. Hello? Sis. The call was hung up long ago, and after the rich woman put down her cell phone, she quietly looked at Yu Xiaocheng, who also quietly looked at her. It's getting late, I should get home. You don't have to go tonight. End of chapter. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the fierce rich aunt in front of him, the angry gaze seems to be the next second to eat himself. He knew that tonight may not be able to escape. Thinking about it, he really deserved it. Taking advantage of her phone call with her best friend to give her some intense and exciting content, this is not looking for death. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanru looked at the poor little bad guy, look at him pulling the goat's head, an innocent expression, the heart that is good and angry and funny. Obviously they did something wrong, but put on a look of aggression, but to be honest,
this tactic is indeed very useful to themselves.
No, it's wrong?
The rich woman inquired coldly with a stern face.
No.
Yu Xiaocheng is clear that now is not the time to be stubborn. After all, confession is lenient, resistance is strict.
What's wrong? Richie asked next. Wrong everywhere. Yu Xiaocheng answered honestly. Specific. Shouldn't have been while you were on the phone with your BFF.
I purposely made a fool of my aunt.
So you know.
Zhang Yanru lightly raised her willow eyebrows, reached out and grabbed his ears, puffed up and said, your mom has a deep misunderstanding of me now, and you also gave me a hard time messing up. Clearly I've warned you, how come you don't listen at all?
Ouch. Pain, ear is going to fall off.
Yu Xiaocheng tilted her head and begged for mercy with a face full of pain.
Humph.
If it falls off, it falls off. You're treating auntie's words as a whisper anyway. Zhang Yanru loosened her jade hand, her green onion finger gently poked the little bad guy's head and snapped, don't go home tonight, you're staying here for me.
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips, looked suspiciously at the rich aunt beside her, and asked cautiously, what kind of bad fart are you holding back? Talk properly.
The pretty rich woman blankly eyed him and faintly replied, when your mom calls you later, you just find any excuse to cope with it, remember.
Don't ever say that you're staying at my house. This is not looking for a beating.
Yu Xiaocheng was a little reluctant, helplessly replied, you are not unaware of my mom's attitude. She has always suspected that I was adopted by a rich woman outside. If I just find a reason to put it off, I'm afraid that the world is going to end the next day. That's your business, I don't care. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, silently stood up and walked towards her bedroom, and just after opening the bedroom door, she suddenly turned back and said, I want to eat noodles tomorrow morning.
You arrange it. Having said that, just leave the little bad boy in the living room.
When the door to the room had just closed, Yu Xiaocheng's cell phone rang, and the caller was none other than his own mother, Chu Feng.
Hello? Is there something wrong with mom calling out of the blue? Yu Xiaocheng asked softly. Where are you? Chu Feng asked seriously. I'm
out having a late-night snack with my friends, so I don't think I'll be able to come back tonight. Yu Xiaocheng casually found a reason, intending to just put it off. Hearing that her son was going to stay out at night again, Chu Feng's heart was about to explode with anger, and she forced down the anger in her heart and said, is it a man or a woman?
Is it the woman who is harboring you? No.
Yu Xiaocheng helplessly explained, besides I'm not being given a package. Just as the little bad guy was desperately trying to explain, the pretty ripe rich woman hiding behind the bedroom door, who was secretly listening to the commotion outside, suddenly a bold idea came to her mind, if you can trick or treat while I'm on the phone with my girlfriends, why can't I trick or treat while you're on the phone with your mom?
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Let's give you a taste of what it's like to be misunderstood, too.
After young Yanru tried a few tones in a row to determine a tone that would not be discovered by her best friend, but also felt mature and charming, she silently opened the door to her room, and looking at the little badass sitting on the couch still desperately trying to explain, the rich woman pinched her own voice and said softly, young man, auntie has finished washing, so hurry up and get into bed. After all is said and done. The whole world went silent. Yu Xiaocheng looked dazedly at the rich woman and saw her blushing but showing a hint of a bad smile, and then slipped into the bedroom with a swift movement.
You, Xiao Cheng, you don't have to go home anymore. To the Hello? Mom.
After Yu Xiaocheng put down his cell phone, his eyes moved to the bedroom with the closed door, and he couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. This pretty rich woman's revenge is too strong, and the key is also very dark. At the same time a classic line inexplicably flashed through his mind, hello slut. I forgot the exact source, but just by the voice of the pretty rich woman just now, auntie has finished washing, hurry up and get into bed. Revealing endless passion and exuberance, mixed with a little bit of impatience.
It's wonderful. Early the following morning,
Yu Xiaocheng awoke from his sleep and muddledly put on his own clothes and pants, and when he stepped out of the room, he found a note left on the dining table. Today you are given a day off, auntie has gone to work by herself, remember to close the doors and windows for me before you leave the house. Looking at what was left on it, Yu Xiaocheng was roughly able to guess the reason, most likely he didn't have the face to see himself, so he sneaked and ran away. Simply wash up, Yu Xiaocheng went out, first found a breakfast store, sitting in the nooks and crannies to eat breakfast, and then went straight to mom's beauty salon, and mom to explain the situation last night. Because it came very early, Yu Xiaocheng sat in the car and waited for the beauty salon to open the door. I do not know how long that passed, the phone rang a sound, pick up a look as a WeChat message from the rich woman.
Young Yunru, did the little devil get up yet? Yu Xiaocheng, aha. Young Yun are you at my house?
Yu Xiaocheng, in front of your BFF's beauty parlor, wait for your BFF to come to work and explain what happened last night.
Young Yanju, oh.
Zhang Yanru, last night is auntie's wrong, should not tease you like this, later to see your mom, you have to say well, think well say, never say nonsense. Young Yun are you, transfer from Young Yun are you 50,000.
Young Yun are you, here's your bonus. Bonus? Ceiling fees, I guess.
Yu Xiaocheng, your BFF is my real mom, she carried me to term and gave birth to me, how could I lie to her?
Yu Xiaocheng, it has to add money. Just then, a familiar figure came and stood directly beside the car, raising his hand and gently knocking on the window.
Yu Xiaocheng didn't care what content the rich woman sent and hurriedly got out of the car.
Mom! Don't you call me mom, I don't have you as a mom, no. You don't have me as a son, oops. I'm so mad at you.
Chu Fong grabbed her own son's ear and said furiously, the brat still says that he is not being adopted by a rich woman. Last night I heard it clearly and plainly. What else can you sophistically say? The words. Chu Fong let go of her son again, sobbing and slapping the roof of the car, muttering miserably to herself, I don't live anymore. The cabbage that I worked so hard to raise, ended up being arched by the old cow.
End of chapter. Hey mom. Mom.
Yu Xiaocheng looked at his own mother's Thai performance, gently pickpocketed her a few times, and said with a helpless face, almost on the mark, the drama is a bit excessive.
What do you know? Worked hard to raise you to be white and fat, the result was finally arched by an old cow, the bitterness in this do you understand?
Chu Fong wiped her tears, still crying, you now tell me.
Who exactly is that woman? Is it someone beside me?
Your best sister, actually.
Young Yun are you?
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and replied bitterly, Mom, don't take the bull by the horns. I really haven't been adopted by a rich woman. Last night, my friend was just joking and intentionally used that kind of voice to mess with me. Besides, if it's really a rich woman, then I'm not a rich woman.
If it's really a rich woman, with such a small body like mine, would I still be able to walk on the road the next day?
Wouldn't my legs have gone weak long ago? Hearing her son's words, Chu Fong suddenly stopped crying. She is very well connected in the circle of rich women, and has heard of those lonely rich women in the clubhouse all kinds of flower work, although not like what the internet said that what the wire ball of the flower language, but it is not much better.
I still don't believe it. Unless you bring the person to me so I can see for myself.
Chu Fong said seriously.
If I say, the rich woman is Auntie Zhang, do you believe me?
Yu Xiaocheng replied. The words. Chu Fong grabbed her son's ear and said furiously, how many times have I said, don't make fun of your Auntie Zhang, is your kid's skin itchy? Who do you joke with is not good, but you like to joke with your Auntie Zhang.
Look at it. I've told the truth and you don't believe me. Ouch ouch ouch. Gently.
The ears are falling off. Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly. It's only good if it falls off, taking my words as a whisper anyway. Chu Fong let go of her hand and said in a nonchalant manner.
Oh, my God. Why does that sound so familiar? Oops. No wonder they are as good as sisters, this is even the same way of talking.
Yu Xiaocheng touched her own ears and whispered softly, I am indeed messing with a woman, and she herself is quite rich, but by no means is it any old woman, that's all I can tell you, as for the rest say it later.
Swear. I won't believe it if I don't swear.
Chu Fong said coldly.
Row. I swear it's not enough.
Yu Xiaocheng held up his hand, the middle finger of his index finger pointing to the sky, and seriously said, I, Yu Xiaocheng, swear to the heavens that what I just said is true, and if there's half a lie, let the heavens strike her with 5 thunderbolts. Why blast others?
Not yourself? I'm your own son. Meanwhile,
young Yunru, who was working, suddenly and inexplicably sneezed.
Achoo!
The rich woman casually drew a tissue and gently wiped her nose, her brows filled with confusion.
Could it be that I froze last night?
Throwing the paper towel into the trash can, Zhang Yanru did not have the mind to continue working, staring at the computer screen in a daze, while the mind is full of a certain little bad guy and his own best friend's figure. I do not know how the mother and son chatting, whether there is no fight off. As a result, just at this time, suddenly received a call from her best friend. Looking at the notes displayed above, Zhang Yanru was a little afraid, but finally gathered the courage to connect the call of her best friend.
Sister, is something wrong?
Adjusting to her best state of mind, the saucy mature rich woman asked gently. Just now Cheng came to me, he admitted that he's banging a woman, but just wouldn't say who it was.
It can simply piss people off alive. On the phone, Chu Fong complained, is this my own child or not? Why is he getting more and more stubborn?
Hearing her best friend's words, the rich woman was instantly relieved and murmured in reply, why are you still obsessing over this matter? Haven't you already put it down last time?
That's enough.
Don't get upset over this matter, by the way, I'll tell you something else, I'm coming to do a facial skincare in the afternoon, sis.
You can help me arrange it. You're coming this afternoon?
When Chu Fong heard that her best friend was coming to her beauty salon, she nodded her head and said, good then I'll personally do your skincare. In the time that followed, the sisters pulled some homey stuff and then hung up.
Little bad boy. That's a pretty tight mouth.
The rich woman took her cell phone, flipped open the WeChat chat box with a certain little bad guy, looked at the chat records above, and without hesitation transferred another sum of $100,000 to him, and at the same time attached another sentence.
Performed very well, Auntie was very happy. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the WeChat and didn't click down to collect the money, and drove himself to Xin University.
Just now he received a phone call. It was the head of the physics department of Xin University called. The specific content is now to meet him, although a little sudden. There is nothing unexpected, some schools like to make a surprise attack, because this can detect the truest level.
When Yu Xiaocheng came to the mathematics and science branch of Xin University, he went straight to the office of the head of the physics department, gently knocked on the door of the house, and pushed the door in with a sound of "Please come in." "Yu Xiaocheng, right? Come on, sit down," a middle-aged man in his 30s said smilingly when he saw Yu Xiaocheng. Seeing Yu Xiaocheng sitting across from him, the middle-aged man spoke. "I am the head of the physics department of Xin University. My name is Zheng Yuanxiang. This time I notified you to come over just to see you. In fact, you've passed all the audits. We received a letter of recommendation from your tutor, and then directly gave you the green light. After all, the Academy of Sciences academician's favorite disciple is still trustworthy. And even if you don't use your mentor's letter of recommendation, with those projects you completed during your master's degree, it's more than enough to go to a second-rate university as a lecturer." Zheng Yuanxiang laughed. Yu Xiaocheng smiled politely. "Director Zhang is polite. In fact, these are all I followed my teacher to do. I played a small role in it. If there is no teacher, then I'm afraid that I can't reach this kind of height. In addition, I'm also very fortunate to be able to read the doctoral degree in your school." "You're modest. There is no need to be so modest in the future." Zheng Yuanxiang turned over the document in his hand and said leisurely, "I've read all the information on it. Basically there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that the item of marriage, did you fill in the wrong one?" "Exactly. I'm already married," Yu Xiaocheng replied. You got married at 24? Zheng Yuanxiang looked at him with a shocked expression. "It's just a marriage license, but legally speaking I belong to the married men," Yu Xiaocheng explained. "Oh, so it is." Zheng Yuanxiang nodded his head before continuing to flip through the document in his hand and said, "It's good to be married, to be able to work without fear." The next two chatted about the physical aspects of the content, mainly in the future direction of Yu Xiaocheng's research. When he heard that he wants to engage in quantum communications this piece, Zheng Yuanxiang heart are happy flowers. As long as Yu Xiaocheng can do the job, a year out of the top 2 journal articles, then the position of the vice dean of the secure. The rich woman had just finished her morning's work and was about to go to the cafeteria for lunch when her cell phone called, expecting it to be her nephew who was calling from the little bad guy. "Auntie, you don't have a date yet, do you? Hurry up. People are married at 24. The man on the phone said seriously, "There's a great genius who's coming to our school to study for his doctorate, and I've just met him, and he's only 24 this year, but they're already married." Zheng Yanru bit her lips tightly, her cold and charming pretty face flushed with a faint blush, and she secretly read in her heart, "He is your little aunt." End of chapter. Zheng Yuanxiang, the head of the physics department of the mathematics and science branch of Xin University, his other identity is Zheng Yanru's nephew, although the two are the same age, but Zheng Yanru's generation is very large, became his little aunt, although each other spaced out a generation, but the two people's feelings have always been very good. When Zheng Yanru heard that the little bad guy to go to Xin University to study for a doctoral degree, and still read the physics department, the first time she thought of her nephew. The original did want to call the nephew, let him in the future to take care of Yu Xiaocheng, but Yu Xiaocheng's extreme refusal, coupled with the fact that I do not know what kind of reason to look for the nephew, and so give up. "No big deal. Even you're hyping me up for marriage," Zheng Yanru said without a trace of anger. Zheng Yuanxiang on the phone smiled and replied in a serious tone, "Little aunt, your nephew isn't concerned about you. Humph. You don't come around. Don't I know what bad water is in your bratty stomach?" Zheng Yanru fatally said, "You just want to see me make a fool of myself as a way to satisfy your own vengeance. I'd say you've almost had enough. If you really piss me off, you don't have anything good to eat?" Hearing his little aunt's threat, Zheng Yuanxiang shivered. The fear of being dominated by this woman when he was a child surged back to his heart, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Wrong. "Little aunt, you are also really, why are you so unforgiving?" Zheng Yanru skimmed her mouth and asked as if nothing had happened, "Just now you said that a very powerful genius came to your school to study for his doctorate. What's his name? Just how powerful is he?" "Him. His name is Yu Xiaocheng. Maybe you don't know, little aunt, but I know him quite well." Zheng Yuanxiang replied seriously, "This person's scientific research experience is very rich. During his undergraduate years, he started to publish articles, one of them was even at the top journal level, and then when he got to the graduate stage, it was even more remarkable. Straight away, he got 2 PRL articles, which simply killed all the geniuses at that time." Listening to that praise from her nephew's mouth made the inner vanity of the pretty ripe rich woman gain great satisfaction. Although it was all praised on the body of the little bad guy, it was more comfortable than praising herself. She couldn't help but lightly pursing her lips and murmuring, "Since it's so powerful, then you have to take care of it." "Definitely. Whether or not I can sit in the position of vice dean depends on whether or not Yu Xiaocheng can come up with 2 top journal articles within a year." Zheng Yuanxiang lamented, "I think there shouldn't be any problem, and this young man is very humble, but at the same time I can feel that pride in his bones. Just a little bit bad, a little bit, and a little bit colorful." Pretty mature rich woman beamed, her mind flashed through those unpleasant experiences, and she leisurely said, "You need to take care of him when you should take care of him, and you need to knock him down when you should knock him down. 24-year-old young man. More or less a little hairy, you need to properly frustrate the sharpness in him." "I don't think so.
A genius of Yu Xiaocheng's level has pride and sharpness in his body, that's completely deserved. After all, he has this capital. Besides, he is Elder Su's favorite disciple. This scientific background is very powerful. No one dares to make a fool of him.
Zheng Yuanxiang explained. Oh, then as you wish.
Zhang Yanru didn't say anything more and was just about to hang up when she suddenly thought of something and asked lightly, "You said that young man got married. He got married when he was only 24 years old?
What kind of person is his wife? Did he ever tell you about it?"
The first is all fluff. The second is the real issue. The rich woman wants to hear about herself, from someone else's mouth. I didn't inquire too much, after all. It's not good to get to the bottom of this kind of thing. Anyway, he said that his wife is very beautiful and elegant, and also very rich, a good woman who can go up to the hall and go down to the kitchen, and being able to marry her is the honor of his life.
Zheng Yuanxiang replied.
After hearing the nephew's words, an unspeakable touch in the rich woman's heart quietly grows. The vermilion moist lips cannot help but raise a touch of arc, eyes are with a trace of fascination and tenderness. I didn't think he would say that about me in front of outsiders.
I'm hanging up.
The rich woman directly hung up the call, quietly sitting there. Her mind is still recalling the little bad guy's evaluation of himself. At this moment Zhang Yanru is like a little girl in love. Her eyebrows are full of the color of spring, completely free of the icy cold temperament of the female president that is high above.
Oops, face is hot. 1 p.m.
Yu Xiaocheng locked himself in his room, trying to find the direction of the solution to that equation. About the time of his doctoral studies, basically it has been determined, just in the middle of next month. Counting the days is only about 10 days. It seems like quite a lot of time, but in reality it is a bit tight. Counting on the manuscript paper, he suddenly became annoyed, crumpled the scrap of paper into a ball, and then paralyzed in his chair, staring at the ceiling above his head as if it were a wooden chicken, only to be caught off guard by clapping his hands together and exclaiming, "System."
Regrettably, the miracle didn't happen. Asterisk.
Thought there was a reversal. Yu Xiaocheng paralyzed in the chair sighing. The more he thought about it, the more sad, not to mention the suspicion that he has not climbed the rich woman, just this rebirth alone. Other people's rebirth is from high school, especially the 2 months before the college entrance examination rebirth of the disaster area. Why is his own rebirth, on the other hand, a few days before the rich woman was cheated by the scum? Just when Yu Xiaocheng helpless, suddenly indirectly to a phone call, looked at the old brother Zheng Xinghua called.
Older brother? Do you have time? Going fishing or not? Zheng Xinghua asked. Reservoir or Black Pit?
Black Pit it is.
Go.
According to the address given by Zhang Guoxing, Yu Xiaocheng came to the place as fast as possible, parked the car and then carried his own fishing gear, and found his old brother waiting at the door for a long time.
Older brother, sorry kept you waiting.
Yu Xiaocheng said with an apologetic face.
It's fine. Actually it's me who is embarrassed to suddenly let you come over to fish.
Zheng Xinghua laughed, and then continued, Go let's brother and sister cut the crap and hurry in. Maybe it was a weekday, not many people came to fish, but the two brothers were still next to each other, each holding a fishing rod, chatting and fishing at the same time.
Just then,
the sharp-eyed Zheng Xinghua noticed the gold watch on Yu Xiaocheng's wrist. TSK. Rolex Day-Date Collection. I didn't realize my oldest brother was wearing it at such a young age. But then again, why do I feel a strong sense of loss when I see this watch? Hey.
What's wrong with Lao? Suddenly sighing?
I got a little touchy-feely when I saw that gold Rolex watch you were wearing.
End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng failed to understand Zheng Xinghua's words or the hurt he felt deep inside, looked at his gold Rolex watch and inquired suspiciously, What's going on, old brother?
I don't even understand what you're talking about with all this secrecy.
Zheng Xinghua sighed, a touch of faint sadness appeared between his eyebrows, and replied, Seeing this Rolex gold watch of yours, I can't help but think of my own piece. I haven't seen what it looks like. It should be almost the same as the one you have.
No. One's own watch and one doesn't know what it looks like. Isn't this statement this inconsistent?
Yu Xiaocheng said in confusion. I haven't finished yet, so keep listening. Zheng Xinghua pursed his lips and then added, I originally had a gold Rolex watch that belonged to me, and as a result, before I could get my hands on it, that Rolex gold watch was snatched away by a person with evil intentions.
Speaking of which,
Zheng Xinghua's face was crooked with anger, and he said viciously, It's really pissing me off, actually daring to rob my watch. In the face of this cloudy description of Lao's brother, Yu Xiaocheng did not understand from the beginning, but, from his words, he was able to analyze that older brother seemed to know who snatched his Rolex, and flattened his mouth. In a small voice, he said, Older brother, I hear you say this, as if you know who snatched it.
Definitely. He's been my enemy all my life, robbing my watch and taking my cotton jacket.
Zheng Xinghua gritted his teeth and said, I can't wait to split him into 5 pieces.
Is this man that poor? Can't even afford a cotton jacket?
Yu Xiaocheng said curiously. Zheng Xinghua smiled bitterly and replied leisurely, Little cotton puffer means my daughter.
No.
Older brother, you this around and around, directly say your son-in-law to snatch your watch is not good. Yu Xiaocheng was full of speechlessness. The conflict between son-in-law, you described it in a way that I thought it was the trigger for World War III. The words, Yu Xiaocheng took off his gold Rolex watch, handed it to his old brother beside him, and said, older brother borrowed it for you to wear for a few days. Zhang Xinghua froze, looked at the handing of the Rolex gold watch, and then looked at the side of the face of the calm little old brother. The heart is still quite touched, silently pushed this Rolex back, lit up the watch he wore, smiled and said, Patek Philippe.
3 million. I'm so redundant.
Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes and said without any good humor, older brother, you're over 50 and a big boss, why are you so naughty?
Just kidding.
Zhang Xinghua smiled and replied, in fact, I don't care about that Rolex, what I care about is my daughter's feelings for me, forget it.
It's all in the past, let this matter drift away with the wind, right?
Did you buy this watch yourself?
From the wife.
Yu Xiaocheng replied softly while wearing his watch, she's a little rich.
Rich girl?
You kid can know the fastest shortcut in life in this world. Zhang Xinghua smiled and said seriously, but with this intelligence of yours, I believe that you can also go to the peak of life.
Yu Xiaocheng looked embarrassed and helplessly replied, she insisted on sending it. Don't start throwing a tantrum, I can't do anything about it. I understand.
I know this too well, your sister-in-law is this kind of person. Zhang Xinghua gripped the fishing rod and said with a face full of emotion, all she gives you is her self-righteous love, but it's also quite good old brother you have to understand one thing. It's not important how good a person is, it's important how good a person is to you. Yu Xiaocheng nodded, looking at the float on the water and murmured, I understand. No one in the world will treat you well for no reason, all the passion and generosity comes from cherishing and caring. Zhang Xinghua was very satisfied with Xiaocheng's words. He didn't expect Yu Xiaocheng to have such a sense of understanding at such a young age, but at the same time, it was also more indicative that he hadn't looked at the wrong person, and then laughed and said, don't forget the day after tomorrow, and bring your younger siblings too if you can.
She's rather busy.
Yu Xiaocheng squeaked, older brother, I'll come alone, and when there's a chance later, I'll bring your younger sibling again.
Zhang Xinghua sighed and said helplessly, fine. Then let it be.
Right. My daughter was also there that day. When you see her then, just call her sister.
Zhang Xinghua said, let's just talk about each other, it's fine. I don't care about that.
Oh,
Yu Xiaocheng responded casually.
Besides, don't carry anything else on this visit, and by the way, you can take some cigarettes and tea back for me, it's piling up in this utility room.
Can. This can be had. Do you need me to empty it?
This. Young Yunru finished her skincare at her best friend's beauty salon and then slipped straight home on the pretext of working late. Sitting alone on the couch with a headrest in her arms, her thoughts were not on the program even though her eyes were glued to the television. She took out her own cell phone and looked at its screen.
The little scoundrel has ignored me for a day now, doesn't he know to come to me if I don't go to him?
The rich woman beamed, flipping through the chats with the little bad guy, and suddenly broke down emotionally, pounding her shy little iron fist on the headrest over and over.
Make you ignore people. Little villain. Little rascal. Little pervert. After a whack, the mood was soothed, but I was a little hungry. The pretty ripe rich woman stood up and walked slowly and leisurely into the kitchen, and when she opened the refrigerator, she was instantly heartbroken as she looked inside and saw that it was empty. Lost in thought, he returned to the couch and continued to cuddle the headrest while his brow filled with thoughts of someone. Once young Yunru thought she was used to being alone in the world, but since the intrusion of a certain little bad guy, she realized that in fact, she was not used to being alone at all, and that everything was forced upon her. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening, and the soulful, pretty, ripe, rich woman followed the sound. The moment the door to the house was opened, he saw that the little bad guy he had been longing for was carrying a bag of groceries, slowly and leisurely walking in from outside. Why are you here all of a sudden?
Zhang Yanru sat there on her plate, her eyes staring straight at Yu Xiaocheng as she asked with a squeak.
Of course I'm here to make dinner for my rich lady.
Yu Xiaocheng lifted the bag of vegetables in his hand and smiled gently at her. I just went to the grocery store to buy fresh vegetables, all of which you love to eat. The pretty rich woman quietly looked at him, at the sudden little bad guy, her eyes revealing fascination and tenderness, while deep inside she felt an unprecedented touch.
Just then, Zhang Yanru's cell phone rings. The caller is Song Qinchin. Hello? Yun, are you? Do you want to eat together tonight? Do.
Without waiting for her best friend to finish her sentence, the rich aunt simply hung up.
Who? Selling stores. End of chapter.
As much as it was a shame to do this to her best friend, it was really not a good time for her to call, especially since she brought up the fact that even though they were all having dinner together, it was not as comfortable to have your best friend with you as it was to have your little bad self with you. Oh, nowadays, personal information leaks are serious. A super rich woman like you must be the meat and potatoes in other people's eyes. Yu Xiaocheng changed into her slippers and carried the bag of dishes, saying as she walked, we'll start dinner in an hour.
Aha.
Zhang Yanru answered softly, her pretty eyes staring straight at him, and leisurely said, do you want auntie to help you fight?
Yu Xiaocheng shook her head and replied gently, no need, the fumes are very irritating to the skin. I don't want to see my future auntie turn into a yellow face. Just sit on the sofa and wait for the meal to start.
Bad boy.
This is going to be thoughtful and painful. Although there was little change in the expression of the pretty ripe rich woman, a sweet sentiment ran through her heart and she murmured, "Going home at night? Definitely. Last night made this commotion, if you don't go back tonight, your best friend is afraid to kill me." Yu Xiaocheng stood in the kitchen, took out various dishes from the bag, and leisurely replied, "You don't know that this morning your best friend that movement, really a cry, 3 hangings, and also forced me to swear." "How did she force you to swear? Young Yun are you asked. How else can I be pushed, of course, to say that I didn't sleep with an old woman or something, but that's alright. I'll send it all on your head." Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smiling face while scraping the fish scales, "Anyway, when the time comes, the heavens will strike you down." The words. The rich woman stood up fiercely, hurriedly walked into the kitchen and stood beside the little bad guy. The luxuriant jade hand reached out to his waist, pinched the soft flesh with force and said furiously, "No wonder I sneezed several times in the morning, so it's you, the little bad guy, that cursed me behind my back. Oops. Fairy spare your life." Yu Xiaocheng grimaced in pain and begged bitterly, "Wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The rich woman grunted coldly and silently loosened her own jade hand, then brought another bundle of celery and stood beside him, picking the leaves while whispering softly, "It's better to help you fight, and I'll go back to the living room when you start frying." In the small kitchen, the two stood there side by side, each busy with what they were doing, and even though they didn't have much to say to each other, a warmth gradually sprouted and germinated in the air. Pretty ripe Ant cannot help but look at the side of the little bad guy, looking at him seriously kill fish look. Suddenly the emotions began to flood. In fact, Zhang Yanru fantasized about the appearance of love, but also fantasized about the appearance of marriage, that time love and marriage. Both were passionate, however at this moment, she no longer had such notions. The so-called love and marriage, they are based on happiness, and happiness is very simple, that is, there is a home to go back to, someone to wait for, they say the years are quiet. It is probably the bowl of hot soup on the dinner table and the light that is lit for oneself. It's good to be quiet and relaxed. I prefer the days when he's around to poems and faraway places. Auntie Richie pursed her lips and was just about to speak when she suddenly noticed the gold Rolex watch on his hand and asked softly, "Why are you suddenly wearing it? Don't you think it's expensive? It's a waste to put it away, and it's nice to wear it occasionally, but it just feels a bit old-fashioned." Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile, "This Rolex is more suitable for middle-aged men. Young people like me tend to favor the green water ghost. It does seem like such a thing." Zhang Yanru looked at the gold watch. "The more you look at it, the more you feel rustic, like a demolition of the thugs," said leisurely, "It is a bit rustic. Tomorrow you don't wear it, hide it well, Auntie pick a watch that suits you." "Aha. If I remember correctly, Dad has a Patek Philippe, about $1 million, although it is second-hand. But very new, the key is suitable for young people like little bad eggs, simply ask him for it." "Give it to my little bad egg, anyway, he does not lack of." "Do you like Patek Philippe?" Young Yunru suddenly spoke. "No. What do you want?" Yu Xiaocheng looked at her in shock and said carefully, "I know you're rich, but there's no need to spend it like this." The rich woman flattened her mouth, feeling a burst of warmth in her heart in the face of this thrifty little villain, and replied softly, "It doesn't cost anything to get it for free, and I can go get you a piece if you want it." "Free? It's not a goods, is it?" Yu Xiaocheng did not understand the meaning of free in the rich woman's mouth. Patek Philippe's entry level are hundreds of thousands of dollars. This can be free to get? Unless it is a fine a goods. But the rich woman out of the hand is certainly again genuine. After all, she cannot afford to lose this person. "Can this be free? Is it bluffing me?" Yu Xiaocheng was a bit unconvinced. "You don't believe me?" The rich woman frowned, a twinge of annoyance and disbelief in the face of the little villain's distrust of her, and instantly put down her celery and huffed out of the kitchen. "Where are you going?" Yu Xiaocheng chased out and looked at the rich woman who was changing her shoes and asked suspiciously, "Wait an hour for me and I'll make you wear a Patek Philippe." "Humph." The rich woman put on her shoes, took the car keys, and left without looking back, leaving Yu Xiaocheng standing there dumbfounded for a while. "Some villa. Zheng Xingguo is showing off his afternoon catch to his wife. Okay. Stop fooling around, you think I don't know? This is all due to other people's Xiaochang, with this skill of yours," Xu Chunyan said in a bad mood, "and don't go looking for Xiaochang every now and then, he's a future scientist, you're always bothering people, okay? I know the difference." Zheng Xingguo replied, "He's relatively free for a while, so when he gets busy, I naturally won't go looking for him." The words. Zheng Xingguo said mysteriously, "I have to say, this little old brother of mine is quite resourceful." "What? What have you inquired about?" Xu Chunyan asked curiously. "He was fishing with me today, and then he was wearing a 600,000 plus Rolex, and I asked. It was a gift from his wife." Zheng Xingguo sighed with emotion, knowing shortcuts in life at a young age. The young man is very rich. "You're really idle, too." Xu Chunyan rolled her eyes straight away and urged without any good humor, "Hurry up and go cook." The words. A doorbell was heard. The couple looked at each other and saw each other's confusion, then Zheng Xingguo went to open the door, and when the moment he opened the door, he saw that it was his daughter standing in the doorway, and suddenly revealed the smile of an old father. Ouch! So it's Dad's little cotton girl who's here. End of chapter.
Looking at the sweet little cotton girl in front of him, Zhang Xinggua's mouth is almost smiling crookedly, although he is the chairman of a listed group, but he is also a real daughter slave.
Has Dad eaten yet?
Seeing her dad, young Yunru didn't open the door. After all, this kind of thing needs to find a suitable time.
Just preparing to cook. This is not the baby daughter came.
Zhang Xinghua said smilingly, it just so happens that your mom is also here today. Our family of 3 will finally be able to eat dinner together. Come.
Don't just stand there, come in quickly.
Zhang Xinghua welcomed his own daughter through the door and began to shout at the top of his lungs, the wife and daughter are back. Chu Chenyan, who heard the commotion, also immediately got up and walked over, and when she saw that it was Zhang Yanru, she also revealed the smile of an old mother, and said without any good humor, you dead girl still knows to go home?
Mom!
It's not like you don't know I'm so busy with work. Despite the conflict between mother and daughter before, because of the marriage thing to the extent of the trouble, but after all, it is mother and daughter. When they meet each other, they are still able to let go of the resentment in their hearts, and the key Chu Chenyan knows that her daughter may have a man outside, and to a large extent, she has dissipated a lot of anger.
Oof. It's all excuses through and through. If you really want to go home, you can make time anyhow. Chu Chenyan rolled her eyes, then added, have you eaten?
Not yet. Zhang Yanru shook her head, pursed her lips lightly and murmured, I came back this time to look for Dad for something. Wait immediately. The words. Even pulling and dragging the dad beside him toward the second floor, impatiently said, Dad quickly and I go to your study. I have some things that need to be discussed with you. Hurry time is a bit rushed. You quickly move. The confused Zheng Xinghua was dragged to the second floor by his daughter, leaving Chu Chenyan, the head of the family, standing in the living room on the first floor, with her brows filled with contemplation.
Daughter. It's not a good thing. Looks like old Chang is going to break the bank again today.
On the other side, father and daughter came to a study room. Zhang Yanru held her dad down on a chair, and she herself sat across from him, and then stared at him without looking away, lasting for a whole dozen seconds or so, making Zhang Xinghua look at his heart.
Baby girl, you're this. What exactly is the matter of looking for Dad?
Zhang Xinghua asked cautiously. Dad is getting panicked in his heart by you. Zhang Yanru lightly bit her lips and squeaked, Dad, what request my daughter makes, you.
Are you going to say yes to all of them? No matter how outrageous this request is, you will agree to it, right?
Affirmative. As long as it's within the scope of Dad's ability, no matter what kind of request you make, Dad will agree to it 10,000 times. Zhang Xinghua, who was not yet aware of the seriousness of the matter, replied in a serious manner. After hearing these words from her old father, Zhang Yanru instantly felt at ease and said with a wriggle, actually, it's not a very excessive request, it's just that I just want to. If I remember correctly, Dad,
you seem to have a collection of many expensive watches, right?
Hearing the word watch, Zhang Xinggua's heart trembled violently. He instantly understood why his daughter would suddenly visit. It was staring at those watches of his own.
Seems like it. It's actually not much. Zhang Xinghua cautiously said, what do you want, Dad?
Don't ask me what I want first. You just said that there aren't a lot of watches. I think you're lying. Zhang Yanru said seriously, 2 years ago when Mom and I were cleaning at home, we opened your secret compartment and it was full of expensive watches, hundreds of them.
What? Exposed 2 years ago? Zhang Xinghua was shocked and stood up violently from his chair, asking with a face full of horror, you guys knew about this 2 years ago?
Of course. Originally, Mom intended to confiscate it, but after I tried my best to dissuade her from doing so in the end, she kept all of it and didn't move a single piece.
Young Yunru said leisurely, does Dad count this as saving his life? Count. It must count.
Zhang Xinghua, who was a little bit scared after the robbery, his voice was a little trembling.
Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and squirmed, since Dad saved his life, shouldn't there be some reward? How do you want Dad to reward you? Zhang Xinghua asked. Not much. A Patek Philippe. Zhang Yanru said softly, it's that.
The second-hand Patek Philippe that has a super complex function timepiece. I've already checked, the public price at that time was around $1,400,000, and now at a price of less than $2 million, I'm going to take that one. Zhang Xinghua at time are confused, at first thought to come as a sweet little cotton-padded jacket, but now it is clearly a black-hearted little cotton-padded jacket. What does she need a Patek Philippe for? What else? Must have wanted to give it to the man who took my Rolex. Zhang Xinghua, after trying to understand everything, gas to the back teeth are almost biting. Other families' son-in-law is to the old man's home to send things, their own son-in-law as much as to the old man's home to move things. The key is not to know what it looks like.
Dad? Thinking about what? Zhang Yanru raised her hand in front of her old father's face and whispered, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and give me the watch.
This.
Can we discuss it again?
Zhang Xinghua was a bit reluctant. It wasn't that he couldn't part with the watch, but giving it to some brat made him feel bad. I'll take that piece. There's no room for negotiation. Young Yunru skimmed her mouth and stubbornly replied.
Mom, I'm going back.
You and Dad take care of yourselves. I'll be over the day after tomorrow. The pretty ripe rich woman said at her own mom, carrying a bag. Chu Chenyan glanced at the bag in her daughter's hand. She didn't say anything more, sent her daughter to the car and watched her leave until she disappeared from view, only then did she return to her home. Then she saw her husband walking down the stairs sullenly.
What's wrong? This face full of sadness, can't bear to see your daughter go? Chu Chunyan, who already knew everything, snickered at her husband. Day defense, night defense, home defense.
Zhang Xingwa sat on the sofa, draping his chest while saying furiously, my Patek Philippe is just gone. Chu Chunyan smiled faintly and said lightly, as soon as I look at my daughter's posture, I know that the visitor is not good, line a piece of broken watch only, and then it is given to the future son-in-law. What are you so petty?
What future son-in-law?
I don't agree with this marriage. Zhang Xingwa roared in exasperation, first he robs me of my Rolex, then he comes to cheat me of my Patek Philippe. I won't let my daughter marry him anyway. Looking at her husband's irritated appearance, Chu Chunyan sighed helplessly, this heart is full of exhaustion. It was hard for my daughter to get a date, but it turned out that the son-in-laws started to fight each other. End of chapter. Yu Xiaocheng had made dinner early, but the rich woman hadn't come back yet, so he couldn't move his chopsticks. Sitting alone on the sofa in the living room, playing with his cell phone, he didn't know how long had passed when he heard a click. Following the sound and looking up, he saw the rich woman carrying a bag back.
Ouch! My missy! You can finally come back. I've waited until the flowers are almost gone.
Yu Xiaocheng stood up and rushed to the rich woman who had just returned. I'll go heat up the meal, you wait a little.
Take your time. Zhang Yanru silently walked to the front of the little bad guy, handed the bag in his hand to his face, and lightly said, you quickly where to see.
This piece of Patek Philippe is not suitable. If it is not suitable, I will help you go to change a piece of other models.
What the hell? She did. Did she really bring it?
Full of suspicion, Yu Xiaocheng took the bag handed over, from which he took out a black exquisite locket. When he opened the locket, inside is a piece of very perfect Patek Philippe watch, and has a very complex function. Although Yu Xiaocheng is not very understanding of the watch, but he knows that in front of him this piece of watch without millions of dollars cannot be taken.
Is this something she bought on purpose?
But at night the store has long been closed. Even if it is not closed, Patek Philippe, such a top luxury brand, not money can get the goods, but need to queue up to buy. Queuing for a year and a half is a common thing.
Like it? Hurry up and put it on and show me. Young Yanru urged. Where exactly did you bring this from? Yu Xiaocheng looked up at the rich woman and inquired seriously. The pretty rich woman skimmed her mouth and replied faintly, don't you care anyway, I want it for free, and it's absolutely genuine, but it's not a new product, but it's also already possessing 9.5% of newness, that's all I can tell you. It's a pain in the ass. What's with all the questions? Why don't you put it on when I tell you to? Why don't you listen to me?
The rich woman's heart was particularly annoyed, but she couldn't tell him the truth or he wouldn't want it. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the Patek Philippe in the box, sighed helplessly, and after silently closing this exquisite locket, he forced it into the rich woman's hand and replied, it's really too expensive, you'd better take it back.
I never ask for anything back when I give it away.
With a dark face, the pretty ripe rich woman took out her watch, glared at the little bad guy in front of her, and said, give me your hand now. In the face of the rich woman's unreasonable bullying, Yu Xiaocheng smiled helplessly and extended his hand in front of her. Immediately after that, Rolex was taken off by the rich woman, and then replaced with an even more expensive Patek Philippe. When looking at this Patek Philippe on his hand, Yu Xiaocheng's heart was quite complicated. A noble scientific warrior, full of how to serve the motherland, how to build the motherland, the result is at this moment by the evil capital to the merciless corrosion, my soul, my ideals, my future are tainted with the smell of copper. Oops. So hateful of my own incompetence.
What's wrong? You've got this look on your face like, it seems like you're in pain. The rich woman looked at the little badass and inquired suspiciously, don't like it?
Yu Xiaocheng sighed and muttered, this is just too valuable, I don't know how to return it in the future.
Zhang Yanru froze, looking at the little bad guy with a tangled face. The rich woman bared her teeth and laughed, lifting her hand and poking him in the head with her green jade finger. She said in a good-natured manner, as long as it's still a marriage license with Auntie, then Auntie will always be good to you, that's Auntie's standard. The words. Without waiting for Xiaocheng to open her mouth to speak, Zhang Yanru walked to the table and urged, Auntie is hungry, help Auntie to get a bowl of rice. Yu Xiaocheng stood there frozen for a long time, looking at the pretty ripe rich woman who had already taken her seat. Looking at this 30-something-year-old single young woman, suddenly an unspeakable feeling surged up in his heart, wanting to take pretty Auntie into his arms, and then sucking on her sexy vermilion moist lips, filling up the loneliness inside her heart with his own passion. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaocheng walked to the side of the rich woman. The unknown rich woman was still guessing what he wanted to do. Suddenly his right hand was tightly clutched by him, followed by an irresistible force to pull it up. The next second, the whole body is integrated into the arms of the little bad guy. Thank you. Yu Xiaocheng hugged the rich woman, hugged her mom's best friend, and said softly in her ear. In the face of this unexpected embrace, Young Yanru's petite body was about to melt. Both sides of her cheeks had long been red, especially with the hot waves from his mouth spraying on her ears. That feeling was like a slap on the heart, and the body was about to be slapped crispy. Okay. Auntie is a bit hungry, go and serve Auntie some food. Auntie Rich murmured. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng let go of her mom's best friend and quickly walked into the kitchen, serving the rich woman outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanru had been looking at him while still in a surging state inside. In fact, the rich woman had already detected the love of the little bad guy, only that this love was hidden so deeply that it was really hard to detect it without feeling it with her heart. Little badass. You'll always belong to Auntie, and Auntie will let you break that window pane. Even though they have a marriage license for each other, the greedy rich woman wants more than that. She wants the little bad boy's body, she wants the little bad boy's soul, she wants the little bad boy's all. This moment, greed overcomes shame and reserve, and the rich woman is ready to go out on a limb, bound and determined to take her best friend's son. The time came to the third day. Yu Xiaocheng purposely dressed up at home because he was going to his oldest brother's house for dinner today. Although Zhang Xinghua urged many times so that Yu Xiaocheng do not buy things, but empty-handed to go to someone else's home as a guest, ultimately some embarrassment, and finally Yu Xiaocheng still bought things, is not very expensive. Just some high-grade fruits. Well, almost. You can leave for your old brother's house. Yu Xiaocheng finished taking a look in the mirror and was satisfied with her dressing today, then picked up a few boxes of high-grade fruits and was about to go out. Suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly slipped into his bedroom and found 2 watches, a Rolex and a Patek Philippe. Think briefly and analyze calmly. Yu Xiaocheng put on the $1 million Patek Philippe. Thinking of the shocked expression on his brother's face when he saw the Patek Philippe on his hand, Yu Xiaocheng was a little bit expectant. Hey. You didn't think about it, old man, I have a Patek Philippe too. Departure. Depart. Wearing a Patek Philippe given by her rich wife, wearing a dress and pants bought by her rich wife, and driving her rich wife's Porsche Panamera, Yu Xiaocheng headed to Zhang Xinghua's home. End of chapter. Inside a certain villa, Zhang Xinghua and Chu Chunyan husband and wife are sitting on the sofa watching TV, but compared to the calm Chu Chunyan, Zhang Xinghua is still haunted by the events of the day before yesterday. Don't let me know who this kid is. Zhang Xinghua muttered to himself furiously, I will definitely not let him go, and I will definitely not let my daughter marry him. No martial virtues at all to cheat to sneak up on. I'm an old comrade in my 50s, is this good? This is not good. Okay. It's been almost 2 days, is it necessary to hold a grudge that much? He is your future son-in-law. You are his future father-in-law, why be so petty besides, it was probably your daughter's own idea and had nothing to do with others. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, almost on the line, don't give me a hard time. I really can't swallow this. Zhang Xinghua gritted his teeth and said, son-in-laws from other families send things to their old man's house, our son-in-law moves things to his old man's house, is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Chu Chunyan was too lazy to pay attention to him, eating fruits by herself and watching the program on TV. Just then, suddenly a doorbell rang, so she urged her husband beside her to open the door. When Zhang Xinghua opened the door, he saw his own black-heart little cotton girl, hand is carrying a birthday cake, although the daughter of the day before yesterday's some complaints, but once again to see his daughter in person in the heart of the accumulated grievances all dissipated. Dad's little cotton patty is here again. Zhang Xinghua said smilingly, is this a birthday cake for Dad? Aha! I customized it. Zhang Yanru sought his resentful dad, went forward and gently held his arm, softly murmured, Dad, are you angry with me? The day before yesterday took away your Patek Philippe, my mom said. You couldn't eat for the past 2 days. Fart. Is Dad such a cheapskate? Zhang Xinghua skimmed his mouth and said in a bad mood, don't listen to your mom, she just wants to stir up the conflict between our father and daughter, so that she can reap the benefits, not to mention a piece of Patek Philippe, even if it's 10 pieces of Patek Philippe. Dad wouldn't even blink an eye. Zhang Yanru smiled faintly with a hint of bad intentions between her eyebrows and muttered, so then give me another piece? Ha? Again and again? Zhang Xinghua instantly wimped out and squeaked, this, teasing you. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips lightly and ranted without any good humor, how could your daughter be so insatiable? Don't worry about it, in the future it will never move those watches of yours. Ouch. It turned out to be a false alarm. Zhang Xinghua's hanging heart, finally put back into the stomach, embarrassed and not lose the tenderness to laugh, you little ninny actually will also joke. Then the father and daughter into the house, and then there is a family of 3 sitting on the sofa, the harmonious picture of happiness, but during, Chu Chunyan several times wanted to open her mouth to ask about her daughter's love, but she was forced to swallow back, after all, directly asked too abrupt, easy to cause her daughter's resentment, when the time comes to steal the chicken not to eat the rice. I'm going upstairs to rest. Zhang Yanru said goodbye to her parents and slowly and leisurely walked towards the 2nd floor. Looking at their daughters departing back, the couple couldn't help but look at each other, seeing the meaningful glance in each other's eyes, but compared to Chu Chunyan's smile, Zhang Xinghua, on the other hand, was mixed with a trace of hatred. Something's definitely up. Guess. When will she bring her son-in-law into the house? Chu Chunyan touched her husband beside her with her elbow and asked softly, she loves to bring it or not anyway, I don't agree with this marriage. Zhang Xinghua said coldly. Chu Chunyan was so angry that her back teeth were almost crushed, reached out and grabbed her husband's ear, and said in annoyance, you give me some peace, it's not just a piece of broken watch, when will you get on the line? Believe it or not, I'll smash all your watches? No. Zhang Xinghua instantly admitted his mistake. Meanwhile, the pretty ripe rich woman went back to her room and lay on her bed holding her cell phone and was tweeting some little badass. Young Yunru, little devil. What are you doing? Putting down her own cell phone, the rich woman lay flat on her bed, her eyes staring straight at the ceiling, her face full of contemplation. Ever since she decided that she wanted to develop more deeply with the little bad guy, she began to think of various ways to get her best friend's son to take the initiative to confess to her. What about using hints or seduction? Seduction seems to be even simpler, just this little horny guy of his. Definitely can't top Auntie's plumpness, but it's too shameful to do so, and if it's a hint then I'm afraid this guy won't understand. Just when pretty rich girl was at a loss for words, suddenly her cell phone vibrated. You Xiaocheng, I'm driving now, I'll talk to you later. Young Yun are you? Oh. The rich woman beamed, sat up silently, put on her own slippers, and sulked downstairs again. When she returned downstairs, at the moment the couple was busy in the kitchen, the rich woman wanted to go in and make a start, but it turned out that Chu Chunyan disliked her for being in the way and kicked her out again. Mom? What's with all the dishes? It's just the three of us today, we don't need that much, do we? Seeing the corner of the kitchen with 2 bags of vegetables, young Yunru inquired suspiciously. There's another person coming, Dad's sworn brother. Zhang Xinguo was busy chopping vegetables and casually said, go sit in the living room for a while. Pretty mature rich woman sitting alone on the sofa, although has been staring at the TV, but the eyes are lax and confused. If the sight of him accompanied, that would be how happy ah. Just then, a sudden ringing of the doorbell interrupted the pretty rich woman's thoughts. Baby girl, go open the door. The voice of the grumbling seedy dad came from the kitchen. Young Yunru had no choice but to stand up and stroll to the door of the house, and when she opened the door the moment she opened it, she was surprised to see the little man that she had been longing to see, who stood right in front of her. For a moment, the pretty ripe rich woman was all confused, her eyes were full of dismay, as well as an expression of being caught off guard, and even a bit of incredulity. And Yu Xiaocheng is also full of shock, never expected. The one who opened the door was actually the mom's best friend who got a marriage certificate with herself. The two just stood there dumbfounded, looking at each other's eyes, their minds long confused. You, how did you show up? Zhang Yanru asked with a nervous face. I came to eat. Yu Xiaocheng replied in a small voice. You're here for dinner? I came to eat. Who called you to dinner? It's my oldest brother calling me for dinner. Your oldest brother? My oldest brother. Suddenly a man's voice rang in each other's ears. Ouch. Older brother. You're finally here, old brother has been waiting for you for half a day. Zhang Xinghua did not hear the movement at the door and purposely came out to see what was going on, only to see Yu Xiaocheng standing in the doorway, quickly stepping forward to give him a warm hug between brothers. Young Yunru was standing at the edge, dumbfounded at the scene in front of her. End of chapter. Zhang Yanru looked at his father, tightly embraced his little man, like a long time not seen old friend's general passionate embrace. For a time she has been completely confused. Sudden shock is like a lightning in the dark night out of nowhere. People are this caught off guard. Yu Xiaocheng was not much better, being hugged tightly by his brother, his mind buzzing, completely unaware of what was happening. Anyway, he knocked on the door of his brother's house, only to open the door to a pretty ripe rich woman, and then his brother suddenly appeared. Older brother. Come, I'll introduce you, this is the precious daughter I've been telling you about. Zhang Xingbo let go of Yu Xiaocheng and pointed to Zhang Yanru by his side, then said to Zhang Yanru, daughter, this is Dad's sworn brother. Shasta. The two were on the verge of going crazy with each other after hearing Zhang Xingbo's introduction, their eyes full of shock and panic, even at a loss for words. Yu Xiaocheng felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky when the head hit, but also seems to be from head to toe was poured a pot of cold water. Anyway, the whole person has been numb, and he received a marriage certificate of the mother's best friend. But the woman is the daughter of her own sworn brother, so the rich woman has become her own niece, right? Ouch. This relationship was already messy, now it's even more messy, so how should I discuss it in the future? Am I her nephew, her husband, or her uncle? Ouch. Ouch. My head hurts. It feels like it's going to grow out of my brain. Meanwhile, the downtrodden young Yanru came back to her senses, looked at her spiteful seedy dad, and then at the little villain beside her, and a wave of hysterical and hopeless emotions spewed out from deep within. His own emotional path was already very difficult. He fell in love with his best friend's son, and now his best friend's son has become his uncle, and he and his spiteful father have become sworn brothers. How can I fall in love? How can I fall in love in the future? What's wrong? All silent? Zhang Xinghua thought the two were a little embarrassed, hastened to round off the scene. Nothing. In the future, we each talk about each daughter, although dad in small Chang is sworn brother, but he later tube you called sister, you call him called brother. Is this a sibling issue? This is giving your daughter a hard time. He's your future son-in-law. He's your future son-in-law. Zhang Yanru was so angry that her scalp was about to explode, but she couldn't show too much anger. Forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart, she said in annoyance, Dad. Why are you so unreliable? Why are you so reckless? You, baby girl.
Dad and Xiao Cheng belong to the forgotten years of friendship, and is the kind of hate to see each other, Zheng Xing was said in a serious tone. Besides, Xiao Cheng is not an ordinary person, people are future scientists, 24 years old is a quasi-doctorate not to mention in the country, even if it is placed in the foreign countries, but also a very shocking level.
I know him better than you do. The daughter and he have a marriage license.
Zhang Yanru was still angry, she can never accept the facts in front of her, she likes the little bad guy somehow when their own dad became a brother, which is more outrageous than their own and the little bad guy's mother to become girlfriends. The difference between the two of them is more than 30 years old, the result is that the old brother calling. Of course, it's not all dad's fault for this, the little bad guy is half responsible too. But no matter what, the road ahead is even more difficult. Before, all you had to do was take care of your girlfriends, but now you have to take care of not only your girlfriends, but your own mom and dad as well.
Boring. I just wanted a man, but why did it come to this?
At this moment, the rich woman is experiencing the pain of scratching her heart, while Yu Xiao Cheng on the side is not much easier. The intricate relationship makes him feel desperate. At the same time, he is full of shame for his old brother and sister-in-law. The couple treats him as their own brother, while he quietly abducted their daughter.
Wait a minute.
She abducts her best friend's son, I abduct my brother's daughter.
Does that make us even?
No, this should be called stealing each other's crystal towers. Yu Xiao Cheng scowled at the rich woman, while the rich woman felt the mischievous gaze of the little villain and could not wait to give him 2 punches with a bang.
Come on. Older brother, come in and sit down.
Zhang Xingwa welcomed Yu Xiao Cheng into his home, turned his head and rushed to his own daughter. Xiao Rua, entertain your own brother. Yu Xiao Cheng sneaked a look at the grim-faced rich woman and hurriedly spoke, older brother don't need to be so troublesome, I'll go and help sister-in-law with her work.
Sister-in-law. I'm coming to help you.
Yu Xiao Cheng left his father and daughter behind and hurried toward the kitchen.
Ouch.
Today is your old brother's birthday, how can I still trouble you? Seeing Yu Xiao Cheng, Xu Chenyan was full of smiles and snapped, Go sit in the living room for a while, today you are a guest.
Sister-in-law. Yu Xiao Cheng said in a serious manner, fumes are very harmful to a woman's skin, you're so pretty, you can't be turned into a yellow face by the fumes, and when the time comes, not to mention my brother's heartache, I'll be even more heartbroken, so don't say anything. This kitchen belongs to me and my brother.
Xu Chenyan laughed so hard that she touched her cheeks and murmured, when you say it like that.
It seems to be that way. While this is going on,
Zhang Yanru looked at the frowning and smiling mom, the heart is full of contempt for the little villain, these words just the day before yesterday used on me, and now used in my mom's body, a little innovation is not there. After some tugging and pulling, in the end, Zheng Xinghua and Xu Chenyan husband and wife won and drove Yu Xiao Cheng out of the kitchen, and at this time, he stood in the doorway of the kitchen, looked at the rich woman sitting on the sofa, and summoned up the courage, slowly and leisurely walked over. Cautiously sitting next to the rich woman, the corner of her eye surreptitiously surveyed her expression, that face as if it was going to eat people, so scared that she did not dare to say anything, hesitantly and cautiously inquired, are you okay, great niece? Do you believe I'll kill you? Zhang Yanru turned her face away and glared at him viciously, gritting her teeth, I'm your aunt.
It's not really a problem.
You call my mom sister, I call your dad brother, you call me uncle, I call you aunt, each to his own. Yu Xiao Cheng pursed her lips and added in a small voice, according to the change of environment, the name changed accordingly, you come to my house, you are my aunt, I come to your house, I am your uncle. After listening to the little bad guy's unbelievable words, the rich woman was so angry that her body was trembling, forcibly suppressing the resentment in her heart, she coldly said, are you speaking in human terms?
What can I do then? Yu Xiao Cheng shrugged his shoulders and helplessly replied, you think I'm willing to?
But things are like this, accept the reality. Just as they tossed words at each other, the two didn't realize that the thrilling night had just begun.
End of chapter.
About who's whose uncle and who's whose aunt. Yu Xiao Cheng and Zhang Yanru, two people quarreled for a long time, in the end, both sides can only each say, in the helplessness of the silent recognition of the cruelty of reality, in short, the relationship is now in a mess. For example, Yu Xiao Cheng. Sometimes he was Zhang Yanru's legitimate husband, sometimes he was Zhang Yanru's great-nephew, sometimes he was also Zhang Yanru's uncle. As for the pretty ripe rich woman, it's the same situation, both as the little bad egg's legitimate wife, the little bad egg's great-niece, and the little bad egg's aunt.
Ru Ya, hurry up and get the food out.
Xu Chenyan shouted at her daughter. Zhang Yanru glared viciously at the little villain beside her and silently stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Yu Xiaocheng also hurriedly got up to help when she saw this. I'll do it.
Careful you don't burn yourself.
Yu Xiaocheng saw that the rich woman was going to serve the fish that had just come out of the steamer, and hurriedly grabbed the job. Wearing heat-insulating gloves, he carefully brought the fish out and slowly walked towards the living room, while Xu Chenyan watched and was satisfied in her heart. She really liked Xiaocheng more and more, but it was a pity that she wasn't her son-in-law.
Your father's godbrother. Dependable.
Xu Chenyan smiled and said, originally, I was annoyed by your father's behavior, an old man in his 50s, actually forming a brotherhood with a young man in his 20s, this kind of thing is simply unthinkable.
But after meeting Xiaocheng, you don't say. It's really nice.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, and with a touch of unspeakable sentiment flooding her heart, she leisurely replied, he is not your son-in-law. What's the point of you being so satisfied with him? You girl. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes straight away and suddenly thought of something else, inquiring in a low voice, do you have a boyfriend? Why do you ask that? Young Yunru didn't answer directly. I've had a hunch lately that tells mom straight. You should have a man, and the other person should not be too old, a young strong boy, right? Chu Chunyan smiled and said, don't hide it, tell mom in a big way, mom won't tell anyone else about it, and won't force you to bring him home, mom just wants a peace of mind. Seeing that her mom had spoken like this, Zhang Yanru took a deep breath and murmured in reply, indeed there is a man, and it's a little man, but I'm with him now. Speaking of which, the remaining light from the corner of her eye sneaked towards Yu Xiaocheng in the living room, a wave of resentment surged through her body, and she leisurely said, I'll bring it into the house when the time is ripe. Oh, my god. What am I going to do from now on? My man is dad's sworn brother, and that's. How am I supposed to tell the truth? Row. A man will do. Chu Chengyan said with a smile on her brow, don't drive people away, get a good hold of it and try to get mom and dad to be grandparents next year. If you can, I want you to have 2 babies, ouch, 2 kids around my legs, shouting grandma ouch. Mom's heart is crispy. In the face of mom's daydreams, Zhang Yanru did not say anything more, carrying the dishes on their own out, when Yu Xiaocheng passed by, but also intentionally stepped on him hard, but it is a pity that did not wear high-heeled shoes. Soon the dishes were served, and the family of 3 plus Yu Xiaocheng sat down happily. Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Xingbo brother and sister sitting together, Zhang Yanru and Chu Chunyan mother and daughter next to each other, followed by a simple and warm birthday picture, with the cutting of the cake. Family dinner is considered to be the official start. Come on. Taste your sister-in-law's handiwork. Zhang Xingbo gave Yu Xiaocheng a piece of braised pork. Yu Xiaocheng ate a mouthful, immediately showed surprise, and then wolfed it down into the belly. With a face of emotion, rushed Chu Chunyan said, sister-in-law, your craftsmanship is not something that I intentionally picked up on, but it is truly too delicious. This is countless times more delicious than the high-class restaurants outside. Agu suddenly a little jealous of old brother, how to marry such a perfect wife, so angry. What? Can't I? What about me displeases you? Young Yunru skimmed her mouth, taking offense to the little bad guy's complimentary words. Xiaocheng why is this mouth of yours like it's smeared with honey? Chu Chunyan looked at him with a smile on her face, with the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law and liking him more and more. I've always been practical. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly clamped another piece of braised pork and tossed it into his mouth with a bark, praising, no wonder when I looked for my brother for dinner one time, he said he wanted to go home to eat. At first I thought it was because my sister-in-law's house rules were too strict, but now it seems, it's because sister-in-law's meals are too delicious. Yeah. Zhang Xinghua hurriedly said, that's right. For a moment, Chu Chunyan smiled even more broadly. Beside the Zhang Yanru was full of contempt, thinking that so cheap lies, mom actually believe it, but then again, I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person. Xing, how about accompanying old brother for a drink today? Zhang Xinghua had already taken Maotai and filled Yu Xiaocheng's glass, saying, just get drunk, and stay at old brother's house at night. Seeing Yu Xiaocheng hesitating, Chu Chunyan spoke up, Xiaocheng, just have a drink with your old brother, today he is the birthday boy, you let him enjoy himself, and don't feel like you're bothering us, just treat this place as your own home. Since sister-in-law has asked, I won't leave tonight. Yu Xiaocheng picked up his wine glass and rushed Zhang Xinghua beside him. First, I wish my old brother good health and all the best. Having said that, one drink. Immediately afterward, he filled another cup and said to Chu Chunyan, sister-in-law, youth forever, forever young. This was followed by another sip. Shasta. The atmosphere at the table was pushed to its peak. During a meal, young Yunru didn't say a few words, so she listened to the little bad guy chattering on and on. But there is a say this guy coaxing elders level is so awesome, always do not drink the old mom, today actually also a small drink. Lao. Yu Xiaocheng took Zhang Xinggua's shoulder and said with a face full of drunken redness, I'll tell you, last time in the black pit, you showed off your watch to me, called something Patek Philippe. Hey, coincidence, I also have a Patek Philippe. Yu Xiaocheng hemmed and hawed, his eyebrows filled with smugness. Hearing these words from Yu Xiaocheng, Zhang Yanru instantly became nervous, her body involuntarily trembled, her lips shivered, and that terrified expression was like a scared rabbit. Dumbass. You don't say it. Dang it. Yu Xiaocheng violently raised his left hand, came to Zhang Xinggua's eyes, said proudly, I'm my Patek Philippe, old brother you hurry to take a look, old brothers this piece of watch is not powerful? It's over. It's all over. At this moment, young Yunru just wants to run away from the door. End of chapter. Looking at the little bad guy lifted his left hand, reaching out to his own spiteful dad's eyes, showing off the piece of Patek Philippe. Zhang Yanru was so nervous that he stopped breathing, and even his body began to tremble slightly, and she was afraid of not only the watch, but also the subsequent series of unexpected events. Dead. This is really dead. I'm sorry. Why didn't I realize he was wearing that Patek Philippe on his left hand? However, even if the heart, no matter how much remorse, at this moment is not helpful, shivering rich woman has already planned to take the door and escape, more ready to disappear in this world. Agu. Lao. Buddy. Drinking to 7 pieces of Zhengxinghua, dazed and confused, looked at the watch worn by Yu Xiaocheng, stammered and asked, very good, well, how much money to buy? Found that dad did not notice that it was his Patek Philippe, originally ready to commit suicide. Zhang Yanru suddenly felt alive again, hanging heart back into the stomach. Fortunately dad was drunk, and now the consciousness is very blurred. He should not realize that this watch is his own. How much? Brother, this. Does this watch still need money to buy? Yu Xiaocheng took him by the shoulders and said with a smile, it's free. It didn't cost a penny. And it's still genuine. I'm just asking you if you're good. Free. Free Patek Philippe. Free Patek Philippe. What's free? That's real money for your old man. Zhang Yanru skimmed her lips and picked up her teacup to take a small sip, while her eyes stayed fixed on the 2 most important men in her life, especially a certain drunken and rowdy little villain, fearing that he'd speak out of turn next. Free? I don't believe it. Zhang Xinghua struggled to hold up his eyelids and squeaked out a dismissal. This world. How can there be free things in this world? Yu Xiaocheng heatedly giggled and continued to embrace Zhang Xinghua's shoulders, murmuring, Of course there is free. My wife gave me. She didn't spend a penny. Why do you talk so much? Zhang Yanru bit her lips, slightly dissatisfied in her heart, but her eyebrows revealed a touch of inexplicable sentiment, a closer look like some kind of spiritual touch. In fact, it can also be understood that in a certain little bad guy, that sound of wife, the playful mature rich woman gradually lost herself. That you ask younger siblings. Zhang Xinghua has been hovering on the edge of drunkenness and death, his voice is getting smaller and smaller, his eyes are almost closed, muttering, help me also get a piece of Patek Philippe can? It has to be. I'll give you this piece first. After Yu Xiaocheng finished speaking, he took off the piece of Patek Philippe from his wrist and forcefully handed it to Zhang Xinghua's hand, asking seriously, is old brother enough? Good brother. Zhang Xinghua clutched his watch tightly and tried to smile at Yu Xiaocheng. At this time, the rich woman sat there, although she seemed to have an expressionless look. In fact, she was already clenching her fists, the backs of her hands were sprouting veins, so it could be seen to what extent she was angry. Little. The watch I managed to swindle from my dad, you gave it back to me? No way. It has to be stolen. Otherwise the next day when dad sees this watch, this is going to be a big deal. Zhang Yanru was secretly planning her stealing scheme for tonight, while at the same time, Chu Chunyan, who was sitting beside her, was looking at her daughter suspiciously, her eyes revealing a faint trace of doubt, as if she was filled with confusion about a certain matter. Yu Xiaocheng, zzzzz. Zhang Xinghua, zzzzz. The brothers had been completely drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Mom, what to do? Yang Yanru pointed at the 2 men and asked helplessly. What else to do? Send them upstairs. Chu Chunyan sighed and muttered helplessly to herself. Immediately following. Together, mother and daughter carried the 2 men upstairs and together they gave them a ride into the second bedroom. This Ching, why do you like to give things away when you're drunk? Chu Chunyan took the Patek Philippe from her husband's hand and put it directly into her jacket pocket, saying to herself, I'll keep it for now and return it to Xiaocheng tomorrow. What? Why did it change hands? Zhang Yanru blearily watched her mom take the watch away. Her heart was so anxious that she wanted to snatch it back, but she was a little afraid to do so. Ru, are you going back? Chu Chunyan asked. Me. I'll stay here tonight. Yang Yanru pursed her lips and replied softly. Good thing too. Chu Chunyan nodded, then take a bath and go to bed early, mom will go down and clean up. Aha. Zhang Yanru answered and followed her mom out of the second bedroom. Night. It's always quiet. Zhang Yanru lay on her own bed and tossed and turned, reaching for her cell phone and looking at the time on it. It was now almost 11 o'clock. Almost. Mom should be asleep. Zhang Yanru hurriedly sat up from the bed and walked barefoot to the door of the room, opened the door and then went to the master bedroom, lifted her hand and gently gripped the door handle, then carefully pressed it downward. Open up. Richie's heart was in her throat, both scared and nervous, but at the thought of the thunderstorm that would follow, she could only muster the courage to tiptoe into her parents' room. Borrowing the weak light source of the cell phone screen, the rich woman successfully found the old mother's coat, is ready to reach out to pull out the pocket when, subconsciously looked at the pro-mother lying on the bed, see her sleep very quietly. Zhang Yanru bit her lips, Shen Yu hand reached in. Ha! Where's the watch? Clearly saw her put it in her pocket. With both pockets emptied but no sign of the Patek Philippe, the rich woman instantly panicked. Just as she was at a loss for words, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Are you looking for a watch? In the dark and silent room, a woman's voice resounded violently, frightening Zhang Yanru's face. Fear was like an invisible hand that clutched her heart tightly, causing her not to help but raise her chilly hairs and tremble slightly. Slap! The bedroom light came on. Although the bright light source dispelled the darkness, it also meant that the atmosphere in the room began to scorch. Zhang Yanru, who was all stiff, slowly turned her head, and saw her own mother sitting on the bed, looking at herself with a smile. At this moment, the rich woman could not wait to hit her head on the wall.
I believe this watch belonged to your father?
Chu Chunyan took out the piece of Patek Philippe from under her pillow, scrutinized it for a long time, looked up at her daughter whose face was ashen, and laughed. As the saying goes, even the most cunning fox can't fight the wise old hunter.
The words. Chu Chunyan paused and inquired meaningfully, did you take the initiative to confess to me yourself, or do you want your father to come to you tomorrow? End of chapter.
Young Yunru looked at her mom as if she was dead, although she did not know how she knew, but this is no longer important. What is important is that she already knew.
Aye.
Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly, her eyes subconsciously avoiding the gaze that was projected at her. She stammered and replied, Mom, I don't know what you're talking about.
What? What is it to confess or not to confess? I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. What can I confess to you?
You dead girl.
You still don't admit it even now, right?
Chu Chunyan straightly rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, when Xiao Chang showed off his watch to your father, I noticed your expression, terrified, uneasy and scared. I knew that what was going on here wasn't simple, and then I've been observing you, and I realized that the way you were looking at Xiao Chang was particularly wrong.
There?
Young Yunru was still putting up a last-ditch fight.
That's for sure. Chu Chunyan replied mysteriously, because there's no mistaking the look of love for someone. Mom saw happiness in your eyes when you looked at Xiao Chang, and some of your strange behavior at the dinner table reinforced this idea of Mom's, so I'm guessing that your man is Xiao Chang. Jesus. What now?
Zhang Yanru was about to go crazy, obviously hidden so well, but still cannot hide from the eyes of the mother. Seeing her daughter standing stupidly in place, that face full of tangled looks, Chu Chunyan patted the edge of the bed and said softly, Come, you first come and sit down. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and silently walked over to her mom's side and sat down. At this time Chu Chunyan gently held her daughter's hand and smiled. No wonder I see Xiao Chang as the more I see the more I like him. At first I was still a bit puzzled. How can someone who doesn't know much have such a strange feeling? It turns out that he is my future son-in-law. Seeing that there was really no room for maneuver, young Yunru could only admit it with a stiff upper lip and mumbled in reply, he is indeed my man.
Not stubborn? Finally admit it?
Chu Chunyan laughed and said, I thought you were still going to be a dead duck.
I want to.
But you have all the watches.
I have no choice.
Zhang Yanru revealed a small womanly aggrieved expression, pouting her plump vermilion lips, and puffed out, Mom, can the watch be returned to me? It's a gift I gave him. You haven't even married out yet, and you're already moving things from your mother's house. This is if you marry in the future. I reckon that this house will be emptied by you. Chu Chunyan complained about her daughter's arm turning outward on her lips, but still returned the Patek Philippe to her. Zhang Yanru didn't say anything and clutched the watch tightly, murmuring, Mom, you must keep this secret for me. Don't ever tell Dad.
Don't worry. I won't talk nonsense.
Chu Chunyan patted the back of her daughter's hand and replied gently, but as soon as the words fell out of her mouth, she seemed to remember something and inquired, was it you who arranged for your man to meet your father? How come the two even became sworn brothers? Speaking of this matter, Zhang Yanru was so angry that her scalp was numb, gritted her teeth and said, how could I arrange for the two of them to meet? If I knew that the two of them knew each other and had become sworn brothers, I wouldn't have taken the watch from my dad and given it to him. The more I think about it, the angrier I get.
I just wanted to find a man, and in the end, I ended up in this situation.
What do you mean? Between your man and your father?
Was it purely a chance event?
Chu Chunyan asked with a look of dismay. Young Yunru nodded and said in annoyance, I guess it was the day he went fishing and happened to meet his dad who was also fishing, and then the two of them got to know each other.
It must have been a week ago, Mom. Remember carefully, did he come to the house as a guest at that time?
Yeah. That's when Xiao Chang came.
Chu Chunyan nodded hurriedly.
Zhang Yanru clenched her fists and said indignantly, if you don't want to be a good husband and wife, you have to be some kind of brother, causing a mess in the current relationship. Chu Chunyan blanked her and said leisurely, you brought him into the house earlier. Wouldn't there be no more of this? After all is said and done, it's all your own making. Obviously there's a man, insisting on hiding it. Now it's okay, the husband has turned into an uncle.
Mom, I'm annoyed right now. Can you not add to the chaos?
Zhang Yanru said without a trace of anger.
Chu Chunyan smiled faintly, took her daughter's arm and said, in fact, there is no big problem. It's normal for the son-in-law to become a brother. It means that the relationship is very good, and now the biggest problem is you. You turned your father's Rolex into a tie, and swindled Patek Philippe out of his hand, and he is now interested in his future son-in-law. Holds a lot of hostility. Aye.
Zhang Yanru, who was still a bit angry, was full of embarrassment at this moment.
This thing.
I won't intervene, you'll sort it out yourself. Chu Chunyan patted the back of her daughter's hand and said in a serious tone, although Xiao Chang is your future husband, your dad is also your real dad, so you can see for yourself.
Aha. Zhang Yanru answered, then looked at her own mother and murmured, can Mom sleep with you tonight?
Yeah. You lie down where Mom is.
Chu Chunyan moved out of the way and whispered, come on.
Zhang Yanru slowly lie down, eyes straight at the ceiling, the thoughts in his head chaotic, although Mom's problem has been solved, but Dad's side is too tricky. When he knows that Yu Xiao Chang is his son-in-law, he will not be annoyed and angry? Will he be furious when he realizes that Yu Xiao Chang is his son-in-law, and will the two of them turn against each other?
There's such a big age difference between the two of you, who chased who in the first place? He chased me. Hey, do you think I believe that? Then why are you asking? Early morning of the following day.
Yu Xiaocheng awoke from his sleep, and the moment he opened his eyes, a heart-rending headache swept through his body. Then after struggling on the bed for a long time, his headache was relieved, and after looking at Zheng Xinghua who was huffing and puffing beside him, he slowly and leisurely got up, put on his own clothes and pants, and then walked out of the room. Just after walking down the stairs, he saw Chu Chunyan coming out of the kitchen with a pot of kanji.
Sheng come quickly eat some kanji to warm your stomach. Chu Chunyan hurriedly greeted Yu Xiaocheng.
Yu Xiaocheng sat down at the table, when Chu Chunyan handed over a bowl of porridge. Watching the young man beside him wolf down his food, Chu Chunyan's eyes were full of joy and love.
Sister-in-law, this porridge is so delicious.
Yu Xiaocheng repeatedly praised, I've never had such delicious skin egg and thin meat kanji.
Chu Chunyan smiled faintly and said in a good-natured manner, still calling sister-in-law? Should be called mom. Shasta. Yu Xiaocheng's canopy flew off. End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng, who was eating his breakfast, suddenly heard these words from Chu Chunyan and was instantly scared out of his wits. Intense fear erupted from the depths of his heart, and then rushed straight to his own heavenly soul, almost piercing through his heavenly soul.
What the hell? Why did you say that all of a sudden? Have you found out? Did you find out?
The unknown Yu Xiaocheng still wanted to resist and looked up and smiled at Chu Chunyan beside her, sister-in-law.
Don't joke, how can I call out to mom? You are my future son-in-law, why can't you call out to mom?
Chu Chunyan saw his stiff upper lip and smiled with a face full of love. Xiaocheng, you have to know one thing, and that is that there is no mistaking the gaze of someone you love. The way you look at Xiaoru's eyes are filled with love for her. I have long since realized that. I'm afraid it's out of standard to judge just by the eyes, right? Yu Xiaocheng hardened his head and continued to resist to the death. That's for sure. There really isn't enough evidence to prove it if it's just a look, and I'm
a very strict person. Chu Chunyan laughed softly. Xiaocheng, where did that watch on your left hand go?
Yu Xiaocheng took a look at his left hand, and in a flash he shivered. Why was the hand watch gone? Last night you got drunk and then died trying to give your old brother your own Patek Philippe. Chu Chunyan was still smiling and said, this watch was given to you by Xiaoru, right? So do you know how this watch came to be?
Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth, but realized that he didn't know what to say. Actually, at first I was unaware of your relationship with my daughter. The two of you acted so well that you almost fooled me, but even the most cunning fox will leave traces. Chu Chunyan said softly, when you forced the watch to your oldest brother, I noticed that Xiaoru's entire body was nervous. I knew there was something fishy going on. Fruity. After I took away the watch that you gave to old Chang, Xiaoru sneaked into my room in the middle of the night with the intention of stealing that watch, and guess what, she got caught by me. Chu Chunyan paused and continued smilingly, Xiaocheng, you're so smart, you should know who the watch belongs to, right?
At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng, already as pale as earth, an extremely frightening thought sprouted in his mind. Looking at Chu Chunyan beside him, shivering, he replied, it won't be old brother, right?
Or what? Chu Chunyan said meaningfully. Oops, it's a mess. Yu Xiaocheng was filled with embarrassment and felt like there were 10,000 ants crawling on his body. But it's also quite funny, the watch that Xiaoru swindled from her dad, turned around and gave it to her man, and as a result, you turned around and gave it back to her dad. Chu Chunyan felt very funny when she remembered how this incident happened. It is said that reality is more outrageous than movies and television. It does seem to be the case now. The words. Chu Chunyan asked again, Xiaocheng, with the iron-like evidence in front of you, you still refuse to call me mom? Yu Xiaocheng was filled with embarrassment. After all, everything happened too suddenly, completely unprepared. What the hell? What have I done to make you disrespect me so much that you won't even call me mom? Chu Chunyan asked with a lost face. No. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly said, Mom mustn't misunderstand, I just wasn't ready. Although there is a taste of coercion, but this out of the blue mom, so that Chu Chunyan is very popular, the whole body is comfortable, the smile on the face simply cannot stop, said gently, it's okay. I got used to it after shouting it. Chang, you shout mom again, let mom experience the feeling of being a mother-in-law. Mom, Yu Xiaocheng shouted obediently. Hey, good son-in-law. Chu Chunyan laughed and said with a joyful face, no wonder mom felt very, very close to you the first time she saw you, so it's her own son-in-law. But then again, what about the relationship between you and your old husband? You don't know. Your old father-in-law has a strong aversion to his future son-in-law, for reasons you should also know. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and murmured in reply, I don't know how to deal with it. I only realized last night that the original Yanru was your daughter, and at that time I was devastated. It's fine. This is all your future wife's fault. Obviously there is a man, deliberately hiding it. Bring it into the house earlier, there will be no such thing. Chu Chunyan waved her hand and said in a serious manner, Xiaoru will take care of it, don't worry about it. In addition, your old husband doesn't know yet. You don't need to tell him for the time being. I'm afraid he won't be able to accept it. Aha.
Yu Xiaocheng casually responded, and after a long period of silence carefully asked, Mom Yanru she.
Did she explain everything? Pretty much. But I feel like she's definitely hiding some.
Chu Chunyan looked at her future son-in-law and said with a smile, I don't think you're going to confess to me either, are you?
She's pretty good at getting angry.
Yu Xiaocheng replied helplessly.
Ought to.
Shouldn't have said anything about the marriage license, or they wouldn't have used the term future.
That's what I want to talk to you about next. Chu Chunyan sighed and said in a serious tone, Xiaocheng, your future wife has been spoiled by your old husband. Her temper is a bit short-tempered. You need to give in to her more in the future. But of course you can't be completely aggrieved. If this little ninny goes too far, you call Mom. Mom will make the decision for you.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said softly, Mom, in fact, Yanru is not as bad as you think. She does have a little temper, but a little temper don't want it? Just like a flower is difficult to raise and then throw it away?
I won't.
I will only buy the best vase, check all kinds of information, to slowly understand, to slowly water, until the flowers bloom.
Speaking of which,
pausing for a moment, he replied seriously, loving someone is like raising a flower. When you give as much as you can, the flower will bloom as beautifully as it can. Chu Chunyan quietly looked at him, and an unspeakable joy flooded his heart. Xiaocheng, this son-in-law, our family is set, no one can snatch it away.
Ching.
Chu Chunyan took out a watch from her pocket and stuffed it into her future son-in-law's hand, saying softly, this watch is a little bit of Mom's little heart. I don't know how much it's worth, anyway, it's from your old husband.
Richard Miller?
Yu Xiaocheng looked at the watch presented by his mother-in-law, and his whole body was about to go crazy, while a strong wave of shame ran through his entire body.
No way. No.
Yu Xiaocheng refused repeatedly, I've already wronged my oldest brother, I can't wrong him again, and this is too expensive.
No harm done. Free. Chu Chunyan said with a smile. This.
Yu Xiaocheng was instantly speechless, and could only say that if there is a daughter, there must be a mother.
Just then,
the culprit, Young Yanru, came down the stairs.
End of chapter.
Zhang Yanru woke up and found that her mother was not around. She did not care too much, put on her own clothes and pants, silently out of the bedroom. When she walked down the stairs, she saw her mother sitting at the dining room table and the little bad guy, especially her mother, that was full of son-in-law watching expression. And then the heart of the heart is shy.
Awake from your nap? Come sit down together and eat breakfast.
Seeing that it was her daughter who had arrived, Chu Chunyan hurriedly greeted her and sat down. The pretty ripe rich woman adjusted her emotions, slowly and leisurely walked to her old mom's side, and when she was just about to sit down, she was helped up by Chu Chunyan, and she couldn't help but look at her with a puzzled face.
Go sit with your future husband, Chu Chunyan said without a trace of humor.
The pretty mature rich woman shivered, instantly cold and charming cheeks reddened, intense shame surged to almost every part of her body, just wanted to open her mouth to say something, but found that she didn't know how to retort at all. And then her eyes sneaked to look at the little bad guy, seeing him as if nothing had happened, her uneasy and agitated heart slightly stilled, and she silently walked to his side.
It seems that Mom and her future son-in-law have met. But that's one of the easiest of many problems to solve. It's the two, your own BFF and your own dad, that are the biggest obstacles on the road to happiness. In the former case, I secretly abducted my best friend's son, and in the latter case, I personally caused the son-in-law to turn against each other. Ouch. What a headache. I fell in love with this little villain. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and ate her breakfast sullenly, constantly plotting schemes in her heart, while at the same time, Chu Chunyan looked at her daughter and future son-in-law. Her eyes were full of joyful light. It is really a man and a woman. The more you look at them, the more they match. Ching. I heard that you're still going to study, right?
Chu Chunyan said softly. I heard from Xiaoru that it's Xin University. When are you probably going to study for your doctorate? The middle of this month, I think.
Yu Xiaocheng replied.
Oh. Chu Chunyan nodded and said with a slight thought, this way.
You get married before you study. Do you think it's okay? Mom, my business. Can you stop caring so much?
Zhang Yanru jumped to her feet on the spot and said in annoyance, when will you get married?
Me.
We have our own plans, so stay out of it. If you keep this up, then we'll just have to say sorry and not interact from now on. Chu Chunyan just glared at her own daughter and didn't continue to say anything more. In fact, her intention was to bind Yu Xiaocheng with marriage. After all, an outstanding young man like Yu Xiaocheng is definitely a sought-after commodity in society, and there are so many Tai-es out there. So what if her son-in-law is hooked and runs away? She's got a big heart. Just let their men to go to college to study. This college what place us so many beautiful young girls, you a 30-something old girl can compare?
Shinde and so on. If I remember correctly, Xianxiang is a junior leader in Shenyang University, right? Meanwhile,
Zhang Yanru looked at the slightly thoughtful mom, know that she must be again in the crooked idea, pursed her lips fatally said, Mom, I know what you were thinking. In fact, you completely overthink. Yu Xiaocheng is going to engage in scientific research. Weekdays are very busy, which have the time to go to cheat.
Cough cough. Yu Xiaocheng was choked up and replied awkwardly and nonchalantly, right. Mom,
I'm going to study for a doctorate. This doctorate and studying are two different things.
Mom, he just called my mom. Called Mom.
This sudden sound of mom startled young Yunru, who was sitting beside her, with her eyebrows filled with dismay, as well as an expression of being caught off guard. Rather. Chu Chunyan looked at her son-in-law beside her and laughed softly. Xiao Chang, you shouldn't blame mom for being overly concerned, right? Won't. Yu Xiao Chang replied with a smiling face, I think it's human nature to do the opposite. As for when to get married, I'm actually ready to do it anytime, anywhere, mainly depending on. I think it's a normal thing for people to do. Look at Yenru's own meaning, she wants to get married when she wants to get married when she wants to get married, and I am always ready. Well. With your words, mom is completely relieved. Chu Chunyan was so happy that she couldn't stop talking. On the other side, Zhang Yenru was shy, angry and helpless. This little villain is such a chicken thief, deliberately kicking the ball to me, but then again is he really ready? But he didn't even confess to me. After breakfast, Yu Xiaochang went to wash up in the bathroom. Chu Chunyan purposely left her own daughter behind and opened a whispering session between mother and daughter. Mom only has one request of you right now. Watch Qing. Keep an eye on Qing. Or watch over Xiao Chang. Chu Chunyan said in a serious tone. The pretty ripe rich woman was speechless for a while, and she didn't know what kind of magic the little villain had cast on her mom to compel her into this kind of blandly replied. What should I do in case I meet an even better man? Don't daydream like this when you're in your 30s. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes straight up and said in an unkind manner, having Xiao Chang by my side is already a thank goodness. Anyway, I'm telling you, don't drive Xiao Chang away. If Xiao Chang slips away, see how I'll clean you up. Zhang Yenru skimmed her mouth, complaining in her heart, but at the same time, she felt immensely happy because the little villain had gained her mom's approval, and felt immensely pleased. Right. What's the situation at Chang's home? Chu Chunyan asked. Single parent. Zhang Yenru said casually, his father died a long time ago, it was his mom who brought him up. Aha. It's hard for the in-law's mother. Ru. Be nice to your own mother-in-law in the future. Chu Chunyan said seriously, don't act like you're at home. All sorts of demons for me. Young Yunru pursed her lips and carefully replied, then how about that well into sisters? That is. My future mother-in-law and I will become bosom buddies, the kind of bosom buddies who have nothing to say. Yeah. Your father and your man are still brothers. Chu Chunyan said. The curve of Zhang Yenru's mouth couldn't even be suppressed as she nodded her head repeatedly and said, don't worry mom, I'll make a good relationship. Ouch. Wife. We have a burglar in our house. Zheng Xinghua hurriedly ran out of the study and after looking for his wife, he couldn't wait to say, wife. Our home has been burglarized, my watch of more than $2 million is missing. Chu Chunyan, who was sweeping the floor, flattened her mouth and replied leisurely, 2 hours ago I saw my daughter sneak into your study, could it be that she took it? What? Daughter slipped into the study? After hearing this result, Zheng Xinghua directly paralyzed on the sofa and muttered to himself with a face full of pain, this little cotton jacket has already leaked off. It's full of black-hearted cotton. Chu Chunyan turned her back to her husband with a twinge of shame in her heart, and when she turned back she realized that her husband was in a hurry to go out. Where are you going? I asked my daughter for her watch back. It's really too much. Is her real father or her wild man important? No. You wait. Chu Chunyan, who chased out the door, watched her husband drive away, and her heart was in a hurry. Something's wrong. Something big is going to happen. End of chapter. Watching her husband drive away, Chu Chunyan anxious to stomping, and hastily took out his cell phone, dialing his daughter's phone, the results have been unanswered, and then hit a few, or in the state of unanswered. Damn girl. Why haven't you been answering your phone? Chu Chunyan, angry, anxious and helpless, muttered, could it be making out with Xiao Chang? Ouch. It's not a good time to make out, it's a good time to make out. Chu Chunyan pursed her own lips, silently initiated a message to her daughter, and then prayed that nothing would happen, and even if something happened. Also don't ever involve your own head, after all, if you want your deadbeat husband to catch your own handle, I'm afraid that he's going to turn over a new leaf. On the other side, Zhang Yenru was sitting in her office, and across from her was her little badass Yu Xiao Chang. As for the cell phone, it was charging while being muted by her. What are you going to do about it? I'm giving you a way to live now, is to sever the brotherly relationship with my dad. Zhang Yenru blackened her face, gritted her teeth and said, you say you do things somehow and my father to worship you. You and so quickly shouted mom. The key in front of my mom you said. Always ready to get married, what do you want to do? Make your mom happy. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and explained in a serious manner, you don't know what the situation was at that time, your mom threatened me in all kinds of ways, and also used a line from The Godfather. What have I done to make you so disrespectful to me? You don't even want to call me a mom. I ask you to change into your words, this voice mom call or not? Zhang Yenru was dumbfounded for a moment and flattened her mouth. Murmuringly, she said, then you won't carry it to the end? You've explained to her, how else am I supposed to carry on to the end? Yu Xiaocheng said without a trace of anger, besides, why should I be the one to break the brotherly bond with your father? Why can't it be you and my mom to break off the sisterhood? Your mom and I are real sisters. Young Yunru replied with an annoyed look on her face.
Then your father and I are plastic?
Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes straight away, then said blandly, accept reality, my great niece.
What are you yelling at me for?
Zhang Yanru exploded on the spot, furiously saying, I am your aunt, and will always be your aunt.
It's urgent. It's urgent.
Yu Xiaocheng looked at the annoyed rich woman, forced down the smile at the corner of her mouth and said, I know lie, you will always be my aunt, the most beautiful rich woman aunt in the world.
It's best to know.
Zhang Yanru calmed her inner emotions, silently took out a watch from her pocket, handed it to the little bad guy across the street, and said, give it back to you and remember not to wear it in front of my dad in the future, things will really get out of hand by then.
Yu Xiaocheng looked at this piece of Patek Philippe, inner emotions mixed, want to say something,
and do not know how to say, silent half a day to push back this watch in front of you, said softly, you'd better take it back otherwise I feel especially guilty.
Are you finally feeling guilty? You finally feel what I feel?
Zhang Yanru nuzzled her mouth and once again pushed the watch in front of the little baddie and blandly said, take it all, how can I take it back, if you really don't want it? Then I'll go sell it and get you a new car, anyway, 2 choices, you'll see for yourself. I'll stick with the watch then, the car is a bit too ostentatious, not my character. Yu Xiaocheng took away the piece of Patek Philippe, and suddenly remembered the other watch that was placed in the car, and was just about to open his mouth to speak when his cell phone rang unexpectedly.
Finished? Your BFF's phone.
It must be for last night's night out. Yu Xiaocheng looked up at the pretty ripe rich woman and saw that she didn't look away from him, so he knew her attitude at the moment, and in the end, he could only helplessly connect the caller.
Mom! Just a mom across the street started the verbal output. You brat! Disappearing with me again, are you? Do you still have me as your mom in your eyes?
Chu Fong growled angrily, loud enough that she didn't need to put it on speakerphone for the pretty rich woman across the room to hear. The remaining light from the corner of her eye secretly gazed at the wretched little villain. Zhang Yanru's mouth couldn't help but raise a shallow arc. Seeing him being scolded by her own girlfriends, her heart was particularly relieved, and she couldn't wait to add more fuel to the fire.
An accident. Last night was really an accident. Yu Xiaocheng explained bitterly, I'll definitely report it next time, so forgive me this time? The words. Yu Xiaocheng suddenly added, oops, your BFF is going out, no more. Slap. Hang up straight away.
Yu Xiaocheng looked across at Zhang Yanru, who was also glaring straight at him, facing the rich woman's almost murderous gaze. Yu Xiaocheng lowered his head in shame.
A man.
The pretty ripe rich woman said coldly, no more using me as a shield in the future.
Oh, Yu Xiaocheng responded perfunctorily. Just then,
a sharp knock sounded unexpectedly.
Boom boom boom. Rue, I'm your dad, I'm coming in.
Faced with this unexpected situation that caught them off guard, the 2 people in the audience were scared stiff, their eyes full of tension, as well as a terrified expression.
Wait a minute.
Zhang Yanru shouted loudly, then looked around and realized that there was no place to hide in the entire office, and for a moment, her face was as if she was dead. There's no place to hide when you're done.
We can't let the little bad guy jump off, can we?
And just in the nick of time, the rich woman suddenly noticed under the table.
Here. You're hiding from me.
Zhang Yanru hurriedly greeted Yu Xiaocheng and told him to hide under his desk. If it were usual, I would not have done such a humiliating thing, but now that the adultery is about to be caught, Yu Xiaocheng can only be tough and get under the rich woman's desk.
Hide it. Don't talk, don't make trouble, don't be naughty.
After giving some instructions, Zhang Yanru adjusted herself and shouted at the door, Dad, come in.
Next, Zhang Xinghua then walked in from outside.
Seeing his own black heart-leaky little cotton jacket, originally still full of complaints, at this moment he was dumbfounded. I don't know how to bring up that matter with my daughter, too direct for fear of hurting my daughter, too polite and afraid of my daughter's aggravation.
Dad, you suddenly came to my company, is there something going on? Young Yunru forced down her inner panic and asked gently, can't we just talk on the phone?
Zhang Xinghua sighed deeply and replied with a face of vicissitude, baby daughter, please give Dad a way out. Dad is not a landlord, Dad's residual food is not much.
End of chapter.
The unknown Zhang Yanru was full of confusion, while Yu Xiaocheng, who was hiding under the table, he understood the meaning of these words too well.
Bad. It's all coming out so fast. I didn't do it, but I'm the source.
The 2 most important women in my brother's life, both for me to steal his watch, suddenly feel so self-conscious. Squatting on the ground, Yu Xiaocheng clutched his head while forcefully gripping his thick hair, and deep inside he was incomparably ashamed. Lao brother took me as a brother, I took Lao brother as an ATM, I am simply not a human being. While Yu Xiaocheng was ashamed, the pretty ripe rich woman came back from her confusion and inquired with a puzzled face, what do you mean, Dad? I didn't understand, can you make it clearer? Don't make some ambiguous words, I hate to guess. Zhang Xinghua said bitterly, what Dad means is, can you stop hitting Dad with those watches in the future?
Me?
I just took you a piece of Patek Philippe. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and murmured in reply, just 1 piece and you're starting to ask me about my sins, Dad.
Aren't you a bit stingy? A piece? Are you sure it's a piece? Zhang Xinghua asked rhetorically. 2 pieces. 2 pieces is fine, right?
Young Yunru turned her head away in embarrassment and squeaked, counting the Rolex that was supposed to be your birthday present.
Ouch. I'm so sinful.
Yu Xiaocheng could not wait to smack himself when he heard that the gold Rolex watch, which turned out to be his oldest brother's birthday gift.
2 pieces? Think again. Is it 2 pieces or not?
Zhang Xinghua said in tears. Zhang Yanru frowned, a little tiny upset, exasperated. Dad, although the daughter is indeed sorry you, but the daughter is also daring. 2 did not take a third watch.
Zhang Xinghua could not help but froze, his eyebrows were full of suspicion. How is it that his daughter's words are diametrically opposed to his wife's words? Who in the end is lying? Morning.
Dad went to check his safe and suddenly realized a Richard Mill was missing from it, and then I asked your mom. Your mom said you sneaked into my study in the morning.
Zhang Xinghua muttered, Xiaorua, that piece of Richard Mill really wasn't taken by you? What? There's such a thing?
Zhang Yanru was stunned, but soon she thought of who took. Can the thief shouting to catch the thief play to such a light car? In addition to the mother can have who, the key to her, and I know the password of the dad's safe, and the little villain pressure is not clear, and also when the mother has a motive to take the watch.
Come to think of it. Couldn't help but hang his head and look at the little bad boy crouching underneath.
When the 2 gazes focused at this moment, Yu Xiaocheng revealed a mortified expression and silently averted his head to the side.
Bad boy. Zhang Yanru raised her head, took a deep breath, and helplessly replied, forget it. I admit it, I took that Richard Mill.
Originally, the rich woman didn't want to admit that she didn't want to take the blame, but considering the harmony of the family, she decided to take the blame for her mom. Worried about the couple quarrel, finally decided to take the blame for mom, but then again, all of this is caused by a certain little bad guy, he is the main culprit. In the face of his daughter's unforeseen admission of guilt, it caught Zhang Xinghua off guard for a moment, and his brain has not yet reacted.
No more pretending, showdown, I have a man outside.
Zhang Yanru replied leisurely, those 3 watches went to your future son-in-law.
What son-in-law? I don't have such a son-in-law.
Zhang Xinghua said furiously, I and that wild man of yours are irreconcilable. Xiaorua, Dad will put the words here today, there is him without me, there is me without him, you see for yourself. Zhang Yanru didn't say anything, she had long predicted that it would be such a situation, after all, her mom had already reminded her, but she just didn't expect the hatred between each other to be so deep that it had reached the stage of you dying and me dying. Skimming his lips, he gently kicked the little baddie crouching underneath, while his afterglow quietly glanced over and couldn't help but sneer when he saw his terrified face.
Ru, the world's so big, you can't find a man? Is he the only one?
Zhang Xinghua advised bitterly, hurry up and ask for those things you gave away back, then cut ties with that man and never have anything to do with him again.
Your wife doesn't agree.
Yang Yanru replied faintly.
What does that stupid know? Zhang Xinghua didn't have the good sense to say, Xiaoru.
Don't listen to your mom, she doesn't know anything, she just knows how to direct blindly. Yang Yanru gently kicked a certain little villain again, then lightly said, then you go find her. Zhang Xinghua was instantly dumbfounded, letting him go to that tigress, he didn't have the guts, but couldn't swallow this bad breath.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yanru looked at her dad who had a tangled face, lightly biting her lips, and said in a glutinous manner, Dad, I will take the heat for you, don't worry. You hit me hard. Zhang Xinghua gritted his teeth and said, it's best to take a whip.
Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth, and secretly slandered in his heart, my old brother originally from the same root, each other is too anxious, when is the revenge of injustice?
Oops. Why are you poking me again? Don't you know it hurts to poke someone with the toe of your shoe?
Yu Xiaocheng, squatting under the table, looked at the 2 slender jade legs in front of him, black ladies' suit pants with black thick high heels, a mature flavor came out.
Still poking? It's over, isn't it?
Yu Xiaocheng's quick eyes and hands gently grabbed the rich woman's ankle, then took off the high heels that liked to poke people. The pretty ripe rich woman shivered, although she didn't know what the little bad guy wanted to do, but based on past experiences, this guy definitely wanted to do something bad.
Aha!
Suddenly, from the soles of her feet came a drilling itch that instantly surged back to every corner of her body. Zhang Yanru clenched her fists tightly and tried to resist the penetrating sensation.
Jesus! He's so naughty and abrasive. I can't stand it. I can't take it anymore. Ru!
In the future, for Dad to beat hard, to the death.
Zhang Xinghua hated it to the bone and said, use all 18 martial arts.
Zhang Xinghua was talking vigorously, while Zhang Yanru, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was experiencing the most devastating moment in her life. That big hand from the back of their feet, but gently slowly touch up, soon to be over the knee, touching the thighs.
Stop! Give me moderation. The scarlet-faced rich woman, those clenched fists, slammed hard on the desk. Zhang Xinghua was frozen in shock and looked at his daughter with a horrified face.
The rich woman, who came back to her senses, looked at her panicked dad, realized that she had just lost her temper, and hurriedly explained, Dad, I
didn't mean to be mean to you just now, you. Don't misunderstand. I'm going crazy. This naughty and abrasive little pervert, I'm going to kill him. End of chapter.
Yang Yanru was on the verge of breaking down. Of course it's not so much a breakdown as it is a release of some kind of emotion that has reached its peak, having to hold back that hysterical touch while pretending to act as if nothing has happened, chatting with her spiteful dad, feeling ashamed from the bottom of her heart, while at the same time having a slight thrill. In fact, the pretty ripe rich woman quite wanted to let the little bad guy continue, because the way he stroked her feet was very comfortable, just that this little colorful embryo was too bold to want to touch the thighs or also he can touch? Before there is no confession, the thigh is absolutely forbidden land.
Dad, just now I.
Zhang Yanru tried to control her emotions and said with an apologetic face, just now I wasn't being mean to you, you mustn't take it to heart,
I just thought of something annoying, so I just really couldn't hold back.
Zheng Xinghua will smile, said casually, your situation Dad can understand, after all, Dad has also had a similar situation, the work will encounter a lot of annoyance, the key cannot talk to others, can only be held in their own hearts, and Dad's way to release is to go fishing.
Dad, thank you for understanding me,
Young Yanru said sincerely.
How do you say these things to Dad?
Zheng Xinghua laughed without a good mood, Dad will always be your safest harbor, as for that wild man of yours.
Speaking of which,
his eyebrows were full of dislike, and he coldly disliked, I think it's a shipwreck bay, you should less often dock there in the future, there are a lot of dark currents and reefs, and it's easy to get sunk if you're not careful. The pretty mature rich woman bared her teeth and laughed out, I didn't realize that Dad's heart was quite small, but he's been holding on to a few watches until now, but is it really for a few watches? It feels more like he's doing it because he himself left from his side, he felt the loss.
Ru, what exactly does your wild man look like?
Zheng Xinghua inquired curiously.
What does it look like?
He's been hanging around you a lot, and now he's crouching under your daughter's desk. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and replied softly, he's just an ordinary person, there's nothing special about him, but you're quite similar to Dad. Mom said that when you were young, you were particularly mischievous and loved to get into trouble, and he is also like this.
Meanwhile,
Yu Xiaochang, who was squatting underneath, heard the rich woman evaluating herself in this way, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her heart, naughty and mischievous without denying it.
What is this love of getting into trouble? When have I ever been in trouble? The current pile of bad things, which is not because of her.
The more he thought about it, the more he was angry. Yu Xiaochang repeated the same trick, gently sliding the delicate soles of the rich woman's feet. The tingling and strange itchy sensation once again swept through the body. Zhang Yanru clenched her fists tightly, trying to control her nostrils. But the lines of that hand gently caressed the soles of his feet, then slowly rubbed against the insteps, then down the smooth calves, all the way to his knees,
and finally to the calf. Bastard! I can't believe you're doing this to me. I'm going crazy. Really going crazy.
Ru, why is your face so red?
Zheng Xinghua looked at his daughter, looking at her scarlet face, and asked suspiciously, are you sick?
Me.
I'm fine.
Young Yanru tried to squeeze out a smile and rushed to her dad who was sitting across from her.
Sure.
Zheng Xinghua full of suspicion looking at her, more and more feel that the daughter a little problem, but cannot say where there is a problem, is to feel that she is a little strange, and usually the opposite of the cloudy daughter.
Of course I'm sure. Zhang Yanru kicked the little bad guy under her feet and said leisurely, do you have anything else, Dad?
If there's nothing else,
I'm going to work.
Rather nothing else.
Zhang Xinghua stood up and was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something else and inquired, do you have enough funds now? Do you want Dad to give you some?
Enough. The pretty ripe rich woman replied in a small voice.
That'll do.
Zheng Xinghua nodded, then said in a serious tone, if you really lack of funds, despite looking for Dad to ask, do not go to the bank privately to find a loan. Dad not only do not want the interest, and even the principal do not want, the company in the future have any difficulties, must come to find Dad.
No knows.
Young Yanru bites her lips tightly as she deals with her spiteful dad while trying to break free from him, and then it's all sorts of kicking results in accidentally kicking him in the face.
Then Dad's gone. Zheng Xinghua strolled to the door, was about to go out, turned back and said, do not send Dad?
Oh,
come on.
Young Yanru hurriedly put on her own shoes and rolled down her own pant legs, and before leaving, she glared viciously at a certain little villain and hurried towards the door. When he was sure that both father and daughter had left, Yu Xiaocheng crawled out from under the table. He didn't rush to sneak out but sat on the rich woman's seat and waited for Zhang Yanru to come back. After finally sending her dad away and watching him drive away, Young Yanru sighed in relief. Time to go back and teach that little scoundrel a lesson. How good he felt just now, how much pain he'll make him feel later. The pretty ripe rich woman huffed back and took the elevator straight to the top floor, opening the door to see the abrasive little villain sitting in his seat with a depressed look on his face, but the rich woman didn't take it to heart, unlocking the door to her office and walking towards him.
Ugh! What a sin!
Yu Xiaocheng sighed deeply, his brows filled with pain and self-reproach, murmuring, I feel especially sorry for your father. The rich woman, who was already in a rage, was suddenly doused in flames by the little villain, looked straight at him, looked at the remorseful man, and said leisurely, don't you worry, I'll take care of it. But before that, anti-rich woman caught off guard, stretched out her hand and grabbed the little bad guy's ear, gritted her teeth and said, just touched very cool, before I told you not to be naughty and mischievous, you froze and did not listen to a word. The words. Shy little iron fists like rain pounded on his body, pounding. Yu Xiaocheng hugged the dog's head tightly, all kinds of begging for mercy.
Ouch! That's when the accident occurred.
The pretty ripe rich woman didn't stand still and accidentally pounced on him. Yu Xiaocheng then felt his eyes go black, and that open-mindedness directly disliked his face. With great inertia, the two of them both fell to the ground, maintaining the position of the rich woman on top of the little bad guy, on top of his face to be exact. The ambiguous atmosphere slowly fermented between each other. Yu Xiaocheng sniffed the rich mature scent, felt the thickness of a mature woman, a bold and death-defying idea spewed in his mind.
Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth and took a bite.
End of chapter. When Zhang Yanru instantly brain is down, the consciousness also lost control of the body, the mind is blank.
Bad boy.
At the moment, the pretty mature rich woman experienced a soothing and safe feeling, but this feeling only lasted for a few seconds, and suddenly she stiffened, a slight hint of panic and uneasiness appearing between her eyebrows.
Goddamn little bastard. What the hell is going on now?
The rich woman looked at the little badass underneath her and instantly blushed, unspeakable emotions surging through every part of her body.
What a way to die. How could he?
Young Yanru was a bit deflated and powerless. She tried to hold it in until her face turned red, but in the end she couldn't hold it in. The giddy rich woman subconsciously hugged his head. In fact, the pretty mature rich woman did not know why she did so. The remnants of consciousness told her to push away, but her body was instinctively hugging the little bad guy tightly.
Interjection of wonder, shock or admiration.
I wanted to tease my ripe, rich aunt, but I never thought I might end up dead. Yu Xiaocheng could no longer breathe normally, although this was a longing he had dreamed of, but at this moment, this is the abyss of death. The scythe of death has been swung in mid-air, ready to take his life. Woo! Oh ho, help help help! Vaguely hearing the sound of help, coupled with the little baddie struggling in her arms, the muddled rich woman came back to her senses and violently got up from his body, then looked at him in horror, her scarlet cheeks in an expression of being caught off guard.
It's over. It's over. What the hell just happened to me?
Suddenly holding his head so tightly.
Will he think I'm a winner?
Standing in place, the rich woman was a little terrified, but more unspeakable complex emotions. Maybe it was really too lonely to do something so irrational.
Hello? What's wrong with you?
Zhang Yanru suddenly noticed that the little bad guy lying on the ground, it seems that from the time he left his body, until now have not moved. Pretty ripe rich woman, a little alarmed, hastily squatted down, reached out and probed his nostrils.
There's breathing. He's not dead.
The hanging heart finally let go. Zhang Yanru took a long breath, pushed the little bad guy lying on the ground and inquired, Little bad guy,
what happened to you?
You can't scare me.
Auntie can't help but be scared.
Yes,
it's a bit hard.
Yu Xiaocheng closed her eyes tightly, then with a pained face, she raised her hand, pointed to her lips with difficulty, and replied in a murmur, Hurry up and resuscitate, artificial respiration. Zhang Yanru bared her teeth and laughed out, gently poking him in the head and snapped, Don't be naughty, hurry up and get up for me.
Next.
Yu Xiaocheng then climbed up from the ground, followed by the two of them sitting facing each other, keeping silence between each other, while the air was filled with the smell of embarrassment. You. The two men spoke in unison and silently closed their mouths again. You first. Me first. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said leisurely, It's better for me to go first. I have a set of equations to solve at hand, so you can go back on your own in the afternoon, and I'll come back tomorrow to pick you up and drop you off.
Aha. Yang Yanru casually responded.
When the little bad guy got up and left, the rich woman who pretended to work quietly raised her head and looked at his departing back. Her eyebrows were full of reluctance, and she opened her mouth. But the words that came to her mouth lingered for a long time, never able to speak out.
Little bad guy. When are you going to confess to me? Auntie is a little bit impatient.
When Yu Xiaocheng left, the rich woman was left alone in the large office, sitting alone in the chair, with an expression like a lonely, complaining woman in a deep bosom.
There's no way out.
I'll just have to ask your mom for help. This is a trick and a feint trick, can be said to be a double-edged sword, but at this moment the rich woman cannot care so much. She wants to get someone all the love, unreservedly deep love. Just a little sorry for the BFF. Not only did he quietly abduct her son, but he had to get her to help him alone.
In the afternoon,
Zhang Yanru drove to her best friend's beauty salon and then went straight to the office. When she pushed open the office door, she found her best friend looking at the statement, pursed her lips and said softly, Sis busy?
Ouch. What brings you here?
Chu Fang looked up and saw Zhang Yanru at the door. Not hiding the joy on her face, she hurriedly got up to welcome her, gently took her arm and said gently, As long as it's you coming, Sis can squeeze out time for you even if she's busy. The sisters sat down on the sofa, next to each other, and Chu Fang asked with a smiling face, A sudden visit.
I'm afraid it's not as simple as coming to see me, right? Is there something you want to find me?
Zhang Yanru nodded her head and directly opened the door. Sister, I have a small conflict with my little man.
Tell me about it. Chu Fang said. Me.
Zhang Yanru bit her lip, her eyes fluttering as she said in shame, actually. In fact, my little man and I are still in an unspecified relationship, which to be precise means that we have not expressed our feelings for each other, but know each other's thoughts.
I know. It is explicitly engage in ambiguity. You young people like this, there is a kind of sneaky sense of excitement.
Chu Fang replied with a smile, Actually, it's an underground love affair. Then this to stimulate a lot of Zhang Yanru hung his head, small hands grabbed his pants, squeaked and said, I want to end this unclear relationship, but I don't want to take the initiative. Sis, you are resourceful, can you help me think of an idea, or can I call him and you talk to him now? Chu Fong smiled faintly and said confidently, hurry up and make the call, I'll have a good chat with my future brother-in-law, and make sure that we chat until he's groundless and comes to you right away to confess his love. Young Yunru took out her own cell phone and found a certain number and called it straight away. On the other side, Yu Xiaocheng was staying in his room, busy designing a function model as a way to solve the system of equations that had been troubling him for days, when suddenly the ringing of his cell phone interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the fact that it was Auntie Rich calling, Yu Xiaocheng didn't even think about it, silently pressed the speakerphone and continued to design the function model on the computer. Little bad boy. Someone wants to see you, you don't talk, just listen. Yu Xiaocheng froze at once, his heart filled with confusion and bewilderment. Who in the world is coming to me need to go through the rich woman's cell phone? Brother-in-law. I'm Ru's best friend, I'm Chu Fong. Just when I was puzzled, my mom's voice came on the phone. The 6th revision of the chapter, specifically deleted most of the details and inner description of the first 5 revisions were blocked in seconds. The first 5 revisions were blocked in seconds. End of chapter. When Yu Xiaocheng heard his own mother's voice coming from the cell phone, he was instantly shocked and his face turned white. The Kiki mother also called me brother-in-law. What the hell is going on here? What's Auntie Fortune up to again? Yu Xiaocheng held back the panic and uneasiness deep inside her heart and continued to listen to her mother's next words, although she didn't know what kind of situation it was, but she vaguely felt a hint of bad luck already. Being able to make the rich woman play such a dangerous stupefying trick meant that she had already been pushed to the brink of extinction in a certain matter. Brother-in-law. Your girlfriend has already put the relationship between the two of you and I spoke. Here I want to talk more and you said. At this time, Chu Fong took her girlfriend's cell phone, said in a serious tone, young people have no problem with the pursuit of excitement, but the premise of the pursuit of excitement is to already have happiness. You too, just so unexplained, can have happiness? Facing her own mother's questioning, Yu Xiaocheng's mind was a little dizzy. She opened her mouth but didn't dare to say anything, continuing to pretend to be a listener to the next words. And in the meantime, sitting next to Chu Fong, Zhang Yanru, the whole person was so nervous that she was almost suffocating. Her tender white small hands clutched her pants in death, and the rest of her eyes were always hovering over her best friend, but there was a slight anticipation of a great qualitative change in the life of her relationship. Brother-in-law, listen to my advice, hurry up and confess to Xiaoru, formalize the relationship between the two of you. Chu Fong took a deep breath and said seriously, you are indifferent. You're so young, but Xiaoru isn't young anymore, she's in her 30s, you have to know how much a woman in her 30s desires love when she's faced with it. Sis, I'm not really that eager. Young Yunru tugged on her best friend's sleeve and rushed at her with a shameful face. Chu Fong just winked at her and didn't pay too much attention to it, continuing, brother-in-law, I also know what you are entangled in your heart, and I also know that you are worried about what problems, but you have to understand one thing, in this world there is no inherently suitable two people. Love is not the only happiness, there are also other than happiness outside of the quarrels and sulks. I admit it. Our family Xiaoru's temper is very bad, not moving like to play a little sex, but also very stubborn and capricious, and even anxious to hit people. Chu Fong is talking about the shortcomings of her girlfriend. At this time the waist came from a gentle pain. Zhang Yanru, full of displeasure, pinched her. Chu Fong rolled her eyes, suddenly her words changed, then said, but putting aside these problems, in fact, Xiaoru is a very good girl, beautiful, tall, kind, and very good at making money. In short, you guys can take your time, but first determine the relationship, and then slowly wear each other out. Yu Xiaocheng fell into silence. In fact, he has long felt the change of the rich woman, and the change is not only the rich woman. The reason why he didn't reveal his feelings to the rich woman was also out of consideration for the relationship between the two. Once they stepped into the abyss with each other, then there is no turning back. Brother-in-law, think about it. Chu Fong changed her earlier seriousness and said with a smile, I'm still waiting to eat you two's wedding wine. Mom, are you sure? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips, a slight hint of uncertainty appearing between her brows. I'm giving your girlfriend back her cell phone, tell her what you have to say. Chu Fong handed her cell phone to her girlfriend beside her. When Zhang Yanru got the cell phone, looked at the interface of the ongoing call, silently hung up, like a person like nothing to sit there, reached out and picked up the cup of tea in front of him, gently sipped the cup of tea, the clear eyes flooded with a touch of faint fascination. If he's committed, he'll definitely come to you. If he's not, it's good to break up while you can. There's no need to waste your energy on him. Chu Fong said softly from her best friend, hanging up her man's phone, seeing her thoughts at the moment. Is he committed? There is no doubt that the little bad guy must have a responsibility, and he is so smart. He must have also noticed the change in himself, but why until now? Why hasn't he changed? Is it because I can't get into his eyes? No way. Impossible. This little pervert likes to take advantage of me so much. How come he can't get his way? What's on your mind? Chu Fong looked at her frothing best friend and gently inquired. Why am I so tired of finding a man? Young Yunru sighed and replied helplessly and tiredly, all sorts of things are intertwined together and it feels a bit physically and mentally exhausting.
Love without setbacks is imperfect.
Chu Fong replied with a smile, a strong relationship needs to be verified with all sorts of things, and once each other is put to the test, then you will get the person who loves you the most in this world. Zhang Yanru looked to her best friend, and fatally revealed a smile as she softly said, sister, you still know quite a lot.
That's not true.
Back then, I was also a flower, the men chasing after your sister, that was a long line, it's just that I didn't choose the right one in the end. Chu Fong laughed and said in a nonchalant manner, it doesn't really matter, after all, there are so many people who do the multiple choice questions with 3 options wrong. Young Yunru snuggled up to her best friend's body and murmured, sis, no matter what happens in the future, you shouldn't leave me, right?
Don't worry, always by your side.
Chu Fong patted her best friend's arm and said softly,
then if I have a child in the future, I
want the child to call you grandma.
Young Yunru squeaked, is that okay?
Ouch. Please, Chu Fong said with a smile on her brow. The pretty ripe rich girl spent a long time at her best friend's salon before she headed back to the office. With to the end of the work time, the company staff one after another are gone, leaving Zhang Yanru alone to stay in the office, continue to busy themselves with their work. In fact, she is using the work to paralyze their anxiety. After all, the window paper has been pierced, and a certain little villain hadn't even contacted herself until now.
Another hour has passed.
The rich woman put down the work in her hand, picked up her cell phone and took a look at WeChat, and then checked to see if she had blacked out the little bad guy, and after getting the answer that she had not blacked out, she was suddenly flooded with endless aggression.
Okay, you ignore me, then don't ever come back to me again.
Zhang Yanru clenched her lips and furiously deleted someone's WeChat, saying angrily, stinking man.
Stinking man. You stinking man. Suddenly,
there was a loud knock on the door.
Anyone? Community warming. Shasta.
As if she had been electrocuted, Young Yunru completely froze in place, her eyes staring at the office door, her eyes full of unbelievable surprise and an expression of being caught off guard. Click. As the door to the office was slowly opened, a figure that haunted his thoughts actually appeared.
End of chapter.
Young Yunru sat on the chair and quietly watched the little bad guy walking towards him while he was carrying a plastic bag in his hand, which should contain food if he wasn't wrong.
What are you doing here?
The pretty ripe rich woman flattened her mouth and hastily turned her head sideways to the side, pretending that she didn't care about it, but there was a hint of trembling between her words, which deeply betrayed her emotions at this moment, and even though she was already trying her best to control it, she still failed in the end.
Of course it's to deliver dinner to our family's rich auntie.
Yu Xiaocheng carried a plastic bag and strolled over to her, then lifted the bag in his hand and said gently, guess what I made for you?
No guesses. There's nothing to guess.
Young Yunru forced herself to control her emotions and replied coldly, I don't eat anyway. Yu Xiaocheng smiled slightly, took out the dishes from the bag and said, your favorite fish-flavored eggplant, as well as pot-boiled pork and local 3 fresh soup, and finally fried some small crispy meat for you, of course.
The fragrant rice is naturally indispensable.
Originally she had not eaten dinner. When looking at these fragrant dishes in front of her, the arrogant rich woman was instantly hungry, pursed her lips plump vermilion lips, exasperatedly said, take it away, I don't want to eat the food you cook. I didn't say it was made for you to eat either. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, I came to bring you food, but I didn't bring it for you to eat, but for you to watch me eat it. The words opened the insulated porridge bucket, from which a bowl of rice, followed by clamping the eggplant segments, slowly and leisurely into the mouth, and then raked a large mouthful of rice, while chewing, and said beautifully, TSK too delicious.
Oops. Pisses me off. This guy is just so bad.
Zhang Yanru was so infuriated by this maneuver of the little bad guy that her face turned red and she couldn't wait to hammer his dog's head, so she couldn't help but clench her fists and grit her teeth. You.
Xiao. Cheng. You don't bully people too much.
You don't want to eat it yourself, Yu Xiaocheng said lightly.
And then suddenly, at this point,
the rice bowl in his hand, along with a pair of chopsticks, was snatched away by the arrogant, ripe and beautiful rich woman. Looking at the rich aunties wolfing down her food, Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement, but he didn't say anything more and silently handed her a small soup spoon.
Eat slowly. Don't ever choke.
Yu Xiaocheng said gently. The rich woman snorted coldly and continued to eat her meal.
And Yu Xiaocheng just sat there, looking at the pretty mature Anne in front of him. What do you keep staring at me for?
When young Yunru noticed the little villain's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a ripple deep inside and muttered, is there a word on my face?
No word.
Yu Xiaocheng casually dealt with the sentence, pushed the small crispy meat in front of her, and lightly said, I made this small crispy meat myself, not those half-finished products outside, so try to see how it tastes. The rich woman picked up a strip of crispy pork and elegantly put it into her own mouth. Compared to those frozen semi-finished products, the small crispy pork made by Yu Xiaocheng was even more flaky and tender, silently nodded her head and murmured in reply, quite tasty, better than outside.
Why don't you eat?
Young Yunru suddenly asked him.
I ate.
Yu Xiaocheng laughed and said with a bad expression, just now, I simply wanted to piss you off.
Idiot. Be naughty again and I'll beat you.
The rich woman glared at him viciously and continued to eat her own meal, but compared to the party, the rice at this moment smelled even better. The two men did not say another word in the large office. The air was filled with silence, but there was not a trace of embarrassment. Any sound was contained in the silence of the moment. Regarding the incident in the afternoon, both Yu Xiaochang and Zhang Yanru didn't mention a word about it and seemed to have forgotten about it. I don't know how much time had passed, but the rich woman finished her meal, drew a paper napkin and wiped the grease stains at the corner of her mouth, while peeking at the little baddie who was cleaning up, and asked leisurely, "Did you come over here specifically just to bring me food?"
"No.
Later, I'll take you to a place," Yu Xiaochang said softly. Zhang Yanru was aroused, her eyebrows filled with anticipation, but not wanting to agree to him so quickly, she skimmed her mouth and faintly said, "Not going."
"The statement is not done yet. I'll do it. You rest."
After Yu Xiaochang finished cleaning up, she rushed at the pretty ripe rich woman.
Young Yanru frowned and looked at him with slight suspicion. "Would you? This statement is important."
"That's true. I can calculate the orbits of planets and also the ordering of cyclotron electrons through a pen." "Just a small statement," Yu Xiaochang said with a face full of disgust. "Isn't it a breeze?"
Be in a good mood.
It was loaded to the hilt by him. Zhang Yanru pouted her little mouth, and although it was a look of defiance, she honestly stood up and gave up her seat to him. Originally, the rich woman was still a bit skeptical and was ready to laugh at him, but then she saw the little bad guy skillfully pulling the form, not knowing that he was applying some kind of function formula, and instantly accomplished a large part of what he was working on.
Sculpture. The rich woman mentally muttered, then softly inquired, "How did you do that? You wouldn't? Isn't it just a matter of having hands?" Yu Xiaochang looked at her in confusion, like he was looking at a cutie.
You. The rich woman was so exasperated that she didn't know what to say, while the little badass across the room had already finished all the data matching.
"Finished?"
Young Yanru looked at him dumbfounded.
"Aha. Go."
Yu Xiaochang stood up and said with a smile, "It was supposed to be simple and easy." The rich woman rolled her eyes and eventually followed him.
"Where are you taking me?"
Zhang Yanru looked at the surrounding houses gradually thinning out and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "It seems like we're far from the center of the city." "Take you to the stars." Yu Xiaochang drove the car and replied softly, "I booked a caravan at the caravan camping base. The terrain over there is higher, it's the best stargazing spot in the area, and I also bought an astronomical telescope."
Young Yanru couldn't help but freeze and inquired curiously, "Why are you suddenly taking me to see the stars? Do you still remember what you said to me 7 or 8 years ago?"
Yu Xiaochang spoke gently. "You said you wanted to go look at the stars and asked me to accompany you when I grow up. Now, I've grown up. It's time to fulfill the promise I once made." Yu Xiaochang's words were like a beam of sunshine that shone into the depths of the rich woman's heart, both warm and that profound, not realizing that the thoughtless words of 7 or 8 years ago, he was actually able to remember them until now. Zhang Yanru sat in the co-pilot's seat, the corner of her eye sneaked a glance at him, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise a trace of arc. Intuition told her there was more to tonight than just stargazing. Little devil, be bold and confess to your aunt. Auntie is ready. End of chapter. Yu Xiaochang and Zhang Yanru came to the camping base without any problems, located on a flat land halfway up a mountain. Originally, the rich woman thought that not many people would come here to camp, but when they arrived here, they realized that there were loving couples all over the place. But it's not a problem, everyone stays near their own rented caravans, and there are simple fences that basically do not interfere with each other. Well, feels pretty good, doesn't it? Yu Xiaochang opened the door of the trailer caravan, although the space inside was not very big, but the basic facilities were still quite complete. There was a separate bath and toilet, and a small living room, as well as a bedroom with only a double bed and a TV set. Average. That's rather new. A rich woman's first time in a motorhome, even though it's a bit Spartan inside, can't help but be bursting with curiosity. It's all about getting a taste, staying once or twice and then not coming back unless there's a meteor shower. People will scramble to book the caravan. Yu Xiaochang turned on the faucet, then boiled a pot of hot water and said softly, "You sit here for a little while, I'll go to the car to move things." Zhang Yanru answered, continued to study the caravan, at the same time deep inside was aroused by the desire to buy. Think carefully. In the future to buy a caravan is quite good, free time can and little bad eggs to travel outside, want to go wherever you want to go. Think briefly and analyze calmly. The pretty ripe rich woman silently took out her cell phone and dialed the resentful old man who owned the RV, and in a moment's time the call was answered. "Dad, help me buy a caravan." Zhang Yanru got straight to the point and said seriously, "The more luxurious the better, help me look for it." At this time Zhang Xingwei is on the internet to study the fishing rod method. The results received a black heart leakage of the little cotton jacket's phone. There is not a hint of padding, up directly to the caravan. Zhang Xingwei are almost speechless. He does not want to buy for his daughter, but the thought of being the daughter of the wild man to enjoy the caravan, this heart is very blocked. "Is not that wild man let you buy?" Zhang Xingwei gritted his teeth and said, "Baby girl, we cannot listen to him and everything. I know you love him but sometimes you have to know how to refuse. It's me who wants it." Young Yanru replied leisurely, it has nothing to do with him. Seeing his daughter put words to this point, if you do not give your daughter to buy a caravan, I'm afraid that it is difficult to maintain the love between father and daughter, Zhang Xinghua sighed, helplessly said, bye, dad will contact people tomorrow, to give you to go to order one of the best imported C-class caravan, and in the meantime, let the manufacturer to help you to modify the good. Aha! I'll transfer the money to you later, young Yunru said softly. Hearing that his daughter wanted to give him money, Zhang Xinghua instantly became unhappy and said without a good mood, what are you talking about? Do you think dad doesn't have money? Or do you think dad is a stingy person? Zhang Yanru pouted her lips and muttered, you're the one who said you don't have much left and asked me to give you a way out. Me. Zhang Xinghua was dumbfounded and smiled awkwardly. Dad was in a bit of a hurry. Just then, Yu Xiaocheng is back. When the pretty rich woman saw him, she hurriedly said to her dad, okay. I won't talk to you anymore. Dad, you go to bed early. And by the way, tell my mom that my daughter misses her. Decisively, he hung up the phone. What are you talking about with my old brother? Yu Xiaocheng inquired curiously. The pretty rich woman frowned and replied faintly, tell him to buy me an RV. Ouch! You began to pit him again? As an outsider, Yu Xiaocheng was somewhat unable to bear it, and helplessly advised, I say great niece pit father did not have such a pit. On your such a pit method, even if he has a family fortune of 10,000 yuan, there will be a day to be pit finished. Auntie, I'm your aunt. Zhang Yanru growled in exasperation, if you dare to call me great niece again, I'll really get angry. After yelling at the little bad guy, the rich woman said with a dark face again, do you know about the Etienne Group? My dad is the chairman and president of the Etienne Group, a national outstanding entrepreneur, a provincial model worker, as well as many titles anyway. The words. Yu Xiaocheng then fell into deep thought, and after a long time he looked up at the pretty ripe rich woman and asked carefully, have you ever heard of the Gulf Stream? Young Yunru rolled her eyes and softly inquired, are you there to get the astronomical telescope? Aha! There are also some barbecue ingredients. Yu Xiaocheng replied, let's jerk off while looking at the stars. Got any wine? Richie asked seriously. I prepared a mention of beer, 500 milliliters totaling 6 cans. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, having barbecue meat definitely goes with beer, how is it? Satisfied? Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and said without a good mood, what's with the stinking show-off? Go set up the telescope, I want to look at the stars. Yes, sir. Yu Xiaocheng farted out, leaving Zhang Yanru alone in the caravan. Glancing at the time on her cell phone, the rich woman pursed her lips lightly and a faint trace of anticipation passed between her brows. Tonight's the night. It should be long, right? Little bad boy. Is that Jupiter? Utilizing the automatic star-chasing function of the astronomical telescope, Zhang Yanru managed to find Jupiter. At this moment, she was like a child who had just acquired a toy, and excitedly greeted Yu Xiaocheng at the side, wanting to share her fun with him. At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng was sitting on a recliner, sipping the tequinyan he brought from home, while looking at the playful and ripe rich woman who had developed a great interest in astronomy, and asked with a smile, would you like to take a look at the M42 Orion Great Nebula? Think. Come on, help me get it. Young Yunru nodded her head repeatedly, urging the little bad guy. After Yu Xiaocheng's operation, he succeeded in finding the M42 Orion Nebula. When the rich woman saw the beautiful nebula with her own eyes, she became very interested in the sky above her head for the first time, so the universe is so beautiful. So beautiful. Zhang Yanru returned to Yu Xiaocheng's side and sat on another recliner, sipping a beer as she inquired, what nebula did the little bad guy just have, about how far away is it from us? It's about 1,344 light years. Yu Xiaocheng replied. That is. The nebula we're seeing now, counting from the time it emits its light, the earliest it can meet us is 1,344 years? Young Yunru asked curiously. Aha! Yu Xiaocheng raised his head to look up at the night sky and muttered to himself, this is the universe, stars are glowing, nebulae are flowing, in the seemingly endless darkness lies the breathtaking beauty of mankind, even if mankind can never reach there, as long as the image exists there, it is enough for us to feel the beauty. No wonder. You called me before and told me that you wanted to enroll in the astrophysics department yourself. Young Yunru remembered a small episode she once had and said softly, now I finally understand. As the words fall, the rich woman looked at him and softly inquired, are you leaving soon, little bad boy? About 10 more days. Yu Xiaocheng knew exactly what she wanted to ask and turned his head to look at her, smiling, but it's not a complete departure, just like the sun and the moon, no matter how cloudy the sky is, they're always there, just like no matter what happens, I'll always be by your side. Interjection of wonder, shock or admiration. I was captured by the little bad boy's words of love. Caught off guard by the sweet words, like a dexterous hand, gently pinched that lonely heart, even the body is about to crisp. I don't believe it. Not for long. You'll definitely forget about me. Young Yunru looked at the night above her head and said languidly, forget all about it, as if it never existed. It's hard. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips and spoke seriously. You have to know that in quantum mechanics, there exists a very magical phenomenon, when two particles are coupled to each other after a short period of time, and then further apart, when one of the particles is disturbed will change. Speaking of which, there was a pause, and then continued, at the same time in this instant, another particle far away in space will also change, and by this theory it can be proved that I am not a solitary individual in the universe, for somewhere in the universe, under the theorem of all things, there will exist a heartbeat that resonates with me.
It's so, too romantic.
It was cloudy to hear, but his meaning was clear. Zhang Yanru guessed that tonight will be a romantic trip, but never thought that it is actually a cosmic level of romance, but the romance is romantic. The rich woman is still holding back the impulsive emotions inside, trying to calm herself down. After all, someone did not formally confess, and now everything is just sweet talk.
Man's mouth, lying ghost.
The rich woman turned her face away and coldly refuted, I don't believe it.
For a moment, a silent silence fell upon each other, though it was mixed with a hint of ambiguity.
Zhang Yanru several times sneaked a glance at him out of the corner of her eye, quietly looking at her best friend's son, thinking of his sweet words, thinking of his lean and sturdy body. Her inner longing was like a flood that washed over the corners of her body at every turn.
More skewers?
Yu Xiaocheng suddenly opened his mouth and asked.
Enough. Just ate quite a bit.
Young Yanru bit her lips lightly and silently stood up, coming to the binoculars and disliking the night sky above her head carelessly.
Little bad boy. What is our relationship now?
The rich woman snapped her head back and looked behind him, inquiring as thin as a mosquito.
Ha? Husband and wife?
Yu Xiaocheng replied carefully.
Zhang Yanru frowned,
extremely dissatisfied with this answer, and coldly asked again, what exactly is the relationship between me and you right now? You have to give me an answer. I need to hear the answer right now, to hear the one that's deep inside you.
The palace is being forced.
The rich woman eventually couldn't hold back, and she began to press the issue with someone.
This, probably inseparable?
Yu Xiaocheng replied cautiously.
Zhang Yanru didn't say anything and silently walked over to the little bad guy's side, reached out and grabbed him by the ear as she said angrily, just how long do you want to pull this? I just want an answer. Is it that difficult to get an answer?
Hiss.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Yu Xiaocheng cocked her head and pleaded in pain, let go.
Let go. It's going to fall. Say, what a relationship. Young Yanru loosened her hand and asked seriously.
Yu Xiaocheng rubbed her ears while looking at the raging rich ant, silently walked to that astronomical telescope, and after adjusting the angle and lens distance, she looked at the sober moon and softly said, actually, I'm not avoiding it, but it's because if you want to be in a relationship with a scientist, you're going to lose a lot of things.
But I have fallen.
Young Yanru flattened her mouth and murmured in reply, little bad guy, I have completely fallen. You have stolen my shadow. No matter where you are, I will always follow you. Since you've read The Man Who Stole Shadows, then you should have also read a line in it. The saddest thing in this world is probably the fact that you're with me while you seem so lonely.
Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly. Suddenly,
the pretty ripe rich woman's heart released, so he was struggling with this.
Little twerp. No. Big dummy. I don't care.
Zhang Yanru walked over to the little baddie's side, looked up at the shared night sky, and whispered, I only need you to be enough.
As the words fall, impatiently, he pursued, hey, almost there? Hurry up and give me the answer.
Yu Xiaocheng didn't say anything, but grabbed the rich woman's wrist and dragged her to the telescope's heel, saying, come and take a look.
Hey, what time is it?
An angry grumble escaped his lips, but he couldn't help but look at it.
Expecting some splendid nebula, it turned out to be the ordinary moon, and instantly the rich woman, greatly disappointed, puffed out, just let me see this? Here's a knowledge.
From the moment the moon appeared, it was already locked by the earth, so its side is always facing the earth.
Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, in astronomy it's called tidal locking, and I'm just as firmly locked in as the moon.
Zhang Yanru raised her head and stared straight at him, pursing her lips slightly and asking in a small voice, make it clear.
That is.
Yu Xiaocheng just opened his mouth, suddenly his cell phone rang, and the caller was none other than Xu Feng.
Your BFF. Hang her up for me. Oh.
Yu Xiaocheng hung up directly.
Immediately following, the phone's ringing again. Still hanging? Hang. Hanging up on my own mom for the second time. Then a third caller. Give me the cell phone.
Yu Xiaocheng silently handed over his cell phone and saw the rich woman turn it off.
You may speak.
Young Yanru handed the phone back to the little bad guy, her sharp gaze pushing right into the depths of his soul.
Actually it is.
Yu Xiaocheng had just opened his mouth when the rich woman's cell phone rang. Looking at her best friend's incoming call, Zhang Yanru hesitated for a long time and silently pressed the speakerphone.
Ru, do you know where my son is?
The brat hung up on me and now he's turned his cell phone off. Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly, looked at the little bad guy in front of her, and replied softly, I don't know where he is, I guess he's staying with a certain woman. Sis, you don't care about it, the son is just not in the right place when he's older.
Hey,
a child is too old for his mother. Xu Feng sighed deeply and spoke bitterly to herself.
Aha, that. Sis, I've got a few things to do, so I'll call you back later. Go ahead.
After hanging up the call, Young Yunru turned her face away and whispered, "You can say it now." Yu Xiaocheng adjusted her mind, pulled her emotions back to their optimal value, and said gently, "Originally, I had always thought that this might be an illusion. How can anyone whose heart is moved by the first glance exist? But now I realize that there really is." Yu Xiaocheng paused and said fondly, "Because the person whose heart is moved at the first glance, no matter how much time has passed in between, as long as they meet they will still be moved." Shasta. Young Yunru's heart began to accelerate dramatically, the surging emotions forcing the breathing to become ragged, and even though someone didn't give a direct answer, the words were enough. "So, do you want to fall in love with your aunt?" End of chapter. Thank you all for your support along the way. It will be on the shelves at 2400 hours, no surprise. There will be 3 chapters posted in the early hours of the morning, then 2 more during the day for a total of 15,000 words. I hope you guys can help give a subscription. Handsome is here to kowtow to all of you and pucker his ass by the way. Ors. Another thing is the update plan. 6,000 words per day, 2 chapters, guaranteed after it hits the shelves, plus more is another story. As for the schedule of extra shifts, every 100 monthly votes plus 1 chapter, 10,000 rewards plus 1 chapter, allies plus 12 chapters. Currently over 400 monthly votes, I don't think it will reach 500, so I'll add 4 more chapters. Monthly votes plus 4. Finally, thank you to all of you who have stayed with us this far. Kneel in thanks. End of chapter. At this moment, the rich aunt, that cold and charming cheeks have long been a scarlet red. This is probably the most humiliating moment in her life. Before she proposed to get a marriage license, and now she proposed to fall in love with the little baddie, not only forcing marriage on him, but also forcing him to love himself. But then again there was really no way around it. If not, the little bad guy would probably back off, and instead of engaging in a tug-of-war with him again, why not? Why don't you take the initiative yourself and put him hard in your pocket? Hello? Why don't you say something? Zhang Yanru saw the little bad guy did not respond, turned his head to look straight at the little man in front of him, saw his eyes somewhat evasive, instantly anxious to take a small step forward, exasperated. "You better give me a promise, or else I'll. No, don't take this the wrong way." Yu Xiaocheng laughed and said seriously, "I was just overly surprised for the moment and haven't come back to my senses." "What about now?" Young Yunru pursed her lips and gulped as she inquired, "Is it considered sober now?" "Sober." Yu Xiaocheng put away her smile, revealing a serious and grave look, and said to the rich woman in front of her, "You have to think about it. Once you make this decision, it's a decision that you can never turn back from. The relationship between you and my mom, the relationship between your dad and I, the relationship between us, will be endlessly tested. Are you sure you're really going to do this?" The pretty ripe rich woman rolled her eyes, pouted her plump vermilion lips, and said in a good-natured manner, "Do I have a way back? All my paths are blocked now, only you are left. If you don't want me, then auntie will have no way out. But this is my highway." "Ah, highways prohibit tractors," Yu Xiaocheng replied with an aggrieved face. The words. Yu Xiaocheng then regretted it, and saw the rich woman carrying an expensive astronomical telescope, ready to smash it over. No. Bought for tens of thousands of dollars. Yu Xiaocheng, full of nervousness, stopped the rich woman spreading, carefully put the binoculars back in their original position, and then the next second, Shai's little iron fist fell on her body like rain, and this time it was no longer playful like earlier, but for real. "Stinking man. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Beat you to death." Zhang Yanru storm hammered this damn stinking man, but considering someone's thick skin, the anxious rich woman grabbed one of his arms, a bite and bit down, instantly hurting Yu Xiaocheng to show his teeth and all sorts of crying. After making a scene and talking, the rich woman suddenly dove headfirst into Yu Xiaocheng's strong and sturdy arms, and compared to the shame-filled emotions before, at this moment, there was only sinking love and uncontrollable attachment. Snuggled tightly in the arms of her best friend's son, Zhang Yanru raised her own head, eyes staring blankly at the small man near at hand. That handsome appearance reveals a little untamed. Gradually eyes began to become confused. "Little bad boy. Auntie really fell in love with you." Zhang Yanru murmured, "I don't know when I fell in love with you. By the time I realized it, You've already stayed in my heart for a long time, so long that you can't be waved away. Actually, I know. Auntie is not the right match for you. After all, I am so much older than you." The rich woman lay on top of her little man and muttered softly, "But I just can't help myself from thinking about you." Speaking, Richie quietly wrapped her arms around his waist, trying to press herself a little tighter against him. "Don't say that." Yu Xiaocheng similarly tightened his arms around this buoyant and delicate body in his arms, sniffing the fragrance wafting from the rich woman's hair, and replied earnestly, "In the vast space and infinite time, it is the greatest fortune of my life to be able to share a planet in the same period of time with you." Ouch! The romance of the scientist. The first time you hear it, you don't know the meaning of the words, but when you hear it again, you are already in the words. The rich woman resisted before, afraid that the words and the sweet talk would make her lose control and become irrational, but now, she took it as it came, and even wanted more. "Little bad boy, have you honestly told me whether or not you've looked for a woman or not?" Young Yunru murmured and asked, Why do you talk so much about love?" "Love talk?"
Sorry, never. Yu Xiaocheng replied in a serious manner, I only speak from the heart. Nasty. Zhang Yanru gently pinched the flesh of his waist, then gently said, but auntie quite likes to hear it, in the future. In the future, you need to say more of these kinds of things to auntie. TSK, TSK, TSK. My rich aunt is a charming little leprechaun when she's in the mood. Yu Xiaocheng answered and continued to embrace this full and delicate body. Suddenly remembering something, he said bitterly, can you help me set your best friend straight? It feels like she's probably already going to explode with anger after all the fuss tonight, and I might not be able to go back. Pretty good. Move directly to my house. Young Yunru said softly. Ha? Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly let go of the rich aunt in her arms, looked at her in horror, and said without a trace of anger, you're expecting me to break off the mother-child relationship with your best friend, aren't you? Zhang Yanru blinked, a slight hint of mischief on her happy face as she replied, what else? If you don't sever the mother-child relationship with her, how can I be with you openly in the future, and since she's so disappointed in you, why don't you just stop going home and move over to live with auntie? Ouch. Mom. That's your bestie. Yu Xiaocheng was almost speechless, wanting to say something but not knowing how to open his mouth. He helplessly said, stop it. It's my own mom after all. Idiot. I'm kidding you. Zhang Yanru raised her hand and poked her little man's forehead, saying angrily, listen carefully. No matter what the relationship is like in the future, I will always be your aunt. Row. I know. Baby auntie. Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly, hurry up and help me figure out how I'm going to get home tomorrow. How you went back before, how you'll go back after, anyway, your mom. Your mom suspects that you've been adopted by a rich woman, so just sit on this matter. Zhang Yanru did not drill Yu Xiaocheng's arms again, but used up that astronomical telescope, while looking at the stars, while softly tweaking, in fact, your mom didn't guess wrongly, only that the rich woman is me. Yu Xiaocheng momentarily speechless, but think carefully also has a few points of truth, just simply so, as long as not be found by the mother of the rich woman is her best friend on the line. Come to think of it. Yu Xiaocheng thought about the truth of the matter after the mother learned, she will be what kind of reaction, according to the mother's temperament she certainly will not give up, then it will be a world war, the two sisters fight each other. That picture of that scene, think of it all a little creepy. Wait a minute. In addition to my mom, there's my brother who's in the dark. If he knew I was his son-in-law. If he knew I was his son-in-law, would he vomit blood? Oops. My head hurts. Why does it feel like the world is full of crises? Ouch. Little bad boy. I saw a shooting star. Young Yunru shouted excitedly. Then make a quick wish. Yu Xiaocheng said casually. Auntie Fortune hurriedly made a wish, then looked back at him with a hint of a smile in her eyes. Promised what? Yu Xiaocheng inquired curiously. It doesn't work if you say it out loud. Young Yunru pursed her lips and replied leisurely, it has something to do with us. Yu Xiaocheng was also too lazy to think about this in detail. After all, how to deal with a world full of malice is the most important thing at the moment. As for other things, for the time being, it could be put on hold. I'm going to take a shower first then. Yu Xiaocheng went into the cramped bathroom, leaving Auntie Rich to stay in the RV's living room. Seeing the little bad guy left, Zhang Yanru hurried to the bedroom, took out her own cell phone, immediately dialed her best friend's phone, piece of Su. Chu Feng then connected. Sis, I'm in love. Young Yunru said urgently. Chu Feng on the other end of the phone smiled slightly. She hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, and said softly, just ask your sister if she's awesome. After chatting with your little man in the afternoon, you fell in love in the evening, which shows that sister is still too timing. Aha. Zhang Yanru mumbled in response, lightly biting her own vermilion lips and squeaking, sister really thank you so much, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have to end up alone. That's not so bad. With no care on her lips and quite pleased in her heart, Chu Feng said smilingly, in the future, if you and your little man have any conflicts, just come to sister to help you out. Affirmation. After all, you're my little man's real mom. Zhang Yanru whispered, got it sis. In the time that followed, the sisters chatted about family matters, and as they chatted, the topic naturally came to Yu Xiaocheng. Speaking of this debt collector, Chu Feng's heart is a burst of anger, annoyed and angry. The more I think about it the more angry I am. I don't know which vixen's body the soul is in, not going home every 3 days, in the eyes of the completely know me as a mother. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, the word vixen sounded a bit harsh, but she didn't dare to refute it and said, sister don't get entangled again, and then how can you say your own daughter-in-law like that? People will be uncomfortable when they hear it in their hearts. It's okay. It's just the two of us, no one else can hear. Chu Feng said uncaringly. Heard that. Hear it loud and clear. You called me a vixen. Young Yunru grabbed a pillow and hugged it in her arms, muttering in a thin voice, it's not good to talk about this behind other people's backs. Which faction are you really from? Why do I get the feeling that you're speaking for someone else? Chu Feng asked suspiciously. I'm on your side of course. Zhang Yanru was filled with embarrassment and stammered, sis you're so paranoid of being victimized now that you're starting to doubt even your own closest sister. Chu Feng frowned and said seriously, Ru, you have a problem. End of chapter.
Zhang Yanru instantly froze in fear, a wave of trepidation ran straight to the sky, and her eyes revealed a hint of fear, as well as an expression of being caught off guard. It's over. It's over. It's not going to be pulled out just like that, is it? Forcing back the panic deep within her heart, young Yanru tried to control the rhythm of her breathing and inquired with feigned calmness. What's wrong with me, sis? Because you've been helping others speak. Chu Feng said seriously, and not only have you been helping that woman speak, you've also been helping Cheng Cheng speak, so you must know about Cheng Cheng and who Cheng is getting it on with. Sis shouldn't have guessed, right? Hear this. Zhang Yanru's hanging heart, finally put into the stomach, lightly biting his lips, murmured, Sister, I do know your son and who is engaged, but I cannot tell you, because I promised Xiao Cheng that I wouldn't tell anyone about his girlfriend, so I just kept it to myself. Ouch. You heartless little ninny, sis loved you so much for nothing. Chu Feng was angry, furious and helpless, and said bitterly, such an important matter has actually been kept from me. I can't help it. If you find out, Xiao Cheng will definitely come to me, he will definitely think that I leaked it to you. Zhang Yanru leisurely said, Sis, stop obsessing about your future daughter-in-law. I'll tell you this, your future daughter-in-law is a perfect woman, gentle and virtuous yet decent and generous, you could say she's a lady of the house. When Zhang Yanru said this, a touch of shameful scarlet climbed up her cheeks, and secretly muttered in her heart, would it be a bit shameless of me to say this? How does it feel like the king's wife is selling herself? The big girl? Are you saying that Cheng Cheng's girlfriend is the daughter of a big family? Chu Feng asked curiously. Aha. Her dad is an entrepreneur, her mom is a leader in the city, and she is a returnee who came from studying abroad. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and continued to say at her best friend, Sis, on such a family situation, do you still have any dissatisfaction? Hiss. If this were the case, I really can't find a place to pick a fight, but it's a little unreal. Chu Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air, vaguely feeling a hint of uneasiness in her heart, and carefully asked, Ru, is that girl isn't she missing an arm or a leg? Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and almost didn't die from her best friend's anger, muttering, how could she be missing an arm or a leg? She's a very normal woman, it's just that she's a bit old. A little big? It's not supposed to be bigger than even me, is it? Chu Feng asked cautiously. Not so much. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and replied softly, almost as big as me. Oh, rather acceptable. Chu Feng muttered. Sis? What do you mean by that? Why does it feel a bit forced? Are you playing on the theme? Deliberately pointing at me? The suffocated Zhang Yanru found a breakthrough and launched a verbal attack on her bestie, a series of questions that confused Chu Feng. At this time Chu Feng's mind buzzing, but she also realized that just now the words have a problem, said awkwardly, don't misunderstand, sis, is not this meaning, I mean, anyway, Egu, sis, give you an apology, okay? Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and said softly, sis, in short, that woman is very good, surely she is the standard of your daughter-in-law in your mind, so don't get entangled in the future, and don't bother with Xiaoqing anymore, in case you bother with your daughter-in-law and run away. Row. I listened to you is not well. Chu Feng paused, and discreetly inquired, Xiaorua's sister still have some doubts, that woman is not infertile, ah? How come all these questions have such strange angles? First, she was missing an arm and a leg, then she was infertile, so she didn't want to wish for something good, she just wanted to think of some human tragedy. Zhang Yanru replied seriously, definitely fertile, and in with a pretty big ass, in your words it's sun material. The parents are old bosses and big officials, and he himself is a returnee who studied abroad, and he can also give birth to a son. Chu Feng muttered in detail, suddenly exclaimed in shock and exasperation, this brat wouldn't be a backwards door, right? Zhang Yanru froze and hurriedly spoke, sister. Sis. Don't get excited. Don't get excited first, Xiaoqing is not a backstabber, he's not a backstabber, he's really not a backstabber. Saying important things 3 times, when finished saying them 3 times, Chu Feng's emotion stabilized. No? Then why are you screwing my son? Chu Feng asked suspiciously, what does she want with my son? Ha? This. Probably figure it's fresh and watery. Yang Yanru replied in a small voice. Chu Feng was dumbfounded, embarrassed with a hint of helplessness, not expecting to be revolted by her own words, and flattened her mouth. Asked, are you familiar with Cheng Cheng's girlfriend? Not very familiar. Just a nodding acquaintance. Zhang Yanru said softly, sis, I know what you're thinking, you want me to ask her out so you can meet her, but I promised Xiao Cheng. So you should stop forcing yourself. Chu Feng sighed and said in a serious tone, Xiaoru, help me properly supervise Cheng Cheng, and keep an eye on that woman as well, don't let Cheng Cheng be bullied. Sis, don't worry about that. I am not going to let anyone bully my great-nephew. Yang Yanru replied seriously. Then the sisters did not chat for a few sentences, and then hurriedly hung up the phone. The pretty rich woman sat on the bed, deeply breathed out, her eyebrows are full of helplessness and shame. This pit is digging bigger and bigger, digging deeper and deeper. One day I will also fall in. I do not know that when the girlfriend learns the truth, what will happen to her? At this point, Yu Xiaocheng, who had finished showering, burst into the bedroom wearing a pair of big pants that were too shaky. Seeing the little bad guy's fine and strong body, the pretty ripe rich woman blushed, the original shame towards her bosom friend was replaced by intense shame, hastily averted her head and said angrily, "Shame on you, hurry up and put on my clothes and pants.
What to wear when you're sleeping?" Yu Xiaocheng laid down on the bed, looked at her rich aunt sitting on the edge of the bed, and asked, "Were you just talking to my mom on the phone?" "Aha."
Zhang Yanru answered and replied softly, "Her side has already communicated, you can safely go home tomorrow. Of course it's fine if you don't want to go back, stay at Auntie's house."
"No. It should be our own home. As things stand. Wanting me to move in for a long period of time, I'm afraid your best friend will have a problem with it."
Yu Xiaocheng said with a slight thought, "But it's not without a solution. I'm going to study for my doctorate in the middle of this month, so I can use living in school as an excuse to move in with you." Hearing these words from the little bad guy, young Yanru suddenly came into the spirit and hurriedly said, Right.
You can use living in the school as an excuse to move in."
At this point in time, the pretty ripe rich woman has begun to fantasize about living together.
That said, you can go take a shower. Yu Xiaocheng glanced at the time and said softly, "It's almost midnight."
The rich woman nodded, stood up and walked out of the bedroom. After pretty auntie left, Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly sat up from the bed, climbed to the edge of the bed and fished out a pair of black stockings from her bag, her face full of anticipation. Young Yanru finished her shower, wearing the disposable robe provided by the camp, and of course bra and panties underneath. She gently pushed open the bedroom door and noticed the little bad boy burrowed under the covers, as if he was already asleep. Lifting a corner of the futon, the floating body wrapped in the robe lay in, and then sat on the head of the bed, looking sideways at the little bad guy beside him, looking at that handsome face, a strong happiness wrapped around the whole body, even spreading to every corner of the body. In love. Still in love with him. Thinking about what happened tonight, the rich woman's cheeks instantly colored red. Despite some twists and turns in the process, the result was perfect. In short, the little bad guy beside me was taken down by himself, and from now on, only I can have him all to myself.
But what about Sister Fong Fong?
The rich woman who fantasized about a beautiful love, suddenly associated with their girlfriends, a moment of some worry. Keep cheating is not a long-term solution, but also afraid that she knows the truth, girlfriends will be directly broken. And then there's Dad.
His problem is even more serious than Fong Fong's.
Before he even met his son-in-law, he started to hate him, and once he found out that his son-in-law was Yu Xiaocheng, he couldn't even think about it.
I can't even think of that picture.
Hey, behind the sweet love is all the pain. But it's no one's fault, after all, it's the choice he made. It's him he couldn't help falling in love with.
Let it be. Take one step at a time.
Young Yanru put the worries of the moment behind her, then her body slowly moved over, carefully sticking to him, and when the rich woman found the right position, she drilled and arched in her little man's arms.
But that alone couldn't satisfy Auntie Rich's craving.
She quietly reached out and gently stroked the fine chest while greedily sniffing the male scent.
It's so nice and cozy.
Young Yanru closed her eyes and snuggled into her man's arms with a face full of happiness. Sure, the reason why the rich woman was so active at the moment was all due to the fact that someone was asleep. If she were in a sober state, she certainly wouldn't have acted like a deep-rooted winner.
Baby Auntie.
When she was caught off guard, a voice rang in her ears, frightening the pretty mature rich woman into shivering. Zhang Yanru raised her head and looked at him with a face full of horror, each other's eyes focusing together at that moment. Gradually,
a hint of ambiguity filled the air. It's over. It's over.
I'm surprised he caught me.
Turns out he wasn't sleeping at all.
Young Yanru was angry, furious, and ashamed. Even though the two of them had become an official couple, it was more or less a bit unreserved for her to start barreling into his arms after only a short time had passed.
Okay, Auntie baby, I get it.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled faintly and suddenly fished out a pair of unopened stockings and stuffed them into the rich woman's hands.
Whole lot of excitement.
End of chapter. The rich woman, who was already ashamed and impatient, saw the black stockings that the little villain stuffed to herself. Instantly the scarlet face began to burn, and her mesmerized eyes gradually filled with misty flowers. At this moment, her mind was full of wanting to escape from here.
Baby Auntie,
I've wanted to see you in stockings for a long time, so why don't we just tonight?
Satisfy it tonight?
Yu Xiaocheng gently hugged the voluptuous mature woman in his arms, sniffing the faint smell of shower gel on her body. Although the thick disposable robe was a bit of a hindrance, but still able to feel the bumpy torso, it was hard to imagine, when ripped off this robe, will be how gorgeous and colorful.
No, just don't want to wear it for you.
Zhang Yanru buried her head deeply into his arms, like a frightened ostrich, biting her lips tightly and squeaking, "You little villain, I haven't looked for you to settle the score, actually deliberately pretending to be asleep to trick me. Hurry up and roll. Go to the living room to sleep. Don't want to share the bed with you." The words. The rich woman began to struggle, wanting to break free from someone's bondage, but Yu Xiaocheng would not give her such an opportunity. The more she struggled, the tighter she held. The more she struggled, the tighter her hold became, and she wanted to melt into each other. Gradually, the rich woman lost her resistance, realizing that she couldn't escape this way, but instead fell deeper and deeper into the trap. What to do? The little pervert is determined to humiliate me. Zhang Yanru raised her head and looked straight at him, looking at the smelly man with a bad smile on his face. Hesitating for a few moments, she said delicately, "Little bad guy, let go of Auntie, okay? Auntie just finished her bath, her body still smells good. You hold Auntie like this, it's easy to hold Auntie out of sweat, by then Auntie won't smell good anymore." Saying that, reaching out and gently poking Yu Xiaocheng's face, she continued daintily, "Come closer and smell if Auntie smells good." Ouch! This god can't be stopped even if he comes. Yu Xiaocheng thought he had good stamina, but as a result, he never expected to fall in this way, falling into the tenderness of his aunt. Dutifully got close enough to smell it and was instantly refreshed. Felt like I was going to fly. Well, does Auntie smell good? Young Yunru bit her lips, that pouty look was to die for, and spoke softly, "Did you like Auntie a little bit more?" Aha! Yu Xiaocheng, who was on top, nodded his head and responded in a muddled manner. Then you quickly let go of Auntie and go sleep in the living room at night, okay? Zhang Yanru came to the little bad guy's ear and pouted daintily, "As long as you can be good and obedient, Auntie will give you a reward for your favorite thing." Good. Yu Xiaocheng seemed to be under some kind of spell, obediently let go of the ripe rich woman in his arms, and walked out on his ass. The rich woman looked at him nervously, fearing that the little villain would come to his senses in the middle of the day, but fortunately the accident didn't happen. After seeing him leave the bedroom, the rich woman made a split-second decision and unlocked the door with one hand. Zhang Yanru stood in the doorway, her back pressed tightly against the doorframe, panting heavily, despite the thrill, but accidentally discovered the weakness of the little bad guy. It turned out that he couldn't resist pampering, but at the same time there was some concern that if it was another woman who was pampering him, with his stamina, fear is not directly fell. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden sharp knock on the door behind him. "Open the door. You liar. I didn't expect you to be such a woman, deceiving even innocent little virgins." Yu Xiaocheng outside the door was furious and shouted through gritted teeth. The pretty mature rich woman pursed her lips, that cold charming and delicate red face revealed a hint of bad intention, muttering in a small voice, "Little bad egg, Auntie will give you a lesson today. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she will lie and cheat. You must remember tonight's lesson. Good night, Auntie's cutie." The rich woman burrowed back under the covers and left her little man outside. At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng was devastated, having been a man for 2 lifetimes. I was actually set up by a rich woman, of course. There are a lot of reasons are their own problems, they are blamed on their own lust to the mind, but then again, at the same time also proved one thing, the bedroom is not ordinary rich woman, but a big demon that can seduce the soul. Subdue monsters. The work is still quite challenging. Just then, Yu Xiaocheng's cell phone suddenly rang, and picked it up to see the WeChat friend ad notification. When was it deleted? Yu Xiaocheng was full of confusion, but confused as he was, he ended up turning the rich woman down. Meanwhile, young Yunru, who was lying under the covers, realized that the little villain outside the door had rejected her friend request, and was furious for a moment, but considering that she had rejected him as well, she lost her temper in an instant. "Hey, he must have been sent down from heaven to torment me." The pretty ripe rich woman sighed, lifted the bedding from her body, and sauntered over to the door, opening it gently to find that he was not in the living room of the caravan, though the door was ajar. Upon stepping out of the RV, she saw the clothed little badass standing a short distance away, alone, looking at the stars in the night, and the rich woman quietly stepped forward and hugged him gently from behind, her buoyant, nubile body pressed against his back. "Little bad boy. Let's make up," young Yunru said. "We haven't even argued, how come we have to make up?" Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, alright. It's quite cold outside, so hurry back. Then you're coming back with me." The pretty ripe rich woman beamed and whispered, "Back under the covers. By the way, you add me back, besides, no making me wear any black silk." Eventually, under Zhang Yanru's cajoling and coaxing, Yu Xiaocheng was obediently brought back to the nest. After the hectic work during the day, as well as all the tossing and turning at night, both of them were a bit tired, and unconsciously went to dreamland. When it was time to leave this RV campground, it was late in the afternoon. Yu Xiaocheng was driving the rich woman's Porsche in the direction of her home with her charming and pretty ripe aunt in tow. "Will there be any problems if you don't go to the office for a whole day?" Yu Xiaocheng asked. "It's okay. I've already spoken to the management," the rich woman replied leisurely while playing with her cell phone. "Besides, I'm the boss of the company. I can go if I want to, and I can't if I don't want to, so who's in a position to tell me what to do?" "Rather." Yu Xiaocheng smiled, then said, "I'll make you whatever you want to eat tonight. Love everything you make." The rich woman put down her cell phone, looked at the little man beside her, who was also her legally recognized husband, and said gently, "Don't go back tonight, little bad boy, okay? Don't. If you don't go home tonight, I'm afraid your best friend will explode in place." Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly. "Oh," the rich woman answered, her heart in her mouth. Along the way the two chatted about all sorts of things, but most of it was the rich woman's curiosity about the little badass, especially when Yu Xiaocheng was recounting all the tough deeds she had done when she was in college, which made the rich woman want to listen. "Little badass? Are the high school seniors good, or are you better than them?" Richie asked curiously. This, Yu Xiaocheng replied bitterly, I didn't take the college entrance exam, I was directly guaranteed. When I got the second place in the national high school physics competition, I was directly guaranteed into a famous school, but in college we had two top students in our class, but both of them were at the bottom of the class, which was actually quite unfair. They were balanced, while we specialized in one.
Then why didn't you enter the contest afterward? The rich woman was full of doubts. By the time you get to college,
the ranking of the competition is of little use. Even if you get the first place in an international competition, it's not as good as a first work of a top journal article.
Yu Xiaocheng explained, academic research wants the article, the impact factor, and the number of citations, not those vain competition rankings.
Although listening to the clouds, the rich woman felt that her man was so powerful, with a slight hint of admiration in her eyes, looking at the dangling, bad, colorful and perverted, but did not expect to have so many legendary experiences. The two returned home, almost the point of time to cook. Yu Xiaocheng went into the kitchen, less than half an hour simple 4 dishes plus a soup is ready. He was about to sit down to dinner when suddenly a doorbell rang. You go see who's here. The rich woman took her chopsticks, picked up a shrimp and brought it to her mouth, and said in a light sticky voice. Yu Xiaocheng came to the door of the house and looked outside through the cat's eye. The next second the whole person froze. The doorway was actually old brother and his wife. It's over. It's your parents. Carrying her own shoes, Yu Xiaocheng flustered back to the rich woman and said nervously. Zhang Yanru also surprised, did not expect parents will suddenly come to check, if only mom that is not a problem, the problem is that dad also came.
Go hide in the closet in my room.
Remember never, ever come out although you and my dad are as close as brothers, it doesn't stop him from hating your guts. The rich woman tugged the little bad boy into her bedroom and then returned to the living room to remove all the dishes. Zhang Yanru gently opened the door to the house, saw her dad and mom at the door, pretended to be surprised and asked, Dad, Mom, why are you here?
We passed by. Stopped by to see you.
Zhang Xingwa said smilingly, and then saw the meal on the table and was surprised. Egu,
today is cooking by yourself?
Young Yanru nodded her head and said softly, I'm just done.
Coincidence. Your mom and I happen to have not eaten, so let's try our daughter's cooking.
Zhang Xingwa said with an expectant face, it's been a while since I've eaten my daughter's cooking.
There's no stopping it now.
Zhang Yanru watched blearily as her dad changed into his slippers, walked in graciously, and sat his butt down at the dining table. Xu Chunyan saw a hint of what was going on and hurriedly dragged her daughter to the side, asking in a low voice, where is he? Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, a touch of bitterness hanging at the corner of her mouth.
Clothes. In the closet. End of chapter.
Hearing her future son-in-law hiding in the closet, Xu Chunyan was helpless and amused.
Mom,
after dinner you and dad hurry up and leave. Zhang Yanru pouted her lips and said with a heartbroken expression, I'm afraid he'll be suffocated inside.
Xu Chunyan nodded and said softly, wait, we'll leave right away. You find some time to go in and comfort him. Think about it also quite aggrieved own cooking not only can't eat, but also be stuffed into the closet. Young Yanru didn't say much either. Right now she just wanted her parents to leave quickly and get her little man out. What are you two talking about?
Zhang Xingwa sat at the dining table, looking at the mother and daughter whispering there, and said helplessly, alright,
hurry over and eat.
Xu Chunyan turned around and glared viciously at him, saying in a bad mood, you're the only one who has a lot on your plate.
Subsequently,
the family then sat down to a delicious meal. Knowing the mother and daughter did not say much, silent eating dishes, while Zhang Xingwa ate while slightly thinking, feel this flavor a bit of deja vu. How a little bit like Xiao Cheng's oldest brother's cooking. He made out of the dishes are on the sweet side, on today's 4 dishes each dish is a little sweet. You eat as you eat, what's with the slurping? Xu Chunyan frowned and said in disgust, eat properly.
It's annoying. No. I feel like these 4 dishes today. The flavor is a bit strange.
Zhang Xingwa looked up at his daughter and inquired with a puzzled face, baby girl did you really make this yourself? How come the flavor isn't quite the same as what you used to make? Zhang Yanru froze, she didn't expect her dad to be able to find out such a detail, she couldn't help but squeak and reply, the last time you ate a meal I made was last time, how long has this been going on? I've long since progressed in my cooking skills.
No, this is not the same thing as culinary progress.
Zhang Xingwa shook his head and said seriously, the flavors of the meals you made are all light, while these 4 dishes today are all thick oil and sauce style without exception, with a sweetness that is unique to the local cuisine, rather like the style of Jiangnan cuisine.
Ouch. Dad, do you think the watch is too much? Or did your daughter not screw you hard enough?
Young Yanru was about to go crazy, she really didn't know how to explain, for fear of not explaining well. Every word would become a trace that the other party could seek out.
You talk a lot. Still let people eat?
Xu Chunyan came out in time to help her daughter out, glaring at her nosy husband beside her, and exasperatedly said, hurry up and shut up, go home right after dinner, just have a meal, all sorts of questions about things. Do you think this is your company? Zhang Xingwa smiled awkwardly and continued to eat the food on the table, but it didn't take long.
Still couldn't help but mention it. Like Ching did.
His style of cooking is thick oil and sauce, and the flavors are all on the sweet side.
Zhang Xingwa said.
Zhang Yanru also did not spoil, exasperated, said, Dad, if you say so, then the watch in your safe to be less apiece. I worked hard to do the meal. You ate a few bites into someone else to do, line. That bite is $500,000, you just ate 7 or 8 bites. Finally my daughter will give you a discount and another piece of Patek Philippe.
No. I'm just saying like not that just he did it. Zhang Xinghua explained bitterly.
Humph. Zhang Yanru blanked her eyes and said leisurely, eat properly.
Stop talking.
In the time that followed, the family returned to the harmonious picture of being happy, but each not speaking.
Finished.
The pretty ripe rich woman finished her meal quickly, put down her dishes and then got up, murmuring, I'm going to go down to my room and organize my things.
Aha. Go. Chu Chunyan nodded repeatedly and said meaningfully, organize it properly.
Zhang Yanru hurriedly returned to his room, gently unlocked the door, quickly walked to the closet, opened one of the cabinet doors, and saw his little bad guy crouching in the corner, covered by hanging up clothes. Skimming those clothes it was realized that he was asleep.
For a moment,
Richie was about to be heartbroken, and gently nudged him. Yu Xiaocheng, who was pushed awake, opened his eyes and saw Auntie Richie standing right in front of him, and just wanted to open his mouth.
It was covered by a jade hand. Shoo, my parents haven't left yet.
Zhang Yanru dragged Yu Xiaocheng out and pulled him to sit on the edge of the bed. Looking at his muddled appearance, her heart also felt a little bad. Obviously outside is his old husband and mother-in-law, but for some reason, cannot appear as a son-in-law. Then again, why wouldn't she be, obviously the little badass's girlfriend and legally recognized wife, but only able to stand in front of the as her bestie. The rich woman flattened her mouth, her body involuntarily passed, snuggled tightly in his arms, feeling the firm chest and warm embrace. The pretty rich woman's thoughts are also flooded with them, and said softly, I don't know when it's the end of the day.
Yu Xiaocheng smoothly wrapped his arm around the rich woman's waist and leisurely replied, the car will be able to get to the mountain, don't panic, it's one day at a time. The words, moving to the rich woman's ear, she said idly, I've been locked in the closet with you, shouldn't you give me some compensation? What kind of compensation do you want?
Young Yunru glanced at the little sex maniac with a face full of bad intentions, feeling both shame and a hint of anticipation, and murmured, I won't agree to anything too much.
Not too much. Easy for you. Yu Xiaocheng came to the rich woman's ear and spoke quietly and silently, and then Zhang Yanru's cheeks were instantly dyed red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were even trembling slightly, and her breathing was a bit rapid. Die. Dancing in stockings thanks to you being able to think of it.
Zhang Yanru pinched the flesh of his waist hard and said furiously, you are a future scientist, how come your mind is full of nasty things? You have completely corrupted the image of a scientist in my heart.
I'm not so bad, Schrodinger's playing is even more exciting than me.
Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his lips and replied with a defiant face.
Before young Yunru could say anything, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ru, open the door, mom, come in and give you a hand. Chu Chunyan shouted from the doorway.
The rich woman got up from the arms of the little villain, and came quickly to the door of the room, carefully opened a crack, and seeing that it was really only her old mother, immediately let her in. Chu Chunyan entered the house, looked at the future son-in-law sitting on the edge of the bed, his face could not help but show the mother-in-law's smile, said softly, Xiaocheng, I'll let you suffer, but you can rest assured that we will go immediately.
Mom, it's okay.
Yu Xiaocheng called this mom very naturally, completely from the heart. Chu Chunyan also heard the change, instantly that smile is even brighter, sat down next to Yu Xiaocheng, said in a serious tone, Xiaocheng, you simply live here in the future, have you take care of Yanru. Mom is very relieved. If you feel that this place is too far away from the place where you will be studying for your future doctorate, Mom shells out the money to go and buy a set of new houses in the vicinity, and you guys will move over there.
Mom,
I'll be moving in a while, plus this whole new house thing is actually completely unnecessary. Yu Xiaocheng said softly, and,
Mom, just relax.
I will take good care of Yanru. In fact, I'm very lucky to have met such a good woman. Yanru is very beautiful, very gentle, very kind. She is my tired harbor and my future wife. If I don't treat her well, who else can I treat well? After listening to his son-in-law's words, Chu Chunyan that is happy from the bottom of his heart, can't wait to let Yu Xiaocheng and his own daughter in place to get married, and on the side of Zhang Yanru, blushing face hangs a trace of happiness. That wriggling look and the usual image of a high cool mature woman is completely the opposite of what is alive as a small woman in the beginning of her love affair.
Ching.
Finding our family Yanru as a wife, it's really condemning you. Chu Chunyan said with emotion, maybe it's fate that you have to suffer such a calamity.
What do you mean? I marry him and he gets a hard-on?
Zhang Yanru was so angry that she rolled her eyes, with all sorts of complaints and displeasure in her heart.
Mom, he's bad.
The rich woman pouted her lips and huffed, in time, you'll know his true colors. Chu Chunyan ignored her, silently stood up and tenderly said, Xiaocheng, I'll take your future old husband to leave now. Wait for us to leave after you get yourself some food. Today is really a little sorry for you. Originally I didn't want to come here, but the result is that your old brother come old husband, nonetheless clamored to come see your daughter-in-law.
It's fine, it's fine.
A father coming to see his daughter, a natural thing, I won't have any thoughts. Yu Xiaocheng said hurriedly. Chu Chunyan left her daughter's bedroom just as her husband cleared the dining room table and washed all the dishes, and immediately dragged him home.
Won't you sit down for a while?
Zhang Xinguo was wearing his shoes while saying with dissatisfaction, "It's not easy to come to my daughter's house, going back so soon. I'm afraid that my daughter won't be happy."
Today is not yesterday. Chu Chunyan replied leisurely, "Let's hurry home." Meanwhile,
in the rich woman's bedroom, under Yu Xiaocheng's soft persuasion, the rich woman could only settle for the second best, promising him to put on the black hip-hugging stockings. Young Yunru was half lying on the bed while covering her head with a pillow, and even though she was wearing a short skirt, it only covered a small portion of it. The slender legs were folded sideways, and with the mysterious black stockings, the flavor and sexiness of a mature woman was displayed to the fullest. Shasta. Auntie Rich had gone rigid, and her cardamom toes curled up. Jesus. Young people have too many tricks up their sleeves. So shy, but so fond. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the silence in the bedroom. Hiss. End of chapter. At this time the bedroom was filled with an eerie atmosphere, each other to maintain a relatively silent silence, even can hear each other's heartbeat. The pretty mature rich woman hastily lifted off the pillow, panicked, looking at the little bad guy who caressed her jade legs. For a moment her whole body is about to crack. That bastard. I can't believe he tore my stockings. I said I'd touch him a few times and give him a few kisses, but I ended up ripping off my stockings. He ended up tearing my stockings. Is he tired of living? Zhang Yanru held back the anger in her heart and coldly questioned, "Little bad guy, you give auntie a reason not to beat you now. Think carefully. If the reason is not sufficient, you don't want to come out of the bedroom door alive tonight." In the face of the rich woman's death threat, Yu Xiaocheng didn't panic and replied with a calm face, "It's a well-known fact that stockings are meant to be torn." You put. The rich woman almost burst out foul-mouthed. Fortunately the last word did not speak out, gasping heavy and rapid breathing, furious. "Lesson auntie to play harmonic terrain. Auntie does not eat this set of it, you must give me to understand. Why do you have to break my stockings for a good reason, and say goodbye to touching twice and kissing twice?" In the face of the stalking rich aunt, Yu Xiaocheng thought briefly, analyzed calmly, wanted to speak and then explained in a serious manner, "Do you think I'm a pervert? No. I'm just trying to make each other more interesting," a master said. "Simple talk about love will be tired, need to add a variety of flavorings in the middle, to delay the shelf life of love." The rich woman narrowed her eyes and asked viciously, "Which master?" "Me. That's what I said." Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smiling face. Zhang Yanru almost didn't take a breath. At this time she had clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth and said, "You damn brat, in the past, I still think you're a gentleman, how come you're getting more and more perverted now? Pissed me off. People's boyfriends are all kinds of loving, how come you're in a relationship with me? Instead it seems like it's for you to fulfill certain strange ideas. Oy vey. You say that. I'll be sad." Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her mouth and said with an aggrieved face, Alright. I'm already angry, I can't be coaxed at all, unless you do a dance in your hip-hugging stockings, otherwise I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. Get out." Zhang Yanru kicked someone down and said with a face full of shame and annoyance, getting more and more aggressive, "Do you still have me as an ant in your eyes?" Yu Xiaocheng climbed up from the ground, looked at the stormy mother's best friend, and said good-naturedly, "I said how come you have so no humor cells, just now I was teasing you, no wonder the company is so afraid of you up and down." The rich woman glared at him and said in exasperation, "Don't give me any bull ********. Believe it or not, auntie will beat you to death?" "I don't believe it." Yu Xiaocheng shook his head. "Ouch. It really pisses me off. How on earth did I fall in love with him? The point is that I'm still so in love that I can't help myself." Zhang Yanru sighed deeply, reached out and dragged him back to his side, and then dug headfirst into his arms, complaining with a puff of air, "I thought I had found a real man, but I didn't expect it to be a little lecherous man. So you say that you don't want to be a good and decent man, so why do you want to be a lewd little man?" "I don't know." Yu Xiaocheng sniffed the smell of shampoo from his rich aunt's hair and replied softly, "If you must ask me to give an answer, I think it's probably you who made me childish." Bull ********. I'm not. The rich woman flattened her mouth and retorted unhappily, "It's not finished yet." Yu Xiaocheng smiled, then explained with a face full of deep emotion, "I saw a saying on the internet. A man only becomes a child in front of the person he loves the most. Maybe that's the case with me. In front of my favorite person." The rich woman secretly muttered in her heart, and her emotions flooded in. She couldn't help but arch into his arms again, and said softly and gluttonously, "Coaxing auntie is one set of words after another, but auntie likes these sweet words very much." Having said that, raising her head, she gently pinched his cheek and murmured, "Do you have enough money on you? Do you want auntie to give you some more?" "Enough is enough." Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly said, "Don't give me any more, I simply can't spend that much, and besides, I'm quite rich myself. That's only a couple bucks." The rich woman blankly eyed him and said with a slightly haughty frown, "Auntie is going to spoil you anyway." Yu Xiaocheng hesitated and carefully said, "Can you change the way you pamper me? Don't use money. It's too vulgar, you simply use your body. I'm a person who is easily overwhelmed by lust. As long as you wear stockings and a garter skirt, then twist a few times in front of me, I'll immediately give in." Zhang Yanru bared her teeth and laughed out. This feeling was really cute. Then she reached out and gently pinched his cheeks and snapped, "You're such a little rascal. In the following time, the two chatted about all kinds of whispers, but basically they were all fleshy love words, and most of them were spoken by Yu Xiaocheng to Zhang Yanru, and in just 10 minutes the rich woman was almost drunk with love words. Her face was full of happy halo red.
Little bad boy, do you think the two of us will be struck by lightning?
The rich woman curled up in his arms and muttered in a small voice, I'm your mom's best friend, you're my dad's godbrother, I'm sorry for your mom and you're sorry for my dad.
How about we break up? Yu Xiaocheng proposed. Auntie Rich frowned and punched him hard in the chest, saying angrily, last night, you promised to accompany me until the end of my life, and it's only been a day and you've forgotten your promise to me? Hiss. Can you lighten up?
Yu Xiaocheng touched the place where he had received a heavy punch and said bitterly, not moving to swing me with your fist, I'm made of meat.
It's going to be broken.
Humph. The rich woman adjusted her position and said angrily, kill you little. Yu Xiaocheng touched it twice, then let go of her mom's best friend in her arms and said softly, I should almost go back. The rich woman was a little reluctant, biting her lips lightly and murmuring, at least have dinner before you go back.
No. Go back early.
Let your girlfriends get rid of their anger early.
Yu Xiaocheng replied.
Zhang Yanru didn't dare to say anything, after all, his own best friend was his own mother. Sending the little villain to the door of the house, suddenly, Auntie Richie thought of something and hastily tugged him to a halt, saying, you wait, I'll give you a present. After saying that they hurriedly ran back to the bedroom, a moment of time she came out of the bedroom again, walked to the front of the little bad guy, a pair of just off the broken stockings, stuffed into Yu Xiaocheng's arms, and then tiptoe, came to his ear, said softly, this is a stocking that Auntie just wore, Auntie won't be with you tonight, so if you miss Auntie, take out the stocking and sniff it. Before Xiaocheng could react, she was pushed out of the door by her rich aunt. At this moment, young Yanru stood behind the door, panting heavily, shame had long since run through her entire body, she slowly raised her hands and stroked her cheeks.
God, it's hot. I can't believe I would do such a thing. Wait a minute. It's not like it's the first time we've done this, is it? Just when the pretty ripe rich woman is at a loss, the cell phone suddenly came a voice, pick up a look as the little bad egg sent.
Yu Xiaocheng,
got any underwear?
The rich woman instantly blushed, remembering correctly that she had actually given it to him. Or a super sexy pair of panties. Young Yanru pursed her lips and held up her cell phone as she typed shakily.
Young Yan, are you? We'll talk about it later. Yu Xiaocheng returned home and looked at the empty house and was relieved.
Taking himself to the kitchen, he found a bucket of hanging noodles in the refrigerator, then washed some greens, and then made himself a bowl of noodles. Just then, the door of the house rang with a sound of unlocking, and it was seen that Mom came back from outside. Mother and son looked at each other, and Yu Xiaocheng saw his own mother's expression, which was darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those features were almost twisted into a ball, especially her eyes.
All anger. Still know how to go home?
Chu Feng pulled a face and said coldly.
Mom, accident. Really another accident. Yu Xiaocheng laughed awkwardly, I definitely won't next time. That's what you said last time. Chu Feng roared in exasperation, not only did the brat hang up on me, he even turned off his cell phone. Are you planning to rebel?
The more he said, the more he was angry. Chu Feng quickly stepped to his son's side, grabbed him by the ear, and furiously said, what exactly were you doing last night? Give me an honest explanation.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
Yu Xiaocheng tilted his head, grimacing in pain, and begged bitterly, Mom, gently, I'm your own son.
Don't bull **** me about this.
Chu Feng didn't have the good sense to say, hurry up and give me an explanation.
Row. I'll explain it all.
Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly replied. After Chu Feng let go of her son, she sat on her butt beside him and said coldly, speak.
Give me a clear explanation.
Yu Xiaocheng rubbed his ears while helplessly replying, actually, you know yourself very well, your son stays out at night, what else could be going on? Chu Feng locked her brows tightly, then she saw her son's swollen pants pocket and felt very suspicious. Straight away, he reached out and touched it.
In the end, fetch a pair of stockings.
Chu Feng looked at the pair of black stockings in her hand, and then looked at her son beside her, and for a moment her brain buzzed.
Ouch! You brat! Why did you bring back the stockings that people wear?
Chu Feng pinched her son's waist flesh hard while chiding with a face full of shame, and it's still a pair of broken stockings.
I didn't take it, she forced it on me.
Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and replied with an innocent face. Chu Feng couldn't help but freeze, slowly loosening her own hand, her brows filled with confusion at a loss for words.
Are all rich women so fierce these days? And so on. How is this the opposite of the image described by your best friend? No way.
I'll take these stockings to my best friend tomorrow to confront her about whether or not she's a decently wealthy woman, right?
End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng while eating noodles, while looking at the mom sitting beside her, see her face full of thinking look, this heart a little panic especially still holding her best friend's stockings.
Mom, what are you thinking? Yu Xiaocheng asked cautiously.
Only then did Chu Feng come back to her senses, looking at her asshole son who was slightly tense between his eyebrows, and said in a good-natured manner, what am I thinking about has anything to do with you?
Eat your noodles well.
Also I warn you, pay attention to your private life, Don't mix with messy women, your body is your own, your life is also your own, do you understand? Yu Xiaocheng nodded obediently, reaching out to grab the stockings back, but the result was that his mom was quick to dodge. Then she was scolded. What for? Is taking it back ready to smell it or ready to lick it? Chu Fong asked viciously with a dark face. Yu Xiaocheng was speechless and replied bitterly, Mom, you're too disgusting. Where to slander your own son like this? I am just taking it back, after all, it's from your future daughter-in-law. Get out. I don't have such an indiscreet daughter-in-law. Chu Fong coldly refuted, tell her to get as far away as she can. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her mouth and spoke leisurely, giving your man some intimate apparel. This is originally a small fun between couples. How come it's labeled as indiscretion? Your BFF Zheng Yanru. Maybe it's the same way. The words. It was picked up by his own mother by the ear. Your Aunt Zhang is such a perfect woman, how could she do such shameless things? Chu Fong said in annoyance, still comparing your Auntie Zhang. Which point of your Auntie Zhang is not better than that wild woman of yours? Ouch. You've been fooled by her. Don't even talk about giving worn stockings, she's even given away panties. Yu Xiaocheng's heart is bitter to say, before he also thinks Zheng Yanru belongs to the kind of fairy that does not eat earthly fire, but never thought of fairy since the mortal, completely broke her that cold image, but then again such a rich woman is even more real. Yes. I was wrong, I shouldn't have compared Auntie Zhang. Yu Xiaocheng immediately admitted his mistake. Chu Fong rolled her eyes, and after releasing her own hand, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and muttered, last night I inquired to your Aunt Zhang, and your Aunt Zhang said that the girlfriend you were talking to now is a little rich woman, her dad owns a company, her mom is a leader, and she herself is a returnee high school graduate, and I just wondered, since such a good condition, why would she look at you? Is that what Auntie Young said? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and replied softly, Mom, you ask why you look at your son, could it be that in your heart your own biological son is that bad? I'm also very good, okay, leaving out elementary school and middle school, from high school onwards. I got the provincial and municipal 3 good students, the 2nd place in the national physics competition, and the 3rd place in the national Olympic mathematics competition. To the university stage, that scholarship is even more to get soft, or multiple top journal articles of a work. Yu Xiaocheng proudly said, such a proud son of heaven. It's not natural for a rich woman to look at you, and I feel like I'm still at a disadvantage. Oof. So great. It wasn't even me who fed you as soon as you grew up. Chu Fong whitened her eyes and said in an unkind manner, but a hint of pride flooded her heart. Ouch. Can you stop talking about this all the time? When your daughter-in-law comes in the future, will you also talk about every day? Yu Xiaocheng was speechless. Chu Fong fiercely twisted his son's waist meat, exasperated, said, you brat actually dare to dislike me, your mother graduated from elementary school, did not read a lot of books, from the beginning of nothing, to the present well-off family, know how much mom pay? Yu Xiaocheng smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I just said it off the top of my head. Heartless little thing. Simply with your father is a virtue. Chu Fong flattened her mouth, looked at her son and asked in a small voice, Mom asked you a question, you kid don't be angry that girlfriend of yours is about the same age as your Aunt Zhang, so has she had a boyfriend before? I was her first love, her first man. Yu Xiaocheng replied. Yes? Chu Fong looked at him with a slightly puzzled brow. Mom, is there a problem here? Yu Xiaocheng inquired curiously. It's okay. I'll just casually ask. Chu Fong paused, then asked, I heard your Auntie Zhang say it's still the type with big boobs and a round ass? It's similar to Auntie Zhang's figure. Yu Xiaocheng said. Chu Fong laughed in a good-natured manner, twisted her son's waist meat, and leisurely said, after Mom determines the other party's details, you bring the person here for me to take a look. A little while longer. It's only been a short time before I have to lead into the family. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and replied in a murmur, is it okay to get along again? Whatever. Chu Fong stood up, stockings clutched in her hands, and said, go to bed early. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng responded casually. Night. Quiet. Yu Xiaocheng was lying on the bed in the middle of flirting with the pretty ripe rich woman. In contrast to the regimented discourse of the past, these days it's all about bold and spirited speech, and despite the verbal curving of a certain mature woman, she actually enjoys the flirtation deep down, so to speak. In fact, a lot of times, girls are attracted to boys who are shy and, including in marriage, respect for each other sounds good, but after a long time will produce a gap. Young Yunru, little devil, do you miss your auntie? Yu Xiaocheng, I want to. Zheng Yanru, then auntie gave you stockings to hurry up and smell them. Ah, this. Is she for real? Should I tell her about the stockings being confiscated? Yu Xiaocheng thought carefully and decided that it would be better not to tell her. Anyway, her best friend is also lost, just pretend that nothing has happened. Just as Yu Xiaocheng was rambling, the urgently rich woman sent another message. Young Yun, are you? Smell that? Yu Xiaocheng, it smells all of auntie. Young Yunru, you perverted little rascal. Now, obviously you told me to smell it. Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes straight away, holding up her cell phone and quickly editing the content. Yu Xiaocheng, baby auntie, can you go to the office by yourself tomorrow? I have to study a function model that I need to use in my future work. Young Yun, are you? Aha. Young Yun, are you coming over tonight? Yu
You Xiaocheng, it has to come. Meanwhile, the pretty mature rich woman was covering her face with the futon with a blushing face, that floating and full body kept twisting around in the futon because of the intense shame, her slender jade legs kicking and hitting this big bed underneath her. The following morning, Yu Xiaocheng stayed in his room, designing that complicated function model, when he received a phone call from Zhang Yuanxiang, the head of the physics department of Xin University. Cheng the basic process is all taken care of, you can come to report next Monday. Zhang Yuanxiang said seriously, in addition, I arranged a mentor for you, not very strong in terms of ability, and he is now in urgent need of an article to cope with the assessment, about your subject and project you directly declare to me on the line. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said softly, I'll help him pass the examination, that said, Director Zhang. What level of articles does your school need? Generally 2 districts are about the same, but with your strength, I think it must be 1 district. In short, you look at the hair. Zhang Yuanxiang paused and said in a serious tone, Xiaocheng. I'm not hiding from you, in fact, I'm also a little selfish, in the past 2 years in the hospital of a certain vice president to go, this position well you understand it? Aha. Yu Xiaocheng answered and said softly, Director Zhang, is it okay if I want to graduate my doctorate early? Sure. Generally not less than 3 years, but special circumstances. Special treatment well. Zhang Yuanxiang smiled and inquired in a small voice, but what do you plan to do after you graduate from your doctorate? Yu Xiaocheng bristled and replied bitterly, the odds are that I'll stay, but it's not like I want to teach. If you are willing to stay, all conditions are good. Zhang Yuanxiang said seriously, as long as you graduate from your doctorate, I will immediately apply for you to be an associate professor, a serious associate senior professional and technical 7th grade post, and in the future, you will engage in projects and take those graduate students with you. What do you think? Good thing too. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, then thank you, Director Zhang. Don't. Instead, it's me who has to thank you. Zhang Yuanxiang smiled bitterly, a top talent like you, and with such a strong scientific research background, is actually able to go to a better place, and it can be said that it's my good fortune that you were able to choose Xin University. This side is still blowing each other up, while the other side. Chu Feng suddenly came to her best friend's company. Mr. Zhang. There's a middle-aged woman at the front desk, she says she's here to see you. Sister Zhang, the secretary, knocked on Zhang Yanru's office and said it the rich woman who was working. Young Yanru asked lightly, what's the name? Her name is Chu Feng. Sister Zhang replied. The pretty ripe rich woman froze and said hurriedly, quickly invite her in. Okay. Sister Zhang left in a hurry. A few moments later, young Yanru meets her best friend. Sister, what brings you here? Zhang Yanru hurriedly got up and took her arm, saying softly, are you here to see Xiaocheng? He's not in today. I know. He told me this morning. After Chu Feng sat down with a smile on her face, she looked at her best friend who was pouring water for herself and said gently, I'm mainly here to look for you. Sis has something hidden in her heart that she wants to come and ask you about. What do you have to say in person that you can't say over the phone? Zhang Yanru brought Chu Feng a cup of water and placed it in front of her, then returned to her seat and asked curiously, what's going on, sis? At this point, Chu Feng took out a pair of black stockings from her bag and placed them in front of her best friend's eyes. When the pretty mature rich woman saw the pair of stockings, her expression instantly became stunned, her eyes stared like copper bells, her sandalwood mouth slightly opened, and her face turned pale. End of chapter. Zhang Yanru watched her best friend take out a pair of black sexy stockings from her bag, instantly her whole body stiffened, even going crazy, her eyes showed panic, as well as caught off guard expression, even a little overwhelmed. Isn't this the stocking that I gave to the villain last night? How come it's suddenly in my best friend's hands? And she even put them in front of me. Is it possible that my affair with her son has been exposed? Nervous to the point of suffocation, while fear had almost eaten away all the sanity in her mind, the pretty rich woman forced herself to endure the alienation of the moment, trying to put on her usual calmness, and inquired suspiciously, what are you doing with these stockings, sis? And it's torn. Little badass. Is it that hard to hide a stocking? Why didn't you tell me in advance? While Zhang Yanru complained about Yu Xiaocheng in her heart, as Yu Xiaocheng's own mother, she sighed helplessly and said bitterly, this was searched in Cheng Cheng's pants pocket last night, so guess whose stockings this is? Young Yanru bit her lip lightly and replied in a murmur, could it be his rich girlfriend? Chu Feng nodded her head repeatedly and said, that's right. It's that rich woman's stockings, and it's still the stockings she's worn. Cheng Cheng said that the rich woman forced it on him. Speaking of which, Chu Feng's face revealed confusion and helplessness as she bitterly inquired, Xiaoru, tell me something from your heart, is that little rich woman a proper rich woman or not? This is too outrageous, giving her worn stockings to my son, what does she want? To let my son sniff or lick them? He'd done it last night, the abrasive little pervert. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said in a serious tone, sister, I can swear to you that Xiaocheng's rich girlfriend is definitely a decent woman, not only dignified and virtuous, but also beautiful and sexy. As for why she would give Xiaocheng a pair of stockings that she had worn, I think, maybe, oops. I've been lonely for so long, it's not easy to find a boyfriend, You also have to sympathize. Zhang Yanru blushing face said, besides this is the fun between couples, how do you old tubes so much to do, good waiting to hold grandchildren is not on the line. Speaking of grandchildren, pretty mature rich woman's face turned even redder. The words are so right but Chu Fong frowned and murmured in reply, even if you're lonely and isolated, you can't do something like this, Xiaoru. You're about the same age as that rich woman, would you give your man the stockings you've worn? And let your man take them home, the same man you got a marriage license from. Aye. Zhang Yanru was a little embarrassed for a moment and squeaked, definitely not, I'm very reserved, how could I possibly do such a thing? That won't do. That woman is not misbehaving at all. Chu Fong gritted her teeth, now she's just giving away stockings, I don't think it'll be long before she's giving away panties, and worn ones at that. Not so much. I'm not shameless enough to do that although it was given away a long time ago, it's all brand new and unopened. The pretty ripe rich woman pinched her thighs hard, trying to drive away the shame in her body with pain, but her rapid breathing and scarlet cheeks signaled that the matter wasn't that simple, for every word in her best friend's every sentence was like a sharp dagger that dug deep into the rich woman's heart. Sister, I think you're being overly concerned. Young Yunru did her best to control her emotions and said softly, that rich woman definitely wouldn't do that. It doesn't matter anymore if she does it or not, anyway, she's currently at the bottom of my daughter-in-law rating scale. Chu Fong coldly said, you haven't even married in yet, and you're giving me this whole operation. Oops. I'm really angry. I wanted to confront Sister Fong so badly, but at this point I could only take her side and then criticize myself severely. Aha. I also feel bad. Zhang Yanru hardened her head, nodded her head back and forth, and earnestly concurred, sis in this matter, sister I will always stand on your side, like Xiao Chang so excellent man, will still not be able to find a woman. Boring. I should have known not to fall in love with the little villain, and now I'm so stifled. The rich woman kept complaining in her heart, but in reality, she simply couldn't let Yu Xiaocheng leave from her side, she wasn't going to give up on the little bad guy because of these things, after all. Watching the little bad guy hug another woman, it was even more suffocating and upsetting than it was now. I was just thinking last night, what if that rich woman brings my son down? Chu Fong murmured, my Chung Chang is so innocent. Sister, you can rest assured of that. Actually, your son isn't that innocent, he's super fancy. Thinking back to last night's experience, the brat touched, kissed, and tore. The rich woman's heart was just a little swirling and lost in thought. Ouch. I'm really worried. Chu Fong said with a worried face, Xiaoru, what do you think if you really bring my Chung Chang down? It shouldn't be. Zhang Yanru replied softly, Xiao Chang is a school bully, the school bully of all school bullies, his self-control is very strong, if he could be brought down, he would have been brought down a long time ago. Sis, do you think I'm right? How can school be compared to society? Chu Fong locked her brows, how seductive is the flowery world outside, especially those head-scratching vixens. That's right. Your son has little resistance when it comes to voluptuous women. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and said in a slightly thoughtful manner, other aspects. I don't think Xiao Chang should have any problems, just this woman aspect does need to be guarded against, after all, family flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Stop. He's not at the stage where he owns the family flower yet, and I haven't agreed to let that rich woman marry in. Chu Fong said seriously. Oh. Young Yanru answered, the heart of this very loving sister, produced a trace of dissatisfaction, but then again also has something to do with their own emotional substitution, just now. I couldn't help but enter into the role of the little bad guy's wife. Ru, how do you usually discipline your man? Chu Fong asked curiously. Me? I. Zhang Yanru opened her mouth but didn't know what to say and awkwardly replied, we usually meet by chance, sis you know my situation. And rightly so. Chu Fong smiled bitterly, sighed helplessly, and said, what a trouble. How did you get into such a mess? Zhang Yanru did not say anything, the heart of the future confession has a slight fear, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have not yet formally recognized it, has developed into such a situation, once you know that I am her daughter-in-law, afraid of not every day to meet and roll their eyes. My head hurts. This side of the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship is already tense, and the other side of the son-in-law relationship is also incompatible with the degree of water and fire. This in the future how exactly to solve Sister. Think on the bright side, don't be so pessimistic. The pretty ripe rich woman said softly, right now Xiao Cheng and his rich woman girlfriend are in the heat of the moment, both of them are very exuberant and will more or less act irrationally, as long as this period of time passes, I think. It should get better. Will it? It feels like every day is a joy to stay with him, and the little bad guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, cold and charming delicate emergence of a faint blush, from the heart of their own kind to look forward to, no wonder they say that they want to find a shibboleth husband, because every day will be very happy, and now they also finally experienced. I hope. Chu Fong paused, looked at her best friend, and said, Xiaoru, do you have a picture of that rich woman? I didn't. I've only met her a few times, how could I keep her picture? Young Yunru shook her head. Then if you meet her in the future, you'll take a photo with her and show it to me. Chu Fong skimmed her mouth and said in exasperation, my son is on the verge of being abducted, and as a result, I don't even know what the other party looks like, and the more I think about it, the more angry I get. At this time, the pretty rich woman was full of shame and hurriedly responded, I know if I meet her next time, I'll take a photo with her and send it to you on WeChat. Chu Fong nodded her head, then picked up the teacup and lightly sipped the warm water in the cup. When she put it down, the face that was still calm, at the moment there was some shyness and exasperation. She huffed and said, this brat is also too indomitable. There are so many little cabbages out there that don't go to the arch, and in favor of going to arch an old cabbage. Sis, I'm still here. The saucy rich woman blanked him and said shyly, that little man of mine is only 24, and it's getting to be more and more obvious that you're pointing the finger. Ha! Ouch! How can those women outside be compared to you? Chu Fong laughed without any good humor, not to mention being in your 30s, even if you were in your 40s, you would be just like a little girl in your sister's eyes. Hearing Chu Fong's words, the pretty ripe rich woman showed a hint of a smile on her face and hurriedly got up to move a chair, then sat beside Chu Fong, holding her arm, her body leaning against her, and said softly, sister, if I were your daughter-in-law, would you be happy? Originally, the rich woman thought her best friend would say she was happy, but she never expected. Not happy. Chu Fong replied seriously. Ha? Why? Young Yunru asked with a puzzled face. I want a young daughter-in-law. Chu Fong laughed with a bad expression, you're too old, you're in your 30s. Sis. You. That's not what I just said. Young Yunru almost didn't die from her own BFF's anger. Okay. Then give your son a pair of underpants tonight, and they're the same ones I wore. Pissed off. End of chapter. Ouch. Just messing with you. Chu Fong hurriedly tightened her girlfriend's arm, smilingly said, if you can become my daughter-in-law, I am dreaming can wake up with a smile, but I'm also quite jealous of this kind of thing to happen, you think. If you become my daughter-in-law, then my son did not become my brother-in-law, this relationship is completely messed up. What's more, your son is still my father's brother. I'm still your son's great-niece. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, revealing a hint of helplessness and bitterness between her brows as she murmured, also, if I became your daughter-in-law, that relationship would indeed be a mess, sis. Sometimes I wonder why it's so hard to be a human being. Thinking of something annoying again? Chu Fong said gently, don't think so much. Difficulties will always pass. That said, do you want to come to sister's house at night? Zhang Yanru shook her head and replied softly, I still have a lot of work to do, so I won't go to your house tonight. Wait for some time, then I'll call Chin Chin to come as well, and the three of us will sit down together for a meal, sis. What do you think? Yeah. Chu Fong nodded her head repeatedly and said with a smiling face, and don't go outside, just stay at sister's house. In the time that followed, the sisters chatted about parental matters before the rich woman accompanied her best friend and future mother-in-law, briefly introduced her company, and then escorted her downstairs and watched her drive away. Hey, it's really upsetting. Zhang Yanru sighed deeply and muttered to herself with a pained face, how can being in a relationship be so heartbreaking? Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng was driving on his way to the mathematics and science branch of Xin University, and just before the head of the physics department, Zhang Yuanxiang, hung up the phone, he begged Yu Xiaocheng for something, hoping that he could solve the problem of modeling and calculating in a certain experiment, and when Yu Xiaocheng heard the whole description of the problem, he was also deeply interested in it. When he came to the door of Zhang Yuanxiang's office, gently pushed open this door, inside, in addition to Zhang Yuanxiang himself, there is a slightly older middle-aged woman, looking and feeling almost 40. Xing Ah. Come introduce you, this is one of the 3 vice deans of our mathematics and science branch, Dean Tian Li Tian. Zhang Yuanxiang said smilingly. The words. Zhang Yuanxiang said with a face full of complacency, Lily. This is Yu Xiaocheng, academician Su's most pleased protege. In Su Lao's words, Xiaocheng is a genius among geniuses, the most powerful young scientist today, and there is still no one. Yu Xiaocheng to Zhang Yuanxiang's words of praise, not so much care, on the contrary, that a Lily, let him feel a trace of consternation. This is not called too close to it? It's hard to believe that the relationship between him and Dean Tian is not hierarchical? Xing Ah. Thank you for being able to come to our school to study for your doctorate. Elder Su has already greeted me. Don't worry, as long as it's a project or program you propose, I'll do my best to help you get it done. Dean Tianli looked at him and said softly. Thank you, Dean Tian. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and said softly, that Director Zhang about the modeling calculation issue, is there any relevant document for me to look at? Ready for you. Zhang Yuanxiang took out a folder from a drawer and greeted him by sitting across from him. Yu Xiaocheng sat down, got that folder, from which he took out a few sheets of paper filled with the calculation process, looked carefully for a long time and said softly, I know where the problem probably lies. This project should be a big boss out of the way, a few doctoral students to complete. There is one to say that a few of these are very powerful. To be able to do this is indeed very strong.
Hearing Yu Xiaocheng's words, Zhang Yuanxiang and Tianli showed a trace of consternation. Just a few model calculations, they were able to know what the problem was, and even knew that it was a few doctoral students who did it. Regarding the bosonic condensate of these two excitations, it is actually related to the oscillatory behavior of the total density and the difference between the densities. Yu Xiaocheng pointed to a certain set of equations and answered seriously, when the momentum is small, the dispersion relation should be linear, and the expression here is not very precise, so it can be solved by adding a theorem here.
It's over? Zhang Yuanxian looked at him suspiciously. Yeah, just add Goldstone's theorem in front of it. All problems can be solved.
Yu Xiaocheng laughed softly. This problem. It is indeed hard to be discovered. I also encountered it in one of my experiments after my teacher, and then thought about it for a week or so before I finally gave it a solution. Zhang Yuanxiang and Tianli looked at each other, each saw the helplessness in the other's eyes. I thought that this question would be difficult for Yu Xiaocheng, but I never expected. People just simply look at a few eyes, pointed out where the problem lies. Dean Tian, Director Zhang, since the problem has been solved, then
I should also go back. Yu Xiaocheng stood up and bid farewell to the two. Sheng
don't rush back yet, let Yuan Chang take you around the branch to familiarize yourself with the environment. From now on, you'll be the pillar here.
Tianli said gently. Yeah.
Zhang Yuanxiang hurriedly got up and said to Tianli, Lily, I'll take Xiaocheng for a walk, you wait and close the door for me.
Aha. Go. Tinli smiled gently. When the two left the office, Zhang Yuanxiang glanced at Yu Xiaocheng beside him, and seeing a slight hint of curiosity in his clear eyes, he couldn't help but smile and say, Dean Tian is my wife. I fell in love with her right after I graduated from college, and at that time, she was the director of the branch's teaching organization. No wonder.
Just now, Dean Tianli's eyes were full of love when she looked at Director Zhang, so it turns out that the two are husband and wife.
And so on. Director Zhang is only in his 30s, while Dean Tian is almost 40, right? As Yu Xiaocheng thought of this, a man who was half a son of Katsura drifted through his mind suddenly. There's a story in this Director Young. In the evening,
Zhang Yanru returned home from work and opened the door to see the dishes already prepared on the dining table, while an aroma came to her nose.
Off work? Yu Xiaocheng walked out from the kitchen, wearing a cooking apron with a frying spoon in her hand, and said with a smiling face, sit down for a while, the food will be ready soon. The pretty ripe rich woman hung up her bag, changed into her own slippers, strolled to the door of the kitchen, and watched her beloved little bad boy standing in front of the stove, living the image of a family cook, and instantly a stream of warmth flowed through her heart. Carefully, she walked up behind him and gently hugged him from behind, the buoyant body pressed against her back, her eyes even more glowing with ecstasy. What is home?
Previously Zhang Yanru did not understand, simply as a hotel belonging to their own. But at this moment she has a new sense of realization. The original home is the place of inner softness, is the power of the work outside, is the back of the strong and powerful fulcrum, but also a lifetime of attachment to the place.
Little bad boy, I finally know what home is.
The rich woman pursed her lips and muttered softly, in the past, I thought home was just a place to sleep and rest, a cold and empty existence. But now I feel it's full of warmth and happiness, and I so love the smoldering smell of the morning and evening.
What? Just cooking you a meal and being moved like this? Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, alright,
go sit in the living room for a while, don't get in the way here.
Nasty.
Zhang Yanru fiercely pinched the flesh of his waist, huffing and puffing, usually so good at saying sweet words, now such a cozy moment, but actually want to drive me away, you bad thing pissed off auntie. On her lips, she complained about Yu Xiaocheng and his lack of understanding, but her body was pressed even tighter.
Right. You brat. The stockings were confiscated by your mom, why didn't you tell me about it? Zhang Yanru said in exasperation, do you know that your mom came to me today?
And took that stocking out in front of me. I was so shocked and thought
the adultery was exposed? Yu Xiaocheng laughed. Having said that, Yu Xiaocheng then regretted it. Ouch. Wrong. It was a slip of the tongue just now.
Yu Xiaocheng was pinched and grimaced in agony.
Humph.
Zhang Yanru snorted coldly, loosening the force on her hand, and said in annoyance, what a useless little pervert. You can't even hide a pair of stockings well. Do you know how embarrassing the scene is? I have to compensate for the smile, and by the way, help your mom to scold myself together. The more I thought about it, the more irritated I became, and what had been a one-handed pinch was now two hands working together. It wasn't punished for too long though, it just ended point blank.
Exasperating. Zhang Yanru pouted, her brows filled with displeasure as she muttered, pissed off. I have already admitted my mistake, why are you still angry?
Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and asked cautiously.
Not you. I'm talking about your mom.
Young Yanru skimmed her mouth and complained to her best friend's son, your mom is too much. She actually said that I exist at the bottom of her daughter-in-law's grading scale, and she also dislikes my age.
And, what's wrong with me giving my little man a pair of worn stockings?
And did not next to her anything, she cared so much for what? Between complaining, Zhang Yanru couldn't help but ruthlessly pinch the son of the person in question again, furiously saying, it really pisses me off.
Ouch. Ah!
Yu Xiaocheng was in so much pain that her soul was about to go out of her body, and she begged for mercy in pain. There's an accuser for every wrong. It's my mom who messed with you.
Why are you pinching me? Mother's debt is paid. Who made you her son?
The rich woman, who was getting angry, pinched harder, but Katsuhiro went from pinching to rubbing.
Little bad boy, do me a favor.
The rich woman blushed and squeaked. Your mom will definitely search you tonight, so
you take a pair of my panties back with you. What are you planning to do?
Yu Xiaocheng inquired suspiciously. Planning to piss her off. The pretty ripe rich woman replied.
At that moment, Yu Xiaocheng had a black line on her face. Why was this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law still in a row? That's my own mom. I screwed over my own father for you, and you can't screw over your own mom for me? My mom is your best friend. You're still my dad's brother.
End of chapter. The pretty mature rich woman was rummaging around for the right panties, a pair of panties that was sexy and wouldn't be known by her girlfriends, while at the same time, Yu Xiaocheng was sitting alone on the sofa in the living room, holding her head and gripping her hair hard. Originally in the real mom's best friend in love, has been a very embarrassing thing, but never thought the sisters also fell out, each other irritated with each other. A look at each other is not good, a look at each other is also not good. The key two people are still void confrontation. Ouch. I'm worried about whether the two will fight in the future. This fight in the end to help Hua. Yu Xiaocheng some headache. On the one hand is his own mother, on the other hand is his own bride. Good guy himself is caught in the middle. No wonder they say mother-in-law-daughter-in-law conflict is the most direct cause of the collapse of the man. At the moment when Yu Xiaocheng was collapsing and helpless, the pretty rich woman came out of the room and casually threw her panties over, which happened to be thrown on the head of the little villain. It was a pair of lace panties with an extremely unrestrained character, and it was also a very seductive purple color.
No. Are you going to want me dead?
Yu Xiaocheng's scalp cracked as he held the panties that the rich woman threw at him, and said with a speechless face, Your girlfriends shall not kill me when they see these panties. That said, are there any cotton pants? It's just the kind of plain panties.
Your aunt likes to wear lace. Do you have any comments?
The rich woman whitened her eyes at this little villain, and said without any goodwill, Just take this one back, and I'll call and ask about it when the time comes, and if you dare to throw it away halfway or hide it from your mom, then don't blame Auntie for being impolite. I didn't listen much to the latter words, but I listened carefully to the earlier words. Yu Xiaocheng looked up and down at the pretty ripe rich woman. A hint of bad intention showed between her eyebrows, and she said with a smile, Since you want to be angry with your bosom friend, how can you take a brand new one? How about die? The pretty rich woman instantly turned red with shame, and furiously walked over, raising her shy little iron fist and swinging it at her little man's body, punching as she angrily rebuked, You little pervert.
Beat you to death. Beat you to death. See Auntie not beat you to death. But the fight went on.
The mature aunt then drilled into Yu Xiaocheng's arms. The scarlet face still had traces of the party's petulant anger, murmuring, Little bad guy, you think Auntie?
Auntie. Slutty or not? Yu Xiaocheng thoughtfully answered for her.
As a result, the next second was no surprise. The green fingers pinched the flesh of his thigh.
Talk to me properly. Young Yunru said in exasperation, Have you ever thought that Auntie is a bad woman?
This well said that men are not bad, women do not love. In fact, the reverse is also the same. This woman is not bad, men do not love. Yu Xiaocheng said with a smile, Just like the baby ant bad up appearance, feel especially charming. If can dance a dance, wearing stockings dance a dance, I will be more love.
Get out. Little pervert. I won't even agree to you doing such a thing even if I die.
The rich woman broke away from his embrace and said with a face of shame, Even if I, Zhang Yanru, die and jump straight down from here, I won't put on stockings and dance in front of you. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and didn't say anything. Don't look at the current rich woman, pretty aunt, so impassioned in righteous indignation. This later thing is not yet known.
Okay. You hurry home and leave right now.
The rich woman yanked Yu Xiaocheng up from the sofa and pushed him towards the door, saying, Don't lose your underwear to me halfway. You have to let your mom see it, and you have to let your mom know that it was given to her son by her future rich daughter-in-law. Yu Xiaocheng said with a sad face, Why do you have to do it when the injustice is done? Just don't be annoyed with her. You are annoyed with her in the end. I am hurt.
Then I ask you, want the bride or the old lady? Zhang Yanru questioned coldly. All of them. Yu Xiaocheng replied.
**********. The pretty ripe rich woman blew him out of her house. Yu Xiaocheng, who was standing outside the door, was about to collapse, raised his hand and patted the door of Auntie Pretty's room, and shouted helplessly, My shoes are still inside.
Unquestionably.
Hitting a crack in the road, a jade hand reached out, also carrying a pair of AJ board shoes.
Yu Xiaocheng, quick as a flash, quickly clutched the rich woman's wrist and said softly, Can you accompany me downstairs?
Aha!
The saucy ripe rich woman responded, murmuring, Wait for me to put on my shoes. The two rode the elevator downstairs until they got to the side of the Porsche Panamera. Be safe on the road.
Young Yunru said gently, Don't drive so fast.
Understood.
Yu Xiaocheng just opened the car door, and then suddenly closed it again, turned to face his own mother's best friend, did not make any intimate moves, just stared straight at her. The sharp and affectionate gaze of the rich woman looked embarrassed.
What's wrong?
Young Yunru shyly averted her face and asked softly, suddenly looking at me like that. Speaking of which, we're already a couple, but it seems like we haven't done the things that couples should do. Yu Xiaocheng said seriously. Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly and squeaked, would it be too fast? Although I do want to have a child, but after all, the two of us have just fallen in love, can we hold off a little longer? Let me enjoy the sweetness of love again. But don't worry, I'll give it to you, in fact, I want to say kiss one, what are you thinking? What's with the child or not? What's with giving me or not? Why don't I understand? Yu Xiaocheng locked his brows, his face full of doubts, but if you look closely, you can see that there is a hint of bad intentions mixed in with the doubts. There was a hint of bad intentions mixed in with the doubts. Ah, this brat. The pretty rich woman immediately blushed, and intense shame was about to consume her, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Zhang Yanru turned around to run, but her wrist was firmly clutched, followed by being yanked into Yu Xiaocheng's arms, and then the next second, the rich woman's jaws were gently lifted, and they stared at each other. At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng slowly lowered his head towards those plump vermilion lips. The rich woman who knew in her heart hurriedly closed her eyes, while not forgetting to stand on her tiptoes. Her sexy lips had long been waiting for the arrival of the little bad guy. A few moments, each other's lips then touched. It was also in this instant that the pretty ripe rich woman shuddered as if she had been struck by lightning. Going back, get an early night, auntie baby. Not gnawing like a pig's hoof, but just right to the point. Yu Xiaocheng let go of the rich Anne in his arms, turned around and opened the car door, then drove the vehicle away, leaving behind only the unfulfilled acquaintance who still stood there looking at the place where someone disappeared. For a long time did not look back. Little bad boy. Abrasive little scoundrel. Young Yunru took 2 steps back, turned back afterward, and then ran beautifully. Lao. Sleeping? Yu Xiaocheng, who was driving, dialed the number of the rich woman's own father on speakerphone and said softly, there's something I need to ask you about. What? Ran into something troublesome? Zhang Xinghua smiled and said, speak. What is it? What if you encounter a mother-in-law-daughter-in-law conflict and get caught in the middle? Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, do you have any experience in this area? Teach me what I should do. In-law conflict? That's actually a good solution. Zhang Xinghua replied in a serious tone, say your daughter-in-law is bad in front of your mom, say your mom is bad in front of your daughter-in-law, and if both of them are present then just pretend to be dead and never take sides. Yu Xiaocheng frowned and carefully said, what about them engaging in secret war? It's just that on the surface they smile and laugh, but in their hearts they sulk with each other. It's really all the same. Older brother teaches you the 9 words of truth invisible, inaudible, pretending not to understand. Zhang Xinghua laughed, go and realize it well, old brother. Can't see, can't hear, can't pretend to understand? This general-in-law relationship could indeed work for a while, but the one I'm facing is anything but general. Subsequently, the brothers chatted briefly and hung up the call hastily. Yu Xiaocheng waited for the red light at the intersection, the thoughts in his mind confused, until the car behind him drops him this only from the disorientation. For a long time. Then he came to the neighborhood where he lived, and then began to look for a parking space. After successfully finding a parking space, Yu Xiaocheng slowly and leisurely in the direction of home, while thinking nonsense. Do we really have to give it? This is not deliberately stirring up conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Stuck in a dead end. Yu Xiaocheng directly chose to break the can. This belongs to the feud between the 2 sisters, or do not get involved for the better. They let me do whatever they want. When Yu Xiaocheng returned home and opened the door, he saw Chu Fong sitting on the sofa. Mother and son looked at each other, and the next second, the real mom stood up from the sofa and quickly came to her son, sniffing the smell of his body, all covered in the Thai odor of a vixen. Chu Fong said with a face full of disgust, staying with that rich girlfriend again? Yu Xiaocheng nodded and didn't hide anything. Feeling the sexy lace panties in his pocket, he opened his mouth. The words on the edge of her mouth were swallowed back into her stomach. At this point, Chufan silently reached out her hand and said blandly, take it out, the pair of panties in the pocket. Ha? Mom, you. How did you know? Yu Xiaocheng asked in panic. Just now your Aunt Zheng called me. She analyzed tonight's situation for me. Chufan looked at her son and couldn't help but sneer. The result is really not what she expected. This rich woman is too deep in her rut. I don't want to read the Good Fortune Sutra, but I actually study the art of war. Under all kinds of coercion from her mom, Yu Xiaocheng had no choice but to pull out a pair of panties from her pants pocket, a pair of purple lace panties. Chu Fong held the pair of panties and was so angry that she was shaking all over. I can't believe I actually gave it. Mom, where are you going? Instead of storming out as expected, he clutched the pair of panties and snatched them out the door. Go to your Auntie Song Chin Chin. Talk to her about how to fight that little vixen. Chu Fong exasperately said, she has a knack for dealing with vixens. Hearing these words from her mom, Yu Xiaocheng's head buzzed. It's over. It's over. A Letso man is involved. End of chapter. Watching her own mother hurriedly left, Yu Xiaocheng for a moment do not know what to do, if it is to go to find other people even if, in favor of going to find what all know Song Chin Chin originally the matter at hand is bad enough, and now can be good.
The fact that a lessee was involved was bad enough, but now it was good. What to do? What to do? It doesn't feel like the situation is generally bad. Yu Xiaocheng, anxious to wander back and forth in the living room, thinking about it, decided to find a pretty familiar rich woman to discuss the discussion, and then took out his cell phone, dialing the rich woman aunt's number. Just a few moments. The phone is connected. Little bad boy, is your mom pissed off? The pretty ripe rich woman on the phone asked in a soft, delicate voice. Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and replied in a good-natured manner, I said, baby auntie. You're still resting here laughing now, you won't be able to laugh later. Your best friend has now gone to find Song Qingqing to discuss how to deal with you, the Thai little vixen. What? Zhang Yanru, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, heard these words from her best friend's son and stood up violently, her eyes filled with dismay, as well as a panicked expression as she squeaked out, Your mom went to look for Song Qingqing? This. At this moment the rich woman's scalp was numb, fear almost swallowed her whole person. After all, Song Qingqing knew that she and her best friend's son had received a marriage license, and if this matter was leaked out by Qingqing and let Sister Fangfang know about it, it's over. It's over. This is really going to be a dead end. Zhang Yanru thought left and right, then hurriedly said, I'll go find your mom and your aunt Song Qingqing right now. You going too? Yes, you should go, supervise Annie Song, but don't let her spill the beans. Yu Xiaocheng responded and said urgently, also she took that. Not equal to Xiao Cheng's finish, the rich woman directly hung up. Young Yunru put on her jacket in a hurry, found a pair of flats from the shoe cabinet, and panicked. Pretty rich woman's home was not very far from Song Qingqing's home, and it was only about 15 minutes by car. When she parked her own car, she jogged into the elevator, followed by tapping on the door of Song Qingqing's home, shouting, Surname Song. Hurry up and open the door for me. Hurry up and open the door for me. Soon the door to the house was opened, and Song Qingqing, who was wearing a nightgown and was currently looking at her with a puzzled face, looked at her best friend and asked curiously, Why are you suddenly here? Who? Let me in first, tired. Young Yunru gasped for air and said with pain and relief, But it finally caught up. Song Qingqing was even more confused, but didn't say much, so she welcomed her sister into her home, then went to the kitchen and poured her a glass of water, sat down next to Zhang Yanru, and once again inquired, What's the situation? It seems like it's still urgent and important. I can't say it all in one sentence. I can only tell you that Sister Fangfang is here to see you. Wait. What to say and what not to say, you should understand in your heart. Zhang Yanru finished her speech and drank the water in the cup in one go, then admonished, in addition, don't arch the fire to me. Hearing these words from her best friend, Song Qingqing's gossipy heart blazed and asked with a smile, the adultery was exposed? Can you speak properly? Can you speak human language? What do you mean by adultery? I and her son. Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly and exasperatedly said, we truly love each other. Ouch. The last time I asked you, it was still reluctant, but now it's a genuine love. Song Qingqing's face instantly blossomed with joy, hastily holding onto her best friend's arm, curiously asking, what kind of experience made your attitude change so quickly? I don't know. Young Yunru was a little embarrassed and raised her cup to try and cover it up with a drink, only to realize that she had finished it long ago. Ha. Supervillainy works. What's the word? A fondness for each passing day? Song Qingqing elbowed her and said meaningfully, under the diligent irrigation of Sister Fangfang's son, this iron tree of yours has finally blossomed, huh? Zhang Yanru angry and helpless, but the fact is that as the girlfriend said this, indeed in the company of the girlfriend's son, he obtained the nourishment of love, but also feel the happiness of love, but he is the son of the girlfriend's, so it seems to be a happy experience, mixed with a little difficult to speak of the shame. You too. How far is it now? Song Qingqing asked. The rich woman frowned and disliked back without a good grace, you have so many questions, can you stop being annoying? Again. Every time I ask you critical questions, it's this kind of impatient attitude, if you want people not to say it, unless you don't do it, you've done it all yourself, and you don't allow others to say it. Song Qingqing rolled her eyes straight and said leisurely. Young Yunru ignored her and sat there by herself, waiting for her other best friend to arrive. Just then, there's a doorbell ringing. Coming. Get the door. Richie said softly. Aha. Song Qingqing got up and came to the door, gently opened the door of the house, and saw Chu Fang standing in the doorway, anger written all over her face. Sis? What brings you here? Song Qingqing asked, feigning surprise. Looking for you to discuss a matter. Chu Fang forced down her anger and softly inquired, alone at home, right? Nope. Ru is there too. Song Qingqing replied. Chu Fang couldn't help but freeze, but didn't think much about it, nodding her head repeatedly, it's just right to discuss it together. When Song Qingqing welcomed Chu Fang into her home, Zhang Yanru saw her boyfriend's own mother and hurriedly stood up with an expression of surprise, stepping forward to take her best friend's arm and asking delicately, Sister, I really didn't expect you to actually come. As the words fall. Then he frowned, confused, and asked, Why do I feel like you? You seem angry. Don't mention it. It's not that little vixen that caused this. Chu Fang skimmed her mouth and said in exasperation, Xiaoru are really not what you expected,
As soon as Chang Chang came home I searched a pair of purple lace panties from his pants pocket. Speaking. Just take out those panties. When Zhang Yanru saw the panties in her best friend's hand, her face instantly turned red and she hurriedly snatched them over, saying helplessly, "Sister, why did you even bring them? The family's shame can't be revealed. Let me see. Let me see." Song Qingqing took the panties from the rich woman's hands, picked them up and looked at them carefully. The smile at the corner of her mouth could not be suppressed, while the rest of the corner of her eye sneaked a glance at Zhang Yanru, and she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "TSK, TSK, TSK. The little hooves are really playing with the waves." Young Yanru, who is usually so disciplined and high-strung, didn't realize that in private she would give her best friend's son her own underwear. But then again, Fang Fang's son is indeed handsome, strong and tall. Zhang Yanru, this little cannot hold. It is a normal situation. Sis? It's not possible that the little vixen you're talking about wouldn't be your son's girlfriend, right? Song Qingqing pursed her lips lightly and continued, "And I feel this little vixen is quite mature, not like a quiet little girl, it should be. Speaking of which," looking at the person in question, he said meaningfully, "it should be a mature and pretty rich woman like Yanru, because only mature and rich women would buy this brand of panties." Zhang Yanru was so angry that her back teeth were about to be clenched. She forced herself to hold back her displeasure with her best friend, took her own panties from her hand and said softly, "Sis, let's sit down and talk about this matter slowly, and also don't be in a hurry to catch fire." Accompanied by her two sisters, Chu Fang sat down on the sofa while Song Qingqing handed over another cup of water. Pissed off. This is clearly a provocation. Chu Fang took a sip of water, and after putting down the water cup, she said furiously, "Yesterday you sent stockings, and today you sent panties, are you sending underwear tomorrow?" Hearing Sister Fang Fang's words, Song Qingqing's eyes lit up again and she couldn't help but look at the pretty rich woman again. Zhang Yanru directly ignored her gaze and gently said to Chu Fang, "Sis, you have to think of it this way. Xiao Cheng receiving his own girlfriend's intimate underwear shows that the two of them have a good relationship. In addition, now that it's all about an open society, so don't dwell on these things anymore." Without waiting for Chu Fang to open her mouth to speak, Song Qingqing on the side hurriedly jumped out to retort, "A bunch of nonsense. Sister Fang Fang, don't listen to Xiao Ru, she's just trying to smooth things over. I think that little vixen is not a decent woman. That little vixen is not a decent woman who sends stockings and panties, she must be a tie hoof." "You, starting to make accusations, huh?" Young Yanru was on the verge of exploding, but between the situation at hand, she couldn't stand up and dislike her. "Chin chin. Or you know, sister." Chu Fang grabbed Song Qingqing's hand and said with a face full of anticipation, "Sister knows that you have a knack for dealing with vixens, so hurry up and help sis what to do." This. Song Qingqing just opened her mouth. Zhang Yanru directly interrupted her. "Comrade Song Qingqing, think about it before you say it, don't talk nonsense, this is about the lifelong happiness of Sister Fang Fang's son." Zhang Yanru warned seriously. The words. Hurriedly holding onto Chu Fang's arm, she said in a serious tone, "Sister, you have to think twice. I'll listen to Chin Chin's approach first." Chu Fang turned her head to look at Song Qingqing beside her and urgently pursued, "Xin Qin, hurry up and say what you think." Sis, do you know what your biggest problem is right now?" Song Qingqing said in a serious manner, "It's being in a completely passive situation, where the other party is in the dark and you're in the light." "No way." Cheng Cheng is dead set on not saying. Chu Fang sighed, glanced at her best friend beside her, and huffed, "Xiao Ru, she also knows who it is, but she's also dead set on not saying anything." Song Qingqing stifled a laugh and said leisurely, "Sis, some of these people are in Xiao Ying's heart nah, you have to polish your own eyes before you do that." When she saw her good sister's annoyed and helpless look, Song Qingqing's heart was all happy. "Ouch. It's really cool to me. You've had your day, you pussy." Issued before reform. End of chapter. Zhang Yanru heart that gas hate to tear the good sister of this broken mouth, obviously she is to take this opportunity, on their own a variety of scolding Samuel, is not 2 years ago to her matchmaking to stir up the yellow, actually have been resentful to now key each other is not what a good man. Ru ya. There is indeed something wrong with you, actually taking the other side, I'm your sister. Chu Fang rolled her eyes and said with a slightly annoyed brow. Zhang Yanru helplessly explained, I'm just thinking from your son's perspective, sis. I know you're a bit angry, but have you ever thought about how much your son likes that rich woman? Although the two of them did go a little overboard, if you forcefully break it up, your son will be devastated. Fart. There are thousands of beautiful women in this world, how could it be for an old and ugly rich woman that causes Xiao Cheng to stumble? Song Qingqing hurriedly disliked the key. Xiao Cheng is also so young and promising, there are countless women who are chasing after him, it's simply impossible for the kind of situation you're talking about to occur. Oops. You stinking woman. I really want to get you killed. Zhang Yanru was so angry that her whole body was about to crack, clenched her fists and tried to control her emotions and breathing, and said seriously, People can be beautiful, the body is also great, but also very good at making money, to be much more perfect than you, the key chest big but fat birth son, what do you have You. Song Qingqing also blew up in anger, huffing and puffing back, I go since you said it so well,
but why would you do something so shameless? Giving away stockings and panties. Obviously a Thai bad woman. You know.
Zhang Yanru directly exploded and gritted her teeth. This is called eroticism.
Do you know what is called love interest?
Not even a man knows to stand on the sidelines and fan the flames.
Song Chin glared and yelled, why don't I have a man? Is that my problem? Who spoiled my blind date 2 years ago?
Obviously I like the other person so much, and stiffly cut me off from them.
He's scum. Do you know what it means to be a scumbag? Emotional liar. He's cheating you and you're still stupid.
If it wasn't for me, you would have been cheated out of your money and body by the other party long ago. Zhang Yanru snorted coldly and replied without any humor.
I'd love to. Song Chin said angrily, you have a problem with me liking being lied to? Meanwhile, sitting in the middle, Chu Fong was a bit speechless. Didn't they agree to discuss how to deal with the little vixen together? How come they suddenly quarreled? However, if you think about it, it's not strange. It's not the first time I've seen them fight. Basically every few days, they will make up, and then not long after that, then they fight again over something. Okay. Hold off on the two of you for a while and settle this matter of mine. Chu Fong opened her mouth and said. The sisters glanced at each other, each twisting their heads to the other side in the next second, at which point Song Chin said, Sister, my side of the advice is to be an evil mother-in-law, picking the bones inside the eggs, so that little vixen knows what's wrong, and as for now, do more work on your son's mind so that he realizes that what he's doing is wrong.
Young Yanru skimmed her mouth, and the words that came to her lips hovered for a long time before she silently swallowed them back.
Hey, it seems to be the only way.
Chu Fong sighed, turned her head to her best friend beside her, and said in a serious tone, Xiaoru, you help me persuade my son more, he listens to you the most.
Aha.
Young Yanru answered, then noticing her good sister's disdainful eyes, her heart was filled with unspeakable shame, and she replied with slight embarrassment, I know, I'll try to persuade your son. After getting her best friend's promise, Chu Fong was not happy in her heart, she still looked sad and bitterly said to herself, it's really the misfortune of life, I worked so hard to raise my son to adulthood, and then he was arched by an old cow.
It's a heifer, people aren't that old.
Young Yanru amended her best friend's statement. Before Chu Fong could say anything, Song Chin bared her teeth and laughed out, she couldn't hold it in anymore.
What's so funny?
Young Yanru skimmed her mouth and asked unhappily.
Oof. I'll laugh if I want to. Song Chin disliked back. Here we go again. The sisters are also really tireless. Chu Fong stood up and said in a good-natured manner, you two continue, I'm going to the restroom. Watching Chu Fong walk into the bathroom, Song Chin hurriedly sat down beside the pretty ripe rich woman, reached out and pinched her thighs, and said seriously, hey, you're going a bit too far, can you still stand up to Sister Fong Fong? Me.
Young Yanru bit her lips tightly and replied with a squeaky voice, but I really like her son. Since you like her son so much, then you confess to Sister Fong Fong.
Song Chin exasperately said, look at Sister Fong Fong.
What a rush she's in. I'm scared. Young Yanru replied bitterly, there were times when I wanted to talk to her, but just now you saw her attitude, so how can I open my mouth? You didn't even make it yourself. Song Chin rolled her eyes, loosened that tight thigh, elbow gently touched her, meaningfully said, but then again, on weekdays, you look like a cool and elegant person, but I didn't expect that you are actually so Thai in your private life. I didn't realize that in private, you are actually so Thai. You speak properly. Zhang Yanru instantly blushed and huffed, it's her son who wants it. What can I do? If I don't give it to him, I'll make all kinds of trouble. Yes? Song Chin looked at her with a skeptical face and laughed coldly, it's not like I don't know Xiaocheng. It's not like I haven't been in contact with him. People are so disciplined little men, how could they possibly do such a thing? I think nah. It's your Thai vigor that came up and forced your way into his pocket.
Nonsense. I'm not this kind of bad woman.
Young Yanru pursed her lips and murmured, also you said.
He's a disciplined little man, pure nonsense, you don't realize how tossed around he can be. A young man can have a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Song Chin narrowed her eyes and said seriously, regarding the tossing and flowery work please expand on the details.
Get out. Find a young lad to experience it yourself. I don't want to talk to you.
Zhang Yanru blushed in shame and said without a trace of anger.
You think I do not want? Don't have the strength, I can't seduce the little man.
Song Chin sighed, then asked, since things have gotten to this point, how do you plan to end it?
Yes, it is.
It's gotten to the point where it's just not going to end. At this moment, young Yanru's face was full of tangles. Despite bravely taking one foot, she hadn't even thought about how to take the other foot.
Actually, you were right last time.
Pretty ripe rich woman red face, softly and quietly replied, you said let me give birth to a child, I carefully thought about it, can only be so, give raw rice to cook rice, take the pregnancy report and confess to Sister Fong Fong. I think she looks at the child in the belly, should not be difficult for me. With all these sins on your body, I'm afraid it's hard to kill Sister Fong Fong's anger and resentment by giving birth to one. Song Chin quietly touched her good sister's big buttocks and said in a bad way, you can easily conceive too with this ass. Young Yanru slapped her hand away, glared at her fiercely and said, let's put this matter aside first, now it's time to count your accusations against me.
You don't dislike me too. Song Chin blankly eyed her and spoke faintly, I'm telling you. Don't think about retaliating against me, believe it or not, I'll stab out the biggest secret on you right now. Xiao Cheng is going to study for his doctorate next week, he will meet a lot of young guys then, I'll ask him to help you find a few? Zhang Yanru whispered.
Seeing that her good sister had softened, Song Chin couldn't help but smile faintly and said softly, let's talk about it later, I won't be polite if there's a need.
The words. Song Chin suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, are you that relieved that your little man is going to study for a degree? Of course it's not reassuring.
Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and said leisurely, but I'm not without a solution. I have a nephew who is the head of the physics department of Xin University. Xiao Cheng is studying for a doctorate in the physics department of Xin University. Tomorrow morning I'll take Xiao Cheng to find him, so that he can supervise his little aunt. Don't let his little aunt dabble with women outside. Song Chin was all stunned, her eyes full of dismay, and hurriedly tugged on her good sister's arm, begging bitterly, please take me with you. I want to see what kind of expression your nephew will have when he sees his own little aunt.
No. This is our family's private matter, what are you, an outsider, getting involved in?
Zhang Yanru directly refused. Despite Song Chin's eagerness, after all, it was someone else's family matter, so she didn't dwell on it too much and asked softly, does your little man know about this?
I didn't tell him, but we'll find out tomorrow, Young Yanru replied. Having said that,
the pretty mature rich woman took a look at the bathroom and felt that her best friend was about to come out, so she hurriedly grabbed her good sister's nightgown and came over to her side and carefully said, Chin,
can you do me a favor?
What favor?
Song Chin asked curiously. That is.
The rich woman squeaked, you keep Sister Fan for the night, and I'll go to her house and steal her son.
Song Chin almost didn't die of anger, and said in annoyance, I've already had my conscience condemned by hiding that matter for you, and you still want me to do this kind of thing again? What's the difference between that and serving a tiger? Please.
Young Yanru hugged her good sister's arm and looked at her miserably.
Eventually, Song Chin failed to resist the rich woman's pleas and reluctantly agreed.
Love you. The rich woman kissed Song Chin's cheeks, got up and called out to her best friend in the bathroom, sis, I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll go home first.
As the words fall, just run away.
Zhang Yanru's back foot had just left. Chu Fong stepped out of the bathroom with her front foot, looking at the lone Song Chin. She asked curiously, where is everyone?
Gone? Song Chin responded, intriguingly, she went to steal someone. End of chapter.
When Chu Fong heard that her best friend had gone outside to steal someone, she subconsciously assumed that she was going to find her little man, and didn't care about anything, saying softly, then it's almost time for me to go back.
Sis, it's not easy to come to my house so soon and leave?
Even though Song Chin scoffed at her best sister's approach, after all, she had already promised someone something and still had to do it.
Hastily getting up and walking to her, she gently took Chu Fong's arm and said, stay at my house tonight.
Chu Fong didn't have anything important to do, so she simply agreed with alacrity, and then the two sisters sat back on the sofa and chatted about some parental content, but the chatting led to Zhang Yanru's body. I feel that Xiao Ru has been very strange lately. Chu Fong frowned and murmured, but I can't say what's strange, I just feel that she's a bit strange. Of course, because she's in love with your son and has a marriage license with him. Song Chin held Chu Fong's arm, her body close to her, and leisurely said, maybe this period of time to aunt, so become very strange, and she is not a little man. I guess that little man is quite good at torturing people.
It's possible.
But then again, since she has a man, there's been a bit of a change in terms of her personality. She used to be in a sullen state, but now she talks a bit more. Chu Fong smiled, then looked at Song Chin beside her and asked, what about you?
When are you going to finalize your marriage?
Me. Song Chin skimmed her mouth and replied bitterly, I also want to but sister I'm a doctor's usually how busy, every now and then to be called to the consultation, and the hospital assigned a variety of tasks, annoyed dead.
Every family has difficult experiences.
Chu Fong sighed and helplessly muttered to herself, originally, I thought that by raising Cheng to adulthood, I was considered to have accomplished my mission, but I didn't expect that. In the end, it was cheaply given to another woman, and the key is that this woman is still a bit immodest. Song Chin pursed her lips and asked playfully, sister, have you ever thought of a problem? Instead of being cheaper to those foxy girls outside, it's better to be cheaper to the good sisters around you.
Chu Fong frowned and looked at her suspiciously, saying, you want to pick up my family's Chung Chang, huh? I don't want it.
I mean someone, Song Chin said meaningfully, a lonely little rich girl.
People already have little men. If my Chung Chang gets together again, won't she become a male junior? And if Xiao Ru becomes my daughter-in-law, what should her child call me? What should I call my son?
Chu Fong shook her head and laughed unhappily, you first solve your own life matters, don't always think of looking at other people's jokes. Song Chin smiled faintly and didn't say much, continuing to chat with her good sister about parental matters.
Meanwhile,
Young Yanru came to her best friend's neighborhood. She stood in front of the door of the house and gently knocked on the door.
A few moments. The door was slowly opened from the inside.
When Yu Xiaocheng saw that the one standing at the doorway was the pretty rich woman, he instantly showed a trace of shock, as well as an expression of being caught off guard, but he didn't wait for him to be shocked too much for the mature aunt to pounce on him, and dive headfirst into his own arms. Surprise? Unexpected? Auntie Richie snuggled into her little man's arms, her face pressed tightly against her chest, feeling the strong, lean and strong, and asked softly, "Did you miss Auntie?
Thinking of you all the time."
Yu Xiaocheng looked toward the door and after seeing that there was no one else, she asked curiously, "Where's your best friend?" "Your mom's staying at Song Qingqin's house tonight, so I'm running to meet you on a random excuse."
The rich woman sniffed the androgynous odor of the little bad guy's body, her eyes began to get lost, and she said in a glutinous manner, "Tonight I'll stay here and try to stay in your room, but you're not allowed to make a move on me, or else. Otherwise I'll go home."
"No? You wish." Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips, a touch of bad intention showed between her eyebrows, and said, "Don't worry, I've always been a decent person, I never do anything to take advantage of people's danger." The rich woman raised her head and looked at the bad energy with a hint of lewdness in her smile, and knew that he would not be honest tonight, but the pretty rich woman was not in a hurry, there were 10,000 ways to deal with such a little man that would make him obedient. Little pervert. The rich woman let go of Yu Xiaocheng and said softly and quietly, "A little hungry.
Cook me some soup dumplings."
"As you wish,
my queen."
Yu Xiaocheng ran his ass into the kitchen and went to lay soup dumplings for Auntie Rich. Words. How did things work out? Yu Xiaocheng stood in front of the stove and looked towards the rich woman sitting on the sofa in the living room, inquiring curiously.
"Perfect. That's it." Zhang Yanru remembered the purple panties, a faint blush slightly appeared on her face, and said perfunctorily, "It's nothing."
Yu Xiaocheng didn't ask any more questions and continued to cook the soup dumplings in the pot, and after 2 additions of water, a bowl of exquisite sesame lard soup dumplings was served to the rich woman, and thoughtfully sprinkled with cinnamon sugar for her.
"Feed me."
Young Yunru sat down at the dining table, slightly pouting, and demanded in a soft voice.
"Dry feeding or wet feeding?" Yu Xiaocheng inquired in a serious manner.
"Ha?
There are 2 kinds of this?"
Young Yunru said with a face full of curiosity. "What is dry feeding?"
"Just bring it to your mouth with a spoon."
Yu Xiaocheng explained.
"What about wet feeding?"
"Feed you with your mouth."
Shasta.
Auntie Richie blushed and reached out to ruthlessly pinch Yu Xiaocheng's waist flesh, exasperatedly saying, "Little pervert.
Be decent to me." "Still feeding or not?" Yu Xiaocheng asked with a smile.
"Oof.
I have my own hands."
Zhang Yanru blankly eyed him, picked up a spoon and picked up a soup dumpling, brought it to her mouth and blew on it, then elegantly delivered it to her sandalwood mouth.
"Tomorrow you will take you to meet someone."
Young Yunru said softly.
"Who is it?"
Yu Xiaocheng asked.
"Don't ask.
Anyway, when you see it, you'll know who it is." Young Yunru replied faintly. Despite being curious as to who the other party was, Yu Xiaocheng lost interest when he saw that the rich auntie was dead set on not saying anything, and sat down beside her to look at the cold, plump, mature woman, and asked in a low voice, "You've taken a bath?" "Well, I went to take a shower after you left." The rich woman turned her head to look at him and said softly, "Disappointed?"
"Kind of.
Originally, I was thinking of a nighttime attack on the bathroom because the bathroom door in my house is broken and can't be unlocked." Yu Xiaocheng sighed with a look of regret. "It's really too bad." Zhang Yanru bared her teeth and laughed out, raising her hand to gently poke this mischievous little villain and said angrily, "I'm also quite convinced that you, obviously have such a smart head, but as a result, you just think about messy things all day long." Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously, didn't bother to pick up the fight, and obediently sat on the edge. When the rich aunt finished eating the soup dumplings, the 2 of them returned to the sofa. At this time Zhang Yanru snuggled in his arms, her hands broke the little bad guy's fingers, and kept playing with them. Suddenly she shivered and threw up her fists and pounded fiercely on the little bad guy's body.
"Don't touch!"
Zhang Yanru's face reddened, grabbing the hand that was messily touching her calf. She said in shame, "Little pervert.
Believe it or not to beat you? Ha? What's the situation? How did my hand get on your calf?"
Yu Xiaocheng was at a loss for words and nervously explained, "Auntie baby.
I don't know what's going on."
Load.
Acting like it. Zhang Yanru grabbed his ear and said in annoyance, "Wasn't it you who touched over?"
"And reached into my pant leg." "You simply reached into my pants."
"May I?" Yu Xiaocheng asked with anticipation.
"No." Zhang Yanru are angry, have seen shameless, but have not seen so shameless. After hearing the reply of rejection, Yu Xiaocheng's face was filled with loss, while the pretty rich woman raised her head to see this and then moved over, tenderly kissing on his lips.
"Little twerp. Don't be such a monkey, okay?
Auntie has got a marriage license with you, sooner or later you will get it."
Auntie Richie whispered in little badass's ear, and said softly, "Auntie wants to taste the taste of love now, so just say yes to Auntie, will you?" Auntie's little badass husband.
When Zhang Yanru finished these words, she couldn't help but arch into Yu Xiaocheng's arms, her scarlet cheeks were even a little hot, and even her breathing became ragged and rapid.
Jesus. Was that just being cute?
I can't believe I'm saying such shameful things.
And what a little badass husband, it's really humiliating.
At this time, the more the rich woman thought about it, the more shy she was, the more she was ashamed of herself, and she violently broke away from the little bad guy, and in a swift manner, slipped into the little bad guy's room. Click! With the door to the room unlocked, the living room returned to a soundless silence. Waiting for Xiaocheng to come back to his senses, the figure of the rich aunt had long since disappeared, but the voice of that pampered and cute voice of the party was still echoing in his ears. TSK, TSK, TSK. This abrasive little goblin is unbearable. But then again, the door to the room won't open tonight, will it? The following morning, inside an upscale cafe, Yu Xiaocheng was sulking with the rich woman beside her, having agreed to sleep together at night, but she ended up being shut out of the door all night. Okay, I'm sorry. Zhang Yanru tugged on the little villain's sleeve and lightly pursed her lips, murmuringly admitted her mistake. Tonight, Auntie will wear stockings for you, so you can forgive Auntie. Humph. But I was freezing outside all night. Yu Xiaocheng snorted coldly and exasperatedly said, just stocking legs to get rid of me? Just then, a familiar figure appears. When Zhang Yanru saw him, she hurriedly rushed Yu Xiaocheng beside her and said, people are coming, you're doing well. The words, shouting at the man, here. Yu Xiaocheng followed the rich woman's gaze and ended up seeing the head of the physics department of the mathematics and science branch of Xin University, Zhang Yuanxiang, and for a moment he was confused. Auntie, what is it? Zhang Yuanxiang walked over, his face full of complaints, and said helplessly, I'm very busy. Having said that, then he noticed Yu Xiaocheng beside his little aunt. Oops, Tiny Chang. Zhang Yuanxiang was stunned, looking straight at Yu Xiaocheng, and then at his little aunt, asking in shock, you guys, you two know each other? Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng's scalp went numb and he wanted to get under the table. Aha! Zhang Yanru nodded and replied lightly, he's your little aunt. End of chapter. When Zhang Yanru said Yu Xiaocheng is Zhang Yuanxiang's little aunt at the moment Yu Xiaocheng's body is almost cracked, he did not dream that he went to the doctor's college physics department of the department head is actually a rich woman's nephew. In other words, he is his little aunt, including the vice dean of the mathematics and science branch of the Tianli. Compared to Xiaocheng's collapse, Zhang Yuanxiang, who had heard the news, had frozen stupidly in place, his eyes flashing a trace of dismay, followed by shock that was hard to hide, while he felt as if the entire world had dimmed. What did I just hear? What did I just hear? Yu Xiaocheng is my little aunt's father? He's my sister-in-law's husband? Zhang Yanru expressionlessly picked up the cup of water in front of her, gently took a small sip, and said blandly, don't stand stupidly, hurry up and sit down. Little auntie? Zhang Yuanxiang came back to his senses, looking at her with a face full of shock, looking at the calm and collected little aunt in front of him, his lips slightly opened, but he could not make any sound. The whole person seemed to be struck by lightning, unable to move for a moment, forcibly holding back his inner emotions, trying to calm himself down, but in the end, all of them ended up in failure. You go and hold him up. Young Yanru said at the little badass beside her. Fault. You're his little aunt, go help him. My legs are numb. Yu Xiaocheng some dilemma, do not want to face Director Zhang, but the rich woman auntie and sent word, finally can only hold up his body, bypassing the old mom girlfriends to walk to the side of Zhang Yuanxiang, carefully help him to support him, said awkwardly, Director Zhang quickly sit. Muddled Zhang Yuanxiang and the future little aunts helped to sit on the chair. At this time he has long been out of breath, even the thoughts are drained, only the instinctive breathing, as well as the heart is full of complex emotions. Yu Xiaocheng returned to the rich woman's side, sneaking a look at Zhang Yuanxiang across the table, seeing him sitting there in a state of confusion, his heart had already begun to consider a change of place to study for a doctor's degree. Fake. Little aunt, you are definitely joking with me. Zhang Yuanxiang finally came back to his senses and stared at Zhang Yanru with anticipation between his eyebrows, carefully saying, little aunt, jokes like this are scary. It's better to make fewer such jokes in the future. Young Yanru didn't say anything, calmly picking up the cup of water and taking a small sip before saying, do I look like someone who jokes? Zhang Yuanxiang was dumbfounded for a moment, and hurriedly looked at Yu Xiaocheng at the side, impatiently asking, Xiaocheng, you quickly tell me that this is all a fake. Ha! I've got this. Yu Xiaocheng's eyes fluttered as she replied with embarrassment and shame, you'd better ask your little aunt, Director Zhang. Strong. What do you want me to do so that you can trust your little aunt? Zhang Yanru calmly inquired, I've already told you that Yu Xiaocheng is your little aunt, and he and I aren't just in a relationship, the two of us even got our marriage license ready. Take it out. Show me the marriage license. Zhang Yuanxiang was undeterred, reaching out and saying seriously, show me the marriage certificate or I won't believe it. Didn't bring it. I'll leave it at home. Young Yanru replied casually. Zhang Yuanxiang couldn't help but roll his eyes, then took a deep breath and said helplessly, little aunt, this is also too perfunctory and too fake. What marriage license is placed at home? I see now there is no such thing as a marriage license. You were lying to me, deliberately lying to your nephew. The words. Looking to Yu Xiaocheng, who was sitting on the side, he asked curiously, Xiaocheng, how did you and her meet? What is the relationship between the two of you? Without waiting for Xiaocheng to open his mouth to speak, Zhang Yanru, who was sitting beside him, silently turned her head. In front of her nephew, she tenderly kissed the little bad guy's cheek, and this unexpected move simultaneously dumbfounded both men.
The saucy ripe rich woman didn't seem to be overjoyed, and holding her little man's hand tightly, purposely placing it on the table, she said, "What do you think? What do you think our relationship is?" "No. No way. Is Yu Xiaocheng really my little aunt's man?"
Zhang Yuanxiang felt like he was going crazy. With any other man, he wouldn't be like this, but it turned out to be Yu Xiaocheng.
Meanwhile,
Yu Xiaocheng is not good to wear, such as sitting on pins and needles. He was full of how to transfer. Shin University Mathematics and Science branch of the Department of Physics has been unable to stay, which will meet more than just embarrassment, not to mention the department chair how to do. Tianli, vice president of the side, is also difficult to account for.
No. Heads are about to explode.
Zhang Yuan strongly held his forehead and said with a face full of pain, "Little aunt.
You too, when did this happen?"
"Old morning. When you called me, we had already gotten a marriage license," Young Yunru said softly.
This. Zhang Yuanxiang raised his head and asked bitterly, "Do my little grandpa and grandma know?"
The pretty mature rich woman shook her head, then nodded again and said softly, "Your little grandpa doesn't know, but your little grandma does. In the future, regarding your little aunt's matter, you don't need to mention it to others, just understand it in your own heart. Isn't he studying for a doctorate at your school? He should know how to do it, right?" Zhang Yuanxiang looked at Yu Xiaocheng. His face was both embarrassed and helpless. Yesterday he was his own student, today he suddenly became his little aunt. Life is too sudden.
"You don't around.
What I avoid most is nepotism." Yu Xiaocheng frowned and said in a serious tone, "You'll make things difficult for Director Zhang.
It's still Chung who's sensible. I know what it's like to be in this position. But then again, how exactly did these two meet? And how did they get together?" Just as Zhang Yuanxiang was imagining things, the pretty ripe rich woman leisurely explained, "That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you dabbling in womanizing during your doctoral studies." "Ha?
I am going to study for my doctorate. It's not like I'm going to do anything. Besides, there are very few girls in the physics department, and even if there are, they're all unattractive." Yu Xiaocheng looked helpless, looked at Zhang Yuanxiang across the table and whispered, "Director Zhang, do you think I'm right?"
Zhang Yuanxiang's thoughts were pulled back to reality, and just as he wanted to speak, Zhang Yanru directly interrupted him.
"He is my nephew and your nephew, just call him by his name, and then call Director Zhang in school,"
Zhang Yanru said.
Zhang Yuanxiang, almost a mouthful of blood, did not spit out. For no reason seniority down a grade, the key to the other party is still their own students, but do not dare to refute her. After all, the seniority is there, and from a young age is also very afraid of her. There is no way that he was beaten up by her.
"It's not good," Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly. "I think it's better for Director Zhang." "That won't work. You're his little aunt. Why should you call out to the director?" Zhang Yanru looked at her nephew and asked seriously, "Xiang, is the little aunt right?" Yeah.
Zhang Yuanxiang nodded his head repeatedly, revealing a smile that was worse than crying, and shouted at Yu Xiaocheng, "Hello, little auntie."
Don't. Director Zhang, you can just call me Yu Xiaocheng."
Yu Xiaocheng cried and laughed. Zhang Yuanxiang just wanted to nod his head in agreement. A beam of sharp gaze shone onto his body. Instantly a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he hurriedly said, "No. I'd better call you little auntie."
"Poof, count your blessings."
Zhang Yanru snorted coldly and spoke softly and quietly, "Xiang. Anyway, I'll leave him to you. You watch over him for me at school. Don't let those foxy girls get close to him. In addition, no one is allowed to bully him either. If your little aunt tells me that he's being bullied and suppressed at school, don't blame your little aunt for being rude to you. In time, I'll make one phone call to your parents."
Young Yunru threatened viciously, "You should know the consequences, right?"
Yes.
"Don't worry, little aunt."
Zhang Yuanxiang replied seriously, "I will definitely watch over my little aunt."
"Okay, you go to work."
Zhang Yanru said softly, "Say hi to Lily for me by the way. I'll catch up with her sometime."
"Aha, I'll go then."
Zhang Yuanxiang stood up and just wanted to turn around and leave, but suddenly thought of something else and hurriedly rushed Yu Xiaocheng, "Tiny auntie, I'm going back.
I'll give you a ride." Yu Xiaocheng followed suit and got up, accompanying Zhang Yuanxiang out of the cafe.
Two large men stood in the doorway, silent to each other, yet giving away whatever they had to say.
"Should I apply for withdrawal?"
Yu Xiaocheng suddenly spoke.
"Don't.
Your wife will get me killed." Zhang Yuanxiang skimmed his mouth, sighed helplessly, and said bitterly, "I'm going back to school first. Go back and take it easy."
The brain is about to explode.
After seeing Zhang Yuanxiang leave, Yu Xiaocheng returned to the rich woman's side, looked at her mom's best friend who was winking at her, and said with tears and laughter, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a nephew who is the head of the physics department at Shin University, and this is good.
How embarrassing to meet in the future. All relatives. What's so embarrassing, besides?
You two will always have to recognize each other in the future. Might as well take advantage of it now. At least you'll be able to put my mind at ease when you're at school in the future."
Zhang Yanru took the arm of her best friend's son and said leisurely, "I'm not going to the office today. Will you accompany auntie to go shopping and watch a movie?"
"Oh,
then let's go."
Zhang Yuanxiang returned to the school and headed to his wife's office first. When he pushed the door in, he saw a dignified middle-aged woman in her office, then went over with a sad face and sat across from Tianli.
What's wrong? Eyebrows knit together. Tinley looked at her husband and inquired curiously. Ugh. Me.
Zhang Yuanxiang opened his mouth, but the words that came to his lips hovered for a long time, not knowing how to speak them.
Do you remember my little aunt? Zhang Yuanxiang asked. No.
Zhang Yanrushan City well-known young entrepreneurs, and at that time you took me to meet your family, it was she forcefully argued for the two of us to get married. Tinley picked up her water glass and took a sip from it.
She secretly got married.
Zhang Yuanxiang flattened his mouth and said bitterly, her husband is in our school, in our mathematics and science branch, in my physics department. Hearing this news, Tianli had water in her mouth and her eyebrows were filled with surprise.
This man is.
Zhang Yuanxiang looked at his daughter-in-law and replied with a sad face, he is Yu Xiaocheng.
Next.
All the water in Tianli's mouth squirted out, spraying in her own husband's face.
Who? Yu Xiaocheng? End of chapter.
As the vice dean of the mathematics and science branch, Tianli seldom showed signs of losing her composure, but today, after hearing her husband's words, she instantly lost her composure. Her eyebrows were filled with shock, as well as an expression of disbelief and even overwhelm.
Her husband's little aunt is actually Yu Xiaocheng?
That Yu Xiaocheng who is almost 20 years younger than myself?
Is he Zhang Yanru's husband?
At this moment Tianli's mind buzzing, this news to her words is really too shocking, shocked to do not know what to say. Zhang Yuanxiang, who was sprayed with water by his daughter-in-law, helplessly drew a few paper towels, wiped the water stains on his face, and said bitterly, don't you still not believe that this is the truth, my little aunt's husband is Yu Xiaocheng. This. Your little aunt is more than 30 years old, Yu Xiaocheng is only 24 only, how is it possible? Tianli had not finished, suddenly thought of her own situation, and silently shut up, then asked again.
Your little aunt told you personally? Or did Yu Xiaocheng tell you? Zhang Yuanxiang sighed and explained bitterly, know why I was late for work?
It is early in the morning received a phone call from my little aunt, let me go to see her. Said something to discuss with me, the key also told me that this matter is very important, I hoofed it to see her, when I saw her, guess who else I saw?
Yu Xiaocheng? Tinley replied in a small voice. That's right, it's Yu Xiaocheng.
Zhang Yuanxiang flattened his mouth, and went on to say, I still wonder how this small Cheng here, and my little aunt to know, the key is still sitting on the side of my little aunt, the results of the results never thought my little aunt said the side of the Yu Xiaocheng is her husband, my little aunt is not only in love with Yu Xiaocheng, even the marriage certificate have led a good.
Tying the marriage license already? Tianli exclaimed, really?
At first, I was killed to believe, thinking that my little aunt was deliberately lying to me, and then later on, my little aunt kissed Xiaocheng's face in front of me, and the two of them held their hands tightly together, and then I believed it. Zhang Yuanxiang helplessly said.
Then it's true. Zhang Yanru's husband is Yu Xiaocheng.
Tianli pursed her lips, originally there was still some consternation, at this moment also almost dissipated, in fact, she can understand Zhang Yanru's approach, also can understand why Zhang Yanru will fall in love with a man so much smaller than herself. Looking at the distressed husband in front of her, gently said, your little aunt got married, shouldn't you be happy for her? Why are you still sad?
Mainly, he was originally my student, but he turned out to be my little aunt. Zhang Yuanxiang bristled, looked at his daughter-in-law, and said, do you know what I mean?
Tianli rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, you were also a student in the beginning, at that time you called me Mr. Tian, now you call me Lily, these I have accepted, now change to you.
You can't accept it? Hearing his daughter-in-law's words, Zhang Yuanxiang was immediately embarrassed and squeaked, no, it's not the same. What's different?
Tianli stood up, walked to her husband's hand, gently pinched his shoulders, and said gently, it's all your pride at work, you just don't want to call Yu Xiaocheng as your little aunt, but even if you're no longer willing to, what's the use of it? What kind of man does your little aunt want to look for, and it's not up to you to say.
Ugh. A little bit, but that's not the main reason.
Zhang Yuanxiang sighed and mumbled an explanation, Xiaocheng is too young. While my little aunt is over 30, I'm worried that
the two were acting on a whim. Humph. According to you, when you first pursued me, you did it on a whim? Tianli said with some displeasure. No.
Zhang Yuanxiang woke up in time, said in a serious manner, I had been thinking for a long time before I made the decision to chase you, not an impulsive decision.
Tianli pinched her husband's arm and exasperatedly said, what thinking for a long time?
Obviously weighing the pros and cons, I still don't know those little thoughts of yours, at that time you wanted to stay in school but there were not enough places left. Then curved your way to save the country.
Chased me to the hand, and finally I fetched you a place. For a moment.
Zhang Yuanxiang is in pain until his heart is torn out, but he still has to smile and face it. Tianli let go of her hand and continued to squeeze her shoulder, gently saying, your little aunt. I've been in contact with her a few times, she's a very calm and collected woman, and Xiaocheng. Although I only met him yesterday, it was such a one-time encounter, I felt calmness from him, and I believe he won't be an impulsive man either. So, your worries are completely superfluous. Tianli pursed her lips and continued, the key.
Xiao Chang has become your little aunt. I think it's quite good. Originally I was a bit worried about what makes people Xiao Chang to help you. Now, you are his nephew now, he can't even help if he doesn't. Zhang Yuanxiang did not say much, obediently sitting there, enjoying the hospital leader's massage for a long time. He opened his mouth. My little aunt asked me to say hello to you. She said that she will come to catch up with you when she has time. Aha. Or we could just go to her tonight. Tinley said softly, I'll call her later. In the afternoon, the two had just come out of the movie theater. Zhang Yanru held her man's arm, her body close to him, living a small woman's image, while Yu Xiaochang was just waking up from a nap somewhat muddled and out of shape. And that's when it happened. Suddenly the rich woman's cell phone rang, and with a displeased look at the caller, she hurriedly answered it in the next second. Lily, the pretty ripe rich woman said softly, did you come to ask me about my future little husband? I'm not that nosy. Tian Li on the phone smiled and said, your nephew told me. I think it's quite good, although Xiao Chang and I have only met once, but he gave me the feeling that he is a very reliable man. As for the age gap is so big, it's not as big as your nephew and I. Indeed. You're both 9 years apart, and he and I are only. It's only a difference of 7 or 8 years. Oops, we're actually pretty much the same. Zhang Yanru held her little man's arm tightly and said leisurely, right. You arrange a time for us to catch up. Then don't arrange it. How about simply tonight? Tinley said gently, your nephew and I will come to your place. Yeah. I'm letting my future little husband cook, I'm telling you Lily. Not only is he a superb student, but he's also a very good cook, so I'll let you guys taste his handiwork tonight. Zhang Yanru said slightly arrogantly. Aha. I look forward to tonight's meal then. Tinley smiled. Afterward, the two chatted briefly for a few more moments before hanging up hastily. Tinley, she and your nephew are coming tonight? Yu Xiaochang inquired curiously when she saw the rich woman hanging up the phone. The rich woman nodded her head and murmured, that's right. They'll both be here after work, and you'll cook a few more dishes tonight. No problem. Yu Xiaochang flattened her mouth and asked cautiously, Tian Li, there's 40, right? The rich woman glanced at him, knowing what he wanted to ask, and said softly, she's 9 years older than my nephew, who's 30 this year. In fact, at first I was extremely opposed to it. After all, there was such a big difference in age, and also when at that time my nephew's motives were impure, he wanted to use Lily's position in the school for his own purpose of staying in school. Sure enough, there is a story. Yu Xiaochang asked urgently, what happened afterward? Later on, I was in a position to get out of the feelings. I see two people are to that point, simply no longer opposed. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, looked at the little bad guy beside her, muttered, at that time, I also asked Lily to come how to look at them their own small so many men, she told me. Speaking of which, Lying Mei's cheeks couldn't help but redden. What did it say? Ouch. Say it. What exactly did she say to you? Yu Xiaochang heart that anxious, like 10,000 ants crawling all over the body, scratching the heart and scratching the liver like difficult. Zhang Yanru tightly bit her lips, quietly reached out to touch his waist meat, viciously pinched, shyly said, why are you so annoying? I don't say it has its own reason not to say it, don't ask about it again. As the words fall, letting go of Yu Xiaochang's arm, he walked quickly in the direction of the parking lot, halfway there. Suddenly stopping and turning back, he urged, hurry up. Go home. Coming? Been waiting for you two for a long time. Zhang Yanru opened the door and saw her nephew and nephew-in-law and hurriedly welcomed the two into the door. There was a bit of traffic on the road. Tian Li, still gentle and elegant, said softly, where's Xiao Chang? Is he cooking in the kitchen? I'm here. Yu Xiaochang, who was wearing a cooking apron, poked out half of her body from the kitchen doorway and rushed at Tian Li. Dean Tian's meal will be ready soon, wait for another 10 minutes. Aha. Tough on you Ching. Tian Li responded gently and turned her head to her husband. Go give your little aunt a hand. Aha no. Youngwon pulled his head in a strong goony manner and silently walked into the kitchen. Small. Zhang Yuanxiang just opened his mouth and swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Just call me Chang. Yu Xiaochang knew what he was hesitating about and said without any concern. It doesn't really matter. Little auntie. Zhang Yuanxiang smiled, walked to his side, and asked, is there anything I can help you with? Do the dishes. Yu Xiaochang pointed to a plate of green vegetables. Great. No problem. Zhang Yuanxiang numbly rolled up his sleeves and began to help Yu Xiaochang wash the vegetables. How is your kidney function? Zhang Yuanxiang suddenly asked. Crunchy and powerful. Yu Xiaochang replied with a confident face. Zhang Yuanxiang smiled faintly and came to his side, saying in a serious tone, in the past, when I was as big as you, it was all about being able to pee 3 feet against the wind, and now, ugh. The sigh was filled with endless tears and pain. Yu Xiaochang looked at him, and at this moment his face was filled with stories. Yu Xiaochang's heart tightened at once, and he took another close look before he could make out 4 big words from between his eyebrows. Stoicism and riches. End of chapter. In fact, Yu Xiaochang and Zhang Yuanxiang have a lot in common, such as both found a woman much older than themselves, and both are engaged in the field of physics research, but the direction is not the same. Zhang Yuanxiang is in the direction of experimental physics, while Yu Xiaochang is in the direction of theoretical physics.
Rather than exploring the material world by designing and conducting experiments, Yu Xiaocheng prefers to use mathematical models and theoretical frameworks to find the laws of the natural world, and in many cases Yu does not need any experimental equipment and has already constructed a solution to the problem in his mind.
Actually, I'm leaning more toward theoretical physics. Like to solve problems by constructing mathematical models. This aspect of experimentation is not my strong point.
Yu Xiaocheng said at Zhang Yuanxiang, who was giving himself a hand beside him, as he sautéed the vegetables in the wok. You should have read one of my articles about certain ideas in statistical physics, in which I mentioned the concept of entangled dynamics.
Aha! My wife and I both read the article and were truly amazed at the time.
Zhang Yuanxiang said with emotion, especially when I realized that you were only 22 years old at the time, it almost made my jaw drop.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and said bitterly, it's just a pity that it was proven wrong in the end because of this matter,
thus causing me to give up on my doctoral studies. But then I figured out that scientific theories are accumulated with countless mistakes, and my mistake should make many people take the road less traveled.
Zhang Yuanxiang sighed and said seriously, it's already impressive enough, how many so-called big names in the country, even you can't take this step, and you're just 22 years old and you've done it, and I think your theory is not a problem, it should be wrong at some point.
I don't know what's wrong.
Yu Xiaocheng bristled and replied lightly, when I finish my doctorate and get the title of associate professor, I'll reconduct the research, it won't cost me a few dollars anyway.
The words. Looking at Zhang Yuanxiang beside him, he said smilingly, I'll trouble Director Zhang when the time comes.
You say that. We are all real relatives now, your seniority is still higher than mine, what's trouble or not?
Zhang Yuanxiang laughed in a good-natured manner, to say trouble.
It's me who's troubling your little aunt, that's right. In short, whether I can step into the threshold of the vice dean, I'm counting on you.
Oh.
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and inquired with a beaming smile, is just being the vice president enough? Should I make you an academician within 5 years?
Zhang Yuanxiang burst out laughing and said leisurely, forget it. The threshold of academician is a bit high, and I am not very strong, so unless I use my connections to force me in, it will be very difficult to realize in this lifetime.
Send an article.
Just post a few more NS articles, as long as you have them in hand.
Nothing will panic.
Yu Xiaocheng said casually, this is how I plan to send the first article to Nature, and during the time I wait for the notification, I will immediately carry out the second project, and strive to complete 2, or even 3, topical articles within a year.
2 to 3 articles a year. That's a bit of an overstatement, isn't it?
It wasn't that Zhang Yuanxiang didn't believe in Yu Xiaocheng's strength, but based on the level of difficulty in the real world, this matter was almost impossible to do. Unless Yu Xiaocheng was the reincarnation of Isaac Newton, but even if he was the reincarnation of Isaac Newton, the foundation of the physics edifice today was already very strong, in the case of just adding bricks and mortar.
The difficulty could be imagined.
Right.
Director Zhang, as a person who has been there before, do you go to the hospital on weekdays to see your back?
Yu Xiaocheng cautiously inquired. Zhang Yuanxiang sighed deeply and said meaningfully, I've been married to Lily for 5 years, and then I became good friends with the best orthopedic surgeon in Shin City, and you think I
go to see my back on weekdays?
Ah, this.
Looks like he goes there a lot.
Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips and said bitterly, when are you going to introduce me?
I think I might need it. It's not a possibility. It's a certainty.
Zhang Yuanxiang said seriously, I remember it was junior high school, and there was a junior high school sports meeting. My little aunt signed up for the sprinting and long-distance running events, and then guess what happened in the end?
All won the championship?
Yu Xiaocheng scrunched his head and replied cautiously,
ho ho ho.
Broke the Shin City junior high school students' girls' sprint and long-distance running records. Zhang Yuanxiang flattened his mouth and said meaningfully, visible explosive power and durability, as well as the fact that she has practiced 2 years of martial arts and 3 years of judo, very, very fierce. I was old by her when I was a child.
Is up. Will I be able to hold my own after this?
Yu Xiaocheng, after listening to the description of Zhang Yuanxiang, legs cannot help but tremble, thought the future life is stoicism and wealth, never thought to meet their own is death.
Panic? That's panic? Don't you inquire before you fall in love with her? Zhang Yuanxiang asked suspiciously. Me. Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say.
Zhang Yuanxiang patted his shoulder and said with a caring face, don't be afraid.
I won't let you die in the streets. Don't scare me.
Yu Xiaocheng's speech was a bit shaky, and he said in a good-natured manner, be careful of me blowing pillow wind in your little aunt's ear at night.
Zhang Yuanxiang smiled faintly and did not continue to say anything more, doing his own thing.
On the other side, Zhang Yanru and Tianli were sitting on the sofa, chatting about intimate topics between women, while their faces were filled with blush, while the rich woman's eyes were even more mesmerized.
You tell me the truth. Are you craving someone else's young man's body?
Tianli took the arm of the pretty ripe rich woman, pressed against her ear, and whispered, I think you are very suspicious of this. Zhang Yanru bit her lip and squeaked out a reply, there is a little bit, don't look at his not tall and not thin appearance, but actually he can be lean and strong, I especially like to touch his chest, it's sturdy and very secure.
That's nice.
My husband is turning into a lump now, and every time he undresses for bed, I see that lump.
It's disgusting all over.
Tianli pouted and said helplessly, and recently it feels like he's a bit overwhelmed, the quality of his life is plummeting, but I'm worried.
Finished speaking.
Gently touching her elbow to young Yunru, she curiously inquired, how is your little man at home?
This. Not bad at all.
Young Yunru replied awkwardly, don't ask about that, let's talk about something else.
Lily, you must keep an eye on him for me, don't let him cheat on you at school.
Zhang Yanru grabbed Tianli's hand and said in a serious manner, I've talked to Chen Xiang, but I don't think he's trustworthy, and after thinking about it, you're still the best.
Don't worry, I have a plan in mind.
Tianli nodded seriously and did not feel anything funny. After all, as a person who had been there before, she had once been just like Zhang Yanru, watching out for other women everywhere, fearing that there would be a vixen close to her man.
Right. How's Chin Chin doing these days? Tinli asked.
She's still the same as always, she's either working overtime in the hospital or sleeping at home. Young Yunru replied with a light sticky voice.
A doctor can understand that. Tianli flattened her mouth, muttered in a low voice, in a couple of days, I'm going to ask her to do me a favor and find an old Chinese doctor for my little husband to treat his kidney deficiency, agu.
You don't know, your nephew is now very weak, deliberately avoiding me every day. The key is still dead duck mouth hard, dead and alive do not admit that his kidney is weak.
That's what he is. Exactly like his father.
Young Yunru nuzzled her mouth, peeking at her out of the corner of her eye, and stammered, By the way,
let's show it to my little man at home as well. Your family's deflated too? He's only in his 20s and he's vain?
Tinli looked at her with a surprised expression.
No.
Zhang Yanru shook her head repeatedly and hurriedly denied, prevention.
It's just prevention. He hasn't been false.
Oh. Tianli nodded her head slightly in thought and replied seriously, it's better not to, this great tonic will be spoiled by messing around with it.
Poor too.
Zhang Yanru looked towards the kitchen and watched the little bad guy standing in front of the stove, skillfully frying the dishes in the pan. A touch of shallow happiness flowed between her brows, and she said softly, it's quite amazing to think about it, that I would actually fall in love with him, and that I would sneak around with him and get the marriage license. Life. It can be unsurprising everywhere or full of surprises. Tianli said quietly, your nephew and I were on the verge of giving up, after all, his family rejected me so much, and then I figured out a lot of times what we think we're giving up is a relationship, when in reality it could be a lifetime. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, and in her heart she agreed with Tianli's words, so she would not give up on Yu Xiaochang. Even if she was walking on thin ice, she would still walk to the other side.
How exactly did you and he meet? Tinli asked.
I. Zhang Yanru was dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing how to say it. After all, it was the deepest secret in her heart.
Let me guess.
A sudden meeting, an encounter caught off guard, a natural acquaintance, a watery acquaintance, a love affair. Tianli fantasized the process of Zhang Yanru's love in her mind, which was filled with the flavor of sweetness and happiness.
Actually, it's not that romantic.
Zhang Yanru hung her head, her jade hand tightly gripping her pants, almost pulling them into a twist, and answered as thin as a mosquito, Lily. What I'm going to tell you next may or may not subvert your sanity. You must remain calm.
Tianli smiled gracefully, don't worry, I'm a professional. Me.
He and I, Young Yunru clenched her lips and stammered, his mom and I are BFFs.
Shasta.
There was a dead silence in the living room, as if time had stopped for the moment.
End of chapter.
Tianli quietly sat on the sofa, dumbfounded, looking at the beautiful mature rich woman beside her, compared to the mourning from her husband that heard that Yu Xiaochang is Zhang Yanru's husband. At this moment, when in Zhang Yanru's mouth heard that she and Yu Xiaochang's own mother is bosom friend, the shock in the heart is difficult to describe.
No.
The fact that Chang is Zhang Yanru's husband is exaggerated enough, but it turns out, as a result, it never occurred to me that Zhang Yanru's mother-in-law was her own best friend. Tianli opened her mouth, but she swallowed back the words that came to her mouth and cautiously inquired, Xiaoru,
you're supposed to be making fun of me, right?
This, it's simply too unbelievable, you married your best friend's son, Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly, her eyes fluttering, muttering softly, yes it's true, her mom and I are indeed bosom friends, and not just any bosom friends, we both are almost as close as sisters, she treats me as her own sister, and I treat her as my own sister.
For a moment, Tinli's head was buzzing with too much information to take in a bit. Actually, my best friend's son and I have come to this point.
It was also purely an accident. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and replied in a murmur, at that time, I was on a blind date. As a result, my best friend's son suddenly barged in and revealed the true colors of the blind date man. It turned out that the other party was a scum behind the scenes, and then my best friend's son told me. He said, Auntie Zhang, if you're in a hurry to get married, then I'll marry you, you marry me. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, shyly hung her head, and squeaked out a reply, then in the afternoon I went to get a marriage license with him, but at that time it was just a fake marriage, purely to cope with the family's forced marriage, but I didn't expect that.
Speaking of which,
Zhang Yanru twisted her head to look at the little bad guy who was cooking, her eyes showed a trace of fascination, and she tenderly said to herself, I didn't expect that during the days I spent with him, I was gradually attracted by this gentle and considerate big boy, and when I reacted his figure had long stayed deep inside, and after that, he and I were officially in love. When Tianli heard this, she was originally still a bit stunned, but now she is somewhat empathetic, and even heard the rich woman's experience, and there is still a slight touch. She gently grasped Zhang Yanru's jade hand, and gently preached, at first I was a little bit shocked, but now I sincerely bless you both. Ugh. Zhang Yanru sighed and replied bitterly, to be honest I'm very regretful right now, I shouldn't have fallen in love with him, but it just happened that I fell in love with him, I haven't dared to say anything on my best friend's side, and I've been hiding it from her until now, and in my heart especially guilty, people treat me as my own sister, but I want to be her daughter-in-law. Having said that, turning back to his nephew-in-law, he inquired helplessly, Lily, what do you think I should do now? I have no experience either. Tinley said awkwardly, you're asking how to have a good teacher-student relationship, and I might be able to give some advice, but if you're asking what to do about a relationship with your best friend's son, that's something I don't have an answer for you at all. No, I was asking you. Young Yunru said shyly, how should I resolve the dilemma with my best friend? Tianli thought for a moment and replied seriously, I think the best solution is to take the initiative to apologize to her best friend and at the same time show her that she loves her son and tell her, you can help her become a grandmother in the future. Voluntarily admitting fault. I'm so thin-skinned, I can't do it. Young Yunru said helplessly, are you thin-skinned? You're in love with your best friend's son and you're still thin-skinned. Tianli rolled her eyes and said in an angry voice, Xiaoru, you have engaged with your best friend's son, don't say you are thin-skinned, I thought I married my own student, it's already shocking, I didn't expect you to be even more ruthless. Oops. Can we talk properly? Zhang Yanru was so ashamed that she was almost groundless, puffing and disliking back, at least you're a college leader, can't you be nice? It's not like we're at school here. Tianli smiled and replied, forget it. Back to business, if you can't accept the initiative to confess, then that's the first thing to do, try to let Xiao Chun get you pregnant, as long as the belly is big. All the grudges will dissipate. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and said as thin as a mosquito, I won't hide it from you. I was thinking the same thing, ready to go to my best friend with a big belly, and when she sees that I'm carrying her son's seed in my belly, I think she will definitely be demoralized. Since it's all figured out, why are you asking so much? Tianli didn't have the heart to say. I thought you'd have some great insight, but it's all just some useless opinions. Zhang Yanru said without any good humor, how did you become the vice president? Honestly explain if you became one based on relationship? What relationship? Tianli blankly eyed her and leisurely replied, it's all about strength, okay? Just then, each other's little husbands came out with the dishes. Let's eat. Yu Xiaocheng said smilingly, hurry up and take your seat and get ready to eat. When the dishes were gradually served, Tianli looked at the 6 dishes on the table, her face full of surprise, praising, Xiaocheng, your cooking skills are actually that good, Average. It's only a little bit of home cooking that I'm good at. Yu Xiaocheng sat down next to the rich woman and said softly, if you really let me go to a big restaurant to become a chef, I guess I'd have to get out the next day. Modest. Tianli picked up the chopsticks, casually clamped a dish to the mouth, instantly taste buds were conquered, and repeatedly nodded his head and praised, tasty. Yummy. This is too much better than a big restaurant. As soon as the words fell, viciously whacked her husband beside her and said in exasperation, learn well from your little aunt, look at others and then look at you, are you ashamed? Hiss. I know. Zhang Yuanxiang was filled with embarrassment, but he didn't dare to talk back to his daughter-in-law. Although Tianli has not practiced martial arts, not to mention judo, can be said to be unarmed, but nearly 40 years old However, she made Zhang Yuanxiang fearful, there was no way because at the drop of a hat she would invite Zhang Yuanxiang to plow his own land, and the key was not day and night. Yu Xiaocheng secretly looked at the terrified Zhang Yuanxiang, but also looked at the flaunting Tianli, cannot help but eyes drifted to the side of the rich woman, the heart suddenly had a hint of remorse, regret how they embarked on this path of no return, hate the heavens to give themselves the opportunity to be reborn, but did not give themselves the waste of the two steel. Subsequent times, the 4 of them talked and laughed at the dinner table, and the atmosphere was once cheerful. Ching. Yesterday you helped solve that model, and in the afternoon, the person in charge of another project found me, he wanted to beg you to help solve a problem. Tianli said softly, originally I was too embarrassed to mention it, but after hearing about your relationship with Xiaoru, I felt I could justifiably mention it to you. At this point, Zhang Yuanxiang spoke, actually, this person was a bit unconvinced, including those members of his team, they somewhat didn't believe that you gave the solution so easily, so they came up with a more difficult problem. Zhang Yanru frowned and disgruntledly disliked back, if you don't like it, just hold it in and don't bother us. It's okay. Yu Xiaocheng smiled slightly and asked easily, what's the problem? Is there anything relevant? Immediately following, Tinley handed over a folder. After Yu Xiaocheng got it, he turned it over and took a close look at it. Most of the several sheets of white paper were picture data, and the rest were just certain calculation processes, but they were enough. Kind of. Using cycles to drive a lateral imprisonment potential as a way to get parameter resonance. Yu Xiaocheng put down his chopsticks and said in a slightly thoughtful manner, "It's just that this chart is a bit strange. It shouldn't be trending like this by all rights." Yu Xiaocheng raised his head and asked seriously, "Did you take it wrong?" Tinley shook her head. "I'm sure I wouldn't take it wrong, but I don't know if he did." Weird. Could it be PS? Yu Xiaocheng was a little skeptical about the authenticity of the picture data. Based on his past experience, it shouldn't be running such a trend. It was supposed to be infinitely close to leveling out, but these pictures showed that it was constantly on the rise. PS? Fake? Zhang Yuanxiang and Tianli looked at each other. "Little auntie, are you sure?" Zhang Yuanxiang inquired urgently. "Intuition tells me that the trend in the picture is fake." Yu Xiaocheng raised his head and looked across at Zhang Yuanxiang, inquiring curiously, "Do you have a grudge against him? Why do I feel like you're excited?" Zhang Yuanxiang was a little embarrassed and replied with dodging eyes, "There's not much of a feud, it's just a little bit of a beef. What's there to hide in front of your own people?" Tianli blankly eyed him and replied seriously, "That person is your nephew's rival for the vice-dean position." "So?" Yu Xiaocheng nodded and gently said at the rich woman, "Get me a pen." "Oh." Young Yunru got up and went to get a pen for him, and in a few moments returned to the little villain's side, handing him a black pen. After Yu Xiaocheng got the pen, he wrote a series of formulas on the back of the paper, while the rich woman sitting on the side, stretched her head to watch him scribbling, her face full of confusion and curiosity. Zhang Yuanxiang and his mature wife also followed up and stood behind him, watching him calculate on the paper. "I can't read it. It's simply unreadable. Obviously I know all the numbers and symbols on it, but why can't I read them when they are combined together?" "Wait a minute. How the hell did that work out?" The unidentified rich woman lost interest and took back her gaze before aiming at her nephew and nephew-in-law. Seeing the couple's shocked and dismayed faces, instantly a smile appeared on the rich woman's face, and her eyes were even more full of complacency and pride. "Awesome, right? Mine." End of chapter. If someone else complimented Zheng Yanru, she wouldn't be happy, but if the compliment was directed at Yu Xiaocheng, the rich woman would be secretly happy for a long time. When she looked at Zhang Yuanxiang and Tianli's shocked and dismayed expressions, her heart was filled with complacency and pride. Even this emotion was almost overflowing out of her body. She couldn't wait to announce to the whole world immediately that this man beside her was her little husband. "Bad boy. Auntie doesn't even know how to reward you." Zhang Yanru gently bit her own lip, looking at Yu Xiaocheng who kept writing the calculation process on the paper. An unspeakable emotion erupted from the bottom of her heart. Almost. It can basically be confirmed that the other party's data is falsified. After Yu Xiaocheng finished writing the last number, he turned back and rushed the couple behind him. The power spectral density at incoherent coupling. There are some deviations, and the relationship between the density excitation on the left and the spin excitation on the right should not be like this. Zhang Yuanxiang drew his head close and compared it carefully, then looked at Yu Xiaocheng's math. Murmuring, he said, "There does seem to be some problem. If this is really the case, then wouldn't the mass effect behind it be?" "Exactly." Yu Xiaocheng nodded his head and explained seriously, "I roughly projected that it should be within this interval, but exactly how much the difference is, I actually don't know too much, and I need to prove it with experiments, but just with these arithmetic processes that I listed out, it's enough to illustrate the problem." Hiss. Too strong. Zhang Yuanxiang picked up the piece of white paper filled with the arithmetic process and said with emotion, "No wonder Elder Su loves you so much, it all makes sense." Yu Xiaocheng smiled helplessly. "I compared to the teacher, I'm just where to wear off. If I'm a star in the night sky, then Su Lao is the moon. The light of the firefly would not dare to compete with the sun and the moon. I still have a lot of places to learn from the teacher." "Enough is enough. With your current skills, it's enough to reach the top in the scientific research world," Zhang Yuanxiang said in a serious tone. At this time as vice president of Tianli, from their husband's hand to get that piece of paper, looking at the above densely packed formula, said gently, "Not to say that small Chun you quite a few Su Lao shadow, I believe that you can certainly enter the Academy of Sciences as an academician in the future." Yu Xiaocheng still wanted to say something, only to have the rich woman beside her snatch the words away as Zhang Yanru said smugly, "You guys don't even look at who he belongs to." The words. Holding onto Yu Xiaocheng's arm tightly, he reached out and gently pinched his cheek and said, "Not bad. It's outstanding, I like it a lot, keep up the good work." At this time, Zhang Yuanxiang looked in the eyes, but the pain in their own hearts, a good promising young scientists, was their own little aunt to spoil. "Small Chang married my little aunt, really aggrieved you ah." Tianli laughed and said in a nonchalant manner, "The fact that people's Xiaocheng is great on their own has nothing to do with you. There. There's a lot at stake here." Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly spoke, "Because the power of love makes me go forward. After all, as the old saying goes, a successful man can't be separated from his supportive wife behind him." The pretty ripe rich woman raised her head and said with a slightly haughty brow, "Lily, do you hear me?" Tianli skimmed her mouth, looked at her little husband. Suddenly a wave of resentment flooded in her heart. quietly reached for his waist meat, pinched hard exasperatedly. Listen to your little aunt how good at talking, and then look at you from the time you fell in love, you haven't said a few words of love.
Zhang Yuanxiang was pinched and grimaced, begging bitterly, wrong. Dear honorable wife, hubby is wrong. Humph. The more I look at it, the more annoying it gets. Tianli looked at the rich woman and softly inquired, do you still have any young and strong nephews? I want a new husband. Nope. You just make do.
Although this brat has a lot of problems with him, but putting those problems aside, he's actually a good man. Zhang Yanru glanced at her nephew and said leisurely. Tianli sighed deeply and bitterly muttered to herself, one wrong step is wrong for life. Yu Xiaocheng looked back at Zhang Yuanxiang, coincidentally and the man behind him locked eyes, two men who share a common destiny at this moment. Feelings reached the level of soul resonance, and just a moment's glance, it seems to be all the pain in the heart are described. The little storm at the table died down for a while, and it was back to the earlier happy scene. Don't go back, you two. Let's stay at my house tonight, there are plenty of rooms in my house anyway. Young Yunru spoke, Lily.
What do you think? Yeah. Tinley nodded and smiled gently.
With that, the pretty mature rich woman looked to the little man beside her and kicked him gently, while Yu Xiaocheng, who got the hint, nodded. Young Yunru smiled with satisfaction and reached out to pick up a shrimp, sending it to her future little husband's bowl before chatting with Tianli about cosmetics.
An hour passed without realizing it.
Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yuanchang were washing dishes in the kitchen while the two mature women were sitting on the sofa, chatting about shy and spirited whispers. At this moment, Tianli ambushed Zhang Yanru's ear, not knowing what content she was talking about, and saw the pretty mature rich woman's face getting redder and redder, and then immediately raised her shy little iron fist and lightly pounded it on Tianli's body. The two men peeked into the living room, at which point Zhang Yuanxiang's legs were shaking and his face was ashen as death as he said, it's over. I'm going to be asked to plow the land again tonight. Ha? Oh, I thought you were going to plow the fields. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, plowing is plowing. Humph. To put it mildly. Zhang Yuanxiang rolled his eyes and disliked in a good-natured manner, my little aunt hasn't reached my wife's age yet, when she reaches Lily's age which is approaching 40, you'll know how horrible it is to plow the land, really treating me like an animal in use. Livestock. Not really? Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head, a look of fear already on his face. What did you expect? Zhang Yuanxiang skimmed his lips, wiping the plates while muttering bitterly to himself, marriage. What exactly has it brought me? Rich? Yu Xiaocheng replied carefully. Pretend I didn't ask. Zhang Yuanxiang's face was slightly embarrassed. Night. Silence. The pretty ripe rich woman was taking a shower in the bathroom of her bedroom, while Yu Xiaocheng was lying on the bed, dialing her own mother's phone number. Mom. Take it easy. Take it easy. Egu, we are mother and son, not enemies. Yu Xiaocheng laughed bitterly. Mom, your own son wants to discuss one thing with you, which is tonight. Tonight there is probably a high probability that he won't be able to come back. Next. Mom spat on the phone and directly scolded Yu Xiaocheng. That what? Be safe out there, don't catch any diseases and come back. Chu Feng said without a good mood. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng answered and then hung up. Just in time. The door to the bathroom slowly opened. The rich woman in her pajama bottoms and pajama pants stepped out of it. Although this set of pajamas and pajama pants are a little thick, it is still difficult to hide the bumpy and exquisite body, vaguely visible rounded buttocks, wasted grip of the wonderful body, between the corners of the eyebrow is a little charming style, so that Yu Xiaocheng excited. Little rascal. Despite some shame, seeing the little bad guy's demented appearance, Zhang Yanru inevitably felt a little smug. After all, there is no woman who would not want her man to indulge in her body. Is it hot? Yu Xiaocheng said in a serious tone, take it off, I'm worried you'll get heat rash. Young Yunru rolled her eyes and sat in front of the vanity table, blowing her hair while saying in an unkind manner, come less. Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously a few times and continued to play with his cell phone until the rich woman blew her hair dry and burrowed into the quilt before he put his cell phone down, silently turned off the bedroom light, and then slowly moved his body over. Come on, give me a hug. Yu Xiaocheng tugged on her sleeve and shouted anxiously. Don't. You're going to be touchy-feely. The pretty ripe rich woman shrank into a ball, her back to the smelly man beside her, and said shyly, get lost, I have a meeting in the morning. Come on. Baby auntie, hurry up. Yu Xiaocheng tugged at her sleeve again. The words. An ouch was heard. Why didn't you inform me before arching? Almost knocked me into internal bleeding. Yu Xiaocheng hugged this full and delicate body and said helplessly, you're so plump. Suddenly crashed over. The inertia is great. The impact is very top. Does it bother you? The pretty rich woman listened to his nagging words with both shame and annoyance, and said angrily, any more annoyance? Get the hell out of the living room. At once. Yu Xiaocheng is much more honest. At this point the rich woman asked playfully, how are your kidneys, little devil? Yu Xiaocheng shivered, and his heart went cold. This started to ask me about my kidney function? What's wrong? So silent all of a sudden? The rich woman raised her cicatrices, stared straight at him, and asked suspiciously, you don't have a weak kidney, do you? Fart. I tell you. Just this kidney function of mine, quacking powerful, quacking strong. Yu Xiaocheng replied seriously. Yes?
Auntie Fortune arched inward and said faintly, Auntie is not a virtuous woman, after all, Auntie has been single for so many years, it's not easy to find you, a little bad guy, don't fall off the wagon when the time comes. Having said that, looking up and kissing the little bad boy, she arched back to her original position and murmured, sleep. Don't make a mess, I've got a meeting in the city in the morning. Yu Xiaocheng hugged his old mom's best friend in his arms and looked straight at the ceiling, his eyes full of worry and fear for the future. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Yu Xiaocheng reached out to get his cell phone and then looked at it. It was Zheng Yuanxiang who had sent himself a WeChat message. Zheng Yuanxiang, come knock on the door, I'm going to die. Yu Xiaocheng, your little aunt is holding me, I don't dare move. You hold on a little longer, I'll come back to save you when she falls asleep. Zheng Yuanxiang, it's late. Zheng Yuanxiang, remember to collect my body for me. Early the following morning, Yu Xiaocheng woke up early and prepared to make breakfast for everyone. Just as he came out of the kitchen with a pot of porridge, he happened to meet Tianli, who was getting up compared to yesterday. It seemed that today she was even more energetic, practically red in the face. SS. Is young Wen Kung still alive? End of chapter. Xing up that early? Tianli, who was preparing to wash up, saw Yu Xiaocheng, looked at him holding a pressure cooker in his hand, and said gently, sure as a good man. Last night Xiao Ru was in front of me to praise your gentleness and thoughtfulness. Originally I thought she was in love brain. I didn't realize that it turned out to be all true. Not so much. I have the habit of waking up early, so I'll make her breakfast on the way, then send her to and from work. Yu Xiaocheng put the pressure cooker on the dining table and said with a smile, it's just for this period of time when I report to Xing University in a few days, I won't be able to take care of her anymore. That won't work. She'll come after me if you neglect to take care of her because of your work. Tianli said in a slightly thoughtful manner, anyway, you're at the stage of studying for your doctorate. It's also just going through a process, first send Xiao Ru to the company, then come back to school. As for the time off work, you can leave whenever you want. Yu Xiaocheng froze, helplessly replied, this is not good, right? A little specialization, if others know, the impact is not good. Tianli waved her hand and said faintly, no harm. Just do it. Subsequently, Tianli then went into the bathroom to wash up, leaving Yu Xiaocheng standing there alone. Cautiously walking to the second bedroom, gently pushing open the door of the room, he saw the unlucky Zheng Yuanxiang lying motionless on the bed. Yu Xiaocheng immediately tightened his heart and cautiously shouted, hey, hello, are you still alive? No response. Yu Xiaocheng silently closed the door and returned to the table. At this time, Tianli came out after washing up and sat down opposite Yu Xiaocheng, enjoying the delicious rib porridge and praising it while eating it. Right. Do you usually exercise? Tianli asked suddenly. When I was studying, I would often play soccer and go night running at night, but I haven't exercised for a long time these days. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and inquired curiously, why did Dean Tian suddenly ask this question? Could it be that Xin University's assessment for PhDs also has exercise as an item? Tianli laughed slightly. No, I'm just asking casually, mainly for your wife, I'm telling you. Your wife's needs are not simple. While you're still young, get yourself a strong waist. Yu Xiaocheng was filled with embarrassment and replied with a squeak, I know, thanks to Dean Tian's reminder. One more thing. When are you going to tell your mom? Tianli looked at him and smiled. In the face of this unexpected question, Yu Xiaocheng froze in place for a moment. His mind had long been blank, not knowing how to answer her. Your wife told me all about it. Tianli laughed gently. I originally thought my husband was pretty bold, but I didn't expect you to be even more desperate, directly pursuing your own mother's best friend. Aye. Yu Xiaocheng was so embarrassed that he was on the verge of collapsing, and he wanted to bang his head against the wall. It's nothing really. Why can't my own mom's best friend chase after her? Besides, both of you are single, as long as you truly love each other. As a passerby, Tianli, for falling in love with his own mother's best friend, this matter, quickly has accepted. After all, she herself has done amazing things. Xing, do you genuinely like Yunru? Tianli asked seriously. Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a few moments and replied softly, actually, when anyone is experiencing it, they don't know that they are experiencing the happiest moment of their life, but I'm pretty sure now. I am experiencing the happiest moment of my life, and I will not let this happiness slip through my hands. Tianli quietly looked at him, looking at the big boy who was almost 20 years younger than herself. She bared her teeth and laughed out, and tenderly said, you have time to teach my man. This wooden fish head can't speak such emotional words, but it worries me to death. I think Director Zhang is quite good. He's very pragmatic. Yu Xiaocheng laughed. It seems you two have already united your fronts. Tianli said meaningfully after sniffing. Yu Xiaocheng did not dare to speak, just naive smile, at the same time more respect for Zheng Yuanxiang, and such a woman to marry this to suffer how much sin? Subsequent times, Zheng Yanru also got up and ate the ribs porridge cooked by her little husband, not forgetting to show off to Tianli. See, the little man I found is so sweet and loving. And Tianli looked in her eyes, annoyed in her heart, and the look of exasperation between her eyebrows made Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but sweat for Zheng Yuanxiang. Baby auntie, get yourself to work later. Your nephew last night. He suffered a great deal last night, and he's not even up yet. Yu Xiaocheng whispered in the rich woman's ear, I guess it won't be until noon, I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up. No wonder. Lily looks so good today. The pretty ripe rich woman pursed her lips and replied languidly, alright, I'll go to work myself. When the two mature women left, Yu Xiaocheng walked into the second bedroom, looking at Zheng Yuanxiang who was paralyzed on the bed. A hysterical and inexorable trepidation ran through the body. At this moment Yu Xiaocheng suddenly not so much want to get the body of the rich woman, after all, once you open that door, it is endless desire. Hello? Still alive? Yu Xiaocheng opened the window and then came to the edge of the bed and pushed Zheng Yuanxiang. Zheng Yuanxiang opened his eyes and looked at him in a muddled manner, asking in a small voice, my wife went to work? Aha! It hasn't been long since I left. Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and said with concern, should I call you an ambulance? No need. Look around the house to see if there are any plasters for bruises. Zheng Yuanxiang said. What's wrong? It's not just plowing a field, how do you still need an ointment? Yu Xiaocheng inquired suspiciously. Zheng Yuanxiang smiled bitterly and lifted the quilt to reveal the upper half of his body, and in a flash, Yu Xiaocheng was shocked. This body was full of bite marks. This. Your wife did this? Yu Xiaocheng pointed at the scars on his body and said shakily, it's also too brutal, isn't it? Zheng Yuanxiang sighed, sat up with difficulty, and said leisurely, at first I was happy about it, but as I got older, I realized that she is moving in an uncontrollable direction, and I am worried that in another 5 years, she'll take a whip to me. Speaking of which, pitifully looking at Yu Xiaocheng, he said in pain, Xiaocheng, I'm bitter. That. You have to think like this. Yu Xiaocheng consoled earnestly, heaven will send a great task to a man, but it must first suffer his heart and mind, labor his muscles and bones, starve his body and skin, empty his body, and act in a disorderly manner, so move his heart and bear with his nature, and have benefited from his inability. Zheng Yuanxiang rolled his eyes and said without any goodwill, don't gloat, your wife isn't any better, my little aunt is probably even more fierce. For a moment, Yu Xiaocheng fell silent and stood there motionless. There is a bleak smoke in the air, and two weathered men are feeling miserable and helpless about their lives. Are you still going to work? No, go today, have a good rest day. There's one thing I don't know if I should say. Speak. In the morning, I cooked congee with pork ribs, and then your little aunt was bragging about it in front of your wife, and I saw your wife's face. Seems a little off, calm with a hint of gnashing of teeth. More than likely you're going to be fierce again tonight. Asterisk. Dizzy is dead? In the afternoon, Zheng Yuanxiang went home early, while Yu Xiaocheng came to some tea room. When he arrived at a certain private room, he pushed the door and saw his future old husband sitting inside, sipping tea delicately, and then said, older brother, I'm here. Ouch. Older brother, come on, quickly take your seat. When Zheng Xinghua saw Yu Xiaocheng, he hurriedly greeted him and sat down. When Yu Xiaocheng sat down, Zheng Xinghua poured him a cup of tea and asked softly, how is the problem between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law being handled? Ugh. It's hard to say. Yu Xiaocheng sighed deeply, picked up the teacup and sipped the tea in the cup, said bitterly, the two are considered to be enemies. Not only that, there are also some hidden dangers between the son-in-law. Your old brother is now a clay bodhisattva, difficult to protect themselves. Ongoing? Zheng Xinghua frowned and asked in confusion, with conditions like yours, your old man is still not satisfied with you? Aha! Yu Xiaocheng stared straight at him and said in a serious tone, he has an unspeakable hatred for me, and also threatened to never marry his daughter to me. Zheng Xinghua became even more puzzled and inquired curiously, did you do something to apologize to your old husband? After all, there is no such thing as plain old hatred in the world, so think carefully about where you didn't do the right thing. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips and carefully replied, my girlfriend belongs to the category of people who turn their elbows outward. She does everything she can to move things back to her mother's house. Shasta. Zheng Xinghua associated his daughter's son-in-law look did not see, the table first lost 3 pieces. Suddenly understand your old father-in-law. Zheng Xinghua sighed, picked up his teacup and drank it all in one go, muttering, your old brother, I am also facing this problem. That daughter of mine is really inside all the bitterness and tears, don't mention it. At this point in time, there was a dead silence in the booth. The brothers just sat facing each other, keeping a silence between them. Older brother, why don't you help me out first? Yu Xiaocheng said cautiously, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Zheng Xinghua nodded and said meaningfully, in fact, your problem is very well solved. As long as your girlfriend goes home with a big belly, your old man will naturally be demoralized, even if he is no longer willing to do so. At that time he can only be willing to do so. Oh, listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. Yu Xiaocheng was suddenly enlightened and said with a grateful face, older brother, I've come to my senses. End of chapter. Looking at his oldest brother's expression of sudden realization, Zheng Xinghua smiled faintly, deep in his heart, and said, when I also used this trick. I used this trick to trick your sister-in-law into marrying me. He wouldn't marry his daughter to me because I was poor at the time, poor to the point of tinkling. And then your sister-in-law gave me the idea that she wanted to play a preemptive marriage and go home with a big belly.
Zhang Xingwa said with a smile. As for the things that followed, I don't need to say anything more. Successfully fixed the marriage, then my daughter was born, then it was to meet the change of the times, I followed the wind. Successfully reversed the trend. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I didn't realize that old brother also has stories written all over him. Yu Xiaocheng said with emotion, although what you described is very simple, but I think it will definitely be a very legendary existence, if you can. Older brother, you are able to publish an autobiography. Zhang Xinghua laughed, waved his hand and said, forget it. On my diploma, don't make jokes again, right? I brought you 5 taels of tea, you must not be too little. This is what I bought from the tea auction house, a kilogram to 700,000 it, I bought a kilogram, has been stored, did not want to drink, this time to give you a taste of fresh. $700,000 a kilo. So this 5 taels of tea will cost $175,000? Yu Xiaocheng heard this price, instantly was stunned, staggered, said, no. So expensive tea, I don't dare to drink. Old brother, I know you're good to me, but really don't need to be like this. You just take a little bit of tea that you usually drink on the line, this kind of collection level. Doesn't matter. Tea is for drinking, money is for spending. Zhang Xinghua laughed without humor, don't have a mental burden. This is all trivial to me. The words. With that, he pulled out a bag from behind him and handed it to his little old brother. Not only is there 5 taels of tea inside, but by the way, I also packed you 5 cigarettes and 2 bottles of iron-covered mutai. Zhang Xinghua laughed. Yu Xiaocheng took the bag handed over. For a time this heart is more ashamed, he really is not a person. Drinking old brother's tea, smoking old brother's cigarettes, drinking old brother's iron-cover mutai, still holding old brother's daughter in his arms. Call. Elder brother. Older brother is really sorry for you. In return for this favor, old man will definitely get your daughter pregnant. Older brother. You've been so good to me, I don't know how to repay you, old brother. Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, how about, be a cow for you in my next life? What's this talk? Zhang Xinghua straight rolled his eyes, said in a bad mood, as long as you are still shouting at me, old brother, that old brother is out of the way to you, I tell you not to talk about this kind of nonsense in the future. What return is not in return, tarnish the feelings between us. Yes. Yu Xiaocheng nodded repeatedly and asked with a smile, I don't know if old brother has any idea about foot massage sauna, if you can. Let's brothers go to drink first, after drinking to steam a sauna, after steaming the sauna to drink the second game, after drinking the second game to go to the foot washing city to wash your feet, and then do a Thai massage. Zhang Xinghua froze, a slight hint of surprise between the eyebrows, but soon laughed out loud and said, I actually wanted to call you a long time ago to drink and massage, but taking into account that you're a PhD, it is estimated that you're not interested in these, never thought. Older brother, you play can research. Sometimes scientific research is not enough. Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously, when I was with my teacher, I went out with him every day to socialize, so I had no choice. Nowadays it's an interpersonal society, even in the most sacred field of science, it's hard to escape interpersonal relationships. Aha! This is society. Zhang Xinghua nodded his head and said softly, tomorrow let's do it, tomorrow the two of us go and have a dash. I'm okay with that. It's sister-in-law's side. I don't know if she, Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said cautiously, older brother, will you be? Not equal to Xiaocheng finished, Zhang Xinghua with a disdainful face said, older brother, I tell you, on weekdays you see are fake, in fact, I am the real head of the family, as long as my eyes so glare, your sister-in-law do not even dare to put a fault. This hasn't even been drinking yet, why are you starting to talk drunk? It's true that every man hides the heart of a family. Although he knew that his old brother was trying to be brave, Yu Xiaocheng did not refute his face and nodded his head repeatedly, that's fine. I won't see you tomorrow night. In the following time, the brothers chatted about some anecdotes, until Zhang Xinghua received a phone call. The two only then said goodbye to each other, each busy with their own things to go. Just had tea with Chang. Zhang Xinghua received his wife and whispered to Chu Chunyan, this little old brother of ours is facing difficulties right now, his head is about to explode. Chu Chunyan froze and asked with a puzzled face, what happened to him? What difficulties did he encounter? Can we help him give a solution? Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues as well as husband and wife issues. Zhang Xinghua replied. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Son-in-law? Chu Chunyan's heart was suddenly shocked, mainly on top of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law problem, urgently pursued. What exactly is the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law problem? What happened to his wife and his mom? The two have fallen out? It seems the two don't get along. Zhang Xinghua flattened his mouth and replied while driving, he didn't talk to me in too much detail, just told me. His wife and his mom have a little conflict between them, and it's hard for him to be caught in the middle, and I can't give a solution either. You don't think so? Ru has a problem with her future mother-in-law? Why didn't she tell me? That's true. I guess she made it herself, that's why she's embarrassed to tell me. Chu Chunyan's face was dark, with a hint of anger between her eyebrows, and she had been instructed to do everything she could. As a result, the most worrying thing still happened. Ego, this little girl, how so disobedient? It's really nothing. What really gave Chang a headache was his problem with his future old man, he told me. His girlfriend likes to move things from his mother's family over, causing his future old husband to get very upset and threaten that he won't marry his own daughter to him. Zhang Xinghua smiled and casually replied, then I solved it. You could say it was a perfect solution. Hearing this, Chu Chunyan raised her willow eyebrows, glanced at her husband who was driving, and asked gently, how did you give it a solution? Easy. Just use the first come first served method that you used to do.
Zhang Xinghua laughed. I'll let Xiao Chang knock up his girlfriend, then let his girlfriend go home with a big belly, so that Xiao Chang's old husband would have no choice but to agree to marry his daughter to Xiao Chang. You. Chu Chunyan was furious and amused. The first time he had seen himself calculate his own and then be smug about it. What? Wrong? You did the same thing in the beginning. Zhang Xinghua said. Yeah. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and replied in a slightly thoughtful manner, actually. It's quite good to conceive a child early, don't you think so, hubby? What does this have to do with me? Zhang Xinghua said leisurely. I'll just say it off the top of my head. Chu Chunyan spoke faintly. I'll have my daughter come back tomorrow night. I have some things I need to discuss with her. In addition, you should do whatever you want. It's kind of a special exception I'm giving you. Aha. Zhang Xinghua answered, but in his heart he was happy. That's great. What a godsend. On the other side, Yu Xiaocheng returned home with the groceries, the rich woman's home to be exact. Put the dishes on the table. Yu Xiaocheng took a small box to the sofa, carefully unwrapped. Instantly a unique fragrance of tea came to the nose. TSK, this 350,000 pounds of tea is really good. Yu Xiaocheng also does not know how to drink tea, not to mention the so-called tea drinking process. He will only put the tea leaves into the cup, and then use hot water so a bubble. At this point, the hot water was already boiling. Yu Xiaocheng took some tea leaves and threw them into the cup, then poured boiling hot water, slowly waiting for a few minutes. He picked up the cup and lightly sipped a small mouthful. Aha! So sweet. Although it was all the flavor of tea, under the added weight of 350,000 pounds, Yu Xiaocheng felt some sweetness back. Yu Xiaocheng sipped his tea and swiped his cell phone at the same time, when suddenly he thought of something and violently stood up from the sofa, saying furiously, it's over. The old hen forgot to take it. Yu Xiaocheng went out in a hurry. 5 minutes later, the door to the house was opened again, but it wasn't Yu Xiaocheng who came in, it was the pretty ripe rich woman who had been working all day. I'm back. Young Yunru exclaimed softly as she changed her shoes. The response to her was silence. Where are the people? Zhang Yanru changed her shoes before noticing the bag of dishes on the table and a cup of tea that was steaming on the coffee table. I guess something came up and went out. The pretty, ripe, rich woman didn't care, and silently walked over to the table to see what he'd bought, and right after that she sat down on the couch, looked at the tea that was steaming, and went up to smell it. It smells so good. And that's when it happened. Auntie Fortune suddenly had a craving for tea eggs. When I opened that little box, there was indeed tea inside, and the key portion was just right. Have him cook me a tea egg later? Wait, it's just a boiled tea egg, why should I bother him? I'll just do it myself, and by the way, I'll let him taste my handiwork as well. Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly, silently took away the box of tea on the coffee table, quickly walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and took out the eggs from it, and officially started her tea egg journey. High-end ingredients often require only the most rustic of cooking methods. Boil the eggs in cold water for 10 minutes, then fish them out and pass them through cool water, crack them until the shells have cracks, then boil water in a pot, add dark soy sauce and soy sauce, as well as star anise, dried chili peppers, cinnamon, salt. Sure, tea leaves are definitely essential for tea eggs. I saw the pretty, ripe, rich woman clatter, throwing all the tea leaves into the pot, not a single one left. End of chapter. Zhang Yanru looked at the pot that was boiling, and a faint happiness appeared between her eyebrows. Although she could cook, because of her work and certain objective problems, she would rarely cook herself, but at this moment it was a willingness. And that's when it happened. The pretty ripe rich woman heard the door open and instead of rushing out she continued to stay in the kitchen. Of course there was a little bit of caution hidden in there, wanting some perverted little villain to see what she looked like cooking for him. It smells so good. What are you cooking? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously as he carried being an old hen and a bag of vegetables on the dining table, inhaling his nose and sniffing as he walked into the kitchen. Tea eggs suddenly wanted to eat tea eggs, so I cooked a pot. Young Yunru looked at her little man and said softly and glutinously. Yu Xiaocheng didn't think anything of it, silently walking over to the rich auntie and putting the old hen and vegetables on the stovetop. Right after that, he wrapped the plump and buoyant cook into his arms and said softly, my precious auntie cooked the tea leaf eggs, then I'm sure I'll have to eat a few more of them, I'm telling you. I love eating tea eggs the most. The rich woman blushed her little face and gently wrapped her arms around his waist, her head resting at his shoulder as she murmured, don't eat too much. You can only eat a maximum of 2 a day. Having said that, looking up straight at him, at the little man who had overwhelmed her, she slowly rose on tiptoe, those plump, vermilion lips nudging his mouth, then pillowed onto her shoulder, and said softly, going home tonight? Must return. Your BFF has exploded and I'm going home to comfort her or otherwise this mother and son won't be able to continue. Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly, not going back to your BFF last night was already on fire, and if you stay out all night tonight, I'm afraid I won't be able to carry my head. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, wanting to leave him those words. Silently swallowed back into the stomach, said softly and quietly, then you go back later. Eat and accompany auntie for a while. Definitely. But don't give me any more stocking panties, she's so vigilant now that the first thing she does when she comes home is search her body. Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, I'm moving in next week anyway. When she heard that she wanted him to move in next week, the rich woman became a little bit excited, and subconsciously hugged him even tighter, itching to melt her body with him, and said in a glutinous manner, your size. I've memorized it all, I'll go buy you a change of clothes and pants in a couple of days. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips, originally wrapped his arm around her waist, is slowly moving down this eye is almost successful, the result is that Zhang Yanru a brat will be pushed out, blushing little face with a trace of anger. There is a young woman's delicate anger of the flavor. Bastard. Playing this sound and fury trick with auntie. The rich woman blankly eyed the handsy little husband, then said, hurry up and cook. Auntie is hungry. The words. The ripe beauty of the aunt twisted the rounded buttocks, slowly and leisurely out of the kitchen, leaving Yu Xiaocheng alone there. Tisk, tsk, tsk. No wonder they all say to look for slightly fat women, but then again, Auntie-rich woman is not fat at all, how is it so? So Yu Xiaocheng frowned, pondering in his heart how in the world the rich woman grew into this, what exactly she ate to become like this. I didn't figure it out. Not bothering to think about it any further, he proceeded to start preparing tonight's meal. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanru was sitting on the sofa, sending WeChat with her good sister Song Qin, during which she secretly took a picture of Yu Xiaocheng cooking in the kitchen, and attached a sentence he cooks for me every day, Qin. I'm really happy. Soon. The cell phone then rang a bell, and not surprisingly it was Song Qin calling. You're going to die. The call had just picked up with a growl on the other end. Young Yanru lightly bit her lip, her face revealing a shallow bad intent as she softly said, showing off your man who made you single. Ouch. You. Piss me off. Song Qin, who was on duty, stayed in her own lounge, facing the sisters who were frantically spreading dog food to her, so furious that her features were almost twisted and deformed, growling, you shameless. Even your best friend's son dared to pick up. Oof. I don't care whose son he is, as long as he's my little man. Zhang Yanru pouted and said leisurely, by the way, let me ask you something. Say it. Song Qin didn't have the good sense to say. Kidney deficiency. Do you need to prevent it in advance? The pretty rich woman asked in a small voice. Kidney weakness? Sister Fangfang's son has a weak kidney? He's only in his 20s and he's kidney weak? Song Qin said doubtfully. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and replied with a squeaky voice, no. I'm worried that he'll have a weak kidney in the future, so I want to think about preventing it in advance or postponing it backward. At once. Song Qin came to a sudden realization and said with a smiling face, you little huff actually read the Book of War, knowing that before the troops and horses move, the reasoning that food and grass come first. Annoying or not? Hurry up and tell how to prevent it, Young Yanru said without any good humor. There's a bit too much content, you might not be able to remember it if I say it, send it to your WeChat later, read it yourself. Song Qin paused and then continued, okay, let's talk next time, the emergency room is calling me, hang up. To the The rich woman rested her cell phone on the coffee table, her mind wandering to something. Since the rich woman saw this morning's Tianli, that red-faced mental state, she suddenly realized how important a man's kidneys are to a woman, which is not only related to their man's physical health, and even affects the woman's beauty. Here comes the chicken soup. Yu Xiaocheng came out of the kitchen in a hurry with a pot of old hen. A few moments. The table had a three-course setup. Where are the tea eggs? Quickly bring the tea eggs I cooked. Zhang Yanru suddenly remembered the tea eggs and said anxiously. Okay. Here you go get it. Yu Xiaocheng returned to the kitchen, then came back out with the tea eggs, reminding, eating it now may not be flavorful enough. It needs to be soaked for several hours before it's ready. Why don't we eat it tomorrow morning? No. I want it now. Zhang Yanru reached out and took out 2 tea eggs, began to slowly shell the eggs. In a few moments 2 brownish-colored tea eggs appeared in front of her eyes, handed one of the tea eggs to the little bad eggs bowl and said, hurry up and taste it. Yu Xiaocheng picked up and ate a mouthful, although the flavor is still a little light, has not been soaked for enough time, but the rich tea aroma, evocative nodded again and again and said, tasty, countless times better than the tea eggs sold outside. Those outside cannot eat the flavor of the tea at all, but the ones you cook have a light tea aroma. That's for sure. The rich woman savored her tea eggs and said in a light, glutinous voice, there's a whole box of them. Yes? Yu Xiaocheng hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. Swallowed the remaining half of the egg into his mouth in one bite and slurred, say, there's tea at home? I don't drink tea. The rich woman replied softly, I saw that you had brought a box of tea, so I made tea eggs out of that box. I brought it? Yu Xiaocheng froze and suddenly shivered, a flash of panic flashing across his face like a bolt from the blue. Woodenly twisted his head to look at the coffee table not far away, and sure enough,
That box of 5 taels of tea worth $178,000 was gone.
What's wrong? Is using your box of tea leaves as bad as this? The rich woman looked at the little baddie who was full of grief, pouted her lips and said unhappily, how petty Auntie spends so much money on you, and then just using a box of your tea leaves to cook a tea egg, and you become like this. Sure enough, it was still a wrong payment. Aye.
Endless sadness clogged Yu Xiaocheng's mouth, and he didn't know how to explain to the rich woman.
Speaking of which, your box of tea smells so good. The rich woman admired the half of a tea egg that was brown in color and murmured, my mother also cooked tea eggs, but the tea eggs she cooked were all the flavor of the dashi. A little bit of tea flavor was not there. I asked her if she had ever put in tea. She said she had put in quite a lot of tea leaves. Yu Xiaocheng did not pick up. He is still immersed in grief and difficult to extricate himself. 350,000 pounds of tea he drank a little bit, and as a result, all boiled into tea eggs. Aha! It's so good. The rich woman beautifully finished eating a tea egg, looked at the silent little bad guy beside her, couldn't help but frown, pushed him down and said unhappily, what's wrong with you? Suddenly muffled and with a sulky face. As the words fall, Auntie Fortune pursed her lips, a faint touch of shy joy passed between her brows, and asked in a murmur, is it too delicious? Worried that you'll never be able to eat such delicious tea eggs again? It's fine. Auntie will cook it for you often. Come, Auntie will peel another one for you. When the rich woman finished speaking, she reached out and picked up another tea egg, and was about to shell it for the little bad guy, when suddenly a hand clutched her wrist tightly. No. Stop peeling. Yu Xiaocheng grabbed the rich woman's wrist and said tearlessly, it's really too expensive. I can't afford to eat. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, how expensive can a tea egg be? It's just eggs, dashi, soy sauce and tea. Humph. If you won't eat it, then I will. Young Yanru broke away from the little bad guy's hand and directly peeled another tea egg. Ah, what a sinner I am. I can't believe they're all cooked into tea eggs. Yu Xiaocheng watched the rich woman peel another tea egg worth nearly 20,000 yuan, completely taut. Gathering his thick hair with force, he had a face of rawness. Do you know how much this one tea egg is worth? Yu Xiaocheng picked up a tea egg and asked her with a crying face. Young Yanru shook her head, her brows filled with confusion. A little $20,000. Just now you lost a few $1,000s directly in a small bite. Yu Xiaocheng explained bitterly. The rich woman froze, staring at him dumbfounded, and then looked at the mediocre tea egg in her hand, her inner emotions turning over like a river. End of chapter. A mediocre tea egg that actually costs a small $20,000. Zhang Yanru's brain buzzing at the moment. Although she is very rich, the company is also flourishing in the development, but nearly 20,000 a tea egg. Deep inside her some touch. This is not just expensive, this is simply outrageous to home. 22,000? Did the rooster lay the egg? The pretty ripe rich woman didn't dare to eat it, looked woodenly at the little man beside her, and asked in a squeaky voice, why is it so expensive? Yu Xiaocheng is still gripping his hair, full of grief, explained, its tea is very expensive, a kilogram to be about 700,000, you under the pot of those tea leaves about 5 taels almost 175,000, egu. I just drank so little, it's all been boiled into tea eggs by you. Pretty mature rich woman heard this price, also was deeply shocked, just so a small box of tea. How dare she sell it for $175,000, want money crazy right? But then again, no wonder the tea flavor is so strong. It's not like I knew that tea was so expensive. Young Yanru clenched her lips and squeaked, besides, so expensive tea leaves not properly hidden, just put it on the coffee table like this. I naturally treated it as ordinary tea leaves. In short, you have to take half the responsibility for this matter as well. The words. The pretty ripe rich woman took a look at the lifeless little bad guy, and was thinking of disliking him a few more times. But seeing him so sad and angry, she silently gave up carrying on. After all, the tea leaves had all been boiled into tea eggs. Okay. I know it's wrong. Zhang Yanru tugged on Yu Xiaocheng's sleeve and lightly tweaked to admit her mistake. Don't be sad. Yu Xiaocheng sighed, bitterly replied, in fact, I'm not in the heartache of tea, of course, it is quite heartbreaking, mainly a little bit sorry for your father himself do not want to drink, divided into 5 taels of tea to give me a taste, did not expect to end up being boiled into a tea egg. My dad sent you? When she heard that it was her own father, the guilt that she had been feeling suddenly dissipated, and she said leisurely, so it was my father who gave it to you. I thought it was from someone else, but it's fine. He has too much tea, so much that he simply can't finish it. Having said that, keep eating the overpriced tea eggs. No. Does your dad have some kind of sorrow or grievance with you? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her mom's best friend with suspicion and inquired curiously. The pretty mature rich woman rolled her eyes and explained lightly, due to the nature of my mom's work, there are often many people who want to flatter her, but my mom is a selfless person, and will often find my dad first, begging for favors or wanting to flatter people. I can't do it empty-handed, so, many people will carry various gifts, such as tea and liquor. Does your mom know? Yu Xiaocheng asked.
My mom definitely knows about it. She is strictly forbidding my dad from accepting other people's things, but my dad is secretly accepting them and specializes in those especially expensive ones, and then uses his own connections to help other people smooth things out.
Zhang Yanru replied. Oh, man. Lao Dang is pretty deep.
Yu Xiaocheng heard that there is not much feeling. After all, this kind of thing is too common. The Qi Lao brother is really taking money to do things, and even more no place to pick reason.
Nah. Hurry up and have another one.
Auntie Richie helped Yu Xiaocheng peel a tea egg and tenderly brought it to his mouth, saying softly and glutinously, if you still want to drink it, I'll go get some back for you.
No, no, no. Don't be a puddle.
Yu Xiaocheng savored the sky-high price of tea eggs and said seriously, we'll eat 2 each, and there are 6 left.
Give 1 to your best friend, and the other 5 tea eggs. Give them all to your dad. Ouch. The smell of money.
Yu Xiaocheng muttered to himself sadly after taking a small bite. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes, but regarding the 5 tea eggs to dad this decision, the heart is quite supportive, because as long as dad ate 5 tea eggs,
the culprit has changed hands since then, there is no way. Who let him eat so much?
In the time that followed, the 2 ate a normal meal, as for the 6 tea eggs,
didn't even dare to move a bit, quietly soaking in the brine.
When Xiao Chen washed the dishes, back to the living room on the sofa, waiting for a long time of the mother-girlfriend, violently pounced on the past, head first into his sturdy arms, in which the arch and drilling of the life of a pampered kitten.
I want to eat fried shrimp with tea leaves,
the rich woman said in a glutinous manner.
Don't mention tea. A mention of a headache.
Yu Xiaocheng hugged this floating and full body, his eyebrows were full of despondency, bitterly complained, you are also really your girlfriend said that you are a bit of a loser. At first I didn't really believe it, but now it seems to be too much of a loser.
What nonsense!
The rich woman gently pinched the flesh of the little bad guy's waist and said in exasperation, I may be a loser, but I earn a lot.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yu Xiaocheng laughed and replied leisurely, my family's precious auntie is the best.
Humph, don't give me any more bewitching soup.
Zhang Yanru raised her hand and pinched his cheek, then said, tomorrow I'll go to my dad's company and send him 5 tea eggs words to say should I bring something back for you?
But don't. It would have been sorry for him.
Yu Xiaocheng shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Yanru didn't say much, snuggled in her little husband's arms, and spoke some mushy love words with him, but it was the same as before. It was Yu Xiaocheng who spoke sweet words, and the rich woman was responsible for being touched by those sweet words, and it was only a matter of 10 minutes or so. Her eyes were starting to get lost.
Stop touching.
Auntie Richie blankly eyed him and ranted in a good-natured manner. What's there to touch all day long should I give you a taste?
My tastes aren't that heavy.
Yu Xiaocheng let go of her jade feet and said softly, I should go home, if I don't go back. Your girlfriends are going to rush me again.
Aha.
Aunt Richie sat up, straightened her dress, and said, I'll walk you down. The two left the house and rode down in the elevator, and the moment Yu Xiaocheng pulled open the car door, suddenly his own mother's best friend hugged him from behind.
Don't talk. Let me hold you for a minute. Zhang Yanru said as thin as a mosquito.
A breeze caresses her face, leaving behind the tenderness and infatuation of a mature woman.
Mom, I'm home.
Yu Xiaocheng returned home to see his old mom on the sofa, took out a plastic bag from his pocket, silently walked to his own mother's side, and said, your future daughter-in-law boiled a tea egg, and specially left one for you.
Humph. Your mom I haven't eaten any tea eggs?
Chu Fong rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, and left one on purpose.
It's really fresh.
Yu Xiaocheng faintly smiled, said in a serious tone, this is not a general tea eggs, this tea eggs are worth a lot of money, I'm telling you the top quality earth eggs, plus a variety of valuable ingredients, and then use 700,000 a kilogram of tea leaves to cook, only to cook the value of 20,000 a tea egg.
What did you say? 20,000 a tea egg?
Even if it is well-informed Chu Fong, heard such an outrageous price, is also greatly shocked, carefully took over the plastic bag, take out the sky-high price of tea eggs from the inside, back and forth carefully look at half a dozen times, but also close to smell. Muttered in a low voice, do not say then outside a lot of incense.
Of course. It all tastes like money. Yu Xiaocheng urged, Mom hurry up and taste it.
Chu Fong peeled off the shell of the tea egg, opened her mouth to take a small shallow taste, and murmured, not to mention the tea flavor is too strong.
But, Chu Fong glanced at her own son beside her and disliked her with a dark face, a small tea egg and you want to bribe me? The door is not even there. Also this is a bit too defeatist, I don't like it very much.
Auntie Zhang is also a loser, but you like her so much.
Yu Xiaocheng said unconvincingly.
How can that compare to your Auntie Zhang? Kitchen rolled her eyes straight and said in annoyance, giving away stockings and shorts again one can tell that she's not a decent woman, in any case I'm still alive and will never recognize her as my daughter-in-law. After eating the last bite of tea eggs, Chu Fong huffed and puffed and went back to his room, leaving his son standing there full of speechlessness.
At this point,
the rich woman sent a WeChat message.
Young Yunru, did your mom eat it? What's the verdict? Yu Xiaocheng, it's pretty good. Young Yun, are you starting to make peace again? You think I don't know her temper? Definitely calling me a loser behind my back.
Looking at the contents sent by the rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng was suddenly heartbroken, and it was hard to imagine what kind of Shura scenes these two women who had been strong all their lives would make in the future.
Next day,
Instead of letting the little baddie drop him off at the office, young Yunru drove herself to her own father's company. She gently pushed open the door to her office, and saw her grudge-seated own father making tea, and said softly and glumly, "Dad started sipping tea early in the morning? Ouch. Baby girl here?" Seeing his leaky little cotton-padded jacket, Zheng Xingguo's face was filled with smiles as he said, "Miss Dad? Aha. Not only did I miss you, but I brought you something delicious." Zhang Yanru walked to her dad's side, took out a plastic bag from behind her, and delicately said, "The tea eggs that Dad's daughter cooked last night are extra special and delicious." Tea eggs? Dad's favorite is tea eggs. Zhang Xinghua took out a tea egg from the plastic bag and was about to peel the egg when it was suddenly snatched away by his own daughter. "I'll peel it for you. Tea eggs peeled by my daughter's own hands have an even more awesome flavor." Zhang Yanru carefully peeled the tea eggs. Looking at his daughter so abnormal, Zhang Xinghua admitted that he was a little panicked. What is the situation? Is it possible that the daughter in the tea eggs poisoned? Dad, eat. Hurry up and eat. I'll watch you eat. Zhang Yanru took the peeled tea eggs and handed them to her own father, her eyes full of urgency. End of chapter. Look at the baby daughter full of urgent appearance. Zhang Xinghua very doubtful tea eggs may be poisoned. He took his daughter handed the tea eggs, back and forth to double check carefully, and even close to the nose sniffing, raised his head and stared straight at his daughter. "Do you have to eat it?" Zhang Xinghua asked bitterly. "Daughter, Dad has something I forgot to tell you, that is, in the morning, Dad ate a lot of breakfast, so now especially full, a little bit can't eat or not Dad take it home. How about eating all of it at night?" Zhang Yanru shook her head and replied firmly, No. You must eat it all for me now, and I'll watch you eat it all with my own eyes Dad until you do. Be over. Neisan is trying to inherit a legacy. Zhang Xinghua is about to collapse, although this day will come sooner or later. But never thought it would come so soon. Ru Ya. Dad did tell you, the family's company sooner or later is yours, but Zhang Xinghua helplessly said, "You do not have to be so anxious, let Dad do a few more years can? Waiting for Dad to 60 years old. To 60 years old to ensure retirement, immediately give you the company." Zhang Yanru froze, looked at him in confusion, and said without a trace of humor, "Dad, what are you thinking? Are you suspecting me of poisoning the tea eggs and taking over the company? How could I be such a person? How can you not be such a person? You know how to move things from your mother's house. Dad doesn't have enough of those things to move you." Zhang Xinghua smiled awkwardly. Despite having many complaints in his heart about this leaky little cotton jacket, he still had to maintain the good feelings between father and daughter on the surface, and hurriedly said, "Then you're so anxious for Dad to eat tea eggs. What exactly do you really want to do? I boil tea eggs, and then give you to eat let you taste the daughter's handiwork." Zhang Yanru blanked her spiteful dad, and said with a slight hint of annoyance between her brows, "Really pissed me off, so my daughter is this kind of person in your eyes. Okay then don't eat it. I'll take it to feed the dog." Ouch. Dad was just teasing you. I'll eat. I eat now. Seeing his daughter angry, Zhang Xinghua is not ambiguous, a mouthful of small 20,000 worth of tea eggs to swallow into the mouth, which is not to say that it is indeed quite tasty, especially with a hint of refreshing tea aroma in the big material. Aha! It's really good. It's the first time Dad has eaten such a delicious tea egg. Zhang Xinghua nodded his head repeatedly and rushed his daughter with a smile on his face. When the little cotton-padded girl smiles, life and death are hard to predict. Zhang Xinghua looked at his baby daughter sitting in front of him, took out another tea egg from the plastic bag, and carefully peeled the shell of the egg, and instantly his scalp was a little numb. "Eat more if it's good. Dad, another one." Young Yunru handed over the peeled tea eggs and stared at him with her eyes. What the hell is going on? Big group boss fearfully from the hands of the daughter, get the second peeled tea eggs, hesitate for a long time. Eventually or heart, forced to eat again, the results just swallowed the second egg, the third tea egg has been peeled. Well. That's pretty much it, Dad really can't eat anymore. Zhang Xinghua hurriedly refused, pain and helplessness written all over his face. Peel all peeled, want to not eat another one, the rest for Mom. Zhang Yanru said. Alright, it's really the last one. After Zhang Xinghua got the tea egg, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes and smothered it in one mouthful. Ouch. Hang on to your dad. Zhang Xinghua lay on the chair and rolled his eyes, painfully saying, "Baby daughter, I'll quickly pour a cup of water for Dad. Dad is dying. Now." Zhang Yanru hurriedly poured a cup of tea for his own father, watched him drink it and helped to renew the second cup. Finally alive. Zhang Xinghua took a long breath, looked at his daughter sitting across the table, and said bitterly, all 30-something years old. Still tossing your own father around one after another? Do you think your own father has lived too long? What do you mean toss you? It's obviously good for you. Zhang Yanru blanked him and said leisurely, "You take the rest of Dad's home and give it to my mom at night. You must watch her eat it with your own eyes, don't lose it. It is better for you to take it back yourself." Zhang Xinghua said casually, "Your mom wants to find you to discuss something at night. I guess I will call you in the afternoon, at that time." Look at her expression, seems to be very serious and earnest. You seek your own luck. Zhang Yanru froze, eyes full of confusion and fear, but think carefully.
recently did not do anything out of the ordinary, and also confessed to the mother Yu Xiaocheng is his own man, then what else can she pick reason? Just then, the rich woman's cell phone rang, and the caller was none other than Chu Chunyan. Look at your expression, it's your mom calling, right? Zhang Xinghua looked at his daughter who had a tangled face and then said, answer it quickly. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, silently answered the caller and said softly, Mom, I'll be back home tonight, there's something I need to talk to you about. The tone of Chu Chunyan on the phone was grave, while still carrying a hint of anger. Oh. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and asked cautiously, what is it exactly, Mom? You know what you've done yourself. Hang on. Zhang Yanru raised her head to meet her own father's eyes and couldn't help but lightly bite her lips and squeak, can Dad save me for a moment? No. I don't want to get involved in what's going on between you mother and daughter, you'd better solve it yourself, and I have a social occasion tonight, I've greeted your mom. Zhang Xinghua can't dare to wade into this muddy water, deeply afraid that he will fall into it, hastily refused to his daughter. Young Yunru rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything more before looking around the office, mentally calculating what to take back. Not good. Nin wants to move again. Zhang Xinghua saw his daughter's look around and knew that she wanted to move something back, urgently saying, don't look, there's nothing in Dad's office. I'll just look around. Seeing that there was nothing worth moving, Zhang Yanru slowly stood up and said softly and quietly, Dad, then I'll go back. Aha. Dad will walk you downstairs. In the evening. The brothers managed to converge, but Yu Xiaocheng didn't drive, after all, he had to drink at night, while Zhang Xinghua brought his own driver. This private restaurant is very good, when I meet important guests, I bring them here to eat. Zhang Xinghua poured tea for his little old brother and introduced with a smile, this place is not open to the public, if you need it, I'll give you a business card, just say I introduced it. Forget it. Yu Xiaocheng smiled languidly and said, it must be a sky-high menu, I can't afford to consume it even if I come. What's there to consume that can't be afforded, it's directly on old brother's account. Zhang Xinghua said without any good humor. Yu Xiaocheng was especially touched and ashamed at the same time, pursed her lips and murmured, let's talk about it later if there is a need, I'll give you a call and you'll help me book a table here. It's okay. Call me when you get there. Zhang Xinghua nodded, then took out 2 bottles of Maotai and said, come, one person a bottle. Yu Xiaocheng also did not refuse, tonight was supposed to accompany him to dashing, then took the handed a bottle of Maotai, softly said, old brother sister-in-law side really nothing? Don't worry. Zhang Xinghua waved his hand and said condescendingly, I told her. I'm going for a drink with little old me tonight, and she didn't even dare to fart. Tisk, tsk. This family status looks like I still have a lot of room for improvement. Yu Xiaocheng bragged. Just on a few plates of cold dishes, the brothers began to blow on the awesome, that guy that's seen that really. Drums and gongs, firecrackers, red flags, a sea of people. Meanwhile, young Yunru returned to her parents' house, and when she opened the door to the house the voice of her old mom came from the living room. Ru, right? Change your shoes and get over here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The pretty ripe rich woman pursed her lips, a slight hint of fear on her brow, and silently changed into her slippers and walked towards the living room on the first floor. Chu Chunyan sat expressionlessly on the sofa, glanced at her daughter, patted the empty seat beside her, and said indifferently, sit beside mom. Zhang Yanru obediently sat there, her demeanor was restrained and she did not move a muscle, even though she was calling the shots outside, she saw Chu Chunyan. Especially the angry Chu Chunyan, the rich woman can only honestly lower her head. How's the relationship with Xiao Cheng these days? Chu Chunyan asked coldly. Pretty good. We're living together soon. Young Yunru replied, he'll move in when he goes to his doctorate program. Yes? Chu Chunyan glanced at her daughter, and then asked, and with her own future mother-in-law, how is the relationship? Have there been any conflicts? Ha? Grandmother-in-law? Zhang Yanru froze and squeaked, I haven't met one yet. Having said that, she heard Chu Chunyan snort coldly and said to her with a dark face, it's come to this. Still not confessing to me? This. What is this? Did my mom know again? Young Yunru was so nervous that she was suffocating, and her eyes were filled with dismay, as well as an expression of trepidation and even overwhelm. Aye. Zhang Yanru clutched her pants tightly, her expression was flustered as if it was visible to the naked eye, and muttered in a small voice, Mom, can you clarify? I don't understand. Humph. Then I'll give you a hint. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chu Chunyan reminded. In-laws? What and what ah? Young Yunru was filled with confusion and looked at her own mother in confusion. Load. And pretend. Seeing her daughter die hard, Chu Chunyan directly singled out, exasperated, Xiao Cheng is asking your father how to solve the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. It can be seen that you and your future mother-in-law have a conflict, otherwise Xiao Cheng would not have asked, say it. What kind of demon did you make again to upset your mother-in-law? Hear that. The pretty ripe rich woman had clenched her fists and gnashed her back teeth. You, Xiao Cheng, auntie has to get you killed tonight. End of chapter. The pretty ripe rich woman had prepared for the worst, but it turned out that she never expected this to be the reason. Mom, don't Don't you listen to his nonsense. I have a great relationship with my future mother-in-law, almost as good as being like sisters. Zhang Yanru gritted her teeth and said, I really don't lie to you. I dare swear to God that I have no conflicts with my future mother-in-law. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, do you think Mom will believe it? On the basis of your stubbornness, you and your future mother-in-law must have a bad relationship, say it. Honestly, give me a clear explanation. How in the world are you making a demon, and how did you upset your mother-in-law? Mom, why don't you believe me? Zhang Yanru was so anxious that she stomped her feet and said anxiously, is your daughter really that bad in your eyes? Or what? Don't I know you well enough? Chu Chunyan glanced at her and said leisurely, since you claim the relationship between your mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is as close as sisters, then let me meet your mother-in-law. After all, hearing is false, but seeing is believing. Meet? Zhang Yanru shook her head repeatedly and said seriously, no. We haven't been together for long, arranging for both parents to meet now is a bit too fast. Chu Chunyan flattened her mouth and said in a serious tone, Xiaoru, you are already 31 years old, in a few more years you will be an older woman, and you will be menopausal for another 10 years or so, how come you are still so stubborn? It has nothing to do with being stubborn or not. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and said helplessly, anyway, it's just too soon I don't agree with you guys meeting, and also about the child, don't worry I'll get pregnant as fast as I can. If it was a few years earlier, Chu Chunyan would have been in a state of bliss, but at this moment she was completely numb because she had heard this kind of bull ***** countless times, and every time it started with great anticipation and ended in heartbreak. Mom, I definitely won't lie to you this time. Young Yanru also knew that she had lied so much that her own mother in front of her had become numb, and replied seriously, you think I'm going to be living with your son-in-law next week, isn't that convincing enough on its own? That's true. There was no Qing before, but there is Qing now. Chu Chunyan, who was still gloomy, suddenly turned cloudy, a hint of anticipation flowed between her eyebrows, and she said softly, you'll get pregnant first and then we'll talk about it. Having said that, after a short pause, she inquired in a low voice, Xiaoru, tell Mom the truth, do you have any conflicts with your mother-in-law? If there's no conflict, then why would Xiao Chang ask your father such a question? I think it's definitely not an empty rumor, there must be a reason behind it. Zhang Yanru hesitated and replied with a squeak, maybe it has something to do with me spending money indiscriminately. You also know that Xiao Chang is a single-parent family, his mom has always been very thrifty and frugal, to see me spending money in a big way, she might be a bit uncomfortable. From the many reasons, she chose the least important one, she didn't want her old mom to know that the reason why Xiao Chang's own mom hated her was because of the stockings and panties. If you didn't lie to Mom, then that should be the problem. Chu Chunyan nodded slightly in thought, then said seriously, you do need to change this stinking problem. You're spending money at a rate even more excessive than your father. Zhang Yanru pouted her vermilion lips and said somewhat unconvincingly, although I spend more money, I also earn more. Don't pull that with me. Chu Chunyan blanched at her daughter and said with hatred, besides what's the use of me feeling it, it's only useful if your mother-in-law feels it. Yes. I know. Change. I'll definitely change. Change until she is satisfied. The pretty ripe rich woman didn't bother to continue arguing, nodding her head and admitting her mistakes in various ways there. Seeing her daughter's sincere attitude, Chu Chunyan also did not continue to say anything, so they chatted about other things, are some of the life of the husband and wife tips. The results of chatting. Zhang Yanru suddenly took out 2 tea eggs. Mom, the tea eggs I cooked are the last 2 left, so hurry up and try them. Young Yanru said urgently. Chu Chunyan froze, looking at the 2 tea eggs in her daughter's hand, and looking at her daughter's anxious expression, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. This egg inside is not poisoned by her? You. All day long, you know how to play mind games with Mom and Dad. Chu Chunyan raises her hand and gently pokes her in the head, and says without any good humor, what are you doing again? If you don't tell me clearly, I won't eat this tea egg. Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly, slightly embarrassed between her eyebrows, swallowing and sputtering, she explained, Dad gave your future son-in-law 5 taels of tea, almost to the price of $178,000 or $188,000, and then was I accidentally gave 2, and you say you're not a loser. No wonder people Xiao Chang's mom has a problem with you. Chu Chunyan was about to explode with anger, although she didn't listen to the whole thing, but from her daughter's description and the analysis of the tea egg in her hand, the 170,800,000 yuan of tea must have been made into a tea egg by her. Zhang Yanru pouted, slightly unconvinced, it's not my fault. Your future son-in-law put such expensive tea leaves, just like that on the coffee table. I thought it was ordinary goods, so I took it directly into the kitchen and made it into a tea egg. He's at least half responsible. Strong words. Chu Chunyan glared at her and asked without any good humor, does your father know about this? I don't know, but he ate the most tea eggs. Young Yanru added. Chu Chunyan snorted coldly and raised her hand to poke her head again, exasperatedly saying, you just know how to count on your own mom and dad. The words
Gently, he said to his daughter, when you go back later, bring 2 pounds of tea away for Xiao Chang. Anyway, your father has more tea than he can drink, so it's quite good to help him consume a little.
Oh. Zhang Yanru nuzzled her mouth and said with some dissatisfaction, Mom, why are you so gentle when you mention Xiao Chang? I'm your own daughter.
But you have a look of gnashing your teeth and swallowing me alive. I am your own daughter.
Crap. He's my son-in-law.
Whether or not Mom can become a grandmother depends on whether or not Xiao Chang makes an effort.
Chu Chunyan paused and hurriedly came to her daughter's side, asking in a low voice, does he still work hard? Such a young and strong young man must be working hard, right? For a moment, Zhang Yanru's face was full of blush, not knowing how to answer, blinked and said, it's still okay to make do.
Seeing her daughter's shy expression, Chu Chunyan smiled slightly. It seems that her daughter is very satisfied, but it is only for this period of time that she can satisfy her daughter, with the passage of time. As her daughter grows older, Xiao Chang is mostly going to get a kidney deficiency.
Some kind of upscale foot washing town.
The 2 brothers and son-in-laws were enjoying a massage from the technician. Both of them had been drinking to the extent of 7 or 8, but were happy and joyful and dashing.
Older brother. I have a friend. He has recently gotten kidney deficiency. Do you have any secret recipes? Yu Xiaochang asked lazily as she reclined on the chair.
Zhang Xinguo laughed and said in a good-natured manner, obviously you have a weak kidney, and as a result, you and I are playing some kind of a trick to make friends out of nothing. Do you think I can't hear it? But this secret recipe, well, I do have a very powerful secret recipe. I'm afraid that you are young. The body cannot carry.
What a friend. Yu Xiaochang defended. Row. Think of it as your friend getting kidney weakness. Zhang Xinghua laughed. Hey, I'm such a grump.
Yu Xiaochang was so unconvinced in his heart that he said to the technician who was holding down his feet, help me in the reflex zones of the kidneys.
Attack hard.
The words. Yu Xiaochang then hurt so much that she almost fainted, and hurriedly stopped it. Alright. Don't attack. Just press it normally. Quietly twisting his head, he looked at his old brother beside him, and coincidentally Zhang Xinguo was also looking at him, facing his old brother with a meaningful face. Yu Xiaochang awkwardly smiled and silently turned his head back.
Have you ever heard of the 9-layer waist tower?
Zhang Xinguo suddenly asked.
9-layer demon tower? Ghost blowing lamp? The ancient city of the essence?
Yu Xiaochang said doubtfully.
No.
I'm talking about the 9-layer waist tower, the waist of the waist. Zhang Xinguo seriously explained, set up 9 kinds of animal waste, plus a variety of valuable herbs, stew a day and night time, and then with a bowl of 9 waste soup, the original soup to the original food. Well, it is no exaggeration to say.
See the miraculous effect that night. Can this be eaten? What's the difference between it and stewed urine?
Yu Xiaochang frowned and carefully inquired, have you tried it yourself, old brother?
Didn't dare try. This is a formula that came to me out of the blue one night. Zhang Xinghua did not lie to him and honestly explained the truth.
Yu Xiaochang rolled his eyes, but he was quite curious if he really ate this 9-layer waist tower.
If you really eat this 9-layer waist tower, is it considered to be a punishment for yourself, or is it considered to be a punishment for your own wife?
In the following time, the 2 men talked about things in the south and north of the world, until after pressing a bell, the 2 brothers feel that it is not enough to enjoy themselves, and they are ready to go to the 3rd drink. Zhang Xinguo immediately booked the place, and then the driver pulled them both to their next destination. Despite the fact that they had been enjoying themselves all night, both of them were very disciplined and didn't allow the ladies to accompany them. It was just the 2 of them vegging and drinking the entire time.
Mom, I'll go back first, then. Say, why isn't Dad home yet?
Zhang Yanru looked at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock, and had not seen his dad's figure, and inquired curiously.
Yeah, it's so late, why don't you come back? I'll make a call and ask.
Chu Chunyan had just taken out her cell phone when a call came in, and the caller was none other than her husband's driver.
Xiao Zhanga, where is your boss? What? Chu Chunyan's face suddenly sank.
When Yang Yanru saw her mother's expression suddenly change, her heart was immediately tightened, thinking that something big had happened. End of chapter. When Chu Chunyan hung up the phone, she looked at her daughter beside her and said helplessly, no wonder your father hasn't come back until now, so it turns out that he's drinking with Xiao Chang in a high-end club. Both of them drank to the point of blacking out, one lying in the bathroom and the other on the sofa. Hearing these words from her mom, Zhang Yanru was speechless, but soon became angry again and huffed, Mommy should at least manage Dad, he's bringing down your future son-in-law like this. Originally my family's Xiaocheng is a very good man, gentle and considerate and caring for his family, now. In the face of her daughter's complaints, Chu Chunyan did not retort, on the contrary, she was extremely annoyed with her husband's behavior. Even if she herself was fooling around outside, she actually brought her future son-in-law along with her.
You don't have to worry. This time Mom must educate him hard, it's just nonsense.
Chu Chunyan said coldly, and then spoke to her daughter, but you also need to strengthen your family education a bit. Although Xiao Cheng is very well behaved and understanding, but after all, men are men. They are monkeys by nature and like to jump up and down, you have to bolt a chain. Speaking of which, Chu Chunyan paused, then continued, the key to this chain cannot always be too tight, otherwise it will provoke his rebellious mentality. To slap and feed a sweet date,
to do sometimes tight and sometimes loose, so, even if he scurries to the sky, you gently tug. He will be able to return to you. Such a profound way of mastering a husband. Just fell in love with the pretty ripe rich woman. Also understand a one or two. Confused nodded, hurriedly said, Mom will teach me later. Let's go now to pick up the two of them. Aha. Go. You drive. Mom sent you the address. Chu Chunyan said. Subsequently, mother and daughter set off to find their respective men. When the two came to a certain clubhouse in a hurry, the general manager at the door had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Chu Chunyan, he hurriedly greeted him with a run. There you are, leader. The general manager said respectfully, Zheng Dong. Zheng Dong, he was drunk. I immediately arranged for the medical staff to do a checkup. There is no condition of alcohol poisoning. Rest for 2 days will be almost the same. What about the young man who came with him? Chu Chunyan asked hurriedly, how is he doing? He's going to be a little bit better, but the medical staff said that he'll need to rest for a couple days as well. That general manager replied in fear, even so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this time, Zhang Yanru was so angry that she was on fire and said in annoyance, Mom, look at what Dad has done. Chu Chunyan's mood wasn't much better, but the more important thing at the moment was to take the two sons-in-law back home and let them rest. Then said, responsibility will come later. Let's pick them both up first. Take us there. Chu Chunyan said to that manager. Well. Leader, you come with me. That manager hurriedly led the mother and daughter to the private room where the Wengshui were. With the opening of the door of that private room, Zhang Yanru and Chu Chunyan saw two big men lying on the sofa. At the same time there were 2 bottles of high-grade foreign wine on the table, one bottle of which was completely bottomed out, and the other bottle was still left with more than half. Ugh! What a headache! Chu Chunyan sighed helplessly, then looked at her husband's driver and asked, Xiao Zhang, what time did they start the drinking? Exactly what places did they go to? You give me an honest and clear explanation, don't ever hide anything. The driver replied respectfully, the chairman and this young man from 5:30 p.m. onwards, the first in a private restaurant to eat, probably one person drank a bottle of Maodai, and then go to the Imperial Palace International Club, the two drank a bottle of Louis XIII, and then went to steam a sauna, after the sauna drank half a bottle of brandy, and go to the foot washing city, 2 people washed a foot, full body massage, and finally came here. At this moment, the pretty ripe rich woman had already clenched her fists, itching to give Yu Xiaocheng 2 punches. At the same time, there was a burst of vomiting in her heart. How come men are so crazy when they're outside? Are they so crazy? Saunas, foot baths, massages. And Chu Chunyan also had a blue face. She never thought that tonight. The program of the two sons-in-law was so wonderful, but what was even more angry was that her own husband had brought her future son-in-law down. The pretty ripe rich woman walked over to the little bad guy's side and looked at him lying on the sofa and huffing and puffing, annoyed and heartbroken and helpless. She reached out and gently pinched his face and huffed and puffed. It's really going to be a tormentor. Xiao Zhang, you go find the manager and ask him to call some people over to help the two of them into the car. Chu Chunyan ordered. The driver answered and hurried out of the place. Chu Chunyan looked at her daughter and said leisurely, Xiaoru, don't go back tonight, take care of the two of them with Mom. Aha. In this case, I don't feel comfortable going back. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and said with a face full of anger, Mom, when Dad comes to his senses, you must educate him severely, don't let him go back to Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng is a future physical scientist, spending all day with Dad. What kind of thing is this? Indeed. Your father, this person is a bit of a mess, Mom will definitely educate him. Chu Chunyan pursed her lips, looked at the sleeping Yu Xiaocheng, and said in a serious tone, but you also have to control your own man, after all, your father, this person. Pervasive. Zhang Yanru nodded and sat beside Yu Xiaocheng, touching his face while carefully checking for any traces of dabbling with the womanizer, and suddenly sighed in relief and said, It seems like there is no womanizing. Don't worry about that. Your father is a bit unreliable, but there are some things that are very bottom line. Chu Chunyan said. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and retorted with a light sticky voice, Mom and Dad are men who have seen the world of flowers, of course they have resistance. Coco, he doesn't have such resistance, it's very easy to make mistakes. A process that a man must go through. Mom can't give good advice, keep an eye on yourself. After Chu Chunyan finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Right. Have you looked for Chang Chang and asked him to help you keep an eye on the school? Already looking. I told him. This is his little aunt, Mom. Guess what his expression was? Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said playfully and softly, it was all scary, but it was accepted quickly, and by the way, I told Lily as well, and she'll keep an eye on it for me as well. That's good. Chu Chunyan hesitated and inquired in a low voice, are the couple doing well? It was pretty good. Zhang Yanru looked at her own mother and murmured consolingly, Mom, things have gone on for so long, you should stop thinking about it. Hey, forget it. Chu Chunyan sighed and smiled helplessly and bitterly. Young Yanru is driving her own car and is on her way to her parents' house while her little man lies in the back. As the vehicle stopped at the intersection and waited for the green light to come on, the pretty ripe rich woman couldn't help but look back at the little bad guy lying in the back, and the more she looked at him,
the angrier and angrier she got, the more she wanted to roll up her sleeves and beat the crap out of him. Boom boom boom. The furious rich woman slapped the steering wheel hard, gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "I'm so angry. How dare you wash your feet, massage and steam sauna outside, he treats me as if I don't exist." Are the women outside really that comfortable? All the way to the rich woman all kinds of complaints, but the heart how angry, and did not risk the idea of divorce, so, in all the way to the broken heart, finally returned to his parents' home. Mother and daughter moved the two men home with the driver, while next Chu Chunyan started to cook the sobering soup, and Zhang Yanru brought a face basin to help her little man and grumbling old father wipe their faces. It's exhausting. The pretty ripe rich woman leaned back on the couch and panted, "What about mom's night?" "Cool. Send them both to the second bedroom and then let's go to bed." Chu Chunyan in the kitchen said faintly, "Tomorrow morning it's time to go to work and do what you need to do." At this point, Chu Chunyan walked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of sobering soup. "You dunk Xing, I'll dunk your dad. Slightly hot, slowly pour it in, don't be in a hurry and choke on it then," Chu Chunyan admonished. Mother and daughter each took a bowl of sober soup, broke open their man's mouth, slowly and leisurely poured the soup into their mouths, probably for the first time being poured with sober soup. Yu Xiaocheng was poured into as much as she could, and spewed out as much soup as she could, spraying the rich woman all wet. In contrast, Zhang Xingwa's side went well, and it was all poured into his stomach. "Ouch! Can you cooperate?" Zhang Yanru was on fire and furiously roared, "Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death? Can you be nice to your own husband? You have to beat people up if you don't move." Chu Chunyan blanched at her daughter and said without a trace of anger, "Put it away. I'll pour it later." Zhang Yanru pouted her lips and said with a displeased face, "No way. My own man, I'll take care of it myself." Hurriedly ran into the kitchen, served another bowl of sober soup out, sat beside the little bad guy, one hand holding the bowl, one hand cupping his face, carefully pouring soup into his mouth. Under the guidance of his own mother, he stumbled into half a bowl. At this point, Yu Xiaocheng, who had died of drunkenness, suddenly barred his mouth, gently licked his lips, and murmured, "Let's go home, don't drink anymore, we can't continue." "I can't keep drinking, my wife will scold me." "My wife will scold you. Sister-in-law will also scold you." After all is said and done, silence rolled over, puffed and went back to sleep. Zhang Yanru looked up at her own mother, her eyebrows filled with anger and dissatisfaction, and puffed out, "Mom, things are already clear, I don't think there's a need for a retrial, just sentence Dad to death." Chu Chunyan didn't say anything, but her face was blue and she was obviously infuriated. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng, who had his back to his mother and daughter, pursed his lips slightly. He had actually woken up just now. "Call, elder brother. I'm really sorry. I have no choice but to sacrifice you so that I can live." End of chapter. At this point in time, although Yu Xiaocheng dizziness, but the consciousness is still quite clear, he knows that tonight has made a big trouble. If you do not shake the pot, the consequences are unimaginable. The mother's girlfriend temperament. The consequences are unimaginable on the mom's girlfriend's temper. Minutes to be her to beat. The key to be beaten is not light, not good to salt for a while of gas. There's no way. Can only come up with such a trick. Let his old brother and future father-in-law to take the blame. Anyway, he is a kind of old man, and is the rich woman's own father. It should not be a big deal, at most, only by the future mother-in-law complain twice, or by his daughter to pit something. Hey, it's fortunate that Xiao Chang still misses his family and knows that he has to go back, knowing that you'll be worried about him. Chu Chunyan sighed helplessly, a hint of relief spread between her brows, and leisurely said, "Xiao Ru, in the future, you can treat your husband well, don't be a demon and don't be capricious, and don't lose your temper with him." Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and replied softly and glutinously, "Mom, although he is indeed quite good at taking care of people, sometimes he is quite mischievous." You. A man being mischievous to you shows that this man loves you. Only a man who loves you will show his childish side. Chu Chunyan laughed without any good humor. "You really don't know what you're in for. What about Dad?" Zhang Yanru looked at her old mom and said softly, "I see that Dad is especially serious in the company, but in front of you he's like an old child. Dad loves you a lot too, right?" Chu Chunyan smiled faintly and said to her with a slight look of interest, "Your mom was also a great beauty back then, even if it was put into the present. To Mom's current age group, that's still quite a bit better looking than her peers, so of course your dad likes it." The words. Silence stood up, took the 2 empty bowls, and said, all right. We'll help the 2 men up together later, and we should go to bed. Mom has a very important meeting in the city tomorrow." "Aha." Young Yunru nodded her head. In the time that followed, the mother and daughter helped Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Xinghua upstairs and threw them into a certain second bedroom together. Then the mother and daughter went to take a shower. Yu Xiaocheng opened his eyes, dizziness, he looked at his old brother beside him, looking at his huffing and puffing appearance, his heart is full of shame and helplessness. Older brother, tonight, just help me first to carry a pot, and in the future, I will definitely help you to carry a pot. But then again, it's true that you don't want to go. I've pushed you so many times, but you didn't listen to a word I said. Who will take the blame if you don't?" Early the following morning, Yu Xiaocheng woke up early, although he still wanted to go back to sleep. After all, his head was still hurting. But in order to salvage his reputation with his mother-in-law, he forcibly got up from the bed, muddled downstairs to make breakfast, washed his face with cold water to gain a brief moment of clarity, and then began his journey of redemption. Just as he finished cooking the kanji and came out of the kitchen with the pressure cooker, he saw his future mother-in-law coming down the stairway and awkwardly and nonchalantly said, "Good morning, Mom." Chu Chunyan froze, looked at him in surprise, and asked, "Xiao Chang, how did you wake up so quickly?" "I didn't drink much last night, so I woke up rather quickly, and I have the habit of waking up early myself." Yu Xiaocheng said softly, "I've already made breakfast, simple green vegetables and thin meat porridge. I hope it's to Mom's liking." For a moment, Chu Chunyan that is heartbroken and helpless, but more is pleased. Her daughter can marry such understanding man, really her last life accumulated blessings. "Ching, you scared me in Xiaoru last night." Chu Chunyan sat down at the table, took the bowl handed by her future son-in-law, and said angrily, "Next time, don't be like this. Drinking is fine, but you can't overdo it, especially if you go to some foot-washing city, which is absolutely not allowed." Yes. Actually, I don't want to go. But old brother must drag me to go. I really have no choice. Yu Xiaocheng nodded his head repeatedly and replied seriously, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll never go to that kind of place in the future. If old brother still wants to drag me there, I'll call your number and notify you at the first opportunity." Chu Chunyan smiled and said gently, "There's no need to report to me. You should report to your own wife, and there's nothing I can say if Xiaoru grants permission." Yeah. One should report to one's wife. Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously. Chu Chunyan was still a bit annoyed in her heart, but after seeing her son-in-law, she instantly lost all those negative emotions, and while eating the kanji cooked by her son-in-law, she spoke her heart out to him. "Your old brother, also known as your future old husband, is actually quite a good person, which, you can also feel it, right, is that sometimes things are very reckless?" Chu Chunyan pursed her lips and continued, "Don't look at his company now so big. In fact, in the beginning, I do not know how many walls, and even once the money was cheated by others. But what? Your old husband is just unconvinced. Where he falls down, he rises up from where he falls down, and in the end, by taking advantage of the change in the social situation, he has really broken out." Chu Chunyan said this and looked at her son-in-law, saying seriously, "Xiao Chang, the reason why Mom is telling you all this is to tell you that your father is not bad." "Aha, that I know." Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and asked softly, "Mom, Xiaoru, did you get mad at me last night?" The words. The pretty ripe rich woman yawned and slowly wandered downstairs. She froze instantly when she saw the little bad boy sitting at the table, just like her mother, but the next second, anger filled her face. "You stinking man!" And ran to a nightclub to drink, and after drinking, he went to Footwash City. His guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Yanru ran to Yu Xiaocheng's side, grabbed his ears and said furiously, "Is there any knee in your eyes?" "Yippee-ki-yay. Ouch. Wrong. Yu Xiaocheng tilted his head and begged for mercy with a face full of pain. "I don't dare to do it next time." "You dead girl. What are you doing? Won't you lighten up?" Chu Chunyan is protective of her son-in-law. Seeing her son-in-law being bullied like this, she was anxious on the spot and broke her daughter's fingers, then pinched her arm fiercely and said in annoyance, "If you have something to say properly, come up and do it. There is no such thing as a good wife and mother." "Mom, it was indeed my fault last night. It's perfectly fine for Yanru to do that." Yu Xiaocheng sighed, then rushed at the pretty ripe rich woman, and said with a face full of deep emotion, "Your future wife, please forgive me this time. I really won't dare next time." The sudden cry of "your honorable wife" caught young Yanru a little off guard, but soon layers of huge waves rose up within her heart, and those huge waves kept lapping against the embankment of her heart, stirring up huge waves. Chu Chunyan smiled, elbowed her daughter's buttocks and snapped, "What are you gawking at this time? People are apologizing to you." Zhang Yanru came back to her senses. At this time both sides of her cheeks were on fire, even vaguely hot, hurriedly turned her head sideways, squeaked and replied, Don't use this set of flowery words to fool me. I won't be easily fooled. In short, you broke my heart last night. Want to get my forgiveness?" "No way. Ouch. What are you doing, you little minx? He's so sincere in admitting his faults to you. What are you not satisfied with?" Chu Chuanyan's heart that anxious but there is nothing to do. Can only sit there dry anxious. However, while the situation was frozen, Yu Xiaocheng suddenly stood up in front of Chu Chunyan and hugged the rich woman in front of him into his arms, and while the rich woman had not returned to her senses, he gently sucked on her dainty moist lips. Woo. Young Yunru snapped out of it and braced her hands hard against his chest, desperately trying to push him away. You're going to die. I am never going to ignore you again." The pretty ripe rich woman broke free of the little bad guy and glared at him with a blush before running into the bathroom in a panic. At this moment, she stood behind the door, breathing heavily, while clenching her fists hard, as if trying her best to hide the shame inside, but no matter what she did, she still couldn't resist the surging emotions. "Oh, my God. Shame on you. I can't believe I'm actually kissing him in front of my own mom." Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng moved his gaze from the bathroom to his future mother-in-law's body and said shyly, "Mom, sorry. I'm sorry to make you laugh." It's fine. Mom was young too, but not that bold. Chu Chunyan smiled and said gently, Xiaoru has never been in love, her skin is especially thin, so just listen to some of the words, don't take it to heart. Speaking of which, pausing for a moment, she whispered, actually, she can't wait for you to be like this. In the face of Chu Chunyan's advice, Yu Xiaocheng did not say much and sat there eating breakfast during. Chu Chunyan asked him to take care of Zheng Xinghua, and Yu Xiaocheng directly agreed. Later you go take a shower. I'll go up and bring the clothes and pants, now this stinks to high heaven.
Chu Chunyan said. Aha. Got it. Yu Xiaocheng obediently responded.
When Chu Chunyan brought her clothes and pants, then she left the house to go to work. The pretty ripe rich woman, who heard the wind, sneaked out of the bathroom and went to settle the score with the little villain in a furious manner. You little scoundrel. Kissing me doesn't distinguish between occasions actually in front of my mom. Zheng Yanru pinched the flesh of his waist hard and said with a face full of shame, causing me to lose face in front of her. Yu Xiaocheng suddenly held her in his arms, smilingly looked at the plump mature woman in his arms and laughed, I want your mom to know that I really love you. Shasta. The rich woman did not have the previous momentum, she snuggled into Yu Xiaocheng's arms, her cold and charming face was flushed with a faint blush, and her eyebrows were full of the tenderness of a mature woman.
And that's when it happened.
Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps on the stairway. The two who were warming up trembled, and the flustered rich aunt pushed Yu Xiaocheng out. Just saw Yu Xiaocheng first waist by the corner of the table to the top, and then a stagger did not pay attention to also broke his own foot. Ah! Killing sounds resounded throughout the living room.
End of chapter. Retribution came so quickly that Yu Xiaocheng couldn't even think of it.
At this time he is lying on the ground, painfully covering his waist, pain to death. Of course the pain is not waist but feet, but for him to say waist is far more important than feet, he would rather feet broken, but also do not want a waist accident. Faced with a scene that caught her off guard, the pretty ripe rich woman was directly shocked. How could she not expect that she just pushed the little bad guy out, and as a result, he was lying on the ground hissing in agony. Looking at him like this he seemed to have suffered a serious injury.
What's the situation? What the hell? This, what's going on here?
On hearing the news, Zheng Xinghua rushed downstairs and saw his little brother lying on the ground, covering his waist.
His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain, and he anxiously asked, Xiaocheng? What's your condition? Did your appendix have an attack?
Without waiting for Xiaocheng to explain the situation, Zheng Yanru on the side hurriedly said, Right. It must be an appendicitis attack, Dad, he just suddenly collapsed on the ground. I don't know what's going on, this way I'll take him to the doctor. You stay at home, you drank so much wine last night, I guess you are still not completely sober.
Speaking of which,
after a short pause, he continued, Dad, help me get him into the car and I'll take him to the hospital right away to have his appendix removed.
Yeah. Quickly go to the hospital to cut the appendix, this appendix hurts like hell.
Zheng Xinghua once also appendix attack, when the pain to the extent of tearing the lungs, rushed to the ground to help the little old brother up, and then assisted him to go out.
No. Why is this foot still broken?
Zheng Xinghua inquired curiously as he noticed his little old brother, the golden rooster, bouncing around.
Me.
Yu Xiaocheng had just opened his mouth when Zhang Yanru behind him interrupted him.
It should be a sudden attack of appendicitis. The pain is so bad that I didn't stand still and accidentally broke my foot. It's fine. Go to the hospital, everything can be good.
Zhang Yanru, who was following behind, was afraid that the little bad guy would lose his words and explained for him. Oh, the after-effects of drunkenness have not completely disappeared. At this moment Zheng Xinghua is still a little muddled. He did not notice the loopholes in his daughter's words, silently nodded, and sent his little old man to his daughter's BMW car.
Be safe on the road. Call if anything happens.
Zheng Xinghua urged his daughter, while looking at the back row of the little old brother. The tone of voice comforted, older brother, to remove the appendix will not hurt, at most a week of hospitalization. The key to this appendix to stay is useless. Cut out before it is too late is quite good.
Dad, here we go.
Young Yanru had already started the car and then scurried straight out with a kick of the gas.
As the vehicle traveled down the road, the saucy ripe rich woman sighed in relief, glanced at her little badass in the rearview mirror, and whispered, Did you break your foot or did you really have an appendix attack? Why are you covering your waist? Broken foot. Covering my waist is because I was hit by the corner of the table. The ankle didn't hurt much anymore, but it was swollen into a big bun. Yu Xiaocheng sighed helplessly and said bitterly, Baby auntie, is this considered domestic violence by you? You were the one who didn't stand still. What's wrong with being next to me? The situation was so critical. I could only push you away.
Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and took advantage of waiting for the traffic light to look at his ankle, instantly showing a hint of panic on her face. She asked, How is it so swollen?
Do you want to amputate it? Hey, can you look forward to something good?
Yu Xiaocheng whitened her eyes at her mom's best friend and said in a bad mood, Come up here and amputate a limb.
I'm scared. What am I going to do if you get amputated? I don't want a man with a golden chicken.
Young Yanru nuzzled her mouth and said leisurely, That was also caused by you. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her mouth and asked softly, Auntie baby, how should I explain this to your best friend? Zhang Yanru hesitated for a few moments and replied in a murmur, just don't involve me anyway, you can explain it however you want, if you can't. Just tell your mom that you were playing a game in bed with your rich girlfriend, and ended up breaking your own foot while playing.
No. What kind of game can you still break your foot? I'm afraid the difficulty of this is a bit high. Yu Xiaocheng frowned, earnestly and seriously, Thomas Pirouette 3.5 week spinning backflip? How do I know?
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and spoke softly, it's still a question whether you can come out or not, you'll have to be hospitalized if you can't get it right. Quickly. Arriving at the large hospital where Song Qinqin was located, Zhang Yanru supported her little man and accompanied him to the orthopedic department. Song Qinqin, who had heard the news, found Yu Xiaocheng at the first opportunity, and seeing him sitting in the corner, that ankle swollen to the size of a steamed bun, was filled with doubts for a moment, and hurriedly walked over to his side, inquiring, Xiaocheng,
where is your mom's friend? Auntie Song. She's registering me.
Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his lips and asked cautiously, in my case,
should I be hospitalized?
The ankle is swollen like this, I think it's more than likely to be hospitalized. Wait and go take a film first to see if it's fractured, then make plans. Song Qinqin studied it carefully, then asked at him, how did this happen?
Hey, what else could it be? Other than her who can make me like this?
Yu Xiaocheng sighed, then suddenly thought of something else and hurriedly said, right. My waist was pushed by the corner of the table, should I do a full body checkup?
My foot's broken. Your back is all jacked up? What the hell are Ru and her best friend's son doing?
Just as Song Qinqin was confused, Young Yanru came back after registering and seeing her good sister. The first thing she did was ask about the little bad guy.
It's okay.
At most, I'll be hospitalized for a few days, but I'm quite curious about one thing, how this was actually caused.
Song Qinqin looked at the rich woman and asked with a smile on her face. Don't ask. To ask is to not know.
Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and assisted her little husband, and with Song Qinqin's help, Yu Xiaocheng walked into a certain section with a hop and a skip. Tossed inside and out for a long time, could during the period Song Qinqin find a wheelchair, so that Yu Xiaocheng free from a lot of pain, and finally the doctor determined that it is a slight foot fracture, but the ligament loss is more, need to be hospitalized for 2 days to observe a little bit, as for the latter part of the rest and recuperation, it will take about a month. News of Yu Xiaocheng's hospitalization spread quickly. Chu Fong came to the hospitalization department at the first time, saw his son lying on the hospital bed, a leg with a plaster cast was high up. For a moment it was very heartbreaking. Originally he was very upset about his night out last night, but at this moment, seeing his son in this mold, the anger all subsided. After all, it is his own son.
What's going on? Why did you suddenly break your foot when you were fine?
Chu Fong inquired in confusion as she sat beside her son.
Accident.
Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and replied lightly and quietly, actually, it's not a big deal, I can go home in a couple of days, it's just an observation now. Originally I could have gone back directly, but your girlfriends were unwilling and insisted on having me hospitalized. There's no way.
I really can't argue with Auntie Zhang. Your Auntie Zhang sent you here? Chu Fong froze and asked curiously, and where is she?
Just went out to make a phone call, it should be something at the company. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and carefully said, in fact, your son broke his foot. And your best friend has a direct relationship. At that time there was a battery car brake failure. Towards your best friend on the collision, I lightning.
Saved Auntie Zhang and ended up breaking my own foot.
The words. Zhang Yanru returned to the hospital room and saw her best friend and said softly, sister, you're here. Chu Fong hurriedly got up, quickly stepped to her best friend's side, looked up and down, and inquired, Xiaoru,
are you injured? Did the battery car hit you?
The sudden inquiry made young Yanru look confused, and when she saw the little villain winking at her, she knew what was going on and replied awkwardly, no, luckily Xiaocheng protected me.
It doesn't matter if he's missing an arm or a leg, as long as you're fine.
Chu Fong sighed in relief and said with a smiling face,
Mom, what's this talk? So I picked it up?
Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes. It's quite good to have a broken foot, it saves you from not being able to see anyone all day long. Chu Fong whitened her eyes at her son, then said to her girlfriend, Xiaoru, if you have an emergency, go back first, I'll just take care of him. Zhang Yanru shook her head and said softly, sis, I've already made all the arrangements, in addition Xiaocheng was injured because of me, I have to stay and take care of him, besides I'm his aunt, it's only right to take care of my own nephew, it's better for you to go back, the beauty salon should be very busy these days, right?
Yeah, busy as hell.
Chu Fong glanced at her son in the hospital bed and turned back to her best friend, that's fine. I'll go back first, Cheng will trouble you to take care of him. As the words fall, glaring viciously at his son, he warned in a serious manner, behave yourself.
Don't make your Auntie Zhang angry. Oh, Yu Xiaocheng obediently answered. Followed by, Zhang Yanru accompanied her best friend out of the hospitalization department and watched her drive back. Until it disappeared from view, this hanging heart was finally put into the stomach. Hello. Mom is fine, false alarm, not an appendix attack. Zhang Yanru took the phone, said softly and glutinous, the foot is swollen, some serious, to be hospitalized for 2 days to observe the observation, the back to a month or so of recovery. Not me, not me.
Really didn't bully him. How could I possibly hit him? It's him who walked and broke it himself. Zhang Yanru beamed and explained helplessly, not gonna lie to you.
Aha. I know. Okay, bye.
When the rich woman hung up the phone, she couldn't help but let out a long breath and silently returned to the hospitalization unit. The sound of running water kept coming from the bathroom in the hospital room, and suddenly the sound stopped.
I'm done washing. You can come in and help me put on my underwear.
Yu Xiaocheng's voice came out from the bathroom. At this moment, the rich woman was biting her lips tightly, clutching a pair of men's underwear in her hand. Her cheeks on both sides were on fire and even a little bit hot. She was standing in the doorway a little bit hesitant.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's your man anyway, nothing to be ashamed of.
The pretty mature rich woman took a deep breath and carefully pushed open the bathroom door.
In a flash, Auntie Rich stiffened. Oh, my God. Jesus. Issued before reform.
End of chapter. The moment she pushed open the bathroom door, what came into her eyes was a strong and sturdy body, although she only saw the back, but that powerful silhouette made this plump mature woman's heart beat a little faster, and her eyes stopped there.
How can not move? Why are you so strong?
This is not the first time to see his body, however this time, because he had just finished showering and had not yet wiped off the water stains on his body, it seemed as if the sweaty fierce man's whole body was bursting with a strong flavor of male hormones. The rich woman's eyes moved downward and finally stopped at the little bad guy's buttocks. Instantly the cold and charming face became even more scarlet, and even spread to the neck and ears. The strong shame from the bottom of her heart continued to erupt, directly attacked her ceiling.
Bad boy. That ass is firmer than the average woman. Wanted so badly to punch him in the ass and kick him hard.
The rich woman took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner emotions, and said softly, I'll hold you up, and you
take it off and put it on yourself. That won't work.
Saying that you helped me take it off and also helped me put it on, and now you suddenly change your mind. Yu Xiaocheng's sprained foot was covered with a plastic bag, holding onto the wall and carefully turning around, looking at the pretty familiar aunt standing in the doorway, smiling and saying, you can't back out.
I'm. How on earth did this promise him?
The more the rich woman thinks, the more regret, the more she thinks, the more helpless, but now how to regret is useless, after all, have promised him, to blame can only be blamed on their own indisputable, so like to listen to his sugar-coated bombs and rhetoric, confused and agreed to go down.
Boring. Turn your body around.
The rich woman gasped slightly and said petulantly, hurry up.
Any more dilly-dallying and I'll leave, you're on your own. Row. Then I'll turn around.
Yu Xiaocheng obediently turned around and carefully said, don't be too violent. The rich woman beamed and huffed, I have a plan in mind. Subsequently put the clean pants to one side, Zhang Yanru walked to the little bad guy's back, slowly bent down with two hands and grabbed the wet pants, followed by a swift momentum, Yu Xiaocheng wearing panties to strip down.
Ouch. Not you this. This is too rough.
Yu Xiaocheng was shocked by the violent rich woman and said in a good-natured manner, be gentle, I'm not your enemy.
Having said that,
the rich woman's jade hand slapped him hard on his buttocks, and instantly a red handprint appeared.
Shut up. Boring. If you make any more noise, I won't care about you.
Young Yanru threatened with a red face while her eyes were staring at the place she had hit. The corner of her mouth suppressed a smile, and after hesitating, she raised her hand to the other side and slapped it fiercely.
Ouch. No. What are you doing? Yu Xiaocheng was about to go crazy. What's wrong with this? A little symmetry.
The rich woman flattened her mouth and replied seriously. Yu Xiaocheng burst into tears, but soon realized a problem. From the way the rich aunt just behaved, she might possess some kind of tendency, an unspeakable tendency, even worse than Zhang Yuanxiang's wife, and she has obsessive-compulsive disorder.
Come to think of it.
Yu Xiaocheng was a little terrified. He remembered the previous morning. Zhang Yuanxiang's words, those meaningful words. Don't gloat, your wife is no better, and my little aunt is probably even meaner.
It's over. It's over.
Even if Wu Sung is reincarnated, he will die in Jingyang Gang this time.
Hey! Hold on to the handrail and jump. Jump slightly higher.
The rich woman grabbed the front of her pants and said in exasperation, come on.
Don't be a grunt. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng did as he was told.
Finally, with the help of pretty rich girl, the pants she was wearing were changed and the next step was to put them on. Taking a brand new pair of pants, young Yanru went through his legs as she did. This time she wasn't so rough but carefully lifted them upwards, when helping him put on his pants. Also brought a bath towel by hand and wiped the water stains on his body. Without doubt. Taking the opportunity to touch his body and experience the firmness.
Well, let me help you back to bed.
Young Yanru supported her little badass and slowly assisted him back to the hospital bed.
I'm going to make a phone call.
The rich woman slipped out of the hospital room in a hurry and made her way to the safe exit hallway, breathing heavily.
I can't believe I'm seeing this. It feels like my eyes are going blind.
Trying to take a few deep breaths, the anxious heart finally calmed down. At this time, the rich woman was biting her lips tightly, and her eyebrows were full of confusion and curiosity.
The other day. Is that what red-faced Lily is all about?
Simple thoughts, calm analysis. The rich woman took out her cell phone and dialed Tian Li's number directly, and in a few moments the call went through.
Lily, let me ask you something,
the rich woman said cautiously, that is.
For a moment,
The words that were clearly on his lips suddenly went out of his mind.
What? What's so hard to say? Tian Li smiled and asked, this way. You send me WeChat and I'll chat with you on WeChat. Aha. Hang up.
The rich woman sent the doubts in her mind to her nephew-in-law. Upon receiving the reply sent by Tian Li, the rich woman's face had reddened to a pig's liver after reading it carefully and thoughtfully.
To summarize,
it's tearing your heart out, you can't help it, you can't help it, you can't help it, you can't help it.
Tian Li, maybe you are not yet at my age and can't feel my urgency. In 5 years or even less, you will know and understand me.
Richie flattened her lips and quickly edited the content. Young Yunru, actually, I haven't given it to him yet.
Tinley, I know it, I've seen it for a long time.
Young Yunru, but he's just so attracted to me, Lily.
I feel like I'm getting weirder and weirder, just getting more and more astringent. I know. I've been there, too. It's okay. It's normal. Don't ever worry about it. Tian Li, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave it for now and come to you later.
The rich woman took a long breath, raised her hand and touched her cheeks, found some hot hands, then returned to the corridor, opened the window at the end, when the breeze brushed the face, leaving behind a mature woman's helplessness and despair about the future, as well as half a little bit of anticipation and desire.
At nightfall,
Zhang Xinghua and Xu Chenyan couple came to visit him, got wind of the rich woman, slipped away in advance, after all, has been staying in the hospital room, more or less will cause Zhang Xinghua suspicion. I was fine when I saw you in the morning, but I ended up looking like this when I saw you in the evening. Xu Chenyan said with a face full of heartache. Xiao Chang, I'll wait to be discharged from the hospital to recuperate properly, never do some strenuous exercise.
Yes.
Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll definitely take a good rest.
Yu Xiaochang smiled awkwardly and unobtrusively. Sister-in-law, you and old brother go back early. Xu Chenyan narrowed her eyes and softly inquired, where is your wife? How come she's nowhere to be seen? She just went back and will come over to keep me company later. Yu Xiaochang replied. Aha.
Xu Chenyan nodded, slowly stood up and said, then your old brother and I will go back first. I will come back to see you tomorrow, right?
Is there anything you want to eat?
Yu Xiaochang shook his head and said leisurely, no thanks, sister-in-law.
Older brother, take care of yourself.
Zhang Xinghua patted his little old brother's shoulder, then scowled at him and said meaningfully, the country still needs you.
When the couple left, the pretty rich woman sneaked back in, looking around the doorway in all kinds of ways to make sure the little bad guy was the only one, before walking into the hospital room. Baby auntie, don't go back tonight, stay and accompany your great nephew.
Yu Xiaochang moved out the empty seat on the bed and looked at her pitifully, begging bitterly, look,
I've even vacated the spot for you.
Zhang Yanru blanched at him, her green onion finger gently poked him a few times on his head and snapped, you little pervert.
What are you holding back again? I'm all over it. What else is there to hold back? Yu Xiaochang pointed to his casted foot and said bitterly, don't go back. Indeed.
The pretty ripe rich woman didn't think of going back, of course, she took the initiative to stay and lost a bit of face, and now Yu Xiaochang brought it up, which is exactly in line with the rich woman's aunt's wishes.
Forget it.
Auntie, for the sake of you being so pitiful, just stay with you for one night.
Zhang Yanru reluctantly agreed. Next,
Yu Xiaochang couldn't help but smile, but the rich woman felt that he was smiling a bit obscenely.
Night. Quiet. The ward was claustrophobic.
After taking a bath, the pretty ripe rich woman, wearing the pajama bottoms she had just bought, snuggled into Yu Xiaochang's arms, while a hand probed into her pant leg, gently caressing her calf's belly.
Hurt my foot. Does it mean that the time for reading the doctor's degree will be pushed back? Young Yunru asked gently. Hold off for a week at the most. I'm almost ready to go over.
Yu Xiaochang replied, it's not like it's a big problem, I'll report for duty as soon as I'm able to walk on the ground. The rich woman frowned slightly, but quickly stretched it out again, and daintily admonished, then be safe, don't be fussy, if you break your foot the second time, it'll be really serious. Yu Xiaochang smiled, reached out and cupped her chin, gently lifting it up, looking at her mom's best friend who was close at hand, slowly coming up while Zhang Yanru closed her eyes while pouting her moist lips. It was no longer the point and shoot of the past, but unfortunately for the inexperienced rich woman, she was knocked off her opponent's feet in just 3 or 5 rounds.
Nasty. Just know how to bully me.
Mom's best friend raised her shy little iron fist and gently whacked it at his chest, saying shyly, be careful, I'll find your mom and tell her off.
Suddenly, a knock sounded, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere in the hospital room. Chang, Mom's here to see you. End of chapter.
Chu Fang gently pushed open the door to the hospital room and was about to reach for the light when her son's urgent voice came to her ears.
Mom, don't turn on the light. It stings. It's hard on my eyes. I'll turn on a table lamp for you.
As soon as his son's words were out of his mouth, a table lamp next to the hospital bed came on, a soft, dim light source dispersing the darkness of the room, especially a bit brighter at the head of the bed, but the rest of the room was a bit dimmer, but of course it was visible.
What's the situation? Does your ankle still hurt? Chu Fong didn't pay too much attention, silently walking to her son's side and sitting down, softly inquiring. Not bad.
Yu Xiaocheng lay on the bed not daring to move a muscle, a slight hint of panic between her eyebrows, whispering, Mom you.
Why did you suddenly come? And didn't even inform me about it. What? Not welcome, huh? I am your own mom.
Chu Fong rolled her eyes and said without any goodwill, there are so many other reasons why Mom came to see you. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said helplessly, no. I didn't mean that. I was trying to say that I wanted to say that the beauty salon is so busy, you should go home and get some rest. It's fine for me to stay at the hospital alone.
Can Mom still rest well when you stay in the hospital alone?
Chu Fong snorted coldly, carefully sizing up her son. Seeing his flustered appearance, she leisurely said, it's not possible that someone is coming later, is it?
Is it that rich girlfriend of yours who is coming to accompany you? She's been here all day.
Now hiding under the covers, cuddling your own son. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and sneaked the rich woman's clothes and pants that she had hidden in the comforter, tucking them inside. Whispered, she's already been here during the day.
Humph. That's good timing. Chu Fong flattened her mouth and said coldly, when I'm around. Don't you let her come over. I don't want to see her. Yes, so I came by mistake.
Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly nodded, at the same time quietly reached out and touched the rich woman hiding in the quilt. That floating and shivering plump rich woman, bearing, directly touched on her thighs, in a flash felt the bosom of the pretty ripe rich woman, body shivering violently.
Aha!
Zhang Yanru, who was suddenly attacked, couldn't help but hiss in her heart, and in an instant, she was already blushing. But more than that, there was a strong wave of shame and endless fear, and these two extreme emotions were constantly intertwined, making her feel like she was about to suffocate.
Little pervert. I can't believe you're taking advantage of my illness. You, how dare you pinch my thigh? Where's your Auntie Young? When did she leave? Chu Fong asked. Horror. He left in the afternoon.
Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, it seems like there's something going on in the company.
The words. Yu Xiaocheng paused and said cautiously, Mom, have you ever felt that Auntie Zhang has changed? It's the feeling that she
become a bit more cheerful. Before I felt that she was particularly stuffy, but now I don't feel that way anymore. It's natural to talk a lot when you found a man, but you said she's stuffy. Chu Fong pursed her lips and said leisurely, her stuffiness is a little different from other people's stuffiness.
Does Auntie Zhang belong to the sultry category? Yu Xiaocheng inquired. Having said that,
there was a tearing pain at his waist.
Pretty much.
Don't look at your Auntie Zhang's sullen voice, but in fact there are a lot of little things in her heart. Chu Fong brought an apple from the bedside table and said to her son while peeling it.
Just then,
Yu Xiaocheng felt the pain diminish, and then said, Mom, I have something I want to tell you. That is, I'm going to study for a doctorate degree in a while. I think I want to live in the school, so that also saves me the time of going back and forth, and the school promised to give me a single dormitory. Of course I'll go home to live on my double days off. Chu Fong frowned and hesitated for a long time before replied, that's fine, it's arranged like that, but you have to promise me that you won't be allowed to use the name of living in the school to fool around with that rich girlfriend of yours.
Don't worry. People are good women, Yu Xiaocheng said. A good woman? A good woman sends stockings and panties?
Chu Fong raised her head and glared at him, handing the apple in her hand to her son, and exasperatedly said, it's the first time I've encountered such a tie-and-cheap woman. I'm telling you that if you dare to bring it home, our mother-son relationship will come to an end.
Meanwhile,
young Yanru, who was hiding under the covers, was so angry that her scalp cracked. Why don't you call your son a little pervert? He's full of dirty tricks. There's a lot more to it.
Okay.
Then Fong sister, this baby son of yours, Zhang Yanru will be determined. Not only will be determined, I will also be in the identity of your girlfriends, to give birth to your son.
Ouch. Why are you mentioning stockings and panties again?
Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, Mom, this is a love affair between me and her, so don't get involved. Chu Fong whitened her eyes at her own son and puffed, you just protect well, continue to protect until you drive your own mother to death. I just wondered so many young and beautiful girls do not want, but go to find an old woman back. Young people don't know that answer good, and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, besides, people.
I'm not old, I'm about the same age as Auntie Zhang. Mom, is Auntie Zhang old? What do you think? She's over 30. Chu Fong said. The words just fell.
Yu Xiaocheng clearly felt the rich woman in his arms shivering. It should be that she was infuriated.
Sure enough, the people who can hurt you the most are often the ones closest to you. Mom, 30 plus is actually okay, right?
Yu Xiaocheng was in the middle of her power to save the day, and said in a serious tone, that kind of elegance carved out by the years, the serenity and wisdom deep inside, the maturity that exudes a unique charm all over, I think.
Don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. Chu Fong glared at her son and huffed, is it that much effort for you to find someone your own age? Forget it. I can't understand with you, anyway, I have my hardships.
Seeing that her efforts to save the day failed, Yu Xiaocheng simply broke down and said softly, Mom, when are you going back?
I just sat down and you're letting me go back?
Chu Fong was so angry that her face was askew, reaching out and twisting her son's ear fiercely, exasperatedly saying, raising you so big for nothing. Ouch ouch ouch. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm heartbroken for you I'm afraid you're too tired.
Never. If you really cared for me, you wouldn't have found an old woman to come back.
Chu Fong let go of her hand and said without any good humor. Yu Xiaocheng did not dare to pick up, for fear of worsening the matter. After all, there is another party hidden in the nest, and this party is precisely the old woman in the mouth of her own mother, but also her best girlfriend.
Subsequent times.
Mother and son chatted about some parental matters, but everything was Yu Xiaocheng's blindfold. He was using this opportunity to quietly touch the ass of his mom's best friend.
Ouch. What's he doing? What he's doing?
The rich woman who sensed the little bad guy's motives instantly tensed up, but she didn't dare to move, so she could only endure his pig's hooves.
Slowly move up. Damn. I don't think he is.
At this moment, the rich aunt is both nervous and a little scared, and at the same time there is a trace of undetectable excitement, especially the best friend is still sitting on the side, the sneaky sense of excitement, it's going to make young Yanru go crazy. Just as the rich woman was wandering around in a state of panic and hysteria, she suddenly froze, and an electric sensation swept through her body from her buttocks.
So much so that it's still a little tingly. Mom, the asses that give birth to sons, aren't they all big?
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips, feeling the rich woman's round and perky ass, and asked softly. Chu Fong shook her head and explained to her son, it's not that a big but gives birth to a son, but a big but is easy to give birth to a son, meaning it's better to give birth to a son, of course. This is all a previous concept, there is no scientific basis for this. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng touched her mom's best friend's arse and muttered, then I was tricked by you into finding a rich woman with an ass similar to Auntie Zhang's. Chu Fong just blankly eyed him, but the rich aunt in the quilt reacted strongly. Her slender jade hand had already touched him at his waist, then twisted it fiercely as a way to vent her dissatisfaction.
Bastard! What do you mean you've been cheated? Do you like me or do you like my ass?
The rich woman was pissed off enough, not only was her ass groped by the little bad guy, but she also had to be talked down to buy him.
Almost. It's time for mom to go back too. You rest early, don't go to bed too late.
Chu Fong stood up and looked at her son lying on the hospital bed, and said seriously, you yourself should think clearly, don't bury your life for a momentary impulse.
Oh. Yu Xiaocheng nodded, not daring to say anything more. Chu Fong walked towards the door of the hospital room. When she opened that door, suddenly looked back at her son, then moved her gaze to the quilt on that bed. There was a slight frown, then he left. In fact, as soon as Chu Fong entered the door, she noticed that something was wrong, because there was a faint perfume smell in the air, especially when she sat down next to her son, the perfume smell was even stronger. The key is that quilt. You're a thief and you won't let me turn on the light. Do you really think you can't see who's hiding in there?
But Chu Fong finally held back and did not go to set off. She cannot take into account the woman's face, but she has to take into account the face of his son. After all, was his own mother to catch adultery in bed is indeed very embarrassing.
Tomorrow then, it's time to have a showdown with that woman.
Sitting in the elevator, Chu Fong grimaced, and in her heart, she had already secretly made up her mind and was ready to have a showdown with the old woman who had snatched her son. As Chu Fong walked out of the hospital wing, she looked up at the weather.
Thick dark clouds obscured the moon, making the night darker. It seems that tomorrow is destined to be a battle to the death. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. You stinking rascal, you little pervert.
Zhang Yanru drilled her head out of the comforter. After holding her head inside for half a day, she was now crimson in the face, holding up her shy little iron fist and slamming it hard on her little man's body, saying angrily, actually bullying Auntie me like this in front of your mom, I have to educate you properly today. The words. He pinched, bit, pinched and punched the injured Yu Xiaocheng. He didn't treat him as a patient at all. After a flurry of Auntie's education, Yu Xiaocheng was instantly quite honest. Meanwhile the furious rich woman, who had calmed down at this moment, sat on the bed panting and glaring at him, glaring at the man who touched her buttocks, and said in annoyance, touching is touching and you still dislike me. Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously, reached out and gently pinched the jade hand, clutched it in his own heart, and said gently, baby auntie, let's not care about these details, come. Let your little husband touch it again. Get out of here. The rich woman pushed his piggy hooves away and said in exasperation, and your mom. And you think I'm too old. Speaking of this, the more I think about it, the more angry I get, the more irritated I get. I grabbed one of his arms and said viciously, mother's debt is paid by her son. Blame it on the fact that you are in the hands of such a mom. All will abide after that. A sharp pain came from his arm, almost sending Yu Xiaocheng to meet the king of hell. This one bites too. Without waiting for Xiaocheng to catch her breath, Auntie Richie grabbed the other arm and took a sharp bite out of it. Ah! Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth in agony as the intense pain made him forget how to make a sound. Releasing her own sandalwood mouth, young Yanru let out a cold snort before looking at her masterpiece, suddenly revealing a shallow smile at the corner of her mouth as she delicately inquired, are Auntie little badass's teeth flush? As it turned out, just then, the rich woman who was originally sitting on the bed was suddenly yanked over.
The next second she jumped into Yu Xiaocheng's arms. In the face of this unexpected situation, Zhang Yanru did not have any struggle, but instead tenderly embraced his waist, cheeks tightly pressed against his chest, listening to the strong heartbeat. The original accumulated in the depths of the heart of all the grudges, at this moment all disappeared, and replaced by a mature girl-like tenderness. "Baby auntie, you smell so good." Yu Xiaocheng hugged the voluptuous mature woman in his arms and said softly in her ear, "It's so lucky to have Xiang's rich auntie wife. Jesus, here comes the sweet talk. My heart can't take it again." Zhang Yanru shrank in her little man's arms, blushing she didn't dare to raise her head at all, pursed her lips tightly and squeaked, "Since it's so lucky, then still dare to bully auntie, you brat don't listen at all, you know how to make auntie angry, so you start coaxing auntie. In fact, it's on purpose to make you angry, because it's the only way to coax my baby auntie to be happy." Yu Xiaocheng shamelessly coaxed the mature girl's heart, at the same time, one hand quietly groped over, the destination is precisely the mature girl's fat buttocks that are quite moist and round. "Get your hands back off my ass." Before Xiaocheng could have his way, suddenly the warning voice of the rich woman came to his ears. "How do you know?" Yu Xiaocheng asked with an embarrassed face. "Humph. This is your usual trick, every time you say sweet words to me, the next thing you do is either touch my legs or my feet." Now, Zhang Yanru said angrily, still burying her head, "Now that you've broken through auntie's buttocks defenses, you must. I'm sure you just want to touch auntie's buttocks." Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said badly, "Since you know all about it, I'll be polite. After all is said and done." The rich woman shivered violently, followed by a hard pinch on the flesh of his waist. "Not pretending, are you? You little pervert. Hurry up and loosen your hands." Zhang Yanru reddened her face and said furiously, You still dare to pinch? I pinch you to death. Aha. Hey. You. Let go. Let go. Then you're loose too. Let go together. I'll count 1, 2, 3, and then we'll both let go together. 1, 2, 3. As the rich woman read out the numbers, the result. Not only did the two men not let go, but they pushed even harder. Not coming. Not coming. You wordless, stinking, nasty little pervert. Zhang Yanru let go of Yu Xiaocheng's waist meat, and instead raised her shy little iron fist, pounding on that strong and sturdy chest, but it seemed to be ferocious and incomparable. In reality, she didn't even use a few points of strength, more like a kind of pampering to the man. Oh, man. Obviously also you play bad. Instead, it turned out to be my fault alone. Yu Xiaocheng hugged her mom's best friend hard and leisurely whispered in her ear, Wrong. I won't dare next time. In fact, women are a very strange creature. They know that the other side is not wrong, but still want to hear the other side to coax themselves. They care about the man's attitude, and want to be coaxed. It is because they want to be cared about by each other. Shasta. Auntie Rich's anger all but subsided as she arched and burrowed in his arms, swallowing and asking, if you could do it all over again, would you still choose to be with your own mother's best friend? Well, let me think carefully. Yu Xiaocheng cocked his head and put on a serious thinking face. You actually think on it? Zhang Yanru was furious, holding up a small iron fist clanging and pounding, huffing and puffing, Stinking man. Beat you to death. Just kidding. Yu Xiaocheng laughed cheaply, then returned to his gentle look and said seriously, you will always be my first option, no woman can replace you, even if I were to start over 10,000 times, I would still say that without hesitation. Zhang Yanru looked at him mesmerized and asked dully, which sentence? Marry me, I'll marry you. Yu Xiaocheng replied. Just then, Auntie Richie violently cupped his face, her plump lips puckering slightly. Then she forcefully covered Yu Xiaocheng's mouth. This moment, the heart of the mature woman melted, accompanied by raging tenderness and passion as hot as the sun. Ouch. Baby auntie. Me. My foot. Bear with me. Auntie hasn't kissed enough. After the next day's systematic examination of the whole body, Yu Xiaocheng was told that he could be discharged from the hospital early, but the cast on his foot could not be removed, and he had to wait for at least 2 weeks before he could do it, and so on. Yu Xiaocheng was on crutches, wrapped in a thick plaster, practicing how to walk in the ward. Almost. Go, it's time to go home. Yu Xiaocheng leaned on her crutches and rushed the rich aunt who was chatting with Song Qingqin. Well, it'll go away? Zhang Yanru looked at the little badass on crutches and bared her teeth, saying, you're kinda funny in that way. Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and said in a rude manner, if it wasn't because of you, can I become like this? Okay, hurry up and send me back. The rich woman glared at the smelly man, then said to Song Qingqin, we're going back then. Aha. Song Qingqin nodded and spoke to her good sister's son, Xiaocheng. Don't do any strenuous exercise after you go back. If a second incident of breaking your foot occurs in a short period of time, you'll be in bad shape there, so be careful. Got it, Auntie Song. Yu Xiaocheng answered. And then he set off for home. Back to which home? Your best friend's house, of course. Oh, nurse? Where's the guy from Ward 9? That's the young lad who broke his foot. Chu Fong was at the nurse's station in the hospitalization department, and rushed a young junior nurse to inquire. Oh, he was discharged at noon. The little nurse replied. Out of the hospital? Who helped him get discharged? Chu Fong was shocked and couldn't wait to ask after him. The doctor told him he could be discharged, and then a woman checked him in. The little nurse said, "Very pretty woman."
Chu Fong is almost speechless, came to catch the adultery in a furious manner, but ended up actually pouncing.
It must be that Thai vixen. She must have picked up my son.
Chu Fong pondered for a long time, silently left the inpatient department, came to the next door of an outpatient building. The result is to see the door of the department where Song Chin is located, a group of people sitting in a big way.
Forget it. Don't bother her.
Originally, she wanted to ask Song Chin about her own son's whereabouts, but when she saw so many patients, she eventually dismissed the idea. She didn't want to delay the patient's visit even for a second because of her own personal matters.
I can't catch it. She got away with it.
A disheveled Chu Fong sat in his car, his heart is full of remorse. If I had known so last night should catch adultery in bed, now it is good not only people were run away, by the way, the son was also abducted by her.
Be depressed for a long time.
Chu Fong drove back. She didn't go back to the beauty salon, but headed straight to her home. When Chu Fong returned to the door of her house and was about to pull out her key, there was a sparse sound of playfulness coming from the house, and for a moment she all but froze, and soon her expression clouded over.
Good, good, good. It's a great way to get your feet wet.
I was worried about how to find you, but you just showed up. At this time, Chu Fong was so angry that she was about to explode in place, stealing my son outside even if, actually
stole to the house. This vixen. I'm going to fight her to the death today.
Taking a deep breath, Chu Fong jabbed in the key and quickly opened the door to the house.
In a flash,
Chu Fong then saw her son sitting on the sofa while a mature woman sat on his lap. She cupped her son's cheeks with both hands and sucked her son's mouth to her heart's content. When Chu Fong got a good look at the woman's face, her entire body involuntarily trembled.
Yun are you? Yun are you? It's actually Yun are you?
End of chapter. As Yu Xiaocheng's own mother Chu Fong, she considered countless possibilities, but never thought that in the end it was her best friend who abducted her son. At the moment she was dumbfounded and looked at the scene in front of her, the thoughts in her mind had already been drained to the point of shock that she couldn't even speak fast enough.
And in the meantime, Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru, who were kissing each other, suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Instantly the two of them shivered all over their bodies. When their eyes looked towards the door to see Chu Fong standing straight there, their faces had gone white. The air in the large living room smelled of silence, and one could even hear each other breathing. The pale-faced Zhang Yanru came back to her senses and hurriedly jumped down from her little man's lap, biting her plump vermilion lips tightly as she said tremblingly, "Sis." A voice from her bosom friend's mouth, "Sis," pulled the disoriented Chu Fong back to reality from her dismay. She quietly looked at Zhang Yanru, who was not far away. Her reddened eyes revealed anger, and she coldly questioned, "Yanru, have you been lying to me all along? From start to finish, you've been lying to me, right? Sister me."
In the face of her best friend's questioning, Zhang Yanru was speechless for a moment. At this time she was like a child who had made a mistake, scared and helpless, murmured and replied, "I'm sorry sis.
He's my son. You. How could you do that?"
Chu Fong said in exasperation, "So I was the joke in the end."
"Sister."
Zhang Yanru hurriedly shook her head and replied with a flustered expression, You listen to my explanation. In fact, the complexity of this matter is far more complicated than you can imagine, a lot more complicated. I and your son,
Xiaocheng and I, he.
Before the pretty ripe rich woman could finish her sentence, Yu Xiaocheng tugged the terrified baby Ant into his arms and said to his old mom, since you've seen it all, then I won't continue to hide it. That's right. That rich girlfriend of mine is your best friend, and that husband of your best friend is also me. The bluntness that caught them off guard caused both sisters to freeze, but compared to the pretty rich woman's touching and nervousness, Yu Xiaocheng's own mother broke right through her defenses, and with a crash, the tears that had accumulated in her eyes flowed down like a waterfall. Ouch! Why is my life so bitter? Chu Fong flung herself on the shoe cabinet, pounding it hard while crying out in pain, Husband you quickly take me away. I can't live anymore. Mom, not really. Your best friend and I are the kind of us that fall into the category of free love and fall in love over time. Before Yu Xiaocheng could finish his sentence, Chu Fong raised her head violently, pointed at her asshole son, and roared, You brat, shut up. Old mother doesn't want to bull ***** with you about anything right now. The words. Chu Fong looked at her best friend who was held in her son's arms, and while crying, she accused, Yanru, my son is silly even so, but how can you also follow along with the nonsense? This rabbit does not eat the grass on the edge of the nest, Agu. Dropping the shoe cabinet with force a few times, Chu Fong continued to accuse at her bosom friend, You say I usually treat you well? When you got sick I didn't even want the business of the beauty salon. I waited on you every day at your house. When you were in a difficult mood, I came over overnight to comfort you, but as a result, it turned out that you actually took a hoe and came to dig at my house. Jesus. Why are you doing this to me? Have I not suffered enough? Is my fate not miserable enough? Chu Fong's emotions were a bit out of control. While taking her shoes and slapping the shoe cabinet, she cried in various ways, dying so early in life, my husband died, and now even my son was snatched away, or my best friend snatched him away.
Not alive. Not alive. Chu Fong wailed and cried her heart out. Sister. The pretty ripe rich woman just opened her mouth, only for Chu Fong to suddenly point at her. Shut up. I'm not finished. Tearful Chu Fong, slightly gasping for air, full of annoyance, said, You said that you are obviously in such a good condition that any man is at your disposal, but you have to lay your hands on my son, My son is such a lean and handsome young man, just like that he was spoiled by you. What do you mean, spoiled? What am I doing to him? He's the one who's spoiling me. Zhang Yanru heart that called it aggrieved, but she also knew that her own this point of aggression, and at the moment compared to the girlfriend's. It is not worth mentioning at all, after all, she lost a biological son, and she gained a young and strong little husband. Sister. We merely cuddled and then kissed. Young Yanru broke away from the little baddie hugging her and stammered to explain, Sis, we're still innocent. As it turned out, that's when Yu Xiaocheng suddenly said to her own mother, Mom, your best friend is pregnant. Yes. It's my baby. Ha? What did you say? Chu Fong was jolted, and her emotions exploded in the next second. Nonsense. Zhang Yanru are almost crazy, raised a small iron fist all kinds of whack, then hurriedly came to the girlfriend's side, gently assisted the shaky body, and hastily explained, Sister, you do not listen to him blindly, I have not been pregnant. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Chu Fong hurriedly pushed her best friend away and said in annoyance, If you are not pregnant now, you definitely need to be pregnant in the future. I just realized that your words in the beginning, that you wanted me to be a grandmother after giving birth to a child. It turns out that you are counting on me step by step. Sister. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said in shame and helplessness, I know that you're especially hard on yourself right now, and you're especially upset with me, but your son and I truly love each other. Will you just forgive me once? No good. Chu Fong replied with a resolute attitude, As long as I'm alive, don't even think about the two of you. Suddenly, Chu Fong remembered something again and said furiously, No wonder you are towards that one Tai Fox from beginning to end. I still wonder how the ones who used to be of one mind with me suddenly left me. So it turns out that you are that one Tai Vixen. Young Yanru was a bit at a loss for words, embarrassed with a hint of shame and helplessness, and murmured, Sis, I'm sorry. Does being sorry help? You've all but snatched my son away from me. Chu Fong's reddened eyes stared at her best friend, panting, If you really feel sorry for me, then leave my son and never, ever go to him. Mom, as the saying goes, rather tear down 10 temples, not destroy a marriage. I and your best friend have received a good marriage license. How can we say split on split, say divorce on divorce? Yu Xiaocheng leaned on his crutches and slowly walked to the side of the pretty ripe rich woman and said seriously, Now the situation between me and your best friend is probably, I am not married to her, and she is not married to me. You. Chu Fong pointed at her son and angrily rebuked with a black face, Talking to Mom like that for an old woman? Zhang Yanru was originally full of shame deep inside. At this moment there is only irritation. A face of displeasure said, Sister, let's be reasonable. It is you let me go after your son, you still say. A woman of my age should find young and strong young man. How was I to know that your little husband was my son at that time? Chu Fong said coldly, deliberately setting me up to make my words fit your behavior. Yanru, is this how you treat your sister? Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth, slightly turned her face sideways and leisurely replied, Anyway, it's useless for you to say anything now. Your son and I have received our marriage license. On a legal level the two of us are already husband and wife. In addition, I won't hide it from you. Your son will move in with me in a few days. No. I disagree. Chu Fong glared viciously at Yu Xiaocheng and said seriously, If you dare to move over and live with her, I'll jump off the balcony there. Be over. Completely wasted. It's forcing me to take sides. Yu Xiaocheng was in a dilemma for a while, not knowing what to do at all. On one side was the old mother who raised him to adulthood, and on the other side was the bride who was hand in hand for the rest of her life, and on both sides were the people whom she could not offend. Sis, why bother? Understanding his difficulties, the rich woman said in a bad mood, It's already happened. Why are you still so stubborn? Can't you fulfill your girlfriend and your son? Yes, I have lied to you, and I've tricked you to death, but I really have no choice. I can only do this. Sis, forgive my sister's selfishness. But don't worry, I'll let you become a grandmother. No. Need. Anyone can be my daughter-in-law, but only you. Chu Fong rolled her eyes, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and said seriously, I won't allow a Tai Fox who sends stockings and panties to marry into my family, and the key is that this Tai Fox is also my BFF, a BFF who cheats on me and sets me up. Anyway, I'll put my words here, never allow a woman like that to stay by my son's side. Chu Fong looked at her bosom friend and said word for word, Zhang Yanru, do you hear me? Zhang Yanru tightly locked her brows and quickly stretched them out again as she said lightly, Sis, whether you want to admit it or not, your son and I are already husband and wife, and a legally protected couple at that. Then leave. You're going to divorce her right now tomorrow. Chu Fong pointed at her bosom friend and growled at her son, If you don't divorce her, your mom and I will stop eating from now on and go on a hunger strike. Stay on hunger strike until you divorce her. However, Zhang Yanru also did not show any weakness. Looking at the little bad guy beside her, she said coldly, If you dare to divorce me, I'll die for you right now.
Once sisterly Zhang Yanru and Xu Feng, at this moment their feelings appeared a crack that cannot be repaired.
At the same time, in the face of the two men's death threats, in the face of your death and my death of the Shura, Yu Xiaocheng completely collapsed. Done. It's all over. Issued before reform. End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng had thought about what would happen to her when her love affair with her own mother's best friend was exposed. But she didn't realize that the two sisters would be forced to die, and then you and I would die, which is not letting people live.
What to do? What now?
The sisters have turned against each other, but the problem is that they can't mess with anyone and they can't afford to mess with these two. Yu Xiaocheng on crutches stood frozen in place, looked at the fierce and threatened to hunger strike mom, and then looked at the face of the rich woman who wanted to commit suicide in place. A time Yu Xiaocheng wanted to head to the wall, to get eternal relief.
Yippee-ki-yay. My feet hurt. Why does it hurt all of a sudden? Is the wound infected? Will I be amputated?
Yu Xiaocheng hissed in pain, a sad look spreading across his brow as he muttered, "Call an ambulance, I might be dying."
Pretend. Keep pretending. Why did you break your ankle and get an infected wound? Can't you use a little bit of care in making up nonsense?
Zhang Yanru snorted coldly, turned her head to look at her bosom friend, and said faintly, "I think you've seen your son's attitude yourself, he's not going to divorce me."
Xu Feng rolled his eyes, said in a bad mood, "Do not get carried away, he just do not fully understand you just, and so on a long time. Don't need me to force him, he divorced you himself, in addition. You can go now, my home does not welcome you to come. Just go. But I'm taking my husband."
Zhang Yanru didn't budge at all, stepped forward and gently held Yu Xiaocheng's arm, saying, "Little husband, we should go back to our own home."
You, don't take my son.
Xu Feng became anxious on the spot and hurriedly walked to Yu Xiaocheng's side, took his other arm and said coldly, "This is Cheng Cheng's home, you Tai Vixen hurry up and stay away from my son, the farther the better."
Sis, I've put up with you, from the moment I walked in the door until now. The Tai Vixen in your mouth hasn't stopped. Zhang Yanru said in annoyance, "I'm at least your best friend and even your future daughter-in-law, have you ever insulted someone like this?" What? Angry? Why didn't you think of me when you abducted my son? When you cheated me, why didn't you think for me?
Xu Feng was also furious and roared in anger, "Thanks to me treating you as my own sister, I didn't realize that you came here to steal my son, I really lured the wolf into the house."
Me? We are true love. Young Yunru replied. Fart.
It's clearly you who are craving for my son's body.
Xu Feng immediately disliked back.
Being sandwiched in the middle of the Yu Xiaocheng, like a fish on a chopping board, let the two sisters in that slaughter, completely ignoring the two in the fight for this little man, in fact, is a leg handicapped, soon. The retribution of Yu Xiaocheng came.
Ouch. Ouch ouch ouch. You two got my feet.
Yu Xiaocheng cried out in pain, and as a result, the two sisters, who were quarreling to a white-hot pitch, didn't pay any attention to him at all.
Zhang Yanru blackened her face and huffed, "Don't think I don't know, you often slander me behind my back, and you also dislike my age, and you say one thing to my face and another thing behind my back. How did I recognize you as my sister? Give it back to me. Quickly give me back my little husband."
Xu Feng glared at her and said in annoyance, "It's a fact that you're already older."
It's not that I'm slandering, besides, if I had known that you were hitting on my son, I wouldn't have been BFFs with you at all. You let go of my hand. This is my son, I'm his real mom, I won't allow you to be together. I'm his legal wife, Xiaocheng belongs to me.
Zhang Yanru desperately tugged on his arm and gritted her teeth, "You've been hogging him for over 20 years, the rest of those days should belong to me."
I digress. Anyone can be my daughter-in-law, but you just can't. I won't agree to it even if I die.
Xu Feng tugged on her son's other arm and said angrily, "You shameless vixen, actually robbing someone else's son, let go of me.
Otherwise I'll call the police." Then call the police. Don't think I wouldn't dare. I'll just bet you don't dare call the police. You. Help. Someone is robbing my son.
Just as the sisters were at a standstill, suddenly Yu Xiaocheng stumbled and fell straight out.
Ouch. My foot.
Yu Xiaocheng, who fell to the ground, hissed in pain, his forehead covered in cold sweat from the pain.
They're fighting. Why am I the unlucky one? It's all your fault. If you hadn't yanked him, would he have fallen? Blame me?
I'm his mom, I can tug as much as I want, You're just a foxy who likes to steal her best friend's son.
You. Cutting ties. We're not sisters anymore. If you're cut off, you're cut off, I'm afraid of you?
Yu Xiaocheng, who was lying on the ground, looked dazedly at the two people who were still quarreling, and was about to go crazy for a while.
Fault.
I'm still lying on the ground.
Can't you two just leave me alone? Have you two argued enough?
Yu Xiaocheng reminded bitterly, "My feet hurt."
Shut up. Hurts you good.
Xu Feng glared viciously at her son and then spoke at her best friend beside her. "Zhang Yanru, I'm now warning you very seriously that you're not allowed to approach my son again."
On what grounds? If you say you won't allow me to get close, you won't allow me to get close?
Zhang Yanru laughed coldly, "I'm still getting close. Not only am I going to get close to your son, I'm going to give him a child, and then I'm going to brainwash my children every day and tell them."
Grandma is so wicked. Be over. The blood is flowing. developed to this point now, is how Yu Xiaocheng did not expect, not only cut off each other's sisterhood, but also each other on the hate on each other, which in the future is not afraid of everyday staged narrow road meets the courage to win the scene, how to let people continue to live. Crux. There's still one person who hasn't joined the fray yet. At this time, Yu Xiaocheng is shivering. After seeing this scene today, he simply does not dare to confess the truth to Zheng Xinghua. Subsequently, seeing that the two of them were still sulking and had no intention of paying attention to themselves, Yu Xiaocheng could only obediently get up from the ground and said helplessly on his crutches, alright. The two of you should stop. You're already disturbing the people. That. Anti-wife tonight you go back first. Yu Xiaocheng spoke. Shasta. Zhang Yanru, who was still full of anger, became a bit disoriented and looked at him incredulously, pointing at herself. Trembling, she asked, You're kicking me out? You're actually kicking me out? What? Daff?
Chu Feng sneered, he told you to get back, alone.
Ouch. Mom just cut the crap.
Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly, and then he came to the rich woman's side, tugged on her sleeve, and said softly, Wife, let me walk you downstairs. In a wife's cry, Zhang Yanru only recovered some sense. Think carefully about the fact that he is now also quite difficult to be caught in the middle of his own and his mother is not a person. Forget it, look at the small bad eggs on the sake of, tonight here it is. Humph. It's not that I'm scared of you anymore. I don't want to make things difficult for my little husband. Zhang Yanru blankly looked at her side. The once best BFF said blandly. The words. Carefully holding her young husband, she said gently, come on. I'll help you down. Chu Feng flattened her mouth and didn't say anything more, silently walking into her bedroom with a black face and then fiercely closing the door. Assisting the little bad guy on the elevator, Zhang Yanru began to pour out her grievances to him, puffing out, as you can see right now your mother and I are already at the level of water and fire, and the key to that is that she's still scolding me so much, so, there is no room for reconciliation between your mom and I. If you want me, you don't have her, if you want her, you don't have me, so you can see for yourself. Hey, I don't want to talk about this right now. Yu Xiaocheng sighed and said bitterly, seeing that you and my mom have fallen out to this extent, I'm suddenly a little worried that if your father knows, if he knows about our relationship, later. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and said leisurely, fix your mom first, then go fix my dad, one by one don't come together. When the two walked out of the elevator, came to the side of a BMW, Zhang Yanru suddenly tightly embraced his little man, cold charming cheeks pressed against the chest, said softly, do not say with your mother after the showdown, I'm this guilt reduced a lot of previous. Before always feel sorry for your mom. Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously and came to her ear, murmuring, you two are really something, just quarrel. You even pushed me out and made me fall on the ground, the key is that neither of you two helped me, and you were still quarreling all sorts of things, so in the end, I could only get up on my own. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, a touch of shame passed between her brows, and squeaked out a reply, up on the head, at that time, I was only thinking about how to argue and win over your mom, and I completely forgot about you. As the words fall, young Yanru stood on her tiptoes and cupped his cheeks with both hands, her hot moist lips pressing over. I'm going back. I'll see you in the morning. By the way, bring the copy of the marriage certificate and get mad at your mom. Zhang Yanru said with a small mouth and a displeased face. Yu Xiaocheng's head was suddenly big, crying and saying, still fighting? Can we just stop for a while? When will we stop fighting each other? Humph. In your eyes. It may just be a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law or sisters. Zhang Yanru replied seriously, but in my eyes, it's a battle between you and me. I have to take your mom. Yu Xiaocheng opened the door to the house, only to have the next second. The entire person froze. There was a portrait of his father on the dining room table, meanwhile mom sat grimly on the couch without saying a word. Suddenly, outside the house a fierce wind blew, followed by lightning and thunder. Yu Xiaocheng never expected that after sending away the pretty ripe rich woman, the Shura continues. End of chapter. Get down on your knees in front of your father. Chu Feng saw her son return and said coldly to him with a dark face. Yu Xiaocheng pulled his head, and said bitterly, Mom, my feet are like this, or not even let it be, anti-song but admonish me, don't ever get injured for the second time in a short period of time, or else you'll really hurt your tendons and bones. Then stand in front of your father. Chu Feng gritted her teeth and said, tell your father properly. The things you've done yourself. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng obediently stood in front of the dining table, looking at his father's portrait, helplessly spoke, Dad, I found you a daughter-in-law, is your wife's best friend, but the age of the mother younger than the mother, but only 30 years old, in addition. Dad, you blessed me that I can become a member of the Academy of Sciences in the future, and by the way I want to get a Nobel Prize in Physics. Get to the point. Chu Feng growled in exasperation, I asked you to come clean in front of your father, not to pray. Me. I've already confessed. Yu Xiaocheng bristled and helplessly replied, I fell in love with your best friend and even got a marriage license with your best friend. Chu Feng rolled her eyes and asked in an exasperated manner, since when have you two been together? How long have you been together? How far has it developed now? Who pursued who at first? Have you ever slept together? These
Give me a clear account of all of them, and confess to me in front of your father.
Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and carefully replied, the situation is roughly like this. Your BFF and a scumbag were on a blind date, and then I showed up in time to expose that scumbag's true colors, during which, your son was in a hurry, so he told your BFF that if he was really in a hurry to get married, then I would marry her. Chu Fong frowned, but did not say anything, signaling for Yu Xiaocheng to continue. Later, at first your bestie took it as a joke and didn't take it to heart but all of a sudden she got a phone call, and then your best friend and I went to get a marriage license in the afternoon. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said leisurely, that's probably how it started.
What next?
The kitchen questioned coldly.
Next.
The next thing is Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment and replied softly, a love for each other has developed over time.
As for the details inside, I won't say more, it's embarrassing. Say.
Chu Fong glared and said viciously, expand it for me, break it up and crumple it up.
No. This also needs to be confessed?
Yu Xiaocheng's face was full of speechlessness as she squeaked out a reply, it's all about talking about love. Chu Fong saw that her son was not willing to talk about it in detail, so she did not force him anymore, but there are still some things that need to be made clear, such as who actually fell in love with whom first after the two of them had received their marriage license. Thinking of this, Chu Fong asked seriously, who fell in love with whom first, you and that vixen?
Mom!
Don't always be vixen long and vixen short, she's your best friend, and your future daughter-in-law, and the mother of your grandchildren.
Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and leisurely complained, besides, we're already family, can't we be nice? It's hard for me to deal with you guys like this. Hard to do? Then don't do it.
Chu Fong coldly said, she'd me into a ball, and all kinds of set me up. I will never forgive her. In addition, you brat is also, actually join hands with outsiders to collaborate to pit their own mother, for nothing to raise you so big.
No, even deception.
It was cheating out of good faith, and besides, your bestie paid a lot of money to make it up to you, she paid a lot of money.
Yu Xiaocheng said.
Chu Fong rolled her eyes and replied in a good-natured manner, although your mom I'm very greedy for money, I don't want this kind of money, I'm telling you to stay away from that vixen in the future, don't toss you around when the time comes.
Ouch.
I'm married to your best friend, and
how am I going to stay away from her?
Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, I know you. It's especially hard for you right now, but it's already happened, you can only accept it silently.
Accept? Unless I die.
Chu Fong fiercely stood up, came to the dining table and hugged her husband's statue, cried bitterly and said, husband, why don't you take me away? I really can't live, there is no meaning to live, the son has been abducted, after this family.
I am the only one left.
Just when Yu Xiaocheng didn't know what to do, Chu Fong wiped her tears and turned around to speak at her son, you must move there, right?
Move to that vixen's house? Me.
Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say when the words came to his lips.
Okay. If you move over, then I'll move over too.
Chu Fong gritted her teeth, I won't let her touch you for a second.
Yu Xiaocheng cracked up and said bitterly, Mom, stop this farce, don't continue, do we have to get into a fish out of water situation? She made me.
Chu Fong clenched her fists and said viciously, as long as I'm still alive in this life she won't want to call me mom.
What about me and your best friend's kids? Can the kids call you grandma?
Yu Xiaocheng inquired curiously. Chu Fong was dumbfounded for a moment, stood there holding her tongue for half a day, and replied faintly, conflicts between adults don't involve children. Yu Xiaocheng bared her teeth and laughed, looking at her lifelong strong mom, and said softly and quietly, grandmother is to be, but daughter-in-law is to be disowned. Mom, do you think this is reasonable?
What's not reasonable?
Chu Fong glared at her son and huffed, if you're dissatisfied, then you call the police now, or go to court to sue me.
Ouch. Well, how is this still in the public hall?
Yu Xiaocheng said softly, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Chu Fong snorted coldly, silently picked up her husband's effigy, also returned to her own room, then sat on the edge of the bed, recalling today's events more and more to think about the more angry, hard work to bring up his son, but in the end, even cheaper to the girlfriends, the key girlfriends have also been lying to her. Taking out his cell phone, he found Song Qinchin's number and directly called it. Soon the opposite side was connected. Chu Fong didn't have any nonsense, and asked seriously, Qinchin,
the matter between my son and Zhang Yanru, did you know about it a long time ago?
Song Qinchin, who had received the call, had a buzzing brain and didn't know how to answer her.
Don't you know? I'll just ask you, did you already know that my son and Zhang Yanru were together?
Chu Fong pursed her lips and then spoke, she and my son were caught by me on the spot, and now I want to ask you if you knew about this too.
Me.
Song Qinchin bit her lips tightly, while cold sweat broke out on her forehead, facing Chu Fong's questioning. In the end, she chose to betray and replied, I only know about your son and Xiaoru. The matter of the fake marriage with Xiaoru, as for the things behind it.
I don't know anything. Chu Fong skimmed and said helplessly, then why didn't you tell me? She won't let me talk.
And also all sorts of threats against me. Song Qinchin squeaked and explained, sis, I didn't do you any wrong, it's all her fault. Chu Fong sighed deeply and said in exasperation, don't mention that vixen anymore, I've already severed my sisterly relationship with her, and from now on we'll be old and dead.
What? You guys, both of you. Song Chin was taken aback, jerking up from the sofa and saying impatiently, "You two broke it off just like that? Or what? Lying to me and setting me up?"
Chu Fong said coldly, "I will never forgive her even if I die." Song Chin hesitated for half a while and carefully spoke, "Sis, actually the things behind it, I do know a little bit. Originally it was just a fake marriage, but then Xiaoru did fall in love with your son and loved him to the extent that he couldn't help himself, and to blame it on the fact that you gave birth to such a great son."
This statement, it's just so easy to listen to.
Chu Fong smiled bitterly and said softly, "When you put it that way,
it is indeed my fault. Right. And
Xiaoru, she lonely for so long, suddenly there is such a great man, she cannot be moved." Song Chin whispered, "Sister, you don't blame her, she also can't help it. Besides, your son to whom the scourge is not a scourge, may as well give their own girlfriend's scourge. At least you know the roots of Xiaoru."
Speaking of which, Song Chin paused, and then said in a serious manner, "Sister, I can persuade the words or hear you.
Think carefully, I think you two were once so close, more intimate than sisters, it's too bad to break it off."
"I'm hanging up. You rest early."
Song Chin immediately hung up the phone and hurriedly called Zhang Yanru.
"Ru,
just now Sister Fong called me."
Song Chin said without a trace of anger, "What the hell is wrong with you? How did this get caught?"
The saucy, ripe, rich woman who was driving skimmed her lips and spoke into her cell phone, which was turned on speakerphone. "Is it too late to talk about this?"
"It's just getting caught anyway."
"Right. What did she tell you?"
Young Yunru asked curiously. "Nothing. Just asked me if I already knew." Song Chin sighed and said in a serious tone, "Xiaoru,
you apologize to Sister Fong. After all, she lost a biological son, while you gained a fine husband. You're making a bloody fortune."
"Apologize? It's impossible to apologize."
"It's impossible to apologize in this lifetime," the pretty rich woman said blandly. "Even if I, Zhang Yanru, die, then I will die standing."
Be over. Sort of a complete vendetta.
At the moment, Song Chin's face was filled with despondency.
Early morning of the following day,
Song Chin, still asleep, suddenly received a phone call, and then vaguely got his cell phone.
"Auntie Song, help! They're fighting." End of chapter. Half an hour ago,
Chu Fong ate a pot of vegetable puffed rice out of the kitchen, and then went to the second bedroom to wake up her son. Although yesterday's events made her not sleep the whole night, and the resentment in her heart has been accumulated until now, but after all, it is her own son who was born in October with a baby.
"Brat, hurry up and get up."
As soon as Chu Fong pulled open the curtains, the blinding sunlight shone directly on Yu Xiaocheng's face, waking him up from his sleep.
"Mom, I'm a disabled person now."
Yu Xiaocheng rubbed his eyes and said helplessly, "Can you show more care for the disabled?" Chu Fong snorted coldly and said in a bad mood, "On those broken things you did, it's good that I didn't kick you out of the house, but also force Lai to hurry up and get up for me, and then wash your face and brush your teeth and eat breakfast. You'll just stay at home for me today, and you're not allowed to go anywhere." Yu Xiaocheng grudgingly got up from the bed, then picked up his own set of crutches and slowly and leisurely walked out of the room, coming to the bathroom and then briefly washing up.
"What's with the vegetable rice again?"
Seeing the rice with vegetables in front of him, with a few slices of rice cake inside, his heart was almost blocked, and Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly, "Is there any big cake, donut, soybean milk, or something like that? Or maybe some fried dumplings, if you don't have any."
"Common rice and bean curd brains can also make do."
Chu Fong rolled her eyes, said faintly, "You love to eat, do not eat, that will starve. Day after day do you spoil even Zhang Yanru such old women want."
"No. How did this attitude change so quickly?"
Yu Xiaocheng looked at her doubtfully and inquired curiously. A while ago, her mouth was still this good and that good, suddenly her attitude changed 180 degrees. "Mom, you're flipping your face faster than a book." Chu Fong laughed coldly, and said without a trace of humor, "Why?
Don't you have any idea in your heart? In addition,
that vixen will definitely come to you, so keep your distance from me, and no going outside with her."
This.
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said carefully, "Mom, do you think I can stand up to your best friend's pouting?"
"Top it even if you can't."
Chu Fong glared viciously at him and said furiously, "Anyway, you are not allowed to cuddle with her, you are not allowed to go outside to have a rendezvous with her, you are not allowed to stay overnight in her house, and you are definitely not allowed to take her intimate apparel back again." As soon as Chu Fong's words fell, suddenly a knock sounded at this time. Mother and son looked at each other's heart knew very well who the person at the door was. Chu Fong silently stood up and said coldly, "You sit down for me." Slowly walked to the door of the house. Through the cat's eye looked at the outside. It is true that the doorway is that once the best girlfriend, but now is the abduction of their son's Thai vixen. Chu Fong pursed her lips, gently opened the door. The two, sisters come mother-in-law come enemies, stared at each other in silence like this in the doorway. When Chu Fong suddenly spoke, "You go back."
Boom. The door slammed right back on her. "It's okay. You go ahead and eat your breakfast, it's just a salesman,"
Chu Fong said blandly.
And then the next second,
there was a shout and a tap on the door.
"Open the door. Chu Fong, you old, open the door for me quickly." Zhang Yanru shouted from the doorway, slapping the door panel as she did so.
The word old instantly made the calm Chu Fong no longer calm and angrily walked towards the door and violently opened it.
Annoyed, she said, "What are you a vixen shouting about? Humph. Get out of the way. I want to pick up my husband and go home."
Young Yunru said coldly with a dark face.
"What husband? There's only my son here." Chu Fong didn't show any weakness and disliked back with a puff of air. In the end,
the pretty ripe rich woman took out 2 copies of the marriage certificate and said with a leathery smile, "Your son is my husband. This is the marriage certificate of your son and I. It has our photos on it, as well as our personal information, including the steel seal of the Civil Affairs Bureau of Shanghai City, and it's legally valid." In the face of having a marriage license, Zhang Yanru, Chu Fong immediately shored half, but she did not want to lose the fight, did not want her son to be taken away by her, said in a bad mood, "Not just a marriage license, when the time comes to divorce on the line, I will persuade my son to go to litigation for divorce, you vixen, wait and see." Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said without any good humor, "You think you can get a divorce just because you want to? How can it be so simple? Let me tell you. The identity of your son's wife, I'm going to make sure no one can snatch it away. God came and it's useless, I said so." Having said that, with a push away from the obstructive Chu Fong, Zhang Yanru rushed straight in. And Chu Fong is not any oil lamp, hastily dragged the former best friend, followed by the 2 lifetime strong women began to tear each other up. The sight of the eating crowd, Yu Xiaochang looked dumbfounded. He had the intention to go up to dissuade, but was worried about accidentally injuring himself, and ultimately, he could only seek the help of Song Qin. "Hello? Auntie Song. You come and save me, they are fighting." Song Qin, who received the call, sat up violently from the bed and said with a stunned expression, "What? Your mom and your Aunt Zhang fought?" Yeah. Fighting can be fierce, pulling each other's clothes, do not let go. Do not pull hair. Don't pull your hair. Yu Xiaocheng's terrified voice came from the phone, and then the 2 women were cursing. At this time Song Qin realized the seriousness of the matter, and without saying a word, she got up and shouted into the phone, "Xiaocheng, Aunt Song will come over right away, you control the situation, don't let the 2 fight any further." Hanging up the phone, Song Qin put on her clothes and pants while dialing the director of the section, and after temporarily asking the director for a day off, she walked out of the house in a hurry. When coming to Chu Fong's home, Yu Xiaocheng opened the door. Song Qin saw a mess in the living room. At the same time Zhang Yanru and Chu Fong were sitting on the sofa, each of the 2 were sitting in the most corner of the position. That image, don't mention how woeful. "What for? What's going on?" Song Qin was instantly furious and angrily questioned, "What exactly do you 2 want?" In the face of Song Qin's anger, the 2 sisters come mother-in-law come enemies each looked at the other and coldly grunted in unison again before continuing to remain silent. "I'm so convinced. Must a good thing go to this extent before it's okay?" Song Qin gritted her teeth and said, "Since you're all like this, then I'll take Xiaocheng away, and neither one of you will see him, so take advantage of this time. You guys also give me a good time to calm down. Go! Auntie Song is taking you out of this hellhole." Song Qin assisted her good sister's son and was ready to get out of there. For a moment, Zhang Yanru and Chu Fong looked at Song Qin in unison, but seeing that the other party did not open their mouths, they forced themselves not to speak, until the person disappeared. The 2 were still in a mutual sulk. On the other side, Yu Xiaocheng was brought to the car by Song Qin, who was now haggard and helpless, and said bitterly, "Aunt Song, help me get a room at the hotel, I'll just stay at the hotel for the next few days." "Aha! I'll take you to the hotel now." Song Qin didn't want to bring Yu Xiaocheng back to her own home. After all, she was still single. It was a bit bad to bring a man home. In addition, it was also easy for Zhang Yanru and Chu Fong to find their way to the door, and when the war flared up to their own home, it would be really bad. "Don't worry, I'll help you." During Song Qin's drive, she glanced at her best friend's son's expression from time to time, and when she saw his sad face, she hurriedly consoled him. "The 2 of them really cared too much about you, that's why they made a scene to this extent. Speaking of which, you're quite happy to have 2 of the world's most loving women." "Don't mention it. I should have known. I shouldn't have. Forget about it." Yu Xiaocheng smiled bitterly and said leisurely, "Sometimes even if I repeat it 10,000 times, I still choose her." Song Qin smiled faintly and said softly, "You are obsessed, but your Auntie Zhang is even more obsessed than you are. She can't stay away from you in this life, and she even went so far as to break off relations with your mother. Of course, I'm not saying this to make you defend her, but to make you understand that your Auntie Zhang loves you very much. As for your mom, I think, other than your wife in this world, the woman who loves you the most is your mom." Song Qin murmured, "Also Aunt Song reminds you of the so-called unringing the bell. You are the trigger for the conflict between the 2 of them." Although Yu Xiaocheng did not respond, but deep inside, all sorts of mutterings rose up. At the moment, this embarrassing situation. How should he break the situation? Yu Xiaocheng was lying alone in the hotel, quietly looking at the ceiling above her head, her thoughts in her head confused. From the time he came to the hotel until now, Zhang Yanru made a total of 5 phone calls, Chu Fong made 6 phone calls, but Yu Xiaocheng did not pick up a single one of them, using Song Qin's words to explain that now the 2 of them needed to calm down and think about it, and the best way to do that was to chill out on them. As for WeChat, the messages have been full for a long time, but Yu Xiaocheng didn't read any of them. And that's when it happened.
The cell phone rang again, and I thought it was the two of them again, but this time it was Zhang Xinghua. Older brother? Discharged from the hospital, huh? Why don't you talk to Lao? Zhang Xinghua on the phone complained a bit and said in a bad mood, causing me to pounce and make a trip for nothing. Yu Xiaocheng froze and hastily apologized in a flurry. Older brother is really sorry. I forgot to tell you, I'm really sorry. You. Zhang Xinghua cried and laughed. Having spent so much time with old brother, I still don't know old brother's character? This matter has been lifted. Let's not mention anyone, but then again you seem depressed. Yu Xiaocheng opened his mouth and silently held it back. It seems you have a lot of things on your mind that you can't let go. Zhang Xinghua said in a serious tone, older brother should be a bit more elegant. Sometimes the obsession is too deep in the end nothing can be left behind, just like the sand in the hand. Gently I go, just as I gently come, waving my sleeves without taking a cloud. Shasta. Yu Xiaocheng's soul resonated deeply with it. Could it be that my brother is my soulmate? But the next moment, Zhang Xinghua said meaningfully, 7 o'clock in the evening. You got it. End of chapter. Yu Xiaocheng's soul had only just produced a hint of resonance, and as a result, he never expected Zhang Xinghua had revealed his foxtail so quickly. No. If I'm going to go drinking when my feet are like this, it's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly. Zhang Xinghua, this is just a slight smile, casually replied, just a broken foot is not a big problem. When I was a broken bone, as usual, outside all kinds of dashing. That's it, let's find a quiet environment. How? Yu Xiaocheng hesitated and said helplessly, older brother, don't look for any quiet environment, simply go directly to the hotel where I live. I've been living in the hotel for the past few days. At night you bring some wine and dishes over, and by the way, I'll spit out the bitter water with you. The events of the past 2 days have been driving me crazy. Row. Then it's decided. Zhang Xinghua paused and then continued, is it the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law that made you simply unable to stay at home? Only then did you sneak out alone to live in a hotel? Right. I did not expect things to develop into this point. Yu Xiaocheng sighed deeply, leisurely replied, the phone does not understand, such as meeting at night. I'll start talking to you again, but, older brother, you cannot tell to sister-in-law, I do not want her to worry. Aha. Then you rest well and build up your strength, I'll hang up first. Zhang Xinghua said. As soon as the words fell, the call was hung up. Yu Xiaocheng threw his cell phone to the side, staring at the ceiling above his head as if he were a wooden chicken, and unconsciously fell asleep. On the other side, Zhang Yanru has returned to the company, but there is no work in mind, full of a certain mischievous little villain. His own little husband, where exactly is he? Where on earth would Qin hide him? Hey, what a headache. Zhang Yanru skimmed his mouth, turned his head through the huge glass, looking at the city, mind wandering what, first of all, led himself to Chufeng, bowed down and admitted his faults. This is absolutely impossible, and not their own stubbornness and capriciousness, but in the fight for the security of the future life. If one were to bow down and apologize to Chufangdo now, then one would lose the right to belong to the little bad guy in the future. So, even if I die, I can't apologize. Even if I die, I have to die standing up, and I believe that my former best friend also has this idea. As for now, that's the way to go. Toughing it out with that old woman. At this time the cell phone rang. Zhang Yanru looked at it. Is the nephew-in-law Tianli called, is worried about the heart of the anguish of no one to say, hastily will connect the caller. Lily. I've severed my sisterly relationship with Xiaocheng's mom. Zhang Yanru directly opened the door and huffed. Ha? Your adultery was discovered? Tianli was shocked when she heard the news and inquired curiously. Pretty mature rich woman, face full of black lines, did not have the good sense to say, what adultery? It's too hard to say, it's obviously a love that's withered in the sea, forget about it. I'm not going to dwell on this with you, anyway, his mom and I have completely broken up, and the conflict between the two of us has escalated to the point of fighting. What? Fighting? You both started fighting? Tianli couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't expect it to get to such an extent, and hurriedly said, you two aren't hurt, are you? And Xiaocheng, how is he now? His mom and I weren't hurt, and as for him, the pretty ripe rich woman skimmed her mouth and muttered softly, he was taken away by Qin. I don't know where he was taken to. Qin said to tell us both to calm down and stay calm, neither of us should see him for a while. I think Qin is doing the right thing with this. You and your BFF do need to calm down and be cool, it's gotten to be such a big deal. Tianli sighed and said in a serious tone, Yanru, I'm coming from my personal point of view, I think it's best for you to make some slight sacrifices and give in a step to Xiaocheng's mom. On what grounds? Why should I give in to her and she can't give in to me? Zhang Yanru instantly became displeased and huffed with her mouth, I won't give in. Many things can be conceded, only in this matter. I will never compromise. Ouch. Listen to me. The words aren't even finished yet. Tianli said without a trace of humor, it looks like you've made a sacrifice, but in reality, you're retreating in order to advance. What's the purpose of your fight with your best friend and mother-in-law? It's to have her son, so, you made a concession, and Xiaocheng saw your sacrifice, he'll be especially grateful to you, and then you. Did you realize? Being married sure is different. So many different ways of looking at things.
The pretty, mature rich woman had come to her senses, but whether or not she could do so was another matter, and she pursed her lips. Cautiously, she said, Lily,
how about doing me a favor?
Tianli, who was also staying in the office, revealed a heartfelt smile and said softly and gluttonously, you're asking me to find Qin and inquire about where he is for you, right? Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly, a little bit of embarrassment showed between her eyebrows, and she squeaked and replied, I am a little worried about him, you quickly help me to ask, don't ever say that it's me who asked you to ask, otherwise she definitely won't talk about it. Row. I'll ask for you later, but, Tianli opened her mouth, then suddenly frowned and muttered, damn, I forgot why I called you.
It seems like there's something I need to tell you. Since it's all forgotten, it must not be important.
The rich woman flattened her mouth and said earnestly, hurry. Help me to inquire where my little husband is, I'll wait for your good news.
Got it.
Hanging up the phone, rich woman quietly waiting for Tianli's good news, however, left and right waiting. Still not waiting for Tianli's call, Zhang Yanru was a little anxious.
Just as the rich woman was feeling desperate, she finally received a call from Tinley. Shangri-La International Hotel. The room number is 1206.
Tianli on the phone said a hotel name and room number, then added, don't show off in front of his mom after you see Xiao Chang, besides. And don't say I told you, or Qin will have a problem with me.
Aha.
Young Yanru said with a face full of gratitude, don't worry about it, definitely won't betray you.
Humph. There's one more thing. Tianli said in annoyance, your little husband broke his foot, such an important thing, why didn't you tell me about it?
If it wasn't for Qin telling me, I wouldn't have known.
Forgot. Really forgot.
Zhang Yanru squeaked and replied, okay, I was wrong, I won't talk to you much now, I'm going to find my little husband. Without waiting for Tianli to speak, the rich woman directly hung up the phone, and then opened one of the drawers, from which took out a variety of cosmetics, began to simply make up the makeup. In fact, the rich woman's face has been breathtakingly beautiful, but at this moment the rich woman auntie just want to fascinate the death of a small bad guy. Yu Xiaocheng stayed in his hotel room and was calculating a certain set of equations. It looked like he was bored being alone, but in reality, he was still quite busy. Why is there still a problem? Yu Xiaocheng bit the cap of the pen, his eyebrows are full of frustration and doubt. Obviously do all the steps to the correct degree, the results of the final calculation of the value, but and the original conception of the distance has a world of difference, in the end, which link is out of the question again?
That's right. Utilizing the statistical properties of Bell's inequality, it can be verified by simply testing the non-classical association.
Yu Xiaocheng cocked his head and tried to think about the doubts, only to have his thoughts interrupted by a sudden knock on the door at that moment.
So soon? Didn't we say at least half an hour?
Yu Xiaocheng looked at the time on his cell phone and realized that only 20 minutes had passed, then he silently stood up and slowly and leisurely came to the door with his crutches, and directly opened the door the next second. When he saw the rich aunt standing at the door, he immediately showed surprise on his face.
Meanwhile,
when Zhang Yanru saw her little man, the aggression in her heart was like a raging flood. It directly collapsed, and the crystalline tears kept swirling in her eyes before she couldn't stop them from flowing downward. At this point in time seemed to stand still, and the air was even more filled with a faint scent of passion. Auntie Fubo could no longer restrain her inner emotions. She violently jumped into Yu Xiaocheng's arms, and at the same time stood on her tiptoes and cupped his cheeks with both hands, and her plump lips seemed to be like raindrops, constantly dotting on his mouth. Both of them fell to the floor, and the door of the room was closed at that moment, but Auntie Richie didn't stop because of that. She was lying on top of Yu Xiaocheng's body, still nibbling and sucking hard on her little husband's mouth. However, just so, it is difficult to offset the loneliness of the rich woman's inner desire. She moved away from her moist lips, began to nibble on his neck and shoulders. Now she is alive and well as the Chufong mouth of the Tai Vixen.
Stinking man! Not answering my calls and not returning my messages.
Zhang Yanru sat on top of him, her reddened eyes glaring viciously at him, furiously saying, do you know how anxious Auntie is?
Speaking,
and pinched his cheeks hard.
You, how did you know about this place? Yu Xiaocheng asked softly. Never mind. I have my means.
Zhang Yanru beamed and kept rubbing his face, saying resentfully, let you ignore me.
It didn't take long.
Richie then lowered his head and gently began to suck on his mouth again, and Yu Xiaocheng didn't stay idle and pinched the rounded and firm buttocks.
Suddenly,
there was a sharp knock on the door, interrupting the pair of stout, resentful men.
Buddy, I'm coming, open the door quickly.
The pretty ripe rich woman was about to go crazy when she heard the shouts of her spiteful seedy dad at the door.
How come they're taking men everywhere? What's wrong with you? First issue and then revise. End of chapter.
It's hard to find the little bad guy, it's hard to make out with him, it's hard to get emotional release results. Never expected that their own spiteful dad came to steal their man. At this time, Zhang Yanru was going crazy, fear with endless grudges, would like to drive his dad away and then enjoy this little man underneath him exclusively, but it is unlikely to realize that if it really did, it would mean a showdown with his dad, and now the showdown.
Obviously not rational behavior. Wait a minute. I'll get the door for you right away. Due to this kind of unforeseen accident experienced too many times, Yu Xiaocheng's ability to withstand unexpected events has improved a lot, and came together in the year of the playful mature rich woman, hurriedly said, "You go to hide in the closet, don't come out in 1,000,001 times, at the moment this situation. It is not yet suitable to show down with your father, after all, your girlfriends have not yet resolved it." Zhang Yanru toot her small mouth, the heart is particularly unhappy, silently sat up from him, and then they hid into the closet. When the rich woman crouched in the corner, feeling the darkness, suddenly the heart is aggrieved to the point of wanting to cry. Obviously as their own legally recognized husband, the result is to hide in the east, and also cannot take him. This love talk is also too failed. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng leaned on his crutches and gently opened the door to his room, and saw Zhang Xing standing in the doorway with wine and dishes. "Older brother, why so early? Didn't you say half an hour?" Yu Xiaocheng asked suspiciously. "There was no traffic on the road, so I got there early." Zhang Xingguo walked in carrying his things, and after putting the wine and dishes away, he assisted his little old brother to sit on a chair, and then he sat down as well, taking out all sorts of downers from a plastic bag while saying with a smile on his face, "You've got a nice environment here. It's okay." Yu Xiaocheng looked at the 4 bottles of mitai that he brought and said bitterly, "Would it be too much for old brother? I had a headache for a long time after I got drunk last time. I'm telling you, the more this wine, the quicker the sorrows go away." Zhang Xinghua laughed. "I see. I'm afraid it's not a matter of raising a glass to dispel sorrow." Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his lips, silently took the bottle of wine and chopsticks handed over, subconsciously looked at the closet, hurriedly moved over, and reminded in a small voice, "When we talk later, don't say everything outwardly, beware of the ears through the wall. Beware of the walls having ears." Zhang Xingguo looked at him doubtfully and inquired curiously, "What does it mean? Why didn't I understand? What walls have ears? Oops. It's literally the same thing." Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth, casually opened a bottle of Maodai and said, okay. Let's brothers don't talk nonsense, anyway, just remember the words of the old brother, as for the next let's open the whole thing. Whole. Zhang Xingguo smiled faintly, and then he and his little old brother took a fierce gulp. The table is rich in food, what peanuts, marinated beef, hand-torn chicken, duck neck and duck head, etc. Brothers after 2 rounds of glasses, the atmosphere between each other to the highest point, at the same time the topic was naturally opened. What kind of conflict is it? Don't even live at home anymore and come out to live in a hotel? Zhang Xinghua asked with a puzzled face as he ate peanuts. Hey, it's too much to tell in a few words, all I can say is, the 2 of them fought. Yu Xiaocheng ate a mouthful of beef and replied lifelessly, it's like the 2 of them have tied a dead knot, and it's the kind of dead knot that's getting tighter and tighter, and the key is not just one knot, but many dead knots. Zhang Xinghua inhaled a mouthful of cool air and said with a gloomy expression, this is very tricky, it has been made to the extent of hands-on, it is not a simple apology to admit fault can be resolved. So, older brother, I'm the one who's so despondent. Yu Xiaocheng sipped his wine while talking about the bitterness in his heart, seemingly forgetting that there was a rich woman hiding in the closet. At the same time squatting in the closet, the rich woman, hearing the bitterness of those in the heart of the little bad guy, a slight hint of helplessness and self-reproach between the eyebrows, he did not want to get into such a situation. But some things are doomed from the beginning. Older brother, how is your relationship with your younger siblings? Zhang Xinghua asked. Not me, not her. Yu Xiaocheng replied. At this point the pretty ripe rich woman showed a satisfied smile, with a hint of sweetness in her heart. This is a problem. Zhang Xinghua skimmed his mouth and spoke in a serious manner, if the 2 of you have an average relationship, my oldest brother's advice is to change a wife, and to have a daughter-in-law that your mom likes, and at the same time, this woman likes you a lot, and as for whether you like it or not it doesn't really matter, you mull it over. You mull it over. Older brother. You don't say that nonsense, be careful. Be careful of being heard by your sister-in-law. Yu Xiaocheng's face turned white with fear and said hurriedly, panic my ass. It's not like she's here. Zhang Xinghua responded with a face that didn't care. I'm in. Your daughter is in. Hiding in the closet, Zheng Yanru was so angry that her features were distorted. Dad actually suggested that the little bad guy change me. This is thanks to him to be able to think of it. It seems that the lesson given to Dad is not deep enough, since Dad is so unkind. Don't blame my daughter for being unrighteous. This matter today. If you don't cut a few tens of millions of dollars, you won't be able to get away with it. It's just as well that I've got plans to change my house. Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, older brother, let's get back to business. You said you want me to change my wife. I think this matter. It is unlikely to be realized. Is there any other method? There's only one method. You can't change your mom. Zhang Xinghua said. Rather. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips, lifted the bottle and took a gulp, muttering, it seems I can only go on with this tragedy. Actually, Zhang Xinghua said faintly, older brother has another method. Yu Xiaocheng was instantly energized and couldn't wait to ask, don't sell yourself short, quickly tell us. First of all, let's dissect the problem based on the problem. Why is there a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law?
Zhang Xinghua looked at his little old brother with a high level of sophistication and inquired with a smile, older brother, you tell me the specific reasons.
Both are the women who love me the most in this world, so they are jealous of each other. Yu Xiaocheng replied. Right, but it's not entirely right.
Zhang Xinghua said in a serious tone, what it boils down to is that you lost control of this matter, allowing this conflict to develop in an uncontrollable direction to the point where it ended up completely out of control. The muddled Yu Xiaocheng was still analyzing his old brother's words, while Zhang Xinghua, after a mouthful of mutai, began his tall tale again, saying, I'll summarize the root of the problem in 4 words: family status. Your family status is not enough, so you make these things.
Try. If you were the head of the family, would this situation occur next?
Zhang Xinghua paused and said seriously, no, it won't. Because you are the head of the family, you have the family empire, the emperor's emperor.
For a moment,
Yu Xiaocheng felt like he had opened a door to a whole new world, but this door was to Jurassic World. Of course it is not completely unreasonable, indeed their own and the old mom and aunt between, have the right to speak as too little, so that their own speak out of those words, both of them do not listen to, not only do not listen to, but also against. If one had enough say at the time, how could such an outrageous situation as a sister fight still happen? Older brother. Not that I'm questioning you, but with your current family status, it doesn't seem to be enough to support those words just now, right?
Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his neck and said in a small voice, what happened to my family status?
Don't look at your sister-in-law who usually flaunts her power, but in fact, I'm the one who makes all the big decisions in the family. Zhang Xinghua rolled his eyes and said seriously, usually it's just a matter of giving in to her and giving her some face.
Don't.
Yu Xiaocheng subconsciously looked at the closet and hastily lowered his voice, cautiously reminding, the walls have ears. Beware of ears on the wall.
Ouch.
Why so flustered? Your sister-in-law is still in the unit, she has to work overtime tonight.
Zhang Xinghua waved his hand with a fearless face. It's true that your wife is away, but your daughter's here.
Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but sweat for his old brother and said cautiously, old brother, on the matter of family status, let's not go into details. I may not be able to reach your height in this life.
Indeed.
If you want to reach a height like mine, you still lack some fire, but it's not completely impossible.
Zhang Xinghua smiled and said, older brother, do you know what your own biggest problem is at the moment?
What?
Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously.
Aura. I'm not talking about manliness, but the courage to swallow the sky. Zhang Xinghua drank Maotai and ate fried peanuts, saying seriously, you just need to show the courage to look at death as if it were your own, and you'll basically get twice the result with half the effort.
Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his mouth and replied bitterly, older brother, my situation is quite complicated. What you thought was just a mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship, in reality it's more confusing than you think anyway, and these 2 women are not to be messed with. One is really good at chopping people up with a knife, and the other one is a martial arts practitioner.
Zhang Xinghua froze and looked at him in surprise, but quickly returned to his normal state and laughed in disbelief. Older brother, you should know that your sister-in-law was once a national champion in sparring.
Case solved. Turns out it's genetic.
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and asked softly, older brother, how did you get through it then?
Said, family emperors.
Zhang Xinghua smiled faintly, picked up a grain of peanut rice and sent it into his mouth, saying meaningfully, learn. Older brother. At this time, Zhang Yanru was full of black lines, silently took out her own cell phone, set it on mute, and then hurriedly sent 3 WeChat messages to her mom.
Mom, Dad's bragging again. Come on. This scene is out of control. Your son-in-law is being taught to be bad.
End of chapter. Xu Chunyan is working overtime in the unit, although she is a big leader in Shanghai City, but some things still need to be personally. Just as she is about to end the work of the cell phone came the reminder of the WeChat message. She guessed that she knew it was her daughter who sent the message. Picking up the phone and taking a look at the contents, for a moment Xu Chunyan froze, her brows filled with confusion at a loss for words.
Mom, Dad's bragging again. Come on. This scene is out of control. Your son-in-law is being taught to be bad. Contemplating for a few moments,
Xu Chunyan then sent a message asking what was going on, and received a reply from her daughter in just a few moments.
Zhang Yanru, Mom, Dad is drinking with your son-in-law, and then Dad began to pretend to brag, all kinds of bragging about their status in the family, to your son-in-law to deceive a stunned. Mom, you hurry to come, I am worried that if this goes on, your son-in-law is going to learn bad.
Looking at what her daughter sent, Xu Chunyan instantly cracked up, gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, this deadbeat. Starting to give me a demon again, looking for who to brag about can't do, favoring the future son-in-law, but also bragging about what family status. After a round of complaints, Xu Chunyan called her daughter. The results were directly hung up by her daughter. Just as she wondered, her daughter again sent a WeChat message.
Zhang Yanru, Mom, I can't answer the phone, I'm hiding in the closet.
Zhang Yanru, your son-in-law and I were talking about love, and then Dad suddenly came. I'm really pissed off, Mom, you hurry over and take Dad away, the place is at the Shangri-La International Hotel, room number is 1206.
2 people talking about love in a 5-star hotel? I don't think it's about love. It's about exploring the origins of life.
Chu Chunyan pursed her lips, a slight hint of relief on her face. If she were to do 10 years ago she would have been worried bad, afraid that her daughter would be bullied, but at this moment she only begged her daughter to hurry up and spoil Xiao Chang, and then get pregnant before it was too late. Let herself be the grandmother of her dreams.
Ninny, rather a man of action as always. Chu Chunyan smiled, holding her phone and quickly editing the content. Q Chunyan, take it easy. Mom will be right over. Just hold on a little longer.
When she finished sending the message, she was tidying up her desk when suddenly something else occurred to her, and suddenly worry was written all over her face.
Nope. Chang is already like that. Daughter still want to destroy? Ouch. That dead girl.
Chu Chunyan was instantly anxious. Xiao Chang's foot is in a plaster cast. His daughter actually does not let him go, clearly want to toss him to death. Oh hey, Xiao Chang is a young man, but it cannot be spoiled like this. The desk is not whole. Chu Chunyan picked up his bag and walked out of his office, and then drove to the place of the incident.
Meanwhile,
Zhang Xinggua's pretentious scene is about to be out of control, when a bottle of Maodai down, it seems to open up more words, a variety of bragging about their family status, but also do not forget to sing their own those legendary experiences. Older brother. The scene at that time, not to mention how scary, more than a dozen thugs with knives and hammers, standing in front of your brother. Zhang Xinghua eating peanuts, eloquently said, but your old brother I have not been afraid, still brave and thugs fighting, of course, also rely on wisdom, as the so-called capture the thief first, Speaking of which, the words came to an abrupt end. Just C has been drinking to the head of Zhang Xinghua, fiercely poured a mouth of soy sauce white wine, then said, I went up to catch their head, with a dagger on his neck, and then began to stalemate has been waiting until the police came. About the matter of your oldest brother's study is still hung with a banner at SS.
Even the banner? Did Lao not lie to me? Unknown you Xiao Chang a little believe, after all, the banner will not lie.
And hiding in the cabinet Zhang Yanru, is full of contempt. In fact, Dad told this story are really happening. That banner is also the real thing, but the main character of the story is not Dad, but his own mom.
No. In the future, the sons-in-law must be separated and never stay together.
If my little husband keeps fooling around with him like this, sooner or later he's going to turn into a second dad.
Right. Was it you, old brother, who pursued sister-in-law in the first place, or was it sister-in-law who pursued you?
Yu Xiaochang asked curiously. Zhang Xinghua could not help but smile slightly, picking up a few slices of beef and sending them to his mouth, and said in a nonchalant manner, your oldest brother back then was also at the forefront of the times, with a perm on his wavy head, wearing a small suit and bell-bottomed pants, and carrying a 4-speaker record player on his shoulder. He was the most beautiful boy on the street.
Aha. That's true.
Zhang Yanru skimmed his mouth, in the face of Dad's words did not object, because Mom told the history of that time Dad although poor into a ghost, but in the forefront of the times, but also because of his dashing and fashionable, the mother to the fascinated to do not want to, of course.
Now is also regret to don't want to.
But then again it was also because of this character of his dad that he was blown smoothly into his present position with huge assets against the winds of the times, though his character has also remained unchanged for decades.
Suddenly,
there was a sharp knock on the door. Yu Xiaochang and Zhang Xinghua both froze, looking at each other neither knowing who was knocking at the door.
You sit. I'll open the door.
Zhang Xinghua stood up shakily and slowly walked towards the door of the room and opened it directly.
Shasta.
When he saw that in the doorway stood his fierce wife, he instantly sobered up most of his wine, and his eyes were filled with horror, as well as disbelief.
Senior.
Wife. You. Zhang Xinghua has been scared to the point that he doesn't know what to say, and he can't even string together a complete sentence in his stammering speech.
Humph. You're asking why I showed up, right?
Chu Chunyan walked into the room with a black face, then she saw her future son-in-law, who was drunk on the table, and immediately gritted her teeth and angrily rebuked, the other person, Xiao Chang, has been injured like this, and you're still dragging other people to drink. Look,
it's all been poured out by you. Dumped? He was just kinda sober.
Zhang Xinghua turned his head to look, for a moment were speechless, before opening the door was still showing off peanuts and rice, after opening the door directly drunk. This is obviously pretending to be drunk, attempting to want to muddle through.
Yeah. Wings have been hardening lately. Chu Chunyan glared at her husband in question coldly, must have said a lot of bad things about me, right?
No.
How can I say bad things about you? Ego, don't be paranoid, it's an old married couple.
Despite being a billionaire, but in the face of being a big leader's wife, Zhang Xinghua can only lower his posture, not the slightest bit of the family empire in the mouth before.
No? With your nature, could you be without it? Touting your family status, I guess? Blowing yourself up to an infinitely high position and relegating me to an infinitely low position.
Chu Chunyan sneered, come on keep blowing, give you time to perform, I'd like to hear how you do it.
What is this? How does she know everything?
Zhang Xinghua's brow is full of doubts. First he suspected his little old brother, but quickly ruled out. Just when Zhang Xinghua puzzled, Chu Chunyan was a little impatient.
What? Suddenly mute?
Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said in exasperation, go on, don't wimp out.
Don't.
Zhang Xinghua smiled awkwardly and hastily comforted his daughter-in-law, saying, Xiao Cheng is still here, give me some face. Humph. Chu Chunyan snorted coldly, picked up her own husband's ears and said angrily, go.
Come home with me. Ouch. Going home is fine. But what about Chang?
Zhang Xinghua pointed at his little old brother who was pretending to be drunk and said cautiously, we can't just leave him here.
None of your business. I have my own arrangements.
Chu Chunyan looked at her future son-in-law and knew that he was pretending to be asleep, so she said expressionlessly. Followed by, Chu Chunyan grabbed her husband and left the room. With the door to the room closed, Young Yunru hurriedly got out of the closet, breathing heavily while her gaze moved to the little bad guy. Don't pretend. Your old man and mother-in-law are gone. The slowed-down, pretty and ripe rich woman walked over to her young husband's side, reached out and grabbed him by the ear, and puffed out, still pretending.
If you pretend again, I will not be polite. Next.
Yu Xiaocheng straightened up from the table and asked bitterly, did you call your mother-in-law here? Or what? If I don't call my mom here, you're going to be brainwashed by my dad.
Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and pouted, I'm telling you.
You don't want to learn from him, let alone listen to all his bull asterisk. What head of the family, what family status, it's all just bragging.
I know. How could I possibly emulate him?
Yu Xiaocheng smiled, reached out and dragged Auntie Richie into her arms, cradling this full and buoyant petite body, and said tenderly, baby auntie. I've let you suffer. The rich woman sat on his lap, her whole body tightly pasted in his arms, her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and leisurely said, my little bit of aggression should be nothing compared to you. In fact, you're the one who has the hardest time. The little badass auntie can't do anything about it. Auntie doesn't want to bow down and admit her mistakes in front of your mom. You.
Can you understand, auntie? Understanding. I know what you're thinking. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and said softly, it's fine. I'll find a solution. Aha.
The rich woman answered, and then she cupped his cheeks, staring straight at her young husband who was close at hand, and then closed her eyes and slowly moved in.
I've been drinking. It's okay, auntie doesn't mind.
The result was that just then there was another knock on the door violently. The pretty ripe rich woman was all but ready to explode, and after getting off the little baddie's body, she angrily walked over to the door when she opened it. Standing in the doorway was her own mother.
Mom, your son-in-law and I are kissing.
She didn't wait for the pretty rich woman to finish her sentence, but she realized that her own mother was staring at her angrily, and she panicked. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Although she had a complaint about her mom's sudden appearance, the rich woman was instantly a bit flustered and more than a bit puzzled than the fact that she was glaring viciously at herself at this very moment. I don't know where I messed with this big leader again.
Mom, you.
Auntie Rich pursed her lips and cautiously inquired, what's wrong with you? Chu Chunyan blackened her face and said coldly, you also come back with me, and you are not allowed to stay with Xiao Cheng tonight. Hearing her mom want to let herself go back, the heart of the pretty mature rich woman 10,000 disapproval, hastily shook her head, annoyed, said, I do not go back. I stay with my own man, you. Why do you still care so much? It must be managed. What if you dead girl hurt Xiao Cheng? Chu Chunyan grabbed the door and looked at her future son-in-law who had come to his senses and said in a serious tone, Xiao Cheng, mom has taken your future daughter-in-law away, don't have any thoughts in your mind. Mom is doing this for your own good, worrying that she'll hurt you again. Without waiting for Xiao Cheng to open her mouth to speak, Zheng Yanru, who was on the side, became angry and puffed out, no matter what. I won't go back, I'm staying here tonight. At this point, Yu Xiaocheng said softly, Mom, let Yanru live here. If she leaves, no one will be able to take care of me, especially when bathing. When the time comes, if my feet slip, the consequences will be unimaginable. In fact, Xu Chunyan did not want to take her daughter back. The reason why she did this is to knock the mountain to shock the tiger, so that her daughter a little bit convergence. Now the purpose has been achieved, but the should be instructed before. Rather, then let it be as you wish. Xu Chunyan smiled faintly, then looked at her daughter beside her and said solemnly, you come out with me like, I have something to say to you alone. The words. Then he turned his head and walked out of the room. Zheng Yanru skimmed her mouth, silently took away the room card on the side and followed her mom out of the room. As the mother and daughter stood at the entrance to the safe passage, Zheng Yanru looked at her gloomy-faced mother and inquired in a low voice, Mom, you called me out alone. What exactly is the matter? Can't you tell me in front of your future son-in-law? Xu Chunyan looked at her coldly and said blandly, this matter is related to him, of course you can't talk about it in front of him. I'm asking you if you and Xiao Cheng inexplicably opened a room in a hotel, are you trying to make a child? Ha? Zheng Yanru froze and shook her head back and forth to deny, how could it be Mom? Where are you thinking? Then what are you two doing in a room? Isn't it just to seek excitement? Xu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, I don't care what you want to do now, whether you want to take the opportunity to create a child. In short, this recent period of time is not allowed to toss him on the bed, people's feet are in a cast. You even want to endure a few days will die? Jesus. I really can't even jump into the yellow river to wash myself. The pretty ripe rich woman was dying of depression, but she couldn't tell her own mother the real truth, and muttering, she answered, knowing nose. Ugh.
You're in your 30s and you're the owner of a company, can you grow a pair? Chu Chunyen sighed and said with hatred, if not for the fact that you're my daughter, I would have wanted to give Xiaocheng away, in your hands it's a waste. Mom! It's almost enough, is it fun to keep saying it? Zhang Yanru's heart burst with aggression. Chu Chunyen pursed her lips, held her daughter's hand, and said softly, I'm worried that you'll make too much of yourself and then scare Xiaocheng away. A man like him is a hot commodity outside, and the key is still so young, you must grasp it well. Aha! Young Yanru answered. Sending her own mother to the elevator entrance and watching the elevator numbers go to the first floor, young Yanru breathed a sigh of relief. Right now all the obstacles were cleared, then the next thing was to be the alone time for herself and the little bad guy, even for the next few days. With excitement, young Yanru returned to the room and instantly couldn't contain herself, resitting on someone's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck, and whispered, you're finally mine, no one will come to steal it anymore. It's always been yours. No one will be able to snatch me from your hands. Yu Xiaocheng smiled gently. Humph. Your mom and my dad. Auntie Rich rolled her eyes and said with a displeased face, it makes sense for your mom to rob you, after all, you're her own son, but I'm not convinced that my dad came to rob you, and I'm especially upset in my heart, especially after squatting in the closet for so long. Yu Xiaocheng was filled with embarrassment and replied with a squeak, I was so excited to see you that I forgot I had an appointment with your father. Auntie Rich reached out and pinched his cheeks and said leisurely, but it's quite good, I didn't know how to ask for it, but then your old husband delivered the opportunity right in front of my eyes. By the way, I want to change a house. Change your house? Yu Xiaocheng frowned and inquired curiously, the one you're living in now doesn't work? A large flat in a prime location, and that's not even satisfactory? Your mom knows where I live. I'll be so tired of her coming to my door every day that it's better to buy a suite outside. Zhang Yanru softly said, I've already taken a good look. Originally wanted to buy a garden house, roughly estimated at about 200 million, but on second thought, forget it, it's not interesting. This kind of old house decoration and remodeling need to be reviewed by the planning department, the process is very troublesome. So, I want to buy a Riverview large flat near the CBD core. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and continued, what do you think? Ouch. That's at least $40 or $50 million. Although it was not spending his own money, the thought that his future child with a rich woman might have the genes of a rich woman's pitiful father made his heart go wow. What's wrong? What's that look? Zhang Yanru locked her brows tightly, looking at the little baddie near her, and asked suspiciously. It suddenly occurred to me that if the two of us have a child in the future, this inherits your pitiful genes, then, wouldn't I be miserable then? Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, if there is a mother, there must be a child, it's horrible to think about. What nonsense! The rich woman pinched his cheek and said in annoyance, what do you mean, if you have a mother, you have children? The truth. Yu Xiaocheng smiled nervously. Stupid. The rich woman let go of his cheeks, vermilion moist lips dotted on the little bad guy's mouth, and then pressed against his ear, muttered, with that nature of my father, he must be spoiling the children to the sky, what the children want. He'll be the first to go and buy it, or else would it be your turn? For a moment, Yu Xiaocheng was relieved, but next, that lustful heart started to stir. Quietly, he felt his way to the rounded, aroused buttocks, and before the rich aunt noticed, he squeezed the fat buttocks of the born son with one hand. Aha! You're going to die. Zhang Yanru shivered, her cold and charming face instantly reddened, and her eyes were even flooded with a trace of misty flowers, and she said angrily, all of this and you still dare to be bad? No. Accidentally touched it. Yu Xiaocheng said cheaply, help me take a bath tonight? Get out. Auntie Fortune blanked him and jumped off of him, saying in an uncharacteristic manner, wash yourself, I don't give a damn about you. The words. Then she flopped down on the bed staring straight at him, extended her finger and hooked it at him, saying coquettishly, come here, you little devil. TSK. What a seductive little leprechaun. Yu Xiaocheng came to the edge of the bed and just sat down. She was dragged over by her own mother's friend. Next, Auntie Fortune was gnawing and sucking desperately on the little bad boy's mouth like she was crazy. What are you doing? Young Yunru sat up violently, staring at him dumbfounded, and asked furiously, what's the point of taking off my pants all of a sudden? Ha? No. Atmosphere. The atmosphere is all set here, if we don't come up with something practical, will it be too spoiled? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her and replied in a serious manner. You want no spoilers, don't you? You want excitement, don't you? Zhang Yanru sneered as she unbuckled the waistband of the little villain's pants and clutched the belt tightly in her hand, waving it hard in midair. Little badass. Now that the mood is set, why don't you? Should I not let Auntie whip you twice? Zhang Yanru asked softly. Don't. I was wrong. Even the colorful Yu Xiaocheng, at this moment also did not have any idea, after all, this belt whipped down. I'm not going to pass out directly. Stupid. The rich woman dropped the piece of belt in her hand, and then she arched into Yu Xiaocheng's arms, closing her eyes to feel the tenderness he was giving, and murmured, hold on tighter. Without realizing it, the rich woman fell asleep in Yu Xiaocheng's arms. Looking at her sleeping mom's best friend,
Yu Xiaocheng sighed helplessly and quietly stared at the ceiling above her head, her mind's thoughts jumbled into a mess.
Subocular medicine. How do I break the ice? Early morning of the following day.
Zhang Yanru woke up from the bosom of her best friend's son, opened her eyes to see the handsome and eye-catching face of her little lover, and couldn't help but come up to kiss him, and then began to touch his body slippery and strong, so comfortable.
Boom boom boom.
Suddenly there was a sharp knock on the door.
Young Yanru frowned, displeasure written all over her face.
Who was knocking on the door early in the morning? The rich woman in the hotel pajamas and pajama pants slowly got out of the bed, and then she went to the door and opened it straight away. When the door was opened moments after, Zhang Yanru saw clearly who was at the door, never thought that it was once his own best friend.
Meanwhile,
Chu Fang also did not expect that the one who opened the door would be a Thai vixen.
Silence.
The two former BFFs, now enemies, are looking at each other in all directions.
First issue and then revise. End of chapter.
Zhang Yanru quietly looked at Chu Fang, and Chu Fang also quietly looked at her. Once the two were the best girlfriends, each other's feelings as close as sisters, but until Zhang Yanru fell in love with Chu Fang's son, this hard-won sisterly love completely broken.
Where's my son? After Chu Fang returned to her senses, she questioned coldly with a black face, is he in there?
Still sleeping on the bed, the two of us shared the same bed last night and were doing some very happy things. Young Yanru didn't hide it. After all, she was able to find this place, so she must have known the little bad guy's whereabouts, but again, she was more curious.
How did she know?
Chu Fang surveyed the Thai vixen in front of her. Although she was wearing a hotel pajama top and pajama pants, it was obvious that she hadn't taken off her underwear, so it could be inferred from this. The two were just sharing the same bed and cuddling together to sleep. As for the happy things,
unlikely to happen.
Humph. Slutty vixen can't hold it in, could have gone outside to find a wild man, favoring my son.
Chu Fang whitened her eyes and said in a bad mood, really the upper lip is next to the sky, the lower lip is on the ground, shameless.
You hoo. And learn to curse with proverbs. Zhang Yanru smiled faintly and disliked it blandly, scold it. You can curse as much as you like, anyway, your son is already my man. Not only am I going to snatch him away from you, I'm going to make you never see him, and I'm not going to let you see his child.
Just you?
Chu Fang laughed coldly, he's old, bad-tempered, and has nothing but money, what else is good about him? I'm telling you tomorrow I'll take him on a blind date, specializing in the kind of young, pretty, understanding and well-off girls. I'm asking you, do you think you can still hold my son?
For a moment,
Zhang Yanru was about to explode with anger, her scalp cracking as she gritted her teeth and replied, take it any way you want. If you don't believe me, try and see if he'll go on a blind date with you.
Chu Fang rolled her eyes and didn't bother to continue to dislike each other with her, then said, get out of the way, I want to pick up my son and take him home.
No,
there is no your son inside, only my husband.
Young Yanru stopped the door and didn't budge half a step.
And then the next second,
the two former sisters pushed and shoved each other, and eventually Chu Fang managed to squeeze through the door. When Chu Fang walked to the edge of the bed, saw her son is huffing and puffing, and did not go to wake him up, just silently sighed, and then sat down on the sofa. The heart is more and more not a good taste. In fact, she has already noticed that her son is beginning to move away from her, is at the speed of the naked eye visible close to that vixen. You've been raised for nothing. It ended up being cheaper for someone else, and the key is still cheaper for her.
Meanwhile,
Young Yanru saw that she did not go to wake up the little bad guy, just looked at it and then sat on the sofa, and then was there alone, hesitating for a few moments to silently walk over and sit across from her former best friend. In the large room, the two women sat looking at each other, but did not say a word to each other, and the whole atmosphere was permeated with a smell of silence.
How about Monday through Friday for me and weekends for you?
Zhang Yanru suddenly spoke.
You do know how to plan, 7 days a week, to take up 5 days, the remaining 2 days to me. You think it's a way to send out the caller?
Chu Fang skimmed her mouth and said in a nonchalant manner, 5 days go to me, 2 days go to you.
I'm his wife. We're husband and wife, so why shouldn't I get the lion's share? I prefer to take the big head.
Zhang Yanru said angrily, anyway, I've already made a concession, it's up to you whether you accept it or not.
Oh, wife, marvelous.
It's not like you can't divorce if you're married, and the divorce rate is so high now. Chu Fang said coldly, besides, if all 5 days are given to you, what if you toss my son around? Just this tie and wavy energy of yours, my son is afraid that he won't be able to get out of bed for 5 days. Just a simple exchange of words resulted in Zhang Yanru losing completely. At the moment her face was scarlet, her anger revealed shame. She wanted to dislike but didn't know how to dislike, and then coldly grunted in defiance. The atmosphere would go back to the coldness of the previous one, where the two former sisters had been sitting here. In fact, Zhang Yanru and Chu Fang are quite regrettable. After all, the relationship to this extent is not what the two wish to see. But the sisters are strong women all their lives, especially Chu Fang this life have not lowered their heads to the hardships of life, even if the most painful and most difficult period of time she gritted her teeth and came through. Just then, Yu Xiaocheng opened his eyes in a daze, looked around him and found no one, and was about to call out to Auntie Fu, when the corner of his eye noticed the meeting area not far away, and his heart was suddenly startled. A coldness ran straight from the soles of the feet to the cerebral cortex.
They met again?
No, I can't wake up at this point or I'll get caught up in another sisterly fight.
Just then, Zhang Yanru opened her mouth and inquired, how did you know about this place? Is it Song Qin she told you about it? Or did you ask about it from somewhere else?
Qin told me.
Begged her for more than an hour before she told me the address.
Chu Fong pursed her lips, her brows slightly petulant, and said unhappily, this Song Qin seems to have long been wearing the same pants as you, taking my son away from my house and turning around and giving him to you cheaply.
Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and replied bashfully, that's not true. I was looking for a friend to ask her. Hear this.
Chu Fong's resentment subsided, and her heart received a hint of comfort.
On the other side,
pretend to sleep Yu Xiaocheng, perceived that today the sisters are quite harmonious, and did not fight like yesterday, hesitated for a long time, decided to get up. As for what to do when you get up, naturally, the two of them to drive away, but for the balance of the relationship between the two, in fact, choose to go home with the mother is also quite good. After all, he slept with his rich aunt last night, so it was only natural that he would have to go home during the day as a way to balance the scales.
Ouch. Sleep well.
Yu Xiaocheng lazily stretched a waist, slowly sat up from the bed, when he saw not far from the parlor area of the two sisters, immediately showed a surprised face. That exquisite acting is comparable to the Oscar-winning actor, said in horror, Mom you.
Chu Fong snorted coldly and said faintly, get up quickly. Then go home with me, all day long you know to fool around with the vixen, is there any point of interest?
Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and just wanted to retort,
and then silently swallowed back into her stomach. Husband.
The pretty mature rich woman intentionally called husband very crispy, aiming to exasperate the woman in front of her, and said softly, you go back. I'll come back for you at night, and by the way, I'll stay in your room, I'll give you a bath and warm the bed.
I don't know.
These words managed to exasperate Chu Fong to the point of breaking her defenses.
Shame on you.
Chu Fong glared at the rich woman in front of her and gritted her teeth, you used to be his aunt.
What's wrong with Auntie? Auntie can't be his wife?
Once the pretty ripe rich woman mentioned this matter, from head to toe flooded with shame, but time has changed. With the discovery of the love affair, the emotional rupture between the sisters, once again faced with this matter, there is not the slightest bit of shame, and even the rich woman will have to take the initiative to mention, in order to want to be angry with each other. Not only do I want to be his wife, I want to carry his child. Zhang Yanru looked straight at her with a slight hint of smugness between her eyebrows and continued, you don't say. Watching your son grow up day by day and then become my husband, this feeling. It's pretty great, but of course it should be painful for you, right? Kill. A proper shutout. Chu Fong was so infuriated that her whole body cracked, because the words that the pretty ripe rich woman had just said poked her in the heart word by word. Ouch. Well. You two stop it. Seeing that things were not right, Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly opened her mouth to dissuade her. Mom, wait for me to wash up and then take me back, and by the way, send me to Xin University in the afternoon. Chu Fong, who was about to get angry, hardened her fire and snorted coldly. Didn't bother to take care of the opposite vixen. Subsequent times, the sisters were still in harmony and didn't fight with each other anymore. At this time, Chu Fong's cell phone rang, and the caller was none other than Song Qin. Sis, did you pick up your son? Song Qin on the phone inquired in a whisper. Chu Fong took a deep breath and said faintly, almost got him back, but there was a little accident. Having said that, looked across at the woman. Accident? What accident? Song Qin asked curiously. Chu Fong skimmed her lips and replied with a puff of air, not only is there my son in the room, but there is also a Thai vixen, and it was that vixen who opened the door. Ha? You mean Yunar Yushi's there too? No. It can't be. I didn't tell her and she didn't come to ask me. Song Qin was both surprised and a little confused, not expecting this outcome at all. The pretty ripe rich woman blackened her face and roared in anger, Song Qin. You traitor! Cough cough. That I have to go to work. Seeing that the situation was not too good, the chicken thief Song Qin hung up at the first opportunity. After hanging up the phone, Song Qin locked her brows. In the face of this unforeseen accident, her heart was full of doubts. Obviously did not tell her. How did she know? And so on. Timely. It must be her. Song Qin instantly laughed bitterly. These two sisters really did everything. Wait. Seeing that the little villain was going home in her best friend's car, the pretty mature rich woman hugged her best friend's son tightly in front of her best friend, and those plump vermilion lips kissed her best friend's son hard on his mouth. Whatever. Auntie only recognizes you as a man. Zhang Yanru looked at him fondly and asked tenderly and delicately, do you like Auntie? Do you like Auntie to be your wife? In a flash, Yu Xiaocheng's body went numb, because he felt his mom's murderous gaze, staring at him with death. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Shame on you. What a loser. Don't ever say you're my son again. Chu Fong drove her own car while variously complaining about her son, exasperatedly saying, that Thai vixen is obviously here to gaslight me, and you're still stupidly moving forward to get up there. I see now you're starving and crazy. Ouch. I said that old mom is almost on the line. After all, she is your future daughter-in-law, and even more so, your grandchildren's own mother.
Yu Xiaocheng helplessly replied, just stop messing with her, can you take a step back? Chu Fong rolled her eyes and said in an unkind manner, this is starting to look toward outsiders? Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his mouth and said bitterly, it's not a matter of whether or not to look towards outsiders, but rather, have you heard of a saying? It's the saying that all things prosper when the family is in harmony. You two are so rowdy all day long. How can I carry out scientific research in the future? How can I continue to make progress? Of course. My personal progress is a minor issue, but you guys affecting the development of the country, that's a grave sin. Bah! Don't put a hat on old me. Chu Fong gritted her teeth. Yu Xiaocheng laughed and said in a serious tone, I'm not here to alarmist, Mom, your son is about to carry out the project, but it is related to national security issues. If the research is successful, then your son's future is at least jetching, and then directly to take the country's 3 awards. Next, your son will begin to develop, have their own scientific research team, within 5 years. No, just by your son's strength 3 years is enough, within 3 years to become an academician, and finally get the country's highest science and technology awards. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, within 10 years, won the Nobel Prize in Physics, become the first countryman with the award. Humph. After all that talk, it's still not wanting me to give in to her, Chu Fong sneered. Okay. You two continue to quarrel, love how to quarrel. Yu Xiaocheng simply give up, directly began to swing. In fact, he also figured out the grudge between the old mom and her best friend is not easily able to dissolve, need to accumulate in the future a long time to slowly go to unlock the two people's heart locks. Crux. The two seem to be in an endless battle and both threaten to break up their relationship. But that's not the case, as there are still traces of each other, which is probably summed up in the idiom of a broken heart. Soon returned home, Yu Xiaocheng began his work, and Chu Fong unprecedentedly did not go out, has stayed at home to watch TV, and from time to time to use WeChat to chat with the old sister. Its purpose is also very clear. Prevent a certain vixen from quietly abducting her son. As time passes, Chu Fong drove her son to Shinde and then she went back to the beauty salon, while Zhang Yuanxiang was instantly on the verge of being speechless when he saw his little aunt in a cast. Even though he had heard about the matter from his daughter-in-law, he never expected it to be this serious. My little aunt made it, didn't she? Zhang Yuanxiang poured water for Yu Xiaocheng while saying with a grumbling face, we're going to carry out our work in a few days, but we ended up with this whole mess. I'm also really convinced of her. Yu Xiaocheng picked up the cup of water, after lightly sipping a small mouthful, said, don't complain, she is also out of carelessness. This time come to your place, mainly want to borrow the supercomputer. There is a system of equations has been troubling me for a long time, a full 10 or so days. I never know how to solve it, and I intend to simulate it with the supercomputer. Small problem. That'll connect you. Zhang Yuanxiang hurriedly picked up the phone and dialed a number, and moments later, the phone was picked up from the opposite side. Simply communicating with the other party for a few sentences, he put down the phone and spoke to Yu Xiaocheng. Alright. I'll run for you later, it's not easy on your legs and feet. Aha. Thank you, Director Zhang. Yu Xiaocheng smiled. Don't you dare pull this whole stunt. When your daughter-in-law hears about it, I'll be in trouble again. Zhang Yuanxiang sighed and replied emotionally, I figured it out. Who made my generation so small? There's no way around it, and after you became my little aunt, you invariably became my bottom card. Yu Xiaocheng helplessly replied, we can call each other whatever we want in private, but inside the school let's follow our positions to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course I'm indifferent, I'm worried about you. Rather. As you wish then. Zhang Yuanxiang smiled strongly. In the time that followed, Yu Xiaocheng sat in Zhang Yuanxiang's office waiting for the results, and about an hour later Zhang Yuanxiang returned with the results. Pretty much what you envisioned. Zhang Yuanxiang said seriously, the relevant content is sent to your email, so take a look when you go back. Yu Xiaocheng nodded, then she stood up and said, then I'll go back first, I won't disturb your work. How are you going to get back? Take a cab. Don't. If my little aunt finds out about this, I'm afraid she'll come looking for me the next day with a kitchen knife. Zhang Yuanxiang did not feel comfortable letting Yu Xiaocheng go back alone, pondering for a moment. He said seriously, I'll send her back, I don't have much to do anyway. Good thing too. Yu Xiaocheng agreed straight away. When Yu Xiaocheng returned home in the afternoon, the first time according to the data obtained, began to reverse the projection process. Less than half an hour, finally solved the problem that had been giving him a headache, and at the same time he also knew where the root of the problem was, and did not expect the reason to be so simple. Just then, the cell phone sitting on the table rang and the caller was none other than my own mother's best friend. Open the door. I'm at your door. The pretty ripe rich woman on the phone said softly. Oh, Yu Xiaocheng crutches slowly and leisurely to the door of the house, just opened the door. A black shadow scurried in, followed by her embrace, followed by a rain of kisses, bearing all over the rich woman's lip prints, even the neck was not spared. Miss me? Do you want to miss Auntie? Young Yunru snuggled into his arms and softly inquired. Think. Yu Xiaocheng wiped her face and asked gently, didn't you say you'd be here at 6 or 7? How come this is still early? Can't wait. Young Yunru skimmed her mouth and mumbled in reply, and I was worried that I would pounce at night so I played it safe. That said, where is that evil woman? Where did the evil woman go? What an evil woman. That's your best friend and your future mother-in-law. Yu Xiaocheng laughed bitterly. She's gone to the beauty parlor, and I figure she'll be back soon. As a result of the words, the two who were hugging each other then heard the sound of the door opening, and the next second, Chu Fong appeared in the doorway carrying a bag of vegetables. Shame on you. Chu Fong glared at Zhang Yanru, then looked at her own son and said in a good-natured manner, no talent. After all is said and done, carrying the groceries into the kitchen. Either going to help your bestie? Yu Xiaocheng patted the rich woman's arse and said seriously, to escalate the conflict between you. At first Zhang Yanru didn't want to go, but she really couldn't resist her little husband's soft words and the heart-penetrating love words, and with a red face, she went into the kitchen, while Yu Xiaocheng looked at her. Revealing a reassuring smile, he sat on the sofa and played with his cell phone. However, less than 3 minutes, the pretty ripe rich woman huffed and puffed. When she pulled open the sliding door of the kitchen, she turned around and still didn't forget to dislike her viciously back. Your cooking skill is no better, it's only limited to being able to eat. In the past it was all about taking care of your face, now I'm not pretending anymore. The words. With one head, she arched into her man's arms, reaching out to viciously pinch the flesh of his waist, hurting until Yu Xiaocheng remained pissed off. It's so hard to cook for yourself, and you hate me for this and that. The pretty ripe rich woman beamed, annoyed. At this time, Yu Xiaocheng didn't dare to speak, deeply afraid of being caught up in the conflict between the sisters, but of course, she couldn't do nothing, gently rubbing her back for her, helping her to smooth out her chi. Can't figure it out. How she gave birth to you. Auntie Richie raised her eyes, carefully sizing up Yu Xiaocheng, and muttered, luckily, your temper isn't like hers. As the words fall, come to the girlfriend's son's ear, whispered softly, I brought all the clothes and pants, tonight will not go back, continue to sleep with you in the same bed. Words that auntie is good for you? You want to stay overnight? Ah? Yu Xiaocheng tightened her brows and carefully said, it's not an eye candy for your bestie. Humph. I sleep with my own man, reasonable and legal. Young Yunru purposely replied loudly, if you have the ability to call the police anyway, tonight's someone's son. I'll sleep for sure. Following, Zhang Yanru hurriedly got up and sneaked to the kitchen door, listening to the movement inside. When she heard a burst of angry curses coming from inside, her heart was soothed. Yu Xiaocheng looked on, helpless in his heart, but thankfully the two didn't seem to be going to make a move. Where's mine? Zhang Yanru sat down at the dining table and looked at her evil mother-in-law come past tense best friend sitting across from her and said without any good humor, isn't surname Chu a bit too careful? You this villainous backwards rake is played through by you. Chu Fong laughed coldly, sleeping with my family's son and wanting to eat my family's rice, I'm telling you there's no door. Also, am I familiar with you? Why should I prepare rice for you? The pretty rich woman smiled faintly, glanced at the little baddie beside her, and said in a delicate and sultry manner, have a couple of bites of rice and a bite of food. The unknown Yu Xiaocheng did as he was told. At this point, Zhang Yanru looked at Chu Fong and said meaningfully, you think that if you don't prepare a meal for me, I'll go hungry tonight? Sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. When the rich woman finished these words, she suddenly turned around and cupped her best friend's son's cheeks and gently pried his mouth open, slurring his words. Hey, feed me. For a moment, Chu Fong, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was dumbfounded, and in her heart she called out that she couldn't defend herself. End of chapter. Chu Fong stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of her. For a moment she was shocked to the point of being speechless. Once she thought that the so-called feeding was holding a spoon and delivering the rice to the other person's mouth, but this vixen in front of her told her with practical actions, it was actually possible to feed with the mouth. Compared to Chu Fong's shock, Zhang Yanru at the moment ashamed to the degree of blushing, although she early on the former girlfriends do not hold any shame, but after all, let the girlfriends of the son to feed their own food, or with the mouth directly feed in. The key is when the girlfriends of the face can be imagined to need to pay how much great courage. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng is no better. He never thought that the rich woman aunt can be bold to such a point. It seems that after the showdown in front of mom, the rich woman aunt to the naked eye visible speed began to, of course. He also knew that the rich woman auntie did all this in order to be angry with her girlfriends. When Zhang Yanru swallowed the rice in the mouth of the little bad guy, she sat there with her head slightly hanging down in a muffled voice, her jade hand tightly gripping her pants, even to the point of pulling it into a flower. That's right, she is now very regret to make such irrational behavior, but things have been like this, can only be hard to continue to do it, but when you think about it in fact is not a big deal, kissing is not done this kind of thing, and even still. For a moment, the table held a silence, each of the three sat there without a word, frozen as if they were wooden chickens, an awkwardness in the air, but with a hint of anger mixed in around Chu Fong's side. Shameless. Disgusting. Chu Fong gritted her teeth and said, I'm telling you Zhang Yanru to stay away from my son, he is the future pillar of the country, you'll bring him down if you do this, and you're also harming the national interest. Zhang Yanru frowned, raised her head and looked at the evil woman across from her, and said without a trace of anger, don't you put a hat on me, he's my husband, I can toss him around as much as I want. The words. The rich woman, who was attacked by anger, once again repeated the trick, violently cupped her best friend's son's cheeks, gently pried open his mouth, and then swallowed and said to him, and Your aunt's wife is still hungry, give it to me quickly. My goodness. Why do I always get hurt when you two sisters fight? If it were usual, when no one is in private, Yu Xiaocheng would definitely be happy to feed her, but at this moment, her own mother is in front of her, and the key woman feeding her is still her former best friend, and the two of them are in a situation where they don't see eye to eye with each other. So what's the difference between pulling out a tooth from the mouth of a tiger and pulling out a tooth from the mouth of a tiger now? You don't cook well, but after your son ate it, I came back to try it. The flavor suddenly became better. Zhang Yanru chewed the rice in her mouth delicately while softly and delicately irritating Chu Fong, muttering, speaking of which, I haven't thanked you yet, for raising my husband. Chu Fong fiercely slapped the desktop, pointed at the vixen in front of her, and furiously shouted to her own son, drive her away. Drive her away immediately. Old mother doesn't want to see her for a second. Humph. I'm not leaving. Young Yunru raised her head, arrogant like a white swan. Alright. Are you two done? Yu Xiaocheng blackened her face and said angrily, all you know is to quarrel all day long, do you still have me in your eyes? The sudden flip-flop made the two former sisters not react for a moment, sitting there straight, their brows filled with unforeseen dismay, while Yu Xiaocheng's verbal education did not stop, he chose to strike while the iron was hot. First you. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the pretty and ripe rich woman beside her, and said with a puff of anger, all day long, you know how to make a demon, at least you're the president of a big company, can't you be a little bit more stable? Now I'm telling you. If you make a mistake again, be careful I'll take you off. As the words fall, twisting his head to look at his old mom, he said in an uncharacteristic manner, don't be smug. You too. You're almost a grandmother and you're still messing around all day. The sisters finally came back to their senses, though each other's faces were ironic. Chu Fong is a woman with a violent temper. Without saying anything, she stood up, grabbed her son's ear, and said fiercely, the brat wants to rebel, doesn't he? How dare you teach me a lesson? Your dad didn't even have this strength back then. Zhang Yanru was not willing to lag behind and similarly grabbed the little bad guy's ears and said coldly, you still want to take me off? I'm telling you auntie doesn't have the word divorce in her dictionary, there's just widowhood. I'm done pretending to be something I'm not. But what to do next hadn't occurred to Yu Xiaocheng. At this time he was being mixed with his bride and his old lady, commonly known as the second wife. Quickly, the short storm was sort of over, and the table was finally filled with a long-awaited harmony. The three of them ate their meal in silence. Then Yu Xiaocheng and her own mother's best friend sat on the sofa while Chu Fong cleared the table. The pretty mature rich woman looked at Chu Fong who was washing dishes in the kitchen, hurriedly turned her head to glare at the smelly man beside her, and coldly said, okay before it was just mischievous, and now directly stomped on the face, is it that my father's words yesterday spoke to your heart? Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for half a while, silently nodded, although there is nothing directly related to the old brother, but right now at this time, I can only use him as a shield, though. Although a little bit sorry for him, but it is not the first time to apologize to him, old brother should be able to understand me. Sure enough, Zhang Yanru clenched her fists and said furiously, I'm furious. I'll go and settle the score with him tomorrow. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips, his eyes revealing shame. Fortunately, I was born in a peaceful era, otherwise, I would definitely be shot as a traitor. Night. Silence. The pretty ripe rich woman really stayed at her best friend's house, and the three of them sat on the couch and watched TV, of course. None of their minds were on the TV. Chu Fong looked at the former best friend, at this moment snuggled in the arms of his son, the face of happiness, angry to the back groove of the teeth are almost bitten. Hard work will be a flower cultivated to the blooming stage. Pay how much blood and tears, the result of an old cow in Abad. As time passes, Chu Fong went back to her room to sleep, mainly out of sight out of mind, while Zhang Yanru was still snuggled in the arms of her best friend's son, continuing to enjoy the happy feeling of having a man. Went to find Changchang this afternoon? Zhang Yanru asked softly. Aha. Asked him to borrow a supercomputer to solve that modeling problem of mine. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and continued, then he sent me here. Zhang Yanru moved her position and said leisurely, he told me about it, and then complained to me about all sorts of things, complaining that I hurt your feet, so it's obvious how high you are in his heart. In fact, originally I was worried that you and Shangxiang couldn't get along well, but now it seems that my worries at first were completely redundant. Men are good at talking to each other, not like you and my mom. Yu Xiaocheng said. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and muttered in a small voice, I've already given in. In the morning, I made a suggestion to your mom that Monday through Friday, you go to me, Saturday and Sunday go to her, but as a result, she was dead set against it and must take the lion's share. Then I'm not convinced, why should she take the lion's share? You guys, you two fight like this every day, are you deliberately tossing me around? Yu Xiaocheng frowned, staring blankly at her own mother's best friend in her arms, and asked curiously, I feel like the two of you are fighting on purpose. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and disliked back in a bad mood. Are we two that idle? And deliberately quarreling if it wasn't for robbing you, would it have gotten to this level? Having said that, the rich woman's jade hand reached into her bosom friend's son's clothes, gently touching the robust chest, squeaking, come to think of it, it's not a big loss, losing a good sister and earning a little husband. What no loss, obviously blood profit. Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly,
your best friend is a blood loss. Not only did she lose her good sister, she even lost her own son. Let's do it this way. In order to make up for my mom's loss, you have to have 3 children in the future. Zhang Yanru tenderly twisted his chest, then she raised her eyes and looked at him fondly, looking at her best friend's son, and delicately said, 3 children is a bit insufficient. Let's simply have 6 children. Just worried that your firepower isn't fierce enough. Yu Xiaocheng laughed and came to her ear, whispering idly, Shasta. Not only was the pretty ripe rich woman blushing, her neck and ears were burning. Deadbeat. Little pervert. Just knows to engage in this. Young Yunru raised her shy little iron fist and lightly pounded on his chest, but a hint of anticipation flowed out between her eyebrows. At this point, Yu Xiaocheng hugged her own mom's best friend in her arms hard and laughed badly. Don't pretend in fact you're looking forward to it even more than I am, aren't you? I just saw in your eyes the longing for the future. Nasty. Roll on, roll on. Young Yunru pushed him away and glared at the naughty little man in shame, hurrying towards his room and opening the door. Turning her head to look at him again, she snapped, Ignore you. Perverted little pervert. Boom. When the room door was closed, Yu Xiaocheng was left alone in the living room. Gentle laughter. What an abrasive little goblin. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and slowly and leisurely walked towards her room as well on her crutches. Just about to open the door, Mom suddenly scurried out of the next room. The mother and son looked at each other, and compared to the son's embarrassment and dilemma, the mom had a look of hatred on her face. Mom, your best friend is still waiting for me in the room. Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his neck and said cautiously. Chu Fang glanced at her foot, which was in a cast, and then admonished in a serious tone. Don't you move, let her move. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. The night of the city is like a painting, with lights of all colors illuminating the night sky, becoming as bright as day. At this moment, the playful mature rich woman snuggled in the bosom of her best friend's son, sniffing the faint smell of shower gel on his body, while her delicate jade hand gently caressed the fine chest, her eyebrows filled with the tenderness of a mature woman. Come to think of it, it's rather amazing. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said softly, watching you grow up day by day and eventually become my husband, it feels like I'm playing a nurturing game. Yu Xiaocheng subconsciously hugged the rich Anne in her arms, her heart rippled, and she said gently, I also think it's quite amazing. In the end, I actually got together with my own mother's best friend, and the key is to give birth to 6 children for me, but then again, you only have 1 pair, how can you divide it up by having 6? Don't forget there's still me. Shasta. Auntie Richie trembled slightly, blushing, raised her head and glared at him fiercely, not forgetting to pinch him hard, and said in a petulant voice, You little pervert. What are you thinking about? I just said that casually, do you really think I want to give birth to 6? Besides, even if you want 6, it is not a one-time birth of 6, you think I am a pig? Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously and gently pinched her chin, then he sucked on those plump, vermilion lips, moving away from the sweet, delicate mouth for a moment and said, Look at you, you can't move without flipping your face, it's almost faster than turning over a book. Oof. Who told you to talk nonsense all day and? Also, Auntie Richie was all limp, her mesmerized eyes with endless favor, looking at her bosom friend's son who was close at hand, and said in a sticky voice, and so nasty, full of thither and thither stuff. The truth. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and replied in a serious tone, Actually, I've been craving it for more than a day or 2, so why don't you let me try it tonight? I'd like to try it tonight. Get out. No way. Rich Auntie beeped her mouth, face full of false-making resistance, huffed and puffed, You definitely want to mess around, take the opportunity to play all kinds of tricks on me, and besides, you were so big, but also eat what to eat Yu Xiaocheng smiled and did not say anything. Anyway, he is not in a hurry, at present to the rich woman Auntie's Thai power. It doesn't feel like it will take long for her to come up on her own, so she's not in a hurry at all. There is no hurry at all, simply as stable as an old dog. Little pervert. Zhang Yanru reached out and pinched his cheeks, scolding angrily, Don't engage in these things in the future, you have to be disciplined, understand? If you don't listen, beware of Auntie using a whip to whip you. Yes. But what if you hold it up to my mouth, what do I do? Eat it or not? Eat? You're going to whip me with a whip, and if you don't eat you'll be unhappy. Yu Xiaocheng tightly locked her brows and cautiously inquired. Aye. It was seen that Zhang Yanru's face, at a speed visible to the naked eye in the red, and even began to burn, followed by as if the Hulk transformed. Shy little iron fist seems to be like a torrential downpour tilted at the body of Yu Xiaocheng. On the other side, Chu Fang quietly lay on the bed, yet there was no sleep, because her mind was filled with images of the fox spirit tossing her son, both heartbroken and helpless. In fact, these days down, she also realized that simply cannot snatch back their own son. This wide-eyed wolf debt collector has completely and utterly become a bosom friend of the people. It seems that the son is in fair treatment. In fact, the balance scale has long been tipped on the other side. A good cabbage ended up being eaten by her. Chu Fang sighed deeply, got his cell phone and looked at the time, silently closed his eyes ready to start sleeping, but suddenly, from the next door vaguely came a sound. The sound is a little strange, crunching, do not know what is ringing. That vixen. Why don't you have any sense of humor at all?
My son's foot is in a cast and you're still not going to let him go?
Chu Fong was so angry in her heart, and it wasn't because she was jealous but from the bottom of her heart. Briefly thinking, calmly analyzing, hastily picking up his own cell phone, dialing the number of his former best friend, and then
was hung up on by the other side. Ouch. Pissed off. Chu Fong was so angry that she almost fainted, lifted the quilt ready to get out of bed. Results at this time she froze, and then silently back to the quilt. Although look at that vixen is quite bad, but some things cannot be too out of bounds. Forget about it as a lesson to the mixed kid is also good. At this point, the cell phone placed on the bedside rang. Chu Fong took a look at it and immediately answered the call. Sis? Is your son home? Song Qinchin asked softly on the phone. He's home. But that vixen was there. Chu Fong bristled, annoyed, and now a creaking in my son's room. Song Qinchin froze and said in surprise, your son's feet are like that, she still won't let go of? This is a bit too much, sis. We can't spoil her, you have to take out your mother-in-law's temperament and educate her fiercely. It's simply too much of a mess. No. This change in your attitude is a bit fast. I was a bit caught off guard. Chu Fong asked suspiciously, the day before yesterday, you were still urging the two of us to make up, but today you're suddenly fanning the flames. Anyway, I can't persuade you anymore, so why don't you guys make a little bit of a scene and let me see the drama? Song Qinchin didn't hide it and explained with a smiling face. Humph. You're quite the chicken thief. Chu Fong sighed and said bitterly, actually, write these 2 days down, I also thought a lot about it, and it's not so repulsive, but that vixen just likes to get in my face and give me all kinds of eye candy. For example, during dinner today, she actually let my son feed her. Feeding? It's not quite normal. Song Qinchin replied. Feed with your mouth. Chu Fong explained with a puff of air. Ah. This. At this moment, Song Qinchin's brain was buzzing. Originally still lying in the quilt, she, at this moment, had sat up straight, her face full of unbelievable expression, and even a little overwhelmed. That's understandable. Yun Ru has been repressed for more than 30 years, and finally found a man she likes to release. It's actually not a problem. Song Qinchin squeaked, what do you think, sis? I don't think so. Chu Fong rolled her eyes straight up and huffed, I just feel like she's purposely trying to piss me off. Ouch. Alright. What kind of character does your godsister have? You as a sister don't understand. That's how she is. The heart of the heart can be small, and possessiveness is still extremely strong. Song Qinchin comforted, don't be angry, if you get angry, you'll suffer in the end. How about you come and stay at my house for a few days? Chu Fong snorted coldly and said unhappily, that wouldn't be cheap for her. Or what? And you want to keep her from taking advantage of it, huh? Honestly, your son's mind and body went to her a long time ago. Song Qinchin said. Chu Fong didn't say anything more, and then she and Song Qinchin pulled a family affair for half an hour before hanging up the phone, and at this moment, there was also no movement next door. Gently lifting the quilt, she put on her slippers and went to the bathroom, when she just opened the door. Coincidentally at this time, the door to the second bedroom also opened, and Yun Ru walked out of the room. The sisters looked at each other, but this time there was no fight. Is my son still alive? Chu Fong inquired faintly. Alive. Yun Ru replied. Going to the bathroom? Wash your hands. Wash your hands? Wash your hands. Chu Fong skimmed her mouth and said without any humor, you go first. Zhang Yanru didn't push, and went straight into the bathroom a few moments later. She came out of it and then slipped into Yu Xiaocheng's room. Vixen. Chu Fong looked at the door to the second bedroom and muttered in a low voice. Next day, Yu Xiaocheng woke up from his sleep and found that the rich woman in his arms had disappeared, and his heart was anxious for fear that the two would fight again. When he came out of his room in a hurry, he ended up not seeing the rich woman, and shouted twice more at the top of his voice for Mom, while the response was silence. All gone? Yu Xiaocheng was instantly relieved, and his hanging heart was put into his stomach. He went back to his room and picked up his cell phone and called his real mom's best friend. Just a few moments later Richie got through. Off to work? Yu Xiaocheng lay on the bed and softly inquired. To your future husband's company. The rich woman on the phone replied. For a moment, Yu Xiaocheng was speechless, not expecting the rich woman to go to collect the debt so quickly. Don't ask for too much. Give your dad a way out. Yu Xiaocheng said carefully, after all, it's his own father. See how he behaves. Okay. No more bull **** with you, I'm already at his company, wait for my good news. A blind tone came from the phone. Yu Xiaocheng sat at the bedside, his heart kept praying for a miracle for Zhang Xinghua, but unfortunately God did not have any response to this. Zhang Yanru rode the elevator is heading to the top floor of the building. As the floor continues to rise, the heart of that a wave of resentment is also more and more intense because the little husband was brought down by their own dad, and now Yu Xiaocheng is also full of family status. Boom boom boom. There was a polite knock on the door, followed by a rush in. Zhang Xinghua at this time in the tea, this is his habit, a good day from a cup of tea. In the end, the black-hearted leaky little cotton-padded jacket appeared. Zhang Xinghua's heart pounded as he knew that his daughter had come from a bad place.
Since the consecutive pit several times, Zhang Xinghua from which also figured out the daughter pit father's process, first affectionate attack, then pampering cute, and finally a hit.
In response,
Zhang Xinghua also came up with a way to keep playing dumb and ignoring his daughter's hints.
Ouch. Baby girl is here? Zhang Xinghua said smilingly, Miss Daddy? Dad. Don't get close. Zhang Yanru sat down and said unapologetically, I'm here to pit my father. First issue and then revise. End of chapter.
When Zhang Xinghua heard his daughter's words, he was instantly shocked to the extent of dumbfounded, his eyes full of dismay, as well as caught-off-guard expression, and even a bit at a loss for words.
The routine has been upgraded?
In the past, according to the process to go, first is affectionate offensive, and then petulant cute, and finally a hit to kill, but now is even open to the door, not the slightest concealment of the purpose of her father, directly open-mouthed to say, they are here to pit the father. What to do? My daughter has blocked the way out. At this moment Zhang Xinghua head buzzing, forced to calm the deep inside that do not know what to do with the emotions, said with a smile, you a little girl again to tease dad, line. Hurry up and say what are you doing here, later dad has a meeting to open.
I already said that. Daughter is over to pit your money.
Zhang Yanru fatally replied, I want to change a set of houses to live in, the new house has been looked after in advance, about 5 or 6 million, your daughter does not have so much money, dad this money to help me out, by the way, also want to buy 2 more cars, the price in $15 million or so, it only adds up to 70 million.
Not expensive.
Zhang Xinghua was relieved to improve his daughter's living environment, and then purchase 2 cars. This is not a pit, not to mention 50 to 60 million a house, even if it is 200 million houses, as long as the daughter likes.
When the father's eyes do not blink. I thought something was wrong. Buy. Must buy. Definitely buy. Definitely buy it.
Zhang Xinghua said with bravado, it's only $70 million, it's just a small amount of money for dad.
It's just a small amount of money. Not even a small goal.
The words. Zhang Xinghua looked seriously at his daughter and said in a serious tone, 50 to 60 million would be a mansion, right?
Wouldn't it be a little low grade? Dad at least is Forbes rich people. Why don't I give you $200 million at once? You go and buy the most extravagant house in Shanghai City.
Zhang Yanru lightly raised her willow eyebrows, pursed her lips and replied in a glutinous manner, you cannot as long as you don't feel pain on the line. I am indifferent, anyway, it is you who pays for it.
What heartache. Zhang Xinghua blankly eyed his precious daughter and inquired with a smile, say, why the sudden need to change houses? Now this house. It's a little bit not suitable as a future matrimonial home, so.
That's why I want to change to an even better house.
Zhang Yanru replied leisurely. Oh, use it as a wedding room. Zhang Xinghua picked up his teacup and sipped it, suddenly shivering, looking at her incredulously, looking at his little cotton jacket, and asked shakily, what did you say? You intend to use it as a bridal chamber? Not you. Ouch. My precious daughter. You confused Zhang Xinghua broke his defenses and exasperatedly said, shouldn't the man buy the wedding house? Why should I have to pay for it? No. Dad won't pay a penny. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and puffed. What wild man that is your future son-in-law, in addition to this house is not I do not live? Speaking of which, staring blankly at the spiteful dad in front of him, he suddenly came to a realization and murmured, oh I understand, in fact, you are just heartbroken about the money and don't want to give your daughter a good living environment. Okay. Then in the future, my daughter will go sleep on the street, anyway, dad doesn't care about me anymore. Geez you girl. How could dad not care about you? Dad is the most loving man in this world, dad is only not satisfied with that future husband of yours. Zhang Xinghua hesitated for half a bit and said seriously, how about you change to a reliable husband? Dad feels that husband of yours might be a liar. Rest assured. It's true he's a liar, but you taught him all that. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said in an uninterested manner, you haven't even seen him, so how can you judge that he's a liar? A man's intuition. Zhang Xinghua said in a serious manner, baby girl man this kind of creature is very deceptive, you must keep your eyes peeled, do not get fooled in confusion. Oof. You just don't want to buy. Young Yanru skimmed her mouth, after saying so much it's not that you don't want to buy it. Zhang Xinghua looked embarrassed and squeaked, whoever said that, dad will definitely buy it for you, what dad means is would it be too early to buy it now? It's not like you can live in it right away, you have to redecorate and buy furniture and appliances, and by the way, you have to remove the formaldehyde. Not a year's time cannot live in. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, stared straight at him and asked seriously, are you buying or not? Buy. But only your name can be on the real estate license, plus, the real estate license is put here with me. Zhang Xinghua said. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, and couldn't help but mutter in her heart that no wonder her dad was able to make money, which was inevitably too cautious, for fear of his future son-in-law splitting the money. Whatever. When the time comes, $2.1.5 billion, into the daughter's private account. Young Yanru spoke. Isn't it $70 million? When did $2.1.5 billion become available? Zhang Xinghua looked at her suspiciously and asked curiously.
You said 50 to 60 million house is too inferior, not worthy of your Forbes rich list status, at least 200 million only.
Yes? I said no such thing. Dad, you're going too far, you clearly told me. Do you have proof? Finally gone. Cottonwood is getting out of line.
When Zhang Xinghua watched his daughter drive away, he was relieved. But more than that, it was a hysterical and hopeless reluctance. When he returned to his office, the first thing he did was to dial his wife's personal number, and in a few moments the call was answered. Wife. Just now my daughter came to me, nice guy. Opened the door and directly began to pit me.
Zhang Xinghua said bitterly, she wants to change a set of house, as her future wedding room. Do you think this is angry? Shouldn't the wedding house be paid for by the man? How come it's my turn?
Hearing her husband's string of complaints, Xu Chunyan replied faintly, what era is this still so clear-cut? It's not all about whoever has more money contributing more, it's all for the children anyway.
The reasoning is this right, but.
Zhang Xinghua sighed, exasperated, I'm not really in favor of this marriage, the key until now.
Don't even know what kind of man the other party is. Your daughter did tell me.
Xu Chunyan replied leisurely, overall the words are not bad, a man worth trusting.
Hearing is believing.
You find an opportunity for your daughter to bring her man out and let us have a look.
Zhang Xinghua said.
Xu Chunyan answered casually and replied softly and quietly, let's talk about it when the time comes. Besides, do you know why your daughter came to trap you without any warning?
How do I know? Zhang Xinghua didn't have the good sense to say. You, mull it over.
Xu Chunyan said meaningfully, don't be blinded by superficial falsehoods, be sure to polish your own eyes, and observe more people and things around you more from the details. Without saying too much, Xu Chunyan hung up the phone, and at this moment Zhang Xinghua was in a daze, somewhat puzzled by his wife's words.
Details? People and things around you? What exactly is she trying to say? Meanwhile,
young Yanru came to Song Qinshin's doorstep. Today the good sister is off.
So she came to raise hell.
When Song Qinshin opened the door and saw that standing in the doorway was her furious best friend, she knew that today was a bad day, and forced down her inner trepidation and uneasiness, and said with a smiling face, so you still know that I'm off today? Humph. Not only do I know you're off today, I also know you're a traitor. Young Yanru rushed into the house, changed into her slippers and sat on her butt on the sofa, glaring viciously at her best sister, and said coldly, secretly telling her, and actually not telling me, she's the one who's your best sister, and I'm not? Song Qinshin smiled awkwardly and hurriedly sat down beside Zhang Yanru, gently holding her arm and gently saying, alright,
I'm wrong, isn't it? Forgive me once, okay?
Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and huffed, I'm already sad, the kind of sad that can't be coaxed well, knowing full well that she and I are quarreling. It's not even if you don't help. You're actually pulling the plug.
Ouch. My presidentess. Don't be so small-minded. Song Qinshin pouted, you're a generous man, don't be so mean to me, okay?
Young Yanru ignored her and continued to recount her bad deeds, saying without a trace of humor, once you had a car accident, who sent you to the hospital?
You were so kind to return the favor.
Song Qinshin pursed her lips and muttered in a small voice, you just sent me to the hospital, but other sister Fangfang accompanied me for a month. Then you go get her. Zhang Yanru broke away from Song Qinshin and stood up, ready to leave, when she was
yanked back by her good sister? Look at you.
You can't move without being anxious, and you say that your heart size aren't small. Song Qinshin blanked her and said softly, wait a moment.
I've prepared something good for you. Saying that,
then he hurried into the bedroom and soon emerged from the room. Here. I was given exactly 2 in-house tickets to the top luxury spa mountain hotel.
Consider it my reparation and apology.
Song Qinshin stuffed the 2 tickets into her bestie's arms, then mysteriously pulled out a small box. Song Qinshin handed it to her best friend's hand, then patted her thigh and said meaningfully, I spent a lot of money to get you the special sea dragon powder, just a tiny spoonful.
Speaking of which,
moving to her bestie's ear, she whispered softly, it was gorgeous all night. At this moment, Auntie Richie was blushing, her eyebrows full of unspeakable shame, but her jade hand was gripping the box with a death grip, deeply afraid of losing it. What if 2 scoops? End of chapter. When Song Qinshin heard her best friend ask her about the effect of 2 spoons, for a moment this doctor was confused, revealing a hint of strangeness and fear between her eyebrows, and even some regret. Hurriedly and carefully admonished, I'm telling you, you mustn't give Xiao Cheng indiscriminate food, if you eat too much of this stuff.
It's easy for something to happen. I know.
I'm just asking what the effect of taking 2 spoons is. The pretty mature rich woman rolled her eyes and said softly, don't worry.
I have a sense of proportion. How do I feel you? You don't seem like a woman with a sense of propriety. If you really have a sense of propriety, how could you fall in love with your best friend's son? Song Qinshin pursed her lips and said in a serious tone, Yanru. Although sea dragon powder is particularly powerful and doesn't have any side effects, you have to remember that it's a medicine that's 3 times poisonous. Don't ever mess around with it. As for what effect you say 2 spoons have, I don't know. I guess it's more ferocious than 1 spoon. Let's say after 1 spoon is a brute cow, then 2 spoons is an elephant. Song Qinshin paused at this point and continued seriously, anyway, you take it easy. Don't let Xiao Cheng not be able to stand it by then, and you won't be able to stand it either. The pretty ripe rich woman pursed her lips, silently put away this box of rich woman's source of happiness, and said softly, since we're talking about it then I have something I need to ask you for. The last time you sent me those things, I can't understand them at all. Why don't you take care of them for me? And by the way, help me decoct the medicines again. I remember that right now. Hospitals can help with the decoction. That prescription, right? This is not much of a problem. I'll give a call to my classmate who studies Chinese medicine and let her help get it done. Song Chin finished, holding tight to the arm of her girlfriend, laughed evilly. Can I, you little hoof, so love to protect their little man's kidney? Before I thought you were very resistant to this kind of thing. Did not think tisk tsk. The pretty ripe rich woman blanked out, not taking her up on it, and said casually, how about getting together for lunch later? Going out to eat? Of course. Do you make them? Are the ones you make edible? Hey, don't look down on people, okay? I'm not bad at cooking, especially egg fried rice. It's simply the best in the world. Ugh. Dogs shake their heads when they smell it. You. The sisters then had a flurry of fun on the couch, while the grudge against each other dissipated in the banter. After the playfulness, Song Chin leaned against her best friend and said softly, to tell you something, Sister Fongfong has actually compromised. She knows that her son can't come back to her, it's just that you're a bit overly fond of flaunting yourself in front of her, and this point has made her particularly annoyed. She calls me a vixen every day. Can I not fight back? Young Yunru skimmed her mouth and replied leisurely, but I also felt the change in her, but reconciliation is no longer possible. Some things once you make a change, you won't be able to change back to the original, even if you change back. There will also be a lot of separation in between. Hey, the good sisters finally turned against each other. Song Chin sighed, said bitterly, you also really look on who cannot but on the side of the great nephew to start. The key is still watched him grow up, you and Fongfong's sister to know when. Xiao Cheng probably read junior high school? Aha. At that time he was quite shy, especially shy and introverted. Zhang Yanru recalled him as a child, the corners of his mouth could not help but raise a shallow arc, murmured, at that time he was still growing his body, but did not exceed my height, just to my shoulder position, and now all exceeded me so much. That's for sure. How many years have passed? Song Chin pursed her lips and said with a smiling face, did it ever occur to you then that this might be your future husband? How? Zhang Yanru lightly bit her lips and said with a face of shyness, at that time there was no idea of a relationship at all. At that time I saw him and thought that the little guy was quite shy, and white and clean. Looks also very clean. You have to say close to sure, and he is very close. After all, it is her son. Song Chin laughed and said softly, come to think of it, this experience of yours is quite amazing. The little man you watched grow up turned out to be your husband. This is similar to a child bride. Right. Did you keep a picture of your little husband? It's a picture of him as a child. Song Chin asked. Zhang Yanru pouted her lips slightly and replied helplessly, how could I possibly keep pictures of him as a child if I knew at that time that he was my future man, I would have definitely recorded all sorts of beautiful moments. But at that time I didn't know. Fangirl sure has. Song Chin said mysteriously, ask her to get it. She must have kept a lot of your husband's childhood photos. I'm not going. Young Yunru blanked her and replied unhappily, going is the same as admitting defeat. Ouch. Song Chin said helplessly, is it fun to compete with this? After all, people are your little husband's own mother, you have to call her a mom after all. I really convinced okay I'll help you go to ask for it, but you can't take it for yourself. When the time comes to get your hands on the photo album, don't give it back to Sister Fongfong. The pretty ripe rich woman nodded her head hurriedly, took her good sister's hand and said seriously, don't worry. I definitely won't take it for myself. If you can't trust me, I'll pay you a deposit. Alright. You hand over a $10 million, $5 million to Sister Fongfong, and $5 million to me for a period of 1 month. Song Chin said. Then I don't want it. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth, her brows filled with resistance, and she puffed, what's the difference between you and robbing money? Sure enough, Yu Tai Hoof wants it for herself. Song Chin gently pinched her arm, and said without any goodwill, you go ask for it yourself, this favor. I'm not going to help, don't let the time come when you're full of smiles and laughter while I'm being scolded by Sister Fongfong. The pretty ripe rich woman smiled awkwardly, then glanced at the time and said softly, it's almost time. You quickly go and change your clothes, let's go have lunch. Aha. Song Chin went back to her bedroom and came out of her room not a moment later, and the sisters went off to forage for food. Older brother. Suddenly calling me for tea, I'm afraid. This is something troubling you, isn't it? Yu Xiaocheng rode in Zhang Xingguo's car. The two brothers are heading to a certain tea room. Originally Yu Xiaocheng at home to play games, but suddenly received a phone call. Zhang Xingguo looking for him to go to tea originally thought to refuse to turn off, but Yu Xiaocheng heard Zhang Xingguo's words in the depressed, then quietly agreed to go down. Hey, I'm sad in my heart, old brother. Zhang Xingguo sighed and said bitterly, I'll talk to you in detail when we wait until the tea room. Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth and roughly guessed the reason for his despondency. It must be because Zhang Yanru had screwed him out of money. soon came to the tea room. The brothers sat facing each other. Yu Xiaocheng sipped the cup of tea, whispered softly, "Is it that your daughter pitched you again?" "So you guessed." "Exactly." Zhang Xinghua said lifelessly, "This time she cheated away $70 million. Yu Xiaocheng almost didn't sit still. How can there be more than $10 million? The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Older brother, you give old brother to comment, this two sides married. Which has the woman to pay for the wedding house?" Zhang Xinghua said with an exasperated face, "The key that little bastard has never seen until now. I don't even know what it looks like." Yu Xiaocheng was a bit embarrassed and stammered out a reply, that what? Oh. I don't mean this, old brother, I don't take it to heart." Zhang Xinghua then came back to his senses, full of apologies. "Your situation is different again, after all, you yourself are very good. That son-in-law of mine is not called a son-in-law, it should be called a little bastard, egu. I haven't even seen the person, on what grounds should I be allowed to buy a wedding house?" For a moment, Yu Xiaocheng felt like going crazy. What's the difference between this and a stick face open wide? Older brother. Today, old brother will tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Zhang Xinghua finished a cup of tea and said angrily, "That wild man beside Xiaoru, I have to give him some bitterness to eat. Messing things up actually got into my head, and tricked my daughter. Holy, don't do that, old man. I'm scared." Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and said cautiously, "Older brother's illegal things, we cannot do now is the rule of law society, coupled with the internet's support, an insignificant little thing, through the network of fermentation, will gradually brew into a big thing. I know. I'm just warning him to stay away from my daughter." Zhang Xinghua refilled a cup of tea for himself, and after taking a small sip, he continued, "Your sister-in-law is a big leader, and she's very skittish about this kind of thing, so I'm not going to mess around with it, and everything will be done within the scope of what the law allows." Yu Xiaocheng sighed with relief and said in a serious tone, "Older brother, I think this matter, think twice before acting, mainly on your daughter's side. If she knows, you two father-daughter relationship will come to an end. For the happiness of my daughter. It's all I can do, and it has to be done." Zhang Xinghua locked his brows tightly and said in a serious manner, "This wild man must get out of my daughter's way and keep him. I won't be able to sleep the whole night. I'm keeping you. I've been up all night too." Yu Xiaocheng never expected the situation to deteriorate to such an extent that it had reached the stage of you dying and me dying. Thinking about this, Yu Xiaocheng was a bit restless. At the same time, a line from a TV show comes to mind. "If you don't get him today, you'll get him one day." Can't recall which TV show it was, but it makes sense anyway. Strike first and suffer later, I think it should be. It seems that it's time to blow some pillow talk on a rich woman's pillow tonight. End of chapter. How have you been doing? To what extent has the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law been dealt with? Zhang Xinghua was concerned about his little old brother, sipping his tea. While inquiring, Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his mouth and replied bitterly, "The fights are over, but the two of them are still sulking with each other. Forget it. I can't solve it, so why don't I just leave the two of them alone and toss them around as much as I want? Is this ready to go out on a limb?" Zhang Xinghua smiled faintly, refilling his oldest brother's tea, and said softly, "Your choice like this is not bad, just let them toss and turn on their own, as long as time goes by. There will always be a day when they get tired of tossing, and then you can come out and fix it. Of course sometimes the situation will get worse. Whatever." Yu Xiaocheng picked up his teacup and took a small sip, saying leisurely, "I've decided to swing for the fences anyway." The words. Yu Xiaocheng pondered, carefully reminded, "Old brother, simply you also let go of the chant. Do not care about your daughter and son-in-law. Have you ever heard of a song called There Is a Kind of Love is called Letting Go? Can't let go at all. After all, it's a daughter if it's a son, of course I don't care though. Even though my daughter is a bit of a puddle, it's only right as a father to protect his daughter, so I will never let go." Zhang Xinghua flattened his mouth, then gritted his teeth and said, "That wild man, I must make him look good." Having said that, Zhang Xinghua looked up at Yu Xiaocheng and asked with a puzzled face, "What's wrong with you? Your face suddenly looks so bad." "Ha? Oh no. It's okay." Yu Xiaocheng forced out a smile and replied softly, "Suddenly thought of something sad. It's fine. Let's continue drinking tea." In the subsequent time, the brothers chatted while drinking tea until they talked about men's kidney function. Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and asked cautiously, "Older brother, don't blame me for being shallow in knowledge. That is, to your age, is it not to rely on? To rely on auxiliary drugs?" Zhang Xinghua smiled awkwardly and explained helplessly, "It depends. But compared to a youngster like you, it is indeed much worse than before, of course. It's also an occasional use. You have to know that by your sister-in-law's age, she has this big appetite to understand?" "Oh." Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips, picked up his teacup and asked in a low voice, "Older brother, what exactly does marriage bring to a man?" Zhang Xinghua did not answer him this question, but the atmosphere between each other began to fall silent, and the air was filled with a faint sadness, while an old and a small two men. At this moment, their faces are full of despondency and helplessness. "Dinner at old brother's house tonight? How about staying at old brother's house by the way?" Zhang Xinghua asked. "Yeah, but it's time to disturb you couple again." Yu Xiaocheng laughed. Zhang Xinghua rolled his eyes and laughed in a good-natured manner. What are you talking about? What is disturbing or not disturbing? First of all, I don't mention that as long as you can come, your sister-in-law is very happy. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and didn't say anything more. Toward evening, Yu Xiaocheng and Chu Chunyan were sitting on the sofa while the so-called head of the family was cooking in the kitchen. Chu Chunyan looked at her future son-in-law, and from the beginning to the end of the smile of satisfaction, really should be the words. Mother-in-law to see son-in-law, the more you see the more you like. Of course, Yu Xiaocheng coaxing mother-in-law level is also a great. All kinds of praise words endless. Chu Chunyan coaxed the flower twigs fluttering. Mom! Today I'm having tea with Dad. Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and said as thin as a mosquito, he already hates his future son-in-law to the point where he even wants to get me killed. This what should I do? Let your wife sort it out. Chu Chunyan laughed and replied softly, don't mind so much, these things are all caused by your wife, let her solve them herself. Letting Yenru solve it is mostly adding fuel to the fire and snow to the fire. Yu Xiaocheng hesitated and said softly, in addition about Yenru want to buy a new house thing, Mom, this is completely her own idea, I cannot encourage, you have to distinguish. Chu Chunyan bared her teeth and laughed out, soothingly saying, don't worry, Mom knows what's going on inside. Mom knows what's going on in there, so don't worry or think about it. Just then, suddenly there was a ringing of the doorbell, and not surprisingly it was the rich woman coming home. Chu Chunyan opened the door and saw her daughter standing in the doorway, and said without any good humor, you dead girl has caused a big trouble again. And what's wrong with me? Young Yunru frowned, puzzled with a hint of confusion. Humph. You went to your father for the house in the morning, and in the afternoon your father went to your man and cried and got in your man's face. Said he wanted to get your man killed. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes, now Xiao Cheng is freaking out. How dare he? Zhang Yenru raised her willow eyebrows and said with a displeased face, he dares to move with me around? Work it out for yourself. Your father already hates his future son-in-law to the bone, if he knows that Cheng is his son-in-law. I think the two of them will most likely fall out, Chu Chunyan said. Zhang Yenru pursed her lips and responded in a glutinous manner, then walked into the house with her own mom. As the father of the complaining species was cooking in the kitchen, the pretty mature rich woman was boldly close to Yu Xiaocheng, and even in front of the mother, holding his hand, the three of them talked about some things until dinner. The atmosphere at the table was quite harmonious, while Yu Xiaocheng sipped a few glasses of wine at the strong request of Zhang Xinghua, and the meal lasted a whole hour and a half. At this time on the sofa in the living room, drunken Zhang Xinghua next to his little brother, and clutching Yu Xiaocheng's hand, mouthful of brotherly love, and Zhang Yenru sat on the side, looking at his father's appearance. This heart is angry again. Dad. Just about. Hurry up and take a bath and go to bed. Young Yenru couldn't help but speak. Baby daughter gave the word. Zhang Xinghua can only obediently go upstairs, the key he is also almost unable to support. When Zhang Xinghua left, anti-rich woman can no longer suppress the inner impulse and desire, head arched into her man's arms. Leave the door open at night, I'm going to sneak in and sleep with you. Young Yunru's jade hand felt into the little bad guy's clothes, felt the robust and lean chest and squeaked, don't worry, I'll sneak back in the morning. At this point, Chu Chunyan came out of the kitchen, looking at her daughter snuggled in the arms of her son-in-law, the face full of happiness, could not help but flow out of the gratified smile. In the past, she was very worried that her daughter wouldn't be able to find a man. After all, with her temper and stubbornness, no man could stand her, but she never expected that she would find a man like Xiao Chang. She had actually found a man like Xiao Chang. This is Ching's life, isn't it, to have such a calamity in his life, to be badly spoiled by Yun Ru. Mom, you can go upstairs, I'll make out with your son-in-law for a while. Zhang Yenru said playfully and softly. Chu Chunyan blanched at this little nymph, and earnestly admonished, you all a little more leisurely, other people's Xiao Cheng's feet are not yet well, can't forbid your tossing and turning. I know. You hurry up. Eventually Chu Chunyan was driven away by her own daughter, and the loving young couple was left in the large living room. Today's Zhang Yenru is completely not in the past that kind of reserve. When both parents left, violently hooked the neck of the little bad guy, rich red lips tightly affixed to his mouth, at the same time the body also kept twisting to and fro. My mom told me. Zhang Yenru loosened her mouth and hung onto his body, saying softly, don't worry, as long as there's an ant, my dad can't do anything to you. I see that your father is moving for real this time. Yu Xiaocheng wrapped his arms around this full-bodied petite body and said with a despondent expression, actually, I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that the moment your father learns the truth, it's hard to accept. It has to be known eventually. The rich woman pursed her lips and said softly and glumly, now that things have eased up a bit between your mom and I, next it's my dad's turn next, so let's find a chance to show him our cards. Are you sure? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her in surprise. Aha. The rich woman's head was buried in his arms, and she replied daintily, we have to face it. Instead of hiding all day, why don't you? I'd rather face it before it's too late. Okay. I'm at your disposal. Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth, even though he thought in his heart that he would slow down a bit more, but since his own mom's best friend had already made her plans, he simply went along with what she wanted. Hey, I also wonder if my oldest brother will just faint when he realizes that I'm his future son-in-law? Does your father have any illnesses?
Like high blood pressure or heart disease or something like that? Yu Xiaocheng asked carefully. I'm not cursing your father. I'm worried that he
won't be able to accept reality and then suddenly faint. As if.
It seems like a bit of high blood pressure. Young Yunru cocked her head and muttered. Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a long time and whispered in her ear, since your blood pressure is a bit high, remember to have anti-hypertensive medication on hand when you're ready to show your hand to him.
Don't worry.
I'll make arrangements ahead of time.
Zhang Yanru twisted her body and muttered in a thin voice, right.
In the morning, I went to find your Aunt Song, and by the way, I asked her to grab a few patches of kidney tonic herbs for you, so you have to take them on time when the time comes.
I'm not drinking.
Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, I'm such a young and strong young man, what kidney tonic I'll look down on Hua? Zhang Yanru raised her head, her mesmerized eyes staring straight at him, and in the next second she sat up straight, then her green onion fingers gently picked up his chin and said delicately, little bad boy. Auntie can be meaner than you think. Auntie will eat people. End of chapter. Since seeing Zhang Yuanxiang's appearance after being destroyed, Yu Xiaocheng had a deep fear of mature women, especially since this mature woman beside him was also violent, which made him feel even more deeply afraid. However, now, this mature woman did not pretend anymore, she directly chose to show her cards.
Auntie can be a cannibal.
Devilish whispers in the air constantly surrounded, each word is like a sharp dagger, deep into Yu Xiaocheng's tender boy heart. He panicked completely and utterly panicked. He remembered the future of every night. He remembered that every night in the future will be dominated by a rich woman, a sense of fear from the soles of the feet from the sky.
Hello. What's wrong with you?
Zhang Yanru looked at the muddled little bad guy, looked at the brow-showed panic of the girlfriend's son, puffed out a smile, green onion jade finger poked his head, angry, this is afraid? Since you're so scared. Then obediently listened to Auntie's words, wait for that batch of Chinese medicine to arrive, and take it every day on time.
Aye.
In the face of ferocious surging pretty aunt, even if the waist how straight, at this moment also wilted, pulling the goat with their own head, bitterly replied, I know for sure take it on time, absolutely no faking.
Aha! That's what Auntie's good husband is.
Zhang Yanru cupped his cheeks with satisfaction, then tenderly dotted his mouth, then snuggled into his arms and murmured, little bad guy you are not in a hurry to want Auntie's body, or not? Why don't you wait for your feet to get better, we will start.
No rush. No hurry.
Yu Xiaocheng shook his head decisively and said in a serious tone, suddenly remembered one thing, is that actually maybe my two kidneys are not very strong, you
wait a little bit longer, I'll replenish some ammunition.
Then we'll fight to the death. The pretty ripe rich woman raised her eyes, daintily blanked him, and said without any good humor, when I didn't give it to you in the past, you were all sorts of impatient, and now that auntie wants to give it to you, you're trying to slow it down again.
Men's mouths are really deceitful ghosts, not a word of truth. Ahem.
Previously a bit overestimated myself and underestimated you, since I saw your nephew's miserable appearance, this aunt is really not to be messed with. Yu Xiaocheng sighed and said with emotion, he hasn't exercised for a long time, when my feet get better, I'm going to the gym to work out, especially to strengthen my lower limbs. The words. The little villain slowly clapped his hands together and badgered his pretty aunt in his arms, now that's how your little husband.
Next. Suddenly the clapping accelerated. Waiting for me for a month is the effect. Yu Xiaocheng came close to the rich woman's ear and whispered, baby auntie, do you like it?
You hate it. The blushing rich auntie, as soon as she pushed his hands away, then she raised her shy little iron fist and pounded hard on his body, saying in a petulant rage, I'm at least considered your elder, no big or small. If you're like this again in the future, be careful auntie will beat you to death. Used to count. But now that you and my mom have both broken up, you shouldn't be able to be my elder anymore, right? Yu Xiaocheng wrapped his arms tightly around the buoyant mature woman in his arms and said in a serious tone, on the contrary. My seniority is higher than yours now, after all, I'm your father's younger brother, you have to call me uncle. Speaking of which, Yu Xiaocheng invited two treats and said seriously, big niece call out an uncle for me to hear. Shasta. The beautiful mature rich woman in the arms of the face of a condensation, followed by two jade hands ruthlessly pinched his waist meat, twisted with all his might suddenly a heart-rending pain swept through the whole body of Yu Xiaocheng, almost fainted. Ouch. Can't stand dying. Yu Xiaocheng cried and begged bitterly, mercy. I was wrong. Really wrong. Why do you think you're being a when you know you're going to get your ass kicked by me? What does that mean to you? Young Yunru inquired curiously. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and carefully replied, there's actually no special significance, it's just that I want to be angry with you, and it's especially satisfying in my heart to see you furious. You stinking man. I'll keep you satisfied. I'll satisfy you. Rich auntie broke right through the defense and left numerous marks of domestic violence on him. Meanwhile, the couple in the bedroom were sitting on the bed and chatting, and the chat had something to do with Yu Xiaocheng. Wife. This son-in-law. We can't have it. Zhang Xinghua said seriously, I thought about it carefully.
He might be a crook, odds are he's eyeing those properties of mine. Chu Chenyan flipped through the book and said faintly, don't think nonsense, I've told you all about it, he's a very nice boy, besides, you need to stop tossing things out for me, I'm in a hurry to become a grandmother now, and you know the consequences if you jeopardize my plans to become a grandmother. Zhang Xinghua rolled his eyes and disliked in a bad mood, do you know the saying? It's called haste makes waste, what if our daughter meets a scumbag? Where are the scum of the earth? Chu Chenyan skimmed her mouth and casually replied, you less worry about your daughter's heart, she knows it herself and is not a child anymore, besides, is it useful if you like it or not? Daughter like on the line. You. When the time comes to cause trouble, I'll see how you end up. Zhang Xinghua took a rare dislike back. Chu Chenyan closed the books, turned her head to look at her husband beside her, and said seriously, have you ever thought of a problem? People don't even want those things from you, it's our daughter who put it together herself. And what does that tell you? Anyway, the beam between me and him is already knotted. Zhang Xinghua bristled and said with a dark face, only one of me and that wild man can live. Chu Chenyan smiled and said leisurely, don't worry, your daughter will definitely choose to let her husband live and then let you die. Zhang Xinghua looked unconvinced and said seriously, I don't believe it, I'm her real father. Oof. Your daughter is one of those who turns her elbow outward, does she care if you are her own father? At most, she will pay her respects at your spirit and make some unthinkable demands. Chu Chenyan replied blandly, a fine taste. Indeed it is so, Zhang Xinghua awkwardly laughed to cover the deep loss and despair, bitterly said, before also naively thought that the daughter is the father's little cotton jacket, did not think. There are more things you didn't expect. Chu Chenyan glanced at her husband beside her and said meaningfully, in the morning. Didn't I tell you, observe the people and things around you more, pay more attention to certain details that are hard to notice. No. What the hell does that mean? Zhang Xinghua asked with a face full of curiosity, I really can't figure it out. Chu Chenyan poked him in the heart and said seriously and gravely, use your heart. Use your heart to find the answer. Night. Quiet. Zhang Yanru lying on the bed tossing and turning, simply do not care about sleep. She just sneaked out, and then in the doorway of the parents' room to eavesdrop. The results found that the couple is still chatting, a time this heart is about to be anxious. Thinking about it. Silently picking up his cell phone, he sent a message to his old mom, urging her to hurry up and go to bed with dad. Zhang Yanru, Mom. You and dad stop talking and go to bed quickly. Moments. Received a reply from mom. Chu Chenyan, you little ninny. I'm not in your way when I'm talking to your dad. If you want to go to sleep with Chang, go ahead, your dad won't come in. Looking at the contents sent by her mom, Zhang Yanru beamed. Holding up her cell phone, she quickly edited the content. Young Yun are you? I'll go then. Chu Chenyan, go ahead in addition you take it easy. Young Yun are you? I know. Carefully lifting the covers, the pretty ripe rich woman took her cell phone, put on her slippers and tiptoed out of the room when she came to the corridor. First, she eavesdropped at the door of her parents' room for a while, then she walked towards the little bad guy's room. Opened the door gently. The dark room was filled with a light fragrance. The rich woman knew very well where this fragrance came from, since the old mom knew that the little bad guy was her son-in-law. This room was treated as the little bad guy's exclusive room, and from time to time, it would be cleaned up, and then set up a light aromatherapy. Closed the door. The rich woman groped her way to the edge of the bed in the dark, and as she lifted the covers and was about to lie down in them, suddenly a hand clutched her wrist tightly, and in the next instant she flung herself under the covers. I've been waiting for you for half a day, why are you here now? Yu Xiaocheng hugged this abrasive vixen in his arms tightly, sniffing the scent of the shower gel on her body, and asked tenderly, don't mention it. Your old husband and mother-in-law are still up. The rich woman pouted and muttered in a low voice. Ha? Yu Xiaocheng shivered and said with a horrified face, no. Your father wasn't asleep yet, and you just touched in? What? Are you scared? Auntie is not afraid, what are you afraid of? The rich woman rolled her eyes and said angrily, coward. Yu Xiaocheng was almost speechless, trembling. The key is that your father still doesn't know the relationship between me and you, if he catches me, or if he catches me in bed. Don't worry, it won't. The rich woman pursed her lips and said in a thin, comforting voice, my dad. Without waiting for the rich woman to finish her sentence, the cell phone placed on the bed vibrated. Young Yanru frowned and reached for her own cell phone, only to find out that it was her own mother who had sent a WeChat message. Chu Chenyan, have you been in Xiao Cheng's room? Your dad is going to Xiao Cheng's room. He's going to talk to Cheng about dim sum. Mom couldn't talk him out of it. What? Dad's coming? At this moment, Zhang Yanru's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with fear, as well as an expression of not knowing what to do. Boom boom boom. Caught off guard. There was a sharp knock on the door. Buddy, I know you haven't slept yet, and my old brother is holding his heart, looking for you to have a heart-to-heart. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Hearing her father's shouts at the door, Auntie Richie, who was snuggled up in the arms of the little villain, was about to split her body open, in addition to fear and anxiety. More as a stream of speechless anger, they just drilled into the quilt. The bastard father ran over to rob people. Meanwhile,
Yu Xiaocheng, who was holding the floating vixen, had been scared to the extent that his face was pale. Despite all the experiences in this period of time, he had practiced his guts, but the situation at hand, even if he possessed 3 guts, he would still be dumbfounded. After all, he was going to be caught in the act of adultery. At this time, the pretty rich woman gently poked the frothing little villain with her elbow, while the muddled Yu Xiaocheng got the wrong idea and shouted at the top of his voice, "I'm asleep, old brother." Moment. Zhang Yanru collapsed. She wanted to let their men do not talk. The results never thought of a move here and there, the whole of their own plans to disrupt. There is really no way to only to the closet. Ouch, really good gas. This is the second time you've delved into the closet by yourself, isn't it? Young Yunru hurriedly lifted the covers and tiptoed into the closet with such skill that it was heartbreaking. Seeing Auntie Richie hiding in the cupboard, Yu Xiaocheng hastily adjusted his breathing, then came to the door of the room. Gently opening the door, he saw that Lao was standing there with a despondent look on his face, an expression that seemed to be experiencing some sort of despair. Older brother. What's this? Yu Xiaocheng looked at him in horror and asked with a puzzled expression, "Can't think straight again? Hey, don't mention it." Zheng Xinghua sighed deeply and replied bitterly, "Chatting with your sister-in-law. But as a result of chatting, old brother, an image suddenly popped into my head. The yellow-haired boy married my daughter and then also told me. Lao Dang, your daughter is pregnant. You worry too much, old brother." Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and said hastily, "Sometimes it's just scaring yourself." No. I have a strong premonition that wild man is not a good thing." Zhang Xinghua frowned and said seriously. Yu Xiaocheng smiled bitterly and said softly, "This way. Let's go downstairs and have a drink, and then make some small dishes to drink, and with the wine in the dishes, the sorrows will naturally subside. It will naturally subside." Zhang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction, followed by the brothers going downstairs, when the pretty ripe rich woman slipped out of the cupboard, organized her pajamas, and angrily walked out of the room, turned around and came to her parents' bedroom. "Mom! You control Dad!" The rich woman closed the bedroom door, the temper instantly exploded, huffed and puffed, "Always come to steal my man, I just drilled into your son-in-law's nest. Dad came knocking on the door causing me to drill the closet again, really to be angry." Xu Chunyan looked at her daughter who was full of jealousy, smiled helplessly and replied, "What can I do? Your father is now paranoid, always fantasizing that you've been tricked. In the end this is all your fault. Me. Ouch." Zhang Yanru opened her mouth, stomped her feet in place in exasperation, sat on her but by the edge of the bed, and said with an irritated beak, "I just want to have a sweet relationship and then enter the hall of marriage with him. How come it's so hard?" Chu Chunyan moved her position, greeted her daughter to sit beside her, and then gently put her arm around her shoulder and said gently, "It's good to practice more. Feelings need to withstand the test, right? Since you and Xiao Chang are sleeping together, then simply, why don't you just get the marriage license, so that you don't have to dream too much at night?" Zhang Yanru lightly bit her lips, squeaked and replied, "Mom, in fact he and I have long ago put the marriage license to get good, have half a month's time." Hearing her daughter's words, Chu Chunyan was first shocked, then her face was full of smiles as she poked her in the head and said angrily, "I said that you were in front of Xiao Chang. How come you were so capricious and stubborn? I didn't expect to have gotten a marriage license. Dead girl child, this kind of thing actually hidden until now." Zhang Yanru smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained, "Mom, actually I didn't mean to hide it on purpose, I. Without waiting for her to finish, Chu Chunyan patted her hand and said softly, "Mom knows what's on your mind, and it's really not a big deal, but this marriage license is ready, so when will the wedding be held? In addition, isn't it also time to let both parents meet? Wedding. Let's talk about it after the wedding. As for the meeting of both parents." Auntie Rich sighed and replied bitterly, "Have you forgotten Dad? Also, your father is still in the dark." Chu Chunyan pursed her lips and murmured, "Originally, I didn't want to get involved. But the two of you have gotten your marriage license, so I can't just sit back and watch." Auntie Fortune smiled with satisfaction, took her old mom's arm tightly and said softly, "With Mom there, then your son-in-law and I are not afraid. Poof. Just this once. No more messing around in the future." Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said in a serious tone, "Especially you can't bully Xiao Chang. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous from now on once you've gotten your marriage license. I'm telling you, as long as I'm still alive, you won't be able to bully him." "I know." The rich woman bristled, responded helplessly, and retorted unconvincingly, "He's actually quite capable of folding. Can you toss it as well as you can toss it?" Chu Chunyan glared at her daughter, completely disbelieving her words. "Back? How's my dad?" Zhang Yanru was equal to Xiao Chang on the bed early, seeing him close the door to the room, opened his mouth and inquired, "Your father is now. Right now he's not sharing the same feelings towards me." Yu Xiaocheng sighed, walked over to the edge of the bed and sat down, saying bitterly, "Suddenly I feel so ashamed drinking his tea, smoking his cigarettes, and sleeping with his daughter. I am so not human." Auntie Rich blanked him, reached out and gently tugged him under the covers, murmuring, "Don't worry, your mother-in-law told me, she won't just sit back and do nothing, she'll back us both up when the time comes. I'm not worried about that, I feel sorry for your father." Yu Xiaocheng wrapped his arms around this petite body and said with a sad face, "Your father isn't easy. It's not easy for me either.
Auntie Richie beamed, touched Yu Xiaocheng's stout chest, and muttered, right.
I talked to your mother-in-law about the two of us getting a good marriage license.
Oh. Yu Xiaocheng was not worried about Chu Chuanyan's attitude and spoke leisurely, surely full of joy? Pretty much.
And she's starting to push for a baby. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said in an uninterested manner, I knew it was like this. First she pushed for marriage, after marriage she pushed for a child, and after giving birth to one child she pushed for a second child.
Followed by.
The rich woman began her tirade, telling her little bad self all about the years of being forced into marriage.
Little bad boy. Have you ever realized?
Some things may be doomed from the start. Zhang Yanru snuggled into Yu Xiaocheng's arms, her green jade fingers traced circles on his chest and said softly and glutinously,
Aha.
Yu Xiaocheng sniffed her scent and responded tenderly.
Actually.
In fact, the first time Auntie saw you, she thought that this little guy was quite cute, white and shy.
Zhang Yanru said, as a result, I didn't expect that I would end up marrying you. I didn't think so. Yu Xiaocheng smiled, sometimes. Quite incredible. Hey.
Zhang Yanru propped herself up, stared straight at him and said, Did your mom collect all the pictures of you as a child? You find some time to bring them over.
Auntie wants to take a look.
I don't know where to put it either. I need to ask your BFF for that.
Yu Xiaocheng replied. When you ask, don't say it's me who wants it. Young Yanru admonished. Don't worry. It's not like I'm a cutie.
Yu Xiaocheng hugged the vixen in his arms tightly, while one hand slowly touched her thigh. The rich woman, who had long been accustomed to being touched, didn't open her mouth to stop him, but continued to speak to him. Your Auntie Song gave me 2 internal coupons for the Shanlin Hot Spring Hotel, so how about we go and stay for a night when your foot is out of the cast? The words, to his ear, and said daintily, and Auntie's got a new pair of stockings.
Ouch. Yu Xiaocheng was instantly energized, and asked with a mischievous face, only stockings? So what else do you want? I think. Yu Xiaocheng quietly muttered in her ear, and the next second, Auntie Richie started to burn all over. Die. Roll on roll on. I'm a proper woman, not an out-and-out seller.
The furious rich aunt, whacking and pinching and biting at her best friend's son, instantly.
Yu Xiaocheng was bruised all over. Don't hold me.
Young Yunru pushed him away and flipped over, turning her back to her little bad self. Yu Xiaocheng smiled faintly, then like an advancing maggot, he slowly arched over to his mom's best friend's side and hugged her from her back while one of his legs rested on her body.
Good night, my precious aunt. Asterisk 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 off. My perverted annoying little husband. Early the following morning.
Chu Chunyan woke up early, first cooked a pot of porridge, and then simply washed up, then went up to the second floor to her daughter's bedroom, which was empty.
Damn girl. What time is this and you're still not back?
Chu Chunyan, of course, knew where she was, and turned her head towards a certain room, gently gripping the doorknob and trying to press it down, realizing that the door was surprisingly unlocked.
When Chu Chunyan pushed open the door,
what met her eyes was an unbelievable scene. Her daughter lay sprawled across the bed, a pillow in her arms, while one of her feet rested on her son-in-law's face. And at the moment the son-in-law, tightly closed eyes, even breathing, should still be asleep, but he was holding one of his daughter's legs and had her toes in his mouth.
For a moment,
Chu Chunyan stood there dumbfounded, her mind buzzing.
First issue and then revise. End of chapter.
Chu Chunyan stood straight there, dumbfounded at the scene in front of her, her mind buzzing for a while. After she regained her senses from the shock, she silently closed the door to her room and tiptoed back to the corridor.
This little ninny.
Sleeping is also too bad, her toes are sticking into other people's Xiaochang's mouth. Chu Chunyan pursed her lips and muttered, Xiaochang really worked too hard for you, you marrying my family's girl. It's indeed very aggravating for you, but
this is fate You can't hide from it. Meanwhile,
Yu Xiaocheng had a very interesting dream. In this dream he ate a bowl of fragrant pig's feet rice. The key to this pig's feet not only shape round, but also through a kind of delicate show, cannot help but sip and suck and gnaw.
Yummy, how so yummy?
Yu Xiaocheng in the dream gnawed gnaw. Gnawing to the middle of the dream suddenly woke up from the dream, when he opened his sleepy eyes, only then realized that there is no pig's foot rice in fact, the party is just a dream.
Wait a minute, something's not right. If it's a dream, why does it look like you have something in your mouth?
Muddled Yu Xiaocheng loosened his own mouth and subconsciously raised a slender jade leg in his arms. When he looked at this slender and exquisite jade foot in front of him, in an instant his mind was drained of thoughts, and in the next second, a strong feeling of nausea surged through his entire body. Ouch, I really did. You wouldn't be hugging your mom's best friend's feet and nibbling on them all night, would you? At this moment all over the body has been cracked. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly sat up from the bed, and then into the eyes is the ripe beauty of the vixen, the horizontal and vertical sleeping appearance, not the slightest bit of the usual high and mighty feeling.
My rich aunt shouldn't have foot odor? Yu Xiaocheng read a report that scientists have shown women's feet than men's feet, its bacterial breeding and reproduction rate, probably about 6 times more, so he's especially panicked right now. He's worried about his mouth getting foot odor. Carefully grabbing Auntie Rich's jade foot, she put it in front of her nose and sniffed it carefully. Aha! No flavor.
Just when Yu Xiaocheng celebrated that her mouth would not get foot odor, it turned out that the rich aunt woke up from her sleep, and the moment she opened her eyes, she saw the very outrageous picture that her best friend's son actually grabbed her foot and then sniffing there. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yanru stared with wide eyes, puzzled with a hint of shame, and questioned in petulant anger. "Ha, I. Yu Xiaocheng squeaked and whimpered, not knowing how to explain. He could not tell Auntie Rich. She hugged her feet herself and gnawed on them for a whole night. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and lifted up the foot that was in his grip, gently poking his face with her toes, and said angrily, "Little pervert. You're actually sniffing Auntie's feet this early in the morning. Do you like Auntie's feet that much? Does Auntie's feet smell good? Want to not you take 2 bites? 2 bites? I've been eating all night." Yu Xiaocheng bristled and said bitterly, "Do you know what you did to me last night? Do you know you? How much damage you've done to my young mind? Do you know that you have defiled me? Ugh." Yu Xiaocheng sighed deeply and tilted his head at a 45-degree angle. Looking at the ceiling above her head with a sad face, she muttered, "I've been walking on thin ice all my life, and I can't seem to get to the other side. What a mess." Couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Zhang Yanru blanked him and said in a bad mood, "I don't even understand what you're saying. Hurry up and talk to Auntie. What exactly was the situation last night? Look at how you slept first." Yu Xiaocheng reminded. Auntie Richie froze, then realized that she was actually lying horizontally on the bed, and he was squeezed to the side by herself, and suddenly a faint blush rose on both sides of her cheeks, and she replied shyly, "What a fuss, it's not the first day you know." "Indeed. But this next thing can be said to be a shadow for my entire life." Yu Xiaocheng took a deep breath and replied seriously, "You last night rested your foot on my face, and then I hugged your foot and nibbled on your toes for the rest of the night, and crucially I had a dream that I was eating pig's foot rice." The words. Yu Xiaocheng clutched his head, gripped his hair hard, and said painfully, "There is no more light in my life." After listening to this account of the little bad eggs, the pretty mature rich woman, in addition to some shame, but more is an unspeakable dark pleasure, like a feeling of revenge, has been reported. Think about it, really is so after all. This little bad eggs are usually very disturbing. Ouch. I'm going to the bathroom to brush my teeth. Yu Xiaocheng was about to leave the comforter and go clean his mouth, but Auntie Richie pulled him back and held him tightly by the waist as her body kept arching inward. "Stinking man. Auntie's stockings have been licked. What's wrong with having a bite of Auntie's toes?" Zhang Yanru pouted her lips and disliked delicately, "I see that you quite like to eat it too. After all, you've been nibbling on it for a night, and also an Auntie's feet are fragrant and slippery. Do you know how many people out there want them? Oof. It's even if you don't know how to appreciate it, you actually dislike it. Fault. She's going crazy." Yu Xiaocheng's scalp was about to split open. Obviously the rich aunt in his arms was playing a trick, making fun of herself. Again. "Auntie's ass you wanna touch, Auntie's feet you wanna touch, Auntie's legs you still wanna touch, so, Young Yanru beamed, reaching out and groping for his waist, gently pinching a handful of flesh, muttering, "What's wrong with having a taste of Auntie's feet? This is stealing concepts." Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly with a look of despair. Auntie Rich snorted coldly and disliked back, "Since you like Auntie, love Auntie deeply, and want to live with Auntie for the rest of your life, then you have to accept everything from Auntie. This includes eating Auntie's feet. End of story. My aunt has learned the hard way." Yu Xiaocheng was speechless for a while, but he couldn't say this kind of thing outside. He could only swallow it in his stomach. After a fierce ideological struggle, in the end, Yu Xiaocheng chose to compromise. He accepted his fate of walking on thin ice, and then quietly looked at the old mom's best friend in his arms. Looking at her blushing face revealed a hint of arrogance and bad intentions, vaguely like a kind of treacherous plan to succeed. "The more I think about it, the more upset I get." Yu Xiaocheng bit his lip, secretly calculating the revenge plan in his heart, thought carefully about catching the rich aunt in his arms unawares, and then gently cupped her cheeks with the momentum of swiftness. "Since you're unkind to me, don't blame hubby for being unrighteous to you." Yu Xiaocheng condescended to her, glaring viciously at her and huffing. You. Without waiting for her own mother's best friend to finish her sentence, Yu Xiaocheng sucked the rich woman's delicate moist lips in one bite. Shasta. As if struck by lightning, Zhang Yanru could not help but shiver, followed by all kinds of struggles. The shy little iron fist was like rain, hard to pound on his body, at the same time struggling to close their lips tightly, to prevent the enemy invasion of the territory. Results in the end was still attacked. "I don't know how long it's been." Yu Xiaocheng raised his head, stared straight at his mom's best friend under his eyes, and inquired idly, "Is it good?" You. I'll fight you." Exasperated, Young Yanru opened her arms and hooked his neck, then she bit his mouth. Under the rich woman aunt's various ravages, Yu Xiaocheng was already covered in bruises. At this time Zhang Yanru lifted the quilt, panicked and ran away, not surprisingly. Should be to go to the bathroom to brush her teeth. I have to say that she is still quite double standard. Stinking man. Really pissed off. Young Yanru stood in front of the sink, brushing her mouth over and over again. Her lips were almost bald of skin. Grunt. Spitting out the toothpaste mixture in her mouth, Young Yanru squeezed out another strip and continued to brush her mouth, when her mom walked in.
Chu Chunyan looked at her daughter, watched her brush her teeth over and over again. In her heart she probably knew what was going on, and said in a bad mood, harming people ends up harming herself. Mom, what are you talking about? Young Yunru asked with a slurred voice. Chu Chunyan blanked her and said leisurely, I wanted to wake you up in the morning, but I ended up seeing you resting your foot on someone else's Xiao Cheng's face and sticking your toes into his mouth in the future. This kind of unethical thing is less to do. Me. Zheng Yanru looked embarrassed and stammered her reply, Mom, your son-in-law he likes to eat his daughter's feet. Chu Chunyan was about to laugh in anger, lifting her hand to poke her head, snapping. What do you mean you like to eat your toes? Do you think people are perverts? There's a possibility. Your future son-in-law is a little pervert? Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, spat out the toothpaste foam water in her mouth and said, Mom, there are some things you don't know, but my daughter doesn't want to talk about it. You don't look at him in a very serious manner. In fact, the young man is actually very good at making a fuss. Okay. I'm too lazy to pry into the matters between you two young couples, and I don't want to listen. Chu Chunyan smiled gently. Anyway, you two be nice and don't fight. Don't worry. Your son-in-law can't beat me. Young Yunru replied confidently. Hearing her daughter's answer, Chu Chunyan was so angry that she wanted to roll up her sleeves and punch her. What do you mean you can't beat you? Yu Xiaocheng looked at the bowl of pig's feet noodles in front of her, and for a moment her brain was a bit unable to react. What? Don't like to eat? Mom got it from outside especially for you. Chu Chunyan sat on the opposite side of the table, looking at her future son-in-law and said with a smile, Yanru said that you like eating pig's feet the most. Meanwhile, the rich woman sitting next to the little bad guy was already digging her toes into the ground. Never in a million years. Mom is also a looker. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Doctor, can you get rid of the cast? Yu Xiaocheng came to the hospital for a review, then told the orthopedic surgeon in front of her, my foot doesn't hurt anymore. Basically, I can walk. From the results of the examination there shouldn't be any problem, and the recovery is relatively fast, but I'm afraid that if you break your foot again, the consequences would be unimaginable. The doctor frowned and said in a serious tone, wait for 2 more days before removing the cast. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly shook his head and replied seriously, no. I can't stand it anymore, living on crutches every day is a bit inconvenient. Eventually, in Xiaocheng softly, the doctor finally agreed to remove the cast. In fact, in Xiaocheng's current condition, completely can be removed only Song Qingqing greeted in advance, so the doctor for safety reasons, at first did not agree, but cannot stand Yu Xiaocheng's various pleas. Remember, never, ever exert yourself. The doctor urged earnestly, come back in a week and check again. Yes. Yu Xiaocheng nodded his head repeatedly, then tried to walk, and found that his ankle was no longer in pain, but there was a hint of pain when he used a little bit of force, so it was good that it didn't prevent him from walking. Young Yunru sat on his side, despite being unhappy with this decision. She didn't say much though. After all, wearing a cast was indeed inconvenient and caused a lot of disturbance to his personal life. Removing the cast was quite good. It is said that, at the start of a narrative, now that the plaster has been removed, shouldn't the trip to the Mountain Springs Hotel be moved up a bit as well? Since the cast had just been removed, Yu Xiaocheng still left the hospital on crutches and got into Auntie Fu's car to go home. When the vehicle drove down the road, Auntie Richie told him what she had intended to do when she was in the hospital. Words. How about we go to a hot spring hotel tomorrow? Young Yunru softly inquired. Aha. It's not much of a problem. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and replied leisurely, I'll talk to your girlfriends tonight, then you can come pick me up tomorrow. Auntie Rich nodded in satisfaction and slowly reached over with her right hand, gently squeezing his thigh and muttering, was that bowl of pig's foot noodles good this morning, little bad boy? Reminds me of your toes. Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes and replied in a good-natured manner, the key old mother-in-law is still staring at me eating. It always feels like she seems to know something. The symbolism behind this bowl of pig's feet noodles is a bit esoteric. Because in the morning, she saw me stick my toe in your mouth. The rich woman pursed her lips and spoke softly and glumly. I didn't realize that my mom was also a looker, and purposely bought you a bowl of pig's foot noodles to see how you would react to eating them. Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes straight and said bitterly, I didn't expect your mom to learn the hard way. She was already bad. Young Yunru flattened her mouth and said faintly, engaging in one-liners at home, treating her home as her work unit. So after I returned to China, I just moved out and lived alone, and occasionally went home, but I also argued with her when I went home, and just recently the relationship has eased, because she has you as her son-in-law. Having said that, she pinched his thighs and said softly, your mom and I have already made it clear that we are moving in together. Then why don't you just move in? I've already bought you panties, and pajamas, including the clothes and pants you wear on a regular basis, and I've even bought slippers, just waiting for you to move in. In a couple days. I'll talk to your bestie first. Yu Xiaocheng replied. I told you last time. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and huffed, your mom has been dominating you for more than 20 years, and now it's Auntie's turn to dominate you. Yu Xiaocheng smiled helplessly, in fact, think about it, can almost move in, but to the moms that temper.
It is estimated that every now and then will come to the door, and then forced to live on a night, but it is not a big deal, quarrel a few sentences will go with them, as long as the sisters do not fight on the line. After sending the little bad guy home, Auntie Richie was in no hurry to leave. The two of them got bored on the sofa for a while before going to work, leaving Yu Xiaocheng alone at home, but he had other things to do, and it wasn't boring, on the contrary, it was also a bit hectic. Toward evening, mother and son sit at the table to eat. Chu Feng pulled a face and said blandly, say what you have to say, don't keep it inside. This, that what? Yu Xiaocheng awkwardly replied, your former bestie, let me quickly move to her house, Mom. Go if you want to. It's not like I can stop you. Chu Feng said without a trace of humor, is there anything else? Nope. Yu Xiaocheng shook her head, looked at her own mother across the table, and whispered, Mom, are you angry? Chu Feng rolled her eyes and said without any goodwill, what's the use of me getting angry? Your soul is long gone, could it be that if I get angry, you will stay? This. A son will have to marry a wife after all, even though she is your former best friend. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said seriously, don't worry, Mom. Your former best friend and I will definitely be filial to you in the future. Chu Feng snorted coldly and puffed, that vixen didn't gaslight me, count me blessed with a great life. Ouch. Don't always be vixen long, vixen short, how unpleasant to hear. Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, this way. Son, I quickly get your girlfriend's belly bigger, and strive to let you hold a big grandson next year, Mom. What do you think? Chu Feng sighed deeply, her eyes full of helplessness and bitterness, and muttered, what kind of mistake did the child make, to get stuck with a vixen of a mother? There's no way. Auntie Richie is probably going to carry the title of vixen for the rest of her life. Just as Yu Xiaocheng was rambling, Chu Feng suddenly spoke, Mom plans to sell the beauty salon. Huh? Yu Xiaocheng froze and asked with a stunned face, why? How can such a profitable beauty salon be sold just like that? Then our family's economic source won't be cut off. You have a vixen to support you, what are you worried about the economy? Chu Feng blankly eyed her son and continued, Mom has been tired all these years, it's time to take a good rest, and by the way, the money from the sale of the beauty salon will go to buy you a big villa as your future matrimonial home. Didn't you buy a set from your best friend? Yu Xiaocheng said. Dislike. Chu Feng bristled and huffed, not living in her house. Yu Xiaocheng locked her brows and said seriously, I think the beauty salon should not rush to sell first, discuss with your former best friend, after all, she still occupies the shares. Doesn't matter. Just share the money from the sale with her when the time comes. Chu Feng replied. Yu Xiaocheng didn't say anything more and quietly sat there picking at his meal, and when mother and son had dinner, Yu Xiaocheng was about to go back to his room when Chu Feng opened her mouth and called out to him. This matter of Mom wanting to sell the beauty parlor, don't tell that vixen. Chu Feng said. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng nodded. Night. Quiet. Yu Xiaocheng is lying on the bed and is simmering on the phone with his rich aunt. I told your best friend about moving in here quickly. Yu Xiaocheng said softly, she didn't agree or refuse, but she should have agreed, so I'll move in a couple days. Hear this. The pretty ripe rich woman was getting all excited and responded delicately, finally I get to cuddle you to sleep every night. However, at this moment, Yu Xiaocheng was not happy, on the contrary, there was some despondency and helplessness. What's wrong? Can't let go of your mom? Auntie Fortune, sensing that her little man, emotionally, seemed a little down, softly inquired. No. Forget it. I promised your best friend that I couldn't tell you about this. Yu Xiaocheng replied. Zhang Yanru's heart violently trembled as an extremely frightening thought erupted from her mind. Could it be? Could it be that the mom has a disease? And an incurable disease at that? For a moment, Yang Yanru completely panicked, although the relationship between the two sisters has deteriorated, and can never go back to the past like that good, but after all, the lotus root is connected and then recently the relationship is a little bit more moderate. What's the situation? What's wrong with your mom? Yang Yanru questioned seriously. Ugh. You'd better not ask. Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, if you really want to know, you go ask her yourself. Okay. Zhang Yanru immediately hung up the phone, silently from the address book to find a former girlfriend's number, hesitated for a long time directly call the past short period of time. The call went through. What is it? A cold voice came over the phone. Yang Yanru frowned and said faintly, it's okay. Typed the wrong one. What the hell? Chu Feng said without any good humor, hesitation, this is not like you. That. Then I asked. You must answer truthfully. Zhang Yanru took a deep breath and seriously questioned, do you have some incurable disease? Like terminal cancer or something like that? For a moment, Chu Feng was dumbfounded, but the next second anger surged to her heart. This is all starting to curse me to death? Where did you hear that? Chu Feng held back her anger and asked through gritted teeth. Your son told me. Yang Yanru replied. What? Me? My son? He told the vixen that I'm terminally ill? Meanwhile, hearing her best friend's slightly rapid breathing, Yang Yanru thought that she had really guessed and hurriedly said, no matter what, hurry up and get treatment, if you're worried about the cost, I'll pay for it. I'll take care of family business first. Chu Fong controlled her emotions and said blandly, I'll tell you later. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fong casually picked up a chicken feather duster and angrily rushed into her son's bedroom.
What for? Mom, what are you doing? No. You. What are you doing? End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng was lying on the bed to brush the video, but suddenly at this time the door of the room was opened, and the old mother was holding a chicken feather duster, and was walking towards herself angrily.
No. Mom, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Have a talk.
Yu Xiaocheng, due to his ankle injury, which limited his escape, could only hug the quilt and curl up at the head of the bed, looking at his own mother with a horrified face, carefully asking, what heinous crime did I commit? Chu Fong gritted her teeth and glared at him, glaring at the debt collector that fell from her stomach, and angrily questioned, you think your mom has lived too long, right?
You hate to let mom die, don't you?
Actually curse mom to get cancer,
See, I do not kill you. Wait.
Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly shouted, Mom, this.
Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Did I curse you for getting cancer? No. Even if I am a bastard, I can't go to this extent, right? Where did you hear this from? This is simply provoking the relationship between us mother and son. Who? That vixen told me.
People purposely call over to ask me if I have some incurable disease, and then say that it was you who told her that I have an incurable terminal disease.
Chu Fong glared at him viciously and furiously. Ouch. Misunderstanding.
Yu Xiaocheng was speechless and said bitterly, I was just on the phone with your former best friend, then she heard my inner despondency and asked me what was wrong, but I didn't tell her that you wanted to sell the beauty salon, so I just told her to go and find you and ask around herself.
Jesus. Auntie Richie, how did you associate your bestie with a terminal illness? And say I told you so. When Chu Fong heard her son's explanation, she looked at him with a skeptical face and asked earnestly, is that really what it says? 1,000 times over. How can this be a lie?
Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and leisurely replied, your best friend might have been concerned and mistakenly thought that you had some terminal illness. Mom, your daughter-in-law was quite concerned about you and looked for you to inquire about the situation in the first place. That being said,
what did she tell you on the phone? Get out.
Chu Fong took the chicken feather duster and walked out of her son's bedroom in silence. When Chu Fong returned to her room, sat on the bed and took out her cell phone, looked at the call records on it, accompanied by a wave of hysterical and inexorable emotions deep inside her heart, she hesitated for a long time and silently dialed the vixen's phone.
In a moment, and the opposite side picked up. Actually, I don't have a terminal illness, everything is a misunderstanding.
Chu Fong faintly explained, I want to sell the beauty parlor.
For a moment,
there was silence on the other end of the line for a long time before he spoke.
Why? Young Yunru asked calmly.
Tired. Chu Fong pursed her lips and continued, after all the hard work for so many years, it's time to enjoy the blessings, so I want to sell the beauty salon. As for the shares you accounted for in it, I'll divide the money from the sale to you when the time comes.
Meanwhile,
Auntie Richie, who was lying under the blanket, had sat up straight, her eyes filled with helplessness and sadness. This beauty salon could be more than just a beauty salon, it was a symbol of their sisterhood, and as a result,
now it was going to be sold off. I disagree.
Zhang Yanru said coldly, you are not allowed to sell the beauty salon.
Since you don't want to sell it, then just keep it closed. Chu Fong replied. Zhang Yanru bit her lip slightly and asked seriously, are you still angry with me? Angry that I snatched your son away? That's right. Never forgave you from the beginning to the end.
Chu Fong did not shy away from saying what was in her heart.
But I really love him.
Zhang Yanru grabbed the quilt and murmured, Sister Fongfong, fulfill me and your son. Chu Fong opened her mouth, but the words that came to her mouth lingered for a long time, and she silently swallowed them back, and disliked in silence for a long time. In your next life.
You old woman.
Zhang Yanru was so angry that her back teeth were almost broken, and viciously said, I'll take your son, and in addition the beauty salon is not allowed to sell. The huffing and puffing rich woman directly hung up the phone, quietly lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling above her head. Not a moment later her anger subsided, lightly pursed lips murmured to herself, old woman. Agreeing is agreeing, but also deliberately gaslighting me a bit.
Early the following morning,
Yu Xiaocheng woke up from his sleep, and when he put on his own clothes and pants, he just opened the bedroom door to see his rich aunt and his own mother. The two of them were actually sitting at the dining table and eating breakfast, a bizarre and harmonious picture.
It made Yu Xiaocheng think that he hadn't woken up yet.
I've discussed with this vixen and basically have a unanimous idea about whether or not to sell the beauty salon. Chu Fong said indifferently, the beauty salon will not be sold for the time being, and then recruit an experienced store manager.
Oh, long overdue.
Yu Xiaocheng slowly sat down next to the rich woman and whispered softly, actually, I've always felt that beauty parlor is a symbol of your sister's friendship. If it's sold,
it's really a pity. What do you think, wife?
Yu Xiaocheng asked at the rich aunt beside him. Suddenly a wife, so that the pro-mother girlfriend's heart blossomed. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, daintily wide eyes him, angry. What wife not wife, your mother agreed?
Be that as it may.
Zhang Yanru grabbed Yu Xiaocheng's hand and deliberately stretched it out in front of Chu Feng.
In the face of the vixen's provocation, Chu Feng just fatally smiled, while eating rice with vegetables, while casually said, get a marriage license only, look at someone to the excitement, both have not been proposed to, and no big diamond ring if I were to do it, I'd like to head to die on the wall, shame on me. The words.
Zhang Yanru, who was still somewhat arrogant, completely wilted at this moment, while still mixed with a trace of hatred.
Proposal. Diamond ring. Nothing. What the hell am I doing?
Out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but glance at him, at her best friend's baby boy, and that look was full of resentment and anger. Yu Xiaocheng is shivering in the middle. He was a little confused for a moment who his mom's words were aimed at. It sounded like she was angry at her best friend, but it seemed like she was intentionally trying to fix her son, and look at the now grumbling rich auntie. It felt like she was going to be eaten alive by her in the next second.
I'm leaving.
You wash the bowl off later. Chu Feng drew a tissue, wiped the corners of her mouth, stood up to carry away her bag, and went directly to the beauty salon. The large room was left with the lean teenager and the sultry mature woman.
Proposal. Diamond ring.
Auntie Richie beamed and huffed. The more I think about it, the more I lose.
Nothing has been done to actually marry me. No. It was clearly you who dragged me to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and cautiously reminded. Zhang Yanru's cheeks on both sides flushed a faint blush, reaching out to pinch the flesh of his thighs hard, saying in annoyance, you were the one who first said,
to marry me, otherwise I would have dragged you to the Civil Affairs Bureau?
Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly, hurriedly wrapped his arms around the pretty mature rich woman and said gently, don't worry.
The proposal and the diamond ring won't be late, wait for me to prepare for it.
I'll give you a surprise then, but I'm a bit curious, are you two reconciled?
Reconciliation? In another life.
Young Yanru snuggled into his embrace and said in a glutinous manner, but some things have come to fruition in reverse, she has let go of you, though not completely.
What do you mean? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. That is.
Young Yanru pursed her lips and replied bitterly, you have to go home and stay there on double holidays, and from time to time, she'll even make surprise inspections.
Oh, and? Yu Xiaocheng asked next. And?
Young Yanru bit her lip, her eyes filled with shameful confusion, hammered her little man, and squeaked, don't ask the rest, it has nothing to do with you. Looking at the shy appearance of the rich aunt in her arms, Yu Xiaocheng probably guessed the reason. Not surprisingly, it has something to do with her stomach, according to the temper of the old mother. It is estimated that this year, she wants to make her best friend pregnant.
How many does she want?
Yu Xiaocheng suddenly asked.
3 bottoms.
Out of the blue Zhang Yanru froze, the next second blushing she buried her head into the bosom of her best friend's son. Her shy little iron fist kept pounding on his body, shamefully saying, you brat actually dared to set me up. Yu Xiaocheng hugged her tightly and idly preached in her ear, I'll try my best.
Roll on.
As soon as she pushed her best friend's son away, Zhang Yanru glared at him and asked, is the luggage all ready?
Aha. Yu Xiaocheng nodded.
Zhang Yanru stood up and spoke softly, then let's set off then.
Suddenly,
one hand clutched her wrist tightly and yanked her into another embrace, while the other hand had already cupped the upturned and rounded buttocks.
Aha. Richie couldn't help but let out a mental snort. Did you bring the stockings?
Yu Xiaocheng pressed against her ear and asked in a low and husky voice.
You guess. Richie was mischievous for a bit. How do I know? Hurry up and say whether you brought it or not. Yu Xiaocheng pursued with a look of urgency.
Hoof.
Knowingly.
The rich woman pinched his cheeks and said shyly, the belt is brought, as for whether to wear it or not, and what to do after wearing it, it depends on your performance. If the performance is not good, you don't even want to think about it.
Except for the stockings. Did you bring anything else?
Yu Xiaocheng looked at her with anticipation, his eyes full of nasty longing. Auntie Richie looked at the little villain close by, at this little pervert whose head was full of filthy content, and for a moment she was so angry that she gritted her teeth.
There's whips, candles, pepper spray, restraints, and clamps. Shall I bring a couple more wire balls? First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Steel. Wire balls? Auntie Fortune has really taken to this crooked path.
Yu Xiaocheng looked at her bitterly, looking at the playful mature woman in front of him, and said awkwardly and politely, don't make a fuss, what's the point of holding the wire ball properly, let's go. Help me take my luggage.
Humph.
As long as you're bad, I'll be. The rich woman glared at him viciously, then followed the little bad boy into his bedroom. Yu Xiaocheng did not bring much, just a suitcase. Zhang Yanru carried it. The two of them then left the house, and then drove the Porsche, embarking on the road to the hotel. That hotel is a bit of a road from the city center. Driving the highway will take about an hour and a half. At this time Yu Xiaocheng sitting in the passenger seat, holding his cell phone to see the latest cutting-edge advice on physics, from time to time and beside the driving of the rich woman to chat a few words.
When are you planning to go to school? Young Yunru asked. Wait for the next day after you return.
Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, start earlier. Early enough to be able to publish an article. This thing called scientific research is a race against time. Whoever can publish a relevant article first, then the research results will be theirs. Oh, Zhang Yanru had wanted to tell him to slow down, but seeing that he had said that, he silently held his words back in his heart.
Are you sure you're going to? Going down the path of scientific research in the future? Young Yunru asked in a small voice. Aha!
Yu Xiaocheng did not have any hesitation, turned his head to look at the pretty ripe rich woman beside him and said with a smile, it's really nothing.
I'm just an ordinary scientific researcher. I'm not the one who doesn't go home all day like in the TV. The ones in the TV are called scientists. I'm just a stinking part-time worker.
Humph. You're only comforting me now, who knows if later,
in the future or not.
Young Yunru skimmed her mouth and muttered, actually, I do want you to go higher and higher and stand at the top of the pyramid, but at the same time I don't want you to go too high. It feels like it's easy to lose you. I mean, you have science left in your eyes, there's no place for auntie anymore. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said gently, don't think nonsense, the position that belongs to you has always been there. That position can't be replaced by anyone. Little twerp. Zhang Yanru blanched at him and said playfully and softly, then let me ask you. If I give birth to a daughter, will you spoil your daughter or auntie me in the future? Well, of course I'll spoil you first. Yu Xiaocheng replied firmly.
I don't believe it.
Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and spoke leisurely, you definitely spoiled your daughter first.
The words. Zhang Yanru daintily said, I've thought about it. To give you 3 sons, and all of them are pitiful, living to piss you off. SS.
So vicious.
I can't believe I'm having 3 sons.
But Mom, because she loves it so much. 3 big grandchildren surrounding her, probably woke up laughing in her dreams.
Forget it.
It feels like there are 3 sons in the family. That scene is a little scary and creepy. Each one is as mischievous as you. I don't think I'll live for more than 3 years. Young Yanru skimmed her mouth and said in a light sticky voice, then,
Mr. 1 son to preserve your family's fragrance, followed by another pair of sisters. Having said that, out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at him and murmured softly, biting her lip, the pressure's all on you, little bad boy. Don't you dare drop the ball when it's time. No nose.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled, looking at this full and delicate body, with a hint of melancholy in his heart. Subconsciously touching his waist, he muttered inwardly,
ought to. It should hold up, right?
Arriving at the hotel's main entrance, the rich woman parked her car and stepped into the hotel's lobby with Yu Xiaocheng.
Soon the two were done with the check-in formalities. The waiter brought the two to the room. When pushed open the door, the moment the luxury and extravagance that came to the face, even if it is a rich woman, Zhang Yanru also felt a burst of surprise. Ouch. It's pretty good. Yu Xiaocheng, directly paralyzed on the bed, patted the quilt underneath him, looked at his own mother's best friend, and laughed. Auntie-wife drove hard all the way, quickly to the husband's arms to rest a little bit, the husband to give you comfortable comfort. Looking at this mouthy little villain, Zhang Yanru blared at him twice, followed by indisputably drilling into his arms, feeling that lean and sturdy chest, listening to that strong heartbeat, and sniffing that male scent. Gradually the rich woman's eyes began to get lost. Do you want to take a dip in the hot springs together tonight?
Yu Xiaocheng pressed against her ear and said idly, by the way.
Put the stockings on, by the way. A hot spring and stockings? Can you be normal?
Zhang Yanru reached out and pinched the flesh of his waist, saying in exasperation, all day long, you just think about messy and nasty things.
Just try it. It's like hairy crabs. How can you know if a hairy crab is good if you haven't eaten it?
Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and said in a small voice, when I checked in, I deliberately inquired about it, and each room is equipped with an independent hot spring, which is particularly private, so we. Zhang Yanru frowned, then her jade hand reached into his clothes, her green onion jade finger drew a circle on his chest, and softly said, want to come to some excitement again, right?
Auntie will satisfy you at night. No. I mean sharing a bath, nothing else.
Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head. The image of that rich woman pumping her belt was still fresh in his mind.
You've been given a chance, and you're no good at it.
Zhang Yanru raised her eyes and drew out her hand to gently poke him in the head, snapping, don't you beg me in the future.
Is there a possibility? Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and carefully replied, you'll be the one begging me in the future? Shut up. Don't mention the pot calling the kettle black.
The cheeks on both sides of the pretty mature rich woman slightly flushed a reddish color, raised her small iron fist and hammered him hard, then broke away from his embrace, twisted her moist rounded buttocks and slowly came to the balcony, pushed open the sliding door and stood on the balcony and breathed in the fresh air. Just then, Yu Xiaocheng gently hugged her from behind and rested his head on her shoulder.
Don't touch. Just hold it.
Young Yanru snuggled into his arms and lightly pursed her lips in a sticky admonition.
Aha.
Yu Xiaocheng just cuddled up and soaked up the natural scenery with her own mom's best friend.
Is it here?
Chu Chunyan stepped down from a Mercedes and looked at this luxurious hotel in front of her, and couldn't help but frown and say, how do I feel it's not luxurious either?
Don't look at the hotel, it's not big, but there's something else inside.
Zheng Xinghua took out his luggage from the trunk, took his own wife's hand, and smiled, let's go.
Wife. Don't hold it. Disgusting. Chu Chunyan said dislike on her lips, but in her heart she was happy.
Zhang Xinghua ignored her and took her hand by himself and walked into this hotel. After checking in, Chu Chunyan saw the room she was staying in, and then she understood what her husband had said about the other world, and couldn't help but wonder, it looks small outside, but I didn't expect the room inside to be so big and luxurious. How much did that friend of yours spend?
Like 800 million or so. Exactly how much? I didn't ask.
Zhang Xinghua was organizing his luggage and replied casually.
Not bad. Chu Chunyan nodded and walked to the balcony to look at the scenery outside, saying in a serious tone, right. You talk to that friend of yours, don't encroach on the land in violation of the law, or else I won't be mindful of it. Don't worry.
He's very sensible, he won't come to you blindly, and there are plans to build 2 more hotels next year.
Zhang Xinghua packed his bags and said with a pandering face, I'm okay with this appeal, right? Pulling in a batch of investment projects for you in minutes. Chu Chunyan grunted coldly and said without any goodwill, it's all real estate projects I need to benefit the people and the people. Take your time. Zhang Xinghua laughed, there's no rush. I'll get it done for you. Chu Chunyan did not say much, quietly looking at the scenery, lamented, think about it.
This kind of slow-paced life is quite good. Nowadays the pace of society is so fast that it's easy to fall behind if you don't pay attention, especially the young people.
How much pressure they are under. I saw it too. In the past, it was always said that the past was not easy. In fact, looking back again, the pressure in the past was really not that great.
Zhang Xinghua said.
Let's just say, generations have their troubles.
Chu Chunyan skimmed her mouth and spoke in a murmur. My biggest wish right now is that our Xiao Ru gets pregnant early, so I can help her at home with the baby then.
Zhang Xinghua rolled his eyes and said in an uninterested manner, that wild man seed?
Chu Chunyan blackened her face, turned her head to glare at him, and said in annoyance, almost on the line, don't be endless, every day you put some wild man on your lips, is this how you treat your elders? Zhang Xinghua smiled awkwardly, but in this matter, he didn't want to make concessions and replied seriously, it's useless for you to say anything else anyway, I don't recognize it.
Then I ask you,
if Xiao Ru is dead set on marrying him and is pregnant with his child, will you recognize the child?
Chu Chunyan seriously questioned.
This.
Zhang Xinghua, momentarily a little guilty, helplessly replied, the child is innocent.
Humph.
Chu Chunyan snorted coldly, in the end, you still want to be a grandfather.
Zhang Xinghua did not refute, wordlessly gave recognition. After all, the title of grandfather is too tempting, of course. It also did not prevent him from holding a grudge against his future son-in-law.
Go for a walk outside? Okay. You put on a jacket, it's a bit cold in the mountains, it's easy to catch a cold. Aha.
When Zhang Xinghua opened the door of his room and prepared to go outside for a walk with his own wife, it turned out that at that moment, the room next door also opened its door, and Yu Xiaochang walked out of the room alone.
The three just met in the hallway. Xing, you're there, too? First issue and then revise. End of chapter.
Yu Xiaochang looked at Zhang Xinghua and Chu Chunyan, husband and wife, in front of him. For a moment the whole person was about to explode. How could he not expect to meet his old husband and mother-in-law here? Looking at the two of them, it seems that they also came to vacation to soak in the hot springs.
Lao. Older brother, sister-in-law. You guys came here to soak in the hot springs too?
Yu Xiaochang asked with a face full of embarrassment as she snapped back from her panic. This hotel was built by my friend, so your sister-in-law and I came over to experience the experience. But I didn't expect to meet you. Zhang Xinghua smiled, then looked at the room Yu Xiaochang was staying in and said with emotion, to actually be staying next door to us is simply fate.
The words. Zhang Xinghua asked mysteriously, is your wife in there? Me.
Yu Xiaochang was a bit at a loss for words and squeaked out a reply. She's resting inside. She's a bit tired from driving all the way here.
Zhang Xinghua nodded, then noticed that the cast on his oldest brother's foot was gone and asked curiously, when did you remove the cast? Is the foot okay already?
It was just removed yesterday. Basically there's nothing wrong with it. As long as you're careful when you walk, it's not a big deal. The only problem might be,
it's that you can't exert yourself, otherwise it will still hurt.
Yu Xiaochang pursed her lips, looked at her future mother-in-law, and asked in a low voice, sister-in-law,
are you guys going for a walk?
Chu Chunyan smiled and nodded, gently answering, going outside for a casual walk to get some fresh air. Staying in the city all the time, people are about to get depressed. That said, what about you?
What are you going for?
Me? I'll get my stuff from the car.
Yu Xiaochang replied. Chu Chunyan nodded and said softly, that's fine.
Your old brother and I will take our leave first. You pay more attention to your feet, don't ever get hurt again.
Yes. Yu Xiaochang hurriedly answered.
When bidding farewell to the couple and seeing them leave the hotel, Yu Xiaochang hurried back to his room and looked at the rich woman lying on the bed playing with her cell phone in horror, just wanting to open his mouth.
He was suddenly interrupted by Zhang Yanru. What expression? With a tense face, are you meeting a ghost? The rich woman looked at the little bad guy who stood in place and froze, and inquired in a good-natured manner, didn't you say that you left your stuff in the car? How come it came back so quickly?
Yu Xiaochang took a deep breath and carefully replied, I just went out and met two acquaintances.
Who?
The rich woman, who was not yet aware of the seriousness of the matter, continued to play with her cell phone and asked casually, it's your dad and your mom.
Yu Xiaochang replied. In a flash. As if the air in the whole room had frozen, the heart of the pretty mature rich woman thumped. She sat up straight violently, staring daggers at her little man, with a look of overwhelm between her eyebrows, her eyes full of panic, her mouth slightly open as if she was silently shrieking something, obviously frightened. You met my parents here? Young Yunru asked with a terrified look on her face. Aha! Your parents and your mom are here on vacation too, and Ki lives right next door to us. Yu Xiaocheng replied bitterly. Jesus, why is God always against me? I'm hiding out here, I'm hiding out in the middle of nowhere, and mom and dad are actually looking for me. Zhang Yanru sat cross-legged on the bed, that cold pretty face full of anger and helplessness, then exploded in place, pounding the bedding while saying furiously, bothered to death, bored to death. It's not easy to come out and travel, but I actually ran into mom and dad. Actually, it's not really a problem. Yu Xiaocheng sat on the edge of the bed, gently tugged her into his arms, and said gently, anyway, we came over to soak in the hot springs, and it just so happens that each room is equipped with a separate hot spring pool, and the hotel also provides a delivery service, so, we don't need to go out. It'll have to do. I had wanted to go for a walk in the mountains with you. Zhang Yanru beamed and said with a despondent face. Don't! With just this foot of mine do you want me to amputate it? Yu Xiaocheng hastily shook his head and said seriously, it's good to stay in the room, and there's not much place to go around, it's all wild and mountainous, so it's still troublesome in case you encounter wild beasts. Zhang Yanru didn't say anything and snuggled into her best friend's son's arms, only to suddenly, she trembled and hurriedly broke away from the little bad guy's embrace and said in a panic, car. My car. If my dad sees that Porsche, won't it be exposed? It's okay. There are several Porsches Parameras parked here, and they're all the same color, so if you don't look closely at the license plate, you won't even know it's your car. Yu Xiaocheng comforted. The rich woman was relieved, her hanging heart was put into her stomach, and she continued to snuggle in her bosom friend's son's arms, and began her series of complaints, which made Yu Xiaocheng dizzy, and she began to feel a little drowsy. At this point, the rich woman's cell phone rings and she looks at the caller. It was her mom who was out for a walk. Hello, Mom. The rich woman bristled and said, disgruntled, what brings you and Dad here? What? Only you and your man are allowed to come, but not me and your father? Chu Chunyan on the phone laughed. You little ninny is getting more and more overbearing. Aye. Your son-in-law and I rarely come out for a rendezvous. This is good, we can't go out. Zhang Yanru pouted her lips and softly inquired, where's Dad? He's not by your side? He's up ahead. This stinky man, your father, whenever I come out on a trip with him, his feet are so fast that they're as fast as flying. Chu Chunyan complained in exasperation, I can't even keep up. As soon as the words fell, the mother-in-law on the phone began to roar. You wouldn't go slower? Can't you see I'm still back there? Are you rushing to reincarnation that fast? The voice was so loud that even Yu Xiaocheng could hear it clearly. Right. When are you and Qing going back? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? We'll be there tomorrow. Then you guys can leave later, and your dad and I will go back first so we don't run into each other. Aha. In the time that followed, mother and daughter chatted some more before hastily hanging up the call. Probably because Chu Chunyan had warned her husband, Zhang Xingwa didn't bother Yu Xiaocheng, and the lean young man and the playful mature woman stayed in the room all afternoon until it was time for dinner. Instead of going to the restaurant, though, the two asked the waiter to take them to the guest room. After the meal, it was Yu Xiaocheng's long-awaited time to share a bath, and although the pretty ripe rich woman had never agreed to it, it was no longer up to her at this moment. Look at you. Zhang Yanru wide-eyes him, cold charming pretty face slightly red. In fact, she is also a little bit of a small expectation, despite all kinds of refusal on the mouth, the actual has long been ready to share a bath with him. Just a little while. I just had dinner and it's a little hard to go take a bath. Young Yanru bit her lip lightly and mumbled, you go outside and have a smoke, I'll look for something. Yes, sir. Yu Xiaocheng, of course, knew what she was looking for, and came to the balcony in a hurry, and began to cloud the smoke there. Just in time. The future old man came out to smoke too. Qing, how come I didn't see you at the restaurant just now? Zhang Xingwa lit a cigarette before rushing Yu Xiaocheng on the next balcony and asked, I searched for you for half a day but didn't find you. Oh. I had the waiter send it to the guest room. Your sibling is a bit uncomfortable. Yu Xiaocheng made up a random excuse to get out of the way. Yes? I think I'm freezing, there's quite a temperature difference here, but it's fine. Just soak in the hot springs. Zhang Xingwa smiled, then said, recently a friend sent me 2 pounds of tea, the price is a bit outrageous. The flavor is nothing to write home about, I purposely set aside half a caddy for you, when you are free come to my house to pick it up. Ah this. Hearing Zhang Xingwa's words, Yu Xiaocheng's conscience was hit hard, squeaking and whimpering, older brother or you keep it for yourself, giving it to me belongs to wasting. I can't understand drinking it. Doesn't matter. Drink more and you will be able to drink and understand, and not afraid to laugh at you. I have been drinking tea for more than 10 years, in fact, I didn't drink and understand. Zhang Xingwa laughed, besides it's another gift from someone else. At this point, Chu Chunyan also came to the balcony, looked at her future son-in-law next door, and smiled faintly, Xiao Chang. Have you had dinner with your wife? Aha. We ate in our room. Yu Xiaocheng replied. No wonder I didn't see you and your wife. Chu Chunyan pursed her lips, looked at him meaningfully, and asked softly, are you planning to go to a hot spring later? Should be soaking with your wife, right? Ouch. Mom. You're asking me a question. You're asking the obvious. Yu Xiaocheng was filled with embarrassment and replied with a squeak, this. Well, I probably already know. Chu Chunyan said gently, but you have to pay attention to your feet, don't hurt them again. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly nodded and didn't dare to say anything more. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. It was Auntie Richie who sent a WeChat message. Young Yunru, little devil. Auntie is waiting for you to come in the warm pool. Goblin. The old line is here to descend you. Lao. Sister-in-law. I'll take my leave. Yu Xiaocheng put away his cell phone and rushed to the couple. Go. Zhang Xingguo waved his hand with an I understand you expression. Stay safe. Don't just focus on excitement and disregard your body. Chu Chunyan earnestly admonished. Yu Xiaocheng returned to the guest room as he stripped off his clothes and pants while walking towards the heated pool room. Although the hotel says that each room is equipped with a hot spring pool, in fact, all the hot spring water is connected from the outside, but it is also considered one of the special features of this hotel, after all, the use of 100% pure hot spring, and not their own boiled hot water. As he stood outside the warm pool room and heard a hint of playful water from inside, his mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of a noble woman bathing. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaocheng gently pushed open the door to the warm pool room. End of chapter. 10 minutes ago. While Yu Xiaocheng went out for a smoke, the pretty mature rich woman found a pair of stockings from her luggage, as well as a set of more conservative swimsuits, and then ran into the bathroom with this set of swimsuits. She stripped off her body, leaving only her underwear and panties, and stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, looking at her buoyant petite body, with a hint of pride in her heart, when in fact, she knew that one of the big reasons her best friend's son liked her. It was entirely because this body was so tempting to him. It's nothing. Men are all big pig's hooves, especially their own little bad guy is even more colorful and hungry, as long as his soul hooked away. Little bad boy. Cheap for you. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth, both sides of her cheeks slightly flushed, and then she changed into that carefully selected conservative swimsuit, which was actually not conservative to a very excessive degree, slightly more conservative than normal swimsuits by a little bit. Leaving the bathroom and coming to the hot spring room, the pretty mature rich woman sat by the poolside, her luxuriant jade hand gently lifted up, gently paddling in the crystal clear water. For a while it swept up layers of ripples, while also feeling the moderate temperature of the water. Zhang Yanru stood up and raised a slender jade leg high, her delicate and slender toes pointing on the surface of the pool, then she stepped into the warm pool. When the warm water did not enter the body of the moment, along the skin of every pore or shrinking in, that a warm feeling, sweeping the daytime when all the fatigue, at this moment the rich woman only feel all over the body comfort. Aha! So cozy. Young Yunru leaned against the edge of the pool and mumbled with her eyes tightly closed. I don't know how long it took, but the rich woman heard the door open, and she knew that her best friend's son was here. Auntie wife, you are really too sneaking around and coming to the hot springs all by yourself, and now you're just calling up your best friend's son. Without waiting for Zhang Yanru to open her mouth to speak, she heard a plopping sound. The previously calm warm pool instantly stirred up a wave, and the raging warm water pummeled Auntie Richie's body, while also making her blush even more. Ouch! I feel so good. It's so good. Yu Xiaocheng soaked in the warm pool, her eyes staring straight across the room at her own mother's best friend, and asked curiously, why are you wearing a bathing suit? Is there a problem? What do you care what I wear? Young Yunru rolled her eyes and slightly turned her head sideways, shyly. It's true that I couldn't control it in the past, but now you're my wife, of course I have to control it. Yu Xiaocheng frowned and said in a serious tone, it's too conservative. Not Thai enough, hubby doesn't like it, don't wear it in the future. For a moment, Zhang Yanru was so angry that her scalp cracked, clenching her own fists tightly as she gritted her teeth and said, behave yourself, or else you won't wear stockings at night. Yu Xiaocheng smiled evilly, half drifting half walking towards her, reached out and gently tugged on her, tried to pull her into her arms, but the rich auntie refused to come over, and even wanted to break free. Yu Xiaocheng didn't give her a chance. Give it a hard yank. The plump rich woman then pounced. Yu Xiaocheng did not end, tenderly cupped her cheeks, and then slowly up, thought the mom's best friend will resist for a while, however. Yu Xiaocheng overestimated her, but also underestimated the tenderness of the mature woman, should be in possession of the initiative of Yu Xiaocheng, instantly to the vulnerable side. For ages. When Yu Xiaocheng raised his head and looked at the rich aunt close by, he lamented, why is it so pretty? Zhang Yanru playfully blanched at him, her head resting at his shoulder, her green jade fingers drawing circle after circle on his chest, and said delicately, even more beautiful is something that can be shown to you alone. That. Or else. Yu Xiaocheng came to her ear, whispering as thin as a mosquito. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, reached out and pinched his thigh, puffing, you dare. If you take it off, do you believe that next year's day will be the anniversary of your death? Row. Yu Xiaocheng was instantly honest,
He didn't want to cause tonight's event to be cancelled because of the Mandarin duck bath, although the Mandarin duck bath was equally important, but compared to the evening's program there was less of that hint of passion.
Little bad boy. When you went out, I seem to have heard my dad come out as well. What were you guys talking about?
Zhang Yanru snuggled into his arms and softly inquired.
Just some parenthetical stuff, though. Your dad's friend gave your dad 2 pounds of tea, he evened out half a pound to me.
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said with a face full of shame, the more I think about it, the more I'm ashamed of drinking your dad's high-grade tea, smoking your dad's high-grade cigarettes, living in a house bought by your dad, hugging your dad's precious daughter, and spending your dad's banknotes. Aunt Richie arched inward and replied faintly, you care so much for him. Why don't you be his little wife?
What nonsense.
Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and laughed in a good-natured manner. Alright.
Let's not talk about your father, let's talk about something serious.
The words. Yu Xiaocheng paused and said in a serious manner, actually, I've already secretly observed it, as far as your current capacity is concerned, to deal with 2 human cubs, that's simply more than enough, can the rest?
Can you let me make up for the rest?
To tell you the truth,
your husband is still growing his body. Grow your ass.
Zhang Yanru backhand as a fist, hard pounded on his chest, annoyed and angry, no you shameless, but did not expect to be able to so shameless, actually with the child to grab something to eat, you.
Do you want some face? Just taste it.
Yu Xiaocheng hugged the somewhat impatient rich woman tightly and said idly, besides, I'm doing this for you.
Humph. Don't with me.
Of course Zhang Yanru understood what he meant, and said without a trace of humor, all day long you know how to think about these nasty things, I was really blind in the beginning.
Go with you to get a marriage license. You hoo. Obviously you dragged me there.
Yu Xiaocheng nudged her mouth and said softly, you were quite eager at that time as well.
Bastard.
Zhang Yanru suddenly broke away from his embrace and turned around to glare viciously at him, saying in annoyance, getting more and more licentious.
I must educate you properly today.
Not equal to Xiaocheng reacted, Zhang Yanru bite on his shoulder, wait for the shoulders have no position to lower the mouth, the rich woman stared at his neck.
It's only been 10 minutes.
Yu Xiaocheng then had scars all over his body, and it was crucial that these scars would not go away in a short period of time.
Night.
Quiet. Yu Xiaocheng and his own mother's best friend lying on the bed, the two are watching a boring TV series at this time. Playful mature rich woman does not have the stockings on the bed of someone's heart, the long and white jade legs bare, although the charm is infinite but lack of soul.
Well, you can get out.
Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Yanru pushed her bosom friend's son who was hugging her and said shyly, not the balcony.
It's to go outside and
then wait for my notice.
Ha? Mystery again?
Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, I'm all tired.
Just put it on straight away.
No. Zhang Yanru shook her head, but the next second, she showed a hint of a mature woman's tenderness, gently squeezing his hand and murmuring, all right.
You think it's just a pair of stockings? You stupid little cutie. Shasta. Yu Xiaocheng is full of blood.
You said so. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly sat up, got out of bed and put on the pajamas and pajama pants prepared by the hotel, because it was in the mountains and forests, so especially thick and warm, and then bring a cell phone and cigarette lighter, the butt out of the room. When someone left, Auntie Rich was left alone in the room. Zhang Yanru sighed, took out a pair of stockings and a black nightgown from under her pillow, and silently walked into the bathroom. On the other side, Yu Xiaocheng slowly came to the hotel door alone, stood nearby all kinds of gulping clouds and mist, seemingly calm under the expression. In fact, deep inside has long been surging. TSK. I knew rich aunts don't just bring stockings.
Just as Yu Xiaocheng was rambling, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ching?
Looking around at the voice, the future mother-in-law appeared at some point.
Mom,
how did you get here?
Yu Xiaocheng looked at her suspiciously and inquired curiously. Me, just out for some air.
Chu Chunyan smiled, then she noticed her future son-in-law's neck, which was full of bruises, and was startled.
She asked, what's wrong with your neck? How come it's reddish in one piece?
Ha? This. Yu Xiaocheng was full of embarrassment and did not know how to explain. He could not tell her that it was all sucked by your daughter. Seeing his embarrassed face, Chu Chunyan instantly realized that, not surprisingly, it should be the little girl who did this. Thinking of this, heart a burst of complaints. Dead girl, how to do as much as possible.
Ahem. Xiaocheng, I'll let you suffer.
Chu Chunyan said with an apologetic face, it's all my and your father's fault for not properly disciplining your daughter-in-law, allowing her to develop an arrogant and domineering personality.
Mom, don't say that.
Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly said, it is the greatest fortune in my life that I was able to marry a wife like Yanru.
Just finished.
The cell phone rings.
The caller was none other than a certain rich woman. That one is Yanru's phone.
Yu Xiaocheng whispered, Mom, I'll answer it. Chu Chunyan frowned, vaguely feeling that things are a bit wrong, coupled with the son-in-law's scaly appearance, fearing that his daughter will continue to toss out something, could not help but contemplate for a few moments. Seriously said, you give me your cell phone, I'll answer it.
Ha?
This. Yu Xiaocheng was a bit embarrassed, but in the end, he gave her the cell phone. After all, his mother-in-law had spoken. When Chu Chunyan got her cell phone, she saw the note on it, which said Rich Auntie looked up at you Xiaocheng, then silently answered the call.
Little bad boy. Auntie is all ready, come and get under the covers quickly.
As her daughter's coquettish voice came from the phone, Chu Chunyan flattened her mouth and replied coldly, I'm your mom.
First issue and then revise. End of chapter.
Put on a pair of black stockings with sexy lace underwear, and a tulle black nightgown. Young Yunru reveals her sexiness and maturity to the fullest extent, and in order to satisfy a certain little villain's mature woman plot, she also deliberately coiled her hair into a noblewoman's hairstyle, and put on the black-rimmed flat glasses. The rich mature woman's flavor comes out. However, one second the rich woman was still seducing her best friend's son, and the next second when she heard her old mom's voice coming out of the cell phone, in an instant her whole body froze, and a trace of consternation flashed across her face as if it were a bolt from the blue. She stared with wide eyes, gasping for breath, rising and falling chest like a frightened rabbit.
What's going on? How and why is mom's voice on the little bad guy's cell phone? Zhang Yanru violently sat up from the bed, trembling and asked, You are my mom? A real mom? Chu Chunyan? Crap! Whose real mom could I possibly be?
Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, I'm telling you. You're less likely to torment other people's Xiaocheng, getting him like this, with bruises all over his neck, aren't you?
Are you still not satisfied? Still want to continue to toss it? Aye.
At this moment, the pretty mature rich woman was shy, anxious, and helpless, squeaking and whimpering as she replied, Mom, the situation is not what you think.
Your son-in-law and I, we're both.
Oops. That was me kissing, not me hitting, and besides how can hitting be red?
Pro? Why are you kissing so hard? There are red spots all over the place. How will you let Xiaocheng go out?
Chu Chunyan did not lose any ground at all and quickly found a new breakthrough, saying in exasperation, Don't scourge Xiaocheng for your own selfish desires.
Zhang Yanru beamed and said with a displeased face, Mom, this is the married life between me and your son-in-law. Can you stop meddling so much? Me and him, the two of us, shut the door and do whatever we want. What are you always getting involved in, affecting the relationship between me and him?
I don't care? Can I do it if I don't care? I don't care. Xiaocheng won't live for more than 3 years, and I'm told to leave it alone. You think I want to care so much?
It's not because you're unconscious,
Chu Chunyan said with a face full of annoyance.
Chu Chunyan did not continue to say anything, hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, she returned the phone to Yu Xiaocheng and said with a shameful face, Xiaocheng, I'll really let you suffer. Mom did not think it would be like this. But there's no way to return it.
You have to be more patient.
Yu Xiaocheng was filled with embarrassment and squeaked out a reply, Mom, actually the real situation. Before he could finish, Chu Chunyan directly interrupted him and said in a serious tone, Okay. I know what you're trying to say, but you just want to help her get away with it. You are a good boy. Mom is especially satisfied with you. As for your daughter-in-law,
I understand her better than you do. Go on.
This little ninny is probably in a depressed mood right now after being scolded by me, so go coax her,
Chu Chunyan said.
Aha. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and was about to turn around when suddenly,
Chu Chunyan called him back. Wait a minute. You guys. You two. Are you playing some kind of role-playing game or something? How come Xiaoru opens her mouth as Auntie?
Chu Chunyan asked curiously, the note on your cell phone is also Auntie Richie.
This.
Because she is indeed my aunt, and your daughter is your in-law's best friend. This. Yu Xiaocheng replied awkwardly, sister-brother love is no longer enough to fulfill her.
I'm sorry. It's all I can do.
However, Chu Chunyan became even more embarrassed and ashamed at the same time, saying, Xiaocheng.
Tough on you. Out of the way. It's actually just a title.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled, then whispered, Mom, then I'll go back first. Chu Chunyan nodded her head and looked at her son-in-law back as he left, sighing deeply, her brows filled with despondency and helplessness, her heart secretly slandering. Xiaocheng, anyway, you will eventually be spoiled. Rather than cheap to other women, it is better to cheap to my daughter. Yu Xiaocheng returned to his room, and when he saw his rich aunt lying on the bed, he instantly froze in place. The translucent black stockings and the tulle silk black nightgown together form a mature imperial lady style, giving her figure an eye-catching splendor, while also accentuating a high-flying temperament, especially as the underwear is a perfect fit for the stockings and nightgown.
It's just great. Meanwhile,
the depressed mood of the pretty ripe rich woman, see that brat finally came back, accumulated in the heart of the aggression instantly breaks the dike seems to be like a raging flood flowing to every corner of the body. Yu Xiaocheng's but had just sat on the edge of the bed when she was yanked over by her own mother's best friend, followed by her hot petite body arching in, snuggling tightly in his arms, her head buried deep inside.
Pissed off. Don't know anything and know how to talk about me.
Zhang Yanru sniffed the androgynous smell of her best friend's son and complained in exasperation, I've even gotten a marriage license, and she still cares so much, she always thinks I'll bully you, obviously it's you who bullies me. Yu Xiaocheng hugged the rich woman tightly at the same time, a hand quietly touched to the upturned buttocks, see she did not have any reaction. He gently pinched her twice and said leisurely, okay. It's all in the past, don't think so much.
Can't get through. Auntie, I'm depressed. Zhang Yanru pouted her lips, looked up at him and asked, "How did you meet my mom?"
"I was just smoking in front of the hotel, and then your mom suddenly appeared, as if she came to get some air, and then casually chatted for a couple of sentences, and then your phone called, and your mom wouldn't let me pick it up, she had to let her pick it up, and I had no choice but to give it to her, after all, she is the mother-in-law."
Yu Xiaocheng replied. "What's with the bad luck?" Zhang Yanru said with a grumpy face, "Since the beginning of the relationship with you, it hasn't been very smooth. Are you gramming me? I keck you? It's obviously you who grammed me."
Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and continued, "Look at my foot still in a cast. Also, it's not like I did it, you're the one who didn't stand still. Oops dash."
Zhang Yanru shivered, her mesmerized eyes glaring viciously at him, furiously saying, "You. Ega." Yu Xiaocheng looked at her badly and asked cheaply, "Now that it's come to this, do you admit it?" "Bear. Admit what?" Zhang Yanru bit her lips to death, attempting to use the pain to drive away the shyness deep inside her, and said with petulant anger, You dare to do this again, beware of me. I won't be hospitable to you. Ah, to die." At this moment the rich woman, in angry and annoyed and helpless, important position, was not much, now. Even the chest is about to lose its defense, although a large area of the fence results in blocking the other side's attack. But look at the current situation, breaking through the wall is only a matter of time. Crux. The key itself did not resist in the slightest. How do I solve this one? Yu Xiaocheng touched her back and realized that there was no place to relieve herself. "Get out!" Zhang Yanru gasped and said angrily, "Take the pig's hoof away from me, or otherwise I'll find your mom." Yu Xiaocheng froze, and then the hand that was pressed on his hip silently probed to his cell phone, and then dialed a number. In an instant, the call went through. "Mom, someone is looking for you," Yu Xiaocheng said seriously. Zhang Yanru stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief, but was soon overcome with anger and roared in exasperation, "Mind this horny son of yours, he's bullying me." At this point, Chu Fong was doing a facial mask at home when she suddenly received a call from her son, and without much thought, she connected it, and then the next second, she exploded in place. Straight after hanging up, he slammed the phone down hard on the couch. "Pisses me off. Getting robbed of your son and coming in with a brag." On the other side, Young Yanru broke free, and at the moment she was sitting on top of her best friend's son, her shy little iron fist pounding on his body like rain. "Let you make it bad. Let you make it bad. Do you really think Auntie is made of clay?" Even though it looked like Zhang Yanru seemed to be very hard, actually hitting Yu Xiaocheng's body was similar to scratching an itch, but of course it was still necessary to pretend a little. Oops, wrong. Yu Xiaocheng clutched his head and pleaded in agony, "Fairy, spare your life. Fairy, spare your life. Stinking man." Zhang Yanru snorted coldly and reached out to pinch his cheeks, kneading them in various ways. Angrily, she said, really getting more and more wanton, "Obviously such a well-behaved lad in the past, how come he doesn't listen now?" Yu Xiaocheng replied with a slurred voice, Before you weren't my wife, now you are my wife. What? Is a wife meant to be bullied by you?" Auntie Rich eyed him blankly, let go of her hand and sat up straight, glaring condescendingly at him, at the naughty, mischievous son of her best friend, but then the right girl's heart softened. "Can't stop it. Couldn't stop it at all." Zhang Yanru had thought that she was able to be ruthless, but the truth was, in the face of the pitiful little villain, in the face of that thirsty gaze, it was simply impossible to be hard-hearted. "Hey, what a little ingrate I am." The rich woman sighed, her jade finger gently poked his head, and complained airily, "Obviously I'm annoyed at what you're doing, but I just can't get angry, and even if I do, I can only be angry for a second." Yu Xiaocheng said softly, "Probably this is called It's Not an Enemy That Doesn't Get Together, a lifetime of bickering but hard to separate, disliking each other and holding on to each other." Zhang Yanru looked at him playfully, raised her willow eyebrows lightly, and muttered in a thin voice, "Aren't you curious about how this can be solved?" "Actually." The rich woman raised her jade hand and placed it at her chest, and said in a glutinous manner, "It's in front." The words. The rich, sexy woman unraveled it herself. First issued and then reformed. End of chapter. Late night. Yu Xiaocheng was wearing the thick pajamas and pajama pants provided by the hotel, standing at the balcony quietly looking at the mountains under the moonlight, while his mouth was not forgetting to gulp clouds of mist just like all the men after finishing. At this moment he was in the sublimation stage of the soul. Of course, Yu Xiaocheng only completed a part, but this part of him is incomparably shocking, although he knew the rich aunt is how surging, but when the head-on confrontation only to find that he overestimated his imagination, but also underestimated the rich aunt's breadth of mind. Just at the moment when the rich woman dropped her bra, the image of that scene was as if she was Sun Xingyi, being heavily pressed under the Five Elements mountain, and she simply couldn't catch her breath. Suddenly, a buoyant, nubile body pressed into the back, two slender arms encircling the waist. "Wake up and realize you're not there." Auntie Rich gently hugged her best friend's son, her cheek pressed against his broad back, and gently asked, "Is Auntie Little Badass treating you well? Still satisfied? I should be the one asking you that. I have a crooked mouth and eyes.
Yu Xiaocheng replied bitterly, actually, I wanted to end it a long time ago, but it turned out that you were dead set on holding my head and refused to let go. A moment to the left and a moment to the right, I was almost too busy. Shasta. Zhang Yanru blushed, reached out and pinched the flesh of his waist hard, and said shyly, who held your head and refused to let go? Obviously you're the one who was dead set on not wanting to go. At first it's true. It's true that I didn't want to leave, but then I wanted to leave and you wouldn't let me go. Yu Xiaocheng gently grabbed her mom's best friend's hand and said with a smiling face, baby auntie. Isn't that the case? Humph. So what if it is? Offend auntie and still want to run? Zhang Yanru bites her plump lips, said daintily, I thought you wanted it more, pestering me every day that I'm hungry. Now give you well, you eat two mouth and want to go. Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and replied with a squeak, I thought half an hour was about right. I didn't think that I didn't expect it to be just an appetizer for you. Suddenly I'm a bit worried about what to do in the future, according to the way things are going. Without a night's time, you probably won't be able to eat enough. You know you're scared, right? Knowing that fear still comes to provoke me. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth, subconsciously hugged tighter, and softly said, but don't worry. Auntie, I'll help you ready, as long as every day on time to drink medicine. Auntie will put your kidney to good. In addition, your auntie Song also gave me a box of special sea dragon powder. I heard. Speaking of which, the words came to an abrupt end, and then looked at the pretty mature rich woman. At this time has long been the neck all stained red. Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but freeze, and then his face darkened. What's wrong with this auntie Song? Men do not go to find, as much as to get involved in these things, but also to send a box of rich women extra sea dragon powder. This which is what extra sea dragon powder, which is clearly a happy amplifier. Good guys do not take my life as a life. I think so. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said carefully, your little bad guy is so young and strong. He can't use any sea dragon powder for the time being, on the contrary. Your dad may need it more. Should I not I give it to your dad, and on weekdays your dad takes good care of me. No. This is specifically reserved for you. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, it's fine if you must give it away, but you need to assure me that you won't be affected in any way. Ha? Yu Xiaocheng scrunched her head and smiled awkwardly but gently, this needs to depend on the state of the day, which in turn relates to many factors, such as whether the mood is good or not, whether the body is tired or not, whether the desire is strong or not, and so on. Young Yanru nuzzled her mouth and said in a bad mood, it's still not working. What doesn't work? The word no is not in my dictionary. Yu Xiaocheng straightened his back and said in a good-natured manner. Pretty mature aunt smiled slightly, let go of his waist, then into the arms, angry, okay. Anyway, the words are here, you weigh yourself well, don't fall off the chain at the critical moment. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng answered and said softly, tomorrow. I'm going to report. What day is tomorrow? It's past 12 now. The austere rich woman asked gently. Not today. Go tomorrow. Yu Xiaocheng hugged her own mom's best friend in her arms tightly and murmured, when I start working. There won't be much time left to accompany you. Wife suddenly feels so sorry for you. I do. Zhang Yanru muttered, auntie is your woman anyway. Yu Xiaocheng didn't say anything and quietly hugged this floating and convex body, then the two of them kissed together under the moonlight. Hungry? A little bit. Hurry up and get in the house with your auntie. Then that goes in. Chu Chunyan and Zhang Xinghua went back early, and before leaving, Chu Chunyan also called her daughter. At this time the couple is on the road. Compared to her husband's face of ease and contentment, Chu Chunyan's face is full of worry. I do not know what happened to Chung last night has not been their own daughter to the cruel destruction. What's wrong? Sad face, what is it that worries you so much? Zhang Xinghua looked at his daughter-in-law beside him and inquired curiously. Hey, there are things you don't understand. Chu Chunyan sighed and replied faintly, but you'll understand later. Facing the Riddler's daughter-in-law, Zhang Xinghua didn't have the heart to say, you're always like this when you like to talk to the point of half-knowledge, can't you just say it? What you don't understand now, you'll understand later. I can't understand with you. Chu Chunyan blanked him. Zhang Xinghua obediently closed his mouth and drove the car with full concentration, and suddenly thought of something. Said, have you ever realized? Our daughter and Xiao Chang are quite close. Yes? You just realized that? Chu Chunyan said softly, then tell me, how the two are close. Look, who has our family's daughter ever been polite to? But she was quite polite to Xiao Chang, and Zhang Xinghua paused and continued, and there were times when I saw my daughter and Xiao Chang chatting. Chu Chunyan smiled and didn't say anything more. The key, she didn't want to be a snitch. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanru woke up from sleep. When she opened her eyes to see the little bad guy beside her, at the moment is arching in their own arms, the quiet appearance seems like a little baby, instantly stirred the potential deep inside the motherhood. Gently cradling his head, her mesmerized eyes full of love for him, she murmured, little bad boy is really getting on auntie's nerves. All of a sudden, the pretty ripe rich woman shivered as the electrifying sensation struck again, taking over her entire body in a moment. Biting her own lip, she peeked at her best friend's son in her arms and complained in shame, sleeping and still being naughty. Hey, it's so abrasive. It's hard to imagine what the days ahead will be like, especially with his children, one of whom he's letting himself be tortured enough, and then a couple of little ones.
Me, how can I live?
Pretty rich woman was rambling when her cell phone, which was placed by her pillow, rang, and after reaching for it and taking a look at it, it was Song Chin Chin, that single, who was calling.
Hello? What is it?
Young Yunru asked softly and delicately while stroking the little badass's hair.
Yoo-hoo-hoo. This voice is a bit delicate. Song Chin Chin on the phone asked smilingly, it seems. There was some breakthrough last night, has it become his woman? Is that what you called to ask?
Rich rolled her eyes and said in exasperation, hang up if you want to be okay.
Don't. Of course something's wrong. Song Chin Chin spoke softly, the kidney tonic Chinese medicine for your husband has been decocted. When are you coming to pick it up? The rich woman thought for a moment and said seriously, I'm not available for the next 2 days. I'll come to your house the day after tomorrow to pick it up. By the way, is it 1 bag a day? Or 2 bags a day?
Just 1 bag a day, preferably in the morning.
Song Chin Chin replied. Aha. Thanks.
Young Yunru said gratefully.
Get off the phone. Noticing that the little bad boy in her arms was awake, Richie apologized. Did I wake you up?
Nope. Woke up from a natural sleep. Yu Xiaocheng obediently hugged Auntie Fortune tightly and said tenderly, the whole day is yours today. How do you want me to accompany you?
Zhang Yanru thought for a moment and replied softly and glutinously, actually, there's no need to deliberately go anywhere, just hugging Auntie like this, Auntie is already satisfied. It won't work, you let me think about it. Yu Xiaocheng thought for a moment, then inquired, do you want to take you to Disney for a round? Not going. I'm over 30, what's the point of going to Disney?
The rich woman playfully blanked him, then arched in his arms and whispered, forget it.
Better go home. It's okay. Subsequent times.
The two were feeding each other all kinds of mushy love words in bed, and nowadays, young Yunru also knew so many phrases, but not very skillfully. Basically, it was the same as before, and listening to those sweet words made her heart tingle. Watching the little badass walk into the bathroom, the pretty mature rich woman then sat up from the bed, then picked up the bra that was thrown to the side and put it on as fast as she could.
Suddenly at ease. It's just not the same with protection.
Waiting for Xiaocheng to come out of the bathroom, looking at the rich aunt still rely on the bed, but bra is wearing. Without good humor, he said, get up, don't sleep, we're going home. Zhang Yanru slowly opened her arms and said to him in a delicate and sticky manner, carry me to the bathroom. Yu Xiaocheng bumbled over and tenderly picked up the pretty ripe rich woman, then carefully walked towards the bathroom. The two of them looked deep into each other's eyes. There was love in each other's eyes until the rich woman's head hit the door panel.
You brat. First issue and then revise. End of chapter.
Young Yunru's head was slammed hard against the door panel, hurting her so much that she was on the verge of crying out. In fact, I can't blame Yu Xiaocheng for being so careless. After all, the two of them were gazing at each other eye to eye at that time. After all, they were gazing at each other with deep love. Who knew that they would bump into each other like this?
Brat. You. Intentional, aren't you?
Auntie Rich's big, watery eyes stared straight at her best friend's son, and there were already a lot of tears pooling in those eyes.
No. Ego, how could I have done it on purpose? I can't even wait to love her.
Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly put Auntie Fuwu down, then took her into his arms, gently rubbed her head, and gently comforted her. I was mesmerized by your eyes, so
didn't see the road. It hurts.
The rich woman lightly bit her own lips, from the previous anger slowly became aggrieved. Chuchu pitifully said, you a little bad guy last night so tossed Auntie, and in the morning also bullied Auntie, beat Auntie to the pain, line, I'll talk to your mom later, just tell her that.
Your son beat me. No. You cannot say so.
Yu Xiaocheng was anxious on the spot, although the sisters have been broken sisterhood, but each other still maintains it difficult to sever the association. If mom heard me bullying her girlfriend, and even hit her girlfriend, can imagine what kind of consequences will be.
You that gently rub until I don't hurt.
The pretty ripe rich woman beamed, lightly crossbowed. Yu Xiaocheng embraced her to the edge of the bed, the two slowly sat down. The rich woman snuggled tightly in his arms, enjoying his thoughtful and gentle feeling. Gradually the loneliness of the inner depths of the heart once again opened the shackles of irresistible longing surged to the whole body.
As if it seems a little swollen. Yu Xiaocheng touched a spot and carefully asked, does it hurt? Ouch. Wait. Let me touch it.
Zhang Yanru raised her hand and touched her head, and in the next second her face showed petulant fury as she raised her shy little iron fist and pounded it hard on his chest, saying furiously, you deadbeat. Actually dare to domestic violence me. You give me weight. I will find your mom now.
Speaking.
The rich woman broke away from his embrace and prepared to reach for her cell phone. Yu Xiaocheng would not let her get away with it, grabbed her wrist, re-dragged the pretty and ripe rich woman into his arms and comforted, the small conflicts between our husband and wife, don't let your girlfriends get involved. Come.
Little husband will rub it for you again. It's okay, this will soon reduce the swelling.
Zhang Yanru originally also was to scare him, not really to find his mom to inform, lying in the bosom of the girlfriend's son, slightly pouting.
puffed up and said, I tell you, your domestic violence against me, just this one time, must not appear a second time. Yes. Yu Xiaocheng nodded repeatedly and said softly, but, this doesn't seem to be considered domestic violence, right? How come it doesn't count? Did my head get swollen by you?
Zhang Yanru's eyes widened as she glared viciously at him, saying in annoyance, you did it anyway.
In the face of the unreasonable rich woman who started to play the shrew routine, Yu Xiaocheng had no power at all, and could only hold her tightly, then gently rubbed her head and softly said, let's go to the hot springs together later? May.
Anyway, we don't check out until 12, there are still 4 hours left now.
Zhang Yanru nodded and gently hugged his waist, squeaking, don't make any trouble, take a good soak in the hot spring or else I'll sue your mom for domestic violence against me. Even though your mom and I had a fight and don't have a very good relationship, she'll definitely be on my side if you hit me. Aha. I believe it.
Yu Xiaocheng then picked her up again, this time he was extra careful.
On the way back,
Yu Xiaocheng drove the car while Young Yanru sat in the passenger seat, chattering and complaining from the moment she got in the car.
Brat, saying that you won't bully me, and then you end up like this again.
Zhang Yanru glared at him viciously and said in annoyance, in the future, you're not allowed to touch me again. If you touch me again, I'll directly cut off your hand and shake you while pinching and shaking you.
What do you want to do?
Yu Xiaocheng heatedly smiled and replied in a low voice, the atmosphere is there.
I couldn't help but give you some tricks, but then again, I see you're quite cooperative too. Get out. Cooperate your ass.
Zhang Yanru blanked him, beeped and said, when you were a child you were quite good, the older you get, the more you don't like it. Before I pinched a pinch of your face, you're a little bad guy can blush for half a day, and now you're pinching my butt, and.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and said meaningfully, before it was your nephew, now it's your husband, of course it's different, besides, aren't you too? What happened to Mimi?
The pretty ripe rich woman rolled her eyes and squeaked back, I haven't changed a thing.
No, you've changed. You're getting prettier and sexier.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled.
Nasty.
Pretty mature rich woman, heart sweet and happy, the eyebrows cannot stop showing.
Belonging to the mature woman's tenderness. 4 ages. The two finally returned home, and this time, Yu Xiaocheng belonged to the long-time residents. That's nice. It's finally mine alone.
The rich woman took his arm, her body pressed against his, and murmured, I'll take you to school tomorrow?
Don't.
It'll be troublesome if it causes a storm at that time. Yu Xiaocheng shook her head and said seriously, I'm planning to take the bus tomorrow.
Public your ass. The family has so many cars, actually take the bus, are you looking down on auntie?
The rich woman fiercely twisted his waist meat and said in exasperation, drive that Porsche and go, what bus ride?
Eventually,
Yu Xiaocheng finally promised her to drive the Porsche to school.
Right.
I didn't ask your old man to help us change a house, by the way, I also asked him to help us both change cars. I chose a Lamborghini Bull for you, and my car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom.
The pretty mature rich woman tenderly said, you drive it anyway. Good job, brother.
Yu Xiaocheng's heart was filled with endless shame, and at the same time, she was worried about her future, in case my daughter is also like this.
I don't want to.
It's not even my turn to pay anyway with their grandpa around.
The two spent the afternoon at home, then after dinner, they went for a walk, hand in hand, nearby Riverside Park.
Yu Xiaocheng took the jade hand of her own mother's best friend and walked along the walking path along the river in the breeze, while it was the first time that the two of them were holding hands in a walk since they had received their marriage license.
Laughing at what?
Yu Xiaocheng looked at the rich aunt beside her and asked curiously as he watched a smile spread across her face.
Nothing. Just feeling happy. Young Yanru replied softly and gluttonously, then asked him, little badass, you know I'm going on a blind date, is your heart particularly anxious?
Sort of.
It's mainly because I'm worried about you.
Yu Xiaocheng said gently, I've read a book as The Myth of Sisyphus written by Albert Camus, and there's a line in it that goes like this. When the longing for happiness is too eager, then pain rises in the depths of one's heart.
Speaking of which, there was a pause, then, so, I went out of my way to stop you from getting a blind date, and luckily, I came just in time.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips lightly and said delicately, little badass, actually auntie has always wanted to say thank you.
What? Thank me for what?
Yu Xiaocheng looked at her suspiciously and laughed badly. Actually, you should thank your best friend for giving birth to your husband from her womb.
Your mom is the head honcho.
Zhang Yanru held her best friend's son's arm and said with a smile, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been able to find such a good little husband, who is just a bit colorful and also likes to be mischievous.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly, then pointed to the chair in front of him, go sit down for a while?
The two sat on a chair. At this time the rich woman snuggled in Yu Xiaocheng's arms, looking at the high-rise buildings on the other side of the river, the dazzling lights like a city that never sleeps.
Little bad boy, what do you think love is? Young Yanru asked. Love?
Yu Xiaocheng thought for a moment and replied softly, it depends on how you look at love.
Love is divided into many kinds in this world. Love between a man and a woman. Young Yanru added.
Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth, wrapped his arms tightly around the rich woman in his arms, and said softly, it's probably about fulfillment, letting go, tolerance, and giving. This world seldom possesses an everlasting love, and loving but not being able to love is the norm in life.
Then what about us?
Young Yunru asked with a squeaky voice. You said that loving but not being able to love is the norm in life, so does that mean we'll be separated in the future?
Maybe.
Yu Xiaocheng nodded and replied softly, but I will try my hardest not to let you leave from my side. Auntie Fortune smiled with satisfaction, arched and burrowed in his arms, and said petulantly, don't worry, even if you don't want me anymore, I won't leave you.
Speaking.
Auntie Rich raised her head and stared straight at the little badass in front of her, and the next second, she then slowly closed her eyes and waited for someone to descend. Yu Xiaocheng naturally would not fail her, slowly coming up and gently covering her lips on.
But it's not at home.
They both just nodded off, and then both of them let go of their mouths.
Go home.
Don't want to go for a walk? Hurry up and go home with your auntie. Young Yunru stood up fiercely and pulled her best friend's son's arm, desperately yanking him toward the road home.
This moment,
Aunt Richie was a little antsy. All she could think about was how to kiss him to death and feed him.
Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng finally also experienced Zheng Yuanxiang's helplessness and pain. This is the fierce mature woman. At the drop of a hat, I'll drag you home to your room, to your bed, to your nest. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Early the following morning,
Yu Xiaocheng drove the rich woman's Porsche slowly and leisurely to the mathematics and science branch of Xin University, and then met the rich woman's nephew Zheng Yuanxiang, who was also the head of the physics department.
Finally, I've waited for you.
Zheng Yuanxiang was thrilled to see Yu Xiaocheng come to school, but he soon realized what was going on. Looking at Yu Xiaocheng with a puzzled face, he curiously inquired, No.
Why do I feel that you seem to be haggard?
Why do I feel that you seem to be very haggard? Did you not sleep well last night? I and your little aunt officially cohabited, Yu Xiaocheng replied bitterly. Now finally appreciate your difficulties. It turns out that the original marry a mature woman will be so hurtful. Zheng Yuanxiang froze and said with a smile on his face, it's just beginning now, and the bitter days are still ahead. Yu Xiaocheng sighed and said with a bitter face, your little aunt is simply like a shrew, all kinds of scoundrels and use violence. The night before last I hugged your little aunt, the result was accidentally knocked her head, good guy.
Look at that.
Yu Xiaocheng pointed to the faint marks on her neck and began to complain to Zheng Yuanxiang, puffing out, she hit it.
Normal operation.
When I was a child she often beat me, I don't know how many times I was beaten by her, but although my little aunt has a bad temper and likes to play small, but she is still a good person, that little aunt you just bite your tongue, at the same time, strengthen the exercise, so that you become to carry a beating. Zheng Yuan forced a smile. In the time that followed, the two of them chatted about work-related content, followed by a phone call from Zheng Yuanxiang to call that little guide over.
This young director is called Qianfeng, to be honest.
On his seniority is actually completely insufficient. All depends on Zheng Yuanxiang's hand cultivation, and now,
Qianfeng is facing the examination of the difficulty, the hand lacks a heavyweight article.
Penny. This is Elder Su's favorite disciple, you should have heard of him.
Zheng Yuanxiang introduced. No.
Qianfeng looked at Yu Xiaocheng beside him and said cordially, I've read several of his articles. The contents are all very novel and valuable for research. That Xiaocheng, I'm counting on you next.
Professor Qian is joking. I can't do it alone, rather we work together.
Yu Xiaocheng said.
Yeah.
Qianfeng understood Yu Xiaocheng's words and nodded. I might have to attend classes or something during the week, so let's do it this way. I'll find a few graduate students to help you with your work. Yu Xiaocheng shook his head and casually replied, no need to bother. The first project isn't too difficult. It's just a purely theoretical process, then just find an experimental platform, the theoretical process. I've already completed 90% of it, the rest should be almost done in these few days. The words. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the rich woman's nephew, said seriously, Director Zhang related equipment issues, when you help me mediate, I want to publish the article as fast as possible, and then immediately carry out the second project. After all, I have guaranteed the top issue of 2 articles a year.
Zheng Yuanxiang tried to hold back his excitement, and hurriedly said, equipment issues rest assured.
There will be no mistakes, really cannot.
I will look for Dean Tian, in addition.
Cheng, when you publish an article, it is best to find your teacher. I think with Su Lao's status in the field of physics, should give you the green light.
Yu Xiaocheng answered, but did not say anything more. In fact, this kind of thing is very normal in the scientific research circle. After all, this is a humane society, even in science.
It is also difficult to escape the word favor.
In one's turn,
Yu Xiaocheng and Qianfeng came to the laboratory, but the so-called laboratory is just 2 small broken rooms. The equipment is simple not to mention, or shared with another project team, there is no way. Qianfeng's seniority is too shallow, coupled with the university laboratory resources are very tight, to have these 2 small broken room, already belongs to the miracle. It's a little sketchy, and you can only use it 3 days a week, the other 4 are for other groups. Qianfeng said with embarrassment. It's okay. When the time comes, we'll directly change the exclusive lab. Yu Xiaocheng didn't care much, then took out his laptop from his satchel and briefly talked to Qianfeng about what he was researching. Although Qian Feng's seniority was shallow, he was at least a serious associate professor, and instantly understood what Yu Xiaocheng was trying to do, saying with an excited expression, "This research content, if it really materializes in the end, it will be a heavyweight existence."
As the words fall, suddenly something occurred to me. Asked in a low voice, "Such a good research topic. Are you willing to let me hang out for a while?
I promised Director Zhang to help you cope with the assessment first." Yu Xiaocheng closed his notebook and said with a smile, "He said that your contract expires next year, and without a weighty article, it will be hard to be renewed by the school, and I have an unusual relationship with Director Zhang, so I'll definitely help with this favor." Qian Feng fiercely gripped Yu Xiaocheng's hand and said with a look of gratitude, "Xiaocheng,
thank you so much, and you can rest assured. I'll fully support you in anything during the stage of your doctoral studies." Indeed.
This article Yu Xiaocheng there belongs to the class of the disliked, but to cope with the assessment is more than enough. The focus is on another article, and the other article does not have the so-called one work, only the soul work.
Well, how are you adjusting to your first day on the job? Zhang Yuanxiang asked Yu Xiaocheng out for lunch and asked him about his work.
What's so uncomfortable about this? I'm not a rich boy.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said, "Speaking of which, why haven't I seen your wife today?" "You mean Tinley, huh?"
"She went on a business trip to the provinces and is not at home for the past few days."
Zhang Yuanxiang's face was filled with a bright smile. "Is it really that good when your wife isn't around?" Yu Xiaocheng asked. Zhang Yuanxiang scowled at him and said mysteriously, "What do you think?
If little auntie goes on a business trip for a few days and leaves you alone at home, what do you say?"
"Is it cool?" "Ouch. Seems pretty cool."
Yu Xiaocheng nodded repeatedly, then replied helplessly, "Your little aunt seems to.
Doesn't go out much. There will always be a chance."
Zhang Yuanxiang smiled strongly. After lunch, Yu Xiaocheng returned to the lab and sat there messaging with Auntie Richie, while in WeChat Zhang Yanru,
unabashedly revealing her thoughts about him. However, WeChat chat is difficult to stop the rich woman's loneliness, followed by the phone promom BFF some small emotions, huffing and puffing, mouth said that I want to me, all do not see you to give me a phone call, but instead I call you, whom really men do not have is a good thing.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and replied with a squeaky voice, "Work is too busy to spare."
Excuses. It's all excuses through and through.
Zhang Yanru sat in her office, pouting her plump lips, and said in a bad mood, "I still don't believe it, you can be so busy that you don't even have time to make a phone call? It's obvious that you didn't think of me, and you're still saying that you're busy with work."
It's a little emotional.
At this moment, the high-cold female president was like a delicate young girl, while not losing that tenderness of a mature woman.
Wrong. Yu Xiaocheng hastily admitted his mistake and asked gently, "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you." "Humph, there's that trick again." Young Yanru rolled her eyes and spoke in a slightly grumpy manner, "Can't you change to a new pattern?" "Patterns? What kind of tricks do you want? Wens or martial arts?" Yu Xiaocheng asked meaningfully, "Or both literature and martial arts would be fine."
Although I didn't understand what he was talking about, but just because of this lewd tone and ambiguous content, it's definitely not something good. The pretty ripe rich woman was full of blush, and said with petulant anger, "Dead pervert. All day long you know to think about this, don't dare you to talk, I'll go find your Aunt Song to get the medicine to go, start drinking it up tomorrow." After hanging up, Zhang Yanru then leaves the company and drives to Song Qinchin's house. This BFF of hers is off today. For a long time. A few taps on the door and it quickly opened from the inside. "Where's my medicine?" Richie asked as she opened the door. Song Qinchin rolled her eyes, and said in a bad mood, "So every time you look for me, you don't want to come and see me? You're still a sister. Completely plastic sisters. What's the point? I'm a woman with a husband now, I can't play with you single dog anymore." Zhang Yanru blankly eyed her, a slight hint of arrogance and bad intentions between her eyebrows. Next, the sisters then fought, torn to be exact, of course it was just playful. Pissed off. "You stinking having a husband is amazing?" Song Qinchin, who was sitting on the sofa, panted and glared at her, glaring at young Yanru beside her in annoyance. Young Yanru similarly gasped for air and replied languidly, "It's supposed to be. Having a husband is really being able to do whatever you want. Stealing Sister Fangfang's son, this kind of thing can also be done." Song Qinchin muttered in a small voice with her mouth full. "Hey, I heard it all." Young Yanru grabbed the headrest and threw it over her best sister's body. After another bout of banter, the sisters then returned to business. "This is your little husband's Chinese medicine, 1 bag a day, don't drink too much. By then you'll have a nosebleed if you overcompensate." Song Qinchin carried a bag of medicine and placed it on the dining table, then she carefully sized up the rich woman. "Tisk, tsk. I've noticed that your skin has gotten a little better lately." Song Qinchin narrowed her eyes and said meaningfully, "It seems the rainy season has finally come to this dry land of yours." "What nonsense." The pretty mature rich woman blushed and asked softly, "You're alone anyway, why don't you come to my house for dinner? How about staying at my house by the way?" "Yeah." Song Qinchin didn't think about it that much and agreed straight away. Seeing that her good sister had agreed, the rich woman's heart was bursting with joy at this moment. She kind of couldn't wait to feed Song Qinchin a mouthful of dog food.
first issue and then revise. End of chapter. Young Yunru didn't go back to the office, but drove her best sister home. Along the way the two chatted about a variety of topics, from women's maintenance to men's maintenance. In short, when there is no one in private, the words between women are usually very perverted. Really? Then how come you're kinda sorta red in the face? Song Chinchin looked at her suspiciously, looking at her good sister who was driving, and asked curiously, like a state after a long drought. Could it be that you? Are you? Speaking of which, Song Chinchin's expression was a bit horrified. What and what? It's not what you think. Though she didn't know what she was talking about, and it couldn't be anything good anyway, the pretty ripe rich woman rolled her eyes and squeaked out a reply, Mimi and sister Fong Fong's son, the two of us are just playing feed the little baby game. Hello. Song Chinchin just opened her mouth, suddenly came to a sudden realization, carefully surveyed the sister's open-mindedness, murmured, not to say a few days have not seen you, feel bigger, so it's all because of Fong Fong's sister's son's credit. Get out. Don't make fun of me. The pretty and ripe rich woman glared at her viciously and disliked her back in a bad mood. I treated you as a sister before I told you the secret, but you are so good as to use this matter to make fun of me. You hoo-hoo. Don't you usually make fun of me much? Especially after falling in love with sister Fong Fong's son. Song Chinchin blanched at her and puffed, even without mentioning sister Fong Fong's son, you often make fun of my boobs. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. How did I come to know you? Young Yunru pursed her lips in embarrassment and stammered, okay. I was wrong. Humph. One sentence of I was wrong and you want to end it? Song Chinchin snorted coldly and said seriously, you must send me a sports car, I want a Porsche convertible. Give. Zhang Yanru said softly, when the final payment for the few projects I have in hand arrives, I'll go buy them for you at the first opportunity. That's more like it. Under the relentless monetary attack, Song Chinchin instantly lost her temper, lightly biting her lips and whispering, Yanru. Our hospital came to a very handsome male doctor. Today at noon I went to eat, the result in the cafeteria ran into him, Agu. I was mesmerized. Love at first sight? Zhang Yanru lightly raised her willow eyebrows and glanced at her with a gossipy face, asking curiously, just how handsome? More handsome than my family's little handsome boy? The type is different. The one in your house belongs to the big sunny boy, while the one I'm looking at belongs to the homebody type. Song Chinchin replied. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and murmured, my family's little man is also very homely and very smart. It's just a bit mischievous and astringent, with countless nasty things in his head every day. It's annoying as hell. Despite the rich woman's grumbling, Song Chinchin could tell that she was actually enjoying this. Soon, the two sisters then came home and sat on the sofa and continued to chat. Most of the content was related to men, and I do not know how long passed. Suddenly the sound of unlocking was heard, and Yu Xiaocheng came back with a bag of vegetables. Yo! Our great scientist is back. Song Chinchin looked at sister Fong Fong's son and said with a smiling face, it's been hard on our great scientist. By the way, is the great scientist still adapting to Shinda's environment on his first day of work? I said Auntie Song. The two of us have no grievances, why have we suddenly started flirting with me? In the face of Aunt Song's flirting, Yu Xiaocheng didn't care and rushed at the rich woman and Aunt Song. I'm going to go cook, so you guys keep chatting. The words. Turning his head, he walked into the kitchen. Yan are you? I really didn't expect. Sister Fong Fong's son is so great. Song Chinchin touched her good sister beside her with her elbow and whispered, if I had realized it earlier, I would have come to snatch it from you, but unfortunately by the time I found out about it, you and him had already flirted. Even if you know, you can't compete with me. Young Yunru replied softly and quietly, he likes plump mature women, although you are a mature woman, you are not plump at all. Song Chinchin was almost furious, glaring at her in annoyance, even her back teeth were about to be clenched, but she couldn't find a reason to retort, it was indeed as the sisters had said. A mature woman is a mature woman, but she doesn't have the flavor of a mature woman at all. For a long time, a nice dinner was ready. Song Chinchin sat at the table, looking at the several dishes in front of her, envy and jealousy written all over her face. How come she couldn't meet such a little man? Queer. I actually encountered it myself, but didn't see it at the time. When Song Chinchin picked up a pair of chopsticks and was about to go and clip a dish, she suddenly noticed that across the street, Zhang Yanru was snuggled up next to her best friend's son and pointed her finger at a certain dish, and immediately after that, sister Fong Fong's son picked up that dish and slowly brought it into her mouth. In a flash, Song Chinchin only felt like she was having her mouth broken open by her best sister and then tons of dog food poured into her mouth. Hey! You guys are going too far. Can you pay attention to the impact? Song Chinchin slapped the table fiercely and said furiously, are you still letting people eat? The pretty ripe rich woman raised her eyes to look at her, then pressed closer and said delicately, my little man feeds me. What does it have to do with you? Just eat yours, really nosy. Husband. I want to eat this. The real mom's best friend pointed to another fish, followed by a gentle tug on his sleeve. The situation is already very clear. Yu Xiaocheng saw the rich woman's intention at a glance. She wanted to show love in front of her sisters. In fact, it boils down to,
She wanted to show her love in front of her sisters, but in fact, it all boils down to the strange comparison between women.
What to do? It's just a cold one.
If I don't stay with her today and do the trick, I won't be able to sleep at night. Yu Xiaocheng picked up the fish and carefully brought it to the rich woman's mouth, watching her take it into her mouth.
Next, there was a brief eye contact with each other.
Looking at the rich auntie who was scowling at her, Yu Xiaocheng had a big headache. She was trying to get her to feed her with her mouth. Yu Xiaocheng shook his head, only to have the flesh around his waist pinched in an instant. An intense pain swept through his entire body, almost causing him to pass out from the pain.
There's no way. Facing the strong and pretty ripe rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng could only agree. Meanwhile,
originally, Song Qingqin was still furious, but after tasting the flavor, her anger instantly disappeared. While drinking an ice-cold cola and eating the delicious food, she felt a burst of remorse in her heart. A perfect husband had slipped away from his side, and the key slipped into the arms of his good sister.
While eating, suddenly,
Song Qingqin unintentionally raised her head and saw the shadow that made her life unforgettable. Sister Fangfang's son picked up a piece of beef brisket and then brought it to his own mouth, after chewing a few times, as a result of which the rich woman who was snuggled up next to him violently cupped his cheeks, and her plump vermilion lips covered her best friend's son's mouth at once.
No way. Is this the legendary feeding by mouth? No more food.
Song Qingqin put down her bowl and growled in annoyance. I knew you didn't have any good intentions, saying that you invited me to dinner, but in fact, you just want to show your love in front of me, so that I can eat both of you's dog food.
Go home. I want to go home. Song Qingqin stood up and puffed towards the door.
Zhang Yanru's quick eyes and hands hurriedly dragged her back, embarrassed, and said, Okay. I'm just joking with you, but you're actually still anxious with me. Hurry up and sit down.
Humph. You're joking?
It's clearly rubbing salt in the wound. Song Qingqin glared at her best sister and silently picked up her chopsticks. Seriously, she said, eat properly, don't do these tricks or you'll really go home.
Yes.
Young Yanru was also honest and obediently sat beside her best friend's son.
After dinner,
Yu Xiaocheng naturally took over the job of clearing the table, and was all alone in the kitchen, while Auntie Fuwu was holding her good sister's arm and constantly coaxing her to be happy.
Okay. It was indeed my fault before.
Zhang Yanru said softly, this way.
To make up for my fault, how about I sleep with you tonight? Song Qingqin rolled her eyes and exasperatedly said, now you know to start pleasing me? What did you do earlier?
Auntie Richie laughed awkwardly and replied in a murmur, geez, let's just move past this topic, don't hold on to it. So what?
Is there anything you want to drink? Do you want Sister Fangfang's son to squeeze you a glass of orange juice?
Forget it. People have been busy since they got off work, so I won't bother him. Song Qingqin sighed and emotionally muttered to herself, you're also really lucky to actually pick up such a great man, I'm almost greedy for tears. Zhang Yanru revealed a sweet and happy smile and answered, indeed. Sometimes when I think about it, I'm really lucky, look at him. Really young, handsome and lean, smart, considerate and loving, but unfortunately a bit horny.
Horny? Then you're stealing it.
The more horny the man is in the couple's life, the more stable the relationship is.
Song Qingqin replied seriously, this is scientifically based. Yes? Zhang Yanru frowned and asked suspiciously, why do I feel like you're lying to me? So are you happy now? Song Qingqin asked rhetorically.
This.
Aunt Richie nodded and squeaked, quite happy, it's just that sometimes he messes around. Hooliganism?
Song Qingqin looked her up and down and said meaningfully, I see now this is all your acquiescence, in fact, you little tie hoof, has long been happy in it, to the extent that you can't help yourself.
Just then, Yu Xiaocheng walked out of the kitchen. Ha? Why is your face so red? Is it a fever? Yu Xiaocheng looked at Auntie Richie and inquired curiously. Asterisk off.
The rich woman let go of Song Qingqin's arm and ducked into the bedroom at a trot.
Auntie Song? What's going on with her?
Yu Xiaocheng asked at Song Qingqin with a confused look on his face.
Might have gotten a little flirty. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. The night is all quiet.
When Yu Xiaocheng returned to the rich woman's bedroom after taking a shower, she pushed open the door and saw her own mother's best friend sitting on the bed, holding a tablet computer and not knowing what she was doing. The lights in the room were not on, but the light from the screen illuminated the rich woman's face clearly.
What's going on? Why don't you turn on the lights?
Yu Xiaocheng was about to turn on the light when the rich aunt spoke up, don't turn it on, you just drill straight in. Hearing that she did not want to turn on the light, Yu Xiaocheng could not do anything, but it was not that he could not see the way, slowly and leisurely walked to the edge of the bed, lifted the quilt and then hissed and drilled into it. The result was that the next second, the plump mature woman beside him arched in. Why is it so hot? It's not really flirting, is it? Yu Xiaocheng wrapped her arms around her own mother's best friend, feeling her slightly hot body, and inquired in a serious manner. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes, said in a bad mood, you let's bull asterisk with me. Just after the bath was originally hot, in addition to auntie, even if it is flirty, you have any opinion? Don't you like a little flirty auntie? Used to.
I used to like it, but now I'm a bit scared. Yu Xiaocheng didn't hide it and said with a smile, Auntie's fighting strength is too strong. Humph. It's obviously because you're too weak, you little weakling. Zhang Yanru hugged his waist and snuggled tightly into her best friend's son's arms, murmuring, suddenly I realized. I'm quite lucky to be able to harvest a little husband like you. I also feel lucky to be able to harvest a first wife like you. Yu Xiaocheng sniffed the smell of her shampoo, felt the pressing petite body, and said gently, alright, it's already late, hurry up and go to bed, I still have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said without a smile, I asked Shangqiang a long time ago, you completed 90% of the content ahead of schedule, and now you're poking around in the lab every day. I didn't realize that he, with his thick eyebrows, had also defected to the revolution. Yu Xiaocheng heart that gas, thought he and Zhang Yuanxiang stand in a boat, but never expected to turn around to sell themselves. In that case, then don't blame me for being unsympathetic. I report. Your nephew-in-law isn't at home these days, so your nephew is a bit crazy. Yu Xiaocheng said seriously. The words. Zhang Yanru's face went black, reached for her cell phone and was about to dial Zhang Yuanxiang's number when Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly grabbed the phone. Don't. Actually, your nephew is under quite a lot of pressure, so let him relax and unwind appropriately. Yu Xiaocheng said in a serious tone, I think Tianli also means the same thing. You probably don't know yet that this nephew of yours can be said to have a lot of obstacles when it comes to running for this position of vice dean. I won't scold him, I'll just warn him not to fool around outside. Zhang Yanru opened her mouth. Ouch. He was given a crazy squeeze by Tianli, has long been empty, wanna be bad cannot be bad has been several days cannot support the prongs. Yu Xiaocheng said. Auntie Richie suddenly raised her willow eyebrows lightly, looked meaningfully at her little husband, and murmured, this is a good way for Lily to know that she's going to be away on a business trip, and paralyze her husband ahead of time, and in the future. Auntie will do the same in the future, when Auntie goes on a business trip, you will wait for death. Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head, but pretended not to care and said with his head held high, cut it's not certain who will die by then. Arrogant. Auntie Fortune reached out and pinched his cheek and said in a nonchalant voice, then we'll see who begs for mercy from the other first. In the time that followed, the two chatted in whispers under the covers, and without realizing it, Yu Xiaocheng fell asleep. Looking at the little man close at hand, the rich woman secretly kissed him, and then snuggled into his embrace, gradually generating a sense of drowsiness as well. Early the following morning, Song Qin yawned and walked out of the second bedroom. I thought that last night would be too noisy to sleep, but I didn't expect that nothing happened, and comfortably slept the whole night. When she just left the second bedroom, she smelled a smell of meat porridge, and instantly her appetite opened up. Auntie Song? Waking up so early? Yu Xiaocheng appeared with a pot of congee, looked at the muddled Song Qin, and said with a smile, wash up. You can have breakfast. Qing, do you usually get up that early? Song Qin asked curiously. Aha. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and casually replied, pretty much. After all, you have to prepare breakfast for your good sister, and then you have to send her to work. Hearing this explanation from him, Song Qin's heart is cold at jealousy, but even if it is jealous again at this moment, it does not help. After all, the two have rolled into a nest, and Xiaocheng is too young, a little bit unsuitable for himself. Just then, Zhang Yanru also came out of the bedroom, but compared to Song Qin's formal attire, she was the way she was when she went to bed last night, with black lace underwear, paired with a black tulle nightgown, revealing everything that was beautiful about a mature woman. Song Qin saw it in her eyes and was angry in her heart. What the hell did this grow up on? Why does she have such a good figure? Soon after the three of them ate breakfast, the rich woman took her best sister out, and Yu Xiaocheng rushed to the lab. When he arrived at the lab, he looked at the overrun lab and realized the lab belonged to another team today, and was about to leave when suddenly a middle-aged man stopped him. You're Yu Xiaocheng, right? Following the voice, Yu Xiaocheng looked at him and nodded silently, well I am. Sure enough, it's you. Director Zhang and Xiao Qian told me about it, and I didn't expect to meet you the next day. The middle-aged man went up and held Yu Xiaocheng's hand tightly, speaking softly, my name is Zhong Hai, an associate professor like Xiao Qian, and my field of study is similar to his. Hello Professor Chung. Yu Xiaocheng faced the self-interested Zhong Hai and said with a smile, I've heard a lot about you. Compliments. I guess you haven't even heard of my few crappy articles. Zhong Hai smiled, but I've read a few of your articles, and without exaggeration at your current level, you're perfectly qualified to become an associate professor. Yu Xiaocheng just smiled and didn't say anything more. Just in time. I've encountered a difficult problem. Zhong Hai asked awkwardly and nonchalantly, I'll take a look at it first. After all, it was a shared lab, so Yu Xiaocheng couldn't refuse, plus he himself was more curious about what kind of a problem it was. For a few moments, Yu Xiaocheng sat in front of a computer and saw the problem in Zhong Hai's mouth while he was surrounded by students. In fact, most of them didn't know about Yu Xiaocheng as a person, unless they were in the circle of scientific research, and it was the circle of physics scientific research. They would have heard of Yu Xiaocheng, and the mentor behind him, so,
When the few students present saw him, and saw that their mentor had invited a boy even younger than themselves, to solve the problem at hand, they were all a little confused and shocked for a moment.
Who is he? Can he do it? At this point,
Yu Xiaocheng took out a pen and calculated on the white paper. The few students in the room probed and looked around, and as a result, none of them were able to read what was being written.
See? No, can't read what's being written at all. Me too, I thought I was the only one who didn't get it.
Just as several students were whispering, Yu Xiaocheng suddenly said to Zhong Hai, "It seems
there seems to be a problem with the reference data, Professor Zhong. I've calculated your experiments and there's nothing specifically wrong with them, so I personally suspect it's a problem with the reference data." Problems with reference data?
Zhong Hai looked carefully at the screen and took a look at what Yu Xiaocheng had written on the paper, and in his heart, he roughly guessed what the situation was. In fact, Yu Xiaocheng also guessed the exact reason, but there were some things that could not be told explicitly, especially since so many students were present, so he could only use ambiguous words to tell Zhong Hai.
Its real reason. Zhong Hai called Yu Xiaocheng out alone and asked cautiously, "What should we do about this? The other party is a Dana, it will bring the other party down. Why don't we ask Director Zhang?"
Yu Xiaocheng didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing and helplessly replied, "Professor Zhong, I think it's better to give the other party a call first, get through to them then go all the way to the wrong side of the road. It's not your problem anyway if you're found out."
Rather.
Zhong Hai nodded. The current situation can only go all the way wrong. After all, on one side is the circle of big names, simply cannot afford to offend. The other side is to reselect the subject, but the funds are used in, this time to start over. The school will certainly not agree.
What a pain in the ass. Who would have thought that this kind of problem would arise?
Zhong Hai sighed and muttered bitterly to himself.
However, this is very common. It is said that the entertainment circle is the dirtiest existence. In fact, the circle where Yu Xiaocheng is located, the degree of dirtiness is not in any way worse than the entertainment circle. The key to the whole world is still the same. Yu Xiaocheng pushed open Zheng Yuanxiang's office, only to see that his great-nephew was on the phone, and at the moment, his face was filled with panic and fear.
Yes.
Don't worry, little aunt, I definitely won't mess around. Besides, Tian Li's explosive temper. Don't you know that, little aunt? It's exactly like you. Ooh-hoo. Got it.
Hanging up the phone, Zheng Yuanxiang took a long breath and looked at his little aunt sitting across the table.
Little auntie, you've gone a bit overboard. Actually blowing pillow talk in your little aunt's ear. Zheng Yuanxiang was furious. It was clearly you who betrayed me first.
Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, "You tell your little aunt that I spend all day in the lab groping for fish." Then the two started talking bad about each other, followed by various threats.
Just then,
Zheng Xingguo's phone suddenly called. Yu Xiaocheng looked at it and said hurriedly, "Stop, your little aunt's dad called me."
Pick it up. Zheng Yuanxiang lifted the teacup and gently took a small sip. Lao, looking for me for what?
Yu Xiaocheng asked as she picked up the phone.
Shasta. Zheng Yuanxiang was dumbfounded and looked at his little aunt in disbelief. Lao, shouldn't it be for dad? End of chapter. How can a brother-in-law call his father-in-law brother? Shouldn't he be called dad?
At this moment, Zheng Yuanxiang's face was full of confusion, his eyes were full of dismay, as well as an expression of not knowing what to do. He couldn't understand what the situation was even if he thought about it.
It was clearly a relationship between his son-in-law. How did it become a brother? Xing, are you free these days?
It's been a long time since we fished together. Zheng Xinghua asked with a smiling face. Being free is free, it just so happens that I have nothing to do for the next 2 days. The lab is occupied, so let's go together tomorrow morning. Yu Xiaocheng looked at Zheng Yuanxiang, who was already confused on the opposite side of the room, and didn't bother with him, continuing, "Older brother, drive your caravan there, I know a very good fishing spot."
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Zheng Xinghua burst into blossom, then said with emotion, "Older brother in the past 2 days hemorrhaged to his daughter and that wild man bought a suite, but also bought 2 sports cars. Depressed mood can only be through fishing to release emotions."
Yu Xiaocheng was a little embarrassed, stammered and comforted,
Old brother, wealth is something outside the body, life does not bring and death does not take away, do not take money too seriously. We have to be a little more liberal, you are not often teach me.
Do people have to be elegant? Me. Things are different.
Zheng Xinghua sighed deeply and replied bitterly, "Money is indeed something outside the body, but to give the money earned to someone he hates, this adds to his heart. Although I haven't seen that wild man so far, but he and I are already blood feuds, either he dies or I die."
Don't. Older brother, not so much. Really not to Yu Xiaocheng laughed bitterly. It's not moving that you die and he dies, it's a harmonious society now, not advocating fighting and killing. Meanwhile,
Zheng Yuanxiang smelled a hint of the truth in the two men's mere words, as if it seemed as if his own little grandfather did not yet know that Yu Xiaocheng was his aunt, and moreover the two men did indeed refer to each other as brothers.
Nice guy. This plot is starting to get weird. Ugh, tell me more. Zheng Xinghua paused and casually asked, "You started working?" I'm staying with Zheng Yuanxiang. He should be your little grandson, right? Yu Xiaocheng smiled. Yeah. Zhang Xinghua hurriedly spoke. Originally I wanted to introduce you to know each other, but it turned out that there were a lot of things. I forgot. How is the relationship between the two of you? Is it still cordial? Did he put up a fight in front of you? Xiaocheng, if he poses in front of you, you go to my daughter. He is most afraid of my daughter. Zhang Yuanxiang rolled his eyes, and a burst of speechlessness in his heart did not expect that in front of Yu Xiaocheng, the seniority had dropped another notch. Not bad. The relationship is particularly cordial, almost to the point of not saying anything. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips and said seriously, older brother, why don't you bring your little grandson along? How about the three of us go fishing together? Ask him if he has time, don't delay people's work because of our entertainment. Zhang Xinghua said in a serious tone. Aha. I'll ask then. Yu Xiaocheng looked across the room at his great-nephew and softly inquired, your little grandfather called you to go fishing and asked if you had the time. Zhang Yuanxiang nodded his head repeatedly and said carefully, yes. This must be there. Tell my little grandpa that I'll go fishing with you too tomorrow. Yu Xiaocheng smiled faintly and spoke to the old man on the other end of the phone. I just asked. He said he had time and said he wanted to go with us. Old brother, that's settled. The three of us will go fishing together. And by the way, we'll have a drink at night, just in time for your youngest grandson's daughter-in-law to go on a business trip. Yes. Well. Then it's settled. Zhang Xinghua said excitedly. The two sons-in-law then chatted briefly before hastily hanging up the phone, and Yu Xiaocheng looked up at Zhang Yuanxiang and softly explained, your little grandfather and I are brothers, or sworn brothers. Ha? And also still married? This. Does my little aunt know about this? Zhang Yuanxiang asked in horror. No. That's why she's having a headache right now and doesn't dare to publicize the relationship. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, when I was getting involved with your little aunt, I didn't know that your little grandfather was her real father, and as a result, one day, I was having dinner at your little grandpa's house, and then your little aunt suddenly came back, and just, speaking of which, the words but abruptly ended, leaving Zhang Yuanxiang unlimited space for reverie. And does my little grandmother know? Does she know about your relationship with your little aunt? Zhang Yuanxiang asked. Aha. She knows. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and casually replied, your little grandmother was especially fine, and saw the relationship between your little aunt and me at a glance. Zhang Yuanxiang smiled, there's no way she's a big leader. As the words fall, Zhang Yuanxiang then carefully sized him up, sizing up the young man in front of him and cautiously inquired, I heard that little grandpa has a big opinion of you. It's your little aunt's fault. The inexplicable two people she caused to come out are blood feuds. Yu Xiaocheng sighed helplessly, sadly muttering to himself, I don't even know what to do, you say. If your little grandpa knows that his daughter and I, both of us, have received marriage licenses, what will he do? It might go into the hospital. Zhang Yuanxiang replied seriously, as far as my knowledge of my little grandpa over the years goes, he would definitely be unable to accept the truth, and then his anger and blood would go straight to the hospital. In fact, my little aunt is like her father, belonging to the category of people who have been very strong all their lives. It's over. Yu Xiaocheng's face was ashen, and he said bitterly, suddenly so self-condemning. Speaking, gathering his hair. Oi. The drama is a bit too much. Zhang Yuanxiang rolled his eyes and said in an uninterested manner, if you were really blaming yourself, you would have broken up with my little aunt long ago. How could you have waited until now? Cough. Yu Xiaocheng coughed lightly twice and seriously disliked back, I'm genuinely remorseful. Come on. It's clearly a secret pleasure. Zhang Yuanxiang spoke leisurely, say, after fishing tomorrow, won't you go home? With my little aunt's temper, are you sure you can resist? I'm indifferent. My wife is not at home, I can accompany my little grandpa to get high till late. Are you sure you can handle it? Yu Xiaocheng smiled faintly, stood up silently, and said blandly, tomorrow, I'll show you what it means to be the head of a family in the thick of things. Having said that, Yu Xiaocheng then left, leaving the unknown Zhang Yuanxiang sitting there, his face full of confusion and helplessness. Just for a split second, Zhang Yuanxiang saw Zhang Xinghua's shadow from Yu Xiaocheng's body. Worthy of being son-in-laws, this blowing awesome skills are exactly the same. Open your mouth and you're the head of the family. Home? Come on, sit down quickly. Yu Xiaocheng saw that the rich aunt had come home, and hurriedly greeted her from the kitchen, reaching out to get her satchel to hang it up, and then there was all kinds of tea and water. What's your situation? Why are you suddenly so attentive? Zhang Yanru looked at him suspiciously and couldn't help but frown and question seriously, did you do something bad behind my back? Did you cheat on me? How is it cheating? There is no such thing. Yu Xiaocheng was close to her and replied in a serious tone, you're my wife, shouldn't I be nice to you? That's true, but your kindness to me, mixed with a hint of conspiracy flavor. Young Yanru glanced at him and said lightly, say it. Don't hide it. What exactly do you want to beg me for? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and carefully replied, tomorrow, your father and I will go fishing and have a couple of drinks in the evening. Auntie baby, can you approve this trip program? Not approved. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said coldly, Don't even think about this kind of thing, I won't agree to it anyway. It's really getting more and more unlike you since you got mixed up with my dad. Ouch. I've promised your father, please. Yu Xiaocheng hugged her arm and begged bitterly, if you don't let me go, your dad will laugh at me for the rest of my life. Humph. Zhang Yanru snorted coldly, shook off the smelly man beside her, and said in a bad mood, anyway, what you say? I won't agree, the two of you staying together, belongs to the stinky chess basket and stinky chess basket playing chess. The more you play, the more you stink. Oh, what if you're dead set against it? Facing the persistent and pretty ripe rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng did not know what to do for a while. Simply think and analyze. It seems that I'll just have to do it the hard way. Yu Xiaocheng took a deep breath, looked at the arrogant rich aunt with a tough face, and violently picked her up from the sofa. Facing the princess hug that caught him off guard, Zhang Yanru was first shocked, and then blushed in the next second. Her arms involuntarily hooked around his neck, and her eyes looked at him in a confused manner. What are you doing? Haven't eaten yet. Yu Xiaocheng blankly eyed the rich woman in her arms and huffed, no more food. Eat you first. Speaking. Then he carried the rich woman into the bedroom and left her on the bed. Ouch. You're going to die. The rich woman, who had fallen on the futon, glared at him in anger and irritation. How dare you throw me, you? You wait and see. Aha. Little devil. Don't suck. What? Strong going too? When the two of them were eating, the rich woman heard that her nephew was going as well, and with an overwhelmed look on her face, she huffed and puffed, don't you bring him down. When the time comes, Tianli will come to settle the score with me. How bad can this be? Yu Xiaocheng patted his chest and earnestly assured, just don't worry. Be over. It's basically a waste. Zhang Yanru wanted to call Tianli and ask her to warn her husband not to go out, but on second thought, and silently gave up that intention. Why should I have to go through all this alone? Destroy together. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Early morning of the following day. Auntie Richie was driving her little husband in the direction of her parents' house, and along the way young Yanru was giving all kinds of advice. No theories about being the head of the family with my dad, no ordering a lady out for a drink, no talking to a female technician about emotional topics during a foot massage, no coming home later than 11:30, no talking to the female technician about emotional topics, no going home later than 11:30, no. Okay, this is too much of a no-no. Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and said helplessly, not this and not that. Zhang Yanru raised her willow eyebrows and questioned with a dark face, what do you mean by this? Getting impatient with me? Starting to question my authority? Last night, you called me baby. Now you're complaining about me in the blink of an eye? Fine, if you're like this, then you don't want to go in the house and sleep at night. Ouch. I just complained a few words, why can't I come inside? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her own mother's best friend who was full of grudges, the look was like a complaining woman in a deep bosom, and said with a smile, alright, stop it, if you keep frowning like that, beware of crow's feet. Yes there is. Anyway. No one wants me anyway. Auntie Richie beamed and huffed back. Mature girl small-tempered comes up, if coaxed badly, the night is very suffering. Yu Xiaocheng knows this truth, hurriedly and gently said, my precious pretty aunt, how also suddenly angry it? Don't be angry at night, I'll come back early, and then hold you to sleep together. It is said that mature women are independent and strong existence. In fact, mature women also have her soft side, but this vulnerable side, often only in front of the closest people to show out. Oof. Don't want you to hug, always like to move your hands and mouth again. The pretty mature rich woman rolled her eyes, her cheeks on both sides slightly flushed with a blush, and squeaked, you sip even if it's not enough, you actually still use your teeth to grind. Yu Xiaocheng smiled and asked Daili, do you like it? Like your ass. Zhang Yanru roared in petulant anger, if you dare to fool around again in the future, I'll just blow your dog's head off. Yes. Yu Xiaocheng admitted his mistake repeatedly. In the time that followed, the two men bantered in the car until they came to the door of the neighborhood. Be safe. Don't go to dangerous places. Auntie Richie barked. Aha! Yu Xiaocheng walked slowly and leisurely into the neighborhood, carrying his own fishing tackle box. Quietly knocking on the door of the room, the one who opened the door was mother-in-law Chu Chunyan. Seeing her future son-in-law, Chu Chunyan's face was filled with smiles as she softly said, coming? Your future old husband has been waiting for you for more than an hour. Yu Xiaocheng burst into a fit of sweat and said bitterly, it seems that Yanru has hurt her father very deeply. An occasional fishing trip can be agitated like this. It's okay. Your dad carried it. Chu Chunyan smiled and gently inquired, how is your body? Quite fit. Mom, relax. Yu Xiaocheng replied. That'll do. Chu Chunyan nodded, then stepped aside. Come, don't stand. Come in quickly, right, have you had breakfast? Eaten. Yu Xiaocheng walked into the house, and then saw a fully equipped future father-in-law. Just how he looks at the moment should be matched with a special fishing master title, or else sorry for all the top equipment. Coming? How's my attire? Seeing his little old brother, Zhang Xinghua asked proudly. The level of an extraordinary master. Yu Xiaocheng replied seriously. Have a vision. Zhang Xinghua then picked up his own fishing tackle box and said with great pride, go, let's go. Go what away? Can't we sit down for a little while before we set off?
Chu Chunyan glared viciously at her husband, then rushed to her future son-in-law and said, Xiao Chang.
Come, let's sit for a while, just so we can chat with you.
Even if Zhang Xinghua was as anxious as possible, in front of the real head of the family, he could only obediently sit on the sofa.
I'm really quite sorry.
Chu Chunyan said with an apologetic face, I've delayed your work.
No.
There was nothing to do in the past few days, so it's just as well that I can accompany old brother to go fishing. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly explained.
Chu Chunyan didn't say anything, then asked, how did you get here? Did you drive yourself?
Senior. My wife sent me here, she's gone to work now.
Yu Xiaocheng replied in a small voice. At this point,
Zhang Xinghua, who had been silent, spoke up, older brother, your wife looks very virtuous.
Aha.
Very virtuous. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and hastily nodded her head in acknowledgement. Chu Chunyan looked in her eyes, listened to her ears, and smiled in her heart.
Lao, how did you convince your sister-in-law?
Yu Xiaocheng sat in the passenger seat and asked Zhang Xinghua, who was driving.
Convince? Wrong word, isn't it? That's called notification.
Zhang Xinghua replied lightly, I'll just tell her that I'm going fishing tomorrow and have a little drink in the evening.
Here we go again.
It will be late, but it will never be absent. Yu Xiaocheng was used to his future old husband's bragging ways, and the key himself was slightly affected.
What about you?
Zhang Xinghua suddenly asked.
Me? Same thing.
Informed her, and then there was no more.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled and replied, always remember your old brother's teachings. Be a man who is the head of the family. The children are teachable.
Zhang Xinghua nodded his head in satisfaction and said in a serious tone, Xiao Cheng, I have no intention of doing business?
Yu Xiaocheng shook his head and replied bitterly, I'm not good at doing business. If I were to do business, I would probably lose my pants in a year's time. Isn't your daughter the president of a company? Your daughter is the president of a company, isn't she? Older brother, you don't want your own daughter to take over? I'll definitely let her take over. It's just that the company is too much. I'm afraid she can't be busy alone.
Zhang Xinghua said, I want to find a person who knows the basics, to help her share the pressure. I look around.
It's only you. Don't. I really don't fit.
Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly,
Newton once said,
I can calculate the trajectory of the celestial bodies, but it's hard to anticipate the madness of human nature. This saying is equally quite suitable for me. Seeing that Yu Xiaocheng had said so, Zhang Xinghua could only give up, and then the two of them chatted about fishing techniques until they picked up Zhang Yuanxiang to the car.
Little grandpa. Zhang Yuanxiang greeted his elders respectfully when he saw them. How's Xiao Chang? Is work still going well? Zhang Xinghua asked with a smile. Not bad. Everything is in order.
Even though Zhang Yuanxiang was sitting in the caravan's compartment, he had opened the door in the middle and looked at Zhang Xinghua, who was driving, and replied softly.
Aha. That's good. Xing. I don't need an introduction, do I? You two are so familiar with each other. Zhang Xinghua laughed. Aha. No need.
Young Wenjiang returned, then caught off guard and poofed out a laugh.
What's wrong? What's with the sudden laugh? Zhang Xinghua inquired curiously. No. It's just thinking of something happy.
Zhang Yuanxiang pursed his lips and said carefully, Little grandpa, do you think there is a kind of person in this world that is an overseer?
Meanwhile,
Yu Xiaocheng, who was sitting on the side, had a green face. This was clearly directed at me.
Supervisors? That's simply not too much.
I've encountered quite a few of these scum. Zhang Xinghua flattened his mouth, leisurely speaking, I just started a business, and his own good brother ran a mineral water factory. The results, I treat him as a true brother, he treats me as an ingrate, which makes money when the time to share together, to the loss of money, directly to the factory of all the money rolled away. A person actually ran away. I almost went to jail.
Zhang Yuanxiang righteously said, Little grandpa is always alert to the small people around. After all, people's hearts are not the same. Ouch. I'm really up. You wait for me and find your little aunt tonight.
Yu Xiaocheng was so angry that his back teeth were almost broken. Although he didn't mention himself in every sentence, he didn't leave himself in every sentence, and almost every word was directed at himself.
Right. Is my little aunt in love?
Although he couldn't see Yu Xiaocheng's expression, Zhang Yuanxiang guessed that it must have been wonderful and then said, I met her a few days ago. I saw that her spirit looks like she's in love.
Don't mention it.
Zhang Xinghua said furiously, there's a wild man who hooked your little aunt's soul away. It's going to make little grandpa me furious. Anyway, I'll never agree to this marriage.
Ouch. Then you have to keep a close eye on little grandpa.
Zhang Yuanxiang spoke in a serious tone. Society these days, it's simply a place where scumbags run rampant. Little auntie is such a simple woman, she will easily be deceived, and when the time comes,
people and money will be finished. You, if you don't talk to your little grandpa, you're not even going to talk to him. You even added fuel to the fire.
Yu Xiaocheng was so angry that his face was crooked. Fortunately Zhang Yuanxiang was born in a peaceful era, otherwise the first to pull him out and shoot him.
Yeah. That's what I'm worried about now. What if I meet someone who's not good?
Zhang Xinghua sighed and said helplessly, Xiao Chang. You and your little aunt are on good terms, so help me persuade her more when you have time, don't hang yourself on a tree.
At this very moment, Zhang Yuanxiang couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, and replied meaningfully, little grandpa, I think this kind of thing, we should let Xiao Chang go and persuade her. We are all relatives of our little aunt, she will naturally resist our words, but Xiao Chang is different, if he goes and persuades him, the effect will definitely be better than us.
Ahem. I'll try my best, Yu Xiaocheng said with a stifled expression.
At the same time, he secretly sent a WeChat message to the rich woman. Insider terminates transaction. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. That's a bit of a knot. Since you are unkind to me, don't blame me for being unkind to you. Yu Xiaocheng heart that Gasa, Zheng Yuanxiang do not persuade his little grandfather even if, actually still on the side of the arch fire, that can only night time. In his little aunt's ear blowing hard pillow wind. Lao, you say. What's the end of all this traitors? Yu Xiaocheng asked softly. Traitor? Traitors are of course shot. Zhang Xingwe replied seriously, I hate traitors the most. Oh, man. That's pointing at me. As soon as Zhang Yuanxiang heard it, he knew that he was hinting at himself, but he didn't dare to refute anything and obediently sat in the carriage. The time that followed, the three of them chatted about the content of their parents and headed towards their destination. More than an hour later, finally came to an excellent fishing spot. The three carried their own fishing boxes, each found a fishing spot, started to mix the fish bait and then all kinds of nesting. Even though the three of them were in different locations, they weren't very far away from each other, and at this time, Yu Xiaocheng lit a cigarette. After casually smoking a few rods, he sat down and started fishing. And that's when it happened. The cell phone suddenly rings and the caller is none other than Auntie Rich. Hello? I'm in a meeting in the city. What are you sending me? Young Yun, are you on the phone? Asked curiously. What do you mean by having a mole to terminate the transaction? Don't mention it, Yu Xiaocheng said without a trace of anger. It's your nephew. All sorts of fanning the flames in front of your father, causing me to get down. Yu Xiaocheng then briefly recounted the incident, and after he told the whole story, the rich aunt could hardly sit still. Gritting her teeth, she said, this Changxiang. It seems that he hasn't been educated for too long. He doesn't know what it's like to be beaten up. He's so angry with me. To actually dare to make fun of this matter. There's plenty more. I'll tell you more about it tonight. Now. It's a bit inconvenient right now. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said gently, Auntie wife, I miss you. Zhang Yanru, who was still a bit annoyed, was sweet and happy in her heart at the moment, and said angrily, it's only been less than 2 hours, and you want me so soon? Oof. I think you are just coaxing me to be happy. In fact, you don't want me at all in your heart. How? I think about you every second of every day, about my family's precious and pretty auntie wife. Yu Xiaocheng said idly. I think it's trying to be bad. Zhang Yanru daintily disliked back, little pervert. There's nothing personal about him all day long. Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously, then inquired, is the meeting over? Aha. Just heading back to the office. Zhang Yanru spoke softly and quietly, take your time fishing, Auntie is going to drive, right? Remember what Auntie said to you before she left, don't go to places you shouldn't go to, don't do things you shouldn't do, if you're known by me to be fooling around outside, I'm really going to chop you up. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Xiaocheng assured in a serious manner, don't worry. My tastes are so tricky now, I don't even want to smell ordinary mountain delicacies, let alone touch them. Stinking hooligans. Zhang Yanru delicately said, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone with the rich aunt, it was just the right time. The float started to move, and Yu Xiaocheng violently lifted the fishing rod, instantly catching a carp. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You're catching fish too fast. Zhang Xingguo on the side had a look of envy and jealousy on his face, and hurriedly put down the fishing rod in his hand and quickly walked to his little old brother's side, then took away half of the bait. I'll try your bait. Zhang Xingguo, who stole the bait, ran his ass back to his fishing spot. Looking at the future old husband who looked like an old child, there was a pang of speechlessness in his heart. Who would have thought that he was a super rich man, and at the same time there was a trace of endless shame and self-blame. Ouch. Xing. That's a nice bait you've got there. Having just used the bait prepared by Yu Xiaocheng, Zhang Xingguo instantly caught a fish, thrilling Lao Deng. Did you add some kind of tech? On the other side of the delayed Zhang Yuanxiang, who was currently looking at his little grandfather with a foxy face, he also thought about stealing some bait from his little aunt, but still held back and continued fishing with his own bait. As time passes, in the blink of an eye it is almost noon. At this time everyone is full of harvest. The most fishing is Yu Xiaocheng, the least is Zhang Xingguo. Nice. A little bit of fun. Although the least amount of fish, but compared to his previous, that is definitely a burst of protection, Zhang Xingguo said happily. Sweep away the previous haze. What gloom? What's wrong with you, little grandpa? Zhang Yuanxiang asked curiously. Zhang Xingguo sighed and threw out the last shot. Bitterly, he said, it has something to do with your little aunt. Your little aunt swindled 3 top quality watches, a large flat house, and 2 super sports cars from me. Ha? Why did she cheat? Zhang Yuanxiang asked suspiciously. Why else? For that wild man of hers. Zhang Xingguo exasperatedly said, it's driving me crazy. Holy, Little auntie is awesome. Totally took my little aunt for a ride.
Zheng Yuanxiang sneaked a look at Yu Xiaochang. At this moment,
deep down, he had immense respect for his little aunt, and at the same time, he was ashamed of his earlier questioning, not realizing that his little aunt was really the head of the family. Holy, so it's all true? Zheng Yuanxiang found Yu Xiaochang alone and said with a face full of admiration, "You actually really took my little aunt down? What did you expect? I've told you. Don't underestimate my empire at home. This empire is the emperor's." This moment,
Yu Xiaochang was possessed by his old husband, and his words and behavior were full of his old husband's shadow.
That's awesome.
Zheng Yuanxiang first praised with a look of emotion, then inquired in a low voice, "But,
aren't you going a bit overboard with my little grandpa?
Living in his house, driving his car, drinking his tea, smoking his cigarettes, and finally sleeping with his daughter."
I can't help it. Yu Xiaochang replied awkwardly, "We can only try to make him become a grandfather quickly. It'll have to do." Zheng Yuanxiang pursed his lips and said cautiously, "Is it okay for little auntie to teach me a few tricks?" "What? Want to learn?" Yu Xiaochang looked at him mysteriously and smiled faintly. "If you want to learn, you have to show your sincerity. I don't think you have much sincerity. How did you squeeze me in the car before?" Have you forgotten so quickly? Ouch. Young and foolish and uninformed. Zheng Yuanxiang laughed with an embarrassed face. "All right." Yu Xiaochang flung out a shot and said faintly, "What do you want me to teach you?" "How to hold a wife."
Zheng Yuanxiang replied seriously.
"Oh."
Yu Xiaochang thought carefully. In fact, he simply did not know how to become the head of the family. The moment everything is done by chance, but the force has been installed cannot be retracted.
Simply think and analyze. Actually, I learned it all from your little grandpa, Yu. Why don't you go to the grandmaster? Yu Xiaochang replied. Him? Forget it.
Where does he have any family status? He only has the family disciple position, the younger brother's disciple. Zheng Yuanxiang pursed his lips, turned his head to look at Zheng Xingguo not far away, hurriedly lowered his voice line and whispered, "In the past, I learned to be beaten by Lily, to the death kind of beating.
But you listen to me. I'm afraid it's not going to be a beating, it's going to be in the crematorium. The situation is different. You're after Tianli and your little aunt is after me. Do you understand the supply and demand relationship here?
Although he and Zheng Yuanxiang have formed a bond, but after all, it is a living life, should be saved or save a little.
In that case, that situation is indeed different."
Zheng Yuanxiang sighed and spoke bitterly to himself.
"I think so. Just be good to your own wife."
Yu Xiaochang said softly, "Love is relative. How much love you give to the other person, then how much love the other person will give back. But a mature woman's love hurts her waist."
Young Wen Kong replied. "It makes so much sense, I'm actually speechless."
Yu Xiaochang looked at Zheng Yuanxiang's silent back. There was a trace of pity in his heart, and at the same time, he couldn't help but hear two lines of lyrics in his mind. "It's not a sin for a man to cry, to cry, to cry. Even the strongest man has a right to be tired. If all that's left behind is a smile and a broken heart,
why be a human being and hold up so badly?"
True should be the case.
In the afternoon,
young Yunru went back to her parents' house and had dinner with her own mother. The mother and daughter at the moment were sitting together, chatting about parental matters, but the wedding soon came up.
"When are you going to have the wedding?"
Chu Changyan took her daughter's arm and said gently, "But Mom told you in advance that our family can't make a big deal out of it. After all, Mom's status is a bit special."
"I know."
Young Yunru leaned against her own mother's body and murmured, "I think it would be good to just keep it simple."
"Could be. But your father's side, what are you going to do about it?" Chu Changyan asked. Me.
Zheng Yunru hesitated for a long time and replied with a squeak, "I'm planning to have a showdown with Dad in a while. I don't want to hide it like this anymore."
"Don't take a while.
Mom's advice for this kind of thing is to cut the Gordian knot quickly. The more it drags on, the more troublesome it becomes." Chu Chengyan said in a serious tone, "Find an opportunity in the next 2 days to confess directly to your father."
Hesitate for a moment. Zheng Yanru nodded, then whispered, "Mom, how should I confess to Dad? Should I pull your future son-in-law? Are you crazy? If Cheng is around at this time, aren't you afraid that the two of them will fight?"
Chu Chengyan rolled her eyes straight up and said seriously, "I'll arrange an internal family meeting in a couple of days, so you'll show your cards at that time." Zheng Yanru bit her lips tightly, her brows filled with despair.
What's coming is coming. End of chapter. Night. Quiet. At this moment, the three people are drinking to the extent of drunkenness. Fortunately in advance called a good chauffeur first Zheng Yuanxiang to the hotel, and then the son-in-law to bring home. When the mother and daughter see their husbands that rotten look, a timer speechless, but there is no way after all, is their own man, each assisted their husbands back to the house, and then it is a flurry of tossing and turning, but Chu Chenyan is very simple and rough, sent people to the second bedroom and ended. Zheng Yanru was not so. "Mom, I'll give him a bath. Stinks. It stinks."
Zheng Yanru assisted his little husband, slowly and leisurely on the second floor of the bathroom, and then helped him into the bathtub, after taking off his clothes and pants. With warm water rinsed his body, and then smeared on the body wash, when the rich woman that jade hand gently touched his chest. Inadvertently both sides of the cheeks flushed a faint blush. What followed was the focus on the rich woman taking a deep breath and slowly removing someone's pants. The source of all evil. It would be nice to have a pair of clippers at this time of year. Zhang Yanru is not a little girl, in the face of the scene in front of me, although the heart is full of shame. But not to the extent of trembling. Green onion jade finger slowly reached over, then tenderly flicked a few times, unwrapped a new bath ball, pumped on some body wash, kneaded out tons of lather, and began to help her little man with a burst of cleansing. When it was all over, the saucy ripe rich girl stepped out of the bathroom and yelled downstairs to her own mother, "Mom, get me a pair of panties over here, Dad's panties.
Preferably ones that haven't been worn." "Got it," Chu Chunyan answered. Short period of time.
An arm came through the doorway, along with a brand new pair of panties in his hand. Pretty rich woman to get the underwear, help girlfriend's son put on, assisted him back to their own bedroom. At this time Zheng Yanru has long been sweating, tired to the extent of panting, the first time to experience the original wait for a man. It is so troublesome thing.
Stinking man. If you come home drunk again in the future, see how I'll fix you.
Zhang Yanru pinched Yu Xiaocheng's cheeks and scolded with a puff of air, exhausting. Only after a round of complaints did Zhang Yanru return downstairs to the living room. Looking at her old mom sitting on the sofa, her mouth began to complain, puffing, "It's really annoying. If I drink that much alcohol again in the future, I won't serve anymore."
"That won't work?" Chu Chunyan smiled faintly and said gently, "Look at Mom. Mom has been serving your father for more than 30 years. Mom, how did you get through it?"
Young Yanru sat beside her own mother and inquired curiously.
"Hard to simmer."
Chu Chunyan sighed and replied leisurely, "But Xiao Cheng shouldn't be like your father. I see him as quite homely. Once or twice by chance I think it's excusable. You can't ask a man to never make a mistake in his life."
"Rather."
Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and muttered, "Homewise. Your daughter is quite satisfied, and people are also quite diligent, just forget it. Overall to say that this husband is quite good, is now a little by the father to bring bad, Mom."
"Speaking of which,"
the rich woman straightened up and said seriously, "You mind more about Dad hanging out with my husband less in the future."
"How does this work? He is a son-in-law," Chu Chunyan said in a bad mood. "Besides, your father, that temper is just like a cow. You'd better mind Xiao Chang. Me, I can't control him either."
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and squeaked, "Your son-in-law seems to be honest, but in fact,
actually has a big idea." "Yes? I see that he quite listens to you." Chu Chunyan smiled and said, "It's really nothing.
Men will always have some small minds, as long as they listen to you most of the time. In addition to being nice to your own man, especially when it comes to spending money, you don't want to be stingy."
"Where have I been stingy?"
The rich woman became anxious on the spot and said with a puff of anger, "I gave your son-in-law a gold card a long time ago, which can be used to spend a few $1,000,000 every month, and as a result, your son-in-law froze and didn't spend a dime. Hey, such a good child, I didn't expect it to end up in your hands."
Chu Chunyan muttered to herself with a bitter face.
Zhang Yanru straight rolled her eyes, her face full of disobedience, disliked back, "Mom, your daughter is not bad. You see I can earn a lot of money a year. Yu Xiaocheng can find a wife like me. His family's ancestral tomb are smoking. I don't know if there's smoke coming out of his family's ancestors' graves, but I'm sure."
"Our family's ancestral tomb must be smoking." Chu Chunyan laughed. "Mom, was it fun?"
Young Yanru was so angry that her scalp cracked.
Well, tell you some business, go to bed when you're done." Chu Chunyan gently asked, "When do you plan to have a child?"
I'm already preparing for pregnancy. In short, I'll get pregnant this year."
Young Yanru replied.
Hearing that they are already preparing for pregnancy, Chu Chunyan's face is full of smiles, excitedly said, "Egu, finally be able to become a grandmother. Right, you will have 2 more. Now is not advocating 2 children, the future may advocate 3 children. You have to respond to the call of the state.
Look again.
Anyway, 2 is a certainty. As for whether or not to have the 3rd, it depends on whether or not the 2 children in front are well behaved." Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said in a glutinous manner, "If they're all as skinny as your son-in-law, don't want the 3rd one, it's annoying as hell."
"Oof, what's as skinny as you?"
Chu Chunyan said without a trace of humor, "Forgot what happened when you were a child."
I.
The rich woman was dumbfounded, then jerked to her feet and huffed up the stairs.
Early morning of the following day.
Yu Xiaocheng awoke from his sleep and opened his eyes to see the rich woman in his arms, and the next second,
a hangover headache swept through his body.
Only after a long time did this feeling slowly disappear, then he looked at the whole room. Without any surprise he should be in his old brother's house.
"Ha, why are you so fresh?"
Yu Xiaocheng touched himself and looked at his underwear,
instantly revealing a knowing smile. Just then,
the rich aunt in her arms also woke up, and when she noticed that the little bad guy was staring straight at her, she subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured, "You little bad guy finally woke up?"
"Aha." Yu Xiaocheng hugged this floating hot body tightly and tenderly inquired, "Did you help me bathe last night?" "Humph, can I do it without a shower? All smelly."
Zhang Yanru blanched at him and said without a trace of humor, "You don't even know how tired I am, assisting you from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, then to the bathroom, and then back to your room. Halfway through, I also had to help you take a bath." Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said softly, tough on my family's precious auntie, but when you helped me bathe, did you take the opportunity to do anything to me?
Out of the ordinary behavior? Like for example. Speaking of which,
getting close to the rich woman's ear, he spoke quietly. It was then that he saw the cold and charming delicate face of his own mom's best friend instantly become red in the face and ears, and even trembled slightly all over his body.
Nonsense! How could I possibly?
Zhang Yanru clenched her lips and gulped, refuting, to do something so shameful, and besides,
such an ugly thing, who wants to play with it? You who? Then why are you blushing? Yu Xiaocheng questioned seriously. Me? I call that refreshed.
The rich woman replied with a vicious glare and a petulant fury.
Why are you white again? It's a little cold, the rich woman pouted, exasperated.
Yu Xiaocheng once again came up to her own mom's best friend's ear and inquired in a whisper, how many times did you play it?
4 or 5.
Faced with a question that caught her off guard, the rich woman instinctively blurted it out, only to freeze in an instant.
Suffer. I accidentally said it.
Zhang Yanru felt like she was about to explode. Intense shame constantly erupted from the bottom of her heart. Originally she was still blushing, at this moment. Her body was almost red all over.
Just pop? Did you do anything else? Yu Xiaocheng asked Ailey. Nope.
Young Yanru shrank into her best friend's son's arms, her head buried deep inside, and she swallowed and replied, don't ask.
Hey, interesting? Yu Xiaocheng asked again. It's not fun at all.
Young Yanru beamed and said grudgingly, I should have just gotten a pair of scissors and just clicked.
It won't. You sure can't afford to give it up.
Yu Xiaocheng wrapped her arms tightly around her own mom's best friend in her arms, pressed against her ear, and said softly, I suddenly thought of a game.
There. Hurry up and shut up.
Although she didn't know what the game he was talking about was, she didn't need to think about it to know that it must be nasty. Young Yanru rolled her eyes and said petulantly, I don't want to hear it.
Just listen. Maybe you enjoyed it?
Yu Xiaocheng then whispered in her ear, idly talking about the game.
Nothing unexpected happens.
The two then fought under the covers.
Ouch. You. Believe it or not, I'll kick you to death? Aya, don't.
Zhang Yanru snuggled in the arms of her best friend's son, both sides of the delicate face slightly a touch of red, confused eyes staring at the ceiling. Between the eyebrows is the flow of ripe girl-like tenderness.
Little bad boy. Tell you something.
Auntie Richie squeaked and spoke, after discussing with your mother-in-law last night, there should
be this evening, there will be a family meeting, the specific content is. Am I going to participate? Yu Xiaocheng interrupted. No need.
I'm afraid you'll fight with my dad if you participate.
Young Yanru whispered. What do you mean? Wait a minute. Is the topic of the family meeting?
Yu Xiaocheng's eyes were filled with dismay, as well as an expression of being caught off guard, and even some trepidation.
Today, you're showing your cards tonight? Yu Xiaocheng asked nervously.
Young Yanru nodded and arched her head in his arms, answering softly and gluttonously, that's right.
We'll have a showdown with him tonight. Where are you going in such a hurry?
I'll run away first.
First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Come back. What are you afraid of in a hurry?
Auntie Rich dragged her best friend's son back under the covers and then hugged him tightly.
She said, what are you panicking about?
It's not a showdown with him now, and besides you.
Where do you plan to run? Anywhere. Can't stay here anyway. Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and asked bitterly, should we not slow down again?
Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and spoke with a grumpy face, I don't want to hide with you anymore, I want to walk down the street with you openly, and lead you into my bedroom for the night in front of my dad and my mom. Anyway, I don't want to wait any longer anyway, and it's also your mother-in-law's idea.
It seems that. It's kind of hard to hide this time. Yu Xiaocheng's entire body was paralyzed in the rich woman's embrace. If it were any other time, more or less, she would have to bully her a bit, but at the moment, she didn't have any idea. If only. What if your father doesn't agree with us being together? Yu Xiaocheng asked cautiously, what should we do then?
Zhang Yanru smiled coldly and replied blandly, you fool.
Do you think that Auntie is seeking his consent by showing him the cards? Auntie is just informing him. What does it matter to me if he agrees or not?
Besides, we've already received our marriage license, we're already a proper couple, so if he doesn't agree,
is it useful?
Also, there's still your mother-in-law around, and she's far more fond of you than she is of me, her own daughter.
Auntie Rich skimmed her lips and huffed, you think your mother-in-law will be indifferent?
Hey! Yu Xiaocheng sighed long and bitterly, I don't know if old brother can hold out. Zhang Yanru didn't say anything, reached out and gently touched his stout chest and said in a delicate and glutinous manner, later on Auntie will take you home. Drink the kidney tonic Chinese medicine at the first opportunity and then continue to rest. Also Auntie may possibly have to be late to go home tonight, so feel free to get yourself something to eat.
Forget it for today. Is it okay to drink it tomorrow? Yu Xiaocheng asked.
No. Zhang Yanru shook her head and said seriously, not a day can be delayed. This is not only my request to you, but also your mother-in-law's request to you, and even more so, your mom's request to you. If you don't drink, I'll call your mom first and I'll tell her.
Your son doesn't want a child and you can't be a grandmother. Baby auntie, aren't you making something out of nothing?
Yu Xiaocheng looked straight at her, looking helplessly at the playful and soft mature woman close at hand.
Right. Just making something out of nothing. What can you do to me? The pretty ripe rich woman suddenly became arrogant, condescendingly looking at the little bad guy in front of her, leisurely saying, "Be good and listen to your aunt, singing against your aunt, there's no good fruit to eat." Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth, his eyebrows full of defiance. Immediately after that, she violently flipped over and pressed her own mom's best friend underneath, and the two of them quietly looked at each other in the comforter, and the next second, Auntie with a blushing face slowly closed her eyes, and at the same time pouted those plump vermilion lips. Yu Xiaocheng didn't say a word, he covered her mouth with one mouthful. When Yu Xiaocheng returned home, the first thing she did was to be given a packet of Chinese medicine by the rich woman before she went back to work. At the moment the large house, only Yu Xiaocheng left alone, finally felt what is called loneliness and loneliness. The key head is still a little dizzy to do anything cannot raise the spirit. Looks like today, can only lie down at home. Yu Xiaocheng lying on the sofa, watching a boring variety show while eating the fruits prepared by the aunt of the rich woman, further and further on the road to being adopted. Just then the cell phone placed on the coffee table rang. The caller is Zheng Yuanxiang in the hotel. Hello? Awake? How do you feel? Yu Xiaocheng picked up the phone and asked absent-mindedly. Hey. Zheng Yuanxiang on the phone, breathlessly replied, it feels like half of my life is almost gone, but compared to being destroyed by a mature woman, that's still a lot better. But then again last night was indeed quite enjoyable. That's for sure. Your little grandpa is very good at dashing around, but let's both lessen our complicity with him. Yu Xiaocheng said, your little aunt warned me that she won't allow the two of us to walk together with her father in the future, or she'll rip both of our heads off. Those are all her bull asterisk. Just listen to it. Zheng Yuanxiang yawned and asked confusedly, are you free this afternoon? Yu Xiaocheng broke an orange, put his cell phone on speakerphone, and said, I'm free. What's going on? Zheng Yuanxiang said lightly, accompany me to a place. You also don't say where this is, in case you were sold? Yu Xiaocheng said in a bad mood, you first tell me what's going on, and then where to go, without explaining clearly. I'm not going to do you any favors, there were already a lot of things to do, and you still have to take time out. Some trivial matters inside the department, I'm afraid I can't cope with it alone, pulling you to go is just right. Zheng Yuanxiang replied. Oh, then I'll come over to pick you up this afternoon. Yu Xiaocheng said. In the time that followed, the two chatted about something or other and hung up hastily. Before he could rest for a moment, another call came in, this time from his own mother. Mom, I'm at your best friend's house. Yu Xiaocheng picked up the phone and asked cautiously, why are you calling me? Make sure you're alive. Chu Fong snorted coldly and said without any good humor, next week. Your eldest uncle's son gets married, bring that vixen with you, and the three of us will go to eat wedding wine. Uncle? Yu Xiaocheng froze and asked suspiciously, aren't we not dealing with them anymore? Why how come they suddenly asked us to go to the wedding banquet? I don't know. But since we were called, then don't refute the face, after all, it's your father's relative, more or less give some face. Chu Fong said helplessly. Oh, then, how much should we pay for the gifts? Yu Xiaocheng thoughtfully said, I remember that my eldest uncle's family owns a factory and has a good income, so if I give less, I think they will poke us in the back, and if I give more, I think it's a bit of a waste. 8,008. That's it. Chu Fong hesitated for a few moments and said seriously, go over there. Don't act superior, after all, you're still a relative. Face should be passed. No, but I can put up with it. Your best friend may not be able to endure it. Yu Xiaocheng replied lightly, her temperament. You know, let her be. Chu Fong replied faintly, hanging up. Don't forget to inform that vixen. Don't be a daily vixen, that's your bestie. Yu Xiaocheng reminded. Asterisk off. To the Putting the cell phone back to its original place, Yu Xiaocheng lay on the sofa and fell into deep thought. This sudden call to go to the wedding banquet, it seems. There's a way out of this. But it doesn't matter, the situation in his own family now is a world away from before, not to mention the presence of a rich woman. Toward evening, Zhang Xingwa just sobered up from the hangover, but the whole person is still muddled, when he slowly went downstairs, surprised to find his wife and daughter at home. Ha, baby girl, why are you at home today? Zhang Xingwa asked curiously. Me. Young Yunru pursed her lips and replied with a squeak, Mom said. There's an internal family meeting today, so I came over. An internal family meeting? Is something big going on here? Zhang Xingwa looked at his wife with a puzzled face and inquired in confusion. You'll see in a minute. You sit here, come on. It's just you. Chu Chunyan said blandly. Although he didn't know what the situation was, Zhang Xingwa still honestly sat down in his designated position and asked in a low voice, what's the big deal? Don't bother. Chu Chunyan glared viciously at him, then said seriously, the main purpose of this meeting is to convey a spirit and a notice, first of all, specifically about this one spirit. You've been a bit uncharacteristic lately. Chu Chunyan looked at her husband and said coldly, soon to be a grandfather, but also all day long to engage in what moths, a person to engage in moths also even if, pulling Xiao Chang and Chang Chang together to make a demon. What for? What the hell are you doing? Chu Chunyan slapped the coffee table, the aura of a great leader instantly released, questioning, want to rebel, don't you? Shasta. Zhang Xinghua was stunned and confused, not knowing what to say for a moment. Indeed. This is all mother and daughter arranged in advance. The first step is to file Zhang Xinghua on the temper, his temper to file no more, and then announced Yu Xiaocheng as his son-in-law of this matter. What? No more talking? Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, remember, you're over 50. Yes. The leader is right. Definitely change. Definitely change. Zhang Xinghua sat there upright, with a remorseful expression, and continued to admit his mistake. I have already deeply realized my mistake. Please rest assured that the leadership. In the future, I will definitely strengthen the discipline on myself, while assuming the responsibility that an elder should have. Humph. Do what you can't, admit you're wrong first. Chu Chunyan pursed her lips, then spoke to her daughter beside her, it's your turn below. At this moment, Zhang Yanru was biting her lips tightly, her hands clutching her pants in death as she whispered, Dad haven't you always wanted to know who your son-in-law is? Right. Exactly. Zhang Xinghua hurriedly nodded. Today. I'll just tell you who he is. Young Yanru was breathing a little fast, her heartbeat was so loud that it seemed to echo in her ears, and the nervousness and suffocation kept lingering in her heart. Zhang Xinghua pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Actually, he is. Zhang Yanru took a deep breath, looked up at her own father, and said seriously, he is Yu Xiaocheng. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. At this moment, Zhang Xinghua was keeping his ears open, listening carefully to his daughter's next words, and as a result, when he heard that name, instantly his entire body froze. The large villa was silent, only the ticking sound of the wall clock echoed in the living room. Zhang Xinghua's face was full of shock, like a bolt from the blue. At the same time, his eyes were wide open with dismay, he could not believe his ears. Yu Xiaocheng? Baby daughter, I joke a little too much. Zhang Xinghua from the shock back to God, at his daughter straight rolled his eyes, did not have the good sense to laugh, you good. Don't mess with Dad, who exactly is that wild man? Zhang Yanru once again took a deep breath and replied seriously and gravely, Dad, I'm really not joking with you, my daughter's man is really Yu Xiaocheng. No way. Absolutely not. Zhang Xinghua was dead set on not believing it, speaking to his daughter with a black face, Xiaocheng and I are sworn brothers, how could he be your man, Xiaoru? This kind of farce ends here, don't continue. Zhang Yanru bit her lips tightly, swallowed and replied, In fact, Yu Xiaocheng and I have known each other for a long time, before you and he tied the knot, we have already been on good terms, and also when he and I have both received marriage certificates. I also brought it. Having said that, taking out 2 marriage licenses, he handed one to his mom and the other to his dad. Long known everything Chu Chunyan, looking at this marriage license, looking at the daughter and son-in-law's photo, the heart that called a beautiful, faces overflowing with happy smiles, but compared to her heartfelt joy, at the moment Zhang Xinghua is full of overwhelmed. TSK. What a groom and what a woman. Chu Chunyan said smilingly at her daughter, Xiaoru. Be good to your husband in the future. Zhang Yanru didn't dare to say anything, her eyes stared straight at her dad, watching him holding the marriage license, staring at the contents. The heart could not help but jump straight. Ugh, how come there's no response? Is it that you are not happy in your heart? Do you dislike your son-in-law or your daughter? Chu Chunyan looked at her husband, and asked in a bad mood, quickly say whether you agree with this marriage or not? I'll start by saying that I'm in favor of this marriage between my daughter and Xiaocheng. However, Zhang Xinghua remained dumbfounded and sat there quietly, staring wide-eyed at the marriage license in his hand. Dad? Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and asked cautiously, are you okay? Even with his daughter's inquiries, Zhang Xinghua kept his mouth shut and maintained a motionless posture, sitting there steadily. Actually, it was all a coincidence. Zhang Yanru thought that her own father was being annoyed with herself, and hurriedly explained to him, when he and you tied the knot, he didn't know that you were my father, and it wasn't until that day, which was also the day of your birthday, that I didn't realize that you and my husband, the two actually tied the knot. At this point, Chu Chunyan opened her mouth and persuaded, alright, what are you and your daughter sulking about? Besides, it's all a coincidence, but the key is that Xiaocheng is your son-in-law. The key Xiaocheng to you is a son-in-law, this is not belonging to the kiss on the kiss, from the old brother directly into the son-in-law, what a good thing Yeah, Dad. Young Yanru gulped, it falls under the category of double happiness from a certain point of view. But the mother and daughter how to talk to Zhang Xinghua still shut up. Zhang Yanru and Chu Chunyan slowly started to become worried from doubt. Mom! Dad, what's this all about? Why are you ignoring the two of us? Young Yanru came over to her own mother's side and cautiously inquired. I don't know what's going on. Chu Chunyan frowned tightly and muttered, it's a bit strange. Having said that, Chu Chunyan then stood up, walked to her husband's side, and gently pushed him, and as a result,
The mother and daughter then saw Zhang Xinghua slowly collapsing onto the sofa.
Dad, you. What's wrong with you?
Seeing her dad suddenly fainted, young Yunru was so nervous that she was scared white.
Ru, call an ambulance now.
Although at the moment Chu Chunyan was also full of fear, but after all, as a big leader, she quickly came back from the panic, the first time to let her daughter call the emergency phone and send her husband to the hospital. Soon, an ambulance pulled up in front of the house, and then the unconscious Zhang Xinghua was carried into the car and urgently sent to the best hospital in Shanghai City, while the mother and daughter also went along. From the accompanying doctor to understand the situation, Zhang Xinghua does not have any serious problems, is a time of blood pressure breakthrough critical point, which led to coma. Of course, at this time the antihypertensive drugs have not worked, the only correct approach is to send to the hospital.
Mom, this has been sent to the hospital. Do you think that your son-in-law and I, Young Yunru flattened her mouth and said bitterly, will never be able to get dad's consent?
Ugh. Chu Chunyan sighed, looked at her unconscious husband and said helplessly, let's wait until your father wakes up first. Zhang Yunru beamed, her brows filled with despondency as she muttered, how come it's so troublesome for me to fall in love and marry a husband?
And you have the nerve to say it. This situation, isn't it all caused by you?
Chu Chunyan blanched at her daughter and said in an unfavorable manner.
I.
Young Yunru bristled and disliked back unconvincingly, Dad is also half responsible.
Both you father and daughter are no good.
Chu Chunyan glared at her, then added in a serious tone, don't tell your Xiao Cheng about your father's fainting for now, I'm afraid he'll be all sorts of self-condemned.
Oh.
Young Yunru nodded and casually responded. Zhang Xing was sent to the hospital, did a full-body examination, the results are normal mother and daughter which is a relief, hanging heart into the stomach. This time, Zhang Xinghua lying in the hospital bed, still in a coma, while still hanging the drip, as for the mother and daughter accompanied by his side, chatting about how to deal with the contradiction between the son-in-law.
I think your dad should agree, it's just hard to accept for a while, give him some time.
He'll self-strategize. Chu Chunyan said, and your dad is from the bottom of his heart is very recognized Xiao Chang, now become his son-in-law I think he is actually very happy, is that those operations of yours? First, cheat the watch, then cheat the house, then cheat the sports car. Chu Chunyan pursed her lips, said seriously, let him a little on fire. Plus all kinds of cursing in front of us, the result is that the other party is Xiao Chang, so that he is a little difficult left and right, do not agree to apologize to you and Xiao Chang, agree to his face cannot hang.
Zhang Yunru pouted and stammered, face is important, or is it the son-in-law? Even if face is more important, is it as important as a future grandson and granddaughter? This is definitely grandson and granddaughter important, the key is are you pregnant right now?
Chu Chunyan blanked her, if you take out a pregnancy slip right now, I guarantee that your father won't be even a little bit angry, but you can't take it out.
Not now, but definitely in the future.
Zhang Yunru held onto her own mother's arm and begged in a small voice, Mom I can only rely on you now, help me and your son-in-law, you don't want to be a grandmother yourself, do you?
You dead girl. How dare you threaten me with this matter?
Chu Chunyan raised her hand and gently poked her head, saying angrily, you've been a chicken thief since you were a child, and you're still like this when you grow up. Zhang Yunru leaned against her mom's side and said softly, it's all in your and dad's genes, but then again,
is it true that you won't inform your son-in-law? What do you tell him?
Chu Chunyan twisted the flesh of her thigh and said seriously, anyway, hiding it for now isn't a big deal anyway.
May, it's his son-in-law after all. Zhang Yunru spoke leisurely, if dad knew that his son-in-law didn't come to visit him while he was in a coma, wouldn't the misunderstanding be deeper?
Chu Chunyan pondered for a few moments and said softly, it's better not to come anyway if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will be able to know.
Okay. Young Yunru muttered.
In the time that followed, the mother and daughter chatted about parenting before the pretty ripe rich woman received a phone call from none other than her best friend's son.
Mom, I'm going to take a call.
Young Yunru took her cell phone and hurried out of the hospital room, and at the corner of the safe passage, she answered the call from the little bad guy.
Auntie baby? Now. What now?
Yu Xiaocheng, on the phone, asked nervously.
What the hell?
Your old man was hospitalized.
There's nothing going on, you. Don't worry. Auntie Rich spoke softly, have you had dinner yet? Just finished eating. After Yu Xiaocheng replied, he cautiously inquired, what is this nothing situation? Your father didn't react at all after realizing that I'm his son-in-law?
That's unlikely, isn't it? When your best friend found out about our love affair, she exploded on the spot.
That was a direct explosion on the spot, but your dad is so calm?
Zhang Yunru sighed deeply, do you think it's possible?
But I can't tell you the exact reason because your mother-in-law won't let me tell you. Ouch. Just say it. What the hell is going on now? I'm about to die of anxiety.
Yu Xiaocheng anxiously said, don't worry I definitely won't tell mother-in-law. In the face of her best friend's son softening, in the end, Zhang Yunru decided to tell him, biting her plump vermilion lips tightly, carefully speaking, I told my dad. You are my husband, and then I even showed him the marriage certificate, and as a result.
Result? What happened as a result? Yu Xiaocheng asked in fear. As a result.
The pretty ripe rich woman replied bitterly, my dad went straight to the hospital.
First issue and then revise. End of chapter. What? Your dad? Your dad's in the hospital?
Yu Xiaocheng, who was lying on the sofa, heard the news and violently stood up from his body, asking with a face full of horror, is the situation okay?
Is there any danger to life?
He just had his blood pressure reach a critical point and suddenly fainted. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said without a trace of humor, how do I feel that you are itching for my dad to hang up early.
Hey, don't be bloody-minded, okay?
Yu Xiaocheng said seriously, at least I'm your father's sworn brother. Zhang Yanru snorted coldly and said leisurely, the situation at hand is not very optimistic. I thought it was just a big fight and it was over, but I didn't realize that my dad fainted straight away, and is now hanging on a drip and hasn't come to his senses yet.
It's over and done with. This can only be thanked with death. Yu Xiaocheng's scalp tingled as he muttered to himself in agony. Dead what dead?
It's not a big deal if he doesn't agree, you're marrying me, not him, and besides,
your mother-in-law agreed. Zhang Yanru said leisurely, well,
don't worry so much, here's the thing I and your mother-in-law can handle, by the way, tonight I may not come back, you go to bed early.
Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a few moments and asked seriously, which hospital is your father in? The first hospital in the city.
Zhang Yanru paused for a few moments and seriously admonished, you mustn't come in case you pass out again.
Oh, Yu Xiaocheng answered.
After hanging up the phone with the rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng's heart was always a little worried, pondering for a few moments, decided to go to the hospital to see his old brother.
Meanwhile,
Zhang Yanru returned to the hospital room after making the call, looked at her resentful father lying on the hospital bed, and said softly to her own mother, your son-in-law is particularly flustered right now.
Keep asking me what's going on right now, and it feels like he's already made plans to run away. Chu Chunyan bared her teeth and asked gently, what did you tell him?
I told you. Everything is covered by your mother-in-law, just relax.
Zhang Yanru replied.
Hearing this answer from her daughter, Chu Chunyan nodded with satisfaction and said softly, actually, your father's opinion doesn't matter, you and Xiaocheng are sleeping under the same blanket, he can't return home even if he disagrees anymore, it's just that his heart might be a little hard to bear, so,
conceive a child by the end of next month. Mom, you think pregnancy is something you can get pregnant just because you want to?
Young Yanru rolled her eyes and said without a trace of humor, besides, this,
you'll have to find your son-in-law for this, what's the point of you telling me? Not really. Chu Chunyan tightly frowned and inquired in a serious tone, I asked you to give Xiaocheng a tonic, are you giving him a tonic in? Make up.
I purposely looked for Qin Qin, and asked her to contact the best Chinese medicine practitioner for me, and grab a few patches of kidney tonic medicine for your son-in-law, and now, the medicine has all been fried, your son-in-law is drinking it every morning, and it's me who watched him drink it, I can be careful about this matter.
Zhang Yanru replied seriously.
Chu Chunyan laughed and said without any good sense of humor, you dead girl are suddenly quite attached, it seems like you've really grown up.
Young Yanru pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. When will you arrange for both parents to meet?
Chu Chunyan asked, it's okay for me to meet with Xiaocheng's mom.
This. I'll arrange it, Mom. Don't be in a hurry.
Zhang Yanru muttered in a small voice, anyway, the marriage license is ready, he can't get away.
Aha. Rather.
Chu Chunyan pursed her lips, suddenly remembered something, and inquired at her daughter, this year's New Year.
Will you bring Xiaocheng home?
Affirmative. It's so hard to find a husband, so of course I have to go back and show off to show off. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, a slight hint of arrogance showing on her cold and charming face, and said, by the way, I'm going to piss off my little sister. Chu Chunyan said breathlessly, the two of you are doing fine, you always meet and fight, annoyed to death by the two of you.
You think I want to be general with her?
Zhang Yanru said coldly, she's the one who always comes to find fault with me, attacking me in all sorts of ways on my soft underbelly, and if it weren't for you guys protecting me,
I would have ripped her mouth off long ago. Chu Chunyan blanked her eyes and said faintly, come on Les. Do you really think that Mom doesn't know about the feelings between the two of you?
All these years she was studying abroad, it was you who secretly hit her up for money.
Zhang Yanru froze and instantly blushed and stammered, Mom how did you know? What's there to know?
How much pocket money does she have every month? And now she's living in a mansion, driving a high-grade sports car, and wearing all kinds of brand names. A clear-eyed person would know at a glance that there is someone behind her who has been financially supporting her.
Chu Chunyan said in an unfavorable manner, damn girl.
Dead girl all kinds of wants, I'm really annoyed, just. Zhang Yanru shrugged her shoulders and said softly and quietly, but I'm keeping all the accounts, when she graduates and works, I'll go and collect the debt.
Chu Chunyan smiled and then said to her, that said, your sister is coming back next month. Yes? Graduated? Or going home for a few days?
Young Yanru had a curious look on her face.
Shouldn't have graduated yet, probably just homesick.
Chu Chunyan said softly, I guess the first person little Ninny wants to see is you.
Humph. I don't want to see her.
Young Yanru coldly grunted with a black face, but if you look closely, you can see the clues.
There was a slight hint of undetectable anticipation and excitement between her eyebrows.
Yu Xiaocheng is driving to the city's first hospital on the road. At the moment he is in a somewhat nervous and helpless mood, more a wave of hysterical shame. 4 ages. Finally came to the hospital, and only after many inquiries did he find that ward, and when he gently pushed open the door, he saw the mother and daughter sitting on the side, and the two of them were chatting. But with his arrival, gazes flocked to him. Why are you here? Zhang Yanru didn't expect Yu Xiaocheng to come over and was a bit startled for a moment.
I'm definitely coming to something this big.
Yu Xiaocheng walked into the ward and said to Chu Chunyan, Mom, don't blame Yanru for not being able to hide the secret. In fact, even if she doesn't say it, I can still know. And I really can't rest assured that my oldest brother's safety is not in jeopardy.
Indeed.
Chu Chunyan had long guessed that her daughter would tell her son-in-law, and just now that phone call. I'm afraid that it had already been told, but she didn't expect her son-in-law to come running to the hospital.
I know.
Mom had long guessed that your wife couldn't hide a secret, but Mom didn't expect that you would actually come to the hospital.
Chu Chunyan gently smiled at Xiaocheng. Whatever. I can't even leave my old brother alone.
Yu Xiaocheng walked over to the pretty rich woman's side and looked at his old brother sleeping on the bed, then asked his mother-in-law, what did Dr.
Mom say? There's nothing really wrong with it. Chu Chunyan replied, it's just a rush of anger, resting for a while will be fine.
Oh. Yu Xiaocheng sighed and spoke bitterly, I really deserve to die.
Don't you say that.
Zhang Yanru held her best friend's son's hand tightly and said in a sticky voice, it wasn't your problem at that time. You didn't know he was my dad either.
Ching.
You've already done a good job, there's absolutely no need to blame yourself. Chu Chunyan's greatest fear still happened. Looking at her future son-in-law who was full of shame, she softly consoled, this is all your wife's problem, let her solve it herself.
It's me again. It feels like I'm a backstabber. Young Yanru beamed.
Her face was full of displeasure, but she couldn't help but retort loudly.
Actually, I've been thinking about a problem on the way here.
Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth and said seriously to his mother-in-law, I shouldn't back out at this time, I shouldn't let Yanru face it alone, after all, she and I are husband and wife, a legally recognized couple. True love is the need for two people to share the pain, will only share the pain do not understand how to share the pain, that is not called love. Yu Xiaocheng paused, was serious, I want to carry the past with Yanru, I think.
This is probably the meaning of marriage. Shasta.
The corners of the eyes of the pretty mature rich woman's eyes were almost moist. It was a kind of moving from the depths of her heart, as if a certain piano string in her heart was gently plucked.
Honey dash.
Not caring about the presence of her parents, Auntie Richie fiercely arched into Yu Xiaocheng's arms and snuggled in tightly. The bewildered eyes stared straight at him, at her best friend's son, who was also her favorite man.
Next,
hands cupped his cheeks, and those plump, vermilion lips covered his mouth with force.
Meanwhile,
Chu Chunyan looked at her daughter being so impulsive and bold, she was both helpless and a little amused. But what her son-in-law had just said, any other woman would have been moved to tears.
Stupid girl. Why do you have such a good eye? Smacking the lips.
Auntie Rich sucked for a long time before she moved away, but her body didn't move half a millimeter, snuggling into his arms and refusing to leave.
And that's when it happened.
Zhang Xinghua, who was still in a coma, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Then he saw his wife, his daughter, his own son-in-law and oldest brother.
You're awake? How does your body feel? Is there any place that's hard to bear?
Seeing that her husband was awake, Chu Chunyan hurriedly rushed at him and inquired.
However,
Zhang Xinghua just stared at Yu Xiaocheng in a daze and did not answer his wife's words.
You two leave. I want to talk to him alone.
Zhang Xinghua said faintly. Hearing that Dad wanted to be alone with his young husband, Zhang Yanru became anxious on the spot and said, Dad, it's already happened, you don't make it difficult for us.
Well, let's get out of here. Chu Chunyan pulled her daughter out of the hospital room, leaving the brother owner and son-in-law.
In the plush single room, there seems to be a burning smell in the air, and a showdown between two men is silently brewing.
First issue and then revise. End of chapter.
Yu Xiaocheng honestly sat there, his eyebrows full of tension and fear. Suddenly just at this moment, Zhang Xinghua sat up, reached out, and grabbed Yu Xiaocheng's wrist, and this unexpected move scared Yu Xiaocheng half to death. However, what happened next is greatly out of Yu Xiaocheng's expectations. I thought it was a gale and torrential rain, but I never expected it. The wind and waves were calm.
Ching. To make you suffer.
Zhang Xinghua patted the back of his oldest brother's hand, his face full of helpless self-reproach, and muttered, letting you fall into my family's hot bed. Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but freeze, looking at his old brother who blamed himself even more than he did. For a moment he was a bit at a loss for words, and cautiously asked, Old brother, you do not blame me at all? I drink your tea, smoke your cigarettes, live in your room, but also still sleep, not still marry your daughter. Aye. What words? It's a bit of a surprise. But for you to be able to become my son-in-law, I really can't even wait to be excited. Zhang Xinghua waved his hand and laughed in a good-natured manner. Actually, right, I did think about letting you marry my daughter, but at that time you said you were married, so this idea was, just swallowed it in my stomach, but I didn't expect it to end up like this.
Ouch. Scared the hell out of me.
Yu Xiaocheng was instantly relieved and said bitterly, if I had known this I would have told you earlier, causing me to be on edge every day, the key to you scolding me every now and then, but also to fight with me for my life. Zhang Xinghua awkwardly smiled, helplessly replied, who knows it's you at that time I really thought it's the yellow brats outside, that I am indeed angry hard work to raise a daughter, in the twinkling of an eye by the yellow brats to cheat away. Yu Xiaocheng pursed his lips and asked cautiously, are you really not angry, old brother? Then why did you suddenly faint? Zhang Xinghua smiled and replied, a stone in the heart put down, that is to say that the tightly tensed string, suddenly loosened. So it fainted, in fact, nothing serious, the two of them a little fuss. Oh, so it's like this. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and said seriously, actually, I don't blame Yanru and Mom, after all, at that time it was indeed quite scary at that time. When I heard that you fainted, I was also worried about you for old brother for half a day, and drove over just short of running a red light. Zhang Xinghua flattened his mouth and said earnestly, Xiao Chang'ai you can become my son-in-law, is my old brother did not dream of, at the same time. If I were to say that I agree or disagree with you and my daughter's marriage, I would say from the bottom of my heart, it's not very agreeable. How come you don't agree again? Yu Xiaocheng asked in confusion, you were excited earlier. Excitement and whether I agree or not are two different things, listen to me first before making your own remarks. Zhang Xinghua paused and said in a serious tone, I won't elaborate much on the relationship between our buddies, I am worried that you are stepping into my shoes. Xiao Ru. Her personality follows her mom, and if she marries a woman who's irritable, rude, willful, and unreasonable, I'm telling you, the days after this bitter. Zhang Xinghua shook his head and said with a sad face, I've been there so I don't want to see you suffer this kind of pain too. Yu Xiaocheng bitterly laughed, so it is so in fact nothing, so the sky will be descending a great task as a person, must first bitter its will, labor its muscles and bones, starve its body, empty its body, line whisking its own, so move the heart in patience, had benefited from its cannot be. I think. This is the process that every successful man must go through. Old brother look at you marrying a woman like your sister-in-law and then becoming a billionaire, then I married a woman like Yan Ru, and I will become a great scientist that will be admired by millions of people in the future. Yu Xiaocheng said, older brother don't need to worry about me, and I also love your daughter. Zhang Xinghua carefully sized him up and said with a slice of relief, I'm completely relieved that you have such an awareness. The words. And then hesitantly said, Xiao Chang'ai can you give me back my watch? It's that Patek Philippe and a piece of Richard Mille, that's my treasure. No problem. Next time I'll sneak around and bring it to you. Yu Xiaocheng said hastily. Well. Zhang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction and hurriedly comforted, Xiao Chang. Don't lose your head, I'm going to upgrade the wedding house for the two of you. Originally your daughter-in-law was going to buy a $50 million house, now I want to add some money. Do you think $150 million is okay? Aye. Why don't you ask your daughter? Yu Xiaocheng said. Ask her? She and I are still in a sulk, how can I ask her about this? Zhang Xinghua laughed. No. Why are you still sulking? Yu Xiaocheng inquired suspiciously. Aren't the misunderstandings all cleared up? Zhang Xinghua revealed a meaningful smile and said seriously, the two of us have to keep this drama going. As long as the two of us did not make up one day, we can enjoy one more day of relaxation and ease, but as long as the reconciliation, I'm telling you, just based on the nature of your wife and your mother-in-law, they will join hands to target us. Ouch. Not bad for an old man. I really didn't expect this out-of-this-world trick. Yu Xiaocheng looked at him with admiration, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, whispered, older brother, I adore you in this thumb above, really ginger or old hot, your trick will trick. Really too high. Learn. Young people. Zhang Xinghua smiled faintly and asked leisurely, in addition, did Xiao Chang know about this a long time ago? Aha. But don't you blame him, it's your daughter who won't let him speak, and if he does, he'll get a beating. Yu Xiaocheng explained. I know. Zhang Xinghua flattened his mouth and earnestly instructed, Xiao Chang. This scene must be a big performance, must be done to a very realistic degree. Do not reveal the cloven foot in front of their mother and daughter, when? We can't afford this sin. Granted. But I can dump the pot. Anyway, when I get caught I'll deny it to death and say you ordered it. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said softly, older brother relax, I'm quite good at acting, now we start? Aha! You let me percolate. Outside the ward. Mother and daughter are waiting anxiously. Mom, what's the situation? Why is it so quiet inside? Young Yanru was a bit anxious and wanted to go in and explore the situation, but stopped at the door, then spoke at her old mom beside her. They say that the night before the storm is calm, I'm worried that the two of them will fight in the ward. I guess not. Your father is just now waking up, how can he have any strength? Chu Chunyan pursed her lips, her brows filled with worry, and murmured, I think, the two are communicating, I guess. Zhang Yanru hesitated for a few moments when she was about to push the door, she ended up being stopped by Chu Chunyan. The rich woman helplessly said to her own mother, Mom, I'm really a little bit worried, this has all gone by for quite a long time, and it turned out that there's not a single movement at all. You go. It will intensify the conflict. Chu Chunyan said, wait a little longer. The words. Suddenly there was a noise from the ward, startling both mother and daughter. I treated you like my own brother, and then you stabbed me in the back, okay.
From now on, our relationship is over. Besides, I won't agree to marry my daughter to you unless I die.
Older brother, I didn't want things to go this way, but there's no turning back, and I genuinely like your daughter.
Useless. It's useless. I don't agree anyway.
The intense noise made the mother and daughter outside the door worried, especially young Yunru, who was helpless with a hint of despair and pain.
Mom, Dad really doesn't agree.
Young Yunru skimmed her lips and asked at a loss for words, what should we do?
Hey.
If he hadn't fainted before, Mom would have a lot of solutions, but this sudden coma he's in makes me also a bit unsure of what to do, and I'm worried about fainting again for the second time. Chu Chunyan hesitated for half a bit, and gently comforted, you can get along with Xiao Cheng first, I'll persuade him on your father's side.
It'll have to do.
Young Yunru sighed and muttered. On the other side, the two men were quarreling with each other, but there was such ease and self-possession written on each other's faces that there was not the slightest sign of redness in sight.
Ching, time to die for freedom.
Zhang Xinghua lowered his voice line and whispered persuasively, come over here quickly.
I'll give you a slap. Ha? No. This drama is a bit too much, isn't it?
Yu Xiaocheng was speechless and lowered his voice. Bitterly, he said, there's no such scene in the script.
Are you stupid? Just by arguing.
What use can it be? It has to be hands-on for the play to be realistic. Zhang Xinghua patted his future son-in-law's shoulder and said in a serious tone, I'm too old to take on such a responsibility, now this burden can only be put on your shoulders.
Me.
Yu Xiaocheng was dumbfounded, but when she thought about it, there were indeed so many roads in, after all, Auntie Richie also fought with her best friend.
What to do? That can only be sacrificed for freedom. Yu Xiaocheng took a deep breath and said seriously, fine. I'm a young man, but, older brother, you can't do anything to kill me, if you're faking it. I can only take the trick into my own hands. Don't worry, I know what I'm talking about. Stick your face out. Oh, lighten up, not too heavy. Steady. Ready? I'm fanning over. Ready, come on. 1, 2, 3, etc. Ha!
Just as Yu Xiaocheng loosened that one taut nerve, he was caught off guard and received a slap.
Ouch!
This slap was too natural, not the slightest trace of acting, and this is exactly the effect that Zhang Xinghua wants.
Meanwhile,
it also alarmed the mother and daughter outside the hospital room.
Not good. They fought. End of chapter.
The movement in the ward scared the mother and daughter outside the door. I did not expect the two people inside to make a move. For a moment the mother and daughter could no longer stand, immediately rushed into the ward. The result was to see Yu Xiaocheng covering his face standing there, incredulously looking at Zhang Xinghua on the bed.
Dad, why are you hitting people?
Seeing that her little man was being bullied, Zhang Yanru jumped out at the first opportunity and hurriedly stopped in front of Yu Xiaocheng, saying with a puff of air, I know that you're angry right now, but no matter what, you can't hit someone.
Xinghua, what's wrong with you?
Chu Chunyan stood by her daughter's side, similarly blocking her son-in-law behind herself, glaring viciously at her husband in the hospital bed, saying in annoyance, why did you hit him for a good reason?
Just because Xiao Cheng is in love with your daughter? Aren't you going a little too far? People fall in love. What does it have to do with you?
Looking at the mother and daughter's furious appearance, Zhang Xinghua's heart was a burst of joy, but his face put on a look of annoyance and anger, and said in a bad mood, anyway, I just don't agree with this marriage, even if the king of heaven comes I won't nod my head. You. Chu Chenyan was infuriated, angrily and coldly said, Zhang Xinghua don't refuse to eat the penalty wine, when the time comes to piss me off, there is no good fruit for you to eat. It's useless to threaten me, I'll never agree anyway. Zhang Xinghua replied with a dark face. Steady. This is no time to whip out. At this moment Zhang Xinghua has no turning back, he and Yu Xiaocheng are like two arrows that are flying, cannot turn back and cannot turn around, can only go straight forward.
Mom, this matter.
The responsibility is all on me, and it has nothing to do with old brother. Yu Xiaocheng sighed and muttered to himself with a sad face, I want to give Yener happiness but I don't want to hurt old brother, and now maybe only if I leave can your family be at peace. The words. Gently holding Auntie Rich's hand, he looked at her with a deep look on his face and said tenderly, after I leave, remember to take care of yourself, remember to go to bed early every night, don't forget to eat breakfast when you get up, and rest more when you're tired.
You, where are you going? Don't you want me?
Zhang Yanru listened to the words of the little bad guy that wanted to part, instantly all cried out, hurriedly arched into his arms, tightly hugged her waist, crying and crying, no way.
No way. I forbid you to go, you go, what should I do?
Hey. I want to stay too, but Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and ended abruptly at this point.
Shasta.
Zhang Xinghua, who was lying on the hospital bed, was almost numb, staring dead at his future son-in-law, his eyes full of dismay, as well as an expression of being caught off guard.
Ching is trying to get me killed. You're doing this. I'm screwed, aren't I? I don't care. I'm just going to leave you behind anyway.
Young Yanru replied with tears streaming down her face and cried out in pain. Yu Xiaocheng smiled bitterly and gently touched her head, saying leisurely, maybe we were a mistake from the beginning, and now it's time to put that mistake right, Yener.
I am after all a passing guest in your life. No, you are all I have. Zheng Yanru said hurriedly, anyway, I can't leave you, you can't leave. Mom, you persuade Yen'er. Yu Xiaocheng looked helplessly at Chu Chunyan beside him and said bitterly. Chu Chunyan locked her brows and said seriously, persuade? How do you want me to persuade? Persuade Xiao Ru to let her husband go? Xiao Cheng mom isn't noble enough to that extent, besides mom won't let you go. Mom, because of my presence. For bringing your family to a standstill, Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth and said bitterly, this is not my intention. If my leaving can make your family harmonious, I choose to leave. Oi. You're overplaying your boy. Zhang Xinghua couldn't even lie down anymore because things were moving in an uncontrollable direction. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Yu Xiaocheng ruffled his rich aunt's hair and said in a gentle manner. Mom, take care of Lao. With the words, Yu Xiaocheng broke away from the rich aunt's embrace, then walked towards the outside of the ward alone. In the face of this unexpected situation, Zhang Yanru stood frozen in place, her eyebrows filled with panic. This moment she completely lost her mind. Silly? Go after it. Hurry up and get your husband back. Chu Chunyan tugged at her daughter's sleeve and said to her anxiously. Little bad boy. You get back here. Zhang Yanru immediately ran out, and at this moment the ward was left with a terrified Zhang Xinghua, as well as Chu Chunyan, who was ready to eat people. In the face of son-in-law suddenly want to leave, Chu Chunyan is not very worried. After all, and daughter have received a marriage license, not want to go away can walk away. As for why he did, most likely because of their husband's slap. Well. Getting up to speed. Chu Chunyan glared at her husband and gritted her teeth. Look at the things you've caused yourself. Speaking. His hand had already reached over and pinched his thigh in a death grip, viciously saying, I think you are really tired of living. Not only are you being disruptive, but you even hit your own son-in-law. Did I give you face? Dare to be so unscrupulous? Ouch, wife leg. The leg is going to be ruined. The intense pain was about to tear Zheng Xinghua apart, and said with a face full of pain, I can't do it. Life is going to be gone. It's better to be dead. What's the point of keeping you? Chu Chunyan said angrily, anyway, I'm going to put this here. Yu Xiaocheng is my only son-in-law. I don't care if you accept him or not, I'm only recognizing him anyway. As for you, I don't care if you accept it or not, I'll only recognize him anyway. As for you, accept it if you accept it, if you don't accept it then get lost. In the face of the daughter-in-law's monstrous anger, Zhang Xinghua are almost desperate. Obviously just a son-in-law battle scene, the results were that brat. To play into the blue life and death love, good guy. After he hold this play, then he will have to bear the double anger of the mother and daughter. Bastard. The tactics are so bad. That's a good one. Straight up jerked my man out. Me. I'm pissed. Zhang Xinghua blackened his face and said half-truthfully, he tricked me into tricking me so deeply. Lying to you for what? It's not because of your daughter. Chu Chunyan let go of her husband's thigh and directly twisted his ear, roaring, I'm telling you, if the relationship between my daughter and son-in-law gets rusty because of what happened today, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Suffer. It's a real pain in the ass. Xiao Chang this. He's got a bad heart. At this moment Zhang Xinghua want to cry, originally envisioned is not so, the result of son-in-law temporarily add drama, resulting in a complete change of the script, but do not dare to say the truth. What? You seem very unconvinced, don't you? Come, I'm not going back today, I'll listen to you here. Chu Chunyan sat on the edge of the bed, stared coldly at him, and said, speak. What else are you unconvinced about? Me. Ouch. Well, this matter is temporarily lifted. Zhang Xinghua said helplessly, you go see your daughter first. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said coldly, you stay out of your daughter's business. She's already in her 30s and has the ability to do well on her own. On the contrary, you're already in your 50s, and the result is not as good as a 7 or 8-year-old child. I asked you, what do you really want to do about Xiao Chang and your daughter? Chu Chunyan directly picked up his head and asked seriously, tell me clearly. Ouch. Cocking his head, Zheng Xinghua said with a sad face, whatever. Do as you like. Humph. Chu Chunyan let go of her hand and snorted coldly, if I had known, why would I have bothered? No matter what, but, don't want me to make up with him, this beam is considered a complete knot, I won't recognize him as my son-in-law. Zhang Xinghua gave in, but not completely, and said to his daughter-in-law. Chu Chunyan didn't pay any attention to him, silently stood up and said indifferently, I'll go find my daughter. Having said that, straight out of the ward. After his daughter-in-law left, Zhang Xinghua completely couldn't hold it in, covering his heart with force, so angry that his back teeth were almost crushed. It's a mistake. The seemingly honest Chang is actually not honest at all. Directly pushing his old man into the fire instead, he now has nothing to do with it, and in the meantime has earned enough tears from both mother and daughter. Well. You brat playing jungle tricks with me. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Zhang Xinghua on this side is gnashing his teeth and swearing to avenge this, on the other side. Chu Chunyan is looking for her daughter and son-in-law. She had just called her daughter's phone, only to be hung up on after just a few rings. And that's when it happened.
Passing the doorway to the safe passage, a sort of sibilant sound came from within. Bark 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 bark. Chu Chunyan frowned and carefully walked to the edge, then poked out half of her head and took a look towards the corner of the passageway, resulting in the next second.
Her entire being was dumbfounded.
Daughter and son-in-law are hugging each other, both sucking frantically on their mouths.
Suck on it. It's not really a big deal. But why did you strip your son-in-law of his clothes? Interjection of wonder, shock or admiration. Oops, oops, oops. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Why did you bite Chang?
It hurts to look at you. Chu Chunyan looked at her son-in-law being bitten by her daughter, and was so distressed that she wanted to go and stop it, but she didn't dare to make a sound.
Stinking man, Auntie will have to bite you to death.
At this time, Chu Chunyan retreated back, and was quite ashamed in her heart.
Turns out,
Xing wants to escape, and here's why.
My daughter is so brutal. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Hey, Xing, aren't you going a little overboard?
Zhang Xingwei returned home, under the pretext of going to the bathroom, the first time to call his future son-in-law, furious. Temporary changes to the script. Let me bear the entire wrath of their mother and daughter alone. Push me into the fire, you. This setup is too deep. At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng was lying on the sofa, lazily replying, no.
I've sacrificed for freedom. Isn't it a bit too much to ask me to share some of the responsibility? Moreover, old brother, you're also an old man, so what's wrong with helping out a bit more? You call that taking on points? This is called all let me bear.
Zhang Xingwa did not have the good taste to say, in the next 2 days to call you to come to dinner, you by the way to bring my 2 watches.
Oh, Yu Xiaocheng responded casually.
The next thing he and his son-in-law did was talk for a few moments and then hung up hastily.
Who's on the phone for you?
The freshly showered young Yanru came out of the bathroom, wearing a tulle sexy nightgown and her set of black lace underwear inside, and was wiggling her plump hips as she slowly made her way to the sofa.
Your great nephew. Inside the lab. You won't understand even if I tell you.
Yu Xiaocheng deleted the call record with his old brother, looked at the pretty ripe and full rich aunt, idly opened his own arms, and the next second, kissing mom's best friend jumped into the arms, holding his head as a fierce kiss.
Mature and sophisticated woman. That's the passion of a mature woman.
Once Yu Xiaocheng thought that with his young and strong body, he could cope with the lonesome mature rich woman for more than 30 years, but it turned out that he overestimated himself and underestimated the mature woman. He somewhat overestimated himself, but also underestimated the mature aunt, although it has not yet broken through the limits of physics.
But it's not over yet. Little bad boy. In the hospital room. I thought you didn't want me anymore.
Zhang Yanru snuggled into her man's arms, gently pinching his cheeks, her plump vermilion lips slightly pouting as she huffed. We agreed that we can't do this again.
Won't.
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips, hugged her own mom's best friend tightly in her arms, and murmured, you saw the situation at that time, and in terms of this attitude of your father I can only choose to leave, can't be because I'm alone, causing your family to fall apart. The pretty ripe rich woman snorted coldly and said in a bad mood, I had felt quite sorry for Dad, but now, Anyway, I don't need to care about him in the future, he can do whatever he likes, let's live our own little life, and in the future, when the child is born later, I won't bring the child to see him either.
Don't.
Yu Xiaocheng heard the rich woman's words, immediately anxious quickly persuaded, you cannot do this, your father is also for you, alright. Hubby just received a slap, as long as for the sake of my family's precious wife, even if a few more times it does not matter.
Honey dash.
These words to the rich woman to coax the heartsweet, in his arms and drilled, glutinous said, but you can rest assured that auntie will not let you take this in vain, in a few days I'll go to my father to ask him to get some mental damage and medical expenses. Yu Xiaocheng scrunched his neck, an unspoken shame surging through his body, but on second thought, he had sacrificed himself for his freedom, and Lao should indeed be paid for his sacrifice, after all, his sacrifice was also for his freedom and happiness.
Don't ask for too much. Yu Xiaocheng said softly, it's not easy for your father right now. You stay out of it. Anyway, I'm going to seek justice anyway.
Young Yunru skimmed her mouth and huffed.
Subsequent times.
The rich woman aunt to her father is a variety of complaints. Yu Xiaocheng here in the ears, pain in the heart, old dang for this family, indeed pay too much.
Right. We're going to have wedding wine next week.
Yu Xiaocheng said gently, your best friend called me and said that my eldest uncle's son is getting married and invited our family to have wedding wine, so the 3 of us will go over then. Besides, you keep a slightly lower profile, our family's relatives are all ordinary people.
Your eldest?
I remember your mom once said that your family had cut ties with your relatives, so why are you suddenly being asked to go to the wedding reception?
Auntie Rich asked curiously. I don't know.
Yu Xiaocheng shook her head and replied in a small voice, maybe it's because they want to pretend in front of my family, they only know that my mom opened a beauty salon, but I guess I'm not even sure exactly how much money she makes, thinking that it's one of those small roadside stores that don't go up to the top.
Mostly, relatives who haven't been in contact for years suddenly come to the door either to borrow money or to show off.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and said faintly, although the relationship with your mom has gone sour, I don't want to see your mom being bullied by others, including you.
Ouch. Who do you think could bully your best friend? She's just like you.
Both are very strong. She used to be very powerful when she didn't have any money, and now that she has a little money in her pockets, that's even more powerful to the point of not being able to do anything.
Yu Xiaocheng laughed and said, alright, let's just go eat and drink, and by the way, I'll take you for a stroll. Not far? Young Yanru asked curiously. Not far. It's just over 3 hours by car. Yu Xiaocheng said. Oh. Zhang Yanru moved her body, lightly it said, then I also tell you something, my sister is going back to the country soon. I guess the first time will come to me. You if you hear something about me, you don't take it seriously. It's all made up by her. What is it? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. That is. It's about those evil deeds of mine. Aunt Richie squeaked. All right. Yu Xiaocheng nodded, not really caring much. The two of them warmed up on the couch for a few moments before Auntie Rich tugged him back to the bedroom. After all, it was late at night. Early the following morning, Yu Xiaocheng woke up from the comforter and looked at the sweet and pretty ripe rich woman, then carefully lifted the covers and went out wearing slippers. Simply washing up and starting to cook breakfast for her. Only after everything was over did Zhang Yanru lazily walk out of the room, yawning while lazily asking, what's for breakfast in the morning? It's not going to be rice with vegetables again, is it? No. Milk, bread, eggs and bacon. Yu Xiaocheng said, I got up a little late. It's all I can do. Pretty good. Young Yanru sat at the dining table, looked at her little husband and muttered, say, it's been a long time since you drove me to work, today should be fine, right? Yu Xiaocheng nodded and replied softly, today and tomorrow are fine, and I can stay in the company all the time. That said, is that office of mine still there? Has it been removed? Keep it all the time. I have no intention of withdrawing. Young Yanru ate her poached egg and replied gently, I know you'll come back someday. The words. The rich, sexy woman had a flash of insight. I want you to take my arm and walk into the company with me. Young Yanru suddenly said, I want everyone in the company to know that I'm in love. In the face of this request from the rich woman, Yu Xiaocheng didn't care. After all, the last obstacle had been removed, and now they could indeed be together openly and honestly. Soon, they both had breakfast and then headed out the door together. On her way to the office, Young Yanru receives a phone call. Looking at the number displayed on her cell phone, Auntie Fortune was filled with helplessness, and finally got through. What for? I'm driving if you have an ass. Money again? What do you need so much money for? Did you spend all the money I gave you last time? Nope. Figure it out yourself. Blackface and hung up. Zhang Yanru long breath, gritted teeth, said, Didn't how to go abroad to read a Thai book, raised a big hand and foot habit? Who? Your relative? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. My sister. The rich woman flattened her mouth and huffed, I don't know what I'm doing every day. I have to ask for money every other day, and I heard that my grades are a mess. Which school? Cambridge. Cambridge? That good? Awesome my ass. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and huffed, all day long, you just know how to eat, drink and have fun. I feel. Yu Xiaocheng frowned, sneaking a glance at her out of the corner of his eye, and asked cautiously, do you two have a grudge? Blood feud. Young Yanru said coldly. Why do you have so many enemies? Yu Xiaocheng stifled a laugh and said softly, it feels like the whole world is your enemy. Humph. Shut up. Drive me properly. Young Yanru glared at him viciously and turned her head to sulk alone. Coax me. Ha? I say. Come on and coax me. Driving. The two of them bickered and argued on the way, hardly stopping, but finally arrived at the company. Arms. Give it to me. I'm not ashamed. What are you ashamed of? Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and stepped forward to take her best friend's son's arm, her body clinging to him. Speaking softly, she said, let's go. Go to my office. I think it's a little contrived. Yu Xiaocheng frowned and said cautiously, there's not that natural feeling between husband and wife. I wonder if Auntie Baby has a similar feeling? Aunt Richie didn't pay him any mind, taking her young husband's arm and stepping through the doors of the office. This moment, young Yanru is ready to announce to the world. Got a man myself. A group of young women are coming in a group, and they are the employees of the rich bitch company. When the group stepped through the door, they saw two people standing at the entrance of the elevator, and in an instant, several of the young employees were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock, as well as an expression of disbelief. The back. Isn't that Mr. Young? She was actually holding a man's arm. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. So that's Mr. Young? She's actually holding a man's arm in public. One of the girls said with a shocked look on her face, oh my god. Me. Am I dreaming? Mother asterisk 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 or mother asterisk 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 or actually reaped the rewards of love? Hiss. Isn't that the one? That, said another girl at the side, looking at the man's back and thought, I think I've seen him in the company. But suddenly I can't remember who it is. I remember him. He seems to be surnamed Yu. You what was it? Yu Xiaocheng? The short-haired girl whispered, a while ago. Day after day stayed inside the company, I don't know what he was doing,
At that time everyone was guessing whether he was a big leader. It turned out that the original person was the man of Mr.
Jean. Oh, I remember. That very handsome, big handsome man. The girl from before was full of despondency, sighed helplessly, and said bitterly, I didn't realize that he's Mr.
Zhang's man, it seems that I don't have any hope at all, such a nice big handsome guy.
What a pity. And that's when it happened.
The elevator door opened, Zhang Yanru held Yu Xiaocheng's arm and walked inside the elevator. When the moment she turned around several girls were sure it was him.
You're in. People are afraid to take the elevator.
Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said at her rich aunt beside her, not bad for a notorious. The words. The flesh of his loins was then twisted hard.
What? Is there as good looking as me?
Zhang Yanru blackened her face and glared in exasperation, saying in annoyance, if you dare to call me again, be careful to watch out for your dog's life at night.
Hey, how do you want to take my life?
Yu Xiaocheng came to her ear and asked in a manner, use your tuo. Without waiting for Xiaocheng to finish his sentence, Zhang Yanru hurriedly covered his mouth and scolded angrily with a red face, you're going to die.
Talking about these dirty things in broad daylight, if someone hears it, how can I meet people in the future? How can you let me live? Row. If you don't say it, you don't say it.
Yu Xiaocheng smiled and said leisurely, let's go home at night and talk about it inside the quilt.
Hooligans.
Young Yanru whacked him hard and then tightened her arms around him. As the elevator door opened, under the front desk's dismayed gaze, the rich woman led Yu Xiaocheng to her office, while she also rested her head on his shoulder, living up to the image of a little woman in love, completely out of place with the high and mighty female president of the past.
Just now, was that Mr. Zhang just now? A little girl at the front desk asked shakily. That's her. Jesus. Geez. So it turns out Yu Xiaocheng is her boyfriend. The little girl on the side mumbled. For a moment.
The whole company knows that Zhang Yanru has a boyfriend, but also knows that Yu Xiaocheng is her boyfriend, and the rich aunt to say this day is absolutely extraordinary day, because from this day onwards, she can be every day openly and honestly and their own little man together, do not need to hide all sorts of hide and seek.
Laughing at what?
Yu Xiaocheng stayed in the rich woman's office, looking at her own mother's best friend in front of her with a smile on her face, and asked curiously.
I don't know why. Anyway, it's just quite happy.
Young Yanru murmured, I really like this feeling of being bright and without any scruples.
Do whatever you want.
Oh. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and replied leisurely, I thought why?
What? You like to sneak around?
Young Yanru looked at him and asked in a nonchalant manner.
Not really.
Yu Xiaocheng laughed nervously, mainly because you told me before.
Like the feeling of secretly cheating. Bah! When did I ever speak?
Auntie Richie instantly blushed and said with petulant anger, don't you talk nonsense.
Watch out for me. What? No, I have it on tape.
As Yu Xiaocheng spoke, he took out his cell phone and then played a recording.
Do you want your auntie? Thinking. Where do you want auntie? Thinking about every inch of my auntie.
Auntie Fortune clutched her pants in a death grip, and with a hint of ragged breathing, said angrily, off.
Don't. Coming right up. Yu Xiaocheng badgered and preached. Little bad egg auntie, to tell you a secret, auntie super like this sneaky feeling, there's a feeling of sneaking around in secret, it's really exciting. You. Hurry up and turn it off.
Zhang Yanru was on the verge of going crazy and hurriedly stood up, ready to grab his cell phone, but Yu Xiaocheng wasn't going to let her get away with it so easily.
For a moment.
The two of them then wrestled together, and as a result, the whole rich aunt sat on Yu Xiaocheng's lap, looking at him with mesmerized eyes, while Yu Xiaocheng's face had a few more lipstick lip marks.
Can you address a level up? Yu Xiaocheng said, I want to call you my wife. No. I'm going to be your aunt. I'm going to be your aunt for the rest of my life.
Zhang Yanru wrapped her arms around his neck and replied softly.
Suddenly, the office door was opened.
Zhang Yanru and Yu Xiaocheng were startled and hurriedly turned their heads to look to see the secretary, Sister Zhang, standing in the doorway with a dumbfounded look on her face.
I'm sorry.
Sister Zhang was shocked by this scene and hurriedly apologized, Mr.
Zhang. I didn't mean it. The words. Zhang then panicked and fled. It's all your fault.
After Young Yanru came back to her senses, she raised her shy little iron fist and pounded it hard on her best friend's son's chest. Yu Xiaocheng was almost speechless. It was clearly you who sat on my lap, but it turned out to be my fault in the end. Yu Xiaocheng didn't do anything all day, just stayed in his office and played games, then waited until Auntie Richie was finished with her work before driving her home, passing by the supermarket and stopping by to buy some groceries.
When the two went home,
Yu Xiaocheng walked into the kitchen as usual, while Zhang Yanru was sitting on the sofa, playing with her cell phone, but at the moment she was making a call.
All right, don't pretend to be pitiful, give you another 100,000, the last time to give you money this year.
Zhang Yanru said without a trace of anger.
Ha. Thank you, cousin.
Young Yanru's cousin smiled and said, it's true that you're the best, even though you're also the worst.
Get out. Young Yanru asked in a good-natured manner, when do you plan to come back?
In a few days.
I'll book a flight later and stay at your house for a few days before heading back home. The rich cousin replied. No. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and spoke seriously, you can't stay at my house, you'd better stay at a hotel. Huh? Why? Why don't you let me live? The rich woman's expression became anxious on the spot, and she seriously questioned, we used to sleep together, why can't we do it this time? Zhang Yanru pursed her lips lightly and replied with a slight hint of arrogance in her words, because your brother-in-law is there. Brother-in-law? What? You have a man? The rich cousin inquired in horror, you really have a man? It can't be, can it? What do you mean? I can't have a man, huh? I deserve to be alone for the rest of my life? Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes, and said in a bad mood, don't use this surprised tone, I don't feel comfortable listening to it, and it's easy to deduct your pocket money. Oh. The rich cousin was instantly taken and squeaked, isn't it a bad old man? What did you say? Say it again to me. Zhang Yanru all but stood up and roared in anger, repeat it to me again if you can. Just kidding. Look at the rush you're getting. The rich cousin smiled and inquired in a whisper, is my brother-in-law handsome? Cool or not? Wait. I'm sending you a picture. The words. After hanging up the phone, Young Yanru immediately sent a picture of the little bad guy to her cousin. Short period of time. The cell phone rang again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? It's actually that handsome, huh? The rich cousin on the phone was all agitated and trembling. Sis? How did you chase such a handsome man? He chased me. Zhang Yanru lying on the sofa, lightly biting his lips, slightly intentional replied, at that time, I want to do his girlfriend, do not agree to him also threatened me to jump into the river to commit suicide, there is no way to finally be his soft and hard under the bubble, on. I agreed to get a place. Right. He's cooking for me, I'll send you a picture later. Hanging up the phone again, Zhang Yanru picked up her cell phone and took a picture of the kitchen before sending it to her cousin's WeChat. Quickly. The call came again, but this time Auntie Rich didn't answer. Envious? Greedy you little ninny. After putting her cell phone on silent, Young Yanru walked into the kitchen and gently hugged her best friend's son from behind. What's wrong? It's okay. Hold it for a while. The pretty ripe rich woman's face was pressed against her best friend's son's back, sniffing his manly scent as her eyes gradually began to wander. Little bad boy. Remember this auntie, you'll always be mine alone, do you hear me? Ding dong. Ding dong. A sudden ringing of the doorbell broke the cozy atmosphere of the moment. The rich woman frowned and huffed as she walked out of the kitchen, then went to open the door. When the moment of opening the door, after seeing the person in front of the rich woman instantly are speechless, the doorway standing is not someone else, it is the rich woman's former best friend, but also her future mother-in-law. What are you doing here? Young Yanru asked without a trace of anger. Came to see if my son is still alive. Chu Feng pulled her own face and disliked back without a trace of humor. End of chapter. Chu Feng's arrival so that Zhang Yanru never expected, but still silently move away from the body when Chu Feng walked into the house. This time Yu Xiaocheng came out of the kitchen, see as their own mother suddenly face a trace of surprise. Mom, what brings you here? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. Chu Feng rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, I've come to see if you're still alive. Yu Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly and said softly to her own mother, Mom, you haven't had dinner yet, right? It's just right for the three of us to eat together. That what? Yanru, help your best friend pour a cup of water and accompany her to chat. Don't. I'm afraid of being poisoned by her. Chu Feng blankly eyed her son and silently walked to the sofa. Zhang Yanru snorted coldly, also walked to the sofa, sitting at the side of the former girlfriends, but the two spaced a distance, then said faintly, after dinner quickly go home, do not disturb me and your son love time. Forget about snatching my son away, now you're even driving people away? Chu Feng looked at her in anger and gritted her teeth, you're doing things too absolutely. You're bored staying here anyway, why don't you go out and play mahjong, how nice? Zhang Yanru replied, if you leave here a second earlier, your grandchildren and grandchildren will be able to be born a second earlier. Anyway, the choice is in your hands, you can stay if you want to, or not if you don't want to. Don't use my grandson and granddaughter to blackmail me, I'm not going to eat this. Chu Feng said without a trace of anger, could it be that? Are you the only one in the world who can give birth to children? Can't other women give birth? Yes. But your son doesn't want them to have them, he wants me to have them. What do you say? Zhang Yanru smiled faintly, her brows filled with a smug look. For a moment, Chu Feng was so angry in her heart, but there wasn't much she could do. You have the nerve to say that you seduced him. Chu Feng exasperatedly said, how shameless to actually seduce your own nephew. Whatever you say, anyway, your son is my man now, and the two of us sleep under the same blanket every day. Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, her delicate features on both sides of her face slightly flushed with a blush as she said softly and glutinously, it's quite nice to think about it. Being able to watch my husband grow up day by day, becoming more and more handsome and smart, then marrying me off, this feeling is quite good. Bah! Shame on you. Chu Feng was furious. However, today's Young Yanru had long since practiced thick skin and would not get angry at all in the face of these insulting words. On the contrary, she even looked at her smugly and gave a strong retort with a happy look. Quickly!
Yu Xiaocheng then prepared the meal and greeted the two to come and eat. Zhang Yanru, as before, sat close to her son in front of her former best friend, and then asked to be fed, however not mouth to mouth, but normal feeding, but even so, it still pissed Chu Fang off. Mom, are all the relatives at the wedding of the eldest uncle's son? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. Pretty much. Chu Fang replied softly, your eldest uncle is a good face, surely he will call everyone on, and also the hotel should be a big hotel, but it doesn't matter to us. It's just going to go through the motions, do whatever you like. Oh. Big uncle is quite a stingy person, I didn't expect to put down blood money this time. Yu Xiaocheng ate his meal and said casually, but I've pretty much forgotten about those people, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to call out to anyone when the time comes. Doesn't matter. You and Foxy can just sit there and eat, no need for you two to call out. Chu Fang said. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth, a slight hint of dissatisfaction between her eyebrows, but did not refute anything, silently picked up the dishes and sent them to her best friend's son's bowl, and continued to sit there without a word to eat. Mom, are you going home tonight? Yu Xiaocheng asked. Chu Fang glanced at her son and said without any good humor, what? Am I so inhospitable now? Ouch. Here we go again, here we go again. I'm just asking if you're coming back home, if not, I'll clean up the second bedroom for you later. Yu Xiaocheng was speechless for a while, I didn't expect that after so long, her own mother was still sulking with her best friend, obviously an agreement had been reached. Chu Fang took a look at the vixen and said leisurely, then go and clean up. You'll be staying here tonight, and in the meantime, supervise a certain vixen who likes to steal little boys. Zhang Yanru blankly eyed her and huffed, don't you beat around the bush. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about a certain vixen, could it be that you're right? Chu Fang looked at her and asked blandly. You. Young Yanru was so pissed off that she wanted to go up and fight. Alright. Both of you stop bickering, you just dislike each other whenever you meet, if you don't get tired of it, I'm still tired of it. Yu Xiaocheng said without a trace of anger, eat properly. I still have things to do tomorrow. These words still had some effect, Zhang Yanru and Chu Fang no longer disliked each other, and each sat there quietly eating until dinner was over. Yu Xiaocheng began to clear the table, while the two former sisters sat on the sofa, doing their own thing with each other. Waiting for Xiaocheng to come out, he sat directly in the middle of the two of them, but the pretty ripe rich woman dove headfirst into her bosom friend's son's arms just after he sat down. Husband, what do you think of this mother-in-law? The rich woman snuggled in the arms of her best friend's son, pointed to a middle-aged woman on TV and murmured, I feel this mother-in-law is not good at treating her own daughter-in-law like that. Look at how angry she made her daughter-in-law. You say she is not an evil mother-in-law? Fault. That's a pretty clear sign of finger-pointing, isn't it? Yu Xiaocheng of course knew the pretty aunt in her arms, what was the meaning in her words, and then secretly glanced at her own mother on the side, and sure enough, the expression started to get angry. It's just a TV show acting. Yu Xiaocheng tightened his arms around the rich woman in his arms, then came to her ear and whispered, don't make trouble, oomph. Young Yanru snorted coldly and twisted in his arms, adjusting to the best position before stopping talking. I don't know how long it's been. Chu Fang suddenly spoke up, do you have any pajamas and pajama pants? Bring me a pair of normal underwear by the way. Pajamas and pajamas, yes, but you want normal underwear, I'm afraid I can't find any. The rich woman replied softly, those underwear in my closet. All the wispy lace your son likes. Why did you bring me? It's obviously your own favorite. Yu Xiaocheng spat in his heart. Foxy, Chu Fang muttered with a dark face, then looked at her own son and said in a good-natured manner, you're no good either. As the words fall, raging back to the second bedroom, the young, strong guy and the lonely, forlorn rich woman were left in the living room. When are you two going to get over it? Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, it's hard for me to be caught in the middle feeling like I'm not human inside or out. The rich woman smiled slightly and reached out to gently pick his chin, saying gently, I'm afraid this is the way it's going to be for the rest of your life, but tonight Auntie has prepared a reward for you. Reward? What reward? Yu Xiaocheng instantly resurrected, and asked excitedly, hurry up and say what the reward is. I'm in a hurry. Secret. You'll see in a minute. The rich woman pursed her lips, got up from his arms, straddled his lap, cupped her hands around her best friend's son's cheeks, and murmured, be a good girl and sit here Auntie go take a shower and get ready. Yu Xiaocheng nodded repeatedly. Followed by, Auntie Richie wiggled her sexy, chubby, fat ass and sauntered into the bedroom. Ouch. It's really killing me. Yu Xiaocheng was so excited that he did several push-ups on the ground. His body was full of strength at this moment. As it turns out, that's when the door to the second bedroom was opened, and Chu Fang looked at her son, who was lying on the floor doing push-ups, and for a moment was filled with doubt and confusion as she asked, what are you doing? Ha? Mom you. Why are you out again? Yu Xiaocheng stood up awkwardly and replied with a squeak, I am working out. Exercise? Chu Fang frowned, then moved her gaze to the master bedroom and said without a trace of humor, is the vixen seducing you again? Mom! What's seducing or not seducing, she's my wife. Yu Xiaocheng rolled his eyes and said helplessly, besides, when are you two going to end it? I'm really going to break down arguing every other day.
I'm really going to die from the noise. You blame me? Chu Fang's eyes widened as she stared viciously at her son, furiously saying, when you were messing with her, why didn't you think it would be like this? Now come to blame me. Yu Xiaocheng was embarrassed again and stammered out a reply, At that time, the atmosphere of your best friend and I were there, and if we didn't hug and kiss each other twice, it's kind of a little bit of a strange pity. Get out. Chu Fang didn't have the heart to say, obviously, he was overwhelmed by lust. The words. Pointing to the bedroom, he asked seriously, what's that twat holding back in there again? In preparation for giving you grandchildren at night. Yu Xiaocheng replied. Oh. Chu Fang instantly lost her bottom, silently sat down on the sofa and said in a serious tone, did she mention the wedding to you? Mentioned. Yu Xiaocheng nodded and said, not going to make a big deal out of it. Aha. That's what I'm going to do. Chu Fang pursed her lips and whispered, when you have a child, mom plans to. Abrupt. The door to the master bedroom slowly opened a crack, and a stockinged leg stuck out of it. Anti-rich woman's legs would have been perfect, leg line smooth and beautiful, not only dynamic and elegant, like an olive branch like soft, and then sexy black stockings added. I can't wait to go up and play hard. Little bad boy. Do you have nice legs, auntie? Would you like to take a few licks? Shasta. Yu Xiaocheng's face went white while Chu Fang's face turned red. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Ouch. My precious, pretty auntie. You. Aren't you pushing me into the fire? At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng's face is scared white, at the same time scalp burst of numbness, hate to head to die in the wall originally and the mother of that impression is very bad, and now so a mess. Not equal to the rumor that her son is a pervert? And what's more, she's going to take a few licks. Compared to her son's groundlessness, Chu Fang by her side was in a state of shame, how could she not think? Her own son and her own bosom friend, actually play so perverted. Cough cough. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly coughed a few times, signaling for the rich ants in the room to keep a low profile. Young Yunru, who got the code word, froze and hurriedly retracted her slender thighs, then cautiously poked out half of her head, only to see the little bad guy sitting with his mom, and for a split second, the rich woman felt like she was struck by lightning and her body had frozen. Jesus, why is she in the living room? It's over. I can't take off the title of Vixen. Zhang Yanru was on the verge of going crazy, wanting to die, especially regretting why she did it, but at this time, even if you regret it again, it's not much use. What? You have the guts to seduce my son, but you don't have the guts to come out and meet people? Chu Fang laughed coldly. Wasn't your leg stretched out very straight just now? Hearing these words, the rich woman, who was originally ashamed beyond measure, was instantly filled with anger in her brain, puffing her way out of the bedroom, at which point she, truly a temptation to the extreme. A tulle transparent black nightgown, with wispy lace underwear, plus black stockings over her legs, mature with mystery and charm. Simply astringent to the point of no return. Go! Hurry up and come inside with me, auntie wants to eat you now. Angry Zhang Yanru walked to her best friend's son, clutched his wrist, and dragged him toward the bedroom in a deadly manner. Go! Yu Xiaocheng's soul had long been seduced, and his ass followed her to the bedroom. Looking at her son's unproductive appearance, Chu Fang was so angry that she even gritted her back teeth, but then again it is true that no man can resist her temptation, including her own son. Look at his giddy appearance, as if he had never seen a woman before. Stop! Did I say that I let you follow her? Chu Fang blackened her face and viciously shouted at her own son. The words. Yu Xiaocheng suddenly stopped and turned back to look at his own mother, looking at her gnashing teeth, and said bitterly, Mom, don't blame your son for not being good. If you want to blame it on your BFF being too charming. Chu Fang was about to faint from anger, watching the vixen take her son away and then completely disappear from sight. It said that we should raise our children for old age. That's not true. It's obvious that I didn't die early enough. Meanwhile, when Yang Yunru dragged her best friend's son into the house, she silently let go of his wrist and stood behind the door breathing heavily while her chest rose and fell unceasingly, and her cheeks on both sides were even more fiery. When the rich woman had calmed down, she then noticed that the little bad guy in the room, at this moment, actually stripped down to just a pair of pants. What are you doing? Auntie Rich glared at him with a shameful face and asked furiously, who told you to take off your shirt and pants? Ha? Not. Didn't it start? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her in confusion and said suspiciously, otherwise what are you dragging me into the house for? Me. Oops, you go ahead and take a shower. Zhang Yanru pushed her best friend's son and shoved him into the bedroom's bathroom, followed by an admonition from the doorway, don't come out until you're clean. Tablet Su heard the sound of clattering running water from inside. The rich aunt was relieved, silently returned to bed, lifted the quilt to get in, when WeChat received a message from some evil woman in the second bedroom. Chu Feng, be gentle. Don't toss my son around. Auntie Rich rolled her eyes and cupped her phone to quickly edit the content. Young Yunru, it's going to toss him around. Anyway, it's my husband, you can't control it. Young Yun are you, I'm mad at you. Not forgetting to post an emoji at the end to make up for it. Just after she sent the message on her side, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Young Yunru couldn't help but freeze, growling in exasperation, "Wash me for another 10 minutes, until you're completely clean. Brush your teeth for me by the way." Immediately following, the sound of running water again. Zhang Yanru snorted coldly, put down her cell phone and lay quietly on the bed, looking at the ceiling above her head. Her thoughts became rambling. "I don't know how long it's been." The bathroom door slowly opened and a dark shadow scurried out and hissed under the covers. "I'm coming," Yu Xiaocheng said with excitement. Next, Auntie Fubo then arched in, snuggled tightly in his arms, and didn't know what was happening. Instantly blushing, she raised her hand and punched him hard on his chest, saying in exasperation, "You pervert. How so disgusting." Yu Xiaocheng smiled faintly and said badly in her ear, "It's not for your convenience. Get out." I'm not that nasty." Auntie Richie pushed him down and refuted in shame. Yeah. It's true you're not that nasty, you are exceptionally nasty." Yu Xiaocheng replied idly. Following, the two fought under the covers, not so much in a tearful way. It was more like some peculiar form of ennui, for as they fought the rich woman clasped the head of her bosom friend's son, and those plump, vermilion lips covered her mouth. Without doubt, Yu Xiaocheng was no lightweight. He quietly untied it, and then he, crooked mouth? Anti-rich woman lying on the body of her best friend's son, eyebrows full of mature women's tenderness, murmured, "Really disgusting." Originally I just casually said, "I did not expect that you actually come to the real but Auntie quite like." "You think I want to?" "Obviously you were the one who pressed my head, and you had to pinch me if I didn't comply, and I could only endure the humiliation." Yu Xiaocheng glanced at the abrasive demon in his arms and said without any good humor, "Humph. Obviously you like me yourself. I'm just following your wishes." My own mother's best friend rolled her eyes, then burrowed and arched in her arms, saying softly, "There are still 10 days of medicine left. Drink it and we'll start making babies." "Ha? That fast?" Yu Xiaocheng was shocked and looked at her with a face full of consternation, asking, "Did mom and dad force you?" "No. It's my own intention. 3 children in 4 years. Finish that goal by 35, or else. Otherwise, I'll be a woman of advanced maternal age, and if I have another child at that time, the danger will be great." Zhang Yanru explained, So while Auntie is still young, you hurry up and work hard for me to get Auntie pregnant. Also, beyond her age, a rich woman becomes an advanced maternal age, which is not only harmful to her, but also bad for the child." Yu Xiaocheng nodded and replied softly, "Alright, let's start making babies in 10 days then." "Aha!" Young Yunru smiled with satisfaction, then inquired in a small voice, "Are you still smoking these days?" "It's been 3 days since I quit," Yu Xiaocheng said seriously. You didn't quit?" Zhang Yanru sat up violently and glared at him viciously, saying furiously, "Didn't I tell you to quit smoking a long time ago? You actually still smoke?" Yu Xiaocheng replied awkwardly, "Agu. It's not something you can quit just by saying it. You also know that the husband's pressure is high, so just actually quit or not to quit smoking are the same. Your mom when pregnant with you, your father also did not quit smoking. Your girlfriend's pregnant with me, my father also did not quit smoking. You see both of us are fine. That's a whole lot of reasons." Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said without a smile, "I'll go talk to your mom tomorrow." No. Yu Xiaocheng instantly panicked and begged bitterly, "She'll really get me killed, and now her grandson and granddaughter are the meat of her heart." "Then quit smoking. From now on. Until I get pregnant, no more smoking a cigarette," Auntie Richie said coldly. Yes. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly hugged the furious rich woman tightly, and comforted her in her ear, followed by the extremely sweet words, "Just for a few moments." The rich woman, who was still burning with anger, is now full of the charm and tenderness of a mature woman. Deadbeat. Auntie Rich Bitch lightly bit her lips and said in a shy manner, "Remember today's words. If you dare to cheat on me, look for a mistress, or have sex outside. I won't be polite to you, hand up and knife down. Let you lose your qualification to be a man. At ease. Don't worry. This heart is yours, no one can take it away." The words fell. Yu Xiaocheng whispered words in the rich woman's ear. Roll on. Who wants it?" The rich woman blushed with shame and full of disgust again. I hate to be fired with the squid." "Hey, you sure can't afford to give it up." Yu Xiaocheng replied softly, "Maybe you don't know now, but you'll know in 10 days. Cut. Lily told me that a long time ago." The rich woman blankly eyed him, glumly. "Ha? You guys even talk about this?" Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously. Aunt Richie squirmed and squeaked out a reply, "It wasn't too much. Just talk to me about that feeling. What does it feel like?" Choi won't tell you." Zhang Yanru hammered him and huffed, "Don't ask that question again, or else Auntie will be rude to you." Yu Xiaocheng was full of disdain. Nowadays he had long been immune to this kind of threat. At the same time, the rich woman sneaked a look at him, and when she saw his unbelieving demeanor, she was furious. She bit her lip gently, her brow seeming to decide something. Next, Auntie Fortune quickly stepped in and grabbed the. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, and then he revealed a bad smile. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Yu Xiaocheng looked at the beautiful mature rich woman in his arms with a stunned face, looked at her hands holding the dry red look, bat-assed, baby aunt. You move a little, so the fun is there, really listen to my quasi-right. The words. Yu Xiaocheng raised her eyebrows lightly and praised her mother's best friend in her arms, saying, yes, 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 my baby auntie is smart, she actually understands everything, slow down, don't be so slow, you need to know the rhythm of fast and slow, light and heavy. Don't be so slow, you need to know the rhythm of fast and slow, light and heavy, practice it well. Zheng Yanru raised her eyes, charmingly white at him, said angrily, you less to me to fill the soul soup, stinking man. I still do not know you this mind? I'm telling you if you don't listen to me in the future, I'll just break it with force. Oops. No. How did the goods suddenly? Yu Xiaocheng looked at her bitterly, carefully begging for mercy, wrong. Please, auntie, be magnanimous and spare my life. Humph. Zheng Yanru's eyebrows revealed a faint touch of arrogance, arched in his arms, and spoke softly, have we gotten a name for our future child yet? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and replied softly, this is better to let your best friend do it, but it's still early, this pregnancy isn't something you can get pregnant just because you want to, you need the proper time to do it. That said, you can buy those test strips now. I've already placed an order online. Zheng Yanru gently shook her jade hand while saying in a sticky voice, and bought 100 sets of test strips. Why so many? Yu Xiaocheng frowned and asked suspiciously, what are you doing? What? That's panic? Auntie Richie laughed without a good mood, buying so much naturally has my reasoning, I have asked the people around me who have a child, people are basically 2 days at a time, and then every day all kinds of measurements. I've thought about it, if you don't get pregnant this year, you will go to the hospital to do a checkup. You and I go together. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed her mouth and said in an unkind manner, I'm not going, I'm healthy. I'm healthy. If you want to go, you go, I won't go anyway, even if it kills me. I won't go for this checkup. What's your hurry? I didn't say you can't. Zheng Yanru blanked him and said leisurely, just go ask. Having said that, Zheng Yanru paused and continued, little bad boy is going to be a father so soon, will it make you a little stressed? What can be done about it? Who made me fall for a woman in her 30s? Yu Xiaocheng sighed, his words filled with helplessness. Shasta. Auntie Fortune instantly exploded, squeezing the tiny baddie hard and furiously questioning, what do you mean? Are you mocking me for being older? You. Why didn't you think I was old when you were under my quilt? When you lie in my arms, why don't you think I'm old? Ouch. I didn't mean that. Seeing that the rich woman flipped out, Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly hugged her full and delicate body tightly and whispered comfortingly in her ear, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? How could my little husband possibly dislike your age? That's not what I meant anyway, besides. I just like mature women, young ones still can't see it. Roll on. I hate the sight of you. Saying nasty on his mouth, his body was extraordinarily honest, still snuggling tightly in his arms, while not forgetting to shake his own luxuriant jade hand. Words. My cousin is coming soon and has already bought a plane ticket. Zheng Yanru murmured, I showed her your picture, the little ninny is so greedy. You should be careful when you get there, don't let your soul be hooked by her, but I don't think you should like her. The little ninny is a woman with no boobs and no ass, and the key to that is that she's average looking, not as good looking as me. Yes? None of it matters though. Yu Xiaocheng reached out and gently lifted her chin, looked straight at the woman in front of him, and said deeply, when I love someone, I love only one person, even if I ask 1,000 times 10,000 times, I don't love novelty, I only love the person who firmly chooses me. Little bad boy. Zheng Yanru looked at him in ecstasy, this big boy she had watched grow up, and hurriedly covered his mouth with a mouthful before desperately sucking on it. The night was long. At least that's what it looks like to a strapping young man and a mature rich woman in bed. Early the following morning, Chu Fong woke up early to prepare breakfast for the two in the bedroom, although she was still very angry, but after all, things have been like this, can only helplessly choose to accept, of course. Acceptance to accept, make-up is impossible to make up. Hey, what a sin. Chu Fong washed the rice while sighing, forget it. For the sake of my grandson and granddaughter, I can only bear it. Just then, the bedroom door opened slowly, and his own son, yawning, came slowly and leisurely out of it. Mom, that early? Yu Xiaocheng came to the kitchen door, looked at her own mother who was cooking breakfast, and asked with a smiling face, did you sleep well last night? Humph. Faceless asshole. Kitchen turned back and glared viciously at him, saying in exasperation, get out of here, don't want to see you, not a bit of ambition, just get hooked by that vixen. I can't help it. Yu Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders and helplessly replied, your best friend is dressed like that, what can I do? Can only obey her? Pissed off. How did you give birth to an unproductive son like you? Chu Fong blackened her face and gritted her teeth. Okay. Yu Xiaocheng heatedly laughed, your best friend has given me an ultimatum to have 3 children in 4 years, asking me to work harder, Mom. When the time comes, I'll help bring up the kids, and by the way, I'll help you name your grandson and granddaughter. Originally also a little angry, Chu Fong, instant heart is gorgeous, after all, want to hold grandchildren and granddaughter is not a day or two,
and now finally see hope, said softly. Grandchildren and granddaughter's mom will certainly help you with. As for the name, well, you and that vixen think for yourself. Oh, I'll go wash up then. Yu Xiaocheng slapped his ass and left, leaving his own mother busy in the kitchen. When Yu Xiaocheng came out of the bathroom, he sat on the sofa and played with his cell phone when Chu Fang sat down beside him and looked him up and down carefully. How did the vixen take a liking to you? Chu Fang asked with a puzzled face. How do I know? Yu Xiaocheng bristled and replied faintly, why don't you go ask her? What about you? How did you come to see her? Chu Fang continued to ask. Me? I. Yu Xiaocheng hesitated for a few moments, carefully glanced at her own mother, and cautiously replied, good-looking and sexy. Chu Fang rolled her eyes straight up and said in an unkind manner, no interest at all. Having said that, then he went back into the kitchen. In a short while, the rich woman came out of the bedroom, the lazy looked like a noblewoman, and then jumped into the arms of her best friend's son, begging for kisses and hugs. Dinner! Chu Fang carried a pot of porridge and came out of the kitchen with a dark face. Soon the three of them were sitting at the dining table, eating a hearty breakfast, during which the atmosphere was quite harmonious except for a few idle words. Mom, I'm taking your bestie to work. Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yanru changed their shoes at the door and shouted at their own mother in the kitchen. While the two were on their way to the office, young Yanru couldn't hold it in any longer and started to complain about all kinds of chatter. Pisses me off. Putting on a face early in the morning. The rich woman pouted her lips and said in a bad mood, it's bad luck to have such a mother-in-law. Okay. In the past you even said it's nice to have such a sister. Yu Xiaocheng laughingly said, don't be angry, in fact, your best friend is just a little bit too much on the face, the heart has long accepted you. As the words fall, pursed her lips and said softly, by the way, I have to tell you something, a certain professor from the lab is inviting me to dinner, so drive yourself back at night, I'll take a taxi to Xing University myself later. Buy you dinner? Why would a professor invite a Thai master's degree holder like you to dinner? The rich woman asked with a puzzled look on her face. What a crappy master's degree. Yu Xiaocheng was about to explode with anger, and said in a serious manner, I'll reiterate, it was to give me a doctorate in the first place, only that I refused it at that time when I was in a fit of anger. Cut. Not still a master's degree. Young Yunru rolled her eyes and mumbled. Not the same. Forget it. I can't understand with you, I helped that professor solve a very complicated problem, of course he's going to treat me to dinner. Yu Xiaocheng said lightly, it might be very late before I can go home, and I'm sure I've had a lot to drink, so come and pick me up then. Aha! Zhang Yanru answered, then added in a serious tone, don't go to a messy place. Don't worry, Yu Xiaocheng assured in a serious manner. After sending the rich woman to her company, Yu Xiaocheng walked away, turning around 7 times to a certain street corner, hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey! Older brother, no. Dad! Yu Xiaocheng said cautiously, I've given your daughter's side a solution, I'm coming over to you now? Come on. Come to my office first. Zheng Xinghua on the phone said smilingly. Meanwhile, back to the office of Zhang Yanru, vaguely feel a hint of wrong, contemplating for a few moments. Silently picked up the phone and called his nephew. Little John, your little aunt has a dinner party tonight? Zhang Yanru asked seriously. Right. Zhang Yuanxiang replied seriously, that's right. He helped a certain professor solve a problem, and that professor was very grateful to him and then invited him to dinner. Hearing these words from her nephew, Zhang Yanru secretly slandered in her heart, could it be that I am paranoid? Have I wronged him? No. There's definitely something wrong here. On the other side, Zhang Yuanxiang held up the earpiece of the landline while he tweeted to his little aunt. Steady. Taking off at night. First issued and then reformed. End of chapter. Young Yanru sensed the problem, not from her own man, but from young Wanqiang, because he answered too firmly. Like he had predicted in advance what he was going to ask. Strong. Tell your little aunt the truth. What exactly is your little aunt going to do tonight? Zhang Yanru questioned coldly. Zhang Yuanxiang, who had just finished sending the message, froze and replied in a squeaky voice, he has a social event tonight. Didn't he just say that a professor wanted to invite him to dinner because he helped solve a very difficult problem? Stuttered. You're starting to stutter a bit. The rich aunt said seriously, it means that you have just been lying. My little aunt at least grew up with you and knows those habits of yours like the back of her hand. You can't fool me. Say, hurry up and tell me the truth. What exactly is your little aunt going to do tonight? At this point in time, Zhang Yuanxiang's scalp went numb as he squeaked and replied, I didn't lie, it's really like this. Yes, you can. Now that your wings have grown hard, you don't even listen to your little aunt. Zhang Yanru blackened her face and said angrily, you brat, wait for me. I'll find your wife right now and have her clean you up properly. The words. Straight away, he hung up. When the blind tone kept echoing in his ears, Zhang Yuanxiang's entire body collapsed and hurriedly dialed Yu Xiaocheng's number for a moment. The phone was connected. Hey, no good. Something big is happening. Zhang Yuanxiang said anxiously, your wife seems to have recognized our trick. What? Didn't you just say it was stable? Yu Xiaocheng, who was sitting in the cab,
was also nervous to the point of suffocating after hearing these words from the rich woman's nephew, and cautiously asked, "What exactly is the situation? How did it suddenly turn out like this?" "Hey, it's a long story. Anyway, she heard that I was lying and then threatened me in all sorts of ways, but I didn't tell the truth." Zhang Yuanxiang pursed his lips and said bitterly, "You and my little grandpa say a word, I might not be going tonight. Your wife has gone to look for my wife right now, and I guess she's going to fly home to beat me up tonight." Don't. I'll call your little aunt." Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly hung up the phone, and then called his wife's honor. Fortunately it was not occupied, indicating that Dean Tianli Tian did not know about it yet. "Yo, here comes our busybody." The rich aunt on the phone was a little shifty, her words full of resentment towards someone. Cough cough. "Your nephew called me." Yu Xiaocheng said awkwardly, "Come on, you don't know her wife's temper." "Humph. Then tell me exactly what you're going to do tonight." Zhang Yanru said seriously, "You better tell me the truth or otherwise I'll call your mom right now and I'll tell her. Your son didn't even quit smoking while I was preparing for my pregnancy and is joking about the child's health." I say. Yu Xiaocheng instantly came down in a cold sweat, stammered and replied, Actually, your great nephew and I got together for a drink, and he's been under some stress lately. The physics department was found to have some minor problems, and he's the head of the physics department, so he had to take charge of it. And then it affected the future vice dean's race. Edit. You make it up again. Auntie Fortune said in exasperation, "Why don't you be honest now?" Really accounted for. Yu Xiaocheng said helplessly, "Really?" The words. Hastily swearing to the rich aunt, he said, "Thus and thus. I'm here to give you an oath that if there's half a lie just now, then the heavens will strike your nephew with 5 thunderbolts." "Why don't you get blasted?" Richie asked. "I'm your husband," Yu Xiaocheng said stiffly. At once, Zhang Yanru was angry laugh, but the accumulated grievances also eliminated a lot. Think carefully about their own indeed some force too tight. Mom actually said it is very right, sometimes to loosen up a loose line, so that they can put their own husbands in control. All right. Be safe at night, don't drink too late or too much, after all alcohol is. It's not good for you that. Auntie Rich said gently. At this point in time. Having said that, twisting his body to the side, he covered his cell phone and said fondly, "Wifey baby wifey auntie, you're too good to me. Hubby loves you. Just realized? Okay. Put away your sweet talk, auntie has to work." The pretty ripe rich woman said without a trace of humor. "Aha." Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly answered. When he hung up the phone, Yu Xiaocheng couldn't help but take a long breath and dialed the rich woman's nephew's number. "Resolved. Go out with me at night," Yu Xiaocheng said easily. "Ha? Solved?" Zhang Yuanxiang's face was filled with dismay, his eyes were actually shocked, as well as an expression of disbelief, and he was even a bit at a loss for words as he hurriedly asked, "Little auntie, you don't want a joke, this joke will kill people." "Unbelievable? Questioning my family status?" Yu Xiaocheng spoke in an inscrutable manner, "This way. You give your little aunt a call and you ask her, 'Can you go drinking with me at night?'" A moment's hesitation. Zhang Yuanxiang hung up the phone and called his little aunt. "Hello? Little auntie I. Without waiting for Zhang Yuanxiang to finish his sentence, the pretty ripe rich woman directly interrupted him. "Okay. Your little aunt told me, go but don't go to a messy place, and keep an eye on your little aunt, don't let him get hooked by some Thai vixen." Zhang Yanru said in a serious tone. Yes. Don't worry little aunt, I will definitely watch over little auntie." Zhang Yuanxiang pledged in a serious manner. Hang up. Zhang Yuanxiang's heart could not be calmed for a long time. Awesome. It's really awesome. I didn't realize. The real head of the family was even close by. It's about to be nightfall. Zhang Yanru drove back to her parents' house and opened the door to see her mom sitting on the sofa, saying breathlessly, "Is there anything to eat, Mom?" "Ha? What brings you here?" When Chu Chunyan saw her daughter return, she hurriedly stood up and asked suspiciously, "Where is Xiao Chang? How come I haven't seen Xiao Chang? He's got something going on, I came alone." Zhang Yanru lazily came to the sofa, clunked down and sat down, muttering, "Mom, give me a bowl of noodles, my stomach is starving." "Okay. You wait." Chu Chunyan immediately went into the kitchen and started helping her daughter with the noodles. "Where's Dad?" Zhang Yanru casually asked. "Why didn't you see Dad's figure?" "Him. He's out socializing." Chu Chunyan washed the dishes while saying lightly, "Recently there was a big bidding project in the city, and those people didn't know how to find your dad, and invited him to dinner every now and then, but fortunately your dad's willpower is relatively strong." "That's right. Although Dad is very unreliable, but after all, he started from nothing and got to this point today, that's still a bit impressive." Zhang Yanru pursed her lips. "Mom, your son-in-law and I have agreed to have 3 children before the age of 35, and your son-in-law said that he will make a good effort to try to conceive one first this year." Suddenly, Chu Chunyan poked her head out violently and looked at her daughter excitedly, asking, "Really? Of course it's true. How can you joke about this?" Holding a headrest, young Yanru looked at her own mother with a smile on her face and softly inquired, "Mom will help us with the baby, right?" "As long as I'm free. Mom, that's 1,000 times willing," Chu Chunyan replied. Subsequent times.
Mother and daughter didn't talk much until Chu Chunyan brought out a bowl of noodles with green vegetables and shredded meat.
Looking at her daughter gulping down the noodles, Chu Chunyan smiled slightly and said, "How is it? Mom's bowl of noodles with green vegetables and shredded pork is not bad, right?"
Aha! I remember it being my favorite when I was a kid. Zhang Yanru nodded repeatedly, then whispered, "But compared to your son-in-law, Mom, you're still close. Your son-in-law's cooked noodles, that's what's called delicious." Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said without a trace of anger, "You little ninny forgets her mother when she has a husband."
It would have been.
Young Yanru smiled and continued to take a big bite of the noodles.
Right. What did Xiao Chang do this late at night? Chu Chunyan asked. Out with strong.
Young Yanru replied lightly, "The odds are that she went to drink."
You agree?
Well, originally did not agree, but suddenly remembered that this husband is up and down the monkey, the hand of the rope not only to tighten, but also to learn to loosen, so I reluctantly agreed to once, but the effect is quite good, Mom. You do not know, your son-in-law that called a gratefullet.
Ha! I can't believe I learned it so quickly. That's right.
Mother and daughter were exchanging tips on taming their husbands when suddenly,
Chu Chunyan seemed to realize something, and a slight hint of doubt appeared between her eyebrows. Mom, what's wrong?
Young Yanru looked at her curiously and asked in a small voice at her bewildered look.
I feel.
Chu Chunyan opened her mouth, the words hovered on the edge of her mouth for a long time, and then silently swallowed back, and then took out her own cell phone and dialed a certain number.
Chang, your chairman, where is he tonight? Chu Chunyan asked seriously. Aha. Good, I got it. After Chu Chunyan hung up the phone, her expression was not only a bit grave, but even a bit angry. Mom, what the hell? Why did you suddenly call Dad's driver?
An unsure young Yanru looked at her own mother and cautiously inquired.
Chu Chunyan let out a long breath and said in exasperation, "We, mother and daughter, have been cheated badly." End of chapter. We've all been lied to? Hearing these inexplicable words from her mom, young Yanru inquired with a confused and curious face, "Mom, what do you mean? We've both been tricked? By whom?"
Chu Chunyan pursed her lips, and helplessly replied, "Who else can lie to both of us? Of course it's both of our men, in fact, your father and your husband, the two of them did not fall out at all, everything was staged for us to see."
What?
Zhang Yanru was shocked, her face was full of incredulity, and she hurriedly said, "How is this possible? The two of them had fallen out to that extent in the hospital, and also when my father slapped my husband, and my husband was so sad that he wanted to leave, and as a result,
the two didn't fall out in the end?"
Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and replied in a good-natured manner, "This is where your father and your husband are brilliant. That slap pushed the whole thing over the top and made both of us completely lose our thinking because neither of us could have imagined that the original play was able to be acted out so truthfully."
Mom, you will not be mistaken?
Zhang Yanru up to this point is still a little unconvinced, carefully said, "Do not wrongly accuse the two of them, when the time will make a mess."
Can't go wrong at all.
Chu Chunyan shook her head and spoke in a serious tone, "Just now I called your father's driver. Your father isn't in the hotel at all, but inside a clubhouse, along with two men. I think these two men should be. It's Xiao Chang and Chang Chang." At this moment, Auntie Rich's head was buzzing and her whole body was about to crack, then she stood up violently and said furiously, "The stinking man actually dared to lie to me."
Me? I'll catch him back right now and give him a good education.
Okay. Chu Chunyan grabbed her daughter's arm and said helplessly, "Since they got their way, let's forget about it this time."
Mom, how can this be forgotten? Zhang Yanru gritted her teeth and said, "Fooling us so badly, and all sorts of worries, this breath.
Anyway, I can't swallow it, both of them.
I won't let go of any of them.
First, Dad must let him go bankrupt, and then your son-in-law, he'll let him die. I'll make his life worse than death."
Don't you make a scene. It's already a headache and you still have to come and stick your nose in.
Chu Chunyan blanched at her own daughter and said softly, "Vengeance definitely needs to be avenged, but it's not the right time yet. Let's see to what extent the two of them can act out first. By the way, don't forget that you and Xiao Chang will come over to the house for dinner tomorrow." Hearing these words from her mom, young Yanru suddenly understood what it meant and hurriedly nodded her head, then asked, "Mom, do you think this bad idea? Who actually came up with it?
Who else could it be? It must be your dad."
Chu Chunyan skimmed her mouth and said angrily, "I just wondered he likes Xiao Chang so much and praises Xiao Chang every day for all kinds of good things, but as a result after becoming his son-in-law, he stormed out instead. This is obviously not in line with common sense.
It turns out to be a trick." I think so, Dad.
Although your son-in-law is not a good man, but compared to Dad
then I think your son-in-law is quite good.
Zhang Yanru beamed and muttered in a small voice, "But then again it's good that the two didn't fall out."
Aha. At least it'll make peace.
Chu Chunyan took a long breath and laughed softly. A family sitting down and having a happy meal. This is more important than anything else. The words. Chu Chunyan suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said to her daughter, "Xiao Chang is not a single-parent family, you quickly let our two families meet, then you can move around more."
Oops. I'll do it, Mom, don't be anxious.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and helplessly replied, "At the right time, I'll let you guys see the top."
Humph. You just talk about it every day and don't take it to heart at all. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes, then asked, by the way, does Xiao Cheng's family have many relatives?
Zhang Yanru shook her head and mumbled in reply, I don't know, but he and his mom don't go around with those relatives anymore. Actually Xiao Cheng's family is quite good. His mom opened a beauty salon, not a small one like the one on the roadside but a pretty big one, and has a few $1 million a year.
It seems.
Your mother-in-law has a hard character.
Chu Chunyan laughed. Pretty much.
Young Yanru pursed her lips and said leisurely,
what to do? I'm in a relationship with his mom, and it's a headache. What a headache, little grandpa.
This family status of yours, in my opinion, is totally inferior to your son-in-law. Zhang Yuanshan was already half drunk. At this time he was next to Zhang Xinghua and said in a serious tone, your son-in-law is the real head of the family.
Fart. He is where he is today solely due to me.
At this moment, Zhang Xinghua is already dying, but the bragging skills have not weakened in the slightest, puffing and saying, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm behind him and planning, he would have been.
Early was taken by my daughter. Be over. These two are drunk.
Yu Xiaocheng didn't drink too much, just to the point of being slightly intoxicated, watching the grandparents and grandchildren climbing on their shoulders. For a while they were almost speechless, especially discussing what?
The matter of the head of the family.
But then again, Zhang Yuanxiang did need the family status too much. Tianli was the fiercest and most ferocious existence among the three women, that's why he was so impatient to be the head of the family. Even if there was only the slightest possibility of it existing, it was expected that he would do whatever he wanted.
Quickly, the drinking game is over.
Yu Xiaocheng first helped his old husband to help to the business car, and then waited at the door for the rich woman to come to pick up himself and his side Zhang Yuanxiang.
A long time.
The rich woman arrived in a Porsche. Looking at her great-nephew, who was already unconscious, young Yanru was annoyed and helpless, but thankful that her man wasn't drunk.
How come you're not drunk? Aunt Richie asked. Keeping in mind your words didn't drink too much.
Yu Xiaocheng replied with a smile. The pretty ripe rich woman rolled her eyes and said softly, put him in the car and let Strong sleep at our house tonight.
Aha.
Yu Xiaocheng nodded and then sent his eldest nephew to the back row while he himself sat in the front.
And that's when it happened. Young Yanru pounced over and sniffed all kinds of things on his body. Ouch. Just don't worry, I'm very disciplined.
Yu Xiaocheng replied bitterly. Whether or not it's there is your business, whether or not it's inspected is my business. The rich woman gently poked him in the head and said in a good-natured manner, remember, don't ever think of hiding anything from me in the future, or else. Otherwise, I'll let you taste all the bitterness.
Yes.
Yu Xiaocheng hastily conceded and carefully said, let's go.
It's time for us to go home.
Zhang Yanru looked deeply at him, the corner of her mouth slightly raised a faint arc, then lightly stepped on the gas pedal,
driving the Porsche in the direction of home. Let's see what you two do tomorrow night. End of chapter. Early the following morning,
Zhang Yuanshan woke up from the bed in a muddle, followed by a hangover headache, and only after thoroughly adapting to this state did he realize that he was in his little aunt's house, because this room was too familiar. Including this double bed underneath him, after all, Tianli had tossed herself hard in this bed. Slowly and leisurely, he sat up from his bed, then waddled out of his room to see his young aunt and young uncle sitting down to breakfast, and greeted them with a bitter snort.
Little auntie. Zhang Yuanxiang greeted softly.
Zhang Yanru looked at her great-nephew who had a shriveled face, and said in a good-natured manner, look at you, do you still have the appearance of a school leader?
Zhang Yuanxiang smiled awkwardly and squeaked, wrong. Don't beat a dead horse with me.
Pretty mature rich woman coldly snorted, said faintly, in any case, I will tell this matter to your wife, you wait to be cleaned up all day and night to fool around, after getting married or this bird, if I were your mom I would have smoked you to death. In the face of the elder's accusation, Zhang Yuanshan simply have no power of resistance, can only obediently be scolded. At the same time, the corner of his eye secretly looked at Yu Xiaocheng, hoping that he would be able to say a few words at this moment, but, invisible. I'm blind. At this moment, Yu Xiaocheng is fiercely picking up porridge, facing Zhang Yuanxiang's call for help ignored. After all, at this time to help him speak, undoubtedly is to push themselves into the fire pit. When Zhang Yuanxiang realized that Yu Xiaocheng actually do not help himself, immediately were to be angry to explode, think of their own to him all kinds of heart, the results of a danger.
He was the first to run away, simply too much. That, little auntie you, aren't you going to say a few words? Zhang Yuanxiang took the initiative and directly addressed Xiaocheng by name. Ha! Oh, your little aunt is right. Yu Xiaocheng replied seriously. You, last night we agreed to honor and dishonor each other, and today you're a wallflower?
Zhang Yuanshan was so angry that his body was shivering, but anger was anger.
Did not do anything about it, silently swallowed his anger back into his stomach, and then ate his breakfast. Are you still working?
If you're going to work, after breakfast later, go to the bathroom and take a shower, then wear your little aunt's clothes and pants. Both of you have a similar body shape anyway.
Zhang Yanru said blandly. Aha! There's something going on at school today. Zhang Yuanxiang replied. That's fine. I'll walk you there later. The pretty ripe rich woman pursed her lips, turned her head to the little badass beside her, and asked softly and humorously, "What about you? Are you going to work today?" Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and replied in a small voice, "It's reasonable to go to work today, but your nephew hasn't helped me with the equipment yet, so going there is just dawdling around, so why don't I just stop going? When I can use the equipment, I'll go to school." The words. Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Yuanxian looked at each other, each remaining silent. "All right." Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and said softly, "We're going to Mom and Dad's house for dinner tonight, so don't forget. Go by yourself then, I won't come over to pick you up." "Oh." Yu Xiaocheng nodded in response. When the three had breakfast, Zhang Yuanxiang took a shower and put on Yu Xiaocheng's clothes and pants, then followed his little aunt out the door, but the result was that he had just stepped into the elevator, and instantly felt a sense of coolness. The corner of his eyes peeked out, and sure enough, the woman beside him at the moment had become loathsome to look at. "What the hell? It was fine just a moment ago, why are you suddenly going to eat people?" Just when Zhang Yuanshan was still guessing the reason, suddenly disaster struck his head. "I'm telling you, if you dare to fool around with your little aunt and your little grandpa in the future, beware that I will be rude to you," Zhang Yanru warned through gritted teeth. "Ha? What little grandpa? There was no little grandpa yesterday, it was just me and my little aunt." Zhang Yuanshan shrunk his head and replied cautiously. Zhang Yanru glared viciously and said in a bad humor, "Those ghostly tricks of yours, I've seen them long ago, now I'm advising you that you'd better turn back to the shore. Otherwise or else when little auntie I go on a killing spree, you won't have any room to admit your mistake." Hearing these words, Zhang Yuanshan's cold sweat was coming down, and he hurriedly said, "Little auntie's thing last night, it was actually all their idea, and I don't have the slightest bit to do with it. Sorry. I defected." In the evening, Yu Xiaocheng slowly and leisurely came to his old husband's home, and the door was opened by his mother-in-law, Xu Chunyan. "Coming? Come on, your wife is early." Xu Chunyan looked at Yu Xiaocheng with a smile on her face, and in her heart, she did not have any resentment towards him. After all, she carried the glory of her son-in-law on her body. "Ha? Yanru came so early?" Yu Xiaocheng asked with a stunned expression. "I told her to come early and help me out," Xu Chunyan replied. "Oh." Yu Xiaocheng answered and laughed softly, "Mom should have called me, she's not handy and doesn't work as fast as me." Xu Chunyan smiled, "You are our family's guest of honor, how can I trouble you? Well, come in quickly, don't stand at the door." Yu Xiaocheng came to the house. At this moment, the old husband was sitting on the sofa, and the son-in-laws looked at each other. A new set of scripts was generated in silence. At this time Zhang Xingwa snorted coldly and said without any good humor, "You are not welcome in our house. Return from where you came from." Xu Chunyan looked at her husband who looked annoyed, the corner of her mouth raised a shallow arc, really acting more and more alike. Okay. You guys pretty much have to have a good time today." Xu Chunyan didn't have the good sense to say. At this point, Zhang Yanru came out from the kitchen and felt a hint of amusement as she watched the two son-in-laws in a battle of swords and crossbows and said, "Dad, what are you doing? He is my husband and your son-in-law, is this necessary? Humph. Anyway, there's me without him, and him without me, so you guys watch." Zhang Xingwa's firepower continued to output, not giving the mother and daughter the slightest bit of mercy. Xu Chunyan smiled faintly and rushed to her daughter beside her. "Go to the kitchen and get 2 kitchen knives, then give one to your husband and another to your father." Yu Xiaocheng? Zhang Xingwa? Without waiting for the two sons-in-law to react, Zhang Yanru immediately rushed into the kitchen and turned her head and came out with 2 kitchen knives. Quickly! Yu Xiaocheng and Zhang Xingwa both possessed weapons in their hands. "Begin," Xu Chunyan said indifferently, "since the conflict can no longer be resolved with reason, why don't we simply use force?" Both of them were instantly almost confused as to how this was different from what was planned. But the sharp-eyed Yu Xiaocheng saw a hint of clues. "I'm afraid that he and the old man of this play has long been mother-in-law to recognize. What to do? Will we be recalcitrant to the end, or will we take the credit for our sins?" Briefly thinking, calmly analyzing, wanting to speak finally Yu Xiaocheng made up his mind to be righteous, pointed to his old man and said seriously, "Mom, this was all Dad's bad idea." End of chapter. In the face of the sudden reversal of the son-in-law, at this moment Zhang Xingwa are dumbfounded, eyebrows full of caught off guard, as well as incredulous expression, and even a bit at a loss for words. Xu Chunyan looked at her son-in-law, and couldn't help but smile slightly, and said gently, "I know you're definitely a good boy, and won't be in the same boat as your old husband, it's fine. Knowing a mistake and being able to change it is a good thing, but don't make the same mistake again in the future." Yes. Mom's educated. I will keep that in mind and never make the same mistake. With the fall of Yu Xiaocheng's words, has bumbled to the side of Zhang Yanru, there is no way. At this juncture in front of us, we must choose the war team, although a little sorry for their old man, but in the situation of who can survive can only sacrifice the old man, begging themselves to survive. "Dad, turn around," Yu Xiaocheng advised earnestly, "let's stop acting." "No. You. Zhang Xingwa is still in a muddled state, his mind is constantly buzzing, simply cannot react. "You what you? Xiaocheng has already lost his way, do you want to continue to be stubborn to the end?" Chu Chunyan darkened her face and said in a bad mood, I've long seen something wrong in there, praising Xiao Chang every day for this and that, and then suddenly flipping out after becoming your son-in-law. Do you think this is normal? Including last night you thought your plan was seamless? Humph. Chu Chunyan snorted coldly and continued to dislike, with this little trick of yours you dare to fool around in front of my eyes. At this point in time, Zheng Xinghua finally came back to God. In the face of the situation is gone, there is no need to resist. Early admission of fault for leniency, hastily said. Wi-Fi. I was wrong, I now turn back to the shore. Should still be too late, right? What do you say? Chu Chunyan glared viciously and said in a bad mood, all day long, you know how to blindly toss and turn, and drag your son-in-law to toss and turn with you. Is your company that idle? Do you have nothing to do every day? Why don't you just give it to your daughter and stay home with your grandson and granddaughter? This will do. Zhang Yanru nodded her head repeatedly and said seriously, Dad, I'm ready to take over. When the time comes that company of mine merges in and becomes a subsidiary under the group. Dad, when do you plan to open the board of directors? Ouch. I used to think that my daughter was a leaky coat, but now I see. She's already trying to take over the family's assets. Zheng Xinghua helplessly laughed. Dad, do a few more years when Dad clean up some people inside the board of directors, and then put the group into your hands. Now you are still too young, not the opponent of those old foxes, easy to eat the losses of those people. Alright. Zhang Yanru was also just joking, leisurely said, this matter is temporarily put aside. When the dinner. I talked to you again, you hit my husband thing, Dad. It's not that my daughter is threatening you, after all, you slapped my husband, which without a few $100 million, you don't want to have a good day today. No. He asked me to fan it, said to do a full set of theater. Zheng Xinghua pointed to his son-in-law, full of anxiety, explained, baby daughter, you have to be clear. Not equal to Xiao Chang's rebuttal, Zhang Yanru shook her head and replied seriously, I don't believe it. My husband is not such a stupid person. It must be that you asked for it, and then my husband couldn't argue with you, and only then did he passively accept to be beaten. Yeah. Wife is wise. Yu Xiaocheng looked adoringly at the pretty mature rich woman and said in a small voice, it's just what you said that I was all forced. Ugh. You. Chu Chunyan said with an exasperated face, it's really getting more and more past. In the ensuing time, the pretty ripe rich woman collected all the kitchen knives from both her husband and wife, and then the mother and daughter went into the kitchen, leaving Yu Xiaocheng and Zheng Xinghua alone in the living room. The two son-in-laws looked at each other, and facing the grudging eyes of his old brother-cum-husband, Yu Xiaocheng said awkwardly, there was really no way out. The situation at that time, as you can see, if I didn't sell you, I would have suffered. You're acting. If it was during the war years, it was to be shot. Zheng Xinghua said indignantly. It's not in the era of peace. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said cautiously, I say, Dad, have you ever felt strange? The two of us acted so well, how did we get caught? Do you really believe what mother-in-law said, that she recognized it herself? Zheng Xinghua froze and couldn't help but look toward the kitchen, then lowered his own voice and asked cautiously, are you saying that someone betrayed us? Aha! I suspect. Zheng Yuanxiang has gone rogue, he sold us out. Yu Xiaocheng flattened her mouth and continued, yesterday your daughter's great-nephew slept at my home, and your daughter's home. Then in the morning your daughter sent her great-nephew to work and should have been turned by your daughter on the way. Zheng Xinghua slapped his thigh and gritted his teeth, there's no escape. It must be Changxiang who sold us both out. I didn't realize that he, a guy with thick eyebrows, had also defected to the revolution. Hey, I saw through him a long time ago. But, Yu Xiaocheng said this, helplessly sighed, said in a serious manner, Dad, your little grandson's family status, then both of us are inferior. A glare from Tianli can scare him half to death. Let's just forget about it and behave with our tails between our legs in the future. Meanwhile, mother and daughter were busy cooking, all the while keeping a furtive eye on the living room. Mom! Sure enough, the two of them didn't fall out. Zheng Yanru skimmed her mouth and huffed, causing me to worry for so long. This husband and son-in-law are really something. They can fall out unless the world ends. Chu Chunyan washed the dishes while whispering softly, your father's concern and fondness for Xiao Chang, that's really the heartfelt kind, but the two of us should still be wary in the future. Why? Didn't they both misrecognize each other? Young Yunru asked in confusion. Silly girl. Can a man's words be trusted? Chu Chunyan blanched and said in a bad mood, this is just the beginning. There will be a lot of commotion in the future. Besides, I heard you say that Xiangqiang has joined in too? Exactly. The three have been in cahoots. Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and said with hatred, it's not easy for that kid to learn how to be good, but learning how to be bad is a slip of the tongue. Make a call to Lily. Tell her to strengthen her homeschooling in the future, and you can say I told her so. Chu Chunyan said. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng followed his old husband and came to his study, and when he saw a safe full of famous watches, he immediately felt tons of remorse in his heart. Older brother's not right or wrong, Dad. I suddenly had an immature thought. End of chapter. Zheng Xinghua is showing off his collection, which he has painstakingly collected over the past 10 years, of which the most expensive piece of watch. Today's price is up to more than $30 million, and just at this time, Suddenly heard his son-in-law's voice in his ear. Older brother's not right or wrong, Dad. I suddenly had an immature thought.
Zhang Xinghua looked at him with a bewildered face. However, when he saw the expression on his son-in-law's face, instantly his heart violently began to jolt and a bad feeling kept surging into his mind.
What idea? Zhang Xinghua asked cautiously. Since there are so many watches, it's not as bad as my one or two, right?
Yu Xiaocheng shrunk his head and replied cautiously.
No. I said Xiaocheng na. You can't go back on your word. Zhang Xinghua were anxious, said in a serious manner. You promised me before, how come you suddenly reneged again? Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and said helplessly, Dad, listen to my explanation. If I return the watch to you, if your daughter asks me to wear one of the watches in the future, how can I explain to her? You know her temper. Both of us will die.
Zhang Xinghua hesitated and spoke seriously. You're her husband, you need to show the aura of the head of the family.
How can you be taken by a woman? Aren't you also being held by your mother-in-law? Yu Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and said without any good humor. What do you want to do then? Zhang Xinghua asked.
Yu Xiaocheng flattened his mouth and replied meaningfully, Dad, I suddenly have another immature idea, why don't you?
How about you listen to it first? What idea? Zhang Xinghua's face was full of vigilance with a hint of curiosity. 2 for 1. What do you think?
Yu Xiaocheng asked in a small voice. You bloody well earned it. Tisk, tsk.
It's really not a family, not entering a family door. Zhang Xinghua looked up and down at his son-in-law and said with emotion, I didn't expect you, brat. Also more and more will pit people, is it my daughter taught you?
Yu Xiaocheng laughed and replied seriously, this one belongs to the category of untutored, but it's also influenced by your daughter.
Humph.
Zhang Xinghua coldly grunted and said in a bad mood, this program does not work, it looks like I am taking advantage of it, but in fact I am losing a lot of money. You want to take the 2 cheap ones to exchange me for one of the most expensive ones, do you take me for granted that I don't know?
Ouch. How can you think of me like that?
Okay. Yu Xiaocheng took out 2 watches from his pocket and handed them generously to his old husband, saying in a serious manner, I've returned it to you.
Ha? Give it back. Back to me? You've been haggling all over the place, why are you giving it back to me all of a sudden? No. Zhang
Xinghua, who possessed rich experience of being pitted, instantly smelled a hint of danger, looked at his son-in-law warily, and laughed coldly, Trap.
I'm not going to fall for it. Really give it back. If you don't believe me, I swear to God.
Yu Xiaocheng shrugged and said seriously, besides, I can't wear such an expensive watch, first of all it's a bad influence. Secondly there's a lot of equipment in the lab, in case you bump into it that would be troublesome.
Also, so then I'll take it? It looks like a question. It's a declarative sentence.
Zhang Xinghua silently took away the 2 watches and carefully put them back in the safe.
Xing, old man, come down for dinner.
The penetrating cry of his mother-in-law came, and immediately afterward his son-in-law returned downstairs. Upon seeing a table full of dishes, Yu Xiaocheng said with a look of surprise, Mom, this dish is delicious just by looking at the character alone, I know it's delicious.
You just know how to cheer me up.
Chu Chunyan looked at her son-in-law, her face was filled with a charmed smile as she gently said, quickly don't stand, quickly sit down.
Aha.
Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly sat down at the table next to the pretty ripe rich woman. Picking up a piece of pot roast, the first time to send to the mouth, that exaggerated hot mouth action, as well as the image of wolf swallowing. Zhang Yanru, who was on the sidelines, was dumbfounded. This is too fake, right?
You think my mom is a cutie? Do you think my mom is a cutie pie? Can't you see you're acting? Mom, absolutely.
Yu Xiaocheng said in astonishment, simply. It's simply too delicious, it's the first time I've eaten such delicious pot roast, no later I'm going to eat it all by myself.
Ouch. You just eat pot roast? You don't eat anything else?
Chu Chunyan has already been happy to the flowers, in the face of such a son-in-law who can coax the mother-in-law, even if it is usually a serious big leader, at this moment can only be happy.
Eat it all.
Yu Xiaocheng chucked another eggplant as he spoke.
Meanwhile, the rich aunt on the side is stunned, no wonder in the heart of the mother.
No wonder in my mom's heart, her son-in-law's status is higher than her own daughter.
I wouldn't be able to stand it. Dad, how about a chat?
Zhang Yanru looked at her dad across the table and said in a serious manner, how are you going to make it up to my husband?
Zhang Xinghua was a bit speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Wife, forget it. We are all family, why bother? Yu Xiaocheng peeled a prawn and handed the prawns to the rich woman's bowl, saying gently, the family should be in harmony, don't engage in internal strife that will make a joke if others know. Okay. Hubby peeled your favorite stewed prawns for you. Sage son-in-law. What a wise son-in-law I have.
Zhang Xinghua was all touched and his eyes were filled with gratitude.
The words are true, but we can't take a beating for nothing.
Auntie Fortune would not be spoiled, and remained aggressive, not stopping until she got what she wanted, saying seriously, I have a project that needs some money.
Dad, pay up. Hollow. Must pull out.
Zhang Xinghua was worried for half a day, but it turned out that his daughter wanted funds, so he was relieved and replied, "Dad is the king of cash in Shanghai, he has plenty of cash in his pocket. Tell Dad how much you want, and it will be credited into your company account in a few days."
Aha! I'll go back to the company tomorrow and have the finance department do the math and call you then,
Young Yanru said with satisfaction. In the time that followed, the table was quite lively and the atmosphere was unusually harmonious, like the scene of a loving family.
Right, Dad, I have something to remind you of.
Zhang Yanru looked at her dad and said meaningfully, "Since you know that Xiao Cheng is your son-in-law, don't get your mind off those watches. If you let me know that you secretly took the watches back, beware of me emptying your safe."
Hearing this warning from his daughter, Zhang Xing was heart-wowed. Suffered. It's a game within a game, a set within a set.
End of chapter. After hearing his daughter's threats, Zhang Xinghua finally realized that he was fooled. He was in the young couple's serial scheme. No wonder the son-in-law is so eager to return the watch to himself. It turned out that this is a knock on the door to his daughter, in order to be able to pry open their own that safe deposit box.
There's no defense. Defense is not an option.
At this moment Zhang Xinghua want to die of heart, because of their own carelessness, actually brewed such a passive situation.
Dad? Zhang Yanru looked at the panicked dad, curiously asked, "What's wrong with you?"
As if very nervous and scared. "Look, as long as you do not move those two watches, mind, daughter naturally cannot find a reason to pitch you, unless you yourself to seek your own death, then do not blame the daughter ruthless."
This.
Zhang Xinghua subconsciously looked at his daughter, looked at his face innocent look, this gas is not a place, forced to endure the son-in-law's grudges, awkwardly smiled, "I just think of some things, no don't worry about it, Dad.
Dad is not so stingy person, not just two watches, it does not matter."
I knew Dad was generous.
Young Yanru smiled.
In the time that followed, the four members of the family of sorts ate and drank, maintaining a relatively harmonious and cheerful atmosphere until the end when Yu Xiaocheng took the initiative to take over the cleanup.
"Mom, I'll clean it up.
You and Yanru have been busy for so long, I haven't contributed yet, leave it to me next," Yu Xiaocheng said seriously. Chu Chunyan nodded smilingly, her face full of love and fondness for her son-in-law, and then sat on the sofa with her own daughter. As for Zhang Xinghua drunk, he had long gone back to his room, he had already drunk to the point of unconsciousness.
"Hey," Chu Chunyan sighed and seemed a bit sad. "Mom, what's this inexplicable sigh of yours?
Now that my son-in-law has a son-in-law and my daughter is preparing for pregnancy, aren't you
still not satisfied?" Zhang Yanru asked suspiciously.
Chu Chunyan glanced at Yu Xiaocheng who was busy with her work, and then looked at her daughter beside her, and faintly said beating, "I am sighing for Xiaocheng, obviously he could have found a better home, but it turned out to be hijacked by you."
"What do you mean? Am I not good enough?"
Young Yanru rolled her eyes and said without any goodwill, "You are indeed not good enough compared to Xiaocheng." Chu Chunyan pursed her lips and murmured, "Forget it. Maybe this is his destiny, with you and his destiny, he can only be given a hokey pokey by you, but you can pay attention and never fool around, because Xiaocheng is young and strong, you, take it easy." Yes. Bothered to death, Yanru beamed, puffing, "Having a son-in-law makes you forget about your daughter. If you keep this up, I won't be coming home from now on, and by the way, the grandson and granddaughter won't be coming to your place either. You dead girl." Chu Chunyan exploded with anger and twisted her arm fiercely, saying in a bad humor, "How dare you threaten me and prevent me from seeing my precious grandson and granddaughter? It's true that your father wasn't wrong. You are a little white-eyed wolf." In the time that followed, mother and daughter did chat about family matters, and then Chu Chunyan went upstairs. After all, as a big leader, she still had a lot of work waiting for her tomorrow. Zhang Yanru silently stood up, when she came to the kitchen after gently hugging his back, that full and buoyant body pressed tightly against it, she said softly and glutinously, "The conflict between you and my father has finally been resolved. Next, it's your mom's turn. Don't think about it. She's got an oily attitude now." Yu Xiaocheng said bitterly, "I've already advised many times, and it's not helpful at all.
It's okay. After I get pregnant, with her grandson or granddaughter in her belly, she will naturally reconcile with me." Young Yanru murmured, "Right. Did you return the watch to my dad?" "Aha. Say, are you really going to move his safe?"
Yu Xiaocheng said cautiously, "Your father really isn't easy, so don't go screwing him over again."
Zhang Yanru skimmed her mouth and said in a nonchalant manner, "Do you think I'm that kind of white-eyed wolf?"
"I'm just scaring him, besides it's just a few broken watches, it's not like Auntie can't afford it."
"Not necessarily.
Judging by your usual style, you're probably just Whitey, a Whitey who likes to pussyfoot around."
Yu Xiaocheng didn't say anything and stood in front of the sink wiping the bowl, only to suddenly shudder and ask in an uncharacteristic manner, "What are you doing?"
"Squeeze twice,"
Aunt Richie said mischievously. "Night.
Quiet." Zhang Yanru lay on her best friend's son's body, sniffing the rich hormonal flavor of his body, her eyes misty with a touch of mature girl's tenderness and flirtation.
"The little guy's pretty strong," Auntie Rich said petulantly. "What kind of caliber are you?"
Light of Asia."
Yu Xiaocheng replied seriously, "It can light up a sword with the United States, Europe and Africa." "What are you talking about?" Zhang Yanru raised her eyes and looked at the small man near her with suspicion, and asked curiously, I said you're strong, what are you telling me? Ha? Oh, mistaken. Yu Xiaocheng wasn't embarrassed, hugging the rich woman in his arms tightly and smiling, but it's all pretty much the same anyway. Humph. Actually, the pretty ripe rich woman understood, she was just too embarrassed to pick up on it. Right. Your auntie Song might be in love. Young Yunru's green fingers drew circles around his chest and said gently, talking to me recently. She gives me a feeling of both exuberance and excitement, I think it's in love. Ha? It's a bit of a timeline mismatch. Yu Xiaocheng pursed her lips and asked in a small voice, a doctor too? I don't know, but she told me last time that a very handsome doctor came to the hospital, and quite mature, and she had a feeling of love at first sight, and I don't know if it was that doctor. Zhang Yanru flattened her mouth and asked softly, why don't we find an opportunity to catch the adulterer? Yeah, exactly. Yu Xiaocheng nodded repeatedly. But, Auntie Rich opened her mouth, then suddenly reached out and grabbed her best friend's son by the flesh of his waist and said in a serious tone, you don't want to bring people down. Won't. Yu Xiaocheng hurriedly replied, I swear that I will never bring Aunt Song's man down. What's the point of bringing down? It's clearly a rescue. If memory serves, Aunt Song's husband lived a life of hardship and pain, and although the couple's relationship was good, they couldn't resist Aunt Song's violent temper. Come to think of it, Yu Xiaocheng's heart is filled with sadness. What a nest of wives. End of chapter. Was the plane late? Young Yunru, holding her best friend's son's arm, looked at the airport's big screen in confusion and inquired curiously. Well, probably about half an hour late. Yu Xiaocheng skimmed his mouth and helplessly replied, better find a place to sit for a while, by the time your cousin gets off the plane, she'll call you. Go, there just happens to be a spot over there. Speaking, tugging the rich woman to a row of seats, the two sat in nooks and crannies. Boring. Why don't you stay abroad and come back? She is not graduated, do not know that now the air ticket is very expensive? Anti-rich woman black face, exasperated, said, Sid also wanna sit what business class a dime will not earn just no show off. Yu Xiaocheng's ears are almost calloused, from going out to now complaining has not stopped, bitterly said, oh hey almost on the line, I'm almost tired of hearing, from the two of us go out to now, you've been chattering and never ending. Hoof. Shut up. I'm pissed. Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said without any good humor, don't come and touch my mold, otherwise, even you will be scolded. Oh, man. What the hell is going on with these two? If you didn't know better, you'd think there was a blood feud. Baby auntie, what exactly is your grudge against your cousin? Yu Xiaocheng asked curiously, why does it feel like you two? It's like you two are going to fight. It's too complicated to tell you in a moment, anyway. I don't really like her anyway. Young Yunru replied leisurely, the dead ninny just knows how to poke my soft underbelly all day long. Yes? Then you pay her back. Yu Xiaocheng said. Zhang Yanru sighed, tightly holding his arm, murmured, I cannot help me if I do not give money. I am afraid that the little girl will starve to death on the streets of England. Her parents have always been opposed to her to go abroad, and then the little girl stubborn. Her parents have always been against her going abroad, and then she is stubborn. This is the situation. Yu Xiaocheng smiled faintly and said cheaply, your family's specialties are all stubborn. Get out. Auntie Rich pinched him hard and huffed, cut the crap. Hey. Say, what's your cousin's major? Yu Xiaocheng asked casually. Seems like math. The pretty ripe rich girl replied. Yu Xiaocheng froze, a slight hint of surprise between her eyebrows, but quickly relieved, lightly said, it seems to be a great talent. The hell with it. A spendthrift, I see. Auntie Rich rolled her eyes and said leisurely, by the way. She'll most likely be your colleague in the future. Tianli has already helped her get her job arranged, working in the math department of Xin University. Oh. Yu Xiaocheng didn't care much and casually responded. I don't know how long it's been. Young Yunru's cell phone rings and the caller is none other than her cousin. Sis. I'm at the exit. Where are you and my brother-in-law? The voice on the phone was a little playfully anxious. Wait. Your brother-in-law and I will be right over. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yanru sighed and said helplessly, let's go. Neisan is already waiting for us at the exit. When the two came to the exit, suddenly a beautiful figure came out and violently hugged young Yunru before kissing her hard on the face. Sis, miss me? My cousin asked with a grin. Roll on. How old is still so mischievous? Zhang Yanru frowned, wiped the face that was kissed, disgustedly said, face is full of your saliva. Disgusting cousin rolled her eyes, then her eyes moved to Yu Xiaocheng's body. Instantly the eyes are bright. Gosh, didn't think that my brother-in-law is so handsome. Would have thought that it was a middle-aged man, but the result is actually a little fresh meat. Brother-in-law. My name is Ling Yan, you can just call me Yan. Cousin Ling Yan smiled. Oh, hello, Ling Yan. Yu Xiaocheng's performance is moderate in the face of his crazy rich cousin. Then Yu Xiaocheng pulled Ling Yan's luggage, followed by the sisters behind the ass, to say that this Ling Yan is really as the rich woman said that belongs to the kind of no breasts and no buttocks. The key looks quite neutral, without a trace of femininity. The only femininity may be her dress. Sis? How old is brother-in-law? Ling Yan asked in a small voice. Why do I feel like he's even younger than me? Aha. 4 years younger than you. Young Yunru replied lightly. What? You're 8 years older than him, huh?
Ling Yan looked at her with a stunned expression, her face filled with incredulity.
Zhang Yanru hurriedly covered her mouth and said furiously, You keep your voice down. Do you want the whole world to know?
Ling Yan blinked, and then the rich woman let go of her hand, at which point Ling Yan asked in a small voice, You used to say that you didn't like men who were smaller than yourself, saying that those kinds of men were very childish, so how come all of a sudden you're
looking for one so much smaller than yourself again? To hell with you. Zhang Yanru snorted coldly and said without any good humor, Don't say I'm not wanted anymore, now I'm a woman with a husband. Husband? Husband? Ling Yan said in horror, They've all started calling each other husband and wife? What? No, the two of us have already gotten our marriage license already.
Zhang Yanru pursed her lips, a slight hint of arrogance and smugness, as well as a bit of happiness, between her eyebrows, and murmured, to be precise.
Your sister, I'm already married. You old cow-eating young grass, why are you so fast?
Ling Yan frowned, then turned back to Yu Xiaochang and asked, Brother-in-law,
do you need legal assistance? Yu Xiaochang froze, looked at her in confusion, and asked suspiciously, What legal aid? Your wife. Your wife is a bit violent, there will be more or less bumps in the future. It just so happens that I have a few classmates studying law in Shanghai. I can introduce them to you.
Ling Yan flattened her mouth and said in a serious tone, Don't think about sparring with her, you're no match for this, you can only arm yourself with the law.
Shasta. Yu Xiaochang's impression of Ling Yan changed dramatically. Get out. Don't teach your brother-in-law a lesson.
Zhang Yanru glared viciously and huffed, Just returned to the country and you're against me. I think you're really tired of living. Do you still want your living expenses in the future?
Shasta.
Ling Yan then softened, After all, it's not easy to live without money, especially when you're alone in a foreign country.
I heard from your cousin that you're into math. Is there any article? Yu Xiaochang inquired softly. You're interested, brother-in-law? But I'm afraid you won't be able to read it. Ling Yan replied.
Zhang Yanru blankly eyed her and said with a slight air of godliness, Your brother-in-law is engaged in physics research, do you think he can read it?
My husband is the best. First issue and then revise. End of chapter. Hearing that her brother-in-law was actually a physics researcher, Ling Yan was instantly filled with shock, turning back to take a closer look, and asked suspiciously, Brother-in-law? Are you really a physics researcher? A serious physics researcher, or a physics major? It should belong to the serious ones.
Yu Xiaochang smiled and replied, But you should not listen to your sister, although I am researching physics, but your field of mathematics, I actually do not know much, too deep level of content I simply cannot understand.
Tisk, tsk. Then do you have any articles that you can take out? Ling Yan continued to ask.
Rather, I've published a couple of articles as a first author, and they've basically been in top journals.
One of them has quite a lot of citations.
Yu Xiaochang pursed and replied with a smile, Actually, those articles, they were all published during my master's degree, and then I encountered some accidents.
I didn't continue reading them, and now that I've met your sister, I'm going to study for my doctorate again. A few, top issues, lots of citations.
Ling Yan seized on this information, her eyebrows filled with surprise, then she said in a slightly thoughtful manner, I have a classmate in the UK. He's majoring in physics, and I heard him say, there is a very powerful genius in China, seems to be Su Lao's student, published an article. It caused a big stir in the field of physics, called
Yu Xiaochang? That's right. Yu Xiaochang is your brother-in-law. Zhang Yanru replied smugly. Ling Yan couldn't help but freeze, looking at Yu Xiaochang with a face full of consternation, exclaiming, You're really Yu Xiaochang? My name is indeed Yu Xiaochang, and I'm also a student of Elder Su. The paper you mentioned has caused a huge sensation, but you don't have to be so surprised, right? Yu Xiaochang looked at her in confusion and asked doubtfully, Am I so famous? Not famous, but it just so happens that I've heard of you. Ling Yan smirked. The words. Looking at her cousin, then at Yu Xiaochang, she said in a serious tone, Brother-in-law, marrying a woman like my cousin is really condemning you, after all is said and done.
A sharp pain came from her waist, almost causing Ling Yan to pass out from the pain.
Sis, what are you screwing me for? Ling Yan said with a resigned read, it was supposed to be the truth. Brother-in-law should be able to have a better home. Shut up. From now on, no talking.
Young Yanru said in exasperation.
In the time that followed, the sisters didn't argue much until they returned home.
Ling Yan was paralyzed and motionless on the sofa, and looking at her disheveled appearance, Auntie Rich was furious.
As soon as you get back to your country, lie down for me.
Zhang Yanru rolled her eyes and said without a smile, Get the hell out of here tomorrow and don't stay at home.
Why are you more nagging than my mom? Ling Yan rolled her eyes and half-deadly asked, Sis, you're only in your 30s this year, could it be that you're going through early menopause? Oops dash. The rich woman grabbed her by the ear and said furiously, Dead girl, believe it or not, beat you to death? Wrong. Ling Yan instantly softened and said bitterly, Sister, I was wrong.
Zhang Yanru loosened her hand, sat on her but beside her cousin and said coldly, your Lily sister arranged a good job for you, graduate and come back right away, don't think about staying there, and I've already assured your parents, don't let me get off the stage. Got it. Ling Yan shrunk her head and responded with a beak. Then his gaze moved to the kitchen, looking at Yu Xiaochang who was chopping vegetables, and asked curiously, sis, how on earth did you see your brother-in-law? What attracts you to him? Zhang Yanru pursed her lips and couldn't help but also look towards the kitchen, looking at the older boy and softly answered, I don't know, maybe it's because of his gentleness, or maybe it's because of his thoughtfulness. In any case, when I came to my senses, I realized that he was already stuck in my heart. Having said that, gently patting her on the shoulder, Silence stood up and said, why don't you sit here, and I'll go to the kitchen and give your brother-in-law a hand. Looking at my cousins departing back, and then at my cousin's husband in the kitchen. Gentle? Considerate? I didn't realize my cousin ate that too. Brother-in-law? You did all this alone? Ling Yan looked at the table full of dishes, her eyebrows filled with dismay and incredulity. Yeah. Of course there's also your sister's credit. Yu Xiaochang brought a bowl of soup to the center and said with a smile, it's hard in England, isn't it? Don't mention it. It rains every day, then the food is awful. The key is that every time it rains, the streets are dead smelly, it's disgusting. Ling Yan sighed and said helplessly, it's still better in our country. Yu Xiaochang smiled and said casually, it's actually quite good to go out and see the world and all that. Immediately after the three of them sat down, Ling Yan turned on the appearance of hoarding. Yu Xiaochang and Zhang Yanru were startled, living like a hungry ghost. Jesus. It's so delicious. It's really too good. Ling Yan tearfully said, everyday fish and chips, I'm going to vomit. The key is that the Chinese restaurants there aren't good either. They all cater to local tastes. They're just not good enough for me to eat at all. But, Ling Yan pointed to a steamed warble-mouth fish and said helplessly, this fish tastes quite good, the meat is quite delicate, but there are too many thorns, can we change it to something else tomorrow? For example, like grouper or turbot. Zhang Yanru blanked her and said leisurely, why so many words, this fish is not made for you to eat, it's your brother-in-law who made it for me to eat. Ling Yan couldn't help but freeze for a moment, looking at her cousin with a perplexed face and asking curiously, made for you to eat? I remember that you don't eat river food, and that you dislike the fish in the river for having too many thorns. This is not the time. Auntie Richie raised her willow eyebrows lightly, tugged on her best friend's son's sleeve, and said daintily, hubby, I want to eat fish. Just then, Yu Xiaochang's chopsticks slowly reached out to the warthog, then carefully picked the fish thorns inside, and finally slowly passed it back to the rich aunt's mouth, saying gently, honey, the thorns have all been picked by my husband, so you can eat it without worrying. Zhang Yanru glanced at her dumbfounded cousin, then opened her own plump vermilion lips and took the delicate fish meat into her mouth, chewing it slowly. Is it good? Are there any thorns? Yu Xiaochang asked softly. Auntie Rich shook her head, looked at him with a tender face, and murmured, yummy, you're so nice without a prickly husband. This moment, Ling Yan was filled with stupefaction, her mind buzzing. End of chapter. Ling Yan never expected that she was obediently sitting at the dining table and eating her meal, only to see this heinous scene. It felt like she was having her mouth broken open hard and then pouring sour-smelling dog food into it. Hey! You guys! Can you two pay attention? Ling Yan roared in exasperation, can't you just eat properly? Zhang Yanru raised her eyes, drew a glance at her cousin beside her, and said lightly, your brother-in-law feeds me like this on weekdays, if you have a problem with it. You can leave now, it's not like we're stopping you anyway. Ling Yan directly freaked out and huffed, it's too much. Was thinking of summoning a thunderbolt to split you both to death. The words, continuing to bury his head in his dry food seems to take his resentment out on the food. In the time that followed, the rich